The man worked diligently for most of his life, but not only did he fail to get a promotion or a raise, his ex-girlfriend drained his savings, and he was ultimately cheated on. Unexpectedly, in his moment of mental confusion, he was hit by a drunk truck and thrown several meters. Seeing that his life had been so miserable, God decided to let him be reborn and live another life. Thus, Reiner, with the system's identification and telepathic abilities, was reborn into a world where demi-humans were enslaved. At this moment, he was in the largest slave market in the kingdom of Diast, preparing to buy himself an adventure companion. Watching the various beast-eared girls lining up and walking across the middle of the road, Reiner activated the system's identification function. The identification results showed that these were mostly inferior slaves. Of the 28 slaves, 25 were inferior and 3 were ordinary. The quality of demi-human slaves is divided into 5 levels, from low to high: inferior, common, rare, epic, and legendary. Just as Reiner turned around, a catgirl slave in the corner caught his attention. A few lines of small text immediately appeared in Reiner's vision. Appraisal complete. The slave's quality is epic. With a thought, all of the catgirl's information was displayed before Reiner. Name, Nora. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, demi-human cat. Current condition, malnourished, weak, dizzy. Talent details, strength D, endurance D, agility S, perception S, spirit D, intelligence B. Reiner's eyes widened in shock. Her agility and perception talents were simply 1 in a million. She was petite and moved with light and quick movements, as nimble as a cat, disappearing into the alley in the blink of an eye. Reiner looked in the direction the sound came from and saw the catgirl hiding in a pile of junk nearby. Just then, a voice in Reiner's mind reached his ears. "Ah, don't come any closer. Let me go." Reiner had barely taken a step when a dark figure shoved through the debris and pounced on him. He instinctively kicked the charging catgirl away, a wooden-handled spoon grazing his side and landing nearby. This guy was using that as a weapon, preparing to attack him. Reiner knelt down in front of her, picked up the wooden spoon, poked her cat ears, and said, "Are you all right? You won't even let me sleep." After a while, Nora, who was lying on the ground, groggily opened her eyes. The moment she saw Reiner, her body almost instinctively shrank back, revealing her sharp teeth. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind them, and the slave trader, accompanied by a guard, caught up with them, a whip in his hand. Upon seeing the whip, Nora instinctively covered her head, crying, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" The guard raised his hand to strike, shouting, "You beast, you dare to run away?" Reiner quickly reached out to stop him, pointing to Nora beside him and saying, "How much is she? I'll buy her." Seeing that the slave trader was still hesitating, Reiner continued, "Sell her to me since she almost attacked me. I'll definitely be buying slaves from you again in the future, so consider making friends. Deal, come on over." This slave needs to be imprinted with aura patterns. Demi-humans are very cunning and difficult to tame. Without aura patterns, she might kill you when you're least expecting it, the slave trader said without turning his head. Reiner followed the slave trader to a damp, filthy basement. The slave trader, holding a stamp, asked, "Where should I stamp this?" "Just stamp it on your arm." As the slave trader stamped the seal, Nora's eyes widened, and after a few groans, she fainted. Finally, Reiner bought her from a slave trader for 3 gold coins and signed a contract. The contract stipulated that if Reiner died suddenly, the slave would also die of heart failure. In this world, different countries and races use different currencies. Taking the Diast Kingdom, where Reiner lives, as an example, 1 Diast gold coin is roughly equal to 18 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is roughly equal to 24 copper coins. A loaf of black bread costs about 2 copper coins. Eating 3 loaves of black bread a day would cost at least 6 copper coins. Now that there's another mouth to feed, the daily cost would be at least 12 copper coins. Mission: purchase a slave. Completed. Reward issued. As soon as the words were spoken, 10 silver coins appeared out of thin air beside Nora. Reiner picked them up and kept them safe. Quest update: take Nora to the Adventurers Guild to accept and complete the quest. The reward is a bottle of holy water that can be used for healing. After carrying the unconscious Nora home, Reiner went to the kitchen, found a piece of black bread, sliced it, and poured a spoonful of the leftover broth from the previous night on top. Upon waking, Nora, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, curled up in place, too afraid to move. Nora kept her head down and didn't speak, but her stomach rumbled first. She was hungry. Finally, hunger overcame reason, and Nora picked up a piece of black bread and carefully took a bite. Once she confirmed it was edible, she immediately began to wolf it down. The black bread was dry and hard, and it was easy to choke if eaten like this. Reiner told her to slow down, since no one was going to take it from her anyway. Nora nodded, but kept stuffing food into her mouth. In less than 3 minutes, the plate was empty. After dinner, Reiner lay down on the bed, while Nora remained curled up against the wall in the corner. The two spent the entire night under the same roof. Neither spoke, but neither slept. Nora feared that Leonard might do something indecent to her during the night, while Leonard worried that Nora might stab him while he slept. The next morning, Reiner went out. Nora, on the surface, didn't say a word, but in reality, she was thinking about escaping the whole time. Reiner couldn't help but speak up and advise, "You'd better not even think about running away. Once you're out of the city, the area around the forest is teeming with monsters, and there will occasionally be bandits blocking your way. If you get eaten by a monster, that's one thing, but if you get caught by bandits, that would be worse than death." Nora glanced back at Reiner, then lowered her head and said in a self-deprecating tone, "I didn't mean to run away." But she was wondering to herself, how could he know what she was thinking? An hour later, Reiner arrived in Melod City. It was bustling with activity, crowded with adventurers and clients of all kinds and social classes. Reiner, with Nora in tow, squeezed through the crowd and accepted a quest from the receptionist to clean up slimes. The reward for clearing 40 slimes was 1 silver coin, and the quest location was just outside his small village, not far away. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Reiner took Nora to the shoe store in the city center to pick out shoes. The most urgent task was to get Nora a set of equipment. With that in mind, Reiner bought Nora a pair of cheap straw sandals, which cost a total of 20 copper coins. Nora looked down at her straw sandals and whispered a thank you. Then, Reiner led her to a nearby weapon shop. Now, she was still missing a suitable weapon. At the shop, Nora chose a short sword-shaped cross-shaped dagger and a set of sharp throwing knives. "The 10 silver coins I earned from completing the mission yesterday have almost all been spent by Reiner, leaving me with only 4 copper coins. That's just enough to buy 2 pieces of black bread for lunch today." Nora thought to herself that he seemed to treat her quite well, not only giving her food, but also clean clothes, and now he had bought her shoes and weapons. He seemed to really be a kind man. Upon hearing Nora's thoughts, Reiner's lips curled into a slight smile. After all, he was a die-hard Kimono Maimi, animal-eared girl, enthusiast. Moreover, Nora's attributes were so good that she would definitely become his cash cow in the future, so giving her a little preferential treatment wouldn't hurt. In the dim light, Reiner could see several clumps of green slimes pulsating in the dense forest, and they seemed to be getting closer to the village. Reiner turned to Nora and said, "Do you know how to kill the slime? Just pierce the shiny gem in the center of its body." Nora nodded, drew a dagger from her waist, and walked towards the slime. Killing a slime the size of a football was not difficult. Nora accurately stabbed the magic core and easily took it down. Afterwards, she carefully wiped the slime off her dagger. Reiner stepped forward, picked up the magic core from the clump of slime, and put it into the pouch at his waist. 10 magic cores could be exchanged for 1 dice copper coin. Now that he had an extra helper, the speed at which he killed slimes doubled. Reiner thought to himself that when he had more money in the future, he would definitely buy several more slaves, which would definitely increase his earning speed several times over. Reiner counted carefully. There were only 36 left, just 4 more to complete the mission. He looked up at the sun, which was obscured by clouds, and saw that it was already noon. He took out the black bread and said, "Let's eat something first. After we finish eating, we'll head deeper into the forest, kill 4 more slimes, and then come back." Nora was immediately given the black bread and started taking big bites. It was so dry and hard, it could practically be used to hammer nails, yet she was eating it so fast. In less than 5 minutes, Nora had devoured the entire piece of black bread. Reiner cut off a slice and tasted it. It was, as always, awful. Reiner thought to himself, When I'm rich, I'll never eat this again. Next time, I'll definitely buy white bread. Reiner cut another half from his black bread and handed it to Nora, saying, "Eat up, you're too thin right now. You need to gain some weight to have more strength." Nora was slightly taken aback, then carefully took the black bread, eating while stealing glances at Reiner. Nora was munching on something when she suddenly seemed to sense something. Her cat ears perked up, and she immediately stood up, turned around to look at the bushes behind her, and mumbled, "Master, there's a slime." Reiner followed the direction Nora pointed, and indeed found a hopping slime. Nora's perception was exceptional. She could hear the slime hopping even from that distance. Reiner simply dispatched it with a single blow of his hammer. He quickly completed the task of killing 40 slimes. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears. "System, current task status complete, reward issued." As soon as he finished speaking, a small bottle of crystal-clear, holy water appeared out of thin air in Reiner's hand. Reiner had never heard of holy water before, nor did he know what its effects were. Quest update. Buy Nora a piece of white bread. Quest reward. A small jar of jam. Reiner had been planning to do this anyway, since completing a quest would earn him a silver coin. He patted Nora on the shoulder, about to speak, when he heard her thoughts. "Master, we've been targeted by bandits." Nora slightly bent over and reached for her pouch. No sooner had she spoken than an arrow shot towards her. She couldn't dodge in time, and the arrow pierced her right arm. 2 more arrows flew towards them. One missed, and the other was dodged by Reiner. Nora, enduring the pain, threw 3 throwing knives into the bushes from which the arrows had come, and a scream immediately echoed from within. At the same time, 4 masked bandits dressed in animal skins and wielding short knives leaped out of the surrounding bushes. Nora threw her remaining 3 throwing knives, instantly taking down another bandit. The remaining 3, brandishing daggers, roared and charged towards them. One of them went around to the back to deal with Nora, while the other 2 attacked Reiner from the front. Reiner seized the opportunity, blocked a blow with his shield, and then swept his hammer across the bandit's knee, instantly incapacitating him. Another robber seized the opportunity to attack, but Reiner turned to dodge the blow and then smashed down with his hammer, sending the robber sprawling. Reiner looked back and saw Nora already pinned to the ground by the robbers. He smashed the robber off her with his hammer, but it was too late. A dagger was stuck in Nora's chest, and blood was gushing out. She looked at Reiner with a pained expression, and then fainted a few seconds later. Reiner quickly took out the healing holy water he had just acquired. Item name, holy water. How to use. Pour it into a wound to make it heal quickly, but it cannot be used on dead creatures. Without thinking twice, Reiner pulled out the dagger and lifted Nora's clothes. Her chest was tightly bound with strips of cloth, and Reiner didn't have time to untie them slowly, so he used the dagger to cut the cloth open and poured holy water into the wound. A miracle happened. Nora's wound regrowed flesh and blood and completely healed in just a few seconds, leaving only a light-colored scar, but her life was no longer in danger. A few minutes later, Nora woke up. She looked at her wounds, her eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? I was about to die. Although Nora still didn't understand what had happened, she instinctively clutched her chest and whispered, "Thank you, Master." Then, she looked at the arrow stuck in her right arm and tried to pull it out. Reiner crouched down and examined it carefully, saying, "Don't touch it. The arrowhead has barbs. Pulling it out directly will cause further damage. Don't touch it. Deal with it when we get home." Reiner got up and ransacked the thieves' bodies, finding 3 hunting bows and 5 rusty daggers on them. He stripped them of all their valuables and then took Nora home first. Once home, he put his things aside, then took out a roll of bandage from the wooden box. He wrapped it around Nora's arm several times to apply pressure and stop the bleeding, then carefully broke off the arrowhead before removing the arrow. Nora winced in pain, her sharp nails leaving scratches on the wooden table. Reiner comforted her, applying wood ash to the scratches and then wrapping it with bandages. "Try not to move your right hand for the next few days," Reiner said earnestly. "I'll change the bandages every day and check if the wound is infected." Nora nodded and whispered a thank you. At the same time, Reiner overheard Nora's thoughts. I'm so lucky to have been bought by a kind person." Reiner told her to stay home and rest. while he went to the village to sell the loot he had taken from the bandits. Seeing that it was still early, Reiner took Nora and headed towards the city. He first went to the Adventurers Guild to redeem his reward, at which point he had 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins left in his pocket. Then he went to the bakery and bought 2 white loaves of bread and 10 pieces of cheap black bread that he usually ate, leaving him with only 3 silver coins in his pocket. As soon as Nora got home, she sat down in a corner and looked at Reiner expectantly. Reiner glanced at her and said with a smile, "Are you hungry? Come and have some bread." Nora opened her mouth wide and took a bite of the white bread, then savored it carefully, 2 streams of tears immediately rolling down her cheeks. She exclaimed excitedly, "It's so delicious." At the same time, the mission updated. The current status is complete, and the reward has been issued. As soon as the system finished speaking, a jar of deep red jam appeared out of thin air in Reiner's hand. Quest update. Head to the Dawn Forest north of Mellet. Quest reward, 5 silver coins. Reiner paused slightly taken aback. The Dawn Forest was located north of Mellet, not far from here. But why go to a place like that? Although he was very confused, adhering to the principle of doing tasks as soon as they came up and never piling them up, he decided to go over after Nora recovered. Reiner has had Nora for 5 days now. After spending time with her, Reiner feels that Nora is the kind of girl who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although she doesn't talk much, she is very lively and often curious about the unknown. When I first brought you back, you always wanted to run away. Was it because you had other relatives? Nora said in a low voice, "My family is all dead. My father was bitten to death by a monster while hunting, and not long ago, my mother fell off a cliff while gathering herbs and died too." Nora shed a few tears, then wiped them away forcefully. "I want to run away because my friends often tell me the humans are all bad and very lustful. If I'm bought by bad people, I'll live a life worse than death." Reiner nodded and comforted her. "It's all right. As long as I have food to eat, you'll never go hungry." After a moment of silence, Nora cautiously asked, "Master, can I redeem myself?" "Redemption? Of course, but it'll definitely cost a lot of money. Let me do the math." Reiner nodded with a smile, then pretended to do some calculations for a while. Reiner said seriously, "All things considered, the money I paid for you, plus your food, lodging, healing holy water, clothes, weapons, it's a friendly price. If you earn me 20 Dias gold coins, I'll set you free. This way, I can not only break even, but also make a fortune." If Nora could really come up with that much money, he would release the person immediately and then go to the slave market to choose other slaves. Nora tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, "How much is 20 gold coins?" Reiner continued calculating and said, "1 gold coin is roughly equal to 432 copper coins, so 20 would be 8640, which is about 4,300 loaves of black bread." Nora blinked and asked, "And how much is that?" Reiner gave a rough analogy. "Well, it's like half the village is stuffed with black bread." Nora's eyes widened immediately. "That much?" Reiner nodded, then continued to coax, "Sigh, if you save up for 10 or 8 years, you'll definitely be able to pay it off." "That's not a long time. I'll work hard for you. When you've saved enough money, you have to keep your word," Nora said earnestly. Reiner nodded and asked, "If you were truly free, where would you want to go?" Nora thought for a moment, looked up at Reiner, and didn't speak, but her inner thoughts drifted over. "I've heard there's a forest to the north of this city, a place perfect for us to live in, with lush vegetation and abundant water. If I ever regain my freedom, I definitely want to go there." Reiner paused slightly. Wasn't that the Forest of Dawn? His next mission was located there, so he could take Nora there to take a look and complete the mission at the same time. Nora, unaware that her thoughts had been completely overheard by Reiner, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master. I can't tell you. There's a forest to the north of the city. The scenery is especially beautiful in the early morning, and quite a few demi-humans live there. You wouldn't be thinking of going there, would you?" Nora froze, staring at Reiner in disbelief. How'd he know? She hesitated for a long time, then finally couldn't help but ask, Master, have you been there? I've heard it mentioned by chance. The residents here have given that forest a beautiful name, the Forest of Dawn." Nora turned to look at him and said, "Master, my hand has recovered, and I can go out and earn money now." Reiner removed the bandages and glanced at the wound. Where the arrow had pierced through, only a slightly sunken, dimple-like indentation remained, and movement seemed unaffected. It must be said, the regenerative abilities of demi-humans are indeed several levels superior to those of humans. An ordinary person would need a month to recover, but Nora was already able to move around freely in just a few days. In that case, we can go do the mission. Let's set off tomorrow and explore the Dawn Forest. Nora fell into thought, then nodded. It was a good opportunity to go and scout it out. Maybe the place was really nice, and she could go there directly once she was free. Reiner sighed inwardly. Even if she were to gain her freedom, it would probably be at least 10 years from now. By then, the information available now would likely be outdated and of little value. Looking at her lively and adorable cat ears, Reiner suddenly felt an urge to touch them. After a moment's thought, he couldn't resist saying, "I want to touch your ears." Nora was slightly taken aback, quickly covering her animal ears with both hands and shaking her head in strong resistance. How about your tail? That fluffy tail was so bushy and flexible. It must feel wonderful to touch. Nora shook her head even more vigorously, her body involuntarily shifting to the side, her eyes growing more wary. Nora lowered her head slightly and said sincerely, "I promise you, I will work hard to earn money. Please don't have any strange thoughts about me, please." Reiner squinted at her, thinking to himself that this cat girl was actually quite interesting. Before heading to the Dawnwood, Reiner bought Nora a set of throwing knives in town. On the way, he learned that bandits were rampant on the road leading to the Dawnwood, and a group of goblins had appeared out of nowhere in the forest, making things quite unsafe. However, they were quite lucky they didn't encounter the rumored bandits after walking all day. Moreover, they frequently saw fresh hoof prints along the road, indicating that it was a road frequently used by people. The trees ahead grew increasingly dense, and as far as the eye could see, there were clusters of pine trees. They must have already entered the Dawn Forest. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Mission update. Current status complete. Reward issued." At the same time, 5 cold, hard silver coins appeared out of thin air in Reiner's palm. With the quest reward, he now had 8 silver coins in his pocket. If he saved up a little more, he could buy slaves at the slave market again. Quest update. Preliminary exploration of the Dawn Forest. Reward 5 silver coins. Reiner sighed as he looked at the updated quest. He hated quests with no clear criteria. It only indicated a preliminary exploration, but didn't specify how long the exploration would take to complete the mission. After a day's travel, it was now dark. They decided to find a place to spend the night. Reiner lit a campfire behind a large rock, and after dinner, the two took turns resting. It wasn't until the next morning that Reiner truly understood why this place was called the Forest of Dawn. As golden sunlight filtered through the mist and fell upon him, he felt as if the whole world had warmed up. With each deep breath, he could smell the fresh scent of flowers and earth, a truly invigorating experience. Looking around, the sun-drenched forest resembled a tranquil and beautiful painting, and they were now immersed in it. The rumors were indeed true. This place was truly beautiful. Just then, Reiner heard the neighing of horses. He followed the sound and hid in the bushes to observe. It turned out to be slave traders. There were more than a dozen of them, including 5 demi-human slaves tied to the back of a wagon, seemingly being transported back to the city. Hearing the commotion coming from the bushes, the 2 guards immediately drew their swords. Reiner emerged from the bushes and said, "Don't get agitated, I was just passing by." The 2 guards breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed their swords. The slave trader, however, said with displeasure, "Don't hide in the bushes and scare people anymore. There are a lot of goblins in this area, and everyone is on edge. Be careful not to get hurt." Reiner nodded, then glanced at the demi-human slave tied to the back of the carriage, and asked, "Are there demi-humans in this forest?" The slave trader chuckled and said, "Hey, you didn't know? I thought the news had already spread." Then he added, "But you're too late. Most of the demi-humans in this forest have already been captured. If you don't have anything else to do, don't block the way. We need to get going." Reiner stepped aside to make way and stood there watching them leave. Just then, Nora's inner thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears. "Beasts, what a bunch of damned scum." Nora clenched her fists, glaring at the backs of the slave traders through gritted teeth. It was clear that if she weren't outmatched, Nora would have already charged in. Let's go inside and wander around. Nora walked quickly to Reiner, then asked cautiously, Master, are you also going to capture us demi-humans to sell? Reiner Strag. No. Hearing this, Nora breathed a long sigh of relief. She then took Reiner's hand. Losing one's freedom was bad enough. If they were bought by malicious people, there would be absolutely no hope left. Nora spoke these words with great emotion, tears even welling in her eyes. I already said I wouldn't. Reiner narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, If I agree, can you let me touch your ears? Nora was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she closed her eyes tightly and said, Please touch them. It's just your ears, I can do it. I don't need it for now. I'll enjoy it properly when I get home. Nora opened her eyes, looked down at something else, and a look of shame immediately appeared on her face. The two strolled through the Dawn Forest for a while when Reiner's system Quest suddenly updated again. Quest. Initial exploration of the Dawn Forest, currently complete, reward issued. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Quest update. Triggered and completed the hidden quest in the Dawn Forest. Reiner was getting a little frustrated. It was another one of these inexplicable missions, with no trigger conditions even listed. Wasn't this just pure torture? Just as he was getting distracted, Nora gently patted his shoulder. Master, it seems someone is in danger. Chapter 8. Snatching a legendary racehorse girl. A hidden quest has been triggered. Rescue the demi-human girl in danger. The reward is a bottle of holy water that can be used for healing. Upon seeing the notification, Lena immediately led Nora to the location where the sound was coming from. Soon, the two arrived at a clearing in the forest, where they saw a black-haired demi-human girl covered in wounds, gripping a dagger and desperately fighting off several armored spirits. Her leg wounds were particularly severe, as if pierced by something, and several armed spirit corpses lay on the ground, but she herself was also nearing her breaking point. Lena hid behind the bushes and observed for a while. At first, she couldn't tell what race the other person was, only that they had long limbs, a strong physique, and ears that resembled both a cow and a horse. It wasn't until the horse's tail behind them was revealed that Lena realized that this was a horse-like demi-human. At this moment, the demi-human girl had been pushed to her limit. While brandishing her dagger, she cried out in a tearful voice, Don't come any closer, get away. The next second, an arm suddenly thrust out with a spear, knocking the dagger out of her hand. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lena stopped standing by and suddenly stood up, throwing 3 knives. 2 were blocked by the leather armor, and the last one precisely pierced the gap between the helmet and the leather armor. The injured arm died instantly, and the other 3 were terrified and turned to flee. The hidden quest has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. Immediately afterwards, a new quest pops up, requiring you to decide the fate of the demi-human girl. There are 3 options: kill her, release her, or enslave her. Different choices will affect subsequent quest lines, and the rewards will vary accordingly. Lena put the holy water into her pocket, already having made up her mind. Recruiting her would be ideal, but if that didn't work, letting her go was better than killing her. Nora quickly ran over and helped the injured demi-human girl to her feet. Just as the other person said he would rest for a while, he suddenly caught sight of Lena out of the corner of his eye. He immediately tensed up, hurriedly picked up the dagger and pointed it at him, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer. After saying that, she even held the dagger to her own neck. Gritting her teeth, she said, Don't force me. Nora quickly pressed her hand down and whispered reassuringly, Don't be afraid, he's not a bad person. Lena also stopped and softened her tone. I'm here to help you. Don't get agitated. The demi-human girl was clearly stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with disbelief. You can actually translate this special language? Seeing Lena nod, she broke down instantly, her eyes reddening as she cried out that they just wanted to live, but they had been treated like this all along. She talked a lot, but Lena only replied, I'm not a slave trader, so there's no point in telling me all this. Even as she said that, he had already performed an appraisal on her. Name, Martina Shelley, 19 years old, female, Eurasian. Current condition, severely injured, bleeding, and starving. Talent-wise, strength, S, endurance, agility, B. Overall attributes are stronger than Nora's. If this foundation were developed into a warrior, she would definitely be a heavyweight in any team. More importantly, the system's evaluation was legendary quality. Lena's spirits lifted instantly, and only one thought remained in his mind. He couldn't miss out on a demi-human of this caliber no matter what. As he was lost in thought, Nora called out "Master" several times, pulling him back to reality. When Nora asked what to do next, Lena said, "Either let her go or take her home." Martina wiped away her tears, struggled to her feet, and tried to leave, but Nora stopped her after only 2 steps. Nora told her that she was too badly injured, and the smell of blood would attract green-skinned monsters. There were also many slave traders outside the forest, and if she went out in her current state, she would most likely be captured again. Hearing this, Martina's stubbornness gradually faded, leaving only deep helplessness. "I have nowhere else to go." Lena knew it was her turn to step in, so she spoke directly. "Then how about you come with me?" Martina looked at him warily and coldly retorted, "Humans would be so kind? You saved me. You must have something to gain. Do you want my body or something else?" This question stumped Lena. If she really had to say what she wanted, it would definitely be her strength. Before he could even speak, Nora spoke up for him. She told Martina that she also hated humans, but Lena was different from others. He wouldn't mistreat her, he would feed her, and he would never force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Martina clearly didn't believe it, and frowned as she asked, "How could there be such a human?" Nora didn't explain further, but solemnly said, "I swear on my soul." After a moment of silence, Lena explained her conditions. "Of course I won't support you for nothing. You'll have to work and sign a contract with me, officially becoming my slave." Martina's face changed instantly upon hearing the contract. Nora raised her arm and showed her the circular mark. "This is it. After it's imprinted, we can't disobey our master, or we'll die. Other than that, it's no different from usual." Lena said directly, "Believe it or not, once you've earned enough value from me, I'll probably set you free in about 10 years. Whether you stay or leave, I won't stop you." Martina lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. She knew humans were cunning, and she also knew she had no other choice but to go. After a long while, she finally raised her head, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Will you really set me free then?" Lena replied calmly, "The money you've earned for me is enough for me to buy 2 of you at the slave market. In that case, why should I force you to stay?" These words finally made Martina waver. She lowered her head, silently praying for her parents' protection, then whispered, "10 years is too long. 5 years. Set me free in 5 years." Lena breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years was enough, especially since truly safe places were few and far between in this world filled with malice towards demi-humans. With that in mind, Lena didn't hesitate any longer and readily nodded in agreement. Deal. Chapter 9. Signing a contract with the horse girl. On the way back, because Martina had a leg injury and could not move easily, Nora carried her the whole time, while Lena dragged the leather armor she had taken from the goblin, intending to exchange it for some money at the Adventurers Guild. After a day's journey, the 3 finally saw the distant city of Melid. Lena planned to enter the city first to stamp Martina with the slave seal, complete the mission, and then see what rewards the system would give. Just then, a voice drifted into Lena's ears. "When can we eat? I'm so hungry." He turned around and met Martina's gaze. It wasn't that he was deliberately starving her. It's just that this girl could eat so much, at least 2 pieces of black bread per meal, while they had only brought 3 days' worth of food with them on this trip. It was already noon, and the 3 of them hadn't eaten anything since morning. The 2 demi-humans' stomachs were growling, and Martina, knowing she'd eaten too much, felt a little embarrassed. Lena could only say, "Just bear with it a little longer. We'll buy you some food once we get to town." Martina nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the 3 entered the city, and the surroundings suddenly became lively. Lena first went to the bakery to buy some black bread and handed it to Martina, then went to the Adventurers Guild to sell the leather armor. It turned out the pile of junk was worthless. The whole set only sold for 10 copper coins. After selling the goods, Lena led the 2 towards the slave market. Before they even got close, Martina panicked and couldn't help but ask where they were going. Lena told her directly that she was going to the slave market to sign a contract, not to be sold. Nora also comforted her, saying that her master wouldn't lie to her. But when they actually entered the slave market, Martina was still horrified by the scene before her. Groups of demi-humans stood on the platform for people to choose from. If they didn't do their job properly, they would be whipped until their skin was torn and bleeding. In the corners, there were even piles of demi-human corpses crawling with maggots. Martina's face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably, while Nora gritted her teeth and endured it, cursing the slave traders in her heart. Lena grabbed a slave trader at random, explained her purpose, and was led into the basement. Martina sat in a chair, clinging tightly to Nora's leg, refusing to let go, while the slave trader immediately became interested upon seeing her. The man sized her up, praising her good looks, long and strong limbs, saying she would be useful whether for farming or training as a warrior, and that her face was also quite attractive. Then, he directly asked Lena if she would sell Martina to him, offering 5 gold coins. Seeing Lena frown, he quickly increased the price to 8. Lena remained unmoved. A legendary demi-human, the value she could create in the future far exceeded this sum of money. He immediately refused. Not for sale. The slave trader had no choice but to give up. Afterwards, Martina was stamped with the contract seal. She was physically strong and didn't faint afterward, though she was extremely weak. Before leaving Melod City, Lena made a point of buying some white bread from the bakery. By the time the 3 of them returned home, it was almost dark. Martina sat in the corner, quietly watching Lena. She had thought she would definitely be sold today, but unexpectedly, the other party really did keep their word. For the first time, a wavering arose in her heart, and she felt that perhaps not all humans were bad, but she still decided to continue observing. At this moment, Lena waved to the 2 beast-eared girls. "Come and have dinner, and then take a bath. I'll help you apply medicine to your leg." After saying that, she took out white bread and jam. Nora immediately ran to the table and sat down obediently. Martina also limped over, smelling the aroma of bread and jam, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Lena handed her a piece of white bread spread with jam. Martina tentatively took a bite, and her eyes lit up the next second. She then wolfed it down. After finishing her meal, she couldn't help but lick the crumbs from the corners of her mouth, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this, Lena smiled and said, "Don't cry. Work hard and make money. Let's work together, and I'll make sure you can eat white bread every day from now on." Martina and Nora nodded in unison. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. "Mission complete. Reward officially issued." Lena felt a weight in her hand, and looking down, she saw 3 Dias gold coins imprinted with a dragon pattern. This reward was so generous that even she was somewhat surprised. Immediately afterward, the system notified him that he had successfully activated the Lord of Beast-Eared Girls bonus effect, making it easier to gain the favor and trust of demi-humans in the future. Lena stroked his chin, thinking that this achievement was indeed quite good. But before he could be happy for long, the system refreshed a new task, which was to clear out the goblin nests entrenched in the west forest of the city, with a reward of 10 gold coins. Upon seeing the task, Lena was stunned. This level of task should have been handled by the kingdom's army. How could a third-rate adventurer like him possibly manage it? Just as he was furiously complaining about how unreliable the system was, Martina, right in front of him, unwrapped the linen cloth covering her body, revealing her shapely figure. Chapter 10. Listen to me, look at my legs. Martina had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion and a very beautiful figure, especially her legs, which were firm and toned, with a flat waist and abdomen, and you could even vaguely see her abs. She exuded the aura of a sporty young woman, like a cool and unapproachable upperclassman in a university track and field club. The only flaw was that, like Nora, she liked to wrap herself up tightly in strips of cloth. Martina bent down to pick up the linen cloth and re-wrap it around herself, her expression somewhat complicated, inwardly muttering to herself. Martina felt that Lena was always concerned about her health. When Lena saw that Martina had wrapped herself up again, she couldn't help but say, "Why are you wearing this? Aren't you going to take a bath later? I need to check your wound after the bath." Although Martina was reluctant, she still untied the strips of cloth, sat down at the table with her legs crossed, and waited for the hot water to boil. Before long, 2 buckets of hot water were poured into the wooden basin. Lena tested the water temperature and, finding it to be about right, beckoned Martina over. Martina slowly walked to the cubicle, peeked inside, and looked hesitant, as if she had misunderstood something. Lena immediately understood what she meant, pushed the person inside, and then pulled the curtain closed. Nonsense, of course you're washing by yourself. Throw out those dirty strips of cloth too. You'll get sick if you don't pay attention to hygiene. I've already put the clean clothes by the door. Martina responded softly. After a while, the sound of running water came from the cubicle, and she threw out the dirty strips of cloth. Nora saw this and went to pick them up, putting them in the wooden bucket by the door. Half an hour later, Martina reached out from behind the curtain and took the clothes from outside inside. A few minutes later, she finally finished washing up and came out. Lena waved to her. Come on, take a look at your legs. Martina hesitated for a moment before limping over to him, secretly cursing him in her heart for being a frivolous man, clearly still not completely letting her guard down. Lena didn't bother arguing with her and simply squatted down to examine her leg injury. He remembered clearly that when he first saw Martina yesterday, she had a 2-finger-wide, penetrating wound on her thigh that looked terrifying. But now, the wound had actually started to heal and was even slowly scabbing over. Such a speed of recovery was indeed somewhat surprising. After reading it, Lena couldn't help but exclaim, "A good recovery indeed. The vitality of you demi-humans is truly remarkable." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the chest, took out a wool blanket, and spread it next to the fireplace, which would be Martina's sleeping place tonight. Martina nodded, her tone calm. As long as we have water and food, even if we're severely injured, we can slowly recover. Hearing this, Lena felt a surge of curiosity. How exactly did such a powerful race end up being defeated by humans, even reduced to enslavement? Just then, Martina suddenly patted his shoulder and asked softly, "What should I call you? I don't know your name yet." Lena turned to look at her, pretending to be nonchalant. "My name is Lena. You can call me by my name or Master if you want, I don't mind." "And you, what's your name?" Martina replied seriously. "My name is Martina. Anyway, I won't call you Master, just call me by my name." Lena nodded and didn't say anything, but pointed to the bedding on the ground. "You'll sleep here tonight. Nora will be next to you. That should be fine, right?" Martina had no objections. It was indeed much warmer by the fireplace, but Martina still wasn't completely relaxed, secretly reminding herself to be careful tonight. Meanwhile, Lena was too lazy to care what she thought. As long as she could stay and work, he didn't care about anything else. After showering, Lena went straight back to bed. He was exhausted from all the running around these past few days and just wanted a good night's sleep. But just as he was about to drift off, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Martina is finally asleep, and the homeroom teacher seems to be asleep too. Lena was immediately filled with questions. Before she could think about them further, she heard Nora hesitate in her mind. "How about tomorrow? It's not good to wake Master up now. He must be very tired today." Hearing this, Lena opened her eyes and saw a pair of blue eyes staring intently at her. The scene was truly frightening. Lena frowned and asked, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Nora, caught red-handed, quickly took 2 steps back, pointed to the cat ears on her head, and said seriously, "Master, I'm here to fulfill my promise. I promised to let you touch my ears when I got back." If she hadn't brought it up, Lena would have almost forgotten about it. He chuckled twice and gestured for Nora to sit on the edge of the bed. Nora, however, remained wary, emphasizing first, "You can only touch my ears, nothing else. Don't get any ideas, Master." Lena waved her hand helplessly, indicating that she was only interested in Nora's ears. Hearing this, Nora finally relaxed and carefully sat down with her back to him. The pair of black cat ears, fluffy and still trembling slightly with unease. When Lena reached out to touch her, Nora visibly trembled, but she gritted her teeth and endured it, only asking him to be gentle. Afterwards, Nora whispered her thanks, saying that if Lena hadn't saved her, she might be dead by now. Lena offered a few words of comfort, and then asked if there was anything she particularly wanted to eat. Nora said she was content with just black bread, but Lena knew very well that what she really wanted was meat. After all, meat wasn't cheap in this world, and ordinary families couldn't afford to eat it every day. But Nora is, after all, a feline demi-human, naturally inclined towards meat. Black bread alone certainly won't be enough. Seeing that she was still stubborn, Lena gently scratched the downy fur in her ear as punishment. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the city to buy Martina a set of equipment and 2 chickens for Nora to supplement her nutrition. Chapter 11. Buy Martina a good sword. Early in the morning, Reiner brought 2 demi-humans to Melad's weapon shop to choose a weapon. Since they were going to fight Goblin, Martina definitely needed a suitable weapon. Otherwise, she would feel something was missing in the actual battle. The demi-human squatted down in front of the shelves as soon as he entered, looking around as if he had a natural interest in weapons. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find anything that suited his taste. On the other side, Martina had already tried several swords, and the old blacksmith standing beside her was clearly getting impatient. Reiner walked over and asked, "Well, have you chosen yet?" At that moment, Martina was holding a 2-handed sword taller than herself, swinging it back and forth between shelves. She handed the sword to Reiner, letting him try it out and see if it suited him. Reiner took the sword, swung it a couple of times, and immediately shook his head. The 2-handed sword was heavy enough for him, but Martina held it with ease. He glanced at the muscles in Martina's arms. They weren't as exaggerated as his, yet they could unleash astonishing strength. Martina said directly that the sword was still too light. She wanted a weapon that was heavier, wider, and more imposing to wield. Reiner relayed this to the old blacksmith, who glanced at Martina and immediately launched into a tirade, his tone brimming with contempt. Reiner felt a pang of discomfort. While people in this world generally harbored hostility towards demi-humans, the old blacksmith's casual insults were still particularly irritating. But since he was there to buy weapons, he didn't want to waste his breath on such matters and simply waited for the other party to deliver the goods. The old blacksmith turned and went into the warehouse, where he laboriously carried out a long wooden crate. After the lid was pried open, a brand new greatsword was revealed inside. The sword was wide and gleaming, subtly shimmering with different colors of light. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was no ordinary weapon. Martina bent down and effortlessly lifted the greatsword with one hand, the movement as if she hadn't exerted any strength. She casually swung the sword twice, and a low, piercing whistling sound filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Clearly, the sword had finally satisfied her. She couldn't help but exclaim that it was the best weapon she had ever seen. It felt good in the hand, had a good weight to it, and was incredibly solid. The old blacksmith couldn't understand, so he had to ask Reiner to translate. After listening, the old man immediately perked up and began to boast about the sword's origins. According to him, the sword was forged from the finest steel and mithril, specifically designed to ward off evil spirits, and was his most prized creation. In the end, he even patted his chest and guaranteed that it was absolutely the finest 2-handed sword in the entire city. Reiner, not wanting to listen to his long-winded explanation, asked directly how much it cost. The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then answered, at least 15 Dayest gold coins. Upon hearing the price, Reiner fell silent. He was clearly prepared, but he was still taken aback. Iron was scarce in this era, let alone when it was mixed with mithril, a material so expensive that even the kingdom's elite knights were reluctant to use much of it. Just then, the system's voice rang out, reminding Reiner to plan wisely and spend his money on things that were truly worthwhile. The old blacksmith added that the sword's materials and craftsmanship alone justified its price. Reiner sighed, helplessly explaining that the money was enough for an ordinary farmer to save for 7 years without eating or drinking. Hearing this, a shrewd glint flashed in the old blacksmith's eyes. He first confirmed whether Reiner was an adventurer, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, immediately proposed a trade. He took a tattered map from the cabinet, pointed to a desolate area west of Melod City, and whispered that a band of bandits were hiding there, their leader named Leonard. He said that if Leonard could capture Leonard, he would give him the sword directly. After saying that, he took out a portrait and handed it over. The man in the portrait had a fierce face, scars, and was blind in one eye. He didn't look like a kind person at all. Reiner casually put the portrait away. Then he asked, "What grudge do you have against this man?" Upon hearing this, the old blacksmith clenched his fists immediately. gritting his teeth as he said that Leonard had killed his only son. Leonard then asked why they hadn't contacted the bounty hunters, to which the blacksmith replied that they had tried, but months had passed without results. Leonard thought for a moment, then pressed further, asking approximately how many bandits were involved. The old blacksmith couldn't say for sure, only that there might be a few or a dozen, who knows. Anyway, it would be best to bring the person back alive. If that wasn't possible, a dead person would do, but the person's head had to be brought to him. Okay, I'll give it a try, but don't get your hopes up too high. Reiner didn't completely rule it out, but he'd already made up his mind. He'd put the main quest aside for now and take on this side quest first. After all, the old blacksmith's reward seemed more substantial than the system's. After the conversation, Reiner first let Martina choose another ordinary two-handed sword, and then casually gave her a shield. Then he looked at Nora and saw her squatting in front of the shelf picking out throwing knives. So he simply bought her 2 sets, since these things are consumables anyway. After leaving the weapon shop, Reiner went to an armor shop to have leather armor custom-made for the 3 of them. The craftsman, while taking their measurements, joked that in all his years, this was the first time he'd ever seen someone willing to buy weapons and armor for their female slaves. The 3 sets of leather armor wouldn't be ready for pickup for 3 days. These past few days, Reiner had been planning to first go to the west of the city to investigate the bandits. Thinking of this, he turned to Martina and asked how her leg injury was. Martina replied expressionlessly that it was almost fully healed. Reiner nodded. Okay, then you can show off later. Chapter 12. Leading the bandits to claim the reward. Melod was a small city with only a small gate on its east side. After leaving the city, Reiner circled the city walls before reaching the wilderness to the west. The weeds here were taller than a person, and there wasn't even a decent path. It was clearly a place suitable for hiding people. Reiner knew very well that there were likely sentries hidden near the bandit camp. If the 3 of them tried to sneak forward together, they would probably be discovered before they even got close. So he sent Nora ahead to scout ahead, while he and Martina stayed behind to wait for news. Nora, go check ahead. Come back to me if anything happens. Be careful. Nora nodded, drew her dagger, and turned to disappear into the undergrowth. Martina glanced at Reiner, puzzled, and asked, "What about us?" Reiner simply replied, "Wait." In terms of ability, Nora was undoubtedly the most suitable for reconnaissance among the 3. But after waiting for quite a while, Nora still hadn't returned, and Reiner began to feel uneasy. Fortunately, half an hour later, Nora finally crawled back, with a few green leaves still hanging on her head. Nora reported in a low voice that the area had been searched and no trace of other people had been found. The bandits were most likely hiding in the woods ahead. Reiner nodded and immediately led Martina after them, leaving Nora to lead the way. The 3 had only walked a few hundred meters when Nora suddenly stopped. Her ears perked up, clearly having heard something. He turned back and asked if they should arrest the man. Reiner first taught him a Dice phrase, meaning quiet down, come with me, and then told him to act according to the situation. Nora memorized it after just 1 try and then slipped out again. Not long after, she returned, but her dagger was now covered in blood. It turned out the man hadn't been cooperative and had tried to resist, so Nora simply killed him. Reiner didn't say much, and the 3 continued on their way. After walking for a while, a man's voice suddenly came from afar, as if calling his companion to buy alcohol. After calling several times without response, his tone immediately became impatient. Reiner winked at Nora, who understood and silently crept out of the bushes. Soon, Nora dragged the man back. Upon seeing them, he immediately knelt and begged for mercy, saying he would tell them anything. Reiner showed him the portrait, and the man immediately recognized it as their leader, Leonard, adding that the camp was in the woods ahead. After asking all the necessary questions, Reiner didn't waste any more words, only giving Nora a look. The next second, the man's throat was slit. The 3 continued to probe into the woods, and after walking a few hundred meters more, Nora suddenly stopped and whispered that she could hear voices coming from the camp. This time, Nora offered to scout ahead again. Reiner nodded in agreement, telling him to be careful. But this time it took even longer, and when Nora returned, her face was covered in blood. Reiner initially thought she was injured, but the blood wasn't hers. Nora wiped her face and said in a low voice that she had just taken care of a sentry. Besides that, she had also figured out the situation in the camp. There were 15 bandits in total, and Leonard, who was in the portrait, was also there. He had only spotted one sentry nearby so far, nothing else. Upon hearing this, Reiner immediately began a plan. A direct confrontation with 15 men was definitely not an option. They would have to resort to a sneak attack combined with coordinated attacks. He quickly devised a plan. Nora would continue to hide in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike, while he and Martina would approach from the front and try to subdue Leonard first. After giving her instructions, Nora slipped out from the side. Reiner whispered to Martina that she just needed to follow his lead. It was getting darker, and the two hadn't gone far when they saw firelight in the woods, clearly the bandits' camp. As they drew closer, several bandits gathered around a campfire came into view, one of whom was Leonard. The bandits also saw Leonard, but because of the darkness, they couldn't make out his features, so they frowned and asked, "Who?" Reiner immediately feigned nervousness and fear, stammering that he was lost and had only come to ask for directions. Reiner smiled upon hearing this, saying that Melid was to the east, but his hand was already reaching for the dagger at his waist, clearly indicating he had no good intentions. He approached slowly with a few bandits, his gaze fixed on Martina. Leonard took a few steps back, holding his round shield in front of him, continuing to feign panic. Just as Leonard placed his hand on his shoulder, a scream suddenly echoed through the camp. Several bandits instinctively turned around to look, and Reiner seized the opportunity, swinging his round shield and smashing it hard into the back of Leonard's head, knocking him unconscious. Before the others could react, Martina's greatsword swept out, instantly cutting down the two in front of her. The remaining bandits realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Martina's attacks were swift and ruthless, cutting them all down in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Nora emerged from the direction of the camp and whispered to Reiner that she had cleared out the people inside. Martina saw Leonard lying on the ground and instinctively raised her sword to finish him off, but Leonard quickly stopped her. "We can't kill him. He's the leader. He's more valuable alive than dead." Martina nodded as if she understood, and then sheathed her sword. Reiner took out a rope and tied the unconscious Leonard tightly, then led Martina to search the camp. But the bandits clearly had nothing of value. After searching for a long time, they only found a dozen or so copper coins. As it grew darker and the desolate wilderness became unsafe, Reiner didn't linger any longer. He called Nora, carried the still unconscious Reiner on his back, and turned to head towards Melord City. Chapter 13. Can I touch your tail? All right, this is all a misunderstanding. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of a huge treasure. After waking up, Leonard was still desperately trying to bribe Lena, hoping to use this offer to save his life. Lena wasn't buying it and casually replied, "Then tell me the location first." Leonard immediately retorted that the person had to be released first. Otherwise, how would he know if Lena would keep her word? As soon as she finished speaking, Lena winked at Martina. Martina snorted, "Our friend talks too much nonsense. Let him sleep for a while." With a muffled thud, Leonard was knocked unconscious again. Lena then led her entourage directly into town to the old blacksmith shop. It was already dark, and the blacksmith shop was closed for the day. Lena knocked for a while before the old blacksmith impatiently opened the door. But when he recognized Leonard on the ground by the candlelight, his expression changed drastically. "I've brought him here, and he's alive." Upon hearing this, the old blacksmith trembled. He immediately grabbed Leonard's hair and looked closely. After confirming that it was him, he raised his hand and punched him, cursing quite rudely. He then hurried back into the shop, lit all the candles, and tied Leonard to the wooden chair. Lena stood nearby and glanced over, noticing that he had even pulled out a sickle and fire tongs, and knew that the man was probably not going to make it tonight. After a while, the old blacksmith finally dragged out the wooden box from the warehouse. "What you wanted is here." Lena opened it and checked it. The sword was fine, so she told Martina to take it with her, then turned and left. What happened next was none of his business. As Lena passed by a brightly lit tavern, she suddenly smelled the aroma of smoked meat and remembered that she had promised to buy meat for Nora to help her recover. So she went in and bought a clean chicken, intending to take it back for Nora to enjoy. He had originally planned to buy some more smoked pork, but having already spent almost all his money on 3 sets of leather armor, he had to give up for the time being. By the time he returned to the village, It was completely dark, and the two beast-eared girls were covered in blood, looking like they had just finished their work and were back. Lena told them to take a bath first, and then eat after they were clean, while he sat in front of the fireplace, slowly roasting the chicken. As he roasted it, Nora came up to him. Her hair was still wet, but her eyes were fixed on the roasting chicken in the fire, her mouth practically watering. "It smells so good. I haven't had meat in ages." Seeing this, Lena reached out and pinched her cheek. "Wipe your drool. This was bought especially for you. You'll be able to eat it soon." Nora thanked her softly, but her eyes never left the chicken. A little while later, Martina finished her bath, casually splashed the dirty water outside the door, and then came over to take a look. Lena casually asked her if she ate meat, but Martina shook her head, saying she preferred grains and vegetables. Lena looked at the injury on her leg again and found that it was almost healed. "Then you're fine. Go to the kitchen and get 2 pieces of black bread to eat. The jam is in the cupboard. Spread it on yourself." Hearing this, Martina immediately ran off happily. Lena and Nora were left alone in the house, sitting by the fireplace, waiting for the chicken to slowly roast. Once the chicken was cooked, Lena brought it to the table. Although Nora was incredibly hungry, she sat quietly without reaching for it. Lena told her to wait a little longer, then gently touched her wet cat ears and took a towel from the cabinet to dry them. "After your bath, make sure to dry your ears thoroughly, otherwise you'll easily get sick, remember?" Nora lowered her head and softly responded, a pang of sadness rising in her heart. When she was little, only her parents would wipe her ears like this. Lena quickly placed the bowl in front of her and added 2 more roasted chicken legs. "Eat up, don't overthink it." Nora couldn't resist any longer and began to wolf down the chicken legs. Judging from her expression, she was truly craving them. As Lena ate, she thought that once she had money, she would at least be able to live a life as carefree as she did before she transmigrated. After finishing her meal, Nora stood up to clear the table, and Lena didn't stand on ceremony. She went to fetch a bucket of water and took a quick shower. When he returned to bed, drowsiness overwhelmed him. Martina was already asleep by the fireplace, clutching her greatsword. But just as Lena was about to pull the covers over herself, a thought drifted into his mind. "Master, she shouldn't be asleep yet, right? It's time to let her touch your ears." At the same time, Nora lowered her voice and whispered to him by the bedside. Lena opened her eyes and saw Nora squatting there, staring at her expectantly. "What's wrong?" he asked, feigning ignorance. Nora whispered a reminder, "Touch your ears." Lena patted the edge of the bed, gesturing for her to sit down. Nora sat down naturally on the edge of the bed, and then Lena grabbed her ears and rubbed them for a while. At first, she wasn't used to it. When her ears itched, she couldn't help but make whimpering sounds. But after Lena softened her movements, the discomfort slowly turned into a strange kind of comfort. As she was being petted, Nora suddenly whispered, "Thank you for taking care of me, Master." "Thank you so much," Lena casually replied. "It's nothing. Cats are supposed to eat meat. I'll buy you more in the future." But these words only confused Nora more. She couldn't help but let her mind wander. Why was her master being so kind to her? Did he really have designs on her body? Thinking about this, she felt that such thoughts were too shameful, and she quickly scolded herself in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Listening to Nora's jumbled thoughts and watching the cat's tail swaying gently behind her, Lena suddenly had a different idea. The next second, she asked seriously, "Nora, can I touch your tail?" Chapter 14. The Female Adventurer. After staying at home for 3 days, Martina's leg had fully healed. The scab had fallen off, leaving only a small white scar. Today is also the day they set off for the Dawn Forest to hunt goblins. They are currently at the armor shop in Melid to pick up the leather light armor they ordered 3 days ago. This light armor only protects the chest, forearms, and thighs, offering limited protection. However, it is lightweight and inexpensive, costing only 2 gold coins for 3 sets. Chainmail would cost several times more, and plate armor is out of the question. Reiner looked at the 2 of them and asked, "How is it? Does the breastplate fit? If it feels tight, be sure to tell us." Nora was fine. The size wasn't too big, and she wore it without any problems. Martina, however, was a little uncomfortable, but after trying it on, she said she could wear it. Reiner nodded after listening and led the two away from the armor shop. As they passed the square, he saw Leonard hanging on the gallows. His death was gruesome. His hands and feet had been cut off. The old blacksmith was still standing below the gallows, gleefully discussing the matter with passers-by. Martina glanced at the old blacksmith, then nudged Reiner and whispered to him how much the two-handed sword on his back was worth, saying she would earn the money to pay him back later. Reiner told her the sword was worth 15 gold coins. But Martina, like Nora, couldn't count at all and had no concept of that number. Reiner had to rephrase it. It could probably fill the whole village we live in with black bread. Martina nodded as if she understood, and Reiner secretly made a mental note that he would have to find time to teach the two beast-eared girls to read and do arithmetic, otherwise they would have difficulty communicating most of the time. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Nora, and their eyes met. Nora, looking guilty, immediately turned her head away. Ever since that night, when Reiner suggested touching his tail, Nora had been feeling awkward, her mind filled with all sorts of random thoughts. Seeing this, Reiner didn't say much and reached out to touch his cat ears. Perhaps because he'd been touching them so often lately, Nora wasn't as resistant as before, and sometimes she would even lean her head in. But with Martina watching right now, he still couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Reiner turned his head and saw Martina staring at them with wide eyes and a curious expression. After a moment of eye contact, Martina immediately declared, "What are you looking at me for? I won't let anyone touch my ears." Reiner almost laughed because he wasn't really interested in horse ears. He preferred cat ears. As for Martina, all she ever thought about was eating and sleeping. The three continued their journey towards the Dawn Forest. On the way, Martina couldn't help but ask, "Did we come back just to hunt goblins?" Reiner nodded, then asked her if goblins were easy to deal with. Martina immediately shook her head, saying that although these guys were short and thin, they were all very cunning. If they couldn't beat someone, they would beg for mercy first, then launch a sneak attack when the other person was off guard. They were also very good at setting traps, so you must not be careless. After hearing this, Reiner became even more cautious. His main purpose in coming here was to scout out the situation first. If it was too dangerous, he would retreat and figure out a solution later. He then asked Martina if she knew the exact location of the goblin's lair. Martina shook her head, saying she had encountered them not long after fleeing here and didn't know the location of the lair. Reiner wasn't in a hurry. Nora's scouting skills were excellent, and if the goblins were really nearby, they could find him eventually. Just then, Nora, who was walking in front, suddenly perked up her ears and whispered a warning. "Master, there are people ahead." Reiner immediately gripped his spiked mace, and Martina drew her greatsword. The three of them slowed their pace and continued to approach. Soon, they saw a group of about 20 men ahead, all middle-aged and burly, armed with weapons, led by two knights, heading towards the Dawn Forest. Reiner glanced at them and noticed a female adventurer at the back of the group. She appeared to be the only woman in the group. At the same time, the female adventurer also noticed Reiner. After looking him up and down for a few moments, she smiled and said, "You must be Mr. Reiner?" Reiner was a little surprised and looked at her a few more times. She was a blonde girl of about 17 or 18, wearing a dark brown belted lawn dress. Her demeanor and speech were very refined, clearly indicating she was well educated. She looked like a young lady from a fallen noble family. Reiner had seen her a few times when accepting quests at the Adventurers Guild, but they had never really spoken. The female adventurer nodded, saying she had noticed Reiner before because of his distinctive skin color, unlike the others. Reiner simply nodded calmly, offering no further explanation. She then asked if he was also there to hunt goblins, to which Reiner replied, and casually inquired whether they were the same. The female adventurer explained that a slave trader had died nearby a few days ago, and the Lord had issued a bounty for goblin hunting, with only 20 slots available, and she was one of them. Reiner asked her about the reward. She smiled and said the reward was quite generous. If the hunt was successful, each person would receive 10 silver coins. After saying that, she extended her hand to Reiner and introduced herself. "You probably don't know my name yet. I'm Juni's baker." Reiner thought for a moment, then extended his hand and shook hers. "Just call me Reiner." Juni's then looked at Nora and Martina, clearly interested in the two demi-humans. After observing them for a moment, he asked. Are these your slaves? Leonard paused for a moment and replied only, sort of. Junie smiled gently. Their eyes are very clear. You must treat them very well. Reiner's lips curled up slightly. He had always treated the two beast-eared girls as his own people, and they were certainly different from those slaves with bleak futures. After chatting with Junes for a while, she was suddenly called to the front of the group, and Reiner quietly followed behind. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears. She's so beautiful. She must be the master's woman. Chapter 15. I can see 5 colors. When the team arrived at Dawn Forest, it was already night. The adventure party lit 2 campfires in the woods, and everyone sat around them chatting and bragging, looking quite happy. Lenizard didn't join them. He sat against the tree behind them, munching on black bread with the 2 beast-eared girls. He wasn't good at dealing with those rough adventurers. He preferred quiet to noise. Besides, Nora and Martina didn't like crowded places either. After finishing their meal, the 3 sat down to rest under a tree. Martina was clearly sleepy, but with humans all around, she didn't dare to actually fall asleep. Lenizard whispered, "Go to sleep if you're tired. Don't worry about anyone doing anything to you." Martina nodded, then leaned on Nora's shoulder and closed her eyes. Just then, a young knight with a retinue approached. He looked to be in his early 20s. He first sized up Leonard, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. "I've never seen you before." Lenizard casually replied, "I was just about to meet you in this forest anyway, so I just followed along. There are a lot of bandits around here, so it's safer to travel in groups." The knight's face darkened upon hearing this, and he coldly remarked, "Watch your tone next time." With that, he turned and left. Leonard froze, completely bewildered. He stared at the man's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, utterly baffled by the man's arrogance. Martina, half asleep, mumbled, "What's there to be angry about? He's not necessarily as powerful as me." She then turned over and went back to sleep. Leonard turned to look at Nora, reached out and gently stroked her furry animal ears, and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Nora whispered, "Master, please rest first. I'll keep watch and wake Martina up in the middle of the night." Leonard shook his head. "No need. You go to sleep first. I'll wake you up later in the night." He gently scratched the downy hair in Nora's ear, and Nora immediately yawned sleepily, her eyes squinting. "Then I'm really going to sleep." "Go to sleep." After receiving permission, Nora closed her eyes. But with her back against a tree and Martina on her shoulder, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing her discomfort, Leonard said softly, "You can lean on my shoulder." Nora stole a glance at him, hesitated for a while, and then cautiously leaned closer, asking nervously, "Isn't it too heavy?" Leonard said helplessly, "Don't be so tense, relax. Go to sleep. I need to sleep after you're done." Nora obediently did as she was told, letting out a long sigh of relief as she relaxed completely. Before long, she fell asleep against Leonard. Leonard sat quietly, watching the group of adventurers singing and dancing around the campfire in the distance. Just then, a familiar figure approached. It was Junes. Junes was about to speak when Leonard first pointed to the 2 sleeping beast-eared girls beside him, signaling her to be quiet. Junes immediately understood, covered her mouth, sat down next to him, and whispered, "Why are you hiding here? Aren't you going to play with them?" "I prefer quiet, so I'm not really suited for that kind of occasion," Reiner said calmly. "Me too," Junes replied in a low voice, then glanced at the sleeping Nora. "She seems to trust you a lot. It's the first time I've seen a demi-human so unguarded with a human." Renazar glanced at him. "You often deal with demi-humans? Are you a slave trader?" Junie shook his head and smiled. "No, it's just that I have many demi-human servants in my household, so I've had a lot of contact with them in the past." As he spoke, he took out a book and began to read, while a ball of fire simultaneously ignited in his palm for illumination. It was the first time Lenizar had witnessed someone casting magic so closely, and he found it all quite fascinating. The flames seemed to appear out of thin air from his hand. It was truly magical. Junes noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, "Do you think it's amazing?" Leonard immediately asked, "Can you teach me?" Junes paused for a moment, then said, "I can give it a try, but let me make it clear first. Magic isn't something everyone can learn. Some people try for a long time, and in the end, they might not learn anything at all." "Okay, Junie sat down opposite Leonard, took his left hand, and said seriously, "Close your eyes. I'll give you a simple test first." Leonard closed his eyes, and the surroundings instantly plunged into darkness. Junie's voice came slowly. "Don't be afraid. Calm down, and tell me what you see." Leonard couldn't help but complain. "I closed my eyes. What could I see? There's nothing." Junie said with a hint of helplessness, "It's not about seeing with your eyes. It's about seeing with your heart." Lenizar was completely bewildered, thinking this sounded like the words of a charlatan. But in the next instant, a huge, crystal-clear gem actually appeared in the darkness. He subconsciously looked up, staring at the crystal, and whispered, "I see a crystal." Junie's was immediately overjoyed. "You're lucky. You have the talent to become a mage. That's called a magic crystal. It's where you'll store magic power later, and its size determines your potential." "How big is it?" Leonard frowned and thought for a moment. "It's hard to describe. It's like a mountain. You can't see the end of it at all." Even Junie's was stunned. He had seen magic crystals as small as apples, and he had seen ones as big as trees, but he had never heard of one as exaggerated as a mountain before. He immediately pressed, "What else did you see?" Then, Leonard saw a wisp of light green mist slowly seep into the giant magic crystal. Green, light green mist. Junie's breathing quickened. "That's wind element, one of the 5 basic elements. Congratulations, you can use wind magic." But the next second, Lenizar saw a second color, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. He paused for a moment before asking in a low voice, "I have a question for you. Are there any magicians who can use more than 2 elemental spells at the same time?" Junie's laughed upon hearing this, his tone tinged with pride. "Of course there are, like me. I can skillfully use water and fire magic. As for magicians with 3 elements, I've never heard of one." Leonard's forehead was almost sweating. He hesitated for a long time before whispering, "Then, what if we could see 5 colors?" Chapter 16. A Magical Genius One in a Million. Nora followed Reiner, stealing glances at him every now and then, her mind filled with questions about what her master had done last night. When she woke up, it was already dawn, and that human woman was still by his side. Reiner yawned. He had only talked about magic with Junie's all night and hadn't done anything shameful. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his ears, notifying him that he had activated the achievement Enlightenment in Magic. Reiner casually asked if this achievement would give any bonuses, but the system replied directly that it wouldn't, which immediately made him lose interest. It was clearly another useless achievement. After last night's test, whenever Reiner looked around, he would see colorful elemental specks in his vision. As long as his body came into contact with them, those elements would be absorbed into his body. With each bit absorbed, the crystal in his mental world would gain a little more color. According to Junius, these are natural elements, which are closely related to spellcasting. Different elements cannot be mixed, which means that he has 5 different attribute blue bars in his body. At this moment, Nora gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Master, why don't you take a nap? You look very sleepy." Reiner waved his hand, saying that not sleeping all night was nothing. He had even stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights straight before. Although Nora didn't quite understand, she obediently shut her mouth and stopped trying to persuade him. At this moment, the adventurers had split into many small teams and were conducting a thorough search of the entire Dawn Forest. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they discovered the goblin's lair. Nora offered to help, but Reiner refused outright. In his view, reconnaissance was the most dangerous job, and he wanted to avoid putting Nora at risk as much as possible. He figured it wouldn't be too late to act once they actually found the lair. Martina nodded seriously beside him, saying that Reiner was smart, at least smarter than her. Being praised like this by a beast-eared girl with an intelligence aptitude of only D, Reiner didn't know whether to be happy or not. Just then, Junies patted him on the shoulder from behind and asked him in confusion why he wasn't helping. Reiner honestly replied that he planned to wait until others found the nest before going to lend a hand. After hearing this, Junie sat down under the tree and said that her task wasn't to search. She would only help if someone was injured. The two hit it off immediately and decided to stay and rest. Reiner hesitated for a moment, then shamelessly asked if he could borrow her magic book. Junies didn't think much of it and handed over the book she was carrying. In this world, Books are valuable items, let alone books that record magic. Their value must be considerable, yet Junies borrowed them quite readily. After Reiner opened the first page, Junies watched for a while, then suddenly asked him if he could read. Reiner calmly replied that he not only knew how to read, but also understood many languages. Junies was clearly skeptical, so he switched to another language to speak with him, and Reiner actually picked up the conversation. The two then tried a few more languages, and although Reiner couldn't possibly be fluent in all of them, he still managed to impress Junies with the help of the system's translation. Junies was full of admiration, saying she never expected Reiner to know so many other languages besides demi-human language. Reiner smiled and suggested that when they got back, Junies would teach him magic, and he would teach her languages. Junies readily agreed, adding that she could come to the Adventurers Guild to find her whenever she had time, as she was there most of the time. Reiner noted this down, thinking that once this mission was over, he could collect his bounty and rest for a few days. Then he could slowly seek her advice. After saying this, Reiner lowered his head to read his book attentively, while Junies leaned against a tree, holding her staff. The two were each doing their own thing, and the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears again. Watching the two chatting so happily, she felt a strange pang of envy, realizing that she and her master seemed to have nothing to talk about. Reiner turned her head and caught Nora hugging her knees and peeking at her. Their eyes met, and Nora immediately looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Seeing this, Reiner casually rubbed her ear before continuing to read his book. The spell book contained only fire magic. Reiner glanced at the table of contents and started learning directly from the most basic fireball spell. He read the book and recited the incantation, but after struggling for a long time, his hands didn't react at all. Junies reminded him that he had to concentrate when casting spells, and that to truly unleash magic, one needed not rote memorization, but long hours of practice. Reiner silently memorized the incantation, then closed the book and refocused his attention on sensing the fire element within his body. Before long, he felt a burning sensation in his palm, followed by wisps of white smoke rising from it. Seeing this, Junies' eyes widened in astonishment. She exclaimed that Reiner's talent was definitely superior to hers. He had almost mastered the fireball spell after only glancing at the book. Reiner, however, felt that this wasn't enough, as it was just smoke and hadn't actually been released yet. Before Junies could finish speaking, a small, scorching fireball suddenly appeared in Reiner's palm. Nora and Martina, standing nearby, were also stunned, clearly seeing magic for the first time. Reiner felt his palms burning and quickly asked how to throw the thing. Junies was so excited that he couldn't speak properly and only managed to gesture a couple of times before Reiner couldn't hold on any longer and got up to throw the fireball. The fireball struck a pine tree squarely, instantly igniting the trunk. Junies reacted swiftly, raising his staff and chanting a spell to fire a water ball, extinguishing the flames. That was close. Junies said solemnly, "Reiner, I'm even more convinced now that you're an absolute genius. 1 in a million. 018 hero saves the beauty." The adventurers entered the room one by one. Lena had a bad feeling. She looked up and carefully observed the ceiling, afraid that she would be cut off from the room by the falling stone wall, just like before. Nora squinted, noticing something amiss, but before he could get close to the cave ceiling, it shattered and chunks of rock fell down. The adventurers who had already entered the room were blocked from retreating, and Lena and her companions were also trapped in the narrow passage. Several adventurers were buried deep under the rocks, and cries for help, screams, and roars mingled together. Help! The room was filled with despicable beasts who never stopped singing. Lena heard the sounds of swords clashing, and the people in the room must have been ambushed by Armlin. Adventurers who hadn't yet entered the room or dodged the boulders were all helping to move stones to rescue people, and even Junies was struggling to move the stones. "I will do my best to help." We quickly helped. Nora and Martina only bent down to move the stones after receiving the order. They quickly rescued one man from the pile of rocks, but unfortunately he was bleeding from all 7 orifices as a boulder had crushed his chest. "They are dead beyond dead. Are there any survivors here? Want to come here?" An adventurer shouted. The crowd gathered around, pried the stones off him, and pulled him out. This man was lucky. Although both his legs were broken by the rocks, at least he was still alive. Junius treated him while Lena continued digging with the other adventurers. Suddenly, the ground shook and small pebbles rolled down. Lena heard the adventurers in the room exclaiming in amazement. "My God, he's huge. We can't hold on any longer." Lena shouted, "What's that?" "Hello." He didn't know if it was too noisy inside or what, but no one answered him. After a few seconds, Lena heard Demas shouting morale-boosting word from the other end of the line. A loud crash followed, and the adventurers quickened their pace in moving the stones. "They can't hold on much longer. We need to push the last stone away quickly." Finally, some light shone in, and several adventurers rushed in, but quickly scrambled back out. Lena glanced back at the group, then carefully led the three of them inside. As soon as he stood firm, he saw corpses scattered all over the ground, some human, some with limbs, all mixed together. Then, he met a pair of cloudy eyes. A giant armlin is standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a group of smaller armlins. It differs from other arm-wielding athletes not only in its size, but also in its equipment. Not only was he clad in rusty iron armor, but he also held a blunt knife in his right hand, emanating a murderous aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Lena also noticed that General Goblin's left hand was constantly swinging a blood-stained iron hook. Demas and the few remaining adventurers and their pets are confronting him, while another knight is trapped by a powerful beast, blood flowing from the gaps in its plate armor. It is dead. At the same time, a warning voice from the system also sounded in my ear. "You are making eye contact with General Goblin." Demas turned around and yelled, "Watch out for his hook." Before he could finish speaking, the blood-stained iron hook struck Reiner, hooking his round shield and pulling him to the ground with a sudden force. Seeing this, Armlin rushed forward and engaged Demas and his group in battle. Several cunning creatures tried to flank from behind, but Martina swung her great sword and beheaded them as soon as they got close. Nora stabbed him in the eye with a throwing knife, making him blind. Nora swiftly threw 3 knives, one of which pierced General Goblin's right eye, causing him to roar in pain. Junius fired a fireball at him, but this seemed to have no effect on the thick-skinned General Goblin, and the scene became chaotic again. Martina will find an opportunity to resolve it. As soon as Lena finished speaking, Martina charged forward like a wild horse. Nora took over his post, working with Lena to clear away arms that were trying to flank and ambush. With Martina's help, Lindimas and his men advanced with unstoppable momentum and soon reached General Goblin. Just then, General Goblin suddenly exerted his strength, charging into the formation like a wild bull, wielding his cleaver and killing several adventurers one after another. Snort! Martina charged forward wielding her greatsword. Although she was not as large as General Goblin, she was able to fight him to a standstill. In another clash, Martina sliced off a section of General Goblin's cleaver. Seeing that he was no match for Martina, he swung out his chain hook, which entangled Martina's greatsword. After standing still for a few seconds, he flung Martina away. Nora took the opportunity to throw 3 throwing knives, but he pressed them down with his arm. Then, General Goblin swung his hook again, this time targeting Nora. "Thanks." Nora's spirit flashed to the side, easily dodging it. After General Goblin missed his target, he didn't rush to retract his hook. Instead, he swung it sharply towards Nora, the hook sweeping across like a whip. Nora easily dodged it with a light leap. Just as he was feeling relieved, Lena suddenly sensed something was wrong. 2 arms had quietly circled around while they were distracted. Nora frowned, thrusting her dagger to kill one of them, but was grabbed by the arm by the other. General Goblin's hook came again, and he could only struggle as the danger drew near. At the critical moment, Lena instinctively lunged at Nora, hoping to knock him away and get them out of the hook's range. Unfortunately, he was a little too slow and, without even knowing where he was hooked, was pulled away. After being dragged twice, the other end of the hook stopped moving. Lena struggled to her feet and discovered that General Goblin was dead. The bloodthirsty Martina chopped off his head, and the remaining men, seeing that all was lost, scattered and fled through the various hidden doors. At the same time, Lena felt a sharp pain as the hook that General Goring had thrown before his death was firmly embedded in her arm, and blood was dripping down the hook. Nora, covered in dust and dirt, ran over. "Master, your hand!" Martina then walked over carrying the general's head. He peeked out and asked, "Do you want me to help you remove the hook?" The bleeding started even faster after it was pulled out. "We'll just wait for Junies to come and handle it." Nora turned to go find Junies, but Lena quickly grabbed him with her good left hand and said, "Just wait for him to come over. Someone else is more seriously injured than me." After a while, Junies finally arrived. "Just bear with it." He forcefully ripped the iron hook off, the pain nearly causing him to faint. But he soon felt the pain subside, the bleeding stopped, and the wound healed. However, he could not move around for 3 days, otherwise it might burst open at any time. "Understood," Junie said, getting up and running towards the other wounded. Just then, Lena suddenly felt a tickle. She turned her head and saw Nora carefully licking her wound. 019 Nora apologizes with thorns on her back. At this moment, they're on their way back. Of the original 20 or so people, now less than 10 can walk on their own. Demas borrowed a trailer from a passing slave trader, which was now piled high with the corpses of adventurers. He was wearing a helmet, so you couldn't see his face, but you could probably guess that he was in a bad mood because one of his 2 most trusted bodyguards was dead and the other was injured. According to Junies, the other knight who died was his childhood friend. Although Lena didn't like Demas, he was indeed a respectable knight. At least in the battle just now, he did not back down an inch in the face of fear and always charged ahead. If he is a proud person, this blow will definitely have a significant impact on him. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted into Lionel's mind. "It was all because of my master that he was injured. I should have been more careful. I'm such an idiot." Lena touched Nora's ear with her left hand, which she could use, and said, "Don't lick your wounds again." Nora paused slightly, a hint of inferiority flashing in her eyes. "I'm sorry, this is what my mom taught me. She said that if you get hurt, you can lick the wound and it will heal faster. She would do this when I was a child and got hurt. Yes, I'm a demi-human, so it's normal for my master to dislike me. I'm just too stupid." Lena had no idea what he was imagining. She just felt that the wound was covered in dirt and blood, and it wasn't very hygienic to fill it up. How did that turn into him being disgusted with her? That's pure slander. I just felt there was dirt on it. If you lick it like that, you'll be eating all that filth and you'll get sick. Nora blinked. His deep blue eyes were particularly beautiful. "It's okay, master, I'll throw up. It turns out they didn't dislike me. I was just overthinking it." Lena rubbed her animal ears again. Just then, Martina, for some unknown reason, suddenly squatted down in front of her. "Lena, do you want me to carry you? I don't have a leg injury, so it's not obvious." Martina is very happy now. A series of heartfelt words drilled into Lena's ears. "This sword is really useful. If my parents were still alive, they would be so proud of me to see me take down such a big guy." Just then, Junies caught up from the back of the line, panting heavily, and his face was deathly pale. Treating the injured had exhausted him greatly, and he was on the verge of collapse. "It's finally over." "Yeah, Sai, this was really bad. I need to rest properly for a while when I get back." Junies walked around to Lana's right side and asked with concern if her hand still hurt. "Let me treat you again. Come on." Nora's resentful voice drifted over as Junies continued to treat Lena. This woman waited for him for so long before coming over, causing her master to bleed for nothing. Lena looked at Nora, whose brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was angry. This is understandable. After all, many people were injured at the time, much more seriously than Lena, who only had his arm pierced by an iron hook. It did hurt, but compared to those adventurers who lost limbs, it was much better. "Thank you, it's nothing." The group walked from day to night and finally returned to the city of Mellet. Lena felt exhausted and didn't want to go back to the village. He planned to stay in a hotel in the city for the day and go home the next day. After a brief farewell to Junies, he left the team. I had only taken a few steps when I heard a male voice behind me. Lena turned around and saw Demas, who was riding on horseback, looking down at her. "What's so special about this?" Demas tossed a bag of money over. "Here, this is your share." Lena glanced at the bag and found it was full of copper coins, with a few silver coins occasionally visible. "I didn't go to the Adventurers Guild to accept the quest. I just helped out along the way." He threw the money back. "If you haven't accepted the task, then you haven't accepted it." Reiner didn't want to take advantage of this. Demas threw the money over again. Take it back. You put in a lot of effort. Also, I apologize for my rudeness back then. Then, without giving Lai a chance to refuse, he turned around and rode away on his horse. After walking away, he turned back and said, Lamlin, I owe you a favor. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lena looked at Nora and shrugged. He went to the tavern and bought 2 smoked chickens, then took the beast women to an inn in the center of the city to rest. Looking at the cramped and shabby room that resembled a dungeon, Lena wondered if she had actually booked a deluxe double room. Especially with a pillow covered in freckles, the hygiene was questionable. She worried that a few mushrooms might grow on her head when she woke up. Lena went downstairs intending to ask the hotel owner, but she inadvertently saw a large dormitory room with 7 or 8 people sleeping there. She immediately abandoned the idea. Compared to that, her room was truly paradise. Lena sat down at the table and took out black bread and smoked chicken. Martina readily came over to eat, while Nora sat on the bed with her knees drawn up, watching the two of them. I'm sorry, I'm not eligible to eat today. Lena was speechless for a moment. He had no intention of blaming Nora. Why aren't you coming over to eat? Nora shook her head. I'm not hungry, Director. You all eat. Lena put down the black bread in her hand. Is that so? Then look me in the eyes and say one more thing. Nora met Reiner's gaze, but he quickly looked away guiltily. My hand is injured, and I need someone to feed me. Martina blinked and looked up at him. Lena quickly gave him a wink, signaling him not to get involved. Nora understood immediately and quickly walked towards him. I'll feed him, she said, cutting the black bread very thinly and feeding him slice by slice. Then, she pulled off a smoked chicken leg and put it to Lena's mouth. Nora herself probably didn't even realize that he couldn't help but drool when he saw the meat. You should have a bite yourself. I know you must be hungry. Ginola was still hesitating when he emphasized, Do you expect me to feed you myself? Nora shook her head vigorously, then stuffed the meat into her mouth. He felt guilty again. Mora, you idiot. Why do you always make your master angry? So stupid. Lena was speechless, but he was too exhausted to argue anymore. He planned to talk to Nora about it tomorrow. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. He didn't know how much time had passed. The room was pitch black, but he could hear Martina snoring and feel Nora poking his face. The master seems to have woken up. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Nora replied in a trembling voice. Master, punish me. 020 petting cats. Punish? How will you punish them? Lena reached out and touched Nora's ear, finding its furry texture irresistible. Just then, Nora suddenly started whimpering, but couldn't manage to fart for a long time. However, his thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. Touch my tail? Lena chuckled and, following his thoughts, said, Hey, I have an idea. How about you let me touch your tail? To everyone's surprise, Nora casually refused. No, Lena was stunned. She agreed in her heart, but disagreed aloud. Is this the legendary mouth harp style? Just as the left and right hemispheres were locked in a fierce battle, a few more thoughts drifted into Lionel's mind. Nora felt a pang of regret at that moment. How could I refuse? Nora, are you crazy? You weren't this stupid before. Seeing him feel guilty and remorseful for this, Lena found it a little funny. He took the opportunity to back down and said seriously, If you agree, can it still be called a punishment? Sit on my bed and stick your cat tail out obediently, okay? Nora sat on the edge of the bed, looking dejected. Its black tail was like a shadow in the darkness, elusive and hard to spot. Using the moonlight, Lena seized the opportunity and acted decisively, finally catching its tail. Nora cried out in surprise, looking at Lena with a pitiful expression. You can only touch, not grab, or I'll get diarrhea. It feels like someone has something on me and I can't fight back. It's a really weird feeling. Lena smiled knowingly, then put her hand under the base of the tail and straightened it out in one go. Nora cried out in pain, his hands gripping the wooden plank so tightly that his fingernails dug into the wood. How strange. Just then, Martina's thoughts drifted over. What were they doing? Did Nora Bellinuk look up and gaze at the opposite side? Martina's eyes looked exceptionally bright in the moonlight, and she accidentally woke them up. I really need to pee. When will they finish? Haven't you finished trimming your tail yet? I'm about to suffocate. I should have known better than to drink so much water. Oh, so you were woken up by the urge to pee. Never mind then. Nora didn't seem to notice that Martina had woken up. She was still pleading with her master in a low voice. I was wrong. Please let go. I will be more careful in the future. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. No wonder Nora is so attractive to people. Never mind, I'm so anxious. The guy suddenly sat up straight, startling Nora so much that she jumped. Then, he pretended to be nonchalant and paced back and forth in the room. Martina sat on the wooden tub in the corner, quickly took care of her business, and then lay back down on the bed to sleep. Just 10 seconds later, Lena heard her snoring again, but Norabe was terrified. He stood by the bed, at a loss, and all his thoughts drifted into Lena's ears and were seen. What will Madina think of me in the future? They'll definitely think I'm a shameless woman. Well, never mind just this once. I will never make the same mistake again and give my master a chance to punish me. Lena suddenly became curious. What does touching a tail mean to a demi-human? He would definitely ask Junies a question properly when he met him again someday. Gianora was sitting opposite him when Lena suddenly couldn't help but tease him. How about I give you a hug? Nora's cat ears perked up, and he shook his head vigorously without saying a word. The owner is a bit frivolous. Touching the tail is already the limit, and hugging is absolutely out of the question. As he thought about it, Lena suddenly found it interesting. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and no one could predict what the future held. Just then, the system's voice appeared again. The mission to clear out the goblin nests in Dawn Forest has been completed, and the reward has been issued. 10 Dice gold coins bearing a dragon design appeared beside the bed, and Lena carefully put them into her purse. Does activating the long-arm forest assassin bonus have no effect? He didn't kill General Lin, but in the end, the blame still fell on him. Martina is your slave. So does the fact that she killed someone mean that you killed her? Lena thought about it and realized that there was some truth to it. The quest has been updated to teach Junies the most basic magic, and the reward is 5 silver coins. Lena breathed a sigh of relief. Junies said he needed to rest for a few days, so he probably wouldn't be going to the Adventurers Guild during that time, and this quest might have to wait a few more days. Thinking of this, Lena yawned, and soon drowsiness swept over him. He hadn't slept all night, and after a high-intensity battle and walking all day, he was really exhausted. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Lena went to the market to buy some things, planning to take Nora home to rest for a few days. As he prepared to leave Melod, he suddenly remembered the Adventurers Guild and decided to try his luck. The guild was deserted today. There were hardly any adventurers to be seen. Looking around, she quickly spotted Junies sitting alone in the corner, intently stroking the white cat in his arms, completely unaware of Lena's approach. Aren't you supposed to be resting these few days? Why are you still at the Adventurers Guild? Junies looked up at Lena and said softly, as long as you don't take on any missions, that's considered rest. You came to me to learn magic. The white cat in his arms kicked its legs and ran away, disappearing into a pile of debris in the distance. Yes, you teach me magic, and I'll teach you other languages. Didn't we make a promise? Lena said in a serious tone. He wanted to complete the mission, but another reason was that he felt he was too weak and needed to improve his strength. Simply training his body was too slow and had a low ceiling. Judging from its current appearance, its magical talent seems to be quite good, so perhaps we can try to explore that area. Just then, Lena heard people whispering around her. She turned around and saw several adventurers secretly talking about her. Junies lowered his voice and said, Your deeds yesterday have spread throughout the guild. I reckon that in a while, quite a few people will come to you specifically for help. Just like the system said, General Goblin was killed by Martina, but since he was Lena's slave, the credit naturally went to Lena. Thinking about it carefully, it seems he hasn't properly rewarded Martina yet. As a responsible owner, it is important to treat everyone equally. Lena was planning to buy her some white bread before going back when Martina's inner voice drifted over. When is dinner? Hungry? Where are we going to practice later? Let's set off now. We're heading outside the city. Junior stood up, holding his staff. Lena glanced at Martina and then said, Wait for me a moment. 021, learn magic from Junies. Lena bought a whole bag of white bread with a gold coin, took out a few pieces, and handed the rest to Martina. Eat up. All of this is yours. The system alarms were blaring in his ears. Host, please pay attention to your financial planning. You can't spend money like this even if you have it. So if I don't spend the money I earn, what's the point of earning it? Besides, I'm not wasting money. I'm rewarding Martina for killing General Goblin. Clear rewards and punishments are very important. The system fell silent. When Lena came to her senses, she noticed that Martina had swallowed hard. His gaze shifted back and forth between Lena and the white bread, but he didn't reach out to take it. He seemed to be struggling with his decision. If it were before, he would have simply taken the white bread and started eating it one bite at a time. Just as Lena was beginning to have some doubts, Martina's inner voice drifted into her ears. Is this my last meal? Or does it mean that after eating, you'll get your tail touched like Nora did? I will absolutely not let you touch me. He only thought these words to himself, but didn't say them aloud. Lena always felt like she was being treated like a pervert, even though she was clearly a very controversial person. Eat up. You were very brave yesterday. This is a reward. Martina suddenly realized what was happening, lowered her guard, and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. What else? What do you think we're going to do? Martina didn't answer, but her face turned red. I was wrong. He untied the bag, took out a white bread, and ate it in small bites, occasionally stealing a glance to take another. So much white bread must be very expensive. Lena spent a lot of money on me. The days of familiarity seem further away. Lena glanced at him and gave the 2 pieces of white bread to Nona and Junies respectively. The 4 of them ate as they walked. Junies took a bite, looked at the white bread, and said, It's been so long since I've had white bread. It's delicious. Lena looked at him, suddenly feeling a little curious. If you don't eat white bread, what do you usually eat? Stewed peas or black bread? If I have the money, I'll cook some vegetable soup. Lena was slightly taken aback. These things were basically for commoners, but Junies didn't look like a commoner. What's the matter? As he spoke, Junies put half a piece of white bread into his pouch. You must be a nobleman. Junie smiled, then reached out and patted Lena on the shoulder, asking in return, which nobleman would spend his days playing with cats in the Adventurers Guild like me? Lena squinted and looked him over. In short, this guy had fair skin, thin arms and legs, and didn't look like someone who had done manual labor. Moreover, training a mage requires a lot of money. Hiring tutors and buying books are both significant expenses, which ordinary people simply cannot afford. Junius's staff is usually covered with a black cloth, which is only removed when he uses it. Although his staff was made of wood, it had a bright, lustrous ruby at the top, indicating it was definitely not a cheap item. Therefore, its family background must be quite good. It must be either a nobleman or a wealthy merchant. Stop guessing. Just think of me as a wandering mage. Junie said with a smile. Soon, the group arrived outside the city of Mellet. Junies found an open space, then took out his magic book and handed it to Lena. He told her to take a look and that if she didn't understand anything, she could just ask him. I also have a water attribute magic book at home. If you have time tomorrow, I'll bring that book with me. Okay, I'll still come to the Adventurers Guild to find you tomorrow morning. Lena nodded and then began to watch intently, while Nora and Martina moved around freely nearby. The 2 animal-eared girls seemed to be chatting about something interesting, and Martina kept laughing. No wonder they trust you so much. Junies followed Lena's gaze and suddenly asked, What's wrong, Lena? You're different from ordinary people. I thought that no one but me would give Ian white bread. You also fed Ian white bread, so your status must be extraordinary. Junies leaned closer to Lena and said mysteriously, Are you really curious about my identity? I'm a little curious. Lena glanced at him and then said, Just tell me directly. I won't tell anyone. Okay, I'll tell you. Junie sighed and said with some helplessness, Actually, I'm not a deistite. I escaped here. Are they nobles? Junius nodded. He might be the daughter of some duke who fled from some country. I can't tell you that. Junies shook his head, his attitude sincere. Please forgive me, Reiner, but I'm guessing he's from Rosno, because besides Diest, he speaks Rosno the best. Junies rested his chin on his hand and looked directly into Lena's eyes, but I asked, Can you tell me why you're so nice to Wine? Even oppressors are human. From my observation, apart from being a little stronger and having a few minor differences from other people, they are generally similar. Moreover, they are more simple and kind. If you treat them well, they will find ways to reciprocate. Your thoughts are similar to mine, Junie said with a smile, then patted Lena on the shoulder and said, keep studying, I won't bother you anymore. This morning, after learning magic from Junie's, Reiner finally learned how to cast a fireball. In the afternoon, he began teaching Junius other languages. He studied very diligently and memorized things very quickly. He could memorize 20 words perfectly in less than half an hour. Watching him recite the words from memory perfectly, Lena remarked, you learn so fast. At this rate, you'll be able to learn Balnet in no time. Grandma never passed her English exams. She was often caught by the teacher to memorize vocabulary words and was a frequent visitor to the English teacher's office. Junies narrowed his eyes. You learn magic very quickly, too. Sigh, I was completely clueless when I was learning other languages before, and my teacher often scolded me. But then I finally got it and learned it all at once. If the system hadn't given him the language switching function, he probably would have starved to death in the first week after he transmigrated. That's impressive. You must know at least a dozen languages. If you don't want to be an adventurer one day, you can make a lot of money as a teacher. Junies closed his notebook, then stood up from the lawn, brushed the dirt off his backside, and said, it's getting late. That's enough for today. I'm going home now. Lena glanced at the sky. It was almost evening, and she should head back. See you tomorrow. Reiner waved goodbye, and when he called out, the two animal-eared girls who were playing nearby ran back. Martina suppressed a laugh, while Nora blushed, but neither of them spoke. 022, if you want to touch the horse girl's tail, you have to beat her. On the way back, the two bee-steered girls walking ahead kept bickering, with Martina constantly making that lewd laugh, which annoyed Nora. All right, you two, stop fooling around. Although there are militia patrols on this road, bandits occasionally visit, so be careful. Lena said softly. Well, Nora stopped paying attention to Martina. The two bee-steered girls probably didn't know that their thoughts had already reached Lena's ears. They actually liked being chinned by Lena, so they must be craving men. It probably wouldn't be long before they started having sex. Madina is so annoying. I clearly didn't mean it that way. She deliberately misled me and said the wrong thing. I'll teach her a lesson when we get back. Lena deduced that Martina probably saw Nora being petted by the tail last night, and then used that as an excuse to tease Nora. He thought it was something serious. After touching Nora's tail, he would start thinking about Martina. Once home, the two chased each other around the room again, but Nora ultimately prevailed, easily catching Martina by the horse's tail. I was wrong, don't rub it in. Nora gave a soft hum, let Madina go, and then picked up an axe and went outside to chop firewood. Lena said in a serious tone, I want to touch her tail too. No. At the same time, his inner thoughts also drifted over. What's going on? Suddenly this interests me. No, absolutely not. Why? Nora can touch it. Martina waved her hand, saying that tails have a special meaning to us, and women can touch other women's tails. Lana, you're a man, so if the index doesn't work, what about your ears? You can't do it. Lena, you're too weak. Martina said in a very serious tone. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Lena was struck to the core by Martina's words. In a one-on-one fight, she truly couldn't defeat Martina. Then I'll just use the power of the contract. Martina quickly covered her ears. If you can beat me, I'll willingly let you touch my ears. A tail is fine, but you can't force me. Let's be reasonable. When we agreed to work for you, you didn't say you wanted to be patted on the back. A real man never breaks his word. So Lena, if you beat me, I'll let you touch me. Lena thought about her performance yesterday. Martina could grab Lynn by the neck and throw her like a sandbag, knocking down a lot of people. With his monstrous strength, it would be a miracle if you could defeat him without being tortured. But once he learns magic, the outcome is truly uncertain. You said it yourself, that if I beat you in the future, I can touch your tail whenever I want, right? Martina nodded confidently. Of course, I'm a person who keeps my promises. As long as you can beat me, from now on, whatever you want to do, I'll agree to it. You'll never agree to that. I can take on at least 20 humans in one go. You're right, I'll never break my word. Martina said in a very serious tone. She successfully aroused Lena's competitive spirit, and once she faces Martina, she's sure to suffer the consequences. After dinner, Lena sat on the bed, recalling the spells in the book from earlier that day, and began to ponder the fireball spell. After some time, Nora suddenly poked Lena's shoulder. Master, I've prepared hot water for you. You can go take a bath now. Lena thanked her, then took out a change of clothes and went into the cubicle. His right arm is still somewhat immobile. He feels a sharp pain if he makes even a slightly large movement. Just then, the curtain of the cubicle was pulled open and Nora walked in. Lena turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nora didn't speak, but her inner thoughts reached his ears. She was just helping out. There was nothing to worry about. My owner's hand was injured, making it difficult for him to bathe with one hand. I was just helping him. Lena imagined the scene. Him with his bare bottom exposed and Nora wiping his back from behind. It was a little awkward. Before he time-traveled, he was the kind of person who would wear only underwear, even when going to a public bathhouse. Just as he was lost in thought, Nora finally spoke up. "Master, let me help you wash. After all, your hand is injured, and it might be a little inconvenient for you to wash it yourself." His face was flushed. You could tell he was just as embarrassed. Lana quickly refused him, saying, "No need. You should go and rest." Nora breathed a sigh of relief and left the cubicle. "I'm going to rest now. Good night, Master." Lena finished her shower with great difficulty, leaving her clothes for Nora. Since buying him, Lena has never washed her own clothes. Nora has been the one to do it all. He came out of the cubicle and found the two beast mothers sleeping in each other's arms. Just as he was about to marvel at how cute they were, Nora's voice drifted over. "Master, I'm done washing up. Martina is asleep now. It's my turn." "Oh, she was just decorating." Lena sat down on the bed, and Nora got up and walked towards him. The two were already used to this. It was time for bedtime ear-rubbing again, but Lena only rubbed it twice before feeling a bit tired of it. She looked at Nora's swaying tail and had a bold idea, so she decisively reached out and grabbed it. "Wow!" Nora yelled, then turned to look at Lena. Martina was disturbed, but simply turned over and did not wake up. "What's the matter?" Nora said, looking aggrieved. "Okay, you can't touch my tail, tell me." He carefully pulled the tail away from Lena's hand. "You could touch it yesterday." Nora lowered her voice. It was punishment. A different side of Reiner suddenly came to life, and he hugged his right arm. "Suddenly it hurts so much, it feels like my skin is going to split open." How could it suddenly hurt? It just wanted to touch my tail. Nora turned around again, revealing her tail. "Okay, go ahead and touch it, but you'd better not wake Martina up, or she'll laugh at me again tomorrow." Lena didn't hold back at all, grabbing its tail and stroking it up and down, enjoying the sensation of its first slipping through the paper. Lena felt completely healed, but Nora's experience was quite the opposite. He was very nervous, afraid that his tail would be pulled. This puzzled Lena. What was the special meaning behind touching a tail? Nora squeaked for a long time before finally speaking, saying that only very close companions can touch each other's tails. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner thoughts drifted over. "Between men, only my husband can touch my tail. If I let anyone else touch my tail, I'll be seen as a promiscuous woman." Lena suddenly realized why Nora was so resistant. "Aren't we close partners?" That's really heartbreaking. Lena said that on purpose, wanting to hear his response. Nora was speechless, and the crow couldn't refute her. In the end, it could only show its tail and let the crow do as it pleased. 023 Goblin Attack. Early in the morning of episode 23, Lena heard the two beast mothers arguing outside the room. "You definitely let Lena touch your tail again last night." Martina joked. "I don't." Nora tried her best to refute, but seemed somewhat unconvinced. "Poor Nora, she's gone astray. I will never let Lena touch my tail, not even a little bit." Martina said confidently. "Everyone says there isn't any left." Lena yawned, and then there was a sudden silence outside the window. Nora probably realized he was awake. Lena tidied up and then led them out. She had made an appointment with Junies to study magic today. Upon arriving in Melid, Lena saw several knights surrounded by citizens in the square, including Demas. Lena leaned closer to listen for a few moments, and seeing that they were recruiting soldiers, she walked away. When they arrived at the Adventurers Guild, Junies was already there as promised. He was wearing a black cloak that covered him almost completely. "Lena, come here quickly, what's wrong?" "Someone is following you. You're dressed so conservatively." Junies blinked, looked down at his clothes, and suddenly realized, "You mean this? I was just feeling a bit tired today, and I didn't have any clothes to wear, so I put this on." "Oh, right, I have something important to tell you." Lena nodded. I heard that several villages outside the city were attacked by armed force last night. Those armed force came from the Dawn Forest. The Democratic Party is recruiting soldiers and is preparing to turn that forest upside down. Should we go over there too? Upon hearing that she was going to hit Lynn's arm again, Lena's face was full of resistance. Didn't you say you were going to rest for a few days? That's true. Now that you mention it, I suddenly don't want to go anymore. Junie sighed. The main thing is, after the last time, I feel that fighting to arm Lynn is still a bit dangerous. Not only are there many of them, but they are all wearing protective gear. If we encounter the leader, we might even lose our lives. Junie's nodded. That's right. It's too dangerous. Those aren't ordinary arms and faces. The effort and the reward are completely disproportionate. Let's go. Let's continue our studies outside the city. Lena waved, and Junie's followed. He kept his promise and brought another water magic book with him. Lena opened the catalog, eager to learn how to defeat Martina and touch her tail as soon as possible. Junie's was explaining from side. Water is very gentle, and the element of water is very calm. Water magic is the complete opposite of fire magic. It does not have particularly strong offensive capabilities and is mostly a support magic that can effectively restrain enemies or be used to heal allies. I recommend you start by learning hydrotherapy or water polo, neither of which is particularly difficult. After thinking for a moment, Reiner replied, I'll learn hydrotherapy first. If Nora and Martina get injured, I might be able to help. Although Nora is agile, she is physically delicate, and if she is hit by an enemy, the injury is usually very serious. Although Martina is tough and has great stamina, she is the number one position in the team and often gets bumped and bruised, so she needs a healer to keep her health up. Junie smiled and said, You really care about them. As Nana answered, she pondered the hydrotherapy technique that Junie's had performed. This magic feels somewhat useless in intense battles, since enemies can't just stand still and watch you crouch on the ground. It's more about whether your teammates have water magic that can heal them from a distance. Junie's nodded. Of course there are, but they are extremely complicated and consume a lot of magic power. Consumes magic power? That doesn't matter. Lena's magic crystal is as huge as a mountain, so her mana bar will definitely be incredibly thick in the future. These days, he absorbs all kinds of natural elements around him whenever he has the chance, and he is not worried about consumption at all. Sai, can I just learn that magic you mentioned? Early? Nice suddenly laughed, as if he had thought of something happy, and then shook his head after a long while. No, we need to start learning from the basics. Lena shrugged. In that case, let's take it one step at a time. Junie's handed over the spellbook and turned to the page on healing magic. Take it. Just like learning the fireball tree, first memorize the spell, and then think about releasing it. He suddenly stood up, as if searching for something. What's wrong? I need a live animal to practice on. Lena immediately called out to Nora, who was not far away. Catch me a bug. Not long after, he sent over a beetle the size of a palm. Looking at the insect lying on the ground, Lena didn't hesitate to use it as a test subject. A day later, Lena had mastered the basics of hydrotherapy and could now treat some abrasions or very shallow wounds. Lena, you learned so fast. You're very talented, and you'll definitely become a famous magician someday. Junie's couldn't help but praise. You learn things very quickly, too. Junie stretched, got up, and patted the dirt off her skirt. I hope you can learn slowly, otherwise after a while, I won't have anything left to teach you. It's okay. If I have time, I'll continue to teach you other languages. Lena, you are so kind. Junie smiled, then looked up at the sky. It's getting late. I'll head back now. Be careful with your armpits when you're resting at night these days. Lena nodded and waved goodbye to him. Before leaving, he released the beetle that he had tormented all day. Just then, the system's voice appeared. The mission to learn basic magic from Junie's has been completed, and the reward has been issued. He put the 5 silver coins into his money bag. The task update triggers a hidden task. Completing the task yields an unknown reward. Lena was getting a little frustrated. It was a hidden mission with no clear objective, which made her feel somewhat lost. Just then, the system's voice appeared again. Recommended itinerary. 1. Spend the night at a hotel in Melord. 2. Zhao Chao goes home to rest. 3. Go hiking in the same spot. Lena fell into deep thought and decisively chose the second option. As night fell, Lena locked the doors and windows and was about to go to sleep when she heard a loud bang, followed by a series of rapid ringing bells all around, and then the villagers' exclamations, "The goblins are coming! Protect the children!" Then, the wooden house across the pond caught fire, and the flames illuminated the entire village. Lena hurriedly woke up Madina, and after getting dressed, she ran out with Nora. He looked around and saw that the walls protecting the village were covered with soldiers, and militiamen in light armor were fighting them to the death. 024 Martina, who is ambushed. Episode 24. The mission has begun. Protect the village and defeat General Goblin. The reward is a staff of unknown quality. The task is considered a failure if the farmer survival rate is below 60%. The current villager survival rate is 98%. Nana looked around and saw many villagers rushing out of their homes with licorice tea and sickles, fighting with the short-statured Armlin, but she still couldn't see General Armlin. Nora, take us to the place with the most arm trees. Nora nodded and led Lana deeper into the village, finally stopping on the west side of the village. Lena now understood why there were suddenly so many arm-like trees. The western wall had collapsed, and a continuous stream of arm-like trees was pouring into the village through the breach. Many others dragged the looted grain and ran out as if their lives depended on it, while the militiamen responsible for guarding the area had already fallen into pools of blood. Just then, the system started frantically displaying the current survival rate of the villagers as 98%, 97%, and 96%. It drops by 1% almost every few seconds, and the speed is increasing. Martina tried to hold them off, and then charged in with her greatsword. In just a moment, the horde of arms was split in two, and she stood alone at the gap, displaying an air of dominance. Lana and Nora stood behind him, cleaning up the occasional stray hairs that had gotten in. "Master, they've climbed up the wall." Nora threw two throwing knives, killing Armlin, who was standing on the wall, then nimbly climbed onto the curtain wall and glanced outside. Good heavens, they set up ladders outside, and all of them climbed up. Perhaps because Martina blocked the gap, they found another way. He looked at the curtain wall and suddenly had a brilliant idea. The low chanting spells unleashed a series of fireballs at the curtain wall, quickly igniting it. Just a few dozen seconds later, the curtain wall protecting the village caught fire and continued to spread in all directions, brightening the view. To protect the village, he has no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure. For a moment, the wails of pain from the wounded man were everywhere, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Martina stepped back, and Lena set the fallen city wall ablaze. The raging flames deterred the outsiders from approaching. They have temporarily secured this area. The rate of casualties among villagers also gradually slowed down, eventually stopping at 76%. Lena walked over to Martina and asked if she was hurt. He shook his head vigorously. "I could chop all day. Then we'll go and support other places." Dana felt a little surprised after she finished speaking. "Where is General Koblin? Why haven't I seen him yet?" Just then, a loud crash came from not far away. Lena saw with her own eyes that the curtain wall was kicked open by a large green foot, and a solid log shattered into several pieces. Immediately afterwards, the massive General Lin rushed in. He was wearing iron armor, and his weapon was a giant mace that could smash a house down in one blow. The group of little arms followed his footsteps and rushed into the village. Lena pulled the two of them into the shadows. He frowned slightly. It seemed this village was doomed. What happens if the mission fails? Is there a penalty? He asked himself. "Don't worry. Go for it. There will be no punishment." Just then, Nora spoke up, saying that although Madina was very powerful, she couldn't fight the Green General while clearing out the green monsters around her. "We can't stop so many cloth cutters, Master Lin. Let's run away." Looking at General Lin's unguarded arm, Lena murmured, "Madina, can you beat him?" "Honestly, I probably couldn't beat him in a one-on-one fight." "A sneak attack? How confident are you?" Martina glanced at the greatsword in her hand. "If he had his back to me, I could kill him in an instant." Before the flames reached them, Reiner and Nora climbed up the curtain wall and ran toward General Goblin. Just then, Lena saw a villager wielding a pitchfork and confronting Goblin. He did not back down at all, because his wife and daughters were hiding behind him. "Get lost." "You filthy beast, stay away from my father-in-law." Lena quickly fired a few fireballs, blasting the surrounding arms of the Lin to scatter and flee. This sudden commotion caught General Goblin's attention. He turned around and saw Reiner and Nora running on the curtain wall. General Kobrin ordered, "Stop them. Don't let them get any closer." Several arms reached out and made short-handled axes for him. Lena dodged left and right, but was still hit by the slash. It was her right arm that was injured. Nora seized the opportunity to throw a knife, aiming straight for General Goblin's eyes, but he blocked it with his hand. Taking advantage of the obstruction of his vision, Lena cast a fireball on him, but it was too weak and caused almost no damage. However, it successfully angered General Goblin. "I'm going to bite your head off." He suddenly threw a giant hammer, which smashed through the curtain wall in one go. Lena lost her balance and fell. Nora, the master, leaped up and, gripping her dagger, plunged it into General Goblin's head. But while still in mid-air, he was punched and sent flying, rolling several times on the muddy ground, his throwing knives scattered all over the ground. "Weren't you guys feeling pretty smug just now?" General Goblin said somewhat arrogantly as he picked up the hammer and raised it high. At the critical moment, Lena quickly said in fluent Orc language, "Don't give up. Don't hurt us." General Goblin looked astonished that humans could speak their language, but it was too late. He would have to pay with at least one leg. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a sharp greatsword struck his shoulder blade. Lena picked her nose and snorted. "Just kidding, you actually took it seriously." Immediately afterwards, Martina shouted and suddenly exerted force with both arms, splitting General Goblin in two. He did not stop what he was doing, but instead swiftly chopped off General Goblin's head and stomped it under his foot. After seeing the Goblin general killed, the Goblins lost their will to fight. After dropping what they had stolen, they scrambled to escape through the gap. Martina, standing on General Goblin's head, laughed triumphantly. "Haha, Lena, our teamwork is truly amazing." The green-skinned monster. Lena was just about to get up to check on Nora's injuries when she saw that he had been punched away by General Goblin and was now lying motionless on the ground, clearly badly injured. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Reiner caught sight of the gap, where a man with his arm drawn taut on a bowstring was aiming at Martina. Danger! An arrow pierced through her leather breastplate and went straight into her left breast. 025, I slept with the cat girl all night. That green monster in episode 25 ran really fast. By the time I chased after him, he was already gone. If I encounter him again, I'll be incredibly lucky. Martina opened a bottle of champagne at halftime, only to be ambushed by Goblin and shot with an arrow. Fortunately, her breastplate provided protection, and her imposing physique allowed her to successfully block the attack. His first reaction after being stabbed was not to feel pain, but to grab his greatsword and rush out, wanting to cut off the arm that had attacked him. Lin was clearly out of his mind, while Nora only had a scratch. He was unconscious for a while, but then sat up on his own and seemed to be fine. "Huh, Master, how's your injury?" "The cut wasn't deep. I can heal myself." Lena patted his head, signaling him not to worry. Perhaps because of the head injury, Nora seemed a little dazed. He gently grasped Lena's arm and began licking his wound again. Soon, the village militia arrived, and by then, the thicket of weeds in the village had probably been cleared away, and the crisis was temporarily averted. Lena glanced at Martina out of the corner of her eye. Martina was fiddling with the arrow stuck in her chest, seemingly trying to pull it out. "What do you want to do?" "Don't move." Martina paused for a moment, then quickly stopped what she was doing. The needle was still stuck in her body, and it hurt. Any movement caused her pain. "Don't move even if it hurts. Your arm hasn't finished its coordinated movement yet, and you're already letting your guard down. Don't you deserve it?" Lena patted him on the shoulder and led him toward home. The road was littered with the corpses of the beheaded man. A village woman was weeping over a decapitated body. Unable to bear the sight of the village's horrific state, she quickened her pace to return home. His house was also robbed. Lena carefully checked the area to make sure there were no arms hidden inside before closing the door, lighting the candles, and having Martina lie on the bed. Then, he carefully picked up the breastplate and removed it through the hole. Good heavens! To be honest, those 2 lumps of fat actually came in handy, blocking the fatal sword strike for him. Looking at Martina's wound, she fell into deep thought again. Martina is brave, but she's too easily injured. It would be great if we could get her a better set of armor. Lena shook her head, deciding to stop thinking about it and focus on getting better. He took out the holy water he had obtained from the previous mission and set it aside for future use. If the sword bleeds a lot when it's pulled out, then use holy water to heal it. If the bleeding isn't too bad, then use hydrotherapy to heal it and practice your skills on it. Just as Clina took out her dagger to cut the strip of cloth wrapped around her chest, Martina grabbed her and asked warily, "What are you doing?" "Nonsense. What else can I do besides healing your wounds? Are you going to leave this sword stuck in your body forever?" Martina remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lena. "Oh no, wouldn't that mean I'd be seen naked?" It's surprising that this guy can be shy. Back at the hotel, he clasped hands in front of them, and Lena thought he didn't care about such things at all. "I wouldn't even bother looking at your stuff. Hurry up, stop dawdling, finish up, take a shower and get some rest. The village isn't safe today. We have to take turns keeping watch," Lena said in a serious tone. Martina nodded reluctantly after hearing Lena's words. Lena used her dagger to cut the strip of cloth, and 2 plump rabbits jumped out. One of the rabbits was injured and had an arrow stuck in its body. "Why are you looking at him like that?" "Yeah, dirty and obscene." Martina covered half her face with her hand and urged, "Hurry up." Lena swallowed hard and gripped the arrow. "Just bear with it." He pulled out the arrow, and bright red blood flowed out. Fortunately, no blood vessels were damaged, and the bleeding was not significant. Stop touching it, get better soon." Lena covered her hands, recalling how to use the hydrotherapy technique, then chanted the incantation, and her blood stained the water a pale red. Timatina's wound was also healing rapidly at a visible speed, eventually leaving only a small suture. "It's all taken care of now. Try not to touch the wound for the next few days." Martina sat up abruptly, walked to the cabinet, and rummaged through it, quickly taking out a white cloth. "Don't pester him. Let him relax for a few days. Once the wound is fully healed, you can pester him however you want." "Oh, right, being constantly wrapped around something will hinder development. If it's always wrapped around, it won't grow tall. It's better if it doesn't grow too big. What's the point of making it so big? It's such a hassle." Martina's tone betrayed her displeasure. Lena noticed that her face seemed to be turning red. "This is so embarrassing. Nora will definitely use this opportunity to mock me tomorrow. You're covered in blood. Go take a shower first, then rest. You'll be on guard duty for the rest of the night, I understand." Martina got dressed, then took the bucket and went out. Lena looked at Nora beside her, reached out, and touched his head. "How are you? Are you still feeling unwell?" "Yes, he hit me on the head, but it's okay. I'll be fine after a rest." Lena opened the system and glanced at his status bar. His name was Nor-Ahile, and his current status was weak and dizzy. Reiner was relieved only after confirming that there was no concussion. "You should rest. Martina and I will keep watch tonight." Nora nodded and lay down on Lena's bed. He fell asleep within seconds, his breathing becoming very even. Lena covered him with a blanket, which gave him a chance to treat the wound on his arm. If it weren't for the throbbing pain in his arm, he would have almost forgotten that his right hand had been chopped off with an axe. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep this time, and the bleeding was quickly stopped with hydrotherapy. Lena took off her leather armor and then breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed that Nora hadn't had time to remove her armor, and that sleeping like that would definitely be uncomfortable, so he helped her remove it. Just then, drowsiness suddenly overcame her. After thinking for a while, Lena lay down on the bed. Just then, Martina returned from outside with water. "Martina, you keep watch for the first half of the night. I'm sleepy and want to sleep for a while. Wake me up for the second half." "No." Only after receiving a reply did Lena feel relieved enough to lie down. A cold wind blew in from outside the window, and Lena suddenly felt a chill, so she also crawled under the covers. Looking at Nora's unguarded sleeping face, he suddenly felt an urge to hug her. Just as he was about to make his move, Nora's body twitched slightly, and then she slowly moved closer to him and hugged him tightly. Just as Lena was wondering, Nora made a cute whimpering sound. Maybe he was also feeling cold, so he came closer. Lena carefully hugged her, and after feeling her closely, she realized that Nora's body was so slender, like a fragile blade of grass. He had a faint smell of sweat on him, which, for some reason, made people feel at ease. I was so sleepy that my eyelids were almost too heavy to keep open. 026, obtain your exclusive staff. In the morning of episode 26, Lena opened her eyes and saw Martina sitting on the edge of the bed. Martina had obviously stayed up all night, as she still had faint dark circles under her eyes. When Jinlina woke up, she smiled meaningfully, and then her thoughts drifted over, finally awake. Nora hugged me so tightly. Lena looked down and saw Nora still curled up in his arms. The bed was surprisingly warm, making Lena reluctant to get up. At the same time, his hand unconsciously reached for Nora's tail. The most comforting thing is being able to pet a cat in the morning. Just then, Nora suddenly stirred slightly, then stretched comfortably in Lana's arms. He seemed to think he was sleeping with Martina, his hands stroking Lena's body like a kitten nursing. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and opened his eyes. Normally, he would see a pair of enormous light bulbs when he opened his eyes in the morning, but today he saw chest muscles as solid as planks. Nora slowly raised her head and met Lana's eyes. "You're awake, owner?" He looked completely bewildered, as if he hadn't quite come to his senses yet, when his inner thoughts bombarded Lena's ears like a machine gun. "Huh? Why am I on my master's bed? Huh? I remember now. I had a headache and felt dizzy yesterday, and I fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. Did you just sleep and not do anything else? I think I'm still wearing clothes." Nora lifted the covers and peeked inside. Seeing that his clothes were still neat and tidy, he gently covered himself with the quilt again. Mora, you're really useless. Would it kill you to move a few more steps to your sleeping spot?" Fortunately, the director didn't do anything, otherwise I would have. Nora shook her head vigorously and then got out of bed. He remained silent, his back to Lena the entire time, but he seemed unaware that his ears were already bright red. Lena, not wanting to embarrass him, promptly changed the subject. She asked Martina, "Didn't we agree that I'd be on the homepage late at night? Why didn't you wake me up? You're sleeping too soundly and cuddling together. Waking you up might wake Nora too, so I won't. Go ahead and talk." He turned to look at Nora and said jokingly. Nora, in particular, held on very tightly. Nora choked on his water and then glared at Madina fiercely. Lena got up, washed up, and went out. None of the three of them ate breakfast today because last night, Lynn broke into the house and ransacked the kitchen, stealing all the black bread. The villagers spontaneously cleaned up the village and built walls. Just then, a little boy stood in front of Lena and timidly said, "Thank you for saving me last night." After saying that, he ran to the side. Lena nodded and continued walking forward. It was pitch black last night, and he didn't know exactly which villagers he had rescued. But more and more people greeted him along the way, a kind of treatment he had never received before. Upon arriving in Melid, Reiner saw that there were several times more soldiers patrolling the city gates than usual. Lena heard a lot about what happened last night from passersby. Last night, Melid was also attacked, but it is a town after all with 10 strong defenses, and the soldiers guarding the bridge are not to be underestimated, so the town was easily defended. After buying a few pieces of black bread, Reiner headed to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that Junies had not yet arrived, he sat down in the corner with the 2 animal-eared girls and began to gnaw on black bread. A familiar figure soon appeared among the passing adventurers. Junies had arrived. His hair was a little messy, as if he had just woken up. "Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. Last night, goblins invaded the town, and many of the town's defense soldiers were wounded. It was quite late when I got back to rest, so I overslept a bit. Sorry, it's okay, let's get out of town." The 2 went to the open space outside the city again to begin their studies, but Martina, having not slept well the night before, lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Just as Junies was looking down to find a book, the system's voice appeared in Lena's ear. "The mission is complete, and the mission reward is being drawn." A few seconds later, the system's voice sounded again that the reward had been issued. Just when no one was paying attention to Reiner, a heavy metal staff appeared out of thin air in his left hand, with a deep red spiral gem floating at the top. This was both special and the finishing touch, giving the entire staff the texture of a divine artifact. In an instant, Lena felt the magic within her body surge and rush towards her staff. Soon, the handle of the staff began to glow red. The staff has been identified. Its name is Raging Crimson Dragon's Breath. The staff was crafted by the most famous dwarven artisan of antiquity. The fire magic stone at the top of the staff seals the soul of a red dragon, providing an extremely powerful boost to fire magic. Note that the original staff was destroyed thousands of years ago. This staff is a replica, but can unleash its full power. The staff is of legendary quality. Lena's eyes widened, and she was about to marvel at the system's generosity when she heard his voice again. The quest Kill the Goblin Tyrant now rewards 15 Dice gold coins. Reiner gasped. The Goblin Tyrant was probably a Lord-level monster, and it would be no easy task to deal with. After all, the three of them had a hard time even dealing with a single-armed goblin general, let alone a Goblin Tyrant. Junius raised his head, and his gaze was instantly drawn to the staff. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what is this?" "My staff." Junius leaned closer to take a look, then exclaimed in amazement, "My God, this must have cost a fortune. Where did you get this?" It's a secret." Junius exclaimed in surprise a few times, and then asked if he could touch it. "Sure." Junius looked at it as if he had found a treasure, and leaned closer to examine it carefully, fiddling with the ruby floating at the top. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, the material of this handle must be from Beijing and Tianjin. It's not only indestructible, but also has a strong affinity for magic. Most importantly, even a small piece of it is priceless. Good heavens, where did you get this from? Or is it a secret? Lena's lips curled up slightly. Junius held the staff in his hands with great affection, then asked somewhat shyly, can I try it?" "Sure." After receiving permission, he carefully picked up the staff and then began chanting a spell towards the open space in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a fireball condensed at the tip of the staff, and it kept changing color. Junius's laughter was somewhat excited, but then the fireball suddenly went out. What exactly is 027 after? Episode 27. Strange, what's wrong with this staff? Junius was puzzled. He kept trying to cast the simplest fireball spell, but failed time and time again. Fireballs had clearly formed at the top, but they were extinguished at the very last moment. The series of failures was wearing down his patience. Alas, this staff keeps draining my magic power, yet I can't unleash any magic, whether it's water magic or fire magic, it's all the same. Just then, the Crimson Dragon's breath suddenly took flight, as if it had come to life, and flew through the air on its own. Reiner and Cunnis looked at each other, neither of them quite understanding what was going on. Nora looked up at the staff and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, amazing." After a few minutes, the staff seemed to tire and landed back beside Lena, tapping her head with a gem at its tip. Junius's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your staff actually has its own thoughts? It can recognize a master. No wonder I couldn't use magic just now. It's because he wouldn't let me." To verify his conjecture, Lena seized the breath of the red dragon and chanted a spell toward the open space in the distance. As the last word was uttered, a scorching fireball instantly appeared at the tip of the staff. With the infusion of magic, the fireball grew larger and larger, finally blasting into the distant grass at an extremely fast speed. Startled awake, Martina sat up abruptly and cried out in alarm. What happened? Immediately after the loud bang, a blast of scorching heat rushed towards us. Lena opened her eyes in the heat and saw a vortex of flame appear on the grass in the distance, which gradually dissipated within half a minute. And what about that area? The area within 40 meters was completely turned into scorched earth. Wow, that's amazing. Junius was stunned, and even Lena herself was extremely surprised. According to the settings of some games, staves can indeed amplify the power of mage skills, but the amplification of power is too terrifying. If he had possessed that staff last night, General Goblin would probably have been easily dealt with, and Nora and Martina wouldn't have even had a chance to get hurt. With the help of this staff, he might be able to easily subdue the tyrant. Just then, Nora nudged Lena's thigh and pointed in the direction of the city. Lena turned her head and saw 2 knights rushing towards them. It seemed he had inadvertently caused a commotion. The lead knight stopped his horse beside Lena and asked in a somewhat reproachful tone, "What are you doing? Were you the ones who caused the explosion just now?" The war horses have already been tortured and are now rampaging through the city. Junie stepped forward and spoke. "Ah, Esteemed knight, we are researching extremely powerful magic to deal with the goblin's kin. The knight paused for a moment, then softened his tone considerably. I see, he said, but as a member of the discriminatory regime, I have a responsibility to protect the safety of every civilian. Your behavior is too reckless. I cannot allow you to continue your research here. We understand. Lena stood aside, listening silently to their conversation. Junies was clearly better at handling these kinds of situations than he was. Just then, a familiar voice reached Lena's ears. Aideni, you go back first. Let me handle this. The other knight was Demas, and although Lena hadn't seen him for several days, she remembered his voice. Then it's up to you. Knight Aideni returned to the city. Demas took off his helmet, sat on his horse, looked at the two men, and spoke to Junies. Did you use that magic just now? Junies shook his head and pointed to Lena, standing to the side. Yes, it was Lena who used it. Demas looked at Lena, examined her staff, and said, Lena, join the expedition. Tomorrow we'll go to the Forest of Dawn again and thoroughly raid the nests inside. As far as I know, there are only 4 magicians in this city, and I need your help. Reiner fell into deep thought. According to the information he received from the system, they would most likely encounter the Goblin Tyrant in the Dawn Forest this time. Although I don't know its exact level, it's definitely a level above General Goblin. Even a 20-person adventurer squad suffered heavy losses and nearly perished when fighting a single general. If they encountered the Goblin Tyrant, the outcome would be self-evident. Yes, that's possible, but how much compensation do you want? 1/10 of the spoils. Not many, right? Lena thought about it. These high-level monsters probably hide treasures. If he could find a box of gold, even just 1/10, he would be set for life. Demas readily agreed. It's settled then. Tomorrow, we'll gather at the city gate and head towards the Forest of Dawn. No. Demas glanced at Lena's staff again and instructed her not to use that dangerous magic for now, but to save the magic power for tomorrow to use on Armlin. After saying that, he left. Junie smiled and then looked at Lena. To be honest, he said, I thought you'd ask for an exorbitant price, but I didn't expect you to only want 1/10 of the loot. Lena was stunned, not understanding what he meant. The loot that could be plundered from Cuobulin is nothing more than some rusty daggers or wooden sticks. At best, there might be leather wallets or iron armor. Even 1/10 of the loot is not worth much money, probably only a few gold coins in total. There's no treasure? Lena, you're really funny. Goblin only knows how to eat, drink, sleep, and reproduce. All his activities revolve around these 3 things. If there really is treasure, it's probably smoked meat stolen from some villager's house. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. No wonder Demas agreed so readily. Video games are really harmful. After a moment of silence, she comforted herself, saying it was all right, just consider it an act of kindness, and that she was a kind man. Junies nodded and said in the demi-human language, You are indeed a kind man, and your 2 demi-human companions must think so. Nora nodded, while Martina had fallen asleep on the grass again. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted over again. My master is of course kind. He not only gives me nice clothes to wear, but also makes sure I have enough to eat every day. He is the best human being to me, without exception. Lena looked down at Nora. This girl was thinking about some random things again. Why was she so nice to me? What exactly does my master want from me? 028 heading to the Forest of Dawn again. In episode 28, as usual, Lena returned home on time in the evening, but today was a little different from usual. There were many clean vegetables displayed in front of his hut, mostly carrots and cabbages. Lena looked around and saw several children hiding behind a tree in front of her house, including the little boy who had come to thank her that morning. He was very shy and would hide whenever he made eye contact with Lena. The inhabitants of this world give off a feeling that is sometimes fierce and sometimes simple and honest. Lena thanked him. Thank you. The children smiled shyly and then ran away. Lena called to Martina and Nora to carry the vegetables into the house. Vegetables are extremely perishable, and it's rare to see organic vegetables in the markets here. Most farmers grow their own vegetables for their own consumption, so it's difficult to find vegetables when you come here. Looks like I can cook for myself tonight. As Lena was getting into bed that night, something cold touched her thigh. When she lifted the covers, she found the Crimson Dragon's breath inside. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. What are you doing hiding in my bed? I want to sleep with you. so I'll go sleep on the weapons rack. Red Dragon's knee stood up, smacked Lena on the head, and then flew to the fireplace. Lena had just warmed the bed when she felt Nora approaching. Turning around, she saw Nora standing by the bed. Although the two didn't exchange any words, they seemed to have a very good understanding. Nora looked down, and Reiner touched his ear, accidentally brushing against her shoulder. It's so cold. The weather is getting colder and colder. You must wear more clothes when you go out. You're small and can't stand the cold. Nora nodded, still not speaking, but her thoughts drifted into Lionel's mind. Why is he so good to me? Why do you care about me so much? Why? I can't figure it out. Lena patted the cold takeout on the bedside table and asked if she wanted to get into bed to warm up. Nora paused for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. Yesterday was an accident. Today I'm clear-headed, so I won't fall asleep again. Come on, you're so cold. What if you catch a cold? Nora shook her head again. No, I'm going to sleep soon. Why can't you just beg and plead for a little while? Come on. He's getting more and more fond of this cat girl. Nora always has a cold face, but her inner world is actually so lively. This contrast is so cute. It would be great if she could become my wife. She's not only beautiful, but also has a great figure, but it would be even better if she could gain a few more pounds. Nora is so thin now, she's just skin and bones. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but rub her ear. Nora fell into deep thought. Martina is already asleep. I'll just lie down for a bit. Is that all right? After a brief internal struggle, she nodded gently. Okay, I'll help you out. Tell me. He carefully laid down on his side, and Lena covered him with a blanket. Give me your hand. Let me warm it up for you. Oh no. Nora reached out and placed her hand on Lena's chest. Ah, it's so warm. However, the two still kept their distance from each other under the covers. After a while, Nora seemed hesitant to get too close, so she rolled over and moved away. Seeing the kitten run away, Lena mustered her courage, gently lifted Nora by her belly, and brought her back. Why are you standing so far away? Get closer. Although the guy didn't struggle much, he was internally turmoil. Master, his hand is on my stomach. What does he want to do? For some reason, Nora's body temperature suddenly rose, and Lena gently held her, feeling the softness of her body. As expected of a cat girl, just hugging her is so comforting. What should I do? What should I do? Martina, help me. Unfortunately, Martina, whom Nora regarded as her savior, was sleeping like a log. After lying there for a long time, Nola finally spoke. Master, it's getting late. I should go back to sleep. His voice was softer than a mosquito's buzz. Lena shook her head, then shamelessly said, I'm cold. Let me hug you a little longer. You can't fawn over a girl, but you have to be thick-skinned. Nora said helplessly, Fine, just one last time. Master feels so warm, even warmer than my own bed. Let's finish this quickly. I'm really sleepy. Lena said half-jokingly, Why don't you sleep in the same bed with me tonight? You can still have a warm bed when you go back now. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because once he did, Nora got anxious. He shook his head vigorously and then struggled to get up. No, I really should go. Master, I want to sleep by myself, and my mind is full of resistance. No, absolutely not. We can't sleep together. My ears are covered, my tail is covered, and I'm wrapped up in a bag. That's my bottom line. Seeing that he was so determined, Lena knew that trying to persuade him to stay would only have a negative effect, so she decisively let go. You must proceed gradually when pursuing a cat girl. As soon as Lena let go, Nora shot back into bed like an arrow released from a bow. Nora didn't sleep all night, his mind racing. Lena, too, stayed up all night with him, eavesdropping on his thoughts from the bed. Lena's words had a significant impact on her. What does my master want? He actually asked me to sleep in the same bed with him. Does he have those kind of thoughts about me? Impossible. My master said he didn't like my body. If he were to like someone, it would be Martina, whose figure is the best. Could it be that he just wants to amuse himself with me? Impossible. My master isn't that kind of person. Lena yawned. After listening all night, he was getting sleepy. If he hadn't promised Demas to go to the Dawn Forest to hunt down Goblin, he probably would have already gone to sleep. Thinking of this, he sat up in bed, woke Martina, quickly packed his things, and set off. Upon reaching the gates of Melid, Lena saw a group of about 200 people, including militiamen, adventurers, and even a few thugs, while dozens of knights stood on horseback in front of this ragtag army, seemingly talking about something. Lena made eye contact with one of the knights, and he nodded slightly. Although his face was not visible due to the helmet, she guessed it was most likely Demas. Just as Lena was standing idly in the group, a pair of hands pulled her over. "It's Junies," he said with a smile. "Bye nah. Let's go together. I don't know anyone here, so I'll ask you to help take care of me." Lena hadn't expected her to come. She had said she was going to rest for a few days, but after thinking about it, she decided to come anyway. After all, since you're here, and I don't know anyone here, I'll just be idling around anyway. Just before the two were chatting, Nora's thoughts drifted back to Mora. You really are an idiot. Even if the master is sexually frustrated, he would only seek out humans. How could he possibly seek out a demi-human like you? Don't daydream. 029, The Cunning Goblin. In episode 29, on the way to the Forest of Dawn with the team, Reiner and Junies chatted, and Reiner often heard Nora's inner thoughts. "My master wants to hold me while I sleep." What does that mean? It's clear that what I said last night caused him a lot of trouble. He kept having random thoughts the whole way, but whenever Junies and Lena started talking, he would fall into self-doubt again. Besides lacking a sense of security, Nora also has a slight inferiority complex. Lena reached out and gently kneaded Nora's animal ears. He secretly resolved that when he returned this time, he would definitely make Nora his wife. During their midday break, the four of them sat side by side and ate black bread. A cold wind blew in, and Nora, sitting next to Lena, shivered. Winter is just around the corner, and the temperature is currently around 10 degrees Celsius, which is quite cold. Martina is all right. She's large and energetic, so she's relatively resistant to the cold. Nora, on the other hand, is very sensitive to the cold and sometimes sneezes when exposed to wind. Lena held out a small fireball from her palm to Nora's side to warm herself on the altar. Nora took small bites of her black bread and said in a low voice, "Thank you, master." Immediately afterwards, his inner thoughts drifted over. My master is so good to me. Martina, who was standing nearby, blinked and reached out her hand as well. Lena, the fire pack is bigger. Even if I accept it, I'll still need the card. You can apply for the clothes and warmth yourself. Martina narrowed her eyes and looked at Lena very seriously. How can you be biased? Nora is a human, but I'm not. Sigh. All right, I'll continue to infuse you with magic, Karina. The fireball gradually grew larger, and Junies, seeing this, also reached out his hand. Finally, other unfamiliar adventurers also gathered around. Seeing this, Lena casually picked up some branches and made a campfire for everyone to roast over. After she had some free time, she looked at Nora next to her. Nora was secretly rummaging through her bag and took out a piece of black bread to eat. Just as Lena was wondering if he hadn't eaten enough, Nora's inner voice drifted over. Eat more so you can gain weight. My master said she likes women like Madina. Lena was slightly taken aback. She had never said she liked Martina. Although Martina is beautiful and has a great figure, she's almost 1.8 meters tall and has a very strong presence. She prefers petite, delicate, and curvy women. However, since Nora thought that way, she must also have that intention. It's just that she's a stubborn person, so it's probably impossible for her to say it out loud. Lena sat down next to Nora, and while Martina was maintaining the large ship and Junies was talking to other adventurers, he quietly slipped Nora's small hand under her clothes. Master, Nora called out softly, then shut her mouth. Don't move, let me warm your hands. Nora lowered her head and remained motionless. Lena noticed that his face was red. Her master felt so warm and strong, unlike Martina. Nora carefully opened her hand. Her palm was as cold as ice. Lena shivered from the cold. Your hands are so cold. Yes, I'm sorry. I've been terrified of this since I was little, and it happens to me in winter. At this point, Nora started daydreaming again. When she was little, her mother would always warm her hands. Her owner would do the same. He's so kind. When I get back, I'll buy a few more clothes and a pair of gloves. Nora nodded, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked if it was too expensive. It's all right, this is a gift for you. It's not included in the ransom. Nora was slightly taken aback. The comfort she had been enjoying during this period had made her forget her original goal of earning money to buy her freedom. But now he has a new idea. Where else can I go if I leave it? There is no place for us in this world. He may be the only human being who will treat me well. I must stay by his side. Lena was slightly taken aback when she heard his thoughts. She hadn't expected Nora's mind to change so quickly. When she first bought him, he was always thinking about running away, but now he had the idea of staying. In contrast, Martina's mind was filled with nothing but eating and sleeping all day long. She never considered these issues at all. No wonder her IQ was only D. Just as Lena was complaining, Martina also looked up at him. Their eyes met, and he put down his great sword, blinking in confusion as he looked at me. There's food again? After hearing his thoughts, Lena sighed and decided to leave it at that for now. Even if Martina is slow-wit, she'll eventually figure out in time. After resting for an hour, the group continued their journey. As they drew closer to the Forest of Dawn, they began to spot traces of goblins in the surrounding area. Looking at the severed arm and corpse lying in the roadside grass, Martina slowly said, I didn't expect to see green-skinned monsters here. Although there are many people here this time, we should still be a little careful. Martina nodded, then leaned close to Lena and whispered, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to die this time. Lena had a similar premonition, but still tapped Martina on the head with her staff. We haven't even reached the forest yet, and you're already saying such unlucky things. If we encounter danger again this time, don't be as careless as last time. I don't want to heal those 2 lumps of flesh for you again. Martina gave a soft hum and muttered under her breath. I bet you'd love to pinch my chin a few more times and let me slip through your fingers. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at the Forest of Dawn. Along the way, Lena saw many corpses of armed forest, mostly killed by the knights at the front, and occasionally news of injured adventurers would come from ahead. This is not a good sign. Junies returned from the front, looking somewhat tired. Lena, you should also be careful. These cunning arm curtains have set up many traps along the way. They're too cunning. Knowing that knights wearing plate armor are hard to kill, they deliberately wait for the knights, clearing the way to go far away before triggering the trap attack. Several adventurers following behind had already been affected and lost their ability to move. Lena suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that the war had started the moment they decided to go to the Forest of Dawn. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted into Lionel's mind. Something seems off. Master, it seems we're surrounded by green monsters. Nora tugged hard at Lena's clothes. Lena blinked in confusion. They were on the edge of the Dawn Forest, with an endless forest in front of them and dense bushes on both sides. Are you sure? Nora's ears stood up high, all around her. I heard their voices. If you don't believe me, set the area on fire, and soon green monsters will jump out. Junies broke out in a cold sweat. He understood the language of the deaf and lowered his voice, saying, I'll go tell Demas. Go quickly. 030 One-Eyed Cannibal. In episode 30, news of the team being surrounded by goblins spread quickly. Although the adventurers continued what they were doing, they were already on guard against the armed forest hidden in the bushes. Soon, Junies returned. He lowered his voice and said to Lenar, Demas and the others have also noticed. He told you to use the fireball tree to set these bushes on fire. It's not realistic to retreat now. As soon as Arm Lin realizes that the team is no longer advancing deeper, he will definitely launch a surprise attack first. Since that's the case, why not strike first? You move slightly to the left, I'll move slightly to the right. After you see that I cast the spell, you also let them pass. Junies removed the black cloth covering the staff. The two split up and went to the outer edge of the group, where they found a relatively open space and began to chant incantations softly. Seeing the gem at the top of the Crimson Dragon's breath emitting a blinding red light, Lena suddenly pointed her staff at the nearby bushes and unleashed a fireball tree. The magic power of the fireball tree, enhanced by the staff, was extremely terrifying. Flames ranging from 1 to 20 meters high rose from the ground, and a terrifying heat wave swept over, instantly turning the nearby bushes into a sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching scream came from the bushes, and Arm Lin, whose body was engulfed in flames, rushed out and began a melee with the adventurers. After the two sides clashed, Lena, fearing she might accidentally hurt her allies, dared not use magic anymore. She and Nora could only stand back to back, using their staffs as hammers, swinging them down one by one. The staff, made by the Beijing Tianjin office, was indestructible. Lena's only worry was whether the fire magic stone at the top would be smashed by it. Host, use it boldly. This thing is almost indestructible. It can hit several arms without damaging them. Is it impossible for it to break? This is absolutely shocking. No, that's why I said it's almost indestructible. But you can use it on your arm without worry. It definitely won't break. After hearing what the system said, he swung it even harder. I have to say, this staff has a forward center of gravity, so it feels like a mace when you swing it, and it's pretty good in the hand. Martina, go help the others. Nora and I can protect ourselves. Good. Martina, like a wild horse unleashed, brandished her great sword and charged straight out. Nora, meanwhile, stayed close to Lena, carrying a small dagger and protecting her. The battle lasted about 10 minutes and ended in victory for the adventurers. Lena used her newly learned hydrotherapy skills to treat the wounded adventurers' injuries. Just then, Martina returned to Lena's side, covered in blood, and looked somewhat excited. Nan, this is just the vanguard. There are definitely more green-skinned monsters waiting for us behind. Lena felt the same way. These goblins weren't even wearing leather armor, which made them seem a level weaker. They definitely couldn't be goblins. They were elite troops, more like cannon fodder for wearing down the enemy. Junies wiped the sweat from his forehead and said while treating the wounded, I never thought goblins would become so strange. I've encountered goblins before, and they were usually dressed in long skirts. I've never heard of them acting like this. After driving away little Goblin, the group continued deeper into the forest. Just now, Demas and his team also engaged in a battle with Goblin in front of the group. After walking a short distance, Lena saw a huge, bluish-gray corpse lying on the ground. It had only one eye, and its body reeked of a foul stench. It had many wounds on its body, and it was clear that the knights had used a lot of effort to bring it down. Martina glanced at Nan and said, I didn't expect there to be a stone demon here. Do you recognize this thing? Of course, I also live here for a while. Martina lowered her head in thought, as if recalling something unpleasant. This creature usually only lives in the northern part of the forest, and it will eat anything that can move. Although this monster is not smart, it has brute strength and thick skin, so I can't beat it. I used to stay far away from them whenever I saw them. Junie said in a demi-human language, the one-eyed ogre often cooperates with Goblin. It seems we need to be more careful. Lena nodded and continued walking forward with the group. To be honest, after experiencing several dangers, Lena felt more and more that the profession of adventurer was very dangerous. Dangers could come every few days, and if you were not careful, you might lose your life. He hopes to earn enough money for retirement in the next few years, then buy a house in Melord and retire with Nora, living a peaceful and stable life together. But right now, he should spend the money elsewhere. Ever since General Norabe Goblin knocked Martina unconscious with a punch and stabbed her in the chest, Lena has been considering getting a new set of armor. Hydrogen armor made of hard leather. It is hydrogen, but its protective performance is too limited. It can only cope with low-intensity attacks. If it encounters an arrow, it will still be pierced. However, if they were to wear chainmail, their chances of getting injured would be greatly reduced. Lena looked at Martina, who was walking at the front, and imagined what Martina would look like fully armed with a deck. Just then, Martina shuddered twice, followed by a new voice that made me feel like someone was staring at me with lewd eyes. He turned to look at Lena almost without hesitation. The two looked at each other, and Lena squinted and asked, Why are you looking at me? Look at you. Martina turned her head away without saying anything, but a thought floated in her mind. Is Lena taking a liking to me now? In a sense, he was right. Lena was after her strength and power. Tina was so fierce that if she were given boxing armor, she would be absolutely awesome. Nora's thoughts drifted over. Why are Master's eyes always fixed on Martina? He kept staring at her butt. He really likes big butts. I should definitely gain some weight. This is pure slander. Lena had just been looking at Martina's beautiful, strong thighs. Her buttocks were just a little higher up. He turned to look at Nora, and just as he was about to take her hand, he saw the cat ears twitch, and then he heard his thoughts. There seemed to be a strange noise in the woods, like the green jar. Nora tiptoed to look to the side, then reached out and tugged at it. Master, there's something in the woods. I can hear goblins muttering something. Which direction? Nora listened carefully, her ears twitching like radar as she turned left and right, before pointing towards the depths of the woods. Nalina squinted. The depths of the forest were pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. Then a light source the size of a torch appeared and gradually expanded. Junies looked over, his brows furrowing slightly. At that moment, Elena was startled and shouted, pushing Nora and Martina out of the group and telling them to scatter. 031 survive. In episode 31, Reiner's shout came at just the right time, and the surrounding adventurers dispersed their group immediately upon hearing it. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling fireball pierced through the trees and struck the center of the group. Several adventurers who couldn't dodge in time were set ablaze, rolling and howling, while the surrounding trees were also set ablaze. Lena quickly used water magic to extinguish the flames on their bodies, and then went to extinguish the flames on the tree. Nora glanced at the woods, then drew the dagger from her waist. The greenskin monster was approaching. Lena looked back and saw countless dark figures darting about deep in the forest. Several knights shouted in unison within the ranks, dispersing the group and lighting torches. Adventurers kept coming to Lena to borrow fire, and after passing around for several seconds, the surroundings were illuminated by a sufficient light source. Lena looked around and saw that there were densely packed arms all around, probably nearly 1,000, with several one-eyed ogres mixed in. They moved slowly but powerfully, holding rough wooden sticks in their hands. Lena wanted to cast a fireball on them, but she was worried that it would set the entire forest ablaze. Now they're facing the bushes into the wind, and the fire will blow towards them. So in the end, they will be the ones who get burned. Fire magic, while powerful, has too many limitations. The magic-wielding opponent on the other side had no such concerns, relentlessly hurling fireballs at them. In less than half a minute, the team suffered considerable casualties. At the same time, hordes of armed forest rushed in front of them and began fighting with the adventurers. But the fireball trees on the other side didn't stop for a moment and continued to bombard the adventurers. Several unlucky arms were accidentally injured when Lin Gang rushed to the front. Has that family gone mad? They even kill their own compatriots. Junius shouted angrily and raised his staff, which was glowing blue. Protect me. Nora and Martina leaned closer. As the incantation ended, cool raindrops fell on Lena's face, followed by a downpour from the sky, instantly turning the forest into a storm. The rain extinguished the adventurers' torches, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. At the same time, the power of the fireball tree on the other side was also greatly reduced. Reiner and Junius, as if on the same wavelength, simultaneously used their staffs to gather fireballs in the torrential rain to illuminate the adventurers. With the protection of water and light, the situation gradually turned around. While the lean biceps may be plentiful, their quality is lacking. With the adventurers' cooperation, they could kill as many as they came, but the massive one-eyed ogre could easily tear through the adventurers' defenses. With one blow of his club, he could send several adventurers flying. Martina kept an eye on those big guys. Try to take them out as soon as they get close. Good. Martina rushed forward and could kill the ogre with a single sword strike. Even a monster that doesn't wear any armor is no match for Martina, who wields a greatsword. No matter how thick its health bar is, it's just a matter of one strike. The situation was completely reversed, and the adventurers' morale soared. Knights began to charge into the dense forest and fight the goblins. Just then, a system voice sounded in your ear, warning you that you were being watched by the high priest. Warning, the host's life is in grave danger. Warn. Before the system finished speaking, Lena heard a thunderous roar in the sky, which startled him. Junies had told him that there were a total of 5 natural attributes, and magic lightning was one of them. The main quest has been changed to the Survive quest, with a reward of 10 gold coins. He yelled for everyone to scatter, but it was too late. Lena only saw a white flash of lightning. Master, Master, wake up. Nora's voice seemed to come from near and then fade away. Suddenly, Lena felt a sharp pain in both ears and her skin burned. The blinding light made it difficult for her to open her eyes. That's great, you're all right. Nora's voice was trembling with tears. Thank goodness her owner was still alive. After a while, Lena finally opened her eyes. Nora's face was covered in mud and water. Her cat ears were filthy, and she was soaking wet. The Crimson Dragon's breath also came closer, its ruby tip emitting a faint flame to warm the two of them. Where am I? Lena struggled to sit up. He looked around and found himself in a forest. Then a sharp pain shot through his head, and he remembered everything. It's morning now. Well, after you were knocked unconscious by lightning, I took you and we escaped. Nora shook off the rain, her body trembling slightly. The head left? Lena's head hurts, and she's still feeling dizzy. That damn goblin priest was despicable and treacherous. He attacked them with fireballs first, forcing Junius to use water magic to protect the team, which played right into his hands. Nora whispered again. I was far away at the time, and my body only went numb for a moment, but most of the people were strangled and knocked down, so I took you with me and ran away. Lena remembered that Junies was not far from them at the time. Where were Martina and Junies? Nora shook her head. Martina, I don't know. He was far away from us at the time, so he probably wasn't hit by berets, but Junies' berets hit him. He was still lying on the ground when I took you away. Lena gasped. If what he said was true, Junies was probably already dead. Nora Chinella looked unwell and repeatedly apologized to her master, saying, I'm sorry, I can't carry two people. I can't run with him. It's not your fault. It's my fault for not thinking of it beforehand. He originally came for the arm-bearing tyrant, but who knew that the arm-bearing high priest would suddenly appear? This guy could use not only fire magic, but also lightning magic, so he suffered a loss due to the information gap. Just then, Nora's ears twitched, and he covered Lena's mouth. After waiting a while, he lowered his voice and said, Master, the pigeons are searching for us right now. The entire forest is full of pigeons, so we need to be careful. Roughly where are we right now? This stumped Nora. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Maybe in the north, but I'm not sure. It's impossible for him to be in the north, unless Nora carried Lena and ran more than 10 kilometers overnight, which is obviously impossible given his physical strength. Can you lead me to the other people? Martina would be the best. Nora narrowed her eyes slightly. I'll give it a try. The smell of Ugunga Ting and his companions was washed away. Okay, come with me. While treating her lightning-burned skin, Lena followed Nora and soon heard the system's voice. 032, I have a plan. The main quest for episode 32 has been completed, and the quest rewards have been distributed. The main quest has been updated to kill the Armbin Tyrant, and the side quest has been updated to kill the Goblin High Priest. The quest reward is 10 gold coins. Although Lena desperately wanted to kill the Goblin Priest, the most sensible thing to do at the moment was to find Martina and Junies and escape back with them. After searching through the forest with Nora for a while, the two returned to the path where they had fought the day before. It had obviously been cleaned up, and the big fish had washed away the bloodstains from last night. At this moment, apart from the muddy ground, Lena saw nothing. Although Nora and Martina often argue and sometimes even fight, he feels terrible right now. Poor Martina. Even if he was powerful, he couldn't withstand it. With so many arms, he must have been eaten. Fat loved to eat so much, but he didn't even get to eat his last full meal before he died. Lena glanced at him and comforted him, saying that there were over 200 people and Goblin couldn't possibly eat them all at once. Martina still had hope. If all these people were caught, Armlin could only kill about 50 people a day. I just hope that Lin doesn't like eating women like Martina who are all muscle. Just then, Nora covered her nose and whispered, Master, I think I smell meat. It's human flesh search. Lena felt a chill run down her spine. She swallowed hard and said, Take me there. Nora bent over and led the way, and the two of them went into the dense forest one after the other. After walking for a long time, Lena also smelled the strong aroma of meat, but the thought of cooking human flesh made her stomach churn. After walking for a while, Nora suddenly stopped in the bushes, then slowly parted the leaves with his hands, glanced at them, and then gave his spot to Lena. Master, you should take a look. Lena glanced outside, her pupils suddenly contracting. Goblin cleared a large area of land in the forest in front of him and built a series of simple flat-roofed wooden houses. In the cluster of wooden houses, a dozen or so large iron pots were set up, cooking some remains, most of which were green. It was beyond Lena's imagination that these beasts could recognize each other. Standing in front of the iron pot was a slender, bony figure with arms like a stick insect. He was covered in strange runes, wore a frightening ghost mask, and had several bloody human heads hanging from the top of his staff. This was most likely the goblin priest who had launched the sneak attack and cast the spell last night. In the center of the open space, there was a throne carved from stone, on which lay a giant, fat, and festering sore-covered arm that looked like it had little fighting power. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wore a pale yellow crown on his head. This guy is probably what the system refers to as the Armlin Tyrant. Help! Two powerful, one-eyed ogres are slaughtering carefully selected adventurers. Nearly 100 adventurers were tied to the ground like insects. They were divided into two groups, one of whom was to be slaughtered and eaten, while the other was to be temporarily kept in captivity. Reiner didn't see Martina and June among those people, but he did see Demas. The guy's plate armor had been stripped off, and his wool sweater was covered in mud and water. Even so, he did not give in and continued to curse Armlin loudly with the most vicious words, even though Armlin could not understand a single word. Nora's ears suddenly perked up. He pointed to the woods not far away and said in a low voice, "I smell Martina and June's scent. Master, let's go over there." Lena followed him through the bushes, and after a while, he emerged from them. A large sword came crashing down on him, but luckily it stopped in front of him in time. "Nora." Martina looked at Lena behind her, her furrowed brows relaxing. "You're all right, that's great. Come on." Junius was behind him, along with several adventurers. After pausing for a few seconds, he said remorsefully, "I've ruined everyone's lives." Lena declined to comment, saying that Junius had simply made what he believed to be the right choice, and that he would most likely have done the same if it had been Lena in his shoes. Who could have predicted that this goblin high priest could use magic of two different attributes? If he didn't use water magic to defend himself and continue to be bombarded by the fire trees, the casualties would probably not be much better. Lena took a deep breath and looked at the tree from the outside. Let's figure out a way to rescue them first. Every 2 minutes that are wasted, an adventurer will be disemboweled by the one-eyed ogre. They need to make a choice as quickly as possible. Are we the only ones left? Nana looked around. There were no more than 10 of them in total. An adventurer answered, "I think so. If you include the number of people in the pot, it should be roughly accurate." Most of the injured were put into the pot and cooked by Armlin. "Forgive my bluntness, but we should run away now. I just counted, and there are at least 10 ogres and 200 arm-like creatures around here. There are 10 of us. We can't cause any trouble." Junius lowered his head, seemingly blaming himself. Another adventurer said, "Oh right, I haven't been discovered yet. Let's hurry up and run away. If we are discovered, it will be too late to even run." Rescuing them is indeed dangerous, but it's not entirely impossible. The soldiers are now very loose and have no defenses at all, which is a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Martina can handle the cannibal, and the remaining adventurers are all quite prestigious. As long as they coordinate well, there shouldn't be any major problems. Lena asked Martina, who was covered in blood, who was standing to the side, "Can you beat those two arms in the middle? Practice?" Martina scoffed dismissively, then held up a finger. "If I can get close, it will only take a moment." Just as Lena had expected, the magnanimous goblin tyrant was having difficulty moving around and had almost no combat power. The goblin priestess is clearly just a ranged mage with high attack but low defense. Once Martina gets close, she has almost no chance to fight back. Lena looked at Junies and asked, "What would happen if I used a fireball to ambush the goblin priest here?" Junies shook his head. "You'll be able to sense when I'm gathering my strength. If I'm not mistaken, Goblin Jess should have abilities like magic or perception, which would make things easier." Lena turned to look at everyone and said softly, "Next, I plan to try to rescue our companion. There may be some danger involved. Those who do not wish to participate can withdraw." The adventurers looked at each other. Since no one spoke up, let me rephrase it. Who would like to join? Reiner glanced at the group. "My Lord Demas saved my father on the battlefield, and my Lord Adney helped me. Thanks to him, I had the money to treat my sister's illness. My brother is in there, so I joined in too." Seeing that everyone was willing to join Lena, she gathered them together. "I have a plan." 033 Goblin Tyrant. In episode 33, Reiner peeked out and saw that High Priest Goblin was still busy fiddling with the seasonings in the broth. He propped his staff up on a bush and began to chant a spell in a low voice. In an instant, the goblin priest in the distance sensed something was wrong. After looking around, he finally spotted Lena, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack. He raised his staff and roared, "Goblin, slow down, grab the arms around him." The foresters stopped what they were doing, grabbed their weapons, and attacked Liner. The one-eyed ogre responsible for slaughtering adventurers also ran towards him, carrying a butcher's knife. The other ogres faced Lena, guarding the priest and the tyrant. Lena gripped her staff tightly, aiming at the approaching armed forest. After a moment's thought, she raised her staff an inch higher, aiming at the armed forest priest in the distance. But Priest Lin neither dodged nor flinched at the arm, showing no fear whatsoever. The fireball grazed the ogre's body and struck Priest Lin's arm. The expected explosion did not occur. Instead, it was deflected by an invisible force and exploded in an open area. At the same time, the dominoes hanging around his neck shattered. Lena frowned. "Where's this now? Is it some kind of amulet?" Priest Lin laughed so hard he could barely breathe, like a broken bellows. Lin, the tyrant who had been sitting behind him, seemed to have lost his patience. He roared, "I'll kill you, Lei." The priest of Armed Forest began chanting a spell. Lena used her staff to kill an approaching swarm of serpents, then fled toward the cabin, using it as cover. Who knew that Priest Lin didn't treat his companions like human beings at all and blasted them away with a fireball spell. Several cabins were also set on fire. Lena's buttocks were on fire. He shouted a national treasure and then bent down to use water to put out the fire. Seeing that Arm Lin was rushing towards them from all directions, Lena set fire to the building to force him back while shouting at the top of her lungs, "Junies!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball shot toward the goblin priest, but was once again deflected by that mysterious force. However, this successfully attracted the attention of the goblin priest, who saw that the group of adventurers who had been tied up had already had their ropes cut by Nora, and they picked up the weapons piled up to the side and began to resist. The goblin priest roared in exasperation, "Cunning human! Big guy, go and catch them. I don't need you anymore." The clumsy, one-eyed ogre ran toward them. The goblin priest was using fireball to counter Junius's water sphere tree. Lena climbed onto the roof, dodging the swarm of arms that surrounded him. The entire Armed Forest tribe is now in complete chaos. The Armed Forest priest's attention has been completely diverted, and there are no one-eyed ogres around to interfere. The timing was perfect. He lay prone on the roof to dodge the incoming arrows, then vigorously brandished his flaming staff. Katina burst out, brandishing her two-handed sword, and charged toward the unsuspecting Gobu. "Priest Lin, you demi-human. A cunning demi-human priest." Startled, the tyrant Lin rolled off his throne. Priest Lin then came to his senses. He chanted a spell, preparing to attack Martina with a fireball. But he was a step too slow, and Martina's two-handed sword slashed straight at his neck. The priest's head fell off, and his tall body slumped backward helplessly. Martina flicked the blood off her sword with a cool flourish. Lena praised her, saying she could see everything clearly from the rooftop. The children realized something was wrong and scrambled to run back. "Quickly protect the king." Seeing this, the one-eyed ogres stopped fighting with Demas and Junies and ran towards the direction of the arm-bearing tyrant. But Martina's two-handed sword is no joke. She can cut down as many arms as come at her. In no time, the Goring tribe was already awash in blood. "You want to save him?" Martina stomped on Goblin Tyrant's face, then slashed open her stomach with her sword, spilling out her colorful, mushy intestines. The tyrant howled in pain as his arm was injured. Lena stood on the roof and couldn't help but complain. "Stop playing around. This thing is so dirty. Don't you find it disgusting?" Martina was also quite annoyed, so she thrust her sword straight into the throat, ending her life. Then she rushed into the forest of arms and began her killing spree. Suddenly, Lena sensed something was wrong. The priest Goring's corpse was quietly wriggling, and his severed head had mysteriously rolled back and reattached to Martina's neck. Unfortunately, this guy was already entangled in Arm Lin's arms and couldn't break free for the time being. Junius also sensed something was wrong. He instinctively used a fireball spell, but it was once again deflected by an invisible force. Demas picked up his long sword and charged forward, but was knocked several meters away. The goblin priest raised his staff and roared as he set his body ablaze. Immediately afterward, large sections of his arm inexplicably collapsed to the ground, turning into dried corpses in just a few seconds. The green souls gathered at the top of the staff. Martina lunged forward and swung her two-handed sword, slaying the goblin priest once more. But before he died, he infused that soul into the corpse of the goblin tyrant. Lena sensed something was wrong. She rushed over, yelling for them to get out of the way, and then fired a fireball that set the corpse ablaze. The tyrant goblin's corpse burned in a vortex of flames, and a burnt smell filled the air. "Lena, are you all right?" Junius walked up to him with his staff in his arms and asked in confusion, "I just saw something green burrow into this guy's body. What's that green thing?" Everyone cast questioning glances at Lena. "Didn't any of you see it? That green thing is like a soul. Could you be talking about evil energy?" Well, hearing the word again, Lena felt a sense of warmth and familiarity. Before he time-traveled, he had heard of this term in some movies and TV shows. "My teacher said that only a small number of people in this world can see the flowing evil energy, which is the power of the devil. If what you say is true, then we should do it now." Before Junies finished speaking, Lena saw the arm scales in the flames. The tyrant stood up, his skin charred black, his bloody intestines emitting a foul stench, and the veins bulging on his withered legs. Everyone stepped aside. Nora reacted the fastest, grabbing Junies and pulling him away. The two adventurers closest to the tyrant were not so lucky. They were choked, and their milky white souls were being sucked out of the 5 sheaths, instantly turning them into dried corpses. The flames on the tyrant's body went out, and his battered body gradually recovered, but soon began to decay, looking very painful. "Let's all attack together and take him down." The tyrant was incredibly fast. He threw out 2 dried-up corpses, which caused the group to stumble, then picked up the ogre's fallen cleaver and roared as he charged towards the adventurers. 034, is your magic crystal really as big as a mountain? In episode 34, the adventurers in the flesh and blood-flying sword armor were like grass in front of him, and he killed dozens of them in a single encounter. The fireballs fired by Reiner and Junies could ignite his body, but they never slowed his movements in the slightest. He can heal himself. This kind of attack is useless. Martina let out a battle cry, slammed the tyrant into her shield, and then severed one of his arms. The tyrant glanced at the mutilated limbs, and a new arm covered in slime suddenly appeared. Martina frowned slightly. This was unbelievable. Cut off his head. As soon as Lena finished speaking, the tyrant suddenly exerted his strength, shoving Martina aside and charging towards him like a madman. A knight in full armor stood in his way and took the blow head-on. His plate armor was shattered by the single strike. Even General Goblin did not possess such unparalleled strength. "Hurry up!" Lena turned and ran, but the tyrant grabbed the knight by the waist and slammed him against the wall like a stone. Immediately afterwards, more knights in full armor rushed over, wielding long swords and slashing at the tyrant. However, they were too weak to cut through the tyrant's bones. The tyrant swung his sword fiercely, and sparks flew everywhere. The plate armor on the knights was dented and riddled with holes, forcing them to retreat several meters and create distance between them. The archers hiding in the shadows fired several arrows in succession, but it had no effect on the tyrant. Martina appeared out of nowhere, leaped high onto the knight's shoulders, and dropped the tyrant's head in midair. But the behemoth did not fall. It continued to wildly swing its butcher's knife. What a monster! It's still alive, even though it's not dead. Martina's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She felt no fear and rushed to the tyrant's side again, quickly dislocating his 2 legs. However, as she was leaving, the tyrant randomly slashed her left arm, and her entire arm fell off. Nora seized the opportunity, pounced on Martina, grabbed her severed arm, and rolled out of the battlefield. "Lena, let's bake it," Junie shouted urgently, unleashing a fireball that set the tyrant ablaze. Its severed limbs healed much more slowly in the flames, and by the time the leg had grown back, Martina dragged her injured body forward and severed it again, while Lena continued to chant incantations. The fireball at the tip of the staff was compressed rapidly, and its color gradually changed, eventually turning into a beautiful sky blue. How far away? The adventurers retreated, moving away from the battlefield. Seeing that the tyrant had grown back his limbs, Lena no longer hesitated and fired the fireball. The moment the blue fireball struck the tyrant, an extremely strong heat wave swept through the forest, and the ground trembled terribly. Lena was thrown away, and her cloak immediately burst into flames. He tore off the cloak and threw it aside, then looked up at the blurry figure in the flames. He could vaguely see that the figure's flesh had been stripped away and it had finally turned into ashes. Lena didn't know how long the inner flames had been burning. When she came to her senses, she felt a burning pain on her skin. She had been burned. It's confirmed that the goblin tyrant is definitely dead. Then he turned to look at Martina and then walked quickly over. This guy is fierce. His hand was chopped off, but he didn't utter a sound and just sat there like nothing had happened. Oh my God, doesn't it hurt? Martina answered without changing her expression. It hurts, but I can bear it. Nora handed the severed arm she had retrieved to Lena. Master, you are injured. I will heal myself in a moment. Hydrotherapy can heal burns quickly. He touched Nora's animal ears and whispered, You did an excellent job today. Nora nodded, her inner thoughts drifting over. This is all I should do. Lena turned to look at Junies, whose face was deathly pale and who had already fainted. During the battle just now, he kept using fireballs, and it seems that he had exhausted his magic power, so he fell into a coma. Just lie down for a bit. It should be fine. Lena took Martina's arm, glanced at the smooth cut, and said, Bear with it. I'll put it back on for you. Oh. Lena grabbed his arm and pressed it against it, while her other hand was applying hydrotherapy to help the wound heal. Even someone as strong as Martina felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably from the pain caused by the treatment. It hurts so much, it really hurts. You can scream if you can't help it. No one will laugh at you. No need, just hurry up. Martina said softly, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Lena overestimated the effectiveness of the hydrotherapy. The cut surface of his wound was too large, and the entire bone was cut open. His arm was attached, and then fell off again, and Martina was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. If all else fails, so be it. Even with one hand missing, I'm still just as capable. Just then, Demas came over and said, I need your help. Many people are injured. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Lena took out the holy water from her pouch. She had kept this medicine with her ever since she obtained it, just in case. Lena poured some seepage water onto Martina's severed arm, and then pressed the arm back onto it. Soon, the flesh began to heal at an alarming speed, leaving only a light-colored scar. Martina looked at her arm, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said incredulously, My arm doesn't hurt anymore, Lena. You're amazing. Even if it doesn't hurt, don't move around. Just sit here and wait for your arm to heal. Lena turned and walked toward the other wounded adventurers, many of whom had also lost arms. He had absolutely no experience in treating such injuries and could only try to use hydrotherapy to glue the severed limbs back together and then fix them with wooden boards. He wasn't sure if he could be cured. They'd have to wait until Junies woke up to be sure. During this time, Demas stayed by his side, watching his hesitant expression as if he wanted to say something. After a while, seeing that there were fewer people around, he finally spoke up. I owe you another favor. We have an employer-employee relationship, and I was just doing my job. If it weren't for you, we would most likely be dead under the ogre's blade. Lena waved her hand and lowered her head to heal the burns on her body with hydrotherapy. It was just good luck. If anything had gone wrong, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Demas nodded and said nothing more. After a long silence, he spoke again. If you need any help in Melord, you can come to me. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the knights. Lena didn't speak and continued to treat her burns with her head down. She caught a glimpse of Junies not far away out of the corner of her eye and asked, Are you all right? Junie struggled to sit up, nodded while holding his staff, and then suddenly turned to Lena and said, Your magic crystal is truly as huge as a mountain. 035 Nora is my woman. Before returning in episode 35, the adventurers completely destroyed Goblin's tribe, burning all the wooden houses to the ground. Those whose bodies were still identifiable were taken back by horse-drawn carriage, while those whose bodies were too damaged to be identified were buried on the spot. Demas chose a scenic creek to bury them. The group that came had about 200 people, but when they returned, there were less than 100 people left. Although this campaign completely eradicated Arm Lin, the losses were equally heavy. Lena walked wearily on the way home. Due to the large number of wounded and the many spoils of war on the carriages, the procession moved particularly slowly. They arrived in Melord the following day at noon. Lena said hello and prepared to go back to the village to sleep. I haven't given you your payment yet. Go back after you've dealt with the stuff. Demas said calmly. Give it to me later. I guess we'll have to meet quite a bit. I'm going back to sleep now. I'm so sleepy. Lena said, her voice choked with sobs, before turning and leaving the group. Upon returning to the village, he saw the wooden house entrance filled with vegetables donated by the villagers. Let's bring those ingredients in. I'm going to rest for a bit. The two animal-eared girls carried the items into the kitchen. Lena was a little dirty, so he casually leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in bed, his body cleaned up and his clothes changed. There was something warm next to him, and he touched warm, soft cat ears. Nora made a whimpering sound and poked her head out to look at Lena. Woke up? Is it the middle of the night? Yes, Madina and I have already eaten. Master, are you hungry? Lena shook her head. Nora yawned and then prepared to get out of bed. I'm going back to sleep now. Lena quickly reached out and grabbed him, telling him not to go. Sleep a little longer. It's so cold outside. He wants to hug the cat girl again. Seeing that Nora was unwilling, he continued. I haven't touched your tail and ears yet. You can just sit down. If you sit down, I won't be able to touch your ears. Lie down. It's so cold outside. What if you get sick? Nora didn't say anything and obediently laid down in bed. Lena gently rubbed his cat ears, then tentatively put her arms around Nora's waist. My master won't let me leave. Although he didn't say anything, he was quite afraid of being done to. Lena asked with a mischievous grin, Who helped me take a bath? Nora immediately said, Martina, we covered it with a towel. We didn't see anything. He said that, but in his heart he betrayed him and saw everything while they were washing. Lena was speechless for a moment. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she still felt a little strange hearing Nora's thoughts. Who changed those clothes? It was Martina. Martina changed her clothes, and I changed my pants. Lena grasped her tail, gently tugged at Nora, and muttered softly, Okay, be gentle. Lena nodded and hugged her tightly. Nora was like a cat, with an exceptionally soft body and a faint fragrance that always made Lena inexplicably want to take a sniff. After hugging for a while, Lena grabbed Nora's little hand again. Although it was pitch black all around, Lena could feel her body temperature rising steadily. Nora blushed, and her mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. She was still a young girl, just beginning to experience love, her heart filled with both conflict and a touch of reserve. Recalling the adventures they had shared during this time, Lena's affection for her grew even stronger. So, in a moment of passion, she whispered in his ear, Nora, be my woman. Huh? Nora's mind went blank. He clutched the blanket tightly and remained silent for a long time. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Stop joking, master. This isn't funny at all, Madina. Come save me. Lena poked her ear, making Nora tremble. Why aren't you saying anything? Uh-huh. Master, stop teasing me. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Lena rubbed against Nora's fluffy animal ears again. Nora fell silent again, her mind wandering. What will happen if I don't agree? Will my master still treat me like this? If we agree, does that mean we'll start doing that right away? No, I'm not ready yet. My mother said I must seize any opportunity that can make me happy, and my owner is very good to me. Yes, I can't miss this. This might be my last chance to change my destiny. Nora squeezed Lena's hand and gently replied, Yes, I promise you, but we can't do that kind of thing yet. Nora's breathing was rapid. After pausing for a few seconds, she continued in a tearful voice, I'm still too thin. I don't taste good at all. At least wait until I gain some weight, then I can touch that tail whenever I want, right? Lena didn't hold back anymore and started stroking the cat's tail from the base all the way down. The cat's tail did feel great. The two lay in bed and whispered to each other for a long time. Nora was already tired, and soon he fell asleep. While he was dreaming, Lena actually heard his thoughts. Nora's voice was full of joy and excitement. Mom, I have a home now. In the morning, the first thing Lena was subjected to after getting up was Martina's scrutiny. Martina was squatting by the bed with a long sword in her arms, spying on the two of them. Lena saw him as soon as she opened her eyes. What are you doing? You scared me. Martina narrowed her eyes and interrogated you seriously, asking, why are you two sleeping together again? The two's voices woke Nora, who turned to look at Madina, her face turning red again from embarrassment. Martina asked seriously, Lena, have you been bullying Nora again? A strong male will not bully a female. What did I bully him? Don't you dare slander me. Then, he put his arm around Nora's waist. Martina looked down, her eyes widening in surprise, seemingly astonished by the gesture. Lena slowly opened her mouth and told you the truth. Nora is already my woman. He agreed to it last night. Martina was even more surprised. She was certain that you had threatened Nora. You're talking nonsense again. Just as the two were arguing, Nora slowly spoke up. It was my own choice. I fell in love with my master, and I want a home. Martina scratched her head, and although she didn't say anything, her thoughts were out. That doesn't make sense, does Nora like that? Did I fall in love with him after giving him a bath? So what if it's a little bigger? Is it really that big of a deal? Lena felt offended. 036, get them a proper set of armor. Early in the morning of episode 36, Lena took them to Melord. On the way, he would occasionally steal from Nora, and the two, who were of one mind, would always coincidentally meet each other's eyes. Zhu Ran spotted me again. It's so hard to look away. Lena took her hand, but Nora pulled away after only a short while. He's a stubborn guy. Whenever Martina looks at him, he instinctively pulls his hand away. Before they knew it, the three of them had arrived in Melord. Reiner's purpose in coming here was to find a suitable set of armor for Martina. What if there's extra money? So, renting a room in the city to live in isn't particularly convenient, as it involves constantly traveling between the city and the village. Most activities in the game require going to Melord, such as accepting quests from the Adventurers Guild or buying weapons and armor, which all require going to town. He's now in a better position. He originally had 10 gold coins, and after going to the Dawn Forest and completing 3 tasks, he now has a total of 45 gold coins. Thanks to the system's tasks, he earned in a short period of time what a farmer would earn in 20 years. Although this amount of money is not enough for him to achieve a leap in social class, it is enough for him to live on for the time being. As soon as Lena entered the city gate, she heard a familiar voice. Hey, Kaida. Looking back, Demas was standing on the city wall with his hands on his hips, wearing only a chainmail. He took out a bag of money from his waist and tossed it to Lena. Lena took the bag, opened it, and saw that it was full of silver coins, estimated to be worth about 3 gold coins in total. Wow, so many. You must have made a lot of money from the spoils. Demas nodded, then dug out another bag of money. Although the purse was small, Lena felt it was heavy. When she opened it, she found it was full of gold coins, at least a dozen of them. Wow, are you serious? Lena's eyes widened. Of course, this is a bounty offered by the tyrant and the priests. Since you contributed the most, you should rightfully receive the majority of the bounty. Lena changed the purse and then put it in her waist pouch. Okay, thank you. Just as he was about to leave, Demas called out to Lena again. How? You've changed your mind? Well, if I don't have anything else to do during the day, I spend most of my time here at the city wall. Well, the two of them clearly had nothing to say to each other. Seeing Demas turn around and chat with the knight next to him, Reiner also left with the beast-eared girls. He first went to the shoemaker and got each of them a new pair of well-fitting short boots. They had been wearing the straw sandals for a month, and they were almost worn out. Moreover, the weather was getting colder and colder, so it was time to change them. It's clear that Nora is quite satisfied with her new shoes, as she frequently squats down to carefully wipe them. Even Martina, who is usually carefree, does the same, taking great care of her shoes. These shoes are really nice. You humans really know how to enjoy life. Martina said in a very serious tone. Nora nodded in agreement. Lena glanced at him and suddenly said, Go ahead and deduct these shoes from your tuition. I'm actually quite happy to do things for you. At least I won't have to worry about going hungry. Martina said in a very serious tone. Just as Lena was about to take Martina to the armor shop, the system's voice appeared again. Quest update. Preliminary exploration of the ruins in the Decline South. Quest reward. 5 silver coins. To be honest, Lena was so rich that he didn't even care about the 5 silver coins. But based on the principle of always doing the mission, he still had to try his luck. However, the most urgent thing was to find a set of armor for Martina. Although she was brave, she was still made of flesh and blood, and, as the vanguard of the team, protection was definitely essential. When he saw Martina's hand being cut off in the Forest of Dawn, he secretly made up his mind that he would definitely buy her a set of armor when he returned. When we arrived at the armor shop, the first thing we asked about was the price of chainmail. The blacksmith replied in a serious tone, "Oh, there are many types of chainmail. I don't know which one you want. Some protect the tiger's torso, while others add shoulder protection on top of torso protection. Are there any that provide full protection? They only have half-body versions, and they're not cheap at all. Iron prices are quite high lately, and with the labor costs added, it comes to 8 Deister gold coins." Lena gasped. The price was quite different from what she had guessed. She had thought it would only cost 3 or 4 gold coins, and the leather armor for the 3 of them had only cost 2 gold coins in total. What about plate armor? Backplate armor is more expensive, mainly depending on the area it protects. Full body armor and half body armor have different prices. Lena leaned closer to the craftsman and asked in a low voice, "Do you know Lord Demas?" "Of course I know. He is a respectable noble knight. Can you get your hands on that kind of plate armor?" Lena was very satisfied with the thing's defensive capabilities. It could stand still and let General Goblin slash it several times without any problem, so its combat power was self-evident. The craftsman glanced at Nora and Martina behind him and said seriously, "Oh, that's not suitable for you. Those plate armors were cumbersome to wear, and knights needed their attendants to assemble them for a long time before they could go into battle. Moreover, they were not cheap." "How much?" Around 30 gold coins." Lena touched her chin. Although it was expensive, she could still afford it. Just how troublesome was it that it required nails to fix it? Just hearing about Lena is enough to make me feel full. No wonder Demas only wore half a plate armor when he was fighting the goblin tyrant in the Dawn Forest. The craftsman glanced at the leather armor on the group. He remembered Lena well. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Who is this armor for?" Lena decisively pointed to Martina behind her. The craftsman frowned. "You're a strange person. Why pass on such good things to demi-humans? You could just buy them after they die." Lena was speechless for a moment. Legend has it that it's not so easy to get a mute person. Anyway, he had wandered around the slave market before, and the best he could identify was Nora, which was of epic quality. Before that, the best he could get was rare. Sigh. "All right, just leave this to your own devices." Lena waved her hand. The craftsman sighed, pondered for a moment, and then said, "A set of chainmail for the upper body, plus a set of plate armor for the shoulder pads, and then arm and gauntlets. As for the lower body, a fist clamp has recently become popular among aristocratic ladies. It is both aesthetically pleasing and convenient for movement." Lena thought about it, and realized that although this kind of thing had a protective effect, it was not very practical. With a skirt, armor, and goggles, this set provides comprehensive protection. "If I get the parts you suggested, how much would it cost?" The craftsman picked up a pebble from the ground, drew it on the wall, and then turned to Lena and said, "A total of 18 gold coins. 037, I have to kiss Nora sooner or later." In episode 37, Nana discussed with Nora and the others that this set of chainmail and plate armor skirt armor weighed nearly 20 kilograms. Martina was fine. She had inexhaustible strength and could even carry a bulky bucket helmet. But Nora is clearly not up to the task. Making him carry 20 pounds of weight while jumping around would exhaust him. And besides, his greatest strength is agility, so wearing too many layers might actually have the opposite effect. After careful consideration, Lena abandoned her plan to put chainmail on her, leaving everything else as is. Lena herself removed her skirt armor and reinforced her leg and neck guards. She had no fondness for the skirt armor. After paying a deposit for the 2 bowls, Lena led them away and then went to find the tavern owner. As an important place for information exchange in the town, the tavern owner is good at dealing with all kinds of people and is often one of the most well-informed people in the area. With their help, Lena quickly found a single-story cottage for sale in a corner of the city. The room had wooden floors and looked clean and tidy. There are 4 rooms in total, 3 of which can be used for living, and the other is used for storage. Furthermore, this room has a fairly complete kitchen. In addition, there is a small vegetable garden of 9 square meters in the backyard of the house, where you can grow some vegetables when you have nothing to do. The only thing I wasn't entirely satisfied with was that the small cubicles for washing and using the toilet were too small and quite rudimentary. Even so, it's still much better than the little wooden house in the village. Lena was smitten. How much is the rent for this house? The homeowner was an elderly man who used a cane. His temples were gray, and he spoke weakly and intermittently. How much would it cost to buy this house with 2 Deister coins a year? The old man didn't speak. He looked around with his cloudy eyes and slowly said, 40 gold coins. This house was a gift from a lord when I was young, and I still feel secure in it. I'll think about it. Lena paid the rent, planning to stay for a while to check it out. If it was really good, she would consider earning some money to buy the house. After renting the house, they rented a horse-drawn carriage from the innkeeper and began moving their belongings back and forth. The villagers seemed very reluctant to let Lena move out, but they still helped her move her things out of the house. Lena finally finished moving the house by evening, and looking at the messy house, she started to tidy it up. After all that, it was almost midnight. Lena took a shower and knocked on Nora's door. When there was no response, she slowly pushed the door open and found the bed empty. She then went to Martina's room, where Nora was indeed there. The two of them snuggled into the same bed, their big eyes fixed on Lena. Nora's cheeks were slightly flushed, as if they had done something wrong. What's wrong with you two? You look suspicious, but it's okay. Martina's lips curled up slightly, as if she was about to burst into laughter. Their thoughts kept getting into Lena's ears. I can't answer Nora's question, since I've never been with a man either. But I never expected Nora to start thinking about that kind of thing. But, judging from the current situation, following Lena is indeed a good outcome. If I have nowhere else to go in the future, I might as well just keep working for Lena, but I don't plan to do that with her. Luckily, I have good hearing. I cover my mouth as soon as I heard footsteps. It would have been too embarrassing if my owner had heard me. Lena could probably guess that the two of them had just been talking about little secrets between women. Are you two planning to sleep together tonight? Nora didn't speak, still lost in thought. It's a bit cold in the room, and there's no fireplace, so I'm planning to warm up with Nora. I plan to put some lit charcoal in the room to keep warm tomorrow. Lena narrowed her eyes and said seriously, people will die. Don't do that. I'm not stupid. If I accidentally set the house on fire, I'll open the window and escape, and you should be able to put it out quickly. Martina blinked and answered seriously, charcoal produces carbon monoxide when it burns in a lack of oxygen. This stuff is colorless and odorless, but it's poisonous. It can react with hemoglobin and reduce the blood's ability to absorb oxygen. Poisoning can cause not only nausea, vomiting, and dizziness, but also life-threatening risks. Martina scratched her cheek, her eyes clear and innocent. What was that, Itchy? What is hemoglobin? Go ahead and say it. He looked at Nora beside him. What was Nana saying? Can you understand me? Nora shook her head. It's a pity that there is no 9-year compulsory education in this world. If there is time in the future, I must give them some extra lessons in life skills. In short, remember my words. Do not light charcoal in the room. If you really must, be sure to open the doors and windows for ventilation, otherwise you risk dying. Do you understand now? The two beast-eared girls nodded and then repeated what Lena had said. Seeing Martina acting as a third wheel, Lena didn't want to make a move on Nora, so she obediently returned to her room. In the middle of the night, he heard the sound of the door being opened, followed by Nora's voice in his mind. Master is asleep. It seems I should have come earlier tonight. Lena turned around and saw Nora sneaking closer. I didn't sleep. I'm not used to sleeping in different beds, so I can't fall asleep right away. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Lana yawned and then lit the candle on the bedside table. When we were outside, I felt you were sleeping quite soundly. Sleeping outdoors is different from sleeping in a room. Neither of them spoke. Nora sat obediently on the edge of the bed, waiting for her ears to be touched, while Lena wrapped her arms around her waist and hugged her tightly for a while. Let's sleep together, don't leave tonight. Nora responded softly, lifted the covers, and slipped inside. The two were facing each other on the same bed. The atmosphere feels a bit strange. Nora suddenly moved closer and then closed her eyes. In the dim candlelight, her rosy, full lips were especially alluring, and Lena couldn't resist kissing them. But Nora was so startled that she shrank back and fell off the bed. Master, what are you doing? Lena was also startled, wondering why he was reacting so strongly. Aren't Aren't you telling me to cut you? Just something I said offhand? No, I'm just getting ready for bed. Nora burrowed back into bed and whispered, "This was a bit too sudden. I didn't expect you to kiss me." Lena hugged her. "Let's kiss every morning and evening from now on." He could feel Nora burning up in his arms. 038 Junies is the Ruins Guide. In episode 38, Nora stared at the black bread for a long time before taking a bite during breakfast. "Ever since I kissed it this morning, it has been in a daze and hasn't come back to its senses yet." His innermost thoughts bombarded Lena's ears. "My owner didn't seem to mind me at all. It was my first time kissing him, and it felt strange. I was a little breathless." Lena was speechless for a moment. That's because Nora didn't breathe the whole time, and he was so nervous that he didn't move, burying his face in his hands like a tomato. Thinking of this, Nora suddenly glanced at him, and Lena asked knowingly, "What's wrong?" No, it's nothing." Nora lowered her head and started eating the black bread again. Martina looked at the smiles on their faces with a hint of something intriguing. It was clear that they were very curious about what had happened while she was asleep. "It seems Nora has become a real woman. I must ask him how he feels tonight." The morning ended in this strange atmosphere. Lena led the bee-steered girls out of the house, and just as she was about to take a deep breath, she smelled a strong stench of excrement. She wondered which beast had dumped its excrement on the roadside again. What a bunch of awful creatures. Seeing this, Grandma decided not to linger in the vicinity and instead headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Since killing the Goblin Tyrant, his reputation in Morad has soared. Strangers often greet him on the street, and even the grumpy old blacksmith at the weapons shop nods slightly when he sees Lena. Upon arriving at the guild, he was greeted warmly by many adventurers as soon as he entered. Lena felt a little confused, but being respected was never a bad thing. He sat down in the corner that Junies usually stayed in and began to wait. He planned to continue learning some magic from Junies and also tell him about his plan to explore the ruins in the south of the city. Just then, Nora's voice drifted over again. Her master was waiting for that woman again. Whether it was her imagination or not, Lena sensed a hint of jealousy in her voice. "My master is a powerful male, and he'll definitely have many women around him in the future. I hope he'll still enjoy touching my ears and tail then." Lena thought Nora was overthinking things. She and Junies were just ordinary friends. However, it was normal for her to be anxious, since Junies was indeed very beautiful. Reiner reached out and touched Nora's ear. After waiting for a while, Junies finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. He was dressed simply as usual, and he was holding his staff covered with a black cloth. He turned his head and saw Lena, then went up to greet her and said, "Good morning, Lena." Junies sat down, and the person opposite him suddenly lowered their voice. "You're becoming more and more famous now. What does that feel?" "It's all right, but I'm not used to being the center of attention. I'd rather be invisible." Once you gain fame, you'll be able to take on more and more bounties and commissions, which is a good thing. Hopefully, that's what they'll say. Lena rested her chin on her hands, looking very serious. "Are you going to take on a mission today? Let's go outside the city and learn from each other." Junies paused for a moment, then patted his fanny pack. "I didn't bring the book. Why don't you wait for me, and I'll go back and get it for you? You've already mastered fireball and healing spells. You can continue learning." Lena sighed, then waved her hand and said, "Forget it. One more day won't make a difference. We can learn it tomorrow." "Okay, I'll teach you today, shall I?" "Of course, it doesn't matter. We're friends. There's no need to worry about so much." "Thank you, Lena." On her way out of the city, Lena told Junies about her trip to the ruins in the south of the city. "South of the city? Remains?" "Yes, I want to go and see." Junies blinked and said with some concern, "Lena, do you know anything about the ruins?" "No, that's right. I don't recommend you go because the ruins are very dangerous for inexperienced people. This continent once had an extremely powerful ancient kingdom, but for some unknown reason, that kingdom was swallowed by darkness overnight, and nearly 1,000 cities were transferred to various parts of the world by a mysterious force. There are two types of ruins: the ruined city located on the surface and the lost city located underground. The former is relatively safe, but it has been almost completely looted by explorers throughout the ages. The latter is more dangerous, but may contain a great deal of treasure. But there may be many things inside. Valuable treasures, such as ancient spell books or expensive metals, and what you're talking about belongs to the latter. The Lost City. After talking for so long, Junies felt his mouth was dry. So he took out his water bottle and took a sip. He continued, "If you're lucky, you might find treasure. But if you're unlucky, there are many hidden traps and countless evil spirits inside. You could lose your life if you're not careful." Who told you all this? It feels like reading a novel. My magic mentor is an extremely experienced adventurer, so I can't go. Junies, who had been very serious, suddenly smiled. You can go, but you need to be prepared and have a guide. Lena scratched her head. She planned to ask the tavern owner when she got back if there was anyone in the city who could guide her through the ruins. Seeing that Junies looked at him with a strange expression, the guide casually asked, "What's wrong? Do you know a guide?" Junies suddenly puffed out his proud chest. Lena, you're talking to Yiming, a guide with extensive experience. Is that reliable?" Lena narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling for some reason that he was somewhat unreliable. When asked this question, Junies seemed to feel guilty. He lowered his head and said cautiously, "I have been to the City of Ruins twice and the Lost City once with my mentor. There should be no problem, really." Well, while describing myself as highly experienced is a bit of an exaggeration, I do know the most basic things. Do you want money for leading the way? You seem really keen to go. With his hands on his hips and a serious expression, Junius said, "This is a great opportunity to gain experience, so of course I want to go. But if we find any valuable treasure, remember to share some with me to appease me." We reached an agreement. I ordered the armor from the armor shop, and we'll go there once it's finished. It'll probably take about a week. Just let me know a day in advance when you're ready. Junie smiled. 039 Nora's Mother. Episode 39. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the time this week has been spent learning magic from Junies and occasionally earning some extra money by taking on some commissions. With the deadline for armor delivery fast approaching, he eagerly went to the armor shop, where the craftsman brought out the finished product from the warehouse. "Everything is here. Go ahead and try them on." Lena nodded, and Nora opened her arms, eagerly helping him to wake up. It has to be said that plate armor is indeed quite difficult to wear. You have to pull the straps very tight to secure it. But as Lena put on each piece of equipment, her mood brightened. As the last piece of Shizudo was installed, Martina exclaimed, "So cool." Lena took a few steps back and looked at Nora. Nora's appearance reminded Lena of a certain anime character, Nora, who looked like Saber with black hair and thin ears. Lena took Martina's two-handed sword and handed it to Nora, who held it up to look at it. Nora obediently raised her sword, and Lena narrowed her eyes. Was this finally going to work? Master, the sword is so heavy." Nora's hands were trembling. Martina's two-handed sword must weigh at least 20 pounds. "Here, return that sword to its rightful owner." Then I patted Nora's waist and asked her to move around a bit to see if it affected her flexibility. Nora moved her limbs and finally did a very nimble backflip. Although her body became heavier, it was almost silent and fit her perfectly. Then there's no problem. Lena turned to help Martina put on her armor. At first, she was puzzled as to why Martina's plate armor was a size larger than Nora's. It wasn't until the two lumps of fat on his chest fit perfectly into the armor that she realized that it was because of these two lumps of fat that she had spent an extra 20 silver coins. After donning her armor, Martina exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating a terrifying power with every gesture. His armor weighed at least 40 pounds, but with the slightest movement, the chainmail and plate armor would make a metallic scraping sound. He had heard a similar sound on Demas. This sound could affect concealment and was completely unavoidable. "Lena, I feel invincible." Martina puffed out her chest, looking very serious. "I feel like I could take on 10,000 green-skinned monsters all by myself right now." The way he wielded his great sword was like that of a true warrior, but it always felt like something was missing. Looking at Martina's beautiful face, Lena suddenly realized that he was missing a helmet. Lena picked up a metal bucket helmet from the shelf and put it on Martina's head. "How do you feel?" It was a little loose and obstructed her vision, but it wasn't a big problem. Lena put the helmet on her head and walked around. She was surprised that the helmet obstructed her vision so little. She could see everything outside clearly through the gaps. Lena took off her helmet and looked back at Nora. He immediately understood what Lena meant and replied softly, "Thank you, Master, but I don't need it." That makes sense. Nora's greatest strengths are her perception and agility. Helmets can affect hearing and vision, so it's best if she doesn't wear one. Lena handed the helmet to the craftsman. Do you have a smaller size? No, almost no women come to me to buy anything. The craftsman took a soft measuring tape and measured Martina's head. I should be able to get the helmet out for you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Lena handed over a gold coin. This is the money for the helmet. The three of them walked out of the armor shop and immediately attracted the attention of many people, who probably had never seen anyone dress a demi-human in such good armor. Lena, how much does this armor cost? You'll get your money back, plus the helmet, for a total of 20 gold coins. Lena patted him on the shoulder and said, why don't you just stay with me for the rest of your life and not redeem yourself? Martina smiled, then said in a serious tone, since you've said that, I'll follow you from now on. Lena nodded. She couldn't be happier. If she could keep this legendary demi-human by her side, that would be the best outcome. Wearing armor isn't very convenient, so let's take it off and then go to the Adventurers Guild to find Junis. When Lena got home, she sat down on a stool, took off her shoes, and was too lazy to move. Looking at the untidy table, she fell into deep thought again. Just then, Nora, quick and efficient, came over to help tidy up the table. Lena glanced at the gold coins in her pocket. She still had 15 gold coins left. He suddenly had the idea of buying another slave. Although Nora could work as a maid, he was usually exhausted when he returned from his outings. If possible, he would like to buy another slave, not necessarily of high quality, just someone who can stay at home and be his full-time nanny. Let's go and try to get into the market again. Nora and Martina both perked up their ears simultaneously. Although they knew Lena wouldn't sell them, they would still be wary when they heard those four words again. I'd like to buy another demi-human to do our laundry and cooking for us. Would that make things easier for us? They remained silent and neither spoke. Although I really dislike it, if the owner buys it, life will definitely be much better in the future, which is a good thing for them. Anyway, Lena is a kind person. Even though she overheard their thoughts, she would still pretend not to know anything and ask, why aren't you saying anything? Yes, we will all obey our master. Seeing this, Lana decisively led them to the slave market, and half an hour later they arrived at their destination. Winter is approaching, and the temperature is generally around 10 degrees Celsius. However, the slaves in the market are still dressed in very thin clothes, practically just wrapped in a tattered linen cloth, which offers little protection against the cold. Nora and Martina couldn't help but feel disgusted as they watched the slave traders shouting and hawking their wares. Seeing this, Lena also wanted to buy a slave as soon as possible to avoid upsetting the two of them. Martina suddenly tugged at Lena's sleeve, pointed to the demi-human child beside her, and pleaded with Nana, if you can, please buy the child back. They're still young and shouldn't be treated like this. Try your best. Very young children can't do chores. If you're going to buy one, you can only buy one around 14 or 15 yuan. Lena leaned closer to take a look, only to find that Nora hadn't followed. She was weaving through the group of slaves, as if searching for something. Nora, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Nana walked over to her and touched her animal ears. Nora grabbed her clothes and tugged at them excitedly, then shed 2 lines of clear tears. Master, I can smell my mother's scent. She's right here. 040 Demas's help. In episode 40, Reiner was completely bewildered. Hadn't Nora's mother passed away? He vaguely remembered Nora saying that her mother had accidentally fallen off a cliff while gathering herbs and died. But he still followed Nora as they searched the slave market. Lena caught the slave traders and asked them, do you have any cat-like demi-human for sale here? Black hair, blue eyes, of course they're here. Lena didn't know who Nora's mother was either, so she would try to identify anyone who looked similar, but after searching for a long time, she still didn't find anything. Just then, Lena saw Nora at the front and stopped. Following her gaze, Lena saw a cat-like demi-human with lifeless eyes. She had long black hair, and just looking at her profile, she was practically a carbon copy of Nora. She was exceptionally beautiful, still retaining her former charm. Aside from his poor mental state, he was fine. At least he didn't appear to be malnourished, and there were no obvious external injuries. The assessment was complete. The current slave quality was rare. Name, Baisha here. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, demi-human cat. Current status, healthy. Talent details, strength, earth. Endurance, earth. Agility, earth. Perception, sea. Spirit, E. Governance, A. Lena confirmed that this was Nora's mother. Before he could speak, Nora directly reported it. Daisy looked down at Nora, and after a moment of stunned silence, she said incredulously, "Nora, my daughter." Nora's tears flowed uncontrollably. She was almost a sobbing mess, repeatedly saying, "Mom, it really is you." Daisy's eyes widened, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she hugged Nora tightly in her arms. This scene of reunion after so long touched Martina deeply, and she quietly wiped away her tears. Just then, the two people blocking the group's progress attracted the slave trader, who angrily brandished his whip. Just as he was about to lash Nora, she broke free from Daisy's embrace, stood in front of him, and bared her teeth fiercely. Lena quickly reached out to stop the slave trader, who was about to start cursing when he turned around and saw it was Lena. He swallowed his words and after a few seconds slowly said, "Sir, keep your slaves in check. We should move on." Lena nodded, then pointed at Daisy and asked, "How much is this slave?" "I bought it." The slave trader looked in the direction he was pointing, shook his head. "It's really big. This cat-like demi-human has already been reserved. No need to rush. Why don't you pick another one? These are all top-quality animals, raised in captivity until they are strong and healthy before being sold. Each one only costs 4 gold coins, which is a great deal. I'll pay double the price." "Oh, sir, it's not about the money." "Triple." "Oh, sir, quadruple." Lena raised her voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding animal-eared girls. As the saying goes, there is basically no problem in this world that money can't solve. If there is, it means that not enough money has been given. Unfortunately, Lena only has 15 gold coins left. If even that much money can't get him to talk, then she'll have to find another way. The slave trader shook his head and sighed. "If it were any other time, I might have broken the contract and sold it to you for this much money. But the person who made the decision was a nobleman, someone we couldn't afford to offend." "Noble? Who?" "Lord." Nana was slightly taken aback. He had heard Juni's mention that Demas was the Lord's son, so perhaps he could ask him for help. "Keep this person for me. I'll be back right away." "You'd better hurry." Lena wanted to take Nora up here with her, but he stood there, reluctant to leave. He held Daisy's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "We should go now. I'll figure something out." Daisy was somewhat surprised to hear Lena speaking a demi-human language. "Sir, you can speak demi-human language. I entrust my daughter to you. She is a very intelligent child. Please treat her well." After saying that, he stroked Nora's hair and said softly, "Don't worry about me. I will survive." The slave traders urged the group on and continued moving forward. Nora rubbed her eyes, looking dejected, and choked out, "Master, that's my mother." "I know. Don't be so downcast." Immediately afterwards, Nora's words drifted into Lena's ears. "Nora, you must not make things difficult for your master anymore. He has already been very good to you. I cannot ask for more. But if Mom gets bought by bad people, then everything will be over." Lena patted his ear, trying to soothe him, unsure if talking to Demas would be of any use. After leaving the slave market, they searched for a long time at the city gate, but couldn't find him. Normally, Demas would sit on the city wall like an NPC, gazing into the distance. But today was an exception. The section of the city wall where he usually sat was now empty. Left with no other choice, Lena randomly grabbed a few patrolling soldiers and asked them questions. She finally learned that Demas was training the militia in an open area outside the city. Heading east out of the city, after a short while, they saw Demas, wearing chainmail, training a group of militia with several other knights. They were wielding spears and stabbing straw dummies. Lena leaned closer, waved at Demas, and then began to recall his full name. After Demas approached, he coughed twice and greeted Demas in a somewhat obsequious manner. "Good morning, Lord Russell Mellot." Although he was very reluctant to say it, he had to ask for a favor, so he spoke with a respectful manner of the other adventurers. Demas narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and said expressionlessly, "Just call me Demas. You don't need to speak to me so stiffly like everyone else. Speak up, what do you want from me? I will help with anything within my ability." Lena pointed to Nora behind her and spoke. "Then I won't be polite. Have you recently bought a lot of demi-human slaves?" One of the slaves was his mother, and I hope to buy him back so that mother and daughter could be reunited. A hint of respect flashed across Demas's face, but he quickly regained his composure. What did that demi-human look like? A cat-like subhuman with long black hair and blue eyes, a high-quality slave. New. Demas whistled, and his warhorse came galloping over from the side. I'm going first, you can go too. Having said that, he rode his horse toward Melod. Reiner and Nora followed closely behind. As soon as they returned to the city, they saw Demas riding a horse and leading Daisy towards them. Nora quickened her pace and buried herself in Daisy's arms. 041, bring your mother-in-law home. In episode 41, Nora hugged Daisy tightly and thanked her. Lena said seriously, luckily I didn't fall out with Demas back then, otherwise Nora's mother wouldn't have been able to come back so easily. He took out 5 gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Demas. Demas glanced at them and refused. I'm not helping you for the money, but one thing at a time. I can't ask you for help and then make you pay for it, can I? Take it. Although this money isn't much to you, I don't want to take advantage of you. After a moment's thought, Demas took the gold coins and said, I'll head back now. Okay, goodbye. Watching Demas's departing figure, Lena breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out and patted Nora on the shoulder. Let's go home first. Well, the mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for so long, and they had so much to say. After arriving home, Nora kept chattering away. Having known him for so long, this was the first time she'd ever seen him so talkative. Usually, if Lena didn't talk to him, he would sit alone in a corner, sharpening his dagger. If there was nothing to do, he would basically not speak on his own initiative. However, he had quite a rich inner world, just like now, drawing like a child. Daisy, however, was clearly less inclined to speak, keeping quiet as he dealt with Nora. He was somewhat wary of Lena and constantly observed her expression. Nora seemed to understand Daisy's thoughts and said softly, Mom, our master is a very kind man. He is very good to me. He not only makes sure I have enough to eat every day, but also gives me warm clothes to wear. He never hits or scolds me. He is different from other people. Immediately afterwards, Daisy's thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. Silly child. You have no sense of propriety at all. I'm not hitting or scolding you because I'm in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood one day, then it's all over. And if he really is a good person, then you should flatter and fawn over him even more. There is no place for us demi-humans in this world anymore. If we can live by relying on a good person, that would be a kind of luck. Daisy glanced at Lena, then knelt down and prostrated herself to thank her mistress. Nora blinked, about to reach out and help Daisy up, but then thought better of it and withdrew her hand. Lena was speechless for a moment, then said, We don't need to do these things. Let's not do this again. She stood quietly to the side, without moving an inch. Lena pointed to the stool next to her and said, You can sit here. Hope is like an NPC. You only need to tell him what to do, and he'll do something. Nowhere said you fell off a cliff while gathering herbs. What happened after that? Daisy fell into thought, paused for a few seconds, and then replied, I was lucky. When I fell, the branches cushioned my fall. Although the mountain was very high, I only broke my leg. And just then, a human found me. Then I was captured, lived in a small house with my companions for a while, and then was brought to this city to be sold. And then came what just happened. Lena scratched her head, lost her footing, and fell off the cliff, but was eventually caught by the others. If he, a demi-human with an injured leg, had been in the valley, he would most likely have starved to death or been eaten by monsters. He was lucky to be alive. Lena looked at Martina beside her. Martina hadn't said much since the beginning and seemed to be in a low mood. She envied Nora's mother for still being alive and being able to reunite with her family here. Lena tentatively asked, Your family? Martina interrupted directly, saying that the topic of, I buried them with my own hands was killed instantly. Just then, Daisy spoke up. Master, is there anything I can help you with? Lena nodded seriously. Of course, each of us in this family has our own role. Nora, Martina, and I are responsible for earning money and supporting the family. And what about you? Starting tomorrow, they will be responsible for taking care of our daily needs, mainly providing 3 meals a day, as well as changing our clothes every day and cleaning the house once every 10 days. Also, we live not far from the well, so you'll probably need to help with fetching water. Once you've ensured these tasks are completed, You can freely allocate the remaining time. Daihope bowed her head slightly. Yes, master. His inner thoughts drifted back. If this sacrifice could bring him stable food and shelter, it wouldn't be a big deal. Also, come with me to the slave market tomorrow to collect some strange stories. Nora gently grasped Lena's sleeve, wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. My master has done so much for me, and if this continues, he will take advantage of me. It's just a pattern of air. Lena reached out and touched his ear. Besides its deterrent effect, the aura pattern is also a form of protection for you. Once you are marked with the auto code, you will be unable to be contracted by others. Otherwise, slave traders might have designs on you. Yes, I will do whatever master says. Let's eat then. I see you're all hungry. Lena looked at Dai Ziming and asked, What's your name? Dahishel? So Daisy, for a long time to come, we will need your care, and it will be my honor. Nora led him to the kitchen to familiarize himself with the place, and then brought out 4 pieces of black bread and a smoked chicken. Lena glanced at it and said, Let's switch to white bread. We have a new member, so let's have something good to eat first. Nora's eyes welled up with tears. She took her mother's hand and whispered, Mom, white bread is especially delicious. You'll love it. The 2 cat girls went into the kitchen hand in hand, leaving her and Martina staring at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Daisy came out carrying white bread. Although Daihope remained expressionless, it was easy to tell from his inner thoughts that he was actually quite craving it. He was lucky. Although he was a bit old, he was still classified as a high-quality slave because of his outstanding looks. Naturally, the food he ate was not comparable to Nora's. He could eat black bread at the slave trader's place, while Nora used to drink water. Mom, you must try this white bread. Nora helped him cut the bread and scooped a spoonful of jam onto the wooden plate. Daisy took a bite, and although he found it delicious, he didn't wolf it down. He ate very elegantly, while constantly observing Lena's expression. Although his intelligence is only 1 level lower than Nora's in terms of attributes, he is much smarter than Nora. After dinner, it was already evening. Lena took a shower and then sat in her room studying magic. Nora's room was next door. He slept with Daisy. Lena waited a long time today, but Nora didn't come over to touch his ears. 042 Nora takes the initiative. The next morning after episode 42, Lena had just woken up when she saw Daisy sitting quietly to the side with a plate, waiting. Nora sat on the edge of the bed, looking quite pleased with herself. Daihope lifted the plate with both hands and said softly, Master, it's time to eat breakfast. I usually eat after I've washed up. Just put it on the table and go about your business. Daihope responded and quickly walked out of the room. Nora closed the door, then climbed onto the bed, nudged Lena's chest with her head, and whispered, Master, touch my ear. You didn't come over last night, and I waited for you for so long. Lana couldn't help but complain that she couldn't sleep well without Nora. I fell asleep in my room with my mom yesterday without realizing it. I'm so sorry. With one hand vigorously rubbing her ears and the other gently tugging at her tail, Nora carefully climbed onto Lena's body. Her cool little hands cupped Lena's face, and she mustered her courage to close her eyes, her lips slightly parted. I haven't washed up yet. Let's kiss after I've washed up. Lena turned her face away. Nora blushed. It was clear that his actions just now made him very embarrassed. After all, Lena was usually the one to take the initiative, and he was the one to be passive. But today he had taken the initiative. Nora Jianglina's face was turned to face, and she said in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz that it was nothing. This time, before Lena could react, she kissed her directly. After they separated, Lena's tongue felt a slight stinging sensation. Spare me. Nora's face turned even redder. He lowered his head and said, I have some sharp teeth. I didn't mean to. Go ahead. He suddenly lowered his body and knelt on the bed. Master, thank you for helping me. I will remember your kindness and will definitely repay you. Meanwhile, Nora's thoughts drifted into Na's ears. In order to save my mother, she even sought help from people she didn't get along with. Master's kindness. Master's kindness. Can I ever repay it in this lifetime? Real? After a few seconds of contemplation, Lena said in a serious tone, Then give me a child. The air suddenly froze, and Nora's skin tone changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, her fair skin turned pale pink. In the already cramped room, Lena could even hear his heavy breathing. My mother was younger than I am now when I was born, and my master is a charming man. He is not only good to me, but also very kind. I must hold on to a man like him. Nora was somewhat incoherent and kept making mumbling noises. Don't rush. Speak clearly first. Nora took a deep breath, paused for a few seconds, and then whispered, yes, as long as Master doesn't mind that I'm a demi-human, I can do whatever I want. After all, I'm Master's woman. Lena doesn't mind cat girls. Upon receiving Nora's affirmative reply, she felt a surge of anger. Lena, who had been single for over 20 years, couldn't resist the temptation and instantly became a hardened woman. Nora sensed something and instinctively shrank back. Chu ran you? Well, not during the day. After saying that, he dashed out of the bedroom, leaving Lena alone in the room to cool off. After breakfast, Lena took the 3 beast-eared girls to the slave market. Before leaving, she kept instructing Nora and Martina that no matter what they saw at the slave market, they must not act impulsively. Nora nearly lost control when she encountered Daisy at the slave market yesterday. If Lena hadn't stopped him, the slave trader with the whip would probably have been killed on the spot, and Nora would most likely have been arrested and executed on the spot. I've got it. Upon arriving at the slave market, the 3 beast maidens remained silent and obediently followed behind Lena. After marking Daisy, he fainted, and Nora carried him on her back. Reiner had planned to go back, but he stopped by the armor shop on the way and went to take a look at the craftsman. When he saw Reiner coming over, he quickly walked towards him and said, "You've come at the right time. I've taken care of the helmet for you." After saying that, he took a smaller bucket helmet from the shelf. Lena took it and handed it to Martina beside her. Martina tried it on and nodded, saying the helmet fit perfectly now. Lena paid, took the helmet, and led the group toward home. Now fully equipped, he is ready to embark on an adventure in the south of the city. After Daisy woke up, Lena told her that they would be going out for 2 or 3 days and that she should stay at home by herself during this time. There was food in the kitchen and she knew where the well was. Daisy was still somewhat dazed. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he answered softly, yes. The 3 then donned their armor and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Daisy opened her arms and hugged Nora as she left home. Then he went straight to the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, the 3 fully armed men attracted a lot of attention and were watched by many civilians. Upon arriving at the guild, they immediately became the center of attention, with adventurers casting their gazes at them. As usual, Junies was sitting in a corner of the Adventurers Guild, petting his cat. Because Lena was wearing a helmet, he didn't recognize her at first. It wasn't until he saw the staff in Lena's hand and Nora, without a helmet, that he cautiously asked, "Are you Lena?" Lena lifted her mask, smiled, and asked, "How's this outfit? Not bad, right?" Junies put the cat down and ran to Lena's side, gently stroking Lena's armor. "Not bad. The workmanship of this armor is not bad. Why did you think of buying a set of armor?" "Sigh. I guess I have to be careful with my life. Being a great adventurer is so dangerous. You can easily get hurt if you're not careful. Since that's the case, then wear thicker clothes. Mages should build tank items so that even if they get caught by Lamlin King, they can still put up a fight." Junies looked at Nora and Martina behind him and said, "You must have spent a lot of money, right?" A total of 44 gold coins were spent. It certainly wasn't a small amount. Lena pointed to the gate of the Adventurers Guild and then asked, "How so? Now that I've bought all my equipment, can we go conquer the ruins?" "You can bring any time, but make sure you bring plenty of water and food. I've been scouting out the ruins in the south of the city for the past few days. It's a small ruin, and if you want to explore it thoroughly, it should only take about 2 days." "That's easy. I brought 4 people and 5 days worth of food. Let's not delay, let's set off now." Just then, a deep, hoarse male voice came from the side. "Sir, are you planning to go to the ruins in the south of the city?" Lena turned her head and saw an old farmer with a thick beard and mud on his hands. "Don't call me sir. I'm not a nobleman. My name is Lena. Mr. Lena, could you do me a favor? I will pay you. 043, accept the mission and head to the ruins in the south of the city." Episode 43. My child, like you, is also an adventurer. 5 days ago, he went to the ruins in the south of the city with a group of people to earn money for my wife's medical treatment, but there has been no news of him since. I'm very worried about him. The old farmer sat across the table, his head bowed, looking somewhat uneasy. Lena looked at Junies beside her and asked, "What do you mean?" Although the interior of the ruins is quite complex, it is still a small ruin. If they haven't come out for 5 days, they can only be in danger. Junies paused for a moment, then asked, "How many people are there?" There are about 6 people. He rarely talks to me about these things, and I don't really know much about them either. Do they have any experience exploring ancient ruins? The old farmer shook his head again. He probably knew nothing about it. Junius rested his chin on his hand, thinking that it was unlikely that 6 experienced adventurers would be wiped out, unless he kept them in suspense at the crucial moment. Lena couldn't help but say, "Unless what?" The dangers inside the Lena ruins go far beyond the countless traps and evil spirits. The place is shrouded in darkness, constantly eroding one's sanity. Any tiny negative emotion will be amplified infinitely there. If one's mental resilience is not strong enough, one's mind can easily collapse, leading to a state of madness. Nanda was slightly taken aback, as both Beast-Eared girls had the spirit attribute on their attribute panels. He vaguely remembered that Nora's spirit was D, and Martina's spirit was C. I thought it was just related to magical talent, but I didn't expect it to be closely related to Lee's his E. What's your son's name? How old? What does it look like? Are there any obvious features? His name is Pierre Craig. He's 19 years old. He has a scar on his nose from a fight when he was a kid. Lena silently noted it down, then asked, "What will you give me as a reward?" The old farmer took out a worn and yellowed book from his backpack. Junies took one look and became very interested, so he took it and started looking through it. "My grandmother found this book when she was young, but unfortunately, I am illiterate and I don't recognize the words in it." Shunies turned the pages of the book one by one, his brows gradually furrowing. "I don't recognize this one either. Lena, take a look." Lena took the book and immediately activated the translation function. In her eyes, the words on the pages began to rapidly recombine, eventually transforming into words that he could understand. At the same time, the system also provided an answer in Oziaka, and the language on the screen was Oziaka. After saying that, he began to browse through the table of contents and found that it was a magic book that recorded the study of magic, which was exactly what Lena needed. Just then, Junie suddenly spoke up. "Lena, what's wrong?" Oziaka is the language of the western part of the country. "What's wrong?" "The kingdom of Judy has been extinct for over 1,000 years, and its language has long been lost. Where did you learn Oziaka from?" Lena looked up at Junies and saw that his eyes were wide open. She couldn't just say that he had a cheat code, could she? Looking at the magic book in his hand, a thought suddenly struck him. How could it have been lost? Surely someone knows it. Look, this book is still in good condition. Logically speaking, a book from over 1,000 years ago should have been reannotated long ago. It must have been made by someone within the last 100 years. Junies narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, "Many ancient books and scrolls have been blessed by the gods. It is not difficult to achieve a 1,000-year-old commemoration. My mentor used to be busy and overwhelmed with the task of translating the scrolls of the local kingdom. He searched for many knowledgeable scholars, but to no avail. And you, Lena, are sweating profusely? What is this nonsense? Blessed by the gods? Junies is really hard to fool. Well, I don't know all the characters. I only recognize a few scattered ones. Real?" Junies bent down and brought his face close, asking with a sincere expression. Nora, who had been silent all along, drifted over, and he was so close. "Hey, really, I'm not lying to you. I'm the most honest person I can be." Junies observed him closely for a long time before speaking. "You have quite a few secrets." Just then, the old farmer across from them spoke again. "Mr. Lena, can you help me? Existing opportunities." Change the subject. Lena quickly returned the book and said, "No problem. Go and post a request. We'll set off now to find it." The old farmer turned and walked toward the counter. Lena said to Junies, who was standing nearby, "Let's go, guide." The 4 of them quickly left the city and headed towards the ruins in the south. Nora scouted ahead, while Reiner, Junies, and Martina stayed behind. The journey was smooth, and they arrived safely at a field located south of the city. Reiner looked around and saw that there was nothing but weeds and forest nearby. He asked in confusion, "Where are the ruins?" "The lost city is located here." Junie stepped on the compacted soil and asked, "Shall we start digging now?" Junies chuckled and patted Lena on the shoulder. You're such a funny man. There is usually a peculiar magic stone in the vicinity of each season. At first glance, it looks no different from an ordinary stone, but it is covered with all kinds of magical runes. Having said that, he used his staff to part the bushes and led the way. Soon, he found a stone that had been eroded by wind and rain for a long time, and it was indeed engraved with many crooked runes. This was the entrance. In addition, once a mage uses it, it cannot be used a second time for a short period of time. One must wait until then. Junison, like a teacher, carefully called on Liner, making sure he remembered his teachings. Why are you suddenly so serious? I don't understand you. Junie smiled and bent down to blow the dirt off. We're ready. Let's go in. Lena turned to look at the two bee-steered girls. Nora and Martina are all ready and waiting. Junie's nodded, took Lena's arm, and the two looked at each other. Why are you looking at me like that? I have another question for you. Junie's looked at Nora and Martina and said in fluent demi-human language that it was best to have physical contact with each other when entering the ruins, otherwise they might be teleported to different locations. Upon hearing this, the two tree mothers came running over excitedly and, imitating Junie's, took Lena's hand. It doesn't have to be like that. As long as Nora and Lena have contact, Martina, you can hold Nora's arm as well. Martina decisively let go of Nora's arm and took her hand back. Seeing that everyone was ready, Shanice placed his hand on the magic stone. 044 Exploring the Ruins. In episode 44, in just a moment, Lena's vision went completely black. She felt as if she had been pulled into endless darkness by a magical force, and all her senses were dulled until flames ignited in Junie's palm, bringing her back to her senses. Lena, are you all right? I'm fine. He only felt a little eerie, but otherwise felt no discomfort. Lana looked around and found herself inside a dark, ancient building. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth. The rough stone walls were covered in moss, and there was a spider the size of a palm on the ceiling. The wooden door leading outside was rotten and collapsed when he poked it with his staff. There might be traps around here. Lena, be careful. Let me scout ahead. Master, follow behind me and provide the light. Nora pulled him back and walked ahead herself. The group emerged from the food one by one. Lana looked around and saw an ancient, dilapidated street with rows of crumbling walls on both sides and a thick black fog in the distance. This place doesn't even distinguish between day and night. As far as the eye can see, there's only darkness that penetrates to the bone. Just as Lena was about to amplify the flames in her hand, Junie's quietly stopped her, telling her not to attract too much attention during the season. He had heard that there were quite a few troublesome skeleton soldiers in the area, and it would be troublesome if they were attracted. What's the overall structure of this season? I'm a little curious. Junie's carefully observed his surroundings and slowly began to explain. My mentor told me that the Lost City is a sphere that exudes magical wonders, so it should be round. As for its diameter, it varies from a few hundred meters to several kilometers. Some are big and some are small. How are we going to get back then? You're already thinking about leaving as soon as you come in? No, you're the only one who knows this place well. If we accidentally get separated, we're doomed if we don't know how to get out. Actually, he was worried that Junie's might accidentally die a violent death. It's very simple. There will be multiple magic stones that can be used for teleportation within a season. You just need to find them and use them. How do I use it? Teleportation is achieved through physical contact followed by the infusion of any type of magic. Lena roughly understood. When he got back, he was determined to try it himself so that he could bring Nora and Martina on an adventure next time. Lena looked around and asked again, So where should we go next? Anywhere is fine. I know nothing about this site either. Lena thought for a moment. The most urgent thing now was to complete the system task and find the adventurer named Pierre Craig. He patted Nora on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, Can you smell other people's scents? I need to find someone. Nora raised her head, sniffed around, and whispered, I can give it a try. He led the way, with the other three following closely behind. Suddenly, Nora stopped and drew a dagger from her waist, while Martina drew her greatsword. Just then, a creaking sound came from ahead, and a ragged skeleton emerged from the darkness. He had no weapon. Nora instinctively took a step back, her thoughts drifting into Lena's ears like the moving corpse. Martina, on the other hand, was much calmer and showed no fear at all when she saw the skeleton monster. Lena recalled that Nora's mental strength was slightly weaker than Martina's, so her mental resistance to such terrifying things would also be relatively weaker. Lena raised her staff and used a water ball tree to knock down the skeleton, its round head rolling into the ditch beside it. He then reached out and touched Nora's cat ears, comforting her and saying, "Don't be afraid, I'll stay with you." Junies looked at the two of them seriously and said, "An encouraged teammate is less likely to have a mental breakdown. If he's scared, you can comfort him more." "I'm not afraid. I'm just a little surprised." Martina looked at the bones on the ground and said expressionlessly, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a pile of bones. I've seen things 100 times more terrifying than this." Junies bent down and rummaged through the bones, then broke off a piece and handed it to Lena. "Hey, you can exchange the skull thumb for money at the Adventurers Guild." "How much?" Lena already had a rough estimate of this. Such an easy monster to kill shouldn't be worth much money, about the same price as a slime's magic box. Sure enough, it took 20 thumb-sized pieces of bread to exchange for a single loaf of black bread, but Lena would still pick up even the smallest bit of meat, adhering to the principle that even a fly is still meat. The four continued forward, and it must be said that there were quite a few monsters in these ruins. In just a short distance, Lena had already killed dozens of skeletons, even though they had no equipment and appeared to have been ordinary civilians in life. "Didn't you say there might be treasure?" "Yes, they might be hidden in various places, or perhaps they've already been taken by other adventurers. I heard that decades ago, being an explorer was quite a popular profession, and many people found treasure and became rich overnight. In recent years, this profession has gradually declined." Lena shrugged. To him, whether there was treasure or not didn't really matter. After all, he was only here to complete the system's mission. If he could find Pierre, it would be a pleasant surprise. After walking for a while, Nora, who was in the lead, stopped again. He looked down at the ground, picked up a stone from the roadside, and threw it heavily. With a muffled thud, the dirt road ahead quickly collapsed, turning into a bottomless pit. "Wow, that's amazing. How did you figure that out?" The trap was very well hidden, almost indistinguishable from any other road surface, but Nora's eyes were so sharp that she was able to spot it at a glance. "I had a feeling that there was a hollow space underneath, so I tried it with a stone, and to my surprise, I was right." Lena gained a clearer understanding of his perceptive abilities. Just then, Junius raised his staff and pointed it in the direction of the pit. Nora took out the dagger. There was something in the pit. There were monsters called crypt magic beads that hid in these kinds of traps and crypts. They were quite dangerous. No sooner had Junius finished speaking than Lena saw a dark shadow leap out of the cave and rush toward them at lightning speed, a black spider the size of a bison. "Huh!" Martina let out a battle cry, unleashing tremendous power, smashing the magic orb with her shield, and then splitting his head open with a sword. The demonic orb convulsed, oozing large amounts of green blood, before finally lying on its back, completely lifeless. Lena was about to praise Martina when she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Nora's expression was a little off. 045 Nora, corrupted by darkness. In episode 45, Junies walked up to him and whispered a compliment to Mach-T. "You're really amazing. You managed to knock the demon boar away in one go." Martina seemed to enjoy being praised, her tone carrying a hint of pleasure. "Of course, this thing is so light it would fly away with a single bump." Just as the two were exchanging compliments, Lena walked over to Nora, touched his cat ears, and comforted him, asking if he wasn't feeling well. Nora turned to look at Lena, quickly stood up, and said, "I'm fine." He can lie with his words, but he can't lie with his heart. "I feel dizzy and short of breath, as if something is choking me. What's wrong with me? What's the deal with Junies Nora?" He was feeling unwell. He once said that ruins can corrupt a person's mind. Noritz has been acting strangely ever since he came in, most likely due to the influence of the ruins. Junies walked over quickly, reached out, and touched his forehead and asked gently what was wrong. "What's wrong? I don't want to become a burden to my master. I feel no discomfort." He felt dizzy and couldn't breathe. Nora blinked in confusion and asked in unison with Junies, "How did you know?" Lena was talking nonsense with a straight face. "Nora is my woman. We're on the same wavelength, I guess." Upon hearing this, Nora's face turned slightly pale and then flushed. Junius stroked his chin, his expression somewhat meaningful. He clearly had a different opinion of Lena. Is that so, Nora? Yes, I am my master's woman, and I am willing. Junius drew a conclusion immediately, which suggests that his thinking was indeed a bit confused. I asked if the symptoms matched, but he answered with something else. Nora hesitated for a moment before nodding, then was struck by an attack. However, this is only mild and will not cause any other effects other than some physical discomfort. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, and after a moment of silence, asked, what could be more serious? Hallucinations will occur, then they will be blocked. Junius looked at Nora, scrutinized her closely, and then said, however, the probability of that is not high, unless the team is in danger, in which case a mental breakdown is possible. But with Mena around, virtually no monsters can harm us. Lena patted Nora on the shoulder, telling her to rest for a while and catch her breath. Uh-huh. Lena looked at Martina, who was squatting next to the boar's corpse, examining it closely. This guy has much stronger mental fortitude than Nora. At least his expression hasn't changed at all since then. Junius walked over to the magic orb, carefully poked it with his staff, and after confirming it was dead, smashed its fangs with his dagger. You can also exchange these for money at the Adventurers Guild. 1 fang can be exchanged for 10 copper coins. Rounding up, 1 magic boar can earn about 1 silver coin. So 18 boars are roughly equivalent to 1 gold coin. If you can keep killing like this, the income will be quite considerable. But the most urgent task is to find the old farmer's son, Junius. How much do magic books usually cost? Different attributes result in different prices. Awakening fire magic is relatively common, and books with the corresponding attribute are more expensive, while awakening lightning magic is rarer, and books with it are slightly cheaper. What? You want to buy a book? Are books on grinding methods expensive? Approximately how much does it cost? It's fairly standard. Dias would cost around 20 gold coins. However, Melord is a small city. If you want to buy books, you have to go to a bustling big city. You haven't answered me yet. Why are you asking this? After a moment's thought, Lena answered honestly. Do you remember the book that the old farmer showed us? Of course I remember. It was a magic book. Yes, what's recorded above is all ancient magic. You just told me that? Junius blinked. His serious expression looked rather cute. Should I keep it all for myself? If I were you, I would just read it and forget it. Anyway, you don't know the words in the book. I would just fool you, give you some money, and send you away. You're such a dog. But that was actually what I was thinking at first too. After we found the old farmer's son and got the book, I'd give you some money. No need, I was just joking. You can keep it yourself. I just wanted to come with you for a season of exploration. Got it? Doesn't the aristocratic young lady lack money? Lena reached out and touched Nora's cat ears. Junie smiled, but didn't say anything. Lena felt that he was actually quite short of money. Everyone said that it was difficult to travel to Cambodia in luxury. Junies was an aristocrat. If he were really rich, he should be eating white bread every day. Having known Junies for so long, the two would spend their time outside the city learning from each other, and his lunch was always the same, black bread. Lena breathed a sigh of relief and stopped thinking about it. Junies wasn't his wife, so why was she making wild guesses all day long? Just then, a cold wind blew from directly in front of her on the road. Nora suddenly stood up and took a deep sniff. What's wrong? Are you feeling better now? Lena reached out and ruffled the downy hair in Nora's ear. He was already used to it and remained unfazed. Master, I smell blood. Come with me. Nora drew her dagger and continued walking down the street. Something ahead had clearly attracted the horde of skeletons. Martina took the lead, wielding her greatsword and clearing away the skeletons blocking her way. Junies looked down at the skeletons at his feet and murmured, "The sword in Martina's hand seems particularly powerful. The skeletons fall apart as soon as they touch it. The old blacksmith said that it was mixed with honey, but I don't know if it's true or not. It's probably true. Honey-induced lust is the nemesis of evil spirits, so they must have spent a lot of money on it." Lena shook her head. Rounding it up, this was practically freeloading off the old blacksmith. But judging from Martina's antics, this sword won't last much longer either. A few minutes later, without anyone making a move, Martina had cleared the street of skeletons completely. He picked through the bones with his greatsword, then turned to Lena and said, You should come and take a look. Lena walked over to her and looked down. What came into view were 3 unrecognizable corpses. 2 of them were completely disfigured and reeked of decay, making them unrecognizable. 046 willing to fall asleep peacefully in Liner's arms. In episode 46, we searched for Pierre and Craig for ages. Could they be dead? Junies leaned over for a look, then decisively kicked the 2 already rotting corpses aside. Lana, this thing isn't human. It's a ghoul. Ghoul. Martina took off her helmet, her forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat. Oh, I forgot to mention this thing just lunged at me, but I didn't think much of it and just chopped it to death. Oh, that's all right then. Lena crouched down in front of the body and, mustering her courage, turned it over. Although the corpse had been gnawed beyond recognition, it was still vaguely recognizable as a middle-aged adventurer in his 30s or 40s, not the person we were looking for. Junius nudged the corpse with his staff and found it still had some elasticity. It looked like he had only been dead for a short time. Perhaps the person we were looking for was nearby. Immediately afterwards, he set the corpse ablaze with a fireball spell. Inside the ruins, try to dispose of the corpses, otherwise they will turn into ghouls after a while. Lena quietly wrote down what he said, and then took Nora's little hand. The sight of piles of bones around him made him so uneasy that his body trembled uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. I'm with you. I wasn't scared. Nora remained stubborn, unaware that his true feelings were being bombarded into Lena's ears constantly. Can you still smell the scents of other adventurers? I can't smell it, but I can look around. Lena looked around. It was pitch black, and she had no idea what time it was outside. She felt that, after all that commotion, it was probably already night. Junes, should we take a break or continue searching? I'll listen to you. Although Lena really wanted to find the adventurer and go back to claim the reward, she was worried that something might happen if Nora continued like this, so she decided to rest for a while. The 4 found a reasonably sturdy old stone house nearby, checked it over to make sure there was no danger, and then sat inside to recover their strength. Nora didn't have a good appetite. After taking a few bites of the black bread, she put it into her pouch. Are you still feeling unwell? It's not painful. Just tell the truth. I don't like people pretending to be strong. Lena said somewhat seriously. Nora paused for a moment, then softened her voice and said pitifully, Yes, I do feel a little uncomfortable. Lena asked Junies if his condition could be relieved by sleep. He could, but could he fall asleep in that environment? Junies looked up and around. The ceiling, which had been neglected for years, was covered with cobwebs, and occasionally, palm-sized insects could be seen scurrying back and forth in the shadows. If I remember correctly, Nora wasn't actually afraid of bugs, but after his mind was disturbed, he actually started to be afraid of bugs. Master, I don't really want to sleep. Nora muttered to herself. Then a new voice drifted over. Sleeping here will get you bitten by these bugs. Lena squinted, took off her arm guards, plate armor, and chainmail one by one, then patted her chest and said, Come on, take off your plate armor and sleep here with me. I can't sleep. Madina and Junies were watching, which was really embarrassing. He's such a stubborn person. You have to coax him a bit before he'll obediently do as he's told. Lena helped him take off his plate armor and then picked him up directly. Oh, my master! Nora cried out in panic, and his skin began to change color. It would be troublesome if he attracted the skeletons. You need a rest now. I can't sleep. How will you know if you don't try? Lena hugged the soft Nora and gently stroked her cat ears. If there weren't other people around, she would have given Nora a proper massage. At first, Nora was reluctant to lie in his arms, but later she couldn't help but curl up, her eyes full of sleepiness. My owner is so warm, it always makes me feel uneasy. I wish I could be held like this forever. The 2 huddled together in the corner, while Martina and Junies sat upright on the opposite side. Suddenly, June, who was sitting opposite him, called out, Nora, how did you fall in love with Lena? Upon hearing this, Nora's body gradually heated up. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking under everyone's gaze. I don't. Junies put down the black bread he had only eaten a few bites of, and then added more magic to the fireball on his staff. It's nothing shameful. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The first time I saw you was at the Adventurers Guild. You accepted a quest and left. I was secretly watching you from a corner. You looked at Lena with a particularly wary expression, like a fearful hedgehog. And just over 2 months later, the way you look at Lena has changed. You're becoming more and more willing to rely on him. Nora covered her ears, trying not to hear Juni's words, her mind racing wildly. Juni's, stop talking, stop talking. I admit I like my master, okay? He not only saved my life, but also fed and clothed me, and was very gentle with me. Who wouldn't like a man like that? Lena felt a little embarrassed as she overheard Nora's thoughts. Ultimately, it's because the situation of beast-eared girls in this world is too difficult. Even treating them like ordinary people would be considered privilege for them. Martina took a big bite of black bread and mumbled indistinctly. Norna, she wouldn't admit it, she actually insisted that I say that strong men are the most attractive, and that Lena is too weak, so she doesn't appeal to me. Lena was speechless for a moment. This horse girl's words were really infuriating. In a few months, when Lena's magic was fully refined, she would have to give her a good beating. Just then, Nora spoke up. Madara is a brainless idiot who doesn't understand anything. You're the idiot. What do you need so much for? All I want is to be well-fed and warm. If I have the chance, it would be best if I could have a child with a man who is better than me. A muscle-bound idiot. Nora muttered another curse under her breath, then wriggled in Lana's arms and closed her eyes. Lena gently coaxed Nora a few times, and she quickly fell asleep. The three awake people fell silent without prior agreement. After a long while, a scream broke the bottleneck of the season. It was the sound of a man screaming, and it wasn't far away. Norabe was startled awake by the sound, and exchanged bewildered glances with the others. What kind of weird sound is that? It's like something a saint would make. Martina put on her helmet, and Reiner and Nora hurriedly donned their armor. I don't know, let's go take a look. Maybe it's the person we're looking for. 047 Find Pierre. In episode 47, the group wandered through a dark alley and ran for about several dozen meters before encountering a horde of skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were different from the skeletons we had encountered before. They wore tattered iron armor and held broken swords riddled with nicks and chips. Hearing a sound coming from behind them, they all turned around to look at Lena and her group. Just as Martina was about to charge forward and wreak havoc, Lena grabbed her. Let me do it. I'm a little faster. He raised his staff and cast a fireball in front of him, slowly approaching with a hissing sound. The skeletons were ignited by the fireball, and the surrounding area instantly became a sea of fire, with a strong, acrid smell filling the air. Before long, they began to fall in droves. Lena noticed that Juni's was staring at him, so she couldn't help but ask what was wrong. There's something on my face. Juni's hesitated, then shook his head and said, I'll ask you when we get out. After cleaning up the alley, Nora peeked out onto the street and said, Master, there are monsters eating people outside. Lena stepped forward and saw that the corner of the street ahead was surrounded by ghouls, and there were also many skeleton soldiers around them, who were devouring the corpses. Martina cleared them away, telling them to be careful, as the skeletons were armed and she shouldn't worry. Martina rushed out of the alley and fought with the skeleton soldiers. Half a minute later, only corpses remained. Lena walked up to the two corpses and glanced at them. Although they were so badly gnawed that their faces were unrecognizable, one of the corpses had female characteristics, so Lena decisively ruled it out. The other corpse was completely mutilated. Its eyes had been gouged out, its face skin had been ripped off, and its head had been split open. Lena shook her head. She was completely unrecognizable, and she didn't know if she was the person they were looking for. Before he time-traveled, he often watched suspense videos on his phone and knew that forensic doctors could roughly estimate the age of the deceased by looking at the skin, bones, and teeth, but he didn't know exactly how they did it. We've already found 3 bodies. If they were a 6-person team, then there are still 3 people missing. Just then, Nora's ears perked up again. He closed his eyes, sniffed carefully, and then took Lena's hand, saying, Director, come with me. Martina and Juni's chased after them. After running for a while, Nora disappeared into an alley and stopped. We've arrived. Lena followed his gaze and stared at the shadow directly in front of her for a few moments. He was about to step forward when Nora stopped him and told him to do it. He lowered his voice, then pulled out a dagger and walked forward. After walking a few steps, a man wielding a short knife suddenly emerged from the shadows. Nora nimbly dodged, causing him to miss his target. Lena raised her staff and pointed it at him. Calm down. We are not monsters. The man looked up and met Lena's gaze in the dim light. His face was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept muttering something, appearing somewhat delirious. Lena noticed that she was not very old, and there was a very obvious scar on her high nose bridge. Without a doubt, the person in front of him was the target of this mission, but just to be on the safe side, he still asked, "Are you Pierre Craig?" The man suddenly gasped for breath and glared angrily at Lena. Junies grabbed Lena's shoulders and pulled her back. "Be careful, his mind has been corrupted, and he's now in a state of frenzy. No need to ask anymore. Why are you in this state? He won't answer any of your questions. There aren't many adventurers willing to enter the ruins, and his characteristics match up pretty much, so it's most likely him. What should we do then? Did he just go crazy like that?" Lena couldn't help but worry about Nora. Although Nora's mental state had improved a lot after her sleep, she would return to normal soon if she was taken out. "That's fine, but what if we don't take it out? They will either be killed by monsters or suffer a mental breakdown and be assimilated into monsters." No sooner had she finished speaking than Pierre lunged at the group again. Nora dodged and tripped him, sending him sprawling face first into the mud. After getting up from the ground, he roared angrily at Lena, then glanced at Martina and told her to go to sleep. Martina quickly stepped forward, leaned back to dodge Wallace's dagger, and then knocked him unconscious with a series of blows. Lena stepped forward, kicked the dagger away, and tied him up with a rope. Although 2 people are still missing, the mission is complete. Is there anyone else's scent nearby? Nora shook her head. Lena looked at Junes and asked, "Shall we go back?" "We have no choice but to go back. It's hard for you to move around with him on your back, so let's go back." Junie sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. The situation here hadn't been explored yet, and no treasure had been found. "It's all right. We'll come here often from now on." Junie's nodded. The 4 began searching the ruins for a magic stone that would allow them to leave, while Lena carried Pierre behind them. After wandering around the ruins for a long time, Junies found a magic stone on the street. He didn't rush to leave, but carefully looked around. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd come again next time?" "First, take notes of your surroundings. It's best to remember the location of each mage. That way, it will make escaping a little easier if you encounter danger next time." After explaining, Junies walked toward the Archmage. As everyone joined hands, Lena's gaze changed drastically, and in an instant, the group left the ruins. It's just dawn, so only a day has passed. Lena emerged from the weeds and, carrying Pierre on her back, headed towards the city of Melid. Junies yawned and said sleepily that he wanted to go to sleep. "Are you going back soon?" "No, I have something else to discuss with you." "Is something the matter?" "What's up?" "I'll tell you later." Just then, Pierre on Lena's back stirred. She struggled a couple of times and asked in a somewhat irritated tone, "Who are you? My head hurts so much." "Is it back to normal?" Lena put him on the ground, and Junies squatted down to open his eyelids and take a look. Then she helped him untie the ropes binding him. Lena looked down at him and said softly, "My name is Lena. I'm the adventurer your father found to rescue you. What happened to your team in the ruins?" Pierre rubbed his forehead, looking at him with some confusion. Junies explained that a mental breakdown can cause temporary amnesia, and that he would remember everything once he calmed down. Pierre was initially confused, but he soon remembered something, and his expression gradually turned ferocious and pained. 048 No Chant Magic. In episode 48, Pierre covered his face and suddenly burst into tears. "What's the matter?" Lena was puzzled, but the guy just kept crying and wouldn't answer her questions, just keeping her in suspense. Lana hadn't slept all night, and exhaustion made her lose patience. She patted Pierre on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry. Come back with me. Your father is probably still waiting for you at the Union." Pierre said with his head down, "I killed them." The group looked at each other in bewilderment. "Companions?" "I'm a coward. I was terrified at the time. To save my life, I pulled out a dagger and stabbed Lena. Eric was killed by the ghouls while protecting her. I'm an idiot." Lena was speechless for a moment. Look at Lena. The dead man and woman are Pierre's masterpiece. Why? Why is this happening? I'm such a scumbag, a piece of trash, utterly useless. Pierre was tearing at his hair, and Junies, who was standing to the side, asked, "How many people were there when you went in?" 7. 7 living people. Pierre seemed to remember something. He suddenly looked up and grabbed Lena. "The necromancer! I saw the necromancer. He's chasing us. And there are skeleton knights, hordes of skeleton knights. They're about to emerge from the ruins. We need to tell everyone. It's true. But then Pierre suddenly started singing, looking completely erratic. What's wrong with him? I don't know. Logically speaking, after one dose, he should have returned to normal. Looking at Pierre running around aimlessly, Lena sighed. It must be because he hadn't slept enough. Let him sleep a little longer. No sooner had she finished speaking than Martina slammed a deck of cards into him until he passed out. Lena carried him toward the city, and once it was completed, they headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. The old farmer stood at the door with his hoe on his shoulder, seemingly having been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Lena, he ran over without hesitation. After confirming that it was Pierre who had been missing for several days, a smile appeared on his rough, dark face for the first time, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. Mr. Reiner, you are a truly reliable adventurer. But after Pierre came out of the instrument, he was somewhat disoriented. I told him to calm down for a while. He should be fine in a bit. The old farmer carefully took the magic book out of his backpack and handed it to Lena with both hands. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take him home now. Lena nodded, opened a magic book, glanced at it, and put it away after confirming that it was correct. Then she took out a gold coin from her money bag and handed it to the old farmer. The old farmer's eyes gleamed, and he asked Mr. Reiner with some disbelief, "Is it because your wife is sick? Pierre is not in good condition and may not be able to work for some time. Take it. You need this money. This magic book is practically free. Consider this gold coin a token of my appreciation for his help." Thank you, Mr. Lena. I will always remember your kindness. After the old farmer left, Lena took out 5 gold coins and stuffed them into Juni's hand. What are you doing? Juni's blinked in confusion. I can't let you come all this way for nothing, can I? Since you've helped others, you don't need to help me. Half of the gold coin you just gave me is mine. Consider it a reward for being a guide. I'll treat you to dinner another day. He reached out and ruffled Nora's cat ears, preparing to turn and leave, but after only a few steps, Juni's grabbed his belt. Hey, I need to talk to you about something. Don't go yet. Nana yawned again, tears welling up in her eyes. Huh? Oh, what's wrong? They went outside the city, and Juni's pulled Reiner out of the city to the lawn where the two of them often studied together. Martina was clearly exhausted. As soon as she arrived, she took off her plate armor and lay down on the grass to sleep. We've arrived. What's the matter? It's all very mysterious. Juni's cut to the chase. Lena, show me the fireball book again. Lena raised her staff, and a fireball ignited the distant lawn, followed by a water ball that extinguished it. What's wrong? Where's your chanting? He used magic without chanting a spell? Haha, so that's what you were curious about. I'll read it aloud. Juni's puffed out his cheeks and squinted at him. You're talking nonsense. I don't see you even moving your mouth. I silently recited it in my mind. When he first learned magic, he also chanted spells diligently. Over time, he felt that chanting continuously during battle was too slow, so he wanted to see if he could shorten the spell's incantation. At first, it only reduced 1 or 2 unimportant words. Seeing that the magic could still be released completely, it began to gradually reduce the number of words, from the initial 10 words to 1 or 2 swords, which could still be released. Lena eventually stopped talking and simply started mentally counting the number of fireballs Juni's could release in about 4 seconds. He can unleash it in a second and teach me? Juni's blinked, Lena sighed, and the lesson began on the spot. Junius' situation was completely different. After reducing the number of words, he couldn't even cast the most basic fireball spell. These incantations were discovered by our predecessors, and if even one word is missing, the magic will fail to be cast. Juni's shook his head, looking at Lena with a hint of confusion. You weren't thinking about it in your mind, were you? You read it aloud, but that's probably because you don't believe in this method and think I'm just trying to fool you. If you believe, it exists. If you don't believe, it doesn't. If you don't believe, then naturally you can't use it. Juni's paused for a moment, then seemed to have an epiphany. He closed his eyes and began to try it with reverence. A few minutes later, he actually succeeded. He shortened the words and successfully cast the fireball spell. Juni stared incredulously at the distant flames, muttering to himself. That's really true. Lena stayed with him while he practiced. Soon, The day was over, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go home. Just then, the system's voice sounded in my ear. The initial exploration of the ruins south of Melot has been completed, and the reward has been issued. 5 heavy silver coins appeared in Lena's palm, as expected. After putting them into her money bag, the system's voice sounded again. Quest update. Kill the necromancer in the ruins. Quest reward, 10 gold coins. Another task has come up, but based on the experience gained from the last battle with the Goblin Priest, this guy is probably not an easy opponent. Lena looked at Junis, who was still pondering the spell without chanting, and waited until he had a moment to calm down before asking Junis, "Have you ever seen a necromancer?" He sighed deeply, seemingly giving up on learning the magic of silent singing for the time being. "Oh, are you worried that what Pierre said is true? Of course, after all, you only have one life." Junius fell into deep thought, then gently shook his head. He had heard of it, but had never seen it. At worst, we can skip this season and observe what other adventurers who went for a season have to say. Okay. It's getting late. I should head back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lena yawned, patted Nora's bottom, and prepared to go home. 049, he and Nora finally got married. In episode 49, he returned home in the evening. Although he had taken a short nap on the lawn with Junis at noon, he was still sleep-deprived. As a result, when teaching Junis magic without chanting in the afternoon, he failed several times in a row because he could not concentrate. He fell into deep thought as he looked at the stew Daisy brought over. Although this delicious stew looks and smells amazing, I just don't have much of an appetite for it. All he wants now is to take a hot shower, read a book in bed for a while, and then go to sleep. "Daisy, is the water ready? I've prepared everything for you. You can take a bath anytime, Master. I'm going to take a bath and then go to sleep. You guys can eat slowly. Go ahead and say it." He got up, went into the bedroom, found some clothes, and then crawled into the small bathroom. Lying in the wooden tub for bathing instantly relieved the day's fatigue. After taking a bath, Grandma went to the kitchen, grabbed a piece of black bread, lay down on the bed, and started munching on it. She planned to study the magic book she had acquired that day. Just then, Daisy walked into the room, her blue eyes fixed intently on Lena. "What? You're looking for me. Is there something you need?" The monk looked at him with a puzzled expression. Daisy sat on the edge of the bed and said softly, "Chu Ran, do you need me to heat up the stew for you?" "No need. I'll just eat some bread tonight and go to sleep right away." Immediately afterwards, his thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. They were all men. Nothing was different. "Don't be nervous. It would be over soon." Several big question marks slowly rose in Lena's mind. What was Daisy up to? Just as she was wondering, Dai-Hope slowly spoke, "Master, let me serve you." After saying that, he climbed onto the bed and placed his slender fingers on Lena's shoulder. "Master, I wanted to say this for a long time. I feel that you are very special and always give me a sense of security." Daisy's eyes were alluring, and her slender waist would always brush against Lena's arm, intentionally or unintentionally. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder the slave traders said that cat-like demi-humans are especially popular among the nobility. How can anyone withstand that? Just as he was thinking this, Dai-Hope's thoughts drifted over again. This sacrifice is nothing compared to giving my daughter a safe and secure future. Lena quickly pushed him away. It seemed he was planning to sacrifice himself to win people's hearts, but he didn't know that Nora had already made an agreement with him. Lena coughed a few times and said righteously, "Well, I'm not interested in a term of office. You should go back and rest, and don't bother me." Compared to a mature woman like him, Lena preferred Nora, who was about the same age as him. Dai-Hope was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. He didn't seem to have expected Lena to say that, but even so, he still didn't intend to give up and was going all out. "I don't believe you can resist. Although I am no longer young, I am still quite attractive." She placed her hands on the buttons and then slowly unbuttoned the wool sweater draped over her body. Daisy's skin is fair and beautiful, but not as supple as Nora's. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Nora stood menacingly in the doorway, looking like she had just taken a shower, her body still steaming. He had clearly heard their conversation, and Daisy gave him a wink. "Silly daughter, what are you doing? Close the door quickly. Mom is trying to help you." Nora remained expressionless. He pointed to the door and said, "Mom, go back to your room. I have something to discuss with the master." But Mom didn't dare tell you before, because she was afraid you would worry that I had become his woman. Daisy's mind went blank for a few seconds before he lowered his voice and said, "It's over." Nora blushed. His wording was a bit imprecise, but it was pretty much the same. "I'm all grown up now. Please don't treat me like a child." Dai-Hope hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Was it voluntary?" Seeing this, Dai-Hope didn't say anything more and walked out of the bedroom with mixed feelings. Nan Nan put the book away, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Nora walked quickly to the bedside and said expressionlessly, "You wavered just now. Don't slander me. I was very firm in my refusal. You can't have bad thoughts about my mother. Don't overthink it. She's almost 40, and I'm not that hungry yet." Nora puffed out her cheeks and remained silent. "I'm reluctantly believing you." Nora blew out the candlestick and nimbly slipped into bed. Lena instinctively hugged him tighter, and then a strange reaction naturally occurred. Nora's skin also became increasingly hot. Mom was right after all. Men's heads are full of all sorts of nonsense. Even a master is no exception. Get ready to deliver on your promise. Lena nibbled on his ear, and Nora nodded shyly. Rather than let my master always worry about me, I might as well let him attain enlightenment. Anyway, my master treats me well. I don't want to wander around anymore. I want a stable marriage. Lena's hands kneaded her lower abdomen. Nora has been with us for over 2 months, but he just can't gain weight no matter how much he eats. He only has a thin layer of fat on his stomach. Eat more regularly. You're still so thin. Immediately afterward, his somewhat resentful thoughts drifted into Lionel's mind. He really does prefer someone with a better physique. I'm not Martina. Sorry. Lana didn't think that way at all. Well, they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Martina looks better in terms of figure, she's a female warrior with immense strength and definitely has a lot of muscle, unlike Nora, who is so flexible. Thinking of this, Lena used the appraisal skill on him again. Appraisal complete. The current slave quality is epic. Epic. Lena's lips curled into a smirk, and with a thought, all the information about this cat girl was revealed. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, demi-human cat. Current status, healthy in love. Dimensions, 714776. There have been some changes since then, but he likes to wrap himself in things every day, so it's basically impossible to tell from his appearance alone. Thinking of this, Lena couldn't help herself. Nora's soft refusal wasn't enough. Martina and my mother were still awake, so we had to wait. She didn't know how much time had passed when Lena suddenly heard Martina snoring, so they must have all fallen asleep. Lena finally couldn't resist and took the initiative to invite him to the game. Is it okay now? That's fine. Lena hugged her, and then the two became entangled. A light rain suddenly started falling outside the window, and a cold wind slowly seeped into the room through the window cracks. Nora gasped for breath, gripping Lena's arm tightly, her sharp nails slowly digging into her skin. 050 noche antes. In the early morning of episode 50, Lena suddenly felt as if something was missing from her arms. She groped around on the bed and found nothing, so she reluctantly opened her eyes. It's early in the morning, and I don't know where Nora went. He's the only one lying in bed now, and the half of the bed where Nora slept has been cleaned spotlessly. He's so frivolous, he looks down on people like that. Lena yawned, covered her head, and planned to sleep a little longer. Squeak. He peeked out after hearing the door open. It's Nora. She was wearing a thick wool sweater, and her cheeks were red from the cold, but she looked no different than usual. I'm finally awake. It's okay, just pretend nothing happened. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Nora walked to the bedside and gently nudged Lena's shoulder. Breakfast is ready. Shall I bring it to you? No need. Stay with me and sleep a little longer. But no, Lena pulled her into bed and started unbuttoning her clothes. I'm going to help my mom do the laundry later. Nora gently patted Lena's shoulder, her mind filled with a jumble of random thoughts. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. Lena hugged him and started to coax and plead with him. Okay, just for a little while. Nora gave in, lying on his side and letting Lai do as he pleased. The bandages weren't wrapped properly yet, otherwise it would be troublesome later. The owner is really something, so energetic so early in the morning. It's not that I'm lustful, it's just that young people do have a bit more energy when they wake up in the morning. Nora's skin initially turned slightly red, but soon she covered her mouth with her hand, and the two of them fell down in each other's arms. He was panting heavily, his mind blank. After a long while, Lena poked her stomach and whispered, "So weak? Are you going to play in the second half?" Nora shook her head and said weakly, "Please let me go, master. If you really like it, we can come again tonight. It's a date." Lena gently hugged her. Nora picked up her petite body. It felt wonderful to the touch. She clearly had very little flesh, yet she was incredibly soft and not at all fleshy. The slave traders used to say that cat-like demi-humans were natural beauties. At first, he didn't believe it and thought it was false advertising, but now he does. Lena rubbed her cat ears and whispered, "You're not allowed to get up before me from now on." Okay, I know. Director, please stop blowing air into my ear." Nolan scratched his ear and then bit Lena in a complaining manner. Just then, the system's voice appeared in my ear. "Activate achievement, Conqueror of Ear Girls bonus effect. Activate the Steel Kidney bonus effect. With exceptionally strong kidney function, one will never worry about kidney deficiency." As soon as she finished speaking, Lena felt a mysterious power flow into her lower back, instantly sweeping away the fatigue she had just accumulated. "He's a hero again. Want to play again?" Nora shook her head in refusal, then shrank back into the corner. "No, let's talk about it tonight." "Huh? How long has the master been holding back?" "Not much, just the pent-up anger of a single person for 20 years. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and then he nimbly slipped into bed. Squeak! The door opened a crack, and Lena turned her head to look, her eyes meeting Martinez. He squatted by the door like a pervert, revealing half of his face. "Why are you peeking?" "Breakfast is getting cold. Isn't Grandma coming to eat?" "Coming right away." Martina nodded, but didn't seem to intend to leave. "Where did Nora go?" "Daisy said Lena had come to Fushi, but where is she?" "Why aren't you leaving yet?" "Is Nora in your room?" "Of course." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lena's bottom was bitten by a kitten with sharp teeth. "Huh? Of course he's not here anymore. He went out with Junes early this morning." "Huh? Haven't they come back yet?" "No. When did he become so close to June?" "I don't know. Maybe they just got together suddenly." "Oh, that's all right then." After confirming that he had left, Nora crawled out of bed and quickly got dressed. He still had several marks left by Lena on his body, especially the clearly visible hickey on his neck. "Why are you hiding this from him?" "It's like it's something shady. Maybe he already knew. I reckon Martina will definitely press Nora about what happened last night. I just don't want to tell her, otherwise she'll laugh at me again. I got up earlier than her, and he didn't see me just now, so it was easy to fool him. I'll climb out the window later, then pretend to knock on the door." "Is it possible that your mother has already told him? After all, he usually likes to play with you, and he would definitely ask if you disappeared early in the morning." Nora's IQ seemed to have suddenly dropped. He had even stopped dressing. "Then I won't act." He sighed deeply, got dressed, and went straight to open the bedroom door. Martina, sitting at the dining table, perked up her ears in surprise when she saw Nora. "Oh, you're in that room again? I didn't see you just now." "Because you're an idiot." Nora picked up her water glass, took a sip, and then sat down at the table to eat her black bread. Daisy affectionately stroked his animal ears, her expression somewhat complicated. "My dear daughter has become a woman. I hope she makes the right choice and won't suffer like I have in the future." When Lena got up to wash up and have breakfast, she was being stared at by Martina, who was sitting opposite her. After their eyes met, Martina smiled knowingly. How come Lena is still so fit? He didn't seem listless at all. He still had a rather masculine air about him. Upon hearing his thoughts, Lena couldn't help but chuckle. A few times was nothing. It wasn't enough to keep her from getting out of bed. After Lena finished breakfast, she took the two of them out again. She planned to study the grinding method properly today, but when they arrived at the Adventurers Guild, they did not see Junies. Just as he was about to sit down and wait, a middle-aged adventurer walked over. "June said she'll be waiting for you at the usual spot. Thanks for reminding me." Lena was somewhat surprised, not expecting Junes to have gone out so early today. The two of them usually left the city around 10 o'clock. He got up and walked out of the city. He had only taken a few steps when he saw Junies sitting on a tree stump. He was holding his cheek and seemed to be thinking, "Didn't you say you would wait for me at the usual place? Why are you sitting here?" Junies looked up at Lena, a smile spreading across his face. "Because this is the path you must take, I have several questions to ask you." 051 Martina can also see two colors. In episode 51, Junies asked Reiner a barrage of questions about incantation-free magic as they walked. This was the first time Lena had ever seen him show such intense interest in something after knowing him for so long. "Lena, you must be a genius. I'm so jealous of your talent," Junie said with some admiration. "You are the first mage who can use magic without chanting. Even my mentor can't use spells without chanting." "Oh, you're exaggerating. My original intention was just to be lazy. If I can figure out something this simple, then someone else can. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone knowing how to write poetry without chanting. I even made up this term. Although I had similar thoughts to yours when I first started learning magic, I gave up on them quickly in the end. Lena, you will definitely become a magician who goes down in history." Hearing Junie say this, Lena involuntarily narrowed her eyes. So this is how they'll go down in history? I don't know if Junies was exaggerating, or if the magicians in this world are just that incompetent that no one can figure out something so simple. 5-5. I think everyone should be able to think of this, right? You can certainly think of something, but you might not be able to use it. Junie shrugged, closed his eyes, and sighed. Lena, you're a genius, so you probably don't have much of a concept of the magical talent of ordinary people. Some people might spend years figuring out how to cast the simplest fireball spell, while you can cast it effortlessly after just a glance and a few incantations. Saying your talent is 1 in a million was a bit of an understatement. If you don't believe me, you could try teaching Nora and Martina. They should represent the level of most ordinary people. Lena recalled their mental talents. One was a D and the other a C, which did seem quite mediocre. If that's the case, you must be quite talented, since I only gave you a brief explanation yesterday, and you were able to use it. Junies held his forehead, looking somewhat sad. My mentor said I'm a once-in-a-century genius, but in front of you, I'm like a fool. Yesterday, I only reduced one word. Compared to you, the difficulty is on a completely different level. Lena was speechless. It seemed that magicians in this world could only be used as support. Even a genius like Junius, who was a once-in-a-century talent, seemed to be only slightly stronger than an ordinary adventurer in terms of actual combat performance. During their conversation, the group arrived at the grassy area where they usually practiced. I'll practice first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Junius raised his staff and continued practicing without chanting hymns. Lena turned to look at the two beast-eared girls. He suddenly felt a desire to have them learn magic. After all, it's always good to have more skills. Fireball spell can be used for both lighting and starting fires, which is incredibly convenient. Just as he was grinning foolishly, the voices of the two beast-eared girls drifted into his ears. What do you want to do? I wouldn't do that kind of thing in the middle of nowhere. After sleeping with Nora, you started thinking about me? Don't even think about it. I'm the woman you can't have. This is insane. Lena turned and asked Junies. How do I test their attributes and magic crystal capacity? It's very simple. Just have them concentrate and close their eyes. Then you can infuse them with natural elements of any attribute. Do you need my help? I'll try it myself. You continue studying. Lena patted the grass, gesturing for the two of them to sit down. Nora obediently did as she was told, while Martina asked curiously what was going on. Are we not allowed to move around freely today? Yes, starting today, you two will also be studying with me. Martina complained loudly. I think, kid, you're 19 years old now. It's time for you to learn something new. Listen to me, I won't hurt you. Unexpectedly, after transmigrating, he actually had the opportunity to act as a tutor, although the two of them really knew almost nothing. If you want to integrate into human society, learning a language is definitely the first thing you need to do. In addition to teaching them language, he also planned to teach them basic arithmetic, but before that, he wanted to test their magical abilities. Nora, close your eyes, concentrate, and then tell me what you see. I can still see things even with my eyes closed. Doesn't mean I should open one eye and close the other, or close both eyes completely. It doesn't mean I should actually let you see things, but rather let you feel them with your heart. Nora took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Lena took her hand and, mimicking Junius's actions, began to channel magic into him, stimulating him little by little. So what did you see? It's pitch black. I can't see anything. After Nora finished speaking, she suddenly started to wriggle and then burst out laughing. Martina, That bastard is poking his ticklish spot with a stick. If you keep making a fuss, I won't let you have lunch. Oof, threatening me with food? That's despicable. Martina turned her head away, seemingly angry. Nora's attribute testing continued. What happened when he suddenly yelled, "Wow, did you see something?" Yes, master, I see a white crystal. This must be Nora's magic crystal. Lena asked expectantly. Approximately how big is this crystal? It doesn't seem very big. It's about the size of a watermelon. Lena was a little disappointed, but then she thought that Nora was in charge of reconnaissance, and even if she learned magic, she would probably only use it for assistance, so it didn't matter. The crystal changed color, as if red mist was surging in. Fire is indeed the most common element. Are there any other colors? Nora shook her head. You can learn fire magic? Martina, it's your turn. Martina stretched out her hand and closed her eyes like Nora, but her mind was racing and she couldn't calm down at all. Lena's hands were actually bigger than mine, but not by much. She must not have done much heavy work. Stop overthinking and calm down. I wasn't thinking anything. Her argumentative personality kicked in, but he quickly calmed down, and a moment later he shouted, I saw it. It startled me. Don't be so easily startled. How big is a crystal? It is as tall as a tree. Am I better than Norlaha? Martina laughed triumphantly. What color fog did you see? Purple? Yeah, I don't like it. This is the element of lightning. You can use lightning magic. Junie said it's very rare. Just as Nan was about to let go, Martina spoke up again, saying, there's also green mist. 052 using the tough-skinned Martina as a target. In episode 52, Junies overheard their conversation and quickly walked over, praising Lena as a dual attribute mage. Incredible. If she has the talent, she could perhaps become a major self. Lena shook her head decisively. Judging from Martina's attribute panel, she is more suited to be a warrior who charges into battle. His mental talent is only C, which is only average, barely passing the mark. Even if he learns magic in the future, he can only use it as a support skill. After all, his talent is limited, and he still needs to rely on wielding a great sword to fight enemies hand-to-hand. Warrior is the best path for him. He can learn magic to be a support character. That's true. Otherwise, all that effort would be wasted. Junies nodded. Lena sighed. Although Martina had awakened 2 magical attributes, there wasn't a corresponding spellbook for Nora to learn magic. She had to rely on Junies' fire magic, and she could only buy lightning magic and sealing magic for Nora when she had the money. Martina, you play by yourself for a while. Lena turned to look at Nora, who was sitting next to her with her knees drawn up, staring blankly at Lena's face. The owner's appearance was different from most people, and his skin color was different too, but he was quite handsome. When he met Lena's eyes, he shook his head vigorously and stood up his cat ears. Oh, what's wrong? Stop daydreaming. I'll teach you magic. Study hard. Lena looked at Nora, who had a serious expression on her face, and recited the incantation for the fireball spell. Did you understand? Nora shook her head in confusion. Lamlin then had another idea. Can you read? He can use phonetic spells to write out the incantations in your demi-human language, and have Nora practice them constantly. After all, casting magic doesn't require understanding its working principle. You just need to recite the incantation properly. But Nora shook her head. Master, I can't read, which is a problem. I'll teach you little by little, and you can memorize it bit by bit. The incantation isn't long. You can finish reciting it in 5 seconds. Lena began her lesson with clear and articulate pronunciation. After Nora had roughly memorized the sentence, he handed her the Crimson Dragon's breath. As soon as Nora touched the staff, it flew to the side, wandered around for a few seconds, and then gently tapped Lena on the head. Sigh, never mind. Well, you can practice like this empty-handed. This staff doesn't like being touched by others. Oh, Nora sat on the ground, repeating the incantation over and over. Seeing that he had already started practicing, Lena slowly opened the grinding book in her hand and began to study it eagerly. The catalog lists a total of 10 grinding techniques. Lena started by learning the simplest earthquake spell. After silently memorizing the incantation, she raised her staff and used the spell on the distant lawn. Puff! A sound came from the ground in the distance, and the grass suddenly shook. Lena abandoned her concentration and continued to pour in magic power, instantly expanding the casting range from a diameter of 10 meters to 100 meters, so much so that the four people at a distance could feel a noticeable tremor. Lena put down her staff and silently categorized the magic. Support magic does not cause damage, but it can interfere with enemies, and it consumes very little mana and can be cast continuously. Adina, wake up. Go over there and be my target. If you can't take it, just tell me. He ran over quickly. Lena used the earthquake tree on him without hesitation. Bang! Martina was running when she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. She tried to get up again, but fell down again after only a few seconds. Lena had never experienced an earthquake, but she felt that the spell's disruptive effect was too exaggerated. After he stopped casting the spell, Martina ran over, looking disheveled. How about it? Can you move around? Forget about walking. It's difficult to even stand still. Lana, I want to learn that too. You can't learn that. You can only learn magic based on the wind and thunder attributes. This is about studying magic. What about you? Can I only learn 5 types? They're not much better than me. Junie smiled and couldn't help but chime in. There are only 5 types of natural magic that humans can learn. Martina's smile shifted to Lena's face. Lena put her hands on her hips and said somewhat displeasedly, So what? You can't beat me anyway. Junie stepped forward, patted Martina on the shoulder, and said with a smile, The biggest problem for mages in actual combat is their slow attack speed, which requires protection. Lena, however, figured out the boundless spellcasting method herself, which allows her to unleash magic within 2 seconds, almost making up for this deficiency. He's only been learning magic for a little over a month, and he's already achieved this level of skill. In a few more months, his strength will probably surpass yours. Martina Hunwin. She sat down next to Nora, pouting, muttering to herself, Anyway, I'm still the best. Okay, you're the best. Martina is incredibly strong and can easily defeat monsters several times her size. She's my most trusted partner. Martina's face remained expressionless, but she was overjoyed inside. Of course, I'm amazing. Although she looks mature, she's really like a child at heart. A little praise will make her happy. Lena continued to bury herself in studying magic, but Junie suddenly leaned over and smiled with a hint of malice. Lena, I always feel like you know everything and understand everything. Could it be that you've lived for thousands of years? You can learn this ancient grinding method after just a few glances? Lena was speechless for a moment, probably because he was a veteran anime fan and played a lot of games. I didn't know magic back then. Wasn't that what you taught me? That's why I'm increasingly convinced you're a mysterious man. You're clearly gifted, yet there are many things about you that don't make sense. Stop overthinking it, and keep practicing your silent singing magic. Lena moved aside, and then Nora's thoughts drifted into his ears. They'd been so close just now. Maybe it wouldn't be long before he would be moving in too. However, Junes is quite friendly to us, and I quite like being with him. But he's so beautiful. If I also become the master's woman, will the master abandon me? Lena glanced at Nora, who was looking down and fiddling with her fingers, looking worried. He was overthinking it. Lena's XP was that of a beast-eared girl, and it would be really difficult for an ordinary person without beast ears and tails to stand up. He pinched Nora's chin and quickly kissed her, a move that drew the attention of Martina and Junis. Master. Nora playfully punched Lena. 053, I like you the most. In the evening of episode 53, Lena returned home, opened the door, and saw Daisy cleaning the house with a rag. Since buying it, the house has been kept spotless, and many newly sprouted vegetables have been planted in the backyard. Upon seeing Reiner return, he jogged over and bowed deeply to him, saying, Master, you're back. You've had a long day. The bathwater is ready. Sigh, from now on, don't call me Master anymore, just call me Lena. Daihope hesitated for a moment, then nodded emphatically. You've worked hard too. Go do your own thing. I'm going to take a shower. Lena casually tossed her staff aside and then went into the small cubicle to take a bath. This is truly the most relaxing and enjoyable time of day. Just then, Lena heard Martina's somewhat mesmerizing laughter, but she didn't think much of it, covered her face with a hot towel, and continued soaking. After he came out of the bath, he found Martina sitting at the dining table, trying not to laugh. What's wrong with you? Martina shook her head and whispered that she was fine. As soon as he finished speaking, His inner thoughts drifted over. Nura is so weak. If I were in her shoes, Lena would definitely be begging for mercy. Lena turned to look at Nora, who looked as if she had done something wrong, her head down, occasionally stealing glances at her face as red as an apple. Haha. Anyway, I'm not telling Martina anymore. What's so funny about that? Meanwhile, Daisy stood to the side, smiling as she stroked Nora's animal ears. Silly child, you're still young now. In a few years, you'll know how to enjoy life. However, as for the child, it won't be possible to have one in a short time, since we are demi-humans and Lena is human. After overhearing their thoughts, Lena roughly understood what was going on. Nora was probably inexperienced and wanted to share her thoughts so that everyone could answer her questions. However, Martina laughed at her mercilessly. It's really troublesome to live without Baidu. As night fell, just as Lena lay down, the door opened a crack. Lena thought it was Nora, but it turned out to be the Crimson Dragon's Breath, who peered out from behind the door at the enormous fire magic stone. What are you doing? Lena, puzzled, watched as the red dragon chased her knee and floated onto the bed, then suddenly burrowed under the covers. His tent, made of pure crystal, was like an ice block under the influence of winter, which made Liner jump up from the ice. He kicked the Crimson Dragon's Breath out of bed, and it froze to death. What do you want to do? A staff. You even crawled into my bed. The Crimson Dragon's Breath suddenly became hesitant. XP can be unpopular, but it can't be weird. He had absolutely no interest in the staff. After all, it wasn't even a human being. Lena picked up the Crimson Dragon's Gap and placed it on the shelf in the living room before returning to her room. After a while, the door was pushed open again, and this time the person who came was the right one. Nora stood timidly in the doorway, her cheeks flushed. She was dressed very thinly, as if she were only wrapped in a layer of linen. Before Lena could speak, he explained, Martina, he's taken over my room. A bed can only fit 2 people at most. It's getting cold now, and it's easy to catch a cold if you sleep alone, so I can't find the owner. It wasn't because I wanted to come here. Well, he didn't even use a basic attack. He just dodged and baited out an ultimate. What terrible idea did Martina come up with that I actually listened to? Nora was furious. Look at what you're saying. Have you forgotten what you promised me this morning? He had no choice but to come, knowing Nora was a stubborn person, so I gave him a way out. Nora blushed and burrowed under the covers, then gently touched Lena's shoulder with her cold little hands, whispering, It's so warm. Give me your hands. I'll warm them for you. No need. She struggled gently. Why are you being so polite? Lena grabbed him and pulled him into her arms. Nora struggled for a while, then finally gave in and started to overthink. He grew increasingly restless and finally uttered, Master, you are so good to me. Warming your hands is a way of showing you kindness, and it's not just that. Nora gently bit Lena, and after a moment of hesitation, whispered, Anyway, I like you the most. Although Nora had said these words in her heart many times, it was the first time she heard him say them so openly, and she couldn't help but feel a little touched. Nora gently blew out the candle. The next morning, Lena went to the Adventurers Guild to see Junies as usual, but as soon as she entered, she saw a group of adventurers talking in front of the counter. They looked serious, as if something terrible had happened. When Lena came in, they greeted her and then continued their conversation. Lena had intended to eavesdrop, but seeing Junes in the corner made her forget about it. He didn't go anywhere today. He just sat in the corner with a piece of black bread in his hand. He waved enthusiastically as soon as he saw you coming. I thought you would run out of the city by yourself today. I was originally planning to go there, but after overhearing other adventurers' conversation, I decided to wait for you here. What's the matter? This morning, while training outside the city, the militia accidentally discovered the ruins south of the city. Many undead were teleported out of the ruins and are currently active in the areas south of the city. They have not yet attacked civilians, but they have already caused panic in the nearby villages. The Necromancer. Yes, you're thinking the same thing as me? I heard the Lord plans to sweep through the area before sending his army into the ruins to clean up the rampant skeletons. They'll suffer terribly. The area is full of traps and burrows. The monster boars must be having a blast, doing nothing in their caves while tons of iron cans fall from the sky. Ruins are only suitable for small-scale exploration. With more people, there are more areas to cover, and a slight mishap could result in heavy losses. Moreover, the ruins contain a mental erosion debuff. If the Vanguard sets off a chain reaction, the team will collapse at the first touch. Junis blinked, a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Lena. Lena, our thoughts are always surprisingly similar. Although skeletons are not difficult to deal with, even less so than goblins, there are a lot of them, and there are also monsters like ghouls and imperial magic orbs in the ruins. The difficulty of this operation is definitely no less than that of the Dawn Forest. Sai, so should we participate? I wanted to ask you the same thing. Aren't you our leader? What leader? How did I become a boss? You make all the decisions, so I'll just follow you. Well, I don't really want to participate. Although I have a mission, I don't want to do a mission with too high a risk factor, and I'm not short of money right now anyway. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside the Union compound. 054 Demas is hiring. In episode 54, Demas stands next to the table wearing plate armor. Although he doesn't say a word, Lena can sense that he is giving a crazy hint. After a while, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to ask Demas what was wrong. Melod, undead have appeared to the south. We need to enter the ruins to clear them out. We already have one mage in our party, but we're missing one more. He kept it short and to the point. His meaning was quite clear. He was practically saying that hiring someone to retrieve the ruins was dangerous, as they were just skeletons and the danger level wasn't very high. Most of the members participating in this sweep were experienced militiamen, totaling 100 people. The fighting power of 100 militiamen is still quite considerable. After all, as far as he knows, the total population of the Fallen Tribe is only about 4,000, and currently there are only about 600 people with fighting ability. Although the scale is not as large as when they went to Dawn Forest to hunt Armed Force last time, the militiamen who are regularly trained are definitely stronger than most adventurers. So Demas looked quite confident when he said this. Lena stated bluntly that there were necromancers in the ruins. Demas blinked, and after a long silence, asked with some doubt, really? Of course, although I'm a person who loves to joke, I will not joke about matters of life and death. How did you know? 3 days ago, I rescued a man named Pierre Craig from the ruins. He had gone mad, briefly regained his senses, and told me this himself. Lena pointed to Junis, who was standing nearby. He was there too, and he had heard it as well. If that wasn't enough to convince Demas, he was out of options, since he couldn't possibly reveal his system mission. Where does Craig live? I don't know. All I know is that his father is a kind and honest farmer, and his mother recently fell seriously ill. That's all I know. Wait a minute. Demas turned and walked out of the Adventurers Guild. Lena peeked out and saw him talking to a knight named Adney. Lena, are we really not going? Let me see. If the price is good, I can give it a try. Okay, Demas returned shortly afterward. I will report this matter to the Lord. The two fell silent again. Seeing that he was indeed a taciturn person, Lena had no choice but to ask again. If I go to the ruins, how much money can I expect to be paid? 15 gold coins. He answered so quickly. He probably already mentally rehearsed it before leaving the house. The price is not bad. I estimate that if I kill the necromancer, the reward will be increased even more. What about Junis? Demas glanced at him quickly and thought to himself, a gold coin, seriously. Lena was a little embarrassed. Do you agree to this price? Junis looked a little distressed, but still nodded. I agree. Anyway, I'm just killing time. If he didn't agree, Lena could try to persuade him a little, but I didn't expect him to agree so readily. So let's go with this price. Where should we meet? I have other matters to attend to at the city gate tomorrow morning, so you all should prepare accordingly. Lena watched his retreating figure, somewhat speechless. If he had other things to do, he would rather stand there and not say a word. Unbelievable. Junis sighed, then sadly slumped onto the table. Lena, I'm so envious of your talent. Demas, hiring you costs 15 gold coins. Hiring me costs only 1. Lena didn't know how to comfort him, so she pointed to the 2 beast-eared girls behind her. Maybe because I have 2 more people, he'll pay me a little more. After all, Martina is really capable, and he's not stupid. He's seen it all. Well, he sat for a while and then left, saying he needed to go home to prepare for meeting June. Martina sat down opposite, while Nora sat down next to her. Lena recalled her experience in the ruins last time, touched Nora's cat ears, and asked, "What does it feel like to be corroded by a drug?" Narasco spoke slowly after a long while, his head throbbing. He felt dizzy and short of breath, and he could hear the whispers of the dead in his ear. He also kept having bad thoughts about them, such as Madina dying suddenly, or you being eaten by spiders, or your master abandoning us and running away. Lena could probably guess what it felt like. In a terrifying environment, with evil spirits constantly eroding her already wavering beliefs, it was no wonder that Pierre would do something so extreme. Then, amidst the gossip, Lena gently touched Nora's ear, and the season began again. Whatever evil spirits whisper in your ear, I hope you will remember it. No matter what happens, I will never abandon you, because besides my companions, you are still my family, and I will do everything in my power to protect you. Nora's face quickly turned red. He lowered his head and pressed his hands on Lena's legs. Yes, I will do my best to protect my master. I will remember my master's kindness for the rest of my life. Seeing this, Martina, who was sitting opposite, complained, "You two are being so mushy so early in the morning. If a fool like Martina gets hurt, I'll turn around and leave without hesitation." Nora laughed out loud, then added, "Hey, me too. Shaw, I can't possibly get hurt. My armor is so sturdy, I'll be fine. However, I'm a big gambler. Even if Lena treats me like this, I would risk my life to save her if she were in real danger." "Nonsense. You're still alive. If Wangan didn't save me, I'd be dead for sure." When Martina couldn't win an argument, she started cursing at people as dogs. The three chatted for a while, then headed home. On the way, Nora suddenly took Lena's hand. The two smiled at each other, and neither said anything, but his heart was filled with gratitude for meeting Lena. She was a man he could entrust his life to. Lena turned around and headed towards the tavern to buy 2 smoked chickens to eat. She was leaving tomorrow and couldn't leave without a full stomach. Martina nudged Lena on the shoulder and began to frantically hint at white bread. "You know what I mean?" "Huh? What's wrong?" Lena asked the question knowing the answer already. She wanted to tease the shaman. Martina pouted and said in a low voice, "Nina, I want to eat white bread." 055, the mage Anna, heads to the ruins again. The morning after episode 55, Lena arrived at the city gate early with the beast-eared girls dressed in armor. From afar, she saw a large group of half-armored militiamen lined up in an orderly fashion at the city gate. Junius was also in the group, talking to another woman dressed as an adventurer. He caught a glimpse of Lena out of the corner of his eye, and she immediately waved enthusiastically at him. "You're here really early. The team hasn't even finished assembling yet." Lena nodded. She considered herself a very punctual person. During his middle school final exams, to avoid oversleeping, he would always arrive outside the exam hall half an hour early to sleep, so that even if he overslept, a teacher would wake him up. "I think there are probably around 100 people in this line. They're not all assembled yet." Chun Demas said he asked the leader for another 50 people. Junie said softly, holding his staff. Just then, the female mage who had been talking to Junies spoke up. "Is it reliable? Necromancers are lord-level monsters and are very difficult to deal with." Lena glanced at him, but didn't say anything. This female mage had a pair of captivating fox-like eyes, and her thick, long black hair was somewhat messy, looking like it hadn't been styled much. His face was thin, his lips were purple, and even though the temperature was close to 0, he was still wearing a somewhat revealing animal skin garment. At first glance, he looked like a witch who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Also, it's huge. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted over. The owner is indeed very concerned about the size of that place, but unfortunately, that's all I'm capable of. Lena quickly moved on from the matter, swearing that he had only glanced at it instinctively and had absolutely no ulterior motives. Junie spoke. "All right, I forgot to introduce you all." He pointed to the witch and said cheerfully, "Her name is Annalyn. She is one of the 4 mages who live near Mellet. She is very skilled in mad magic." Lena nodded. She had to build a good relationship with him. Maybe she could buy the magic sealing book from him. Junies then began to introduce Lena, saying, "This is Mr. Lena. He is one of only 4 magicians in this city. He is very skilled in fire magic. In addition, he is the Goblin Kingslayer. He was the one who killed the Goblin Tyrant of Dawn Forest." Goblin Kingslayer is such a melodramatic and childish title. Although people who know this title like to add strange nicknames to themselves when they do something big, it's still a little embarrassing to hear it from someone else. Anna extended her hand and said softly, "Just call me Anna. I've heard about your deeds. After chatting with Junies, I'm looking forward to meeting you." Lena answered like a machine. "Oh, me too. He didn't do it on purpose. He's just a socially awkward person. I don't see him at all, and he ends up being the conversation killer." Anna went off to chat with Junes again. Just then, Nora gently took Lena's hand. "Master, good soldier, could you help me roast it?" "Certainly." Lena lit a fire and crouched by the roadside to warm Nora while waiting for the team to assemble. Soon, Junies and Anna joined in. Anna squatted down and breathed on her hands. "This damn weather is getting colder and colder." Lena thought to herself, "You're wearing so little. How can you not be cold?" The murder weapon was covered by 2 pieces of animal hide, and it was blown away by the wind. After waiting in place for a while, the group suddenly started moving forward. Lena quickly led the beast-eared girls into the group, and Demas even rode his horse to the back of the group to take a look at Lena. Neither of them spoke, but instead reached a strange tacit understanding, nodding to each other. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at an entrance in the south of the city. Demas shouted at the front of the group, and everyone put their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them. The line stretched out in a long queue, and everyone followed Demas's method, placing their hands on his shoulders like zombies. Where will we be teleported to with such a long queue? Could someone be unlucky enough to get stuck inside the wall and die? The magic stone will automatically teleport us to a suitable place. We might end up on an empty street. Lena understands automatic formatting, right? As Demas's countdown at the front of the group ended, they were teleported into darkness. Lena and Junies cast fireballs almost simultaneously to illuminate the group. Seeing this, the militiamen took out their torches and passed the fire to the next person in the relay. In less than 10 seconds, the surroundings brightened up. Junies was right. They had indeed been teleported to a wide street, with several skeletons in the alley next to them. Demas gave the order that everyone follow the group to clear the surrounding skeletons, and that they should not stray too far from the group. Yes. As a series of resounding replies rang out, the militiamen on the outer edge of the ranks dispersed and began clearing away the surrounding skeletons. "Soldiers, aren't they afraid of stepping into a trap? I need to talk to Nemus." Junies became serious, and Lena decisively grabbed him, then pointed to the scattered squads. "Look," she said, "these squads are about 5 people each, with one seemingly agile militiaman in each squad responsible for scouting traps, while the other 4 are responsible for clearing out monsters." Demas isn't stupid. He even learned from his mistakes. However, Lena disagreed with their investigation methods, as they relied entirely on testing with sticks, which could easily lead to oversights. Nora suddenly pointed at one of the militiamen and said that his leg was about to break because there was a trap underneath him that he hadn't noticed. Lena winked at him. Nora understood immediately and threw the throwing knife. The beast trap hidden in the mud was triggered twice, and it jumped out immediately. The militiaman looked back with lingering fear, then thanked Lena. Nora stepped forward and retrieved the throwing knife. "Let's just make do with it." People with exceptionally strong perception like Nora are quite rare, and it's impossible to take care of everyone. A moment later, Lena heard someone screaming in the distance. 8 cities fell into a trap, and Junies left the team. "Lena, I'm coming over to help. Be careful, and so are you." Just then, Anna leaned over, chuckled a few times, and asked, "Is Jo Nisi your woman? She's very beautiful. We're just ordinary friends, right?" Anna smiled meaningfully, then turned and returned to her seat without saying another word. The group moved forward again, and Junies returned to Lena's side. Chio said he had discovered something unusual ahead, and we should go and take a look. 056, The Defeated Army. In episode 56, the group advances through the ruins. Lena cannot see what is happening ahead and can only obediently follow the group. In his spare time, Lena took a liking to Nora and gently rubbed Nora's cat ears. "So, are you still feeling dizzy as we enter the first season?" "I'm not dizzy. I'm in great shape right now," Nora answered softly. Its blue eyes are glowing. Humans are social animals after all, and so are demi-humans. As long as there are many teammates, they will feel a sense of security, and to some extent, They should be able to resist the erosion of the past. Lena glanced at Martina, and just to be on the safe side, asked her as well. How are you? Do you experience any discomfort? Without. Martina scratched her head, feeling nothing at all. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to tease him when she suddenly felt a chill creep over her, causing the group to stir. Martina and Nora shuddered, while Junies frowned slightly and tiptoed to look into the darkness ahead. Lena, something seems to be coming. Lena caught a glimpse of Nora taking a few steps back timidly, then drawing a dagger from her waist. His ears were lowered, becoming airplane ears, and deep fear shone in his azure eyes. There's a monster ahead. Lena glanced ahead. All that lay before the group was deep darkness. Nora, don't be afraid. Lena gently grasped his arm, comforting him. Just then, a sharp cry came from the darkness, and a swarm of bats flew out and quickly passed through the crowd. Many people in the group were frightened and scattered, while Nora rushed into Lena's arms in terror. At the very front of the group, Demas raised his long sword, raised his arm, and shouted, "Keep calm and maintain formation." Immediately afterwards, a chilling, creaking sound came from the darkness. Reiner knew it was the sound of the skeleton soldiers moving, but this time the sound was clearly more muffled than before. One of the knights called out, "Lena," and the street ahead was illuminated. Lena began to gather a fireball at the tip of her staff and continuously poured magic into it. A dazzling fireball swept through the street, striking the food at the end of the road, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. They saw several skeleton knights made up of many scattered bones. They wore rusty iron armor and were slowly walking towards the group. They dragged heavy iron hammers in their hands, drawing neat lines in the mud. Behind the skeleton knight was a short skeleton draped in a black robe, holding a staff aloft, the green gem at its tip looking particularly dazzling. This must be the necromancer Pierre was referring to. Lena's eyes lit up, and she immediately began chanting a spell. He planned to use an earthquake spell to slow down the skeleton knight's advance, and then seize the opportunity to kill the necromancer. Junie suddenly reached out to stop him. Lana, "No, this is my brother's ruins. It's not as sturdy as we think. If it collapses, we'll all be buried inside." Lena thought that small-scale use shouldn't have any impact, but looking at the beast-eared girls beside him and the hundreds of militiamen in front of him, he finally gave up the idea. The skeleton knights quickened their pace and rushed back to the group. Demas was at the front of the group, forming a defensive line with several knights, and actively cutting down the enemies at the front. He severed the skeleton's arm with a single sword strike. Judging from the strange light flashing on the blade, the sword was probably infused with mithril, a nemesis of evil spirits. The well-trained militiamen's fighting prowess was evident. Their formation was impenetrable, and almost no skeleton knights could get past it. If someone is injured, the militia behind will take their place in rotation. Martina was somewhat eager to try. "Come on, Lena, I want to go up too." "Go ahead, and be careful." No sooner had she finished speaking than Martina, like a wild horse, ran off and joined the militia in battle. He was a valiant warrior. I saw him tear skeleton knights apart with his bare hands several times. Just when things were looking up, the necromancer in the distance raised his staff high once more. Immediately afterwards, countless green souls gathered from all around, eventually surrounding the staff. Lena felt a vague unease. Seeing that he was completely unprepared, she seized the opportunity and used Fireball Tree. At the same time, the necromancer let out a menacing howl, and a green shockwave swept towards the group. Director, Nora stepped forward and hugged Lena from the front. The fireball quickly dissipated. The torches held high by the militia went out instantly, and the ruins were plunged into darkness once again. Lena felt a sharp pain in her heart, and all around her were terrified screams. Lena quickly lit the flames, allowing the light to once again envelop the team. He looked around, trying to find Nora, but saw Junies curled up on the ground with his hands clenched. Many of the militiamen reacted the same way, all collapsing to the ground in fear. "Junies, don't be afraid, get up." He paused for a moment, then lit the flame as well. Lena then began searching for Nora, who had disappeared without a trace. "Nora, where are you? Come back soon." Lena shouted anxiously. As they passed through an alley, they finally spotted Nora hiding in shadows. His body was trembling slightly. Lena breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to reach out and pull him away. So you're here. Get up quickly. This necromancer is tough to deal with. Demas might be telling us to retreat. Before she could finish speaking, Nora's gleaming dagger lunged at Lena. Lena couldn't dodge in time, and the dagger sparked as it grazed the plate armor. Nora's eyes were bloodshot and lifeless, and she kept muttering something to herself. Lena took a few steps back and tentatively called out, "Nora, his consciousness has been corrupted by evil spirits. He's in danger now. Stay away from him." Anna had followed them without them noticing and grabbed Lena's plate armor, pulling her back a little. "Nora, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Come there and try to awaken your master." Nora's eyes flickered. She threw the dagger aside and was about to walk towards Lena when she clutched her head in pain, then collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. At the same time, Junies ran over with Martina. "Lena, Demas has ordered the troops to retreat. We should go." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of militiamen rushed through the alleyway and ran back the way they came. "Where's the magic stone used for escape?" "Demas has already found the Red Monkey, which is not far from here." Suddenly, a half-armored knight was slammed against the wall, and blood splattered all over Lena's face. The skeleton knights are hunting down the fleeing militia, while Demas and his group of knights are covering their retreat. "Lena, pull Martina up. Junies, carry Nora and run. Martina and I are going to help Demas and the others. Be careful." 057 was betrayed by his AI teammates. In episode 57, the group watched the show while retreating, and the scattered group soon arrived at the magic stone used to leave the ruins. The militia who had fled first had already gathered at the magic stone. Lena was no more than 100 meters away from them. She could still vaguely see Junies holding Nora and sitting at the evacuation point. He seemed to be injured, with a lot of blood flowing from his thigh. Several more knights left the front line, leaving only Demas and 2 other knights. "Line up and prepare to evacuate." Demas turned around and shouted. Several more skeleton knights attacked, seemingly endlessly. For every one they killed, another would appear, relentlessly pursuing them. However, the quality of these monsters is declining at a visible rate. These skeleton knights no longer wear iron armor. They're all bare white bones. The remaining 2 knights also left, leaving only Demas and Lena to fight side by side. "Lena, you go first, I'll be right there." Demas said that his plate armor was tattered and bloodstains were faintly visible, indicating that he had suffered considerable injuries in the battle with the skeleton knight. Plate armor offers limited protection against blunt force, and once fully armored, its movement is slightly restricted, making it unable to escape. Leaving it to cover the rear is tantamount to sending it to its death. Moreover, the skull and crossbones flag is like a leech. You can't fight and retreat at the same time, and you'll be stuck to it again very quickly. If you want to escape, you have to fight your way out of a buffer zone and then sprint through it at full speed to have a chance. "Demas, you retreat first. I need to hold them off for a while longer before I can leave." After saying that, Lena used fire magic to burn an approaching skeleton knight to a crisp. Martina was surrounded by enemies and attacked by skeletons. He unleashed his ultimate attack, and with each battle cry, the skeleton's limbs were scattered everywhere. He was virtually invincible in close combat. At present, the 2 of them can hold on for another hour without any problem. Seeing this, Demas pondered for a moment and then, heeding the advice, ran towards the teleportation team. Half a minute later, he shouted loudly, "Come here quickly." Lena looked back and saw the militiamen lined up in a long queue, holding hands with each other, while Demas was at the very end of the line, reaching out to him. "Martina, we should leave." "All right." Martina grabbed the skeleton knight by the neck, quickly lifted him up, and smashed him down, knocking down a large group of enemies. Then, the 2 ran wildly toward the Archmage, while many militiamen shouted, "Gods, you are true warriors. Brother, come quick. Watch out for the necromancer." He caught up with her, and Lena turned around to see a fireball hurtling towards her. Since learning the spell without chanting, his casting speed has increased significantly, and he extinguished it with the water sphere tree in just an instant. Demas shouted excitedly, "Go for it." "Here it comes." With his hand within reach, the next second, the group of hundreds of people vanished instantly, and the area fell into a deathly silence, with the magic stone emitting a faint red light. Lena was dumbfounded. The militiamen at the front of the group had used the magic stone without permission, teleporting them away. Damn it, it's a human-machine interface, huh? It just left like that? Lena lifted Martina's hand, intending to reactivate the magic stone, but as soon as the magic was injected, a burning sensation came from her fingertips. Junie said that the magic stones used for teleportation in the ruins cannot be used continuously and require waiting a while. With hordes of skeleton knights right in front of her, Lena couldn't just stand there and wait for the mage's cooldown to end. Come on, Martina screamed and raised her shield to block the flying hammer. As she threw away the shattered shield, she swung her sword at the oncoming skeleton knight. Seeing the necromancer's staff gathering its pale, green, vengeful spirits once more, Lena raised her staff to interrupt, but two skeleton knights had already rushed in front of her, forcing her to deal with the skeleton knights first. A sharp, piercing roar resounded in his ears, irritating Reiner's eardrums. The man looked up in a daze and saw flames burning towards him. In a moment of desperation, Lena released a large amount of water to protect herself and Martina. Even so, Martina's body was still burned by the flames on one side. Immediately afterwards, the skeleton knight broke through the water barrier and struck Martina's knee with his hammer. Lena heard a sharp sound and staggered back a few steps. Martina is injured. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Lena used the water to wash away the skeleton knight beside her, then quickly stepped forward, pulled Martina out of the water sphere, and grabbed her hand as they ran toward the side alley. Seeing that the skeleton knight was still chasing after him, he didn't care whether the ruins would collapse. After finishing his chant, he drove straight out of the earthquake tree to inspect it. The surrounding stone houses collapsed one after another. Unexpectedly, the soil submerged by the water flow turned into a swamp under the high frequency and intense vibrations, which trapped the skeleton knight. But Lena didn't have time to think it through. She grabbed Martina's arm and started running. Perhaps Lady Luck was on her side, because she ran for a long time without stepping on any traps. Lena found a secluded spot, broke open the rotten wooden door, briefly checked the surroundings, and, finding no danger, hid inside. Martina was badly injured. His helmet was soaked with sweat-absorbing material, which was then used to release the water and wrap the area around him. The first step was to provide the simplest treatment, allowing his skin and clothing to be separated temporarily. If you take off your clothes immediately after being burned, you will tear off the skin and flesh along with it. Don't move. I'll help you take off your clothes. Martina shook her head in struggle and murmured softly, No need. Now is not the time to be shy. I've already touched it. Why are you afraid I'll see? Don't move. Lena removed her armor piece by piece and tossed it aside, then slowly tore off the clothes that were stuck to her skin. The two rabbits were now burned, one red and one white. Lena used her hydrotherapy technique, and, seeing that he hadn't untied the waistband below, she decided to help him. Martina nervously pushed Lena's hand away and untied the bag herself. I'll do it myself. Lena glanced at it and saw that there were only burns on the outside of her thigh, so she gave her some simple treatment. The burned skin gradually turned strange white. Exhale. There may still be scars left in the future. At the same time, a thought reached Lena's ears, and Lena saw everything again. Lena laughed in anger. What time is it? You still have time to care about this burn? The earlier hydrotherapy is used, the more significant the results will be. You humans are so unreliable. You abandoned your teammates so easily. We were almost grabbing that knight's hand. Martina muttered to herself. Lena nodded as well, because that beast's actions had almost killed him there, but luckily he had managed to escape temporarily, and he would never do it again. The most urgent thing now is to figure out how to escape. They had no food with them and couldn't possibly survive on this food for long. Seeing that her burns were almost healed, Martina slowly got up, picked up the tattered pieces of cloth that had been burned, and then wrapped them around her body little by little. Don't use this thing anymore. It's dirty and unhygienic. If you make it back alive, I'll buy you something more convenient. Martina remained silent. More convenient? You can keep dragging it out. Lena ignored her and looked down at Martina's injured knee. How is your leg? Look at the legs. 058, I will definitely take you out. In episode 58, Martina stood up and tried to take a few steps, but she almost fell to the ground as soon as she took a step. Her leg injury was serious. Although it didn't appear to be broken, he wasn't a doctor and didn't know the specifics. Hydrotherapy is excellent for repairing skin tissue, but if the bone is injured, then you can only leave it to fate. My ears hurt a lot at the time, and my mind went blank. Blue Knight was very fast. I should have dodged it. Lena and Martina looked at each other, neither of them saying a word. She, who had always been very proud, lowered her head this time. I've separated from Lena. He's almost completely immobilized, and Lena will have to carry him from now on. Martina used her long sword as a crutch, limped to the corner, sat down, and stared at Lena for a long time, her mind wandering. Lena and I can't escape. If he dies in the ruins too, Anara and his mother will be doomed. After a long pause, he suddenly said, Lana, you should go. I'm staying here by myself. So what do you eat and drink? I won't starve to death without food for a while. I'll find a way to escape. With a limp, you still want to escape? Ghouls, mechanics, magic orbs. Which one can you beat right now? Even if you're lucky enough to find a magic stone, do you know how to use it? Martina fell silent. He knew he couldn't leave, but deep down he didn't want Lena to abandon him. Yet reason told him that if they didn't, they would die together. Letting Lena walk on her own might offer a glimmer of hope. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I can't leave, but you can. And didn't you say that if I got hurt, I would just turn around and leave? You are my slave, and you still have to work for me. If you die, I won't be able to make as much money. Londa patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, Don't worry, I won't give up on you. I will try my best to find a way to get you out of here. Martina remained silent for a while, then smiled at Lena with relief. No wonder Nora liked you. You must have been with quite a few women, right? Lena was speechless for a moment. They were all playing with erotic games. Martina was injured while protecting her, and she absolutely couldn't abandon her. Anyone with flesh and blood would develop feelings for Martina, even if they only kept her as a pet for 2 months. If I'm careful and discreet, there might be a chance to leave the ruins, and then I want to touch her tail. Martina refused without even thinking about it. Didn't Moore tell you that? Only a sinful husband can touch the tail of a virtuous Han Chinese. Hey, can't I even make an exception for you, you bastard? Martina blushed. No, don't touch my tail. You need to beat me in a one-on-one fight to prove you're a stronger man than me. Otherwise, well, at most you can only touch my ear. Lena looked at the pair of flexible horse ears on his head and suddenly became interested. Touching your ears for now isn't a bad idea. Martina suddenly lowered her head and whispered, Fine, if you want to touch my ears, go ahead. I probably won't be able to get out anyway. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I should have died in that forest. Every day I live is a bonus. I've eaten white bread, and I'm content. Hearing him say that, Lena felt a little sorry for Martina. She's a bit silly, but most of the time, she's actually quite likable. What nonsense are you talking about? I will definitely find a way to get you out of here. Lena casually rubbed Martina's horse ears. Her ears were different from Nora's. Apart from the outermost layer of fur, they felt almost the same as human ears, but horse ears were more flexible. We'll have to figure out the rest after Martina is rescued. After resting for a while, Reiner knelt down in front of Martina and said, I'll carry you on my back. Martina was slightly taken aback, but then readily climbed on. In an instant, Lena felt as if she were carrying a mountain on her back. This guy is really heavy. I feel like he weighs at least 150 pounds. Lena is 1.78 meters tall, while Martina is only a centimeter or 2 shorter than him. Plus, he has a lot of muscle. And since the bone and muscle density of demi-humans and humans is different, it's normal for him to be a little heavier. When they first met Martina, Nora carried him back, and Nora was even weaker than Lena. Wow, you're so heavy like a pig. Lena put it down, and Martina nodded without objecting. Lena removed her armor piece by piece, and then casually tossed it into a corner. Carrying Martina on his back again was clearly much easier. Grandma tied an X-shaped knot with a rope, then first tied it to Martina's leg, and then secured it to Lena's shoulder. In this way, even if Martina doesn't squeeze tightly, Lena's waist won't keep dropping down. Lena then used a rope to tie their waists together completely, securing them simply, and she prepared to set off. Martina's 2 lumps of flesh provided quite good shock absorption, and it was quite comfortable to carry on my back, except for being a bit heavy. What to do with these armors? Just leave it here. What else can we do? Wearing all of these is too heavy, and I even lost your big items. I'll come back to get them if I have a chance. You said this sword is very expensive? No matter how expensive it is, it's not as valuable as your life. You idiot. Money can be earned back, but if you lose your life, you truly lose everything. Martina hesitated for a moment, then gently placed the long sword near the wall. I'll listen to you. Of course, I'm not here to do charity. These fees will be deducted from your ransom, Lena said in a very serious tone. Martina hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Lena, let me work for you forever. I don't want to leave. Oof, you've fallen in love with me? Martina punched Lena, nearly giving her a heart attack. You ungrateful dog. Even if you beat me to death, you won't live either. Martina didn't answer Lena, but just murmured to herself. There's no place in this world where I can be surprised anymore. With you, at least I can live a little more easily. Thank you, Nana. Just then, Martina's inner voice floated over. Besides my parents, you are the first man who has been so good to me. No wonder Nora fell in love with you. Lena felt Martina hug her a little tighter. Wait, what am I thinking? That's ridiculous. Although his thoughts were quite insightful, Lena, who was on edge, didn't have time to listen at all. With Nora not around and unable to sense the trap, he could only let the red dragon know and hop around in front of him to scout the way. Just then, a pair of hands reached out from the shadows. Lena was so frightened that she threw a punch, followed by a sharp pain in her wrist. Is it me? Lena recognized the voice. Demas emerged from the darkness, without a helmet, accompanied by the sorceress Anna and 2 other followers. 059, I'm not heavy at all. Episode 59, Demas, didn't you guys go out? Lena never expected him to come back. I am a knight, and I will never abandon any of my comrades. Demas's answer was firm and decisive. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued, Excuse me for considering the steps. I apologize for what happened earlier. I will make it up to you when we get out. After saying that, he put on his helmet. Anna held a torch in her hand, and the light shone on his profile, making him look somewhat sinister. We've been looking for you for a long time. There's a magic stone nearby, only a few hundred meters from here. The necromancer is not far from here. Let's get there as soon as possible. Lena followed the others into the alley. On the way, he asked Anna how Junies and Nora were doing. During the retreat, Junies accidentally stepped into a trap and injured his leg. As for your slave's condition, I don't know. He's still unconscious. Lena's heart sank, and she couldn't help but start to worry about Nora. After wandering through the alley for a while, they encountered skeletons again, but only a few scattered ones. Let me. Anna conjured a bright green blade in her hand, and with a gentle flick, the skull's head rolled to the ground. After walking through the alley for a while, Lena saw a magic stone surrounded by a number of wandering skeletons, but there was no skeleton knight among them. Demas brandished his knight ship, accompanied by 2 guards, preparing to fight his way through. This time, I'll blast them away first, then run towards the magic stone. Lena raised the Crimson Dragon's blade and began to build up a fireball. Boom! He didn't control the power well. The fireball exploded around the magic stone, and a vortex of flames rose up. The skeleton at the center of the vortex was instantly burned to charcoal, while skeletons a little further away were blown away by the heat. This commotion would definitely attract the necromancer. Seeing this, everyone took the opportunity to run quickly toward the demon stone. This time, Reiner was the first to place his hand on it. Seeing that everyone was ready, he channeled his magic and teleported away. The scenery in her line of sight changed instantly, and Lena saw many militiamen. They're out. They're out. God bless them. Oh, what a miracle. Seeing that she was safe, Lena breathed a sigh of relief. It's still early. The team has been in and out of the ruins for less than 8 hours, and it's not even evening yet. Lena looked around, trying to find the culprit, and finally found the militiaman in a clump of grass. He had been bet with someone and was now bruised and battered. Seeing Lena approach, she lowered her head. Lady Lena, please forgive me. I thought you had already taken Lord Demas's hand. Seeing the necromancer chanting, I was so terrified that I subconsciously channeled my magic into him. I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, a passing militiaman kicked him, knocking him to the ground. Lena was furious because her mistake almost led to her and Martina dying in the same season. Lena caught a glimpse of Nora out of the corner of her eye, pointed her staff at the militiaman's head, and said, "Good luck. I'll settle the score with you another time." He walked quickly to Juni's side, where Nora was lying on his lap, her hair disheveled, and she looked asleep. "Thank you for carrying him out." "You're welcome. Nora is my friend too." "How is he now?" Juni's asked softly. "He's still in a coma. He's been like this ever since he came out of the first season. I don't know what's wrong with him. I've never seen him like this before." Just then, Anna walked over from a short distance away, squatted down, pried open Nora's eyelids, and took a look. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Minor mental damage will cause one to go insane, while severe damage will cause one to fall into a deep sleep. I fought against the necromancer in these ruins about 10 years ago, so I have some experience." Lena gently stroked his cat ears and asked softly, "How can I cure him?" "All you need to do is kill the necromancer who killed the master tree." Anna looked around and saw that the militiamen were either wounded or crippled, so she continued, "They certainly won't be entering the ruins again anytime soon. I don't believe you can kill the necromancer by yourself." Reiner looked around and saw that many militiamen had gone mad due to the necromancer's mental corruption, shouting and yelling, while others lay motionless on the grass. He sighed deeply and gently held Nora, who was lying on the ground, in his arms. Was there really no other way? A person with a strong will can recover on their own, but I don't think he can because there are very few examples of that. If all else fails, just buy another one. Keep trying, it doesn't matter. No, it's not ordinary. He turned to look at Juni's and asked, "I heard you stepped into a trap. Is your leg all right? Do you need me to take a look?" I've had hydrotherapy treatment. Although I can't run, walking is fine." Just then, Demas walked over from the side and handed Lena a bag of money, saying, "This is your reward. Thank you for your hard work." Looking at the money pouch in her hand, Lena sighed. She had lost both her money and her money. Martina has injured her leg, Nora is in a coma, and the necromancer hasn't finished the mission, so there's no way to move forward for the time being. If he could, he would prefer Nora to wake up right now. Demas nodded, then took out another gold coin and handed it to Juni's. Lena also reached into her money pouch, which was filled with heavy gold coins, definitely more than 15. This was probably Demas's compensation for his emotional distress, but it was probably less than the equipment he had lost in the ruins. Lena went in fully armed, but when she came out, she and Martina only had a staff left. They had left their plate armor and chainmail behind. Lena took out 2 gold coins and put them into Juni's hand. "Take them. I don't need nings. You can keep them." They then forcibly stuffed the gold coins into his hand. Demas looked at Martina, who was still being carried on Lena's back, and asked, "Where is your armor?" "It was too heavy. I lost it while trying to escape with him. It was my mistake, and I will make it up to you." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the militia. Although no one died this time, quite a few militiamen suffered mental breakdowns. Demas probably won't enter the ruins again for a while. After resting outside the ruins for a while, Reiner picked up Nora, who was still sleeping. Carrying Martina alone was fine, but carrying Nora on his back made him too tired to walk. He unloaded Martina and then knocked a thick branch off with the water balloon tree. "Use this as a walking stick. You should walk by yourself. It's too heavy for me to carry." Martina puffed out her cheeks. "I'm not heavy at all." 060 Nora awakens. How was episode 60? Martina stood by the bed, leaning on a cane, and asked Nora, who was still fast asleep. As a fellow demi-human, he also had some concerns. Poor Nora, thankfully nothing bad happened. "I don't know. He's just unconscious for now, but his life isn't in danger. She will drink Gastra juice little by little, and she can also eat." Lena reached out and touched Nora's cat ears. Daisy's eyes welled up with tears. He dipped a towel in the water from the wooden basin and gently wiped the mud off Nora's face, calling out to him softly every now and then. It was already night, and Lena took them home. At first, Daisy thought Nora Belena was asleep when she saw him being held, but when Belena told Daisy what was going on, he finally couldn't help but cry. How so? Although Lena was also worried, she still tried to comfort Daisy. "He's just unconscious. There's still hope, so don't worry too much." Lena sighed. He had a slight headache and just wanted to rest. "You should all go back to your rooms. I will take good care of him tonight." I'll come back tomorrow morning. Daisy and Martina went out one after the other. Lena took off her clothes to go to sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, the door opened again. She thought it was the red dragon's breath causing trouble again. Lena shooed him away, saying, "I'm really tired today, don't bother me." Lana is Martina. She limped into the room, her eyes darting around, looking quite uncomfortable. "Hey, thank you for saving me today. Take good care of yourself and get well soon. Maybe Demas will send us to the ruins again in a few days." "Oh." Martina stood in the doorway, neither speaking nor moving, just staring intently at Lena. Soon, her thoughts drifted over. "So you're not going to touch my ears anymore?" To be honest, ever since he learned that Nora was in a coma, he had lost all desire to touch her ears. But seeing Martina's flushed cheeks, he still reached out and gave her a way out. "Now that I've rescued you, shouldn't I get to touch your ears too?" Martina gave a soft hum, then sat down on the edge of the bed and lowered her head. I just can't do anything with you. Go ahead and touch me." Lena reached out and pinched her bouncy and warm horse ears. To be honest, they weren't as fun as Nora's ears. "Okay, that's all for now. Go back and rest." Martina looked up, gently biting her lower lip. Her expression seemed somewhat unwilling. Nora was so happy when her ears were touched, but not so happy when her ears were touched. The difference is huge. Lena is probably unhappy because Nora is injured. He hoped Nora would recover soon, but he did not linger in the room and left after having his ears touched. Lena blew out the candles, covered herself with the blanket, and hugged Nora tightly. He slept restlessly that night, waking up every now and then. Ginola remained obediently asleep beside her. He continued to sleep until he heard the rooster crow, at which point he tossed and turned until he finally fell asleep. He had a strange dream in which Reiner became the lord of a certain place, and in his territory, besides humans, there were many demi-humans of various kinds. In a bustling city, everyone lived in harmony, with plenty of food and clothing. When he walked down the street, many ordinary people would greet him with smiles. Nora's personality also changed. She always liked to snuggle up to him and act coquettishly. However, his left buttock turned golden yellow, making him look exactly like a boscat, giving people a seductive illusion. Lena asked, puzzled, "Are you Nora?" He answered seriously, "I am Martina." Gop! Nora cupped Lena's face in her hands, a smile on her face. "Did you ask me offline? If I'm not Nora, then who is I?" In his dream, he had 3 wives in his life. One of them was Nora, while the other 2 were shadowy figures that he could not see clearly no matter what. He leaned closer to examine them closely, trying to figure out who these 2 were. The dream suddenly vanished, and Lena felt an emptiness in her arms. When she opened her eyes, she found that he was the only one on the bed. Nora stood outside the window, staring blankly at Nora. Lena called out tentatively, but her petite body didn't react at all, as if she hadn't heard a sound at all. Lena quickly got up and went to his side, gently patting his shoulder. Seeing that Nora still didn't react, Lena forcibly turned him around. Nora's eyes were vacant, and he looked somewhat dazed. Lena called his name softly, then rubbed his animal ears and said, "Speak up, how are you?" Seeing that he remained unmoved, Lena scratched the downy hair in Nora's ear, trying to provoke him. Finally, he reacted, his cat ears twitching vigorously. Lena realized that this was working, so she picked her up and put her on the bed, then grabbed her tail and started playing with it. Nora's cat tail was particularly sensitive, and she wriggled from side to side in Lena's arms. Seeing that he was indeed in pain, Lena let go of his tail and hugged him to help him recover. Just then, a familiar voice reached Liner's ears. Nora, the owner, raised her head and reached out her slender little hand to tentatively touch Lena's cheek. "Yes." Lena breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes slightly moist. "Thank goodness you're all right. How do we stay at home? Shouldn't they be gathering at the city gate?" Nora blinked frequently, as if her eyes were uncomfortable, indicating that she had lost her memory of what happened afterward. Lena hugged her tightly as we went to the ruins and encountered a necromancer. That guy knew a terrible kind of magic, and our expedition was defeated. Some things happened afterward, and then we came back. You were unconscious for a night, and a mage named Anna said that you would most likely remain asleep until the necromancer was killed, but you miraculously woke up. Nora rubbed her eyes hard. Ugh, I remember everything now. Then, somewhat excitedly, he said, Master, I think I saw God. She was exceptionally beautiful, even more beautiful than June. Yes, I was in complete darkness when she asked me if I want to come back to her. I answered yes, and then I came back very quickly. Before he left, he also said he would give me a gift. Nora continued rubbing his eyes, and Lena gently took his hand, saying, Don't keep rubbing your eyes. You'll get sick. Nora looked away, trying things out with one eye open and one eye closed. What's wrong? Nora said anxiously. Master, I can't see with my left eye. I can't see anything. Lena pried open her eyelids, looked carefully, and found nothing unusual, so he decisively used the identification. Name, Nora Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, human. Species, cat. Current status, healthy. Left eye blind. Lena was speechless for a moment. Everyone knew that he was blind in his left eye, and the system's assessment did not explain the reason. Just then, the door was pushed open, and the conversation between the two woke Daisy. 061 Nora's Apology. In episode 61, Daisy simply hugged Nora tightly and didn't let go for a long time. It really is a blessing from God. Martina pushed the door open and limped in. Her hair was a mess. Janola returned to normal and said happily, I knew nothing would happen. After they exchanged pleasantries for a while, Lena asked, How are your eyes? Can't you see anything at all? Yes, Nora went blind. Martina frowned slightly. One of my eyes is blind, my left eye. In her dream, Lena saw his eyes, and his pupils turned golden yellow. She wondered if there was any connection between the two. Unfortunately, this is in another world where the medical level is too low. When people get sick, they are either bled or given enemas, which do not have any therapeutic effect at all, and will only make people feel like they're dying. Otherwise, Lena would definitely be rushing Nora to the hospital right now. A crystal-clear water sphere appeared in Lena's hand. I'll try to treat your eyes. Nora leaned her face in, letting the water balloon treat her blind left eye. After a while, he raised his head, looked around, and then said that he still couldn't see anything. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Never mind, it's just one blind eye. I can still see anyway. Lena was speechless for a moment, but she was too calm. Daisy sighed, a thought drifting over to her. What a silly child, but at least she's awake now. He touched Nora's ear, then left the bedroom, leaving the three of them together. Nora looked at Martina's injured knee. What happened to your knee? I was injured by the skeleton knight, but I can walk now, and I'll probably be fine by tomorrow. Lena was amazed by Martina's self-healing ability. Everyone says that it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, but Martina was healed in just 3 days. She's like Wolverine, isn't she? I've already thrown all my big items and tortoise shells into the mirror, and I haven't even had my fill of using the poison yet. Now I'm going to have to work for Lena for another 10 years or so. Martina suddenly remembered something, and her ears perked up. By the way, Nora, I've made up my mind. What decision? I want to follow Lena and never leave again. Nora scratched the downy hair in his ear, wondering if he had misheard. Martina had no choice but to patiently repeat why. Since I had nowhere else to go, I decided to just hang out with Lena. She was good to me. At least she wouldn't let me go hungry or cold. Nora rubbed her eyes, glanced at Lena, and didn't say anything. What exactly happened during the time I was unconscious? Just a while ago, they said they absolutely had to leave. He asked abruptly, You want to be Lena's woman too? Lena choked on her saliva and started coughing. Martina blushed and said angrily, Nora, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Lena saved my life, she's not as capable as me, so I won't be her woman. He actually asked it out loud. Did he really have to ask Lena about something like that in front of her? You're even dumber than me. I haven't even asked you if you're comfortable yet. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't tell you. Lena sat down to watch the show. So you're not going to find a man anymore? No, I don't need a man. As long as I have food and magic weapons, that's enough. Lena does give me a different feeling, but I'll pass on that kind of thing. Only men who are better than me can be considered men. You're bragging to Nora again. You're not even as good as me now. I just injured my leg. Even if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be as good as me. Martina narrowed her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said, Once my leg injury heals, I'll go out and have a one-on-one fight. If you lose, You'll be my slave for a few days. Do you dare? What if you lose? I can't possibly lose to Cuculina. I can throw you out with one hand. But there's always a chance of something going wrong. I've said it before. As long as you win, I'll do whatever you want with me. Yeah? Oomph. Then you better get cleaned up and wait for me then. Martina's face flushed instantly, and she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Damn it, vulgar." Sure enough, I'll make sure you're black and blue. Lena gave her the middle finger. Just as the two were exchanging heated words, there was a knock on the door. Daisy strode into the bedroom and whispered, "Lena, there are two unfamiliar people outside the door. Should we open it?" Lena got up and went to open the door, only to find it was the craftsman of the protective pads, who was holding a roll of soft measuring tape in his hand. "Why is it you?" "I am here on Lord Demas's orders to give you and that Masamai 2 sizes of armor and make you a finer set of close-fitting plate armor. I heard that Lord Demas has also invited nuns from the church to enchant the armor. Do you want money for that?" Lord Demas is here." "Ha ha, please come in quickly." "So, this is the compensation Demas was talking about yesterday? That's fantastic." The craftsman scratched his face, then took Lena's measurements, and then took Martina's measurements as well. I heard you retreated to protect the team? Should we stay in the ruins and kill Lady Wong Ling? You are so brave. I swear I will find the best plate armor for you." The craftsman said with admiration. Lena was speechless for a moment. How did the rumors spread like this? It's as if he did it voluntarily. If he hadn't been tricked, who would want to stay in that dark and gloomy place called the ruins? A few minutes later, the craftsman received the measurements and left the hut without looking back. Martina asked with some delight, "Does this mean we'll get new armor again?" "I think so." "Yay." Martina hopped on one leg. Lena stretched and headed towards the bedroom. She hadn't slept well last night and planned to catch up on some sleep. Upon entering, I saw Nora sitting on the edge of the bed, looking somewhat uneasy. I actually laid a hand on my master yesterday. Although I didn't hurt him, it was still too much. "How are your eyes?" Nora had a mental breakdown at the time. It wasn't his fault. She still couldn't see anything, but I felt she was okay. Nora slowly got up, closed a small window, drew the curtains, and then walked to the door and locked it. Immediately afterwards, he knelt down on the bed with a thud. "Oh, what are you up to now?" "I'm sorry. I almost stabbed you with a dagger yesterday." "I didn't do it on purpose, of course I know." Nora gripped the sheets tightly, forcing back her shame, and said, "I can't forgive myself. I will accept whatever punishment Director Cheen imposes on me. Really." Nora understood his implication, and her tone became somewhat hurried. "I'll go take a shower first. I didn't shower yesterday. I just changed my clothes. It's not too late to shower later." Lena gave it a push. 062 Anna's request. 3 days later in episode 62, the craftsman transported a pile of boxes to Reiner's door in a horse-drawn cart, and then struggled to drag them into the room. Martina had been impatient for a long time. As soon as the carriage stopped, he rushed out, grabbed the box like a robber, and left. You have to admire his recovery ability. Lena thought he would have to stay in bed for at least half a month, but he can jump and bounce around now, and he is exactly the same as before. The craftsman's face fell when Mu Xiong was robbed, but he couldn't say anything for Lena's sake. After all, there was a rumor in the city about a very powerful magician who was honest and kind, whose only flaw was his infatuation with demi-humans. "Mr. Lena, I've delivered the items. If you have any questions, you can come to my shop and ask my apprentice." I went on to deliver the goods. After saying goodbye to the armor craftsman, Lena looked back and saw that Martina had already broken open the wooden box. He put on his chainmail and then began to put on his plate armor. "You got the wrong set. This one is mine." Lena picked up another suit of plate armor and handed it to her. "How did you know? Isn't this obvious? Why is there a bulge on the chest area of this plate armor?" "It's definitely where those 2 lumps of fat of yours are stored. That's just how it is intellectually." Martina compared her outfit with the teacher's and dressed as Lena had suggested. After 10 minutes of fussing, Martina, fully armed, stood in front of Lena again. Except for the helmet, it's almost identical to the armor Martina originally wore. However, the protection provided by the neck and knee pads has been enhanced. Now that Martina has a whole plate of armor covering her knee, the possibility of her knee being smashed by a hammer is unlikely to happen again. Martina's original choice of simple, crude iron barrel helmet was replaced with a more sophisticated and aesthetically pleasing Gothic plate helmet, which offered better protection. In addition, he noticed that there were many runes on the armor that were of unknown meaning. These runes should have served a purpose far beyond decoration. They might even be used to ward off evil spirits. Demas was quite thoughtful. He even upgraded their equipment while he was at it. He stepped back a few paces and looked the full armor up and down. Martina looks so cool, especially after she got rid of that ugly bucket helmet. She looks even cooler now. Martina lifted her mask, her silly grin making her look like a drooling idiot even after being cured. Lena, look what this is. He bent down and picked up a knight's sword that was gleaming with an eerie light from the box. After swinging it a few times, his face darkened. What, you're not satisfied? Shoo, this is something you can't just casually talk about with women. Lena took the knight's sword. It was indeed a bit light, weighing only about 2 or 3 pounds. When he first transmigrated, he weighed a weapon while choosing one at the blacksmith shop. A proper knight's sword would weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. It must have been mixed with a lot of honey, which is why it was relatively light. But it's too light, too short, and doesn't give the swing any strength. Lena was speechless for a moment. After all, Martina was a woman who used two-handed swords as if they were one-handed swords. The old blacksmith's two-handed sword was probably around 20 pounds. It was indeed inappropriate to ask her to use a weapon that weighed 2 or 3 pounds now. Sai, let's just make do for now. I'll find the big items for you next time we go to Yuji. Lena looked her up and down, then said, let's talk about it. You're a woman, and I'm female. Female is female, and woman is woman. Sai, they're all pretty much the same thing. Don't take it too seriously. Lena also started wearing armor. It was reasonably comfortable, at least better than the last one, and it didn't feel as personal. It was quite useful. Just then, Nora peeked out of the bedroom, furtively observing the two of them. They bought new things again. My dagger and throwing knife are gone. Sword. Lena turned around, and he quickly hid again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Nora peeked out half her face to steal a glance at Lena, then withdrew it again. Master, are you setting off for the ruins again? No, it's just a trial. I don't have any weapons, so I won't take you with me next time I go to Phase 1. Nora's ears perked up, and she whispered why. Your mental resistance is too low, making you an easy target for necromancers. However, it's worth mentioning that in the past few days, Lena discovered that his talent attributes had undergone subtle changes. Nora's spirit had actually increased from Earth level to be level. Logically speaking, things like talent shouldn't be changed so easily. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lena's ear. A very small percentage of random events may change a unit's talent level. Nora said she saw some kind of goddess, which might be related to this. Master, take me with you. Nora ran to Lena's side and gently shook his shoulder. Her adorable appearance was irresistible. Nora's mental state is now higher than Martina's, so theoretically, taking her along shouldn't be a problem. Please don't leave me at home. Your eye's fine. You only lost one eye. I still have the other one. Lena removed her handguards and touched her soft, thin ears. All right then, I'll take you to the blacksmith to buy weapons later. Well, just then, the sound of gentle hoofbeats came from outside the door. Lena knew that no one usually came to this remote corner, so she immediately recognized Demas. She opened the door and found him standing outside. The sorceress Anna followed behind Demas on another horse, still wearing that revealing animal skin garment. Demas dismounted and stood in front of Lena without saying a word. He seemed to prefer waiting for Lena to speak. Are you getting ready to go to the ruins again? Yes, I found Juni's at the Union. He said he'd go if you went. Are you going? I respect your choice. Lena glanced down at her brand new plate armor. Actually, it wasn't Demas's fault last time. It was because the militiamen activated it out of fear. Archmage, go ahead. I've already taken the money. Lena rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. Demas, who usually has a blank expression, actually managed a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. See you at the city gate tomorrow morning. I'll go to his room again. Anna dismounted and tied her horse to Lena's door. He pressed closer, speaking in a somewhat obsequious tone to Lena. Lena instinctively took a half-step back, wondering what he was up to. Just say what you need to say. Anna said with a smile. I've been watching your actions the other day during the first season of the adventure. I noticed that you don't seem to chant incantations when you cast spells, and your speed is much faster than that of ordinary mages. If it's convenient, could you teach me? I will do anything for you. Go ahead and say it. He pulled his collar down a little. If Lena hadn't recently graduated from Nora's body, he might have actually been seduced by this fiery woman. 063 Restoring Light. The morning after episode 63, Lena left home early. Anna stood across the street and waved to her. Why are you here again? Yesterday, this woman tried everything to get Lena to open the door, but in the end, Lena still refused to let her in. Although she has a great figure, her face is very different from Nora's. Most importantly, she is not a beast-eared girl, so I don't feel anything for her. If Martina had treated him like that, Lena would have turned into a giant hammer long ago. Nora's cat ears perked up, and her inner voice drifted over. This wild woman, why is she always bothering my master? Doesn't she like her? I don't live in the city, so it wasn't easy for me to come all this way. I stayed at a hotel last night, and came to find you as soon as I woke up. Anna strode toward him, casually hooking her arm around Lena's shoulder, and stared at him with her alluring fox-like eyes. I begged you like this yesterday, but you still wouldn't let me stay overnight. You are exactly as rumored. What rumor is this? Lena pried her hands away, puzzled. People say you like demi-humans, not only the tall ones, but also old widows. If it weren't for these rumors, your suitors would be lining up all the way to the city gate. Reiner was speechless for a moment. The tall and imposing one was Martina, and the old widow should have been Daisy. But to be honest, Daisy wasn't old at all. She looked no different from a girl in her 20s. Damn it. Who on earth created him? Huang Yao. At first I didn't believe it, but after trying it yesterday, it seems to be true. My family died early, and I started working in pubs when I was a teenager, so I know all the ways to please men. A man who even I can't handle probably has a problem. Lena dismissed him with disdain. Only Nora knew just how formidable he was. Animal-eared girls are the cutest creatures in the world. They would never understand their charm. Tell me, how can I get you to talk? What do you want from me? Lena looked Anna up and down. These words hit her Simba right away, and she couldn't wait to make her request. Teach me how to seal magic. Lena learned the sealing magic and can also teach it to Martina, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aren't you a water and fire attribute mage like Junie's? What does Xue Feng's magic do? Don't ask anymore, just teach me. Do you have a magic book? Yes, but can you read? Of course, at that moment, Nora's thoughts drifted over again. How did you 2 start flirting? Master, no more. There can't be too many women. He was clearly overthinking things. He just wanted to get the magic book for free. He didn't have a lot of money right now, so he would borrow as much as possible to get this thing. Oh, by the way, you said you know anything about necromancers? Since he contracted the virus, he has inexplicably lost sight of 1 finger's width of his eye. What happened? Lena turned around, grabbed Nora, and pointed at his left eye, asking him a question. His eyes appeared to be almost identical to before, but for some inexplicable reason, he could no longer see anything. Over the past 3 days, Lena has tried to find a reliable doctor for Nora, but it has had absolutely no effect. Anna narrowed her eyes and asked in surprise, You really think of him as a human being? Isn't he just a human being? I believe slaves are merely tools, all sorts of tools, just with different uses. They can be used for farm work, or for fighting on the battlefield, or for venting one's frustrations. They are just tools. Lena shrugged. This thing doesn't have any proliferation or isolation. It's essentially the same thing. It's just that most people subconsciously believe that demi-humans are not good. During this time, Reiner and Junies learned a lot about the history of this world, which was actually quite tragic. The demi-humans are such a tragic species. They have never done anything bad, but they have been bullied for hundreds of years. Along the way, many capable demi-humans attempted to establish nations to save themselves, but for various reasons, they were all wiped out by the humans of this world. Ultimately, the vast majority of demi-humans lived in small tribes scattered throughout the world. Lena put her arm around Nora's waist. I don't care what others think. I consider her my woman. She's not spoiled, has a good temper, is hardworking, and is beautiful. You can't find a woman like her in my hometown. Although Nora couldn't understand their conversation, she blushed slightly when she saw Lena hugging her waist. Where's your hometown? Lena spoke in her native language with a touch of pride. China? Never heard of them, but are there no Asians in your hometown? Anna was even more confused. Lena's mind went blank, and she didn't know how to explain for a moment. After thinking for a while, she said, "No, but there are humans who pretend to be demi-humans, like cosplayers." Now it was Anna's turn. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I don't understand, but I respect your opinion. Let's get down to business. I've only ever fought with necromancers, so I don't know what happened to his eyes. But I was quite surprised to see him standing safely next to you yesterday. The vast majority of those who suffered from mental erosion last time are still bedridden. It's truly a miracle." Lena was speechless for a moment, having talked about protein for so long. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the city gate. This time, fewer militiamen went to the ruins. Instead, there were 15 knights and 30 half-armored guards. Their armor was more or less engraved with strange runes, and most of them had been given the armor by the nuns. Including Lena and her group, the total number of people was only about 50, which was a significant reduction. Lena spotted Junis looking around from afar. Their eyes met. She was wearing a white cloak covered with various runes. "Lena, how's your leg injury?" His leg was caught in the trap, but no bones were broken. After using hydrotherapy, if his recovery ability is strong, he should be fully healed in 3 days. "It still aches a little, but it doesn't affect my walking." Junis waved his hand, then suddenly noticed Anna following behind him, and his smile vanished for a moment. "Your mom is just a regular friend." Anna shrugged indifferently. "I tried, but I'm not pretty enough to seduce Lena." After saying that, he walked to the side and started chatting with another female adventurer, occasionally glancing at them like a thief. Lena then recounted Nora's situation to Junis. He washed his hands, then pried open Nora's eyelids, glanced at her briefly, and shook his head. "She's had a hydrotherapy treatment. I've used it, but it didn't work. I don't know either. I've never even seen a necromancer before." Junia sighed and shook his head slightly. When he was hit, he had collapsed to the ground in fear. Just then, Nora reached out and nudged Lena's sleeve, whispering, "Master, it seems like I can see again." 064 obtain a magic eye. In episode 64, on the way to the ruins, Nora kept looking around and rubbing her left eye vigorously with her little hand. "Okay, stop rubbing your eyes. Just bear with it, or I can rinse them with water for you." Lena grabbed his left hand, while Junis, holding his staff, chimed in. "Yes, don't rub your eyes with your hands all the time, or you'll get dirt in them." Nora decisively scratched with her right hand, muttering to herself that it was so itchy. "Since you said your vision is slowly recovering, then don't rub it with your hands, as it may affect your eyesight. Martina, grab her right hand." "Good." The two of them grabbed Nora's hand while holding her down. Immediately afterwards, Reiner used appraisal on him. Name, Norazil age, 18 gender, female race, demi-human, cat current status, healthy awakened, demon eye. What exactly is the demon eye? Lena quickly walked up to Nora, pried open her eyelids, and examined her closely. Her left eye, which had been blue, was now gradually turning golden from the inside out, just like in her dream. Persian cat, Junis, what is the magic eye? The demon eye is a special eye that is awakened later in life. It has many special abilities, such as being able to briefly see the future, see the flow of magic, or enhance the power of the wearer. In this world, the demon eye is extremely rare. Has Nora awakened her mystic eyes? Lena nodded slightly and said very seriously in her demi-human language that this matter must be kept secret and that no one should be allowed to know, otherwise it might cause unnecessary trouble. The demon eye may contain extremely terrifying abilities, and many powerful lords covet it. I'll keep it a secret. Thank you. He strode up to Nora and carefully examined her changed eyes. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen the demon eye in person. It's so beautiful. Junis' eyes lit up, and he practically pressed his face against hers. Lena suddenly noticed that Nora's panel had changed. Name, Nora Hill. Talent details. Strength, Earth. Endurance, Earth. Agility, S. Perception, S. Spirit, D. Governance, B. Current slave quality. Epic upgraded to legendary. Lena narrowed her eyes. What kind of power did this magic eye possess that could instantly elevate Nora to the same level as Martina? Do you notice any changes in your body? Nora blinked. Her eyes weren't itchy anymore. Anything else? That's all. Nora nodded, then pulled out the honey dagger from her waist. Lena bought him this dagger yesterday because he was going to the ruins, and wearing mithril equipment would help him resist the corruption of evil spirits to some extent. This little dagger cost him a full 20 gold coins, and now he only has 13 gold coins left in his pocket. He used the smooth, flat blade as a mirror, and the color of his eyes changed. It felt strange. It's quite beautiful, just like a gemstone. Nora blushed slightly and lowered her head to put the dagger away. As long as the master likes it. Lena rubbed her ears hard and whispered, "No matter what abilities your magic eyes have, try not to use them in front of others, or you might bring disaster upon yourself. Understand? It can only be used secretly." Nora nodded vigorously, taking Lena's words to heart. Lena patted Martina beside her and asked, "And what about you?" "Dinner is ready." Martina lifted her mask. It seemed he had been lost in thought and hadn't heard anything. "It's okay. When we get back this time, let's have a one-on-one match. I'll let you win with one hand." Lena rolled her eyes. Soon, the waste arrived at the ruins in the south of the city. Demas peeked at Lena and, seeing that he was ready, activated the magic stone. In an instant, the group entered the dark ruins, and Lena and Junies lit the flames in perfect unison. After a moment's thought, Lena put her helmet on Nora's head. "You should wear this helmet. It should protect your spirit from corruption." He's small, and the helmet didn't fit him well. It was a whole size too wide. Nora lifted her mask and asked softly, "And what about you?" "Master, my mental resistance is much stronger than yours. Anyway, when I was hit again, I was only dazed for 2 or 3 seconds, and I was fine." Although Lena can't see her own attributes, logically speaking, the higher the spirit, the stronger the resistance. And spirit is related to magical talent. Lena can use 5 kinds of magic, and her magic crystals are so huge, her spirit talent must be high. In any case, it should be at least an S rank, right? "Master, you're my family." Nora took off the helmet, stood on tiptoe, and put it on Lena. "I must protect my master." It has to be said that this guy always manages to say something that makes people's hearts flutter without even realizing it. "Let's take a bath together when we get back." Nora's face flushed again. He glanced furtively at Martina and Junes, then nodded and said, "Mm." The group moved slowly through the ruins, and Lena saw that many of the militiamen who had died last time had turned into ghouls. Their flesh and blood were devoured, but their bodies remained exceptionally agile, always able to attack the group from various angles. Nora has excellent perception and can always predict their location in advance, while Lena keeps reminding the knights around her. A strange knight, holding a shield, asked Lena, You must be Lena, right?" "Yes, sir," Lena answered in Junies' tone. During this time, he realized that if he wanted to make a name for himself in this other world, he had to get along well with all the discrimination. "Lord Demas values you highly. He says you are an outstanding magician, and the 2 demi-humans traveling with you are also excellent." "Huh, sir, you flatter me. Don't be so modest. I have witnessed your magic, and its astonishing power is still vivid in my memory. I have high hopes for you." Just then, Nora patted Lena on the shoulder. Her master had arrived. A swarm of bats appeared directly in front of the street, and at the same time, the runes on everyone's armor slowly lit up, and the armor emitted a holy light. The bats illuminated by the holy light were instantly killed, turning into clumps of ashes. Demas shouted as soon as he arrived, and a fireball used for illumination swept across the entire street, temporarily dispelling the darkness, he said. 30 skeleton knights were slowly advancing towards the column, but the moment the darkness was dispelled, they charged forward. The leading skeleton knight was enormous, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a very familiar greatsword. Martina shouted at Lena, "You have my sword. He stole my things. I'm going to kill him." Having said that, he drew his long sword from his waist, seemingly eager to rush forward. "He's in your hands now. Be careful no matter what." 065, Slay the Necromancer. In episode 65, Martina angrily ran up to him, and several skeleton knights noticed him and turned to charge at him. Martina didn't seem to be used to the knight's sword yet, and after a few exchanges, she didn't gain any advantage. "Give me back my things." Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, the scoundrel quickly retreated and stood next to the shield wall formed by the knights. The necromancer raised his staff high behind him, green souls swirling around the top of the staff, and Demas shouted loudly, "The new century is coming." Before he finished speaking, the necromancer tapped the ground with his staff, and green souls stirred up waves that spread outwards, constantly disturbing everyone's minds. The fireball at the tip of the staff extinguished instantly, and the light emanating from the armor gradually dimmed, plunging the season into darkness once more. Even with the protection of the cloak, Juni's painfully covered his ears. Although Lena didn't feel anything while wearing the helmet, judging from everyone's reactions, she could probably guess that this mental intrusion was even more terrifying. In the dim light, he subconsciously looked at Nora beside him. The kitten crouched on the ground, covering its ears, its expression one of extreme pain. Lena pondered for a moment, then decisively took off the helmet and put it on Lola's head. In just a moment, he felt something rush into his mind, constantly disturbing his thoughts, making it difficult to even concentrate. 10 seconds later, the magic stopped, and Reiner raised his staff to dispel the darkness. Seeing the horde of skeleton knights approaching the group, the knights roared and charged forward, raising their longswords. Seeing the necromancer unleash a fireball, Lena and Junis quickly countered with a water ball, easily gaining the upper hand. However, there was an invisible barrier around the necromancer that always managed to deflect the two water spheres. Reiner had seen this tactic once before with a high priest goblin, and it seemed that only more powerful magic or melee weapons could kill him. Just then, Martina's voice rang out again. "Give me back my greatsword!" He was still locked in combat with the common skeleton knight, and although his weapon was much shorter, his strength was considerable, and he still had the upper hand. Each of his heavy blows sparked a dazzling display of light, causing the skeleton knight to stagger backward. Just then, Anna crept over unnoticed and from close range, severed one of the skeleton knight's arms with a single, sharp blade, causing his two-handed sword to fall to the ground. Martina seized the opportunity to knock him to the ground with her shield and picked up the greatsword that had fallen to the ground. Having changed his weapon, he was like a completely different person, charging alone into the pile of skeletons and unleashing his full power. Just then, the necromancer raised his staff once more. Demas shouted, "Attack! Here we come again! Step back!" Lena instinctively looked to her side. What about Nora? He looked around, but couldn't find the kitten. "Help us hold off the necromancer." Although Lena was anxious, she prioritized the overall situation and decisively gathered a fireball at the tip of her staff. Just as the fireball was about to be fired, he saw the necromancer in the black robe have his chest pierced by a gleaming dagger. "It's Nora." He slowly materialized from behind the necromancer. The necromancer let out a terrifying roar, his eyes flashing. The surrounding skeleton knights instantly collapsed, turning into piles of white bones. The souls drawn by the staff scattered and fled, eventually losing their dark green light. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in my ear. The mission to kill the necromancer in the ruins has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Without a doubt, Nora killed him. His ability to dart around was probably something like moving forward or becoming invisible. Hearing the strange noise, the knights looked up in confusion and saw Nora, wearing a helmet, cleanly and efficiently behead the necromancer. Demas breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After saying that, he slumped to the ground and took off his helmet. All the knights looked up at Nora, who was carrying a skull, and then burst into cheers. "This demi-human is really amazing. Good heavens, how did he get through this?" "We won." Under everyone's gaze, Nora carried the necromancer's skull toward Lena. Lena reached out and touched his cat ears, praising Nora. "Well done. You are an excellent warrior." Nora removed her helmet and placed it aside. In full view of everyone, she suddenly knelt down, raised the necromancer's skull with both hands, and offered it to Lena in an extremely devout manner. On the way back, many knights came up to talk to Lena, praising her bravery, but he hadn't actually done anything. They simply attributed all of Nora's credit to him. Juni said softly, "Lena, you've really become famous now. Maybe you'll be granted a territory by the Lord soon. I am not a nobleman, and mercenaries are not eligible for rewards. You are highly respected in Melord, and you can become a common nobleman by swearing allegiance to your lord. If war breaks out in the future, and the Lord is granted a new territory by the king, A portion of it may be granted to you. Real? Of course, as long as you contribute and achieve meritorious service. Junius pondered for a moment, then continued. If you're not ambitious and just slack off every day, then disregard what I said. But this is a serious matter, and I suggest you think it through carefully. After all, you're working for someone else, and being a noble isn't easy. Okay, Mr. Junies, I will definitely keep it in mind. Junies was amused. Martina suddenly walked over, elbowed him twice, and said excitedly, "How was that? Wasn't I amazing?" Huh? You didn't kill the Force Spirits mage. Come here, you must have seen me fighting the Skeleton Knight. Martina lifted her mask, her expression serious. Lena was speechless for a moment, her attention completely focused on Nora. Martina only glanced at it a few times. After all, she had seen her many times before, so she wasn't particularly impressed. Wow, Martina is so cool. I wish I could be as awesome as you. At first, Martina felt comfortable with the compliments, but he immediately narrowed his eyes. Lena, you're mocking me. You're unhappy if I don't praise you, and you're still unhappy if I do. Go away. He planned to study Nora's invisibility ability carefully when he got home. This catgirl's head is full of random, nonsensical things. I want to take a bath with my owner at night, and then fall asleep comfortably in her arms. If I could, I'd like to have more. Lana smiled without saying a word. Let's proceed according to the established procedure tonight. Just then, a slightly sullen Martina grabbed Lena's arm and pointed to the nearby woods to go out and have a one-on-one fight. Let's do another day. You know I have some important things to do when I get back. 066, testing the power of the magic eye. In episode 66, before going home, Demas took off his helmet, called out to Lena, and handed her a bag of money. Didn't you already give me more than 20 gold coins last time? Last time, it was a reward and compensation, but this is a necromancer's bounty. Also, thank you for your trust. Lena pondered for a moment and then peeled off the gold coin. The necromancer's staff could probably fetch a good price, and with the bounty on his head, he'd have plenty of spare cash. Demas nodded, turned his horse around, and rode away. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Lena looked at the gold coins in her hand and decisively went to the bakery to buy a lot of white bread. She also went to the market to buy some fruits, vegetables, and meat, preparing to treat the two beast-eared girls tonight. It was already evening when they got home. Daisy saw that the group was carrying all sorts of food and enthusiastically accepted it. But he soon noticed that Nora's eyes had changed. Your eyes? Nora paused for a moment, remembering Lena's words. After chuckling a few times, he chose to keep it a secret. I don't know what happened, but my eyes suddenly changed color, and most importantly, I can see now. He closed his right eye, pointed to his bright left eye, and said, Mom, look, it's not only unaffected, but it's even more beautiful now. As long as it doesn't affect your health, it's fine. You are my child. I love you no matter what. Daisy reached out and touched his ear, answering very gently. He didn't ask any more questions and turned to continue carrying the food into the kitchen. Lena took Nora's hand and led him into the room, then closed the doors and windows tightly. Nora sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her left hand covering her chest, staring longingly at Lena. I haven't showered yet. I sweated a lot while fighting the monster. Yeah, I smell terrible. Nora cautiously declined. Master, not during the day. Lena narrowed her eyes and said in a serious tone, What are you thinking about? I just want to see how good you are at rubbing your eyes. Nora's face flushed involuntarily, and his inner thoughts drifted back, seemingly filled with some regret. Oh dear, how did I become like this? My mind is full of all sorts of nonsense. Nora sighed deeply. Then Lena saw his golden left eye flash, and he vanished from the room in an instant, though traces of his actions remained on the edge of the bed. Nora, I'm here. Lena reached out and touched it. Although she couldn't see it, Nora was definitely there. Wow, that's impressive. S-rank agility plus S-rank perception, and it can even be extended to other stats. This is definitely the mark of a top-tier assassin. When she was little, Lena always fantasized about having the ability to become invisible. She never expected that this thing would actually give Nora a 5. Wow, you used this to sneak behind the necromancer, right? Nora revealed herself and nodded emphatically. Yes, once I become invisible, those skeletons won't be able to see me. When I saw that your situation was getting more and more dangerous, and I couldn't help you, I got anxious and inexplicably disappeared. Lena glanced at the dagger at his waist and suddenly had a thought. Since his equipment could make him invisible, did that mean he could also make others invisible? Can you take me with you? Nora blinked, took Lena's hand, and said, "Let me try." In an instant, Lena's body became transparent. In this invisible state, her hearing seemed to be enhanced, and she could even hear her own heartbeat. It's true that you can make others invisible. However, in this state, there will be a roughly blurry outline around them, which can be spotted if you look closely. Lena released her hand, and Nora immediately went into complete invisibility. How long can you remain invisible? Nora reappeared. It seemed her skill had no cooldown and could be used whenever she wanted. I don't know, I only tried it for a short while. Try staying invisible from now until tonight. If you feel unwell, stop immediately. I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll remain invisible. Okay, I'll bring your dinner in later. Just as Nora went to take a shower, there was a knock on the door. Lena opened the door and saw Anna standing in the doorway, holding a very thin magic book. Did you bring a magic book? Teach me that magic. Let me see it. Lila took the book and glanced through it. It contained very few sealing spells, far fewer than Juni's 2 magic books and Lena's own magic research book. That's so little. Anna leaned closer and said sweetly, "Oh, even though there are only a few, they'll definitely be amazing once you learn them. Teach us. If that doesn't work, I'll make it up to you in another way. If meat is offered to you, you might as well eat it." Before he finished speaking, Lena heard a voice. What a shameless woman. Looking back, he saw Martina peeking out of the bedroom, watching the two of them. The moment his eyes met Lena's, he slowly withdrew his head. Looking at Anna's longing eyes and adhering to the principle of making friends, he slowly said, "Let me teach you properly." Lena explained the principle in general terms, and Anna suddenly understood. She ran excitedly to the door and said, "I'm going back now. I'll come back to find you in a while. Should we ask for a deposit? After all, this is a very valuable item." Anna glanced back, shrugged indifferently, and said, "It doesn't matter. Okay, goodbye. Tomorrow he must study it thoroughly, putting aside magic research for now and prioritizing learning sealing magic." Before she knew it, it was late at night, and Nora was still lying motionless in bed. Lena sat on the edge of the bed and poked Nora on the bed with her finger. "How's it going?" It didn't feel special at all. It was just like any other day. Lena snuggled into the warm blankets and gently hugged the unseen Nora. "Your ability to dazzle is too strong. Martina might not be as good as you now." Nora climbed onto Lena and gently rubbed her cheek. It felt strange that he was doing this while invisible, but Nora was surprisingly soft. Lena suddenly felt a bit hot. After hesitating for a while, she asked if she should test it. Would her body become visible if she was hit? How test it? Lena fumbled around for a moment, then gently cupped her face in her hands. Nora quickly understood what Lena meant and responded with a soft MMM. 067 One-on-One with Martina. In episode 67, Nora's stamina was lacking. She was fine when she first went invisible yesterday, but she soon became visible again. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Lena noticed that more people were greeting her, and their address gradually changed from Mr. Lena to Lady Lena. Lena was slightly flattered, and once she arrived at the Adventurers Guild, even more people greeted her like this. Juni's was still leisurely sitting in the corner petting the cat. When she saw Lena come over, she put the cat down, laid down on the table, and said with a smile, "Anna, your fame is really growing. I really envy your talent. Come on, let's go out and study together." After meeting, the group went outside the city again to continue their studies. As soon as they arrived, Martina couldn't wait to give Lana a nudge. "What are you doing?" Martina pointed to the woods beside her. "One-on-one. Have you forgotten our promise? I can't wait to let you experience what it's like to work hard. Hey, are you serious? If you lose, I'll spoil you like a little dessert." "Small desserts? What is that?" Martina frowned slightly and began to think carefully. A short while later, he raised his head and dismissed it. "Whatever, I'm willing to accept defeat, and no one is allowed to go back on their word." Juni sat to the side, watching the two with great interest. "Are you serious? Be careful not to get hurt." Martina shrugged dismissively and then took off her helmet. Next came plate armor. "Lena, You're not allowed to use a staff or wear armor. We'll have to fight barehanded. Martina bent down and removed the mirror armor as well. In terms of pure strength, Lena is definitely not as good as her, and she's probably no match for her in terms of skill as well. Martina, can I use magic? Of course, otherwise how could you, with your skinny arms and legs, possibly beat me? Lena's lips curled up slightly, which meant he had basically won. While Martina is indeed formidable, she is ultimately a carbon-based being, far inferior to magic. Lena also started removing her armor, while Nora and I watched from the sidelines. Junies chuckled twice, then moved to sit next to Nora and tentatively touched her ear. The two, having finished their preparations, disappeared into the nearby woods. Martina raised her fist, threateningly declaring, "I won't hold back, Lena. You'd better fight me with all your might." Looking at that fist the size of a sandbag, Lena couldn't help but think of Martina's usual fighting style. She breathed a sigh of relief. If Martina really didn't hold back, he would probably have given up after taking one punch. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back. The greater the distance, the more advantageous it would be for Lana. The situation in the forest was complicated. Without the aid of his staff and without charging up, his fireballs and water balls were not very powerful. Martina was sturdy, so it was estimated that taking a hit from her would not cause him much damage. Martina saw this and smiled smugly. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry, it's just a few days of being your slave. I won't bully you." Lena was speechless for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "I think you've gone a bit astray. I'm ready." Martina's expression changed instantly. She stared intently at Lena, now serious. "Come on, you think you can kill me by staring at me like that?" Seeing that he remained unmoved, Lena took the initiative and shot a water balloon at him. Martina dodged to the side, but she wasn't fast enough and was hit on the right shoulder by the water ball. However, she only shuddered and was not seriously injured. "Lena, if you go easy on me, you're insulting me. If that's the case, I won't fight you one-on-one anymore. It's pointless." "Okay, I'm not going to hold back." Lena raised her hands, and several water balloons flew towards Martina, each one easily snapping the tree trunk. Martina, using the trees as cover, darted through the forest, gradually approaching Lena. He was knocked down twice by the water balloon, but quickly rolled back behind the tree and rushed out in the opposite direction. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lena charged up a large water ball and shot it directly at Martina, but was blocked by the pine tree, and water splashed everywhere. Lena smiled without saying a word and continued releasing water balloons. The tree pressed down on Martina, who was hiding behind it. Soon, the surrounding soil was soaked with water. Martina suddenly burst out from behind the tree and roared as she charged at him. Lena decisively began chanting a spell, and the next second, a lump of wet mud was smeared on his face, but he still managed to predict the direction of the spell and cast an earthquake spell in front of him, thanks to his incantation technique. The next second, Martina stepped into the mud and sank in. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Lena spat out the mud in her mouth and couldn't help but yell at him. "You're such a dog. Who taught you to spit mud in other people's faces? You're the dog." Seeing Martina trapped, Lena was about to go up and tease her when she saw him quickly raise his hand. A stone grazed Lena's forehead, but was dodged, and instead hit the tree trunk. "You bastard, you hit me so hard. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would already be lying on the ground." Lena picked up a long branch and poked his forehead. "So, are you ready to admit defeat?" Martina broke down, struggling and screaming in the mud, grabbing a clod of mud and throwing it directly at Lena's face. Lena wasn't going to back down either. She took 2 steps back and splashed him in the face with a little water droplet. "You've gone too far. You beat me, and now you're humiliating me. Wait till I get up there, you'll see. You were the one who threw mud at me in the mud first." Martina bit her lower lip, her once fierce eyes gradually turning pitiful, and finally she burst into tears. "Are you crying?" Lena squatted down in front of him, craning her neck to look. Was he really crying? Junies had already reached Lena's side, without even turning back. He whispered a scolding. "You two were sparring with the intention of killing each other. It was really scary. If you hadn't dodged that rock, your head might have been smashed open." Seeing Martina sinking deeper and deeper, Lena decisively extended her crimson dragon knee and the three of them worked together to pull her out of the swamp. Okay, stop crying. I won't rely on you anymore. He wiped away his tears and felt wronged again. You kept saying, hey, but I'm not saying anything more. And stop crying, is it really that bad? Lena helped him wash off the mud. Hearing this, Martina's tears welled up again. His heartfelt words drilled into Lena's ears. You're bullying me. This whole ordeal ruined Lena's study plans. To prevent him from catching a cold, Lena took him home. 068 Martina began to think. In episode 68, Junies thanked Daisy for handing him the warm water, took a sip, and then began to observe his surroundings. Lena, your house is so tidy, it's not what I imagined. It's been like this ever since we bought Nora's mother. She's a hard-working woman. Dai-Hope bowed slightly, saying this is what I should do. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, Martina finally came out of her childhood neighbor's house. With Nora's help, he took a shower and changed into clean, tidy clothes. Since he didn't come to find me, I'll go apologize to him later. Lena instinctively looked up at him. Their eyes met, and Martina went straight into the room. He looked tall and strong. His body had grown to be 19 years old, but his mind was still as innocent as a child's. During this time, Lena observed that Martina's world consisted of nothing more than three things: sleeping, eating, and fighting monsters. She is mostly true to herself, except when she is shy. Lena greeted Junies, then ran to Martina's room, knocked twice, and pushed the door open. Martina lay quietly on the bed, glancing at Lena. What was she doing? The two looked at each other, neither of them speaking. After a few seconds of preparation, Lena launched into a compliment, saying, I'm here to play with you. Martina was really amazing. If I hadn't been lucky, I might have lost. He immediately raised his head slightly when praised. Of course, I know you're not yet proficient at earthquake magic and need a champ before using it. So I deliberately grabbed some mud to find an opportunity to seal your mouth. Who knew you could already use the silver scale? Miscalculation. Lena was slightly taken aback. He had used all of his limited intelligence on fighting. You're very skilled, definitely better than me. You have real combat experience, so I definitely can't beat you. After a round of mutual compliments, Lena decisively spoke up. Let's make up then. Martina paused for a moment, then said to Lana, I'm sorry, I threw mud at you first. Also, do whatever you want of me. I'll keep my promise. Martina shrank to the foot of the bed and watched him quietly. The way his teacher apologized was like that of a child. Lena, who had initially harbored some ill intentions, felt a pang of pity seeing her like this. So she thought for a moment and then began to instruct, then let me pet your tail. Martina's face flushed instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly, struggling internally. Oh well, what can I do? I lost. I'm not as good as her. I'll just consider it punishment. Martina got up and closed the door and the window, then sat on the edge of the bed and wagged her tail. Go ahead and touch it. Touching my tail isn't fun. It's definitely not as interesting as Nora's. Lena reached out and carefully scratched its tail, then gently tugged at it. It felt completely different from Nora's cattail. The horse's tail is stiff and very strong, and the hair on it is almost indistinguishable from human hair. It's not as fun as Nora, but Lena always felt an urge to grab it when she saw its tail swaying behind her. But after touching it, she realized it wasn't all that great. Just touching the tail isn't enough. Martina asked, quite embarrassed, what else do you want? Looking at his flushed cheeks, Lena felt her affection for him reach its peak. After a moment's thought, Lena made a bold decision. Martina, be my woman. I want to give you a home. The room fell silent. Martina stared at Lena, her mind blank. What's wrong? He didn't say a word, but his cheeks turned even redder. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly stood up and said, if you take this opportunity to force me to do that kind of thing, that would be utterly despicable. Although I respect Lena very much, these kinds of things cannot be forced. Lena looked her up and down. Honestly, with Martina's physique, if she really didn't want to, 7 or 8 people couldn't hold her down. If you wanted to have him, you had to make him willing. Would I force you? If you really don't want to, wouldn't you have to cut it off for me? If I get even slightly excited, I could break my bones. Martina's face turned even redder. He had talked to Nora about this kind of thing before and knew what it meant. Lena tentatively took her hand and asked solemnly, so, are you willing? Martina was slightly taken aback and quickly pulled her hand away. Because of her nervousness, she quickly became incoherent, stammering, should I be willing? Finally, his brain completely shut down. Martina, who is nearly 1.8 meters tall, eventually crawled into the blankets and hid. Surprisingly, his first reaction to the situation was to run away, despite his usually carefree attitude. Having eavesdropped on his thoughts for so long, I thought he would decisively refuse or agree, but this is the opposite of what I expected. The contrast is too great. He was clearly mocking Nora for being indecisive before, but now his behavior is even worse than Nora's. What's with you hiding? Agreeing or refusing is just a matter of a word, isn't it? He was shouting loudly from under the covers. I don't know either, Lena. Hurry up and go out so I can think about it myself. He regretted it as soon as he said it, and his inner thoughts drifted in. What was I saying in your ear? I must be crazy. Isn't this what I've always dreamed of? With food to fill my stomach, a warm and soft bed, and a man who understands me. Why can't I be a little more honest? Listening to Martina's inner thoughts, Lena felt he was about to explode, so she quietly left the room, wanting him to calm down alone for a while. Then he led Nora, who was chatting with Junes, into the room. Master, are you really going to do this? Nora has excellent perception. Nothing in the house can escape her ears. Do you agree? Of course, Medina is a very good woman, and I hope the master will treat her well, just as he would treat me, because he has no other family left. For us subhumans, it's quite common for a male to have multiple females if he has the ability, and I don't object to it. Besides, the master is still too exciting for me, so I'm happy to have Martina help me share the burden. Upon closer inspection, the S-type weapon is indeed a major weakness. It stalls after only 2 hits. Lena gently held her in her arms. Master, do you need my help? No need. Let her decide for herself. Okay, I'll paste yours. 069 Martina agreed. A few days have passed since episode 69. Where's Martina? She's constantly battling with herself. He became less lively, and when he went to study outside the city with Lena, he would just sit on the grass and think. Nora gently poked Lena's shoulder. Medina hasn't been talking much lately. Did you two have a fight? Lena shook her head. She knew Martina had been thinking lately, but unfortunately his brain was too small, and he always ended up thinking about all sorts of random and nonsensical things. Just then, his inner voice drifted back to him. Oh, how am I supposed to bring this up with Lena? I might as well just go find him after I take a shower tonight. As for me, I simply told him that Mura said she was cold and wanted to sleep together, and then I left the rest to him. No, this method won't work. I need to think of another way. Thinking of this, he secretly turned his head to peek at Lena. After their eyes met, he pretended that he was looking at Nora and had only accidentally seen Lena. Oh no, he found out again. As long as I pretend to be looking at something else, everything will be fine. Lena sighed and closed the magic sealing book in her hand. In the end, he still had to take the initiative. Martina, come here. I've learned 2 new sealing spells, and I'm going to teach them to you now. Well, he got up, walked over to Lena, and sat down next to her. From now on, stop daydreaming, concentrate, and then repeat the incantation with me. Lena chanted a spell, and a nearly transparent blade appeared at the tip of her staff, slicing off a small piece of a pine tree not far away. Junes and Nora clapped, while Martina remained somewhat absent-minded, her mind wandering. This spell is called Blade, which can launch surprise attacks on enemies at close range. It is the most powerful spell I have learned so far, but it consumes a lot of mana. Now repeat the incantation. Martina paused for a moment, then mumbled the incantation she couldn't remember and decided to just ramble on. Wow, not bad. You learn really fast. Lena directly applied child psychology. This was her educational method for Martina. Martina is the type of person who doesn't like studying, but if you praise her a lot, she will become motivated and confident. With this kind of psychological suggestion, he learns things quite quickly. Sure enough, Martina raised her head and answered triumphantly, Of course. I'm so smart. Now repeat after me again and try it again. With your talent, I feel you'll learn it very quickly. Martina nodded and continued reciting along with Lena, quickly memorizing the spell. She raised her hand, aiming at the pine tree in front of her, and kept chanting the incantation for the blade. Lena sat beside him, occasionally offering guidance and correcting his spells. In the afternoon, Reiner became Juni's language teacher, instructing him in other languages. Juni's has an exceptionally strong learning ability. In just 2 months, he has essentially mastered a new language. Are you learning Barnet for me, because you plan to live in that country in the future? Juni smiled and nodded slightly. Lena sensed for some reason that he seemed a little unhappy, but she didn't think about it too much. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a nearby pine tree out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly, several branches fell down. Martina suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, it's finally out. Magic is nothing special after all. Lena, did you see that? Honestly, Lena only saw the branch tremble and didn't see anything else, but she still loudly praised Martina for being great. The teacher said, Lena had no idea that he would learn Wind Blade so quickly. After all, Nora had been learning Fireball for a long time and had never successfully used it before. Nora said with some admiration, Madina, you're amazing. Of course, try using it again. Martina nodded and chanted the incantation again. Unfortunately, he failed to deliver this time and didn't release anything. I definitely used it just now. Calm down and don't rush. This is normal when you're not familiar with it at first. The more you practice, the higher your success rate will become. Don't rush. Martina nodded emphatically, and after a few more tries, he successfully unleashed the blade again, severing several branches. See? I succeeded again. Lana patted her calf and said, I knew you could do it. After you see the wind element, absorb more of it to replenish your strength. Martina plopped down and let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes met without them realizing it, and Martina seemed to have thought of something, her face turning red again. Immediately afterwards, his thoughts drifted over and sounded just like my mother's. Lena, the man, considers herself a burly, strong man whose appearance has nothing to do with women, so saying that she looks like a woman is pure nonsense. Just then, Martina spoke up. Nana, you look just like my mother. Oh, tell me about it. When I was a child, I would often go out to pick berries, but couldn't find any berry bushes. My mother would patiently teach me how to find them, and then encourage me. My dad always likes to beat me and says I'm useless. As he said this, his ears drooped down. After my parents passed away, I lived with my friends, but they felt that I ate too much and had too little food, so they eventually abandoned me. I've always known I'm silly and annoying, but you never dislike me and always encourage me. Thank you. Seeing his expression, Lena felt a pang of heartache for some reason. You're not stupid, at least not when it comes to learning magic. I learned the Fireball spell a tiny bit faster than you did back then. You are a very likable person. At least I like you very much. Martina's face turned completely red, like a red-hot kettle, staring straight at Lena. Thank you for comforting me. I was just telling the truth. You always charge to the front in every battle. You're not only skilled, but also very clever, making you a very useful person. Lena continued to stroke his horse's ears. Oh, Martina stopped talking and gently moved her body closer to Lena. Lena, this is wonderful. This period of my life feels like a dream. I wish time could stand still at this moment. Mom and Dad, give me strength. Several days have passed since I asked you that question, and you still haven't answered me. After a few seconds of hesitation, Martina mustered her courage and replied, Dana, I'm willing to be your woman. 070, becoming a real woman. On the way back in episode 70, Martina was filled with trepidation. He held Lana's hand and looked very nervous. I found my place, and I hope my parents can see how happy I am. My plan tonight must succeed. I hope to give birth to a strong child for her. Eavesdropping on her thoughts, Lena couldn't help but laugh. She was very curious about what kind of adorable reaction this proud and aloof Sama girl would have. As soon as they arrived home, Martina went into the small cubicle and took a shower. Boehner then noticed that Nora was making the bed and had taken her pillow away. What's the matter? Where are you going? I'm sleeping with my mom tonight. It's getting colder and colder lately, so it'll be warmer for 2 people to sleep together. I can also chat with her. We haven't talked much lately. Okay, then remember to rub my ears before you go to sleep. Maybe another day. Nora smiled without saying a word, hugged her pillow, and left. I can face Martina tomorrow too. Perfect. Lena watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. This little cat was truly vengeful. she still remembered these things after all this time. Martina quickly finished her shower. Wearing a white cotton coat, she glanced at Lena as she passed by, then hurried to Nora's room and closed the door behind her. Lena quietly pressed her ear against the door, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, but the door was open the next second. Nora pouted, "Master, you're changing your tune. I was just passing by. You guys are busy." Lena turned and went back to her bedroom. After a long while, the two of them came out. Both of their skinny faces were red to varying degrees. The cat girl's face was light red, and the racehorse girl's face was dark red. "This is a powerful skill I've learned recently. It will definitely come in handy." "Good heavens, this is outrageous. How could they do this?" "It's terrifying." Lena sat alone in the room, completely bewildered and even more curious about the content of their conversation. But the two beast maidens showed no intention of coming to find him, instead going about their own business. Reiner sighed and said, "Let's wait and see. We'll know everything by tonight." That night, Lena lay in bed reading a magic book. He planned to learn all the spells and then return the book to Anna. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." I thought it would be Nora, but it turned out to be Martina. What a surprise. He never knocks before. Martina stood in the doorway, clutching a pillow, her face flushed. Then, her inner thoughts echoed through her. "I'm so nervous. I wish you could have a baby right away. I'll definitely be bolder later." Nora said he likes passionate women. Why is Lena asking a question she already knows the answer to? Martina forced herself to remain calm, pointing out the window that it was getting cold. "Nona chased me away. It's too cold to sleep alone, so I came to find you. Of course, I didn't come to sleep with you because I like you, and we're just sleeping together. Nothing will happen. However, you shouldn't expect anything." Okay, they used the same excuse. What great best friends. Just then, Martina's frustrated thoughts reached Rainer's ears again. "I'm such an idiot. Why can't I just be honest? Didn't I come here just to become his woman? All that mental preparation was for nothing." Lena waved her hand dismissively. "Then don't just stand there. Come over here." Martina closed the door and then the window before walking to the bedside. He put the pillow on the headboard, then lifted the covers and crawled in. The two of them slept on opposite sides of the bed, with what looked like a dividing line drawn in the middle. "They're so far away. How can we keep warm together? Come over." Lena touched his arm. Lena pulled the monk over directly. It was really hot. It's completely different from Nora. It generates plenty of heat and isn't the type of person who's afraid of the cold at all. Martina was slightly taken aback, looked up at him, quickly looked away, and then said anxiously, I snore and move around a lot when I sleep." Nan, don't be so serious, Lena. Then you should sleep inside, so you don't roll off the bed." Martina swallowed back the words she was about to say. Her eyes filled with tears, and she hugged Lena tightly. Be gentle, don't strangle me." Martina was slightly taken aback and quickly let go of his hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. I get like this when I get excited. It's okay, just lie down." Lena pushed her further in, then gently soothed Madina. "My body is all muscle. I have no femininity at all. I'm not pretty, and my skin isn't fair." Lena looked him up and down. Demi-humans are naturally strong and full of energy, but that doesn't mean he's a superhuman. Martina was just a bit taller and had more muscle definition, but she was still soft in the right places. She was as pretty as a senior in the university track and field club. Lena firmly replied, "Come on, you're perfect. Look at those beautiful abs, and look at those almost perfect curves." "You're talking nonsense. I'm not that beautiful. Men really do know how to use sweet talk to please people." Lena smiled without saying a word. Martina suddenly panicked as she blew out the candle. "Why did I blow out the candle? Do you want to light candles?" At first, Nora was shy and would insist on blowing out the candles. Over time, he got used to touching the dark, but he just couldn't see it. In reality, there wasn't much difference. Martina thought for a moment and replied that they should blow out the candles quickly. The two lay down face to face. Martina hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and said to Lana, "Thank you for being so good to me. I like you the most. Let's be family." Immediately afterwards, he pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to speak. "Lena, from now on, treat me like a real woman. I want to have a child with you." "Sure." Lana grabbed her from behind and then pinned her down. You go slower." Martina was stuttering. Her adorable appearance was truly endearing. Lena held her chin and said, "Don't be nervous, relax. I'm going to kiss you." Martina nervously tucked her hands in her chest, and the two quickly embraced. After a long while, Martina suddenly said, "Hey, take this. Look at those long legs, woman. You're playing with fire." The two fought for a while, but Lena eventually gained the upper hand. "Oh, wait, I'm not ready yet." Martina gently pushed Lena away while tightly gripping the sheet with her other hand. That night, heavy snow began to fall outside the window. 071 Junies' departure. In the morning of episode 71, Lena was so breathless from Martina's embrace that she struggled to break free. As soon as Martina left, she started whimpering incessantly. Unbelievable. That soft, sweet voice actually came from Martina's mouth. Lena quickly hugged her and kissed her cheek. Snow is falling heavily outside the window, and the temperature is estimated to have dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius. The cold air arrived overnight. He held Martina in his arms for a while, then slowly opened his eyes. He stared intently at Lena and whispered, "Darling." Lena shivered. "Is that correct?" "Oh well, he seemed to really enjoy listening to it anyway." "That's it, let's just have a kiss." Lena obediently kissed him, and she hugged Lena's arm tightly, her longing eyes practically stretching to tears. "Lena is such a handsome guy. I was such an idiot before. If I had known this would happen, I should have made my move on him sooner. I've wasted so much time. For now on, only men will do." He squirmed in Lena's arms. "Honey, you're so amazing." He gently rubbed against Lena's calf, making suggestive advances. Lena increasingly suspected that he was being controlled by some kind of demon that had slapped his feet, because his mind was filled with such thoughts. He's completely different from Nora. The contrast is too great. Before, he absolutely refused and always mocked Nora, but now he can't wait to be with her all the time. "I thought you'd be very serious, but you're like a completely different person all of a sudden." Martina blushed again and then covered herself with the blanket. "Moore said you like this?" Well, if Lena hadn't been able to hear his thoughts, he would have actually believed it. It was clearly what he wanted. But with Martina's amazing figure, what can you do with your wife but spoil her? Lena couldn't resist any longer, so she crawled under the covers and started wreaking havoc, causing the house to shake violently once again. After a long while, the two got dressed and got out of bed. Martina pushed open the door and shouted energetically, "I'm dead." Nora and Daisy sat at the table, having clearly finished eating, their gazes somewhat evasive. "I'll go heat up your breakfast. Thank you for your hard work." Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted over. "My goodness, Medina looks so radiant. Last night, I thought she was butchering a pig. She didn't know how to control her voice at all. It was so embarrassing." Nora's face turned bright red. Lena passed by the dining table and reached out to rub his cat ears. When Martina saw this, she also stretched her head over. "Darling, touch my ears." Hearing him utter those 3 words, I was a little taken aback. In just one night, he had changed so much. Nora's thoughts drifted over again. "And you're talking about me? I've become like this myself." Okay. Lena touched one side with each hand, and after she finished, she took Martina to the cubicle to wash up. Martina insisted on coming closer and stayed close to Lena until breakfast, when she had to separate from Lena. As soon as it was finished, Nora started teasing him. "Martina, you didn't say that to me before, but now you're more attached to your master than I am." Martina blinked and put down white bread. "I didn't understand anything before, but I do now. It's your fault for being so comfortable and not telling me anything." Now, it was Nora's turn to blush. How could she possibly say such shameless things? "Martina, you're really bold to say anything." Just then, Daisy brought over the hot soup. He seemed a little sad. All the vegetables in the backyard had frozen to death. Not a single one had survived. Lena ate white bread while lost in thought. Since that's the case, let's change the backyard to Ma Peng's. Now that he has more money in his pocket, it's time to think about transportation. He doesn't want to have to walk every time he goes on a long trip. "Nora Medina, can you ride horses?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock came at the door, and Lena paused the conversation. "Go open the door." Standing outside the door was Junius, who was wrapped up tightly in a white cloak, his shoulders covered in white blood, and a horse was being led behind him to open the door. He greeted her, "Good morning, Lena." The weather is terrible today. It's snowing. Are you coming to study with me too? No, I'm not here to learn from you today. Lena, I've come to say goodbye. Lena's brain went blank, and she then noticed that Junies was carrying a suitcase. Are you leaving, Melod? Okay, I'll be leaving soon. With such heavy snow, where are you planning to go? We can't wait for the snow to stop before we leave, can we? No, I have to leave now. Does anyone accompany you on your journey? No, it's just me. What should you do if you encounter a robber while you're alone? Don't worry, Lena, I can handle it. Don't underestimate me. I've already traveled to quite a few places by myself. Then I wish you a safe journey. Junie stepped forward and gave him a gentle hug. Come on, let's fight. After much thought, I still feel I need to say goodbye to you. I should go. I'm so glad to have met you during this time. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become the most famous magician on this continent. The same to you. Junius took out a light red fire magic book from his pocket and handed it to Lena. This is a farewell gift for you. Although Lena really wanted to accept it, she subconsciously said no. This is too valuable. Please accept it. You're very skilled in fire magic, and this is something you need. Junie stood with his hands on his hips and a smile on his face. I've basically learned all the practical fire magic. I've decided to specialize in water magic from now on, so take the book. Lena carefully took the book. He also wanted to give Junie something as a keepsake, but he didn't know what to give. Wait for me. Lena ran into the room and came out with a bag of money, which contained about 20 gold coins. Since it's a trip, the most important thing is probably money. Here you go, I have money. Keep this money for emergencies. When you travel, you'll always find a place where you can use it. Junie stared at the bag in deep thought. After struggling for a long time, he finally reached out and took the money. Thank you, Lena, until we meet again. Yes, until next time. Lena fell into deep thought as she watched him walk away. Having known him for nearly 3 months, he was somewhat reluctant to part with his mentor, Junies. Most importantly, once he left, I'd be unable to stop reading his water magic book. 072, someone is looking for Junies. A few days later, on a fine day, Lena took Nora and Martina to the market to choose horses. Because it was winter, there were hardly any pedestrians in the market, and the usually bustling Malaysia Airlines was unusually quiet. I took a look inside the room and found only a dozen or so horses. The horse trader rushed forward upon seeing the customer, and upon recognizing Lena, greeted her obsequiously. Oh, Lady Lena, are you here to buy a horse too? Do you have any recommendations? Try to find something cheaper. The horse dealer rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits. He chuckled. It depends on your purpose. Camel horses are cheaper, traveling horses are moderately priced, and war horses are the most expensive, and they're only available in the spring. How much would a 3-headed traveling horse cost? The cheapest is around 20 gold coins, but it mainly depends on the type. Well, for example, this snail landed in the grasslands. It has a sturdy and robust body with thick fur. It can be used not only to haul goods, but also for travel and even for going to the battlefield. However, it's not cheap. One costs 15 gold coins. And that reddish-brown horse, it's our Diaz Twin Shoe horse. It's fast, has great stamina, a good temperament, and all its attributes are well-balanced. It only costs 12 gold coins. Well, the cheapest one is the gray Ozyaka stallion in the corner. It's not big, but it has strong limbs, making it suitable for off-road driving. It's also tough and durable, making it perfect for beginners. It only costs 7 gold coins. How come it's so cheap? Well, this horse is widely distributed and can be found almost everywhere in the western part of the mainland, so its price is naturally much cheaper. Many people who come to me to buy horses like to buy Ozyaka stallions, and even some knights who specialize in sanitary products choose this kind of horse as their mount. You wouldn't sell me a disease code, would you? The horse trader was sweating profusely, and he gave an awkward smile. Sir, what we businessmen value most is our reputation. If we were truly full of lies, Malaysia Airlines wouldn't have lasted this long. Lena thought about it again and realized that it made sense. She would buy it and observe it for a few days. If the horse wasn't good, she could return it. After all, the horse was naturally good. They've traveled through time and are running around here. Once you've got the monk, you can't run away from the temple. I want 3 Ozyaka stallions. You can lead them all aside and let us choose ourselves. After the horse trader took the horses away, Nora and Martina were allowed to choose. Come on, you two choose for yourselves. You'd better have sharp eyes, or you might pick something bad. Martina nodded emphatically and began making her selections. She stroked the horse's mane and whispered in a demi-human language, good horse, good horse. Let me choose one. Nora followed suit and also began to carefully select items. Just like Lena, the two of them had absolutely no experience riding horses, and during this time, the three of them had to figure it out on their own. Lena walked past the horses, one of which gently nuzzled her cheek. Do you want to come home with me? The horse breathed hot air on Lena, then opened its mouth and began to nibble on her hair. Suddenly, she started jumping around again, circling back and forth in the horse pen like a madwoman. That's interesting, the horse trader said seriously as he approached. Well, Lady Layla, this horse is rather mischievous. I suggest you get a different one. Lena touched his dock. He seems pretty clever. Let's go with him. The horse trader scratched his head, grinned sheepishly, handed the reins to Lena, and then began to install the horse treadmill. The Beast girls had all chosen their horses. Martina's horse was just as tall and strong as her, with clearly visible muscles. Nora chose one that was slightly shorter, but looked quite agile. Darling, look at me, Martina. I leaped onto the horse. The sudden weight really put the horse under a lot of pressure, and it struggled to walk on its little shreds. His gear weighs at least 40 pounds, and with his weight, he's close to 200 pounds. Seeing that he wasn't behaving himself, Martina raised her fist the size of a sandbag and waved it in front of Martina, saying, "If you keep moving, I'll teach you a lesson." After being intimidated like that, the dog immediately became obedient. We are all born of the same root. Why are we so eager to harm each other? Don't hurt it, it won't die. Nora, on the other hand, was much gentler. She nimbly climbed onto the horse's back, patted its head, and praised it for being so good. Since they didn't know how to ride horses, they weren't planning to ride them for the time being. They planned to take them home first, raise them for a while, and then consider teaching them when winter came. He's neither as agile as Nora, nor as durable as Martina on horseback. If he were thrown off, he'd probably get a bad fall. After handing the bag full of gold coins to the horse trader, he had almost no money left. The weather seems nice these past 2 days, so he plans to go to the Adventurers Guild again this afternoon to find some work and see if he can earn some more money. Lost in thought, the three of them had already arrived at their doorstep. I saw a familiar figure from a distance. Anna was squatting by the door, gently rubbing her shoulders, which were red from the cold. Even though it was so cold, she was still wearing that heirloom animal skin coat. When Jian Lai came back, he immediately ran over. "Lena, you're finally back. I was freezing. Why don't you go inside and wait?" I went in, and just as I came out, I saw you come back. Lena moved the horses into the stable in the backyard. When it was first built yesterday, he felt the stable was quite spacious, but now that 3 horses have moved in, he feels it's too crowded. But it's winter now, so let's just make do with the cramped conditions and figure out how to expand it after this season. So you came to me because you learned the 5 tones difference magic I taught you? No, I've been figuring it out on my own for almost half a month. Although it has had some effect, I'm still far from being able to use it proficiently. I'd like to ask you, have you seen Junes recently? Why are you asking this? Junies had just said goodbye to him a few days ago, so he didn't know where Junies was. He might have already left Diest. He had been studying Barnet language, and maybe Barnet was his destination. To be honest, Junies was one of Reiner's few friends, and he actually missed Junies quite a bit after they parted ways. Recently, some people have been looking for Junies. They've already contacted me, and I expect they'll be looking for you soon too. As soon as Anna finished speaking, Lena heard the sound of horses' hooves coming from afar. He walked to the front of the house and found that the visitors were a pair of fully armed knights. Judging from the style of their plate armor, they should not be from the kingdom of Diest. 073, Junies' brother. In episode 73, a knight from one country removes his helmet. Like Junies, he had fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He was an extremely handsome man. He dismounted and walked with his head held high to Lena's side. He first glanced at Anna beside him, then looked at Lena and slowly said, "You must be Lena, right?" "Oh yes, are you? What are we waiting for?" After speaking, he replied arrogantly, "I am Yurpurida, a knight from the kingdom of Rosno." He was expressionless, and no emotion could be read from his face. Lena was used to seeing his surname, and he was probably a nobleman. Since his transmigration, all the nobles he had met, including Demas, had initially acted arrogantly. "Come in and let's chat." Lana retreated to the living room and sat down at the dining table. Yul followed them in and sat down opposite Lana. "From now on, I will call you Bait." Yul remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. "So you're here to see Junes?" "Yes. I heard from the local adventurers guild that he spends most of his time with you here." Just then, Dai Hope brought him a cup of hot water. Yul glanced down at it but didn't drink. He replied in fluent demi-human language, "Thank you, but I don't need it." The three beast maidens were stunned for a moment. They hadn't expected that the knight in front of them would also suppress a mermaid. Lena had a vague feeling that the person in front of her must have some connection with Junes. "Who are you to Junes?" "I am his older brother." Lena was slightly taken aback. Junie's full name was Junies Baker, which was a different surname, but it was also possible that he was using a false name to avoid attracting too much attention. His real name should be Junius Poituli Lidda. "So what brings you here?" "I came to find him on my father's orders. He has been gone for 2 years. He should have had enough of his tantrums and should go back. So you should know where he went, right? Rumor has it that you were his closest friend. Since Junies is avoiding them, he must have his own reasons. Lena probably knows where to find it, but she certainly won't betray Junies. I don't know either, but he was indeed my magic mentor. However, I haven't seen him since I graduated." Lena scratched her head, then put on an innocent look and said, "I think he should still be here." Yul narrowed his eyes, scrutinized Lena carefully, then pulled out a bag full of gold coins and said, "Tell me his whereabouts. Once we catch him, all this money is yours." Lena was filled with disdain. After all, Junies was her magic mentor. How could someone possibly betray their friends for money? He seemed to possess the spirit of an award-winning actor, first pausing slightly before feigning interest. "They're all mine, really?" The child nodded, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. "That's exactly the effect we wanted. Well, a few days ago, Junies came to say goodbye. He said he was a traveler and planned to go to the kingdom of South Asia. He also told me that someone might come to find me in a while. I didn't expect him to actually come. If you go there now, you should be able to catch him very quickly. The kingdom of Ballad in South Asia is a vast distance away, and the two kingdoms are in completely opposite directions. If Junies really headed towards Ballad, then Yul would definitely not be able to catch him." Thinking of this, Lena smiled greedily, rubbed her hands together like a fly, and chuckled. "Sir, can I have this money now?" The child slowly stood up, no longer hiding his disgust, and said coldly, "For money, you actually betrayed your teacher so easily." Junes was as naive as ever, with no sense of caution towards people, which pleased Lena greatly. It was exactly the effect she wanted. After thinking for a moment, he replied in a cheeky manner, "It would be a fool not to make money. You are a nobleman. Of course you don't understand us commoners who struggle to even get enough to eat. You're just greedy. After you catch him, I will have his surname sent away." Lena smiled without saying a word as she watched him leave. Anna suddenly slammed her hand on the table, startling Lena. Two beast maidens walked over and stood on either side of Lena. "What are you doing?" Anna said angrily. "Give me back my book. Junies has told me more than once that you are his best friend here, but you betrayed his whereabouts for money. I used to admire you so much. Give me back my book." It seems Anna is a person of strong emotions. Lena got up and glanced outside. Seeing that they had all gone far away, she closed the door. "Calm down and let me explain." Lena poured him a glass of water. Anna crossed her arms, stared at him, and said nothing more. "Junies is my friend. How could I possibly reveal his whereabouts to others? I said that just to trick his brother into leaving." Anna was slightly taken aback, lowered her hand, and softened her tone. "So that's how it is. I was so angry just now. I didn't think you were acting. If you didn't put on a convincing act, how could he believe you? That's all he can do for Junies for now. He'll try to buy as much time as he can." Just then, the system's voice rang in Lena's ears. "Quest update. Find Junies. Quest reward. 1 gold coin. After a peaceful 2 weeks, I didn't expect the mission to come so soon. I just bought 3 horses so I can start my long journey." Lena took out the book of sealing magic, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Take the book back." Anna paused for a moment, then took a few steps back and shook her head vigorously. "No, I didn't understand the situation just now. That's why I got angry. You can use this book." "No, I'm planning a long trip. I'm giving up these valuables because it's not safe at home and it's inconvenient to carry them around. Anna paused slightly, then reached out and took the book. Was she going to find Junies? What else? Lena glanced at him, then began to tell the animal-eared girls to pack their things, as they were preparing to go on a long trip to find Junies the next day. Your relationship is indeed extraordinary. You're just ordinary friends, but there are quite a few people pursuing June. Are you willing to remain just an ordinary friend and not take your friendship to the next level? I don't have that plan at the moment. Okay, stop guessing. Anna's lips curled up slightly, but she didn't say anything more. 074, the robbers blocking the road were caught. In episode 74, the four of them are riding horses on the road to Barnet. Since it's a long trip, Lena brings Daisy along, and he sits behind Martina. She definitely can't leave him alone at home. Little one, don't move around. Be a good boy/girl. I fed you plenty of hay yesterday, so don't embarrass me. Lena gently stroked the horse's back with a brush. The horse was indeed Nankai's, or more accurately, the one he had chosen. This horse is hard to ride. It's like a wild horse all the way, jumping and bouncing around. It only starts walking properly when it's tired from all the jostling. Martina rode over on horseback, brandishing her fist the size of a sandbag. Darling, do you want me to teach him a lesson? He and Nora rode horses exceptionally well, as if they were self-taught. Of course, this could also be related to the horses they chose. Sigh, let's just forget about it. If you punch him like that, he probably won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Martina lowered her hand, suddenly stretched her neck and kissed Lena's cheek, then looked at Lena with an extremely cute look and said, "Give me a kiss. You haven't kissed me since this morning." Lena was slightly taken aback. She had shared a room with Nora yesterday. That was indeed the case. He looked Martina up and down, wanted to give him a good massage, but unfortunately all the great spots were blocked by the plate armor. He could only make it up to him later that night. Just then, Nora suddenly slowed down, walked to Lena's side, and glanced back every now and then. "Master, someone is following us." Lena turned around to look, but didn't see anything. "Did you see who it was?" "It must be an informant for that person from yesterday. He's also on horseback and moves very fast. He'll probably catch up with us in a little while." "Wow, your ears are so sharp. You can hear me from as far away." Nora nodded emphatically. Lena glanced behind her again, then decisively released a large amount of water to soak the muddy ground. She then drove out of the earthquake tree and covered it with a thin layer of soil to cover the swamp. In less than half a minute, a simple trap was completed. It wouldn't drown anyone, but it would certainly keep him occupied for quite some time. "Let's go, let's shake him off." Lena gently patted the horse beneath her. "Run faster, and I'll reward you with something delicious when we rest." He exhaled hot breath from his nose and started running. After running for a long time, Lena asked if he had caught up. Nora shook her head. "I guess they've already fallen into the trap. We can slow down a bit." Lena nodded. Suddenly, Nora perked up her ears and quickly reached for her pouch. "Master, there are bandits on the road. They're lying in ambush ahead. You all wait here for a moment. I'll go take care of them." Lena fell into deep thought. There were bandits everywhere, and Junies was all alone. He was definitely not very safe. She hoped he would be safe and sound. "I'll go with you. We'll try to capture them alive if we can. They might be useful later." Lena dismounted and handed the reins to Martina. "You two stay here and don't wander off while I'm away." Daisy is a bit more shrewd in making decisions. The two beasts nodded. Lena followed Nora into the bushes, and the two of them, holding hands, immediately entered a state of invisibility, but they still made a whooshing noise as they moved. After walking for a short while, Lena saw several people crouching furtively in the bushes, with a rope for a half-horse leg buried in their hands. "Keep two alive, kill the rest as you like." There are 2 people lying in ambush on the left, and 3 people lying in ambush on the right as we walk this road. The 2 stealthily approached the 5 robbers from behind and began their operation in perfect unison. Nora took the lead, throwing knives with both hands and killing the gun wielder on the left side of the road, while Lena raised her staff and smashed the head of one of the robbers. Almost instantly, only 2 bandits remain alive. With Nora's help, taking control of the situation was a piece of cake. "Chow Chow, you guys squatting here, you must have done a lot of bad things, right?" Lena raised an eyebrow and asked, then gently tapped their heads with her blood-stained staff. The two bandits immediately knelt down, almost paralyzed with fear. Please spare us, sir. We were just trying to make a living, and we had no choice but to do this. One of the robbers was so scared that he wet himself. Seeing the corpse beside her trembling incessantly, Lena couldn't be bothered to listen to their explanations. If everyone resorted to murder and robbery because of hardship, the world would have been in chaos long ago. They say these things now only to gain sympathy, not because they realize they are wrong. Enough with the chit-chat. Did you see a woman wearing a white cloak 4 days ago? At least we'll get through here. The two robbers exchanged a glance, neither of them speaking, but instead stammering. Reiner winked at Nora, and in an instant, the bandit with a better mental fortitude was cracked open. The incision on the skull was quite clean, and the grayish-white brain tissue was clearly visible. Ugh, sir, have mercy. Don't just say everything sometimes. Lena knelt down in front of her and gave her a friendly smile. This is your last chance. If I were you, I would definitely seize it. I'll ask you one more time. Have you seen that woman? Yes, I've seen it. We met about 4 days ago. After he tripped his horse, he tried to steal his money, but was forced to retreat by setting fire to the house. Finally, the last woman he shot with an arrow was the one who later escaped. The panicked thief pointed to the disemboweled corpse beside him and shifted all the blame onto it. It seems the deduction was correct. Junies chose to go to Barnet in order to avoid Yull and his group. He probably already planned his route when he was learning foreign languages from Lena, but the bandits on the road were all rushing to meet their targets at the end of the year, making it particularly dangerous. Even if he really intended to leave at this time, he should have found someone to accompany him. We had no choice. The university blocked the road, and fewer people were using it. If we didn't grab something to sell, where would his code be? Fall. Once you're making a profit, take me there. Don't try to run away, or you know what will happen. The bandits scrambled into the bushes, and after walking for a short while, Lena spotted the makeshift campsite with a white horse tethered beside the campfire, confirming that the person they had stopped was indeed Junies. Did you steal anything from him? The robbers hurriedly crawled into the tent and pulled out a muddy wooden box. It looked like they had already opened it. The clothes inside were in disarray, along with some personal belongings. Just then, Nora frowned and whispered a few words in Reiner's ear. Lena suppressed her anger and asked calmly, "Is that all? It's all gone. Nothing is left. It's all here." Okay, I understand. This time, I didn't even need Lena to give me a signal. Nora stabbed her in the head with a dagger. 075 Horse Girl wants to change her surname. In episode 75, Reiner searched the camp for a while and found only about 20 copper coins. He then lit a fire, took Junius's horse, and went back. Seeing Daisy standing by the roadside, he handed her the reins. "You can ride this horse for now." Lena turned to Nora and asked, "Can you track Junius's scent now? The snow has covered up the smell, so I'm afraid it won't work." Melord was already on the border of Diest, and they were now more than 60 kilometers away from Melord. They still had nearly 200 miles to go to reach a small border town in Barnet, and along the way, he would have to cross a forest even larger than the Forest of Dawn. Logically speaking, since Junies was injured and so far from his destination, he should have turned back, but he didn't encounter him on the way there. I can't just drag my injured body into the woods and become food for wild animals. Without his horse, the 200-kilometer journey would take at least 10 days, even excluding factors such as his mobility issues. Although Junius was an experienced adventurer, Lena couldn't help but have some concerns. "Master, the forest is just ahead. Should we continue deeper into it? Walk a little further ahead, then set up camp where you are? Let's rest and talk about it tonight. It's not suitable to travel after dark." "Okay, Nora, find a flat spot ahead with some obstacles to shelter you off, a good place to rest." Several people sat together, lit a fire, and huddled together for warmth. A cold wind blew, and Lena shivered. She wondered how Junies would manage to cross the forest full of monsters and bandits in the dead of winter. Martina suddenly took off her armor piece by piece and said to Lena, "Darling, you must be very cold. Take off your armor. Let's hug each other tightly. I'll keep you warm." His serious expression was quite adorable. "There's no use in being anxious now. Cherish the people around you." Martina must be incredibly bored, having been on the road all day. Lena took off her plate armor and then hugged Martina tightly. Martina's body was soft and warm. It felt so good to have a wife. Martina closed her eyes and took the initiative to kiss her. Lena never imagined that Martina, who used to be carefree and whose mind was filled with nothing but eating and killing monsters, could be so delicate now. Indeed, the fastest way to change a person is to let them fall in love. Nora laughed and teased. You were criticizing me before, but now you're even more attached to your master than I am. Martina blushed, snuggled into Lena's arms, and whispered, Lena is my only family now. Lena touched its bouncy and warm horse ears. Nora is also your family, but Nora is only half a family member. Lena is my man, and your words make it sound like you're planning to monopolize her. Nora stepped forward and pushed Martina aside. Master hasn't kissed me today either. Don't be so selfish. You haven't even taken off your armor. You must be freezing. Besides, Master was with you yesterday. It's my turn today. Listening to their argument, Lena felt more and more that she had made the right decision. Too many women will definitely cause fights. There are only 2 of them, and they're already arguing fiercely. If there were 3 or 4, it would be a complete disaster. Just then, Lena, who was lost in thought, was poked in the chest, and 2 beast-eared girls looked at her seriously. Martina asked, who is prettier, me or Nora? She even bent down to show off her impressive figure. Although Nora didn't speak, she was also eagerly awaiting Lena's answer. Okay, you're all the same to me, the most important people in my heart, so let's stop arguing. Daisy, sitting across the campfire, covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this answer. Seeing that it was getting late, Lena touched the ears of the 2 beast-eared girls and whispered, Nora, you should rest first. Martina and I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and it will be your turn and Daisy's turn for the second half. Okay, then I'm going to sleep. Nora removed her stiff breastplate, walked over to Daisy, hugged her, and started to act like a child. Lena patted Martina's back gently and whispered to lull her to sleep. But this guy was clearly not behaving himself. He kept gently nibbling on Lena's ear. After a while, she finally began to act. Nora and Daisy are both asleep. Let's begin. Lena, holding in all the time isn't good for your health. Well, stop talking nonsense. I have no interest in this desolate wilderness. Martina ignored what Lena was saying and kept whispering help in Lena's ear, trying to harass her relentlessly. Seeing this, Lena decisively brought up old grievances. You never used to call me that. I always call you by my name. Martina's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked very alluring in the flickering firelight. Things are different now. You are my man, and I'm willing to do anything you like. Listen to me. Don't do anything reckless. Keep watch carefully. There are many dangers in this area. Let's play around when we get to a safe place. Okay, I'll do whatever my master says. Martina gave Lena a kiss, and after a short while, she asked her master, what is your surname? Why are you asking this? We subhumans become emotional once we have males, and females will follow the male's sexual advances. Didn't Nora tell you? Lena shook her head. She had never heard him mention it before. Then tell me now. Lena recalled her name, and after a long while, he said, my surname is Lee. Plum? Martina asked in confusion. Lena picked up the branch and wrote the character Lee, meaning courtesy/etiquette, on the muddy ground beside her. So your name is Lena Ritual? No, Lena is not my real name. It's just an alias. I come from a very far away place. Martina nestled in his arms again. I'm stupid and don't understand, but you must have your own reasons, right? Of course, since the original name was too awkward and attention-grabbing, I just came up with a name randomly. From now on, I'll call Martina Aunt. Whatever you want, as long as you're happy. In my hometown, there's no such custom as being sentimental. Lena rubbed her horse ears and whispered, okay, you should get some sleep too. Let me keep watch. I'll wake Nora up later. Let me chat with you. I want to get to know you better. This is quite a contrast. I was immature before, so please stop making fun of me about those things. He hugged Lena tightly, paused for a moment, and then said, I will definitely give you lots and lots of children in the future. 076, the elf blocking the way. In the morning of episode 76, Martina, full of energy, put on her armor, mounted her horse, and looked at Nora with a slight smile. You're becoming more and more sleazy. Noraba ate half a loaf of white bread, stuffed it into his pocket, and said without any politeness, needless to say, they must have eaten it again last night. Otherwise, they wouldn't be laughing so happily. Martina didn't object to her putting on the helmet, but her thoughts still drifted over. I have surpassed you. I even know my master's surname. Lena watched the two figures disappear and sighed helplessly. After a short rest, the team continued on their way, and in front of them was a pine forest covered with snow. Barnet is a country surrounded by forests. Crossing this vast forest should lead to that border town. Lena yawned, unfolded the map, glanced at it, found a few landmarks, and after confirming that they were on the right track, led the group straight into the forest. Nura, if anything seems wrong, tell me first. Yes, master. Lena lifted her mask and breathed out some warm air to warm her hands, which were almost frozen. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed something strange about his surroundings. Logically speaking, this dense forest should be home to many monsters, such as tree spirits, snow wolves, or arm-shaped forest creatures. We've been in the forest for almost half an hour and haven't seen a single hopping slime. Nura, do you feel like something's not right? These 4 weeks present an unusual bottleneck. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the dense forest, and suddenly his ears perked up. Ah, master, there seems to be something on the tree. No sooner had she finished speaking than an arrow came from the shadows. Nora reacted quickly and threw a throwing knife. The 2 arrows collided and deflected each other. The arrow was aimed directly at Lena's name. If Nora hadn't had such keen insight, he might already be lying on the ground. Lena quickly covered her face with a mask, but there was no response. Lena then raised her staff and conjured a huge fireball. Just then, the attackers appeared. 2 women dressed in gray robes with slender bodies, different hair colors, delicate features, and long, pointed ears appeared before the crowd in an instant. One of them held a bow and arrow, and the other held a metal staff. Their eyes were cold, and they stared at Lena with a vicious gaze. To be precise, they're not people, but some kind of spirits. Don't be fooled by their youthful and beautiful appearance. They may actually be over 100 years old. Martina gripped her sword in one hand, standing in front of Lena, and whispered, "Darling, these long-eared people are not to be trifled with. They are extremely powerful. Whether they are demi-humans or monsters, they will all avoid them. Let's be a little careful. If even he admits that someone is not to be trifled with, then that person probably really is. Have you dealt with them before?" "No. This is what my dad told me. He said to try not to hurt the flowers, plants, and trees. Otherwise, some long-eared creatures would come looking for trouble." Lena narrowed her eyes and examined the 2 elves in front of her. He is a person who cherishes flowers, plants, and trees very much, so in theory he shouldn't be bothered by elves. After a moment's thought, he asked in fluent Elvish, "I have no grudge against you, so why did you attack me?" The green-haired elf on the left showed a moment of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He said expressionlessly, "Well, this is just a lesson. If you dare to disrespect the forest again, it won't just be a wake-up call. Do you know my name?" The elf did not answer, but silently watched Reiner's every move. Seeing that he was really taciturn, Lena thought for a moment and then said, "I have always respected the forest. I don't know where I have offended you. I'm not familiar with your beliefs and traditions. Please tell me, so I can be more careful in the future. Dawn Forest, you set fire to a large part of the forest, and we've been watching you ever since." He was probably referring to the battle with the goblin priest and the tyrant. In the heat of the moment, he did accidentally set a small patch of woods ablaze, but after the battle, he and Junies extinguished the fire with water magic. These elves are too serious. They didn't care about the many arm-like trees in the Dawn Forest when they were cutting down trees to build houses, but they started to interfere when a few trees were accidentally set on fire while they were clearing away the arm-like trees. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, according to Martina's description, they were indeed formidable individuals, so making good connections with them was definitely the right thing to do. Men should have a broader perspective. I'll be more mindful of that in the future. But those armed men not only try to set the forest on fire to burn us to death in order to attack us, but they also cut down a lot of trees to build their tribe. By wiping them out, I guess I indirectly protected the forest. Eliminating the arm-shaped forest that destroys the forest is more beneficial than harmful to the forest, right? The 2 elves exchanged a glance, then remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "If that's the case, why teach me a lesson?" The blue-haired elf who had been standing to the side finally spoke. He said slowly, "Let's keep things separate. Although you have protected the forest to some extent, it is undeniable that you have also harmed it. We will remember your help and thank you in secret." Isn't that just being stubborn? Although he really wanted to ask, he swallowed his words, adhering to the principle of not wanting to offend anyone unnecessarily. Seeing that the two elves wanted to leave, he quickly asked, "I want to ask you some questions. Have you seen a blonde, white-robed, thin, and slightly injured human girl pass by here these past few days? She is my most important friend." The green-haired elf glanced back at Lena and said slowly, "Junies is still wandering in this forest. He is heading to a human town. Do you know him?" The elf did not reply and vanished into the dense forest with his companions in an instant. In other words, Junies is not in mortal danger at present. Lena breathed a soft sigh of relief. Martina took Lena's hand and asked in confusion, "What were you two talking about just now? Why can't I understand a single word? This is Elvish. If I have the chance, I'll teach you." "I wouldn't learn that kind of thing. I don't like dealing with them." Don't be fooled by the good looks of these long-eared tribesmen. They are all ruthless at heart. Martina shook her head in disgust. It was clear she had a strong prejudice against elves. Nora nodded in agreement. Daisy, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "When I was a child, I met some long-eared people when I was fleeing with my father. Most of them were inflexible, but they seemed very kind because I was helped by them more than once." Lana shrugged and continued, leading the group deeper into the forest. 077, that girl isn't far from you. In episode 77, the four of them ride horses along a forest path. The path is rugged, and all they can see are snow-covered pine trees. Horses have some limited mobility, but they're still much faster than walking. After cycling for a while until the afternoon, Lena noticed that the group was quite tired, so she told them to rest for the night and prepare to continue their journey the next day. "This forest feels very safe. We've been walking all day and haven't seen a single monster or even a bandit." Martina leaned against the tree and stretched gently, probably because there were elves maintaining order, which was a good thing. Lena placed the Crimson Dragon's breath on the ground, and the fire demon at the top of the staff immediately burst into flames. Daisy picked up a few twigs, washed them with water, and placed them in front of the fire to bake the frozen white bread. The four were about to rest after dinner when Martina suddenly turned around and looked at the pine tree behind her, then punched it. "Are there any bugs?" Lena asked, puzzled. "No, honey, come and see what this is." Lena got up and glanced at him, only to discover that the pine tree had grown a human face, and its nose had been crooked by Martina. At first glance, I thought it was a face carved on a tree by some bored person, until the corner of his mouth twitched. Martina drew her great sword from behind her and raised her hand to strike the monster. "Take this." "Wait." Lena pulled her back against the tree, whining, and then muttered in Elvish, "Who is it? Not only did they wake me up, but they also hit me. Ouch." Lena patted Martina's bottom, and then said that this should be a tree spirit, not a monster. Martina leaned closer for a look and muttered, "Really? I feel like it's a monster." Lana stepped forward and straightened the old tree spirit's wooden nose. "Oh, sorry, this is our first time meeting a tree spirit, and he was a little excited just now. I'll fix your nose, tell me." Lena used her hydrotherapy to heal his nose, though she didn't know if it would actually work. Wow, the last time I saw a human who could speak Elvish was probably 200 years ago. That's pretty rare. Don't bother fixing my nose, it'll heal in a while. Elena took a few steps back and carefully examined the tree spirit. Apart from the large face on the trunk, this thing is no different from an ordinary pine tree. It's planted in the soil and won't move at all. Just as Lina was deep in thought, the tree spirit spoke again. "Oh, I've been asleep for too long. It's time to get up and move around." Immediately afterward, the ground around him began to tremble slightly. With a forceful pull, he yanked his legs out of the mud. His crooked legs were covered with dense tree roots. His body was enormous, and with each movement, the ground would tremble slightly. Lena watched him silently from the side. Nora was probably seeing a tree spirit for the first time, and her eyes widened when she saw this walking pine tree. After waiting for a while, the tree spirit returned to the pit, stuck its two legs into the soil again, and then exclaimed, "Oh, the snow is really heavy this year." "Yes, last year it only snowed a thin layer. It wasn't as cold as this year." The old tree spirit kept its eyes narrowed, looking very kind. Have humans and demi-humans outside been able to coexist amicably? No, the whole world is still capturing demi-humans. So, it's still the same as 200 years ago. Lena wasn't good at conversation either, and after hearing what he said, she didn't know how to respond. Old Tree Yao spoke up again. You don't seem to be a very talkative person. I'm not very good at talking. Lena sat down on the spot, and the two beast-eared girls fought to snuggle into his arms, then started arguing back and forth. What are they doing? They all wanted to sit on my lap to rest. Lena patted Martina on the shoulder and said softly, All right, it was your turn yesterday, and today it's Nora's turn to have a day alone. We'll be fair and impartial, and we won't favor anyone. Martina's ears drooped, and she puffed out her cheeks as she sat down next to Daisy. The tree spirit chuckled a few times, then said, They must be your slaves too, right? They even compete for favor. Oh, that's rare indeed. Of course, I'm a rare good man in this world. The tree spirit laughed again, paused for a few seconds, and then asked, So, what brings you to this forest? Are you just passing by? Are you here to explore? I'll find another friend who happens to be passing through this forest. Woman? Yes, a very beautiful woman, blonde and blue-eyed, and exceptionally gentle and patient. He is not only my friend, but also my mentor in magic. The tree spirit laughed again, and this time, he opened his golden eyes. 2 women aren't enough? Are you planning to find a third? Lena scratched her face, her eyes unconsciously looking away. I haven't thought about that yet. I mainly need to talk to him about something important. Where are you from? Diest, a small town called Melrod. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Of course, I had a human friend who lived there before, but more than 200 years have passed, and he's probably dead by now. The tree spirit's tone was somewhat sorrowful. You humans are too fragile, with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Lena stroked Nora in her arms and casually asked if there was any magic that could make people live forever. The tree spirit gently shook its head, and piles of snow slid off its branches and leaves. Well, as far as I know, there shouldn't be. Well, but don't be disappointed. Living too long isn't necessarily a good thing. I'm currently in a deep sleep longer than I'm awake, so I'll probably die in a few hundred years, right? My only hope now is that I can find something to talk to when I wake up. May I ask how long you have lived? I've been in this forest for thousands of years. In other words, you even lived through the old imperial era. Of course, I also participated in human wars back then. Just then, the old tree spirit stretched out its withered arm. Well, to be honest, I miss the days when I was with you humans, but I'm old now. It turns out he had hands, but they were hidden among the dense pine needles. The old tree spirit piqued Lena's desire to chat. He had originally wanted to ask how demi-humans came into being in this world, but instead he said, I found the girl you were talking about earlier. Well, she's not far from here. 078 Junies was found. Episode 78. Are you talking about Junies? The old tree spirit scratched the nose that Martina had knocked askew. Oh, of course, blonde and blue-eyed. Very beautiful. It must be her, right? Hasn't she always been here? How did you find her? Lena was a little confused, but she still patted Nora on her lap to make him get up. You humans can't see fairies, but I can not only see them, I can also talk to them. Well, that's how I learned what happened thousands of miles away. Where is he now? The old tree spirit pointed deep into the forest. Oh, keep going straight about 2 miles or so, and you'll see it. Thank you. I'll come visit you again when I have the chance. I'll be going now. Lena packed her things and left, and her uncle waved goodbye to her. Honey, are we traveling tonight too? Nora tapped his head and urged. There must be some news, right? Idiot. Hurry up and put on your armor. Well, Shu Yao said that Junies is camped just 2 miles away. Let's go find him. Lena rode off on her horse, seemingly unwilling to travel at night, and started hopping around. Lena took out a carrot and put it in his mouth, which finally calmed him down. Martina muttered to herself, God, do you like Junies that much? Well, I can't explain it to you clearly in a short time. Just find him as soon as possible. Lena rubbed Martina's ears. Okay, but as long as you don't try to win me over, I'll agree to have another woman if you want. Martina crossed her arms and spoke in a serious tone, until Nora tapped her on the head again. Lena lit her staff for illumination and led the bee-steered girls in the direction the tree spirit had pointed, riding their horses forward until they saw a small patch of fire ahead. Nora took a deep sniff of Junies, and there she was. I could smell him. Understood. Lena continued toward Junies' camp. Perhaps startled by the sound of horses' hooves, he suddenly peeked out from behind the tree. After recognizing the person, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Ah, you don't recognize me after just a few days? Junies' tone was filled with joy. He quickly stood up and said, Lena, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things. She looked dirty, and her cotton-padded clothes were tattered, showing that she hadn't been doing well these past few days. I found your horse for you too, thanks. Junie strode forward, reached out, and touched the white horse at Daisy's foot beside him. I was injured when I was robbed by bandits and couldn't take care of him. I didn't expect you to find him for me. Daisy dismounted and walked to Martina's side. He was just lucky. If he had been 2 days later, he would have been sold by those bandits. Just then, Junius' stomach started rumbling in protest. He hugged his staff tightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Is there any more food? Those bandits stole all my food, and I've been eating wild grass for the past few days. Of course, it's been tough. Lena invited the group to sit by the campfire, then took 2 pieces of white bread from her bag and handed them to Junies. His eyes lit up, and without even washing his hands, he took the food and started munching on it. It was clear he was really starving. Lena watched him quietly from the side. Just then, the system's voice sounded again, informing me that Junies' current status was complete and the reward had been issued. Lena felt the purse become heavier. He rummaged through the purse and quickly found the gold coin that felt very different. The newly acquired gold coin features a lush ancient tree, which is completely different from the design on the Deister gold coin. Authentication complete. Item name, Barnet gold coin. Description, one of the most basic currency units in the Kingdom of Barnet. Lena stroked the patterns on the gold coin, then put it into her purse. This is so inconvenient. This continent needs someone to unify it. The system notification sounded again. Mission update. Escort Junies to the city of Cannon. Mission reward. 1 Barnet gold coin. Reiner remembered the name. Cannon is located on the border of Barnet and can be reached by crossing this forest. It is likely also Junies' destination on this trip. Junies huddled by the campfire, rubbing his stomach. I'm full thanks to you. Otherwise I would have been exhausted just looking for food. Sigh, we brought quite a lot of black bread. If we're still hungry, we can eat some more to tide us over. After washing his hands with water, Junies reached out his hand to Lana. A little more, please. Thank you. Lena walked over to the horse, took out a large piece of black bread, and handed it to Junius, who then continued to devour it. But soon, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he looked up at Lena and asked, By the way, Lena, how did you find me? Lena thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, Isn't it because I was worried about you? The weather is so bad, and there are bandits and robbers along the way. It would be too dangerous for you to travel alone. Junies paused for a moment, then squinted at Lena, seemingly pondering the truth of her words. Well, Junies, Miss Poitry-Lidta, there are other reasons why I came to see you. Upon hearing the name again, a look of surprise flashed across Junies' face. Someone came looking for you? Yes, someone from your brother contacted me and asked about your whereabouts. He wants to find you. And then? Lena recounted to him what had happened that day without reservation. Lena, you're a genius. Forget it. Actually, I don't think I succeeded either. Your brother had people watching me for a long time. I was followed by spies when I left the city. Although I shook them off, it was the shortest route to Barnet, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to guess my route. Junie sighed softly and shook his head. Just as the two fell silent, he suddenly asked Lena, Can you understand me? What do you mean, understand you? I don't even know why you ran away from home. My father is an Earl of the Kingdom of Rosno, and she intends to marry me to the eldest son of a marquis in order to improve their relationship. In short, it's a political marriage. You disagreed, wanted to take control of your own life, and then ran away. Right? Junie stared at Reiner in silence for a long time before nodding emphatically. 079, an elf girl yearning for adventure. Episode 79. In this world, women have a very low and precarious status, and they have almost no autonomy in choosing their marriage partners. Especially for aristocratic women like Junies, Their existence seemed to be about improving relations between nobles through political marriages, thereby protecting the interests of their families. Therefore, their marriages are usually decided by their parents. Who they marry is not based on who they like, but on who can bring more benefits to the family. Even if he were a renowned magician, he could not escape such a fate. I don't want to marry a man I've never met because of these things, get pregnant early, and live my life in a daze. Lena, can you understand me? That's amazing. My education is different from most people here, so I completely understand your thoughts. Lena felt some sympathy for her plight because Junies was indeed a woman worthy of respect, kind, righteous, independent, and resilient. A woman who can possess all three qualities is hard to find, not only in this world, but even in her original world. Anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education can more or less agree with his ideas. However, due to the limitations of this era, living such a rational life is not easy. That's why Lena admired her courage even more. Junie smiled, grabbed Lena's shoulders, and shook her gently. Thank you, Lena. But what will you do if your brother really comes looking for you? A hint of confusion flashed in Junie's eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. I don't know, but I will definitely not go back with him. He turned his head, suddenly smiled, and said, My dream is to become the most famous and powerful water mage on this continent. What about you? Lena, it's me. Lena glanced back at Nora and Martina and said in a serious tone, What is my ideal woman? What is my ideal? He reached out and poked Nora's kidney. What is your ideal? Nora licked her lips and answered without hesitation. White bread with jam. Lena gently hugged her and rubbed her cheeks back and forth with both hands. Could you make it even more ambitious? Nora blinked, thought for a moment, and then replied that she ate white bread and jam for every meal and occasionally smoked chicken. Lena nudged Martina. What about you? Having a child with you? Her eyes were practically glazed over, as if she was about to pounce on him. Lena gently poked her belly, and it was gone. Could it be any more ambitious? How come you're so similar to Nora? Ambitious? Martina raised her head, seemingly deep in thought, and said with some excitement, Then I want to have many, many children with you, and you hope that each one can become the strongest warrior. Junius hugged his knees tightly and opened his eyes wide. That's all. After a moment's thought, Lena continued, Based on this, I want to train all 4 types of magic to their strongest level. Junies was slightly taken aback. Aren't you capable of using 5 types of magic? Why only train 4 types to their maximum strength? Don't you want to become the most powerful water mage? I'll give you the strongest water attribute. I only want the other 4. Junie smiled, then reached out and patted Lena's shoulder forcefully. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone crowded around the fire to rest. The next morning, Junies woke up, mounted his horse, and looked at Lena and the others. Are you coming with me to Barnet? Yes, I'll stay with you for a while. Grandma had a feeling that the system tasks would revolve around Junies in the coming period, and he probably wouldn't be returning to Melord for a while. She would treat this time as an opportunity to see the customs and cultures of other countries and regions. Junies smiled, squinted, and said, Hey, thanks, Lena. The 5 continued walking through the forest, chatting and laughing along the way, feeling very relaxed. At noon, Lena wanted to take a good rest, but Nora, who was walking at the front of the group, suddenly pricked up her ears and stopped in the middle of the group. Master, there's something ahead. Nana casually put the mask on. What is it? Monsters? Nora narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly after a few seconds. No, it seems to be an elf. Lena went through everything she had done that day, wondering what she had done wrong that had attracted the elves to cause trouble. Just as he was deep in thought, the elf appeared. In an instant, a small, blue-haired elf blocked the 5-person team. He was holding a staff made of hard branches wrapped around his arms, with a bright blue gem at the top. This elf was different from the 2 lifeless ones we met yesterday. Her eyes were slightly upturned, and she had a hint of smugness on her face. She was a vibrant little girl. I don't know whose child wasn't watched properly, but they actually ran out on their own. Before Lena could ask, he spoke first. Lena, take me on an adventure. Lena glanced at the people around her and shrugged innocently. Junies looked him over carefully and then asked, Do you recognize this elf? Yes, we know each other. Nan shook her head, then asked the elf in front of her, Who are you? The blue-haired elf put her hands on her hips and began to introduce herself. My name is Ariana, and I am a stargazer. Take me on an adventure with you. I can definitely help. Lena didn't want to cause trouble for herself. If two elves suddenly appeared and accused her of child trafficking, everything would be over. I'm sorry, I don't have time to take care of the children. Ariana's eyes widened, and she stomped her foot hard. I'm not a child. I don't need you to take care of me. Lena dismounted and walked up to her, gesturing slightly with her hand. Ariana's height didn't even reach her neck. She was probably only 1.4 or 1.5 meters tall, and she was wrapped up tightly, looking like a potato. Lena looked up and around at the pine trees, then shouted in Elvish, "Whose child is lost?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Lena's knee was struck hard by Ariana's staff. She angrily said, "I already told you I'm not a child. I'm 18 years old. I'm an adult." Seeing no response, Lena looked him up and down again. Could he really be 18? A legal lowly, right? But considering that elves have lifespans that differ from humans, often reaching thousands of years, his words might be true. Lena looked him up and down, and their eyes met. Why don't you find other adventurers? Eliana shook her head vigorously. Well, the other adventurers don't speak Elvish, so they can't understand what I'm saying, which is inconvenient. Take me on this adventure. I can be a great help, and you won't regret it. 080 The elf girl shows off her strength. In episode 80, seeing that Ariana was following her from a distance and refusing to leave, Lena sighed and stopped her horse, waiting for the little elf to approach. When he reached him, Reiner reached out and pulled him onto the horse. This scene was witnessed by the two beast-eared girls, and their thoughts quickly reached Lena's ears. It looks like the master is about to have a new woman. If possible, I would prefer to be a little less childish. Lena wouldn't be interested in such an ordinary woman. She'd have to be at least as big as Nora. Lena turned to look at the two animal-eared girls. It must be said that although Martina is not particularly smart, she does have a unique perspective. Lena has always preferred women with a more mature appearance, and she usually feels nothing for little girls like Ariana. Seeing that Reiner was lost in thought, Eliana's ears twitched, and she asked in a very lively and cute way, "Hey, would you like to take me with you?" He hadn't had much contact with the elves of this world, so he might as well start with Eliana as a starting point. First, I need to know if you've told your parents or friends about your idea of going on an adventure. Of course, I was given permission to go out and gain experience. Lena stared intently into his eyes. Sure enough, within just a few seconds, his gaze began to dart away guiltily. You can leave now. I don't want to get involved with you. Elf. Ariana suddenly attacked Lena, grabbing her waist tightly with both hands. No, take me on an adventure instead. Lena quickly pried her hands away. Huh? Are we that close? How did it get submitted? Nora's thoughts drifted over. Sigh, if I could, I wish my master wasn't so charming. No matter where he is, he always manages to attract women. Ariana hugged her even tighter. I won't let go until you agree. I'll keep playing this game. Lena immediately called for backup. As soon as Madina finished speaking, a strong hand yanked Ariana off Lena. Martina picked up Ariana like a chick and placed her behind her. Ariana looked at the two of them with a pitiful expression, pouting her rosy cherry lips. Why do you insist on following me? Well, my sister said the outside world is vast and interesting. I want to go out and see it all, broaden my horizons, and not stay in this wretched forest forever. Eliana muttered softly. So she was a good girl who ran away from home. Lena saw Juni's shadow in her. However, Juni's was simply out of necessity. He was more inclined to be playful. If I take you with me, what can you do for me? At this, Ariana got excited. She sat behind Martina and gently waved her staff. I can enchant your weapons and armor. It's really powerful and useful. Lena's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. Could you give a simple demonstration? Sure. Ariana reached for the greatsword Martina was carrying on her back, but Martina turned around and glared at her. Ariana immediately pulled her hand back like a child who had done something wrong. Martina had previously stated that he did not like elves. Lena told the others that they should rest for a while and continue their journey in the afternoon. He then dismounted and placed Ariana on the ground as well. As the group sat around eating, Lena handed Martina's greatsword to him, saying, "Let me see what you're capable of." Seeing Martina craning her neck to look in their direction, Lena added, "Be careful later. This sword is his lifeblood. If you accidentally break it, he'll be furious." Ariana nodded, then laboriously dragged Martina's great sword to the snow. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together and slowly closed her eyes. Soon, a melodious song came from his mouth, but the great sword in the snow did not change. Junies walked over and asked in a low voice if he was singing. I don't know either. It must be some kind of enchanting ritual for equipment. Dozens of seconds later, under the refraction of sunlight, the smooth blade emitted a holy light. When Lena was fighting the necromancer in the ruins, she had seen a similar glow on the knight's armor, but the glow emanating from the weapons enchanted by Ariana was clearly much more dazzling. Ariana's eyes shone brightly as she confidently said, "All right, go ahead and try it." Lena picked up the sword and swung it forcefully in the air. The weight didn't seem to change much. He then examined the blade closely and finally made a discovery. Because Martina always used this two-handed sword intensely, there were several conspicuous nicks on the sharp blade. However, after Eliana's enchantment, the nicks on the blade actually became slightly smoother. So all you can do is repair our equipment? Lena raised an eyebrow and asked in return. This enchantment was not quite what he had imagined. Ariana put her hands on her hips and said very seriously, "You can try using magic on him and see what happens. Martina, be the target." Martina immediately ran over, took her great sword, and began to swing it. "Just hold it still. I'll try hitting this sword with the water ball tree." "No." Lena raised her staff and fired a water ball. The water ball, which should have been aimed precisely at the target, was deflected by an invisible force and crashed into a pine tree nearby. Reiner had seen this effect on both goblin priests and necromancers. Each time an attack is launched, one of the dominoes on the priest Goring will shatter. The necromancer was too far away to see if there were any triggering conditions. If you enchant your armor, will the wearer become immune to magic damage? Lena's eyes lit up. He saw Ariana's value. Warriors like Martina, though protected by armor and not easily harmed by physical attacks, are easily threatened by magical attacks from monsters. During their escape, the necromancer burned half of Martina's body, which made Lena change her mind. How long does this effect last, and how many magic attacks can it withstand? It depends on when I enchant it. If not attacked by magic, the enchantment will gradually dissipate over 15 days. Ariana's pointed ears twitched, and she said with a hint of smugness, "If you take me with you, you can enjoy free equipment enchanting services. How about it? Are you tempted?" 081, the elf Lolita's mother. In episode 81, Lena watched Martina holding the great sword with obvious affection and, after a moment's thought, said, "Miss Ariana, you're hired." Hired? A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "It meant that I was willing to travel with you, but in exchange, you would have to enchant our equipment in your spare time." Ariana hugged her staff and beamed with joy. I know." Lena looked up and around at the pine trees. "But you have to let your parents know about this first. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble." Eliana pouted again. "I'm not child. I don't want to be mistaken for a child trafficker." Although Ariana was reluctant, seeing Lena's resolute attitude, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. A moment later, Nora's cat ears perked up, and she said, "Master, something is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew, and a white figure appeared in the middle of the snow. Another elf. She wore a thick white robe, and her hair was the same light blue color as Eliana's. Her deep eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts, and she looked like a young girl. Unable to guess her exact age, Ariana ran towards her, threw herself into her arms, and began to act coquettishly. "Mom, I want to go on an adventure with them." He turned around and proudly introduced her to Lena. "Lena, this is my mother. Serena is the most skilled stargazer among them." Lena didn't understand what he meant, but seeing that Serena was also holding a staff, she guessed that the stargazer might be a magician or similar profession among the elves. As soon as Ariana finished speaking, Serena took the initiative to reintroduce herself. "Hello, my name is Serena." "Hello, my name is Lena." Serena didn't seem like the two elves we met yesterday. She seemed quite polite. Serena remained silent, looking down at Ariana in her arms. "Go see the world and broaden your horizons. That's a good thing, but I hope you'll wait a little longer." "No, there aren't many humans left in this world who can speak Elvish. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait." Eliana raised her head and said in a serious tone, her joyful expression like that of a primary school student about to go on a spring outing. After a long silence, Serena slowly spoke. You can go on your adventure after you've learned human language. I can't wait any longer. I want to go out for a walk right now. Selena fell into deep thought again and looked at Lena once more. Mr. Lena, would it be convenient for you to take him on a trip with you? Ah, I can pay you the corresponding compensation. Anna crossed her arms and grinned from ear to ear. That's so convenient. If I want revenge, I'll have him enchant my equipment as a substitute. Okay, then I'll leave Ariana in your care for a while. Go ahead and tell me. She turned and walked into the forest. A gust of wind blew, and her figure disappeared. The teacher said that Lena really wanted to learn this sophisticated way of entering and exiting. Ariana looked up at Lena and smiled, saying, Oh, you're done talking? Take me with you. Lena nodded. Now that all the obstacles have been cleared, there was no reason to refuse him anymore. Having another person would just mean having one more mouth to feed. Well, by the way, you just said your mom is the best stargazer. What is a stargazer? They are warriors who are very skilled at using various kinds of magic. Not only can they enchant equipment like I can, but they can also unleash terrifying long-range attack magic. Are there any other professions? Yes, my dad is a tough guy. He's agile and a resilient warrior. Before I was born, he had single-handedly killed an earth dragon that threatened the forest. Is there anything else? There are also whisperers. Those are very patient individuals. Their weapons are bows and arrows and daggers. They're skilled at reconnaissance and surprise attacks, and some races can even become invisible during the day or at night. Lena thought about the two elves she had seen yesterday. The one with the green hair and the male one should be the whisperer. Are there only 3 types? Yes, roughly these are the 3 types. If you see me accidentally trample on the flowers or grass, will you cause me trouble? I've heard about your situation. Some of the more traditional tribes people do that, and they'll cause you trouble for strange reasons, but young people under 500 years old are usually more open-minded. I would force humans to cherish and protect plants. Oh, then I'm relieved. Lena led him to sit by the fireflies, then took out a piece of black bread and handed it to him. Look, this is what we usually eat. Eliana looked down at the black bread in her hand, then squeezed it hard. Seeing that it was as hard as a rock, she looked up at Lena and asked, Is this edible? His gaze was fixed on Martina, who was wolfing down her food. He tried to imitate her by taking a bite of the edge of the black bread, but his bite force was too weak. After struggling for a long time, he only managed to leave a row of neat teeth marks. Ariana held up the black bread and waved it back and forth in front of Lena. Is this really edible? If you can't chew it, cut it thinner. Lena used a dagger to slice the black bread thinly for him before handing it to him. Eliana frowned after taking only one bite. It's both sour and salty, not tasty. As soon as he finished speaking, the black bread in his hand suddenly disappeared and appeared on Martina's mouth. Although they didn't speak the same language, Martina seemed to realize that Ariana didn't like black bread, so she did her a small favor. So what do you elves usually eat? Wild fruit? Mushroom? Nut? Good fish are eaten in a rather refined way compared to most people in the world. After all, poor peasants usually ate wild vegetables or stewed beans to fill their stomachs, and they might not even be able to afford black bread. Lena took out a piece of white bread, sliced it, and handed it to Ariana. Why don't you try this? This is delicious. Although it's hard, it tastes even better than the black one. The little guy is quite picky about food. Lena continued to slice and feed it to Eliana. Of course, the price difference between these 2 types of bread is 10 times. This small piece can buy 20 pieces of black bread. Eliana shrugged and continued eating her white bread in small bites. While he was eating, Lena began collecting the equipment for Martina and Nora. By the time they finished eating, a small mountain of equipment had appeared in front of them. Lena raised an eyebrow at Ariana, subtly implying that there was no need to say more. You knew. 082 Arrival in the new city. In episode 82, the group has been walking in this forest for 5 days and will soon be able to leave the forest and arrive at Cannon, a border city of Balnet. Lena turned to Junies and asked, What if your brother comes looking for us? If he really comes looking for me, there's nothing I can do. I can't hide from him forever. Let's see if we can talk. I might need you to do me a small favor. Can I help? How can I help? You'll find out then. Just then, An extremely cute whimpering sound came from behind him. Ariana was holding Junie's tightly around the waist, a hint of unease flashing across her face. According to him, this was the first time he had ever left the forest. You might as well just go home now, so you don't end up crying later. Ariana stretched out her staff and gave Lena's bottom a hard shove, puffing out her cheeks as she said, "I'm not a child anymore. I won't cry." The group continued on their journey, and the surrounding trees gradually became sparser. Occasionally, they would encounter hunters hunting nearby who did not seem surprised by the arrival of outsiders. Suddenly, the view opened up, and the group had completely left the forest. What came into view next was a low wall built of rubble. The roads leading into the city were covered with snow on both sides, and the road surface was not paved with gravel. The residents here mostly appear to be wearing rough, thick animal skin clothing, simple shoes woven from grass ropes, and jewelry made of animal bones. As a border city of the kingdom, this place seems even more backward than Melid. In comparison, it's practically like a primitive tribe. Junius seemed surprised by how backward this was. He squinted as he held his staff. Barnet is the third most powerful kingdom on this continent. Have we come to the wrong place? Leonard unfolded the map, compared it with a few landmarks, and then laughed with relief. He figured he hadn't come to the wrong place. Maybe the prosperity of the cities in this kingdom was just too different. Rich places were extremely rich, and poor places were extremely poor. He hoped so. Sitting behind him, Ariana was very excited. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the outside world? How interesting." He struggled to dismount, then trotted to the front of the group, staff in hand, his eyes filled with longing for something new. Lena turned to look at Nora and Martina. "We might be staying here for a while. Do you like it here? I'll be wherever my owner is." Martina was about to speak when he cut her off, and in the end she could only angrily curse. "You cunning Nora! You've already won over all my favors." When the two locked eyes, Lena could almost smell the tension between them. Just as the two were about to continue arguing, Lena decisively rode her horse between them. "Sigh, all right, stop arguing. We've traveled such a long way. Let's find a place to rest later." The two animal-eared girls both exclaimed yes in unison. But soon a new voice drifted over. It was Nora's turn today. She was really lucky. She got all the good things. "I hope to find a place to stay as soon as possible. I haven't taken a bath for several days, and I need to clean myself up." Hearing their thoughts, Lena's lips curled slightly. It seemed she needed to find a place to live as soon as possible. He grabbed Ariana with both hands and put her behind his back. "Come on, let's go into the city and take a look." Lena led the group into Cannon. Since it was winter, there were hardly any people on the streets. Lena wandered around the town for a while, before finally finding a place that looked like a tavern. There were quite a few bearded diners sitting at tables eating stew, and a faint smell of alcohol permeated the air. As the group entered the tavern, their gazes naturally fell upon the women behind Lena. Ariana felt uncomfortable being stared at, so she put on her hood, lowered her head, and followed closely behind Lena. "Rena, where's this place? I hate this tavern, a place for gathering intelligence." If you arrive in an unfamiliar town, the first thing you should do is go to the tavern and ask about the area. The tavern owner was well-informed and had many connections. "I'm thinking of renting a spacious room to rest for a while. I might be staying here temporarily for some time." This sounds really interesting." Lena caught a glimpse of a corner of the tavern where some unusual travelers seemed to have gathered. Seeing the middle-aged man sitting behind the counter with a densely packed notice board, Lena roughly understood. She turned to Junies and said, "That seems to be the local adventurers guild." After observing for a while, Junies nodded in agreement. "Lena, you asked first, I'll go take a look." Lena struck up a conversation with the tavern owner and found out about a 2-story cottage on the outskirts of town with a total of 5 small bedrooms, which perfectly suited their needs. The family of 4 only needs 2 bedrooms, while Junies and Ariana can each have their own room, and the remaining small room next to the backyard can be converted into a bathroom. The purchasing power of Barnet coins seems pretty good. This house is so big, and it only costs 1 coin to rent it for a year. Can I rent it for 6 months first? Lena wasn't sure how long she would stay there. Okay, then half a gold coin it is. Lena took out her money and handed over a gold coin. Are gold coins from other countries acceptable? The tavern owner picked up the gold coin and looked at it. Diester gold coin. The purity of the gold inside is shockingly low. We don't accept it. You can go to the guild next door and exchange it with that old bald man. He's a currency merchant. I also have Barnet gold coins. You can just exchange the rest of the money for silver coins. Lena handed over the gold coin with the image of the ancient tree. It doesn't need to be that complicated. The tavern owner took the gold coin, then used a small frying knife to cut it in two, handing the other half to Lena. Oh, wait, buddy, are you from out of town? Don't be surprised. That's how it is here. Gold and silver coins can be cut up easily, but you can only find copper coins intact. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to simply go with the flow. The tavern owner turned around and rummaged through the pile of junk, then handed over a bunch of rusty iron keys. I'll have the handyman take you there in a bit. Just then, Junies walked over, holding a money bag in his hand, and looked to be in a good mood. 083 settled down here. In episode 83, the group arrives at the house rented by the tavern owner. The house is messy and filled with all sorts of odds and ends, and it looks like it has been uninhabited for quite some time. The animal-eared girls were cleaning up the clutter inside the house. Lena helped while listening to Junies' explanation. I had heard about this method of dividing money before. Some small vendors didn't know how to convert the exchange rates of various currencies, so they simply cut it off in one go. Gradually, this method became popular in places like Barnet. However, each gold coin can only be cut into a maximum of 8 pieces. Any smaller pieces will not be allowed to circulate in the market and must be recast into a single piece by a blacksmith before it can be used again. Junies changed his money bag, which was full of these repeatedly cut pieces of gold and silver coins. Lena sighed. He still preferred intact gold and silver coins. Do you want to share an apartment with us? What kind of shared accommodation? This house is very spacious. Even after it's fully furnished, there's still room left. So why don't you stay with us? That way, you'll only need to pay a small amount of money. Junie stood with his hands on his hips, a cute, mischievous grin on his face. How much? I rented it for 6 months and only received half a gold coin. So how about you pay 1/4? Make a deal? Junies readily agreed and took a small piece of gold from his purse, handing it to Lena. But I have one request. I want to choose my own room. Okay. Junies looked around, his gaze returning to Lena. Where's your room? Yes, go up to the 2nd floor, the first room on the left. Then I'll stay in a room on the 1st floor, the one on the right as you enter. Nan was curious whether there was any special significance to the location of the room, so she couldn't help but ask. Is there any explanation for this? Of course you think so. If I were in the next room to Nora's, wouldn't I hear everything? Not very convenient. Junie suddenly raised an eyebrow, seemingly trying to suppress a laugh. He rarely showed such a frivolous expression, which made Lena a little embarrassed. Nora is all right, but Martina is really like a pig being slaughtered. We'll have to find a way to shut her up from now on. Okay, that's settled then. I'm going to tidy up the room. There aren't any beds yet. Just then, Ariana reached out her little hand and gently tugged at Lena's clothes, muttering softly, "Then where do I live?" "Either is fine. You can choose whichever you prefer." Ariana blinked and walked straight into the kitchen. Maybe it's a difference in customs, but in my hometown, the kitchen is usually not used for cooking. Hey, pick another one. Ariana has now gone into the space next to the kitchen. So, shall I stay here? Sure, you can pack your things yourself. If we still have time, I'll go get another boat. Watching him struggle to push the clutter out, Lena suddenly felt a pang of pity for him, as if he were a stepfather abusing his daughter. Sigh, never mind, I'll help you. Lena quickly moved the clutter from her room to the living room on the 1st floor and then helped her sweep away the dust in the room. Ariana stood obediently to the side, holding her staff, and after the cleaning was finished, she timidly said thank you. Lena looked Ariana up and down and asked with some curiosity, How old are you this year? Why are you so short? 18. Lena closed her eyes slightly and tried to use her appraisal on him. The assessment is complete. The current companion's quality is unknown. Name unknown. Age unknown. Gender unknown. Race unknown. Looking at the series of unknowns, Lena sighed. Sure enough, the system's attribute assessment is completely useless against species other than demi-humans. He had tried to assess Junies before and got a similar result. It seems that he can only use this attribute assessment ability on demi-humans in this lifetime. Is the outside world different from what you imagined? They're quite different. Ariana nodded emphatically, her voice subtly changing. Lena immediately stuck her head over. Are you crying? Did you really cry? I don't have that. Ariana opened her eyes wide, tried her best to prove it to Lena. It's okay. Cry if you want to. I'll just laugh at you a couple of times. I used to cry when I was a kid too. Lena patted him on the shoulder and then walked out of the room. He planned to go upstairs to see how Nora had tidied the room, but as soon as he entered, he saw Nora fiddling with a pile of broken planks, seemingly trying to piece together a bed from the junk. Stop fussing over it. Let's go to the market here and see if they have any wooden beds. If not, I'll just use the grinding method to make a stone bed. For Lena now, it's not difficult to make something square out of rocks. Nora's paused for a moment. Okay, then let's use the time bed. Let's not waste money. The owner seems to be a bit strapped for cash lately, so it's better to save some. The sleeping place will do. He was absolutely right. After giving Junius a sum of money and buying 3 horses, he really didn't have much money left. The person has been delivered, but this damn system is still delaying issuing the reward. Lena reached out and rubbed her cat ears, squinting her eyes as she said, sleeping in bed for too long might cause rheumatism. What is wet? It's all right. The owner can just put out 2 more blankets. Let's make do with this for now, and we'll get a better bed when we have more money. Okay, I'll go pack my luggage first. You can rest for a while, Director. Okay. Just then, the system, which had been feigning death, finally started to move. The mission is to escort Junies to the city of Cannon. The current status has been completed, and a reward has been issued. Lena suddenly had a gold coin in her hand, which she casually put into her money bag. The mission update involves assisting local residents in repelling an attack by a tribe. The mission reward is 20 Barnet gold coins. You got work so quickly? Sure enough, the following missions all revolve around this region, so it's estimated that I won't be back in Melord for a while. Just then, the door was open a crack, and Martina peeked out, peeking at Lena. Is the room all tidied up? Martina shook her head. She slowly walked to Lena's side and called out sweetly, Darling. This sound made Lena's bones melt. I know what you're going to say, but no matter what, you should take a shower first. It's broad daylight, and he can't be so easily tempted. Nora is showering. If I wait until she's finished, I won't have chance. Let's do it tomorrow. Martina's face fell. She pouted and then threatened. Then you're finished tomorrow night. 084, let Nora hunt wolves alone. Episode 84. Master, it's so cold. In the early morning, Nora snuggled in Lena's arms, and Giorgio was unwilling to get out of bed. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Lena hugged her even tighter. Then I'll sleep a little longer and get up when Switting arrives. Although Cannon is less than 300 kilometers from Melod, the temperature there seems to be much lower. Nora shook her head. I think I'll get up. Aren't we supposed to go out and earn money today? I can't hold you back. You're just like Martina. Our goal is to enjoy life while making money. Putting the cart before the horse will only make life exhausting. Lena kissed him. Nora opened her eyes and stared intently at Lena, wondering why her master was being so kind to her. I really can't understand it. You've taken everything of value from me, so you shouldn't treat me as well as you used to. It's very simple. I like cute cat girls and cunning owners. Do you want to warm up? How to keep warm. The following content is for a fee. Please pay to listen. An hour later, Nora came downstairs with a flushed face. Junius, who had already finished breakfast and was studying a water magic book, looked up at Lena and said, You got up so late? I had something urgent to attend to. Junius narrowed his eyes and gave a meaningful smile. Huh? Lena walked to the dining table and found Ariana eating a bowl of dark, curved food with her head down, her face flushed. This is the finished product after the black bread has been overcooked. Daisy had made this breakfast once before, but the taste was really not good, and Lena stopped her in the end. Daisy said in a serious tone, Lena, this elf just spoke to me, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. I saw that she couldn't bite the black bread, so I turned it into mush for her. Take this bowl away and give her white bread from now on. Daisy took the bowl away and brought over the white bread that was on the wooden plate. Ariana looked up at Lena, pouted pitifully, and said, It's my fault. Yeah, I didn't tell them beforehand. I won't do it again. It's so troublesome that I can't communicate with others. They can't understand Elvish. Ariana held the white bread in both hands and put it in her mouth, chewing it with some difficulty. Why don't you teach me Mandarin? I would suggest you learn some human languages, since you like to go on adventures, right? You can prioritize learning Rosno, Diest, and Barnet. These 3 human nations are all quite close to your forest. Which one do you use? Junies and I usually communicate in Diastryan, but I would recommend you learn Barntion now, since I'm temporarily away from Diastryan. Okay, I'll listen to you then. I'll come to your room to study every night from now on. Night? Well, I'm usually very busy at night. I'll teach you when I have some free time. Weren't you always in your room at night? I'm just studying a little before you go to sleep. Liner was sweating profusely. He simply couldn't explain it in detail to an innocent little girl, so he could only casually reply, "Sigh, you'll understand when you grow up. I'll teach you when I have time." Although Ariana was confused, she nodded obediently. After breakfast, Lena led everyone to the local adventurers guild. Junie stood in front of the notice board for a while, then turned to Lana and said, "It seems like there aren't many adventurers taking on quests in this city. Yesterday, it was the same quests, and today it's still the same quests. In winter, people don't want to go out much, and there are hardly any people on the streets, so it's normal that no one is taking on any requests." He glanced back at Nora and saw him rubbing his hands together and breathing on them, so he used a fireball spell to warm his hands. Martina joined in too, saying, "I want one too." She was tall and bundled up in a thick cotton coat, seemingly unfazed by the cold. It was obvious she was deliberately trying to appear delicate, but after all, she was his wife, so he indulged her. "Then you guys take the test together. I'll continue looking at the assignments." After searching for a long time, I accepted a commission to clear out a pack of wolves in a village in the north of the city. The commission reward is 5 Barnet silver coins. Although the money wasn't much, Lena accepted the commission, believing that even a small amount is still something. Upon arriving at the location entrusted to them, the group first tethered their horses in the village, and then entered a grove of trees next to the forest to search for traces of wolves. Can Nora smell odors? Yukaitaru clings to the scent, but I can try. Nora took a deep sniff and then led the way. Soon, the group disappeared into the grove of trees. Eliana gently tugged at Lena's arm. "Come on, where are we going? There have been a lot of wolves in this area recently, and they have killed many people. We need to come here to clear out the wolf pack. Should we kill them? What else? I could drive them away. I've heard that some elves really like small animals, so perhaps he does too. You don't happen to like wolves, do you?" "I don't like wolves. They're extremely cunning and greedy creatures. In comparison, I prefer a road or a horse. I just wanted to say that I might be able to help." How should I put it? "I can ask the fairies to help me find the wolf pack." "Go ahead and say it." He closed his eyes, as if he were praying to something. If the owner doesn't go over soon, the scent they've managed to track will dissipate. Lena patted Eliana on the shoulder and said, "Oh, next time. Let Nora have her turn this time." The group continued deeper into the woods. In front of a patch of grass, Nora suddenly stopped and turned to the others, saying, "You wait here. Let me go by myself." "How many are there?" "There seem to be more than a dozen of them." "Don't worry. I can handle this all by myself." Nora pulled out the mithril dagger from her waist. "Go ahead, but be careful. If you encounter any danger, be sure to call us." Nora has a keen eye, and with the aid of his invisibility, it's easy for him to kill a few people silently, while a pack of wolves is no match for him. Nora nodded and then disappeared into the bushes. Martina was puzzled. What if Nora encountered danger if she was sent alone? Immediately afterwards, Daisy's inner thoughts drifted over. Did he no longer love Nora? Don't worry. Nora is even more amazing than you think. I guarantee she'll be back soon. 085 Orcs will never be slaves. Episode 85, The Group Stands in the Forest. Xiaojing, Nora is amazing. Even if they were incredibly agile, it would be impossible for them to kill so many wolves at once. They should have run away. Martina exclaimed in amazement as she looked at the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground. Nora wiped the blood off the blade and smiled without saying a word. After carefully examining him to make sure he wasn't injured, Daisy hugged Nora tightly. Lena skillfully squatted down and skinned the wolf. As temperatures begin to drop, the demand for fur increases. A dozen or so complete wolf pelts, plus the bounty for the mission, are estimated to yield around 10 silver coins in total. While he was skinning the wolf, Eliana hid to the side with her staff. He seemed unable to bear watching the somewhat cruel scene, but it didn't really matter, as long as he obediently enchanted the weapon. Just then, a cold wind blew over, and Nora's thoughts drifted over, as if something had come. Lena turned to look at her. Nora was closing her eyes and sniffing the surrounding scents. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looked at Lena, and then ran over to take Lena's hand. "Master, come with me. You stay here, I'll be right back." The two men disappeared into the bushes and went into stealth mode. They crouched in place for a while, and soon the grass nearby began to rustle slightly. Two tall men covered in fur emerged from the bushes. At first glance, I thought they were hunters, but upon closer inspection, I realized that their skin was greenish and they had tusks like wild boars on the sides of their mouths. There's no mistake, this is definitely an orc. The system had just assigned a crowdfunding task to find them, and they found them on their own. Lena held Nora's arm tightly, signaling him to wait a little longer. Because Nora makes people invisible, it's difficult for the two of them to see each other clearly. Sometimes they're too close to speak to each other. To facilitate communication, Lena devised a few instructions. When his condition was unclear but he could relax, she would pat his arm. When they encountered danger and were poised to strike, she would hold his arm down. And when they were about to take action, she would poke his arm 3 times. Two orcs walked past them, completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. They are still communicating with orcs. "Are you sure there are wolves here? This is human territory. It's not time to attack yet. We should stay away." "Fools! By the time we arrive, the wolves will have already run away. You're such a coward. I was afraid that if we revealed our whereabouts and humans discovered us early enough to set traps, we'd be in trouble. Stop. There are people ahead." Two orcs crouched down in front of Lena and began to observe her, glancing furtively down the forest path. "There are 4 humans. No, there's 1 human, 2 demi-humans, and 1, an elf." The orc buck looked particularly excited, widening his eyes as he tried to observe more closely. Another, slightly thinner orc asked in confusion, "Where are the elves?" "See that little guy? That's the elf. I remember the sin of elves. Let's go back then. Elves are not to be trifled with." "You useless coward. Go back to drinking your mother's milk." The priest said that even spirits have places they cannot see. "You were scared by just 1 elf? Look at those women with their fair and delicate skin. They make my mouth water." Buck licked his lips, looking exceptionally greedy. Don't say that. I'm just worried. What should we do next?" "I'll do as you say. Once we get close, we'll throw the rope out, grab 2 of them first, and then we'll each kill 1. That tall woman in armor. Let me deal with you and the other little dwarfs. If you dare to let humans escape and cause us to miss our chance in battle, I'll have my father kill you." "Okay, I'm ready." Seeing that no other orcs were following behind, Lena gently poked Nora 3 times, then suddenly appeared behind them. Nora pierced the throat of one of the orcs, who collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Before he could recover, Buck shattered the kneecap of the last orc in that battle. He staggered and fell to the ground, looking at Lena with some fear. "Cunning and despicable humans. I must tell you the truth. When will you attack the town? Tell me, and I'll spare your life." Lena conjured a sharp blade at the tip of her staff. The orc was stunned. He stared blankly at Lena, amazed that a human could speak their language. The fear in his eyes vanished in an instant, and he reached for the short-handled axe at his waist. "Call out." Lena instantly severed his right arm with her blade. The orc fell to the ground, howling in pain, and reached for his waist with his remaining left arm. Lamlin didn't hesitate and dislocated one of his hands. "Kill me. I won't say a word." That's a tough nut to crack, truly admirable. If they were robbers, they probably would have spoken up already. I overheard their conversation and thought this guy would be a coward, but he's not going to back down at all. Lena noticed that the orc seemed to be secretly glancing at the stones on the ground, and realized that he was probably trying to commit suicide. Without hesitation, she cut off his 2 legs and prepared to hand him over to the local soldiers so that they could interrogate him properly. "Come here quickly." Martina took the lead, carrying more than a dozen bloody wolf skins as she ran over. When she saw the orc who had turned into a human stick and was still cursing, she was first startled, then kicked the large green-skinned monster twice. "This isn't called a green-skinned monster. This is called an orc. They're smarter and stronger than Armed Forest. They should be quite difficult to deal with. Junies also squeezed through the bushes and came in. Orcs? Have you ever seen it? I've heard that they live in the coldest, northernmost part of the continent. How come they're here now? I don't know. Let's stop the bleeding first, then take them back to the soldiers here for interrogation. I just heard them say that there seems to be an upcoming attack on Cannon. Junies looked on in astonishment, his eyes widening. Lana, can you still understand orc language? Didn't I tell you this before? Lena poked the crimson dragon's breath into the snowdrift, trying to remove the bloodstains from it. I thought you were just bragging. Oh well, you speak Elvish, so it's normal that you can speak Mandarin. Let's send it back to the city first, and I'll definitely study you properly when I have time. 086, repelling the orc attack. In episode 86, the orcs actually captured an orc. The surviving orc killed that beast. Lena dragged the orc's mangled body back to the city with a rope, attracting the attention of many people on the road. Liner dragged the orc in front of a soldier. It's up to you. They're going to attack this city. Interrogate them as soon as possible to avoid missing the opportunity and causing incalculable losses. The soldier carrying the long-handled axe took the rope, nodded slightly, and expressed his deep gratitude. What is your name? Lena? Adventurers traveling to this city often visit taverns when they have nothing to do, and if they receive any rewards, the tavern owner can transfer them to them. The soldier nodded blankly. I made some money today, and I'm going to exchange it at the Adventurers Guild. On the way, I'll stop by the tavern to see if there's anything good to eat so I could buy some to treat Nora. He really did a great job today and couldn't help but kiss Nora's cheek. Just then, Ariana reached out and tugged at Lena's sleeve, saying seriously, Lena and the others just said they were planning to attack the town. Yeah, what's wrong? We need to be on high alert. If the orcs discover that their companions are missing, they may launch an attack prematurely. It's true, the orcs have been attacking us a lot in recent years, and after suffering heavy losses, they haven't dared to provoke us again. So I know that Nora perked up her ears as soon as Ariana finished speaking. Hearing the stirring bugle call, the group raised their heads in unison. One by one, fiery stones were falling from the sky onto the town. Eliana raised her staff high, and a deep blue defensive barrier rapidly unfolded with a complex magic circle. Boulder after boulder crashed into the town, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. The city walls, built of rubble, were completely vulnerable, and a large breach was smashed open in just a few blows. In an instant, screams filled the air. Ariana's defensive barrier was struck by a boulder, and the burning stone turned into dust the moment it passed through the magic circle, hitting several people in the face. Its barrier only flickered a few times, but did not disappear. Ariana gritted her teeth and persevered. Thankfully, the Sta-Nefesh had stopped. Here they come. The orcs are charging. Let's run. Lena looked at the breach in the city wall, where several orcs had already rushed in, roaring savagely before charging toward the crowd. The next moment, a thick earthen wall rose rapidly from the ground, quickly blocking the gap. It was Lena who made the move, but some short, dwarf orcs riding black wolves still managed to jump onto the city wall. Armed with spears, they moved in large groups, swiftly dispatching the soldiers on the rubble-covered city wall. Bessie, you and Eliana find a safe place to hide and try to avoid fighting. Yes, wait for me, I can help. Elia was dragged away by Daisy before she could finish speaking. Martina, you can look around as much as you like, but be careful not to stray too far from us. Good. He put on his helmet and ran straight out. Soon he spotted a tall and strong orc. He thought they would have a close fight, but Martina just fainted and killed the orc warrior who had shown a weakness. Soon, soldiers wearing chainmail and wielding long-handled axes rushed to the city wall from all directions to provide support, and the situation was quickly brought under control. Junies asked Lena, "What should we do?" They did not appear to be disorganized. In that case, there should be a commander giving orders in this battle. Let's see if we can find Roar and kill him. Lena created stone steps, then climbed the city wall and saw several low-slung construction vehicles driving out of the woods. Junies chanted a spell and fired a fireball at them. Although the orcs pushing the cart were engulfed in flames, the engineering vehicle remained unharmed. Looking at the water droplets in the middle of the wheel tracks, Junies suddenly realized that the construction vehicle had seen water before. In this cold weather, if the wooden wheels were frozen, it would behave itself. It's okay, just keep an eye on the people burning and don't let them push the cart near. Nora tugged at Lena's shoulder and pointed to several flags standing tall deep in the forest. Horns blared, and orcish banners swayed gently. If I'm not mistaken, that should be where their leader is staying. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful fireball spell, Junies beside him cried out in alarm. His right arm had been pierced by an arrow. Lena quickly pressed him down to crouch, then hid behind the city wall and quietly began to build up a fireball. Tree thud. The city gate was being rammed by construction vehicles. The rubble wall beneath their feet was shaking, and stones were constantly rolling down. Lena disregarded the Plant Protection Association's elves, suddenly raised her head, and shot a fireball, larger than half her body, toward the place where the flag was fluttering. As the fireball in view shrank, a few seconds later, a powerful explosion occurred in the forest. He missed a little, but the towering vortex of flames burned the pile of flags to ashes in just 5 seconds. Lena crouched behind the city wall, peeking out with half her head. It was the first time she had directly experienced the power of her current all-out attack. Wow, that's really powerful. The range must be at least 200 meters. Almost an entire forest turned into a sea of fire. If those two elves find out, he'll definitely be in trouble again. Just then, the dull bugle call sounded again, but unlike the previous excited and impassioned sound, this time it seemed somewhat listless. Lena noticed that the orc soldiers were starting to flee in disarray. She threw down her axe and slunk back into the forest. The forest fires were extinguished at that moment, and a layer of dew fell from the sky, completely putting out the fire. Lena noticed that the surrounded orc soldiers almost without hesitation used their axes to slit their own throats, their decisiveness suggesting they felt no fear whatsoever. The soldiers erupted in a roar of fervor and began to embrace each other in celebration. Martina returned to the group, her armor stained with orc blood. These orcs are actually quite clever. Martina raised her head, a hint of smugness in her voice. They're so weak, Deadpool can take them down effortlessly. Lena looked around and saw many corpses of the city's guards lying on the ground. It was simply because he was too strong. It took several human soldiers to attack and kill one orc warrior, but Martina went over and killed them all without even blinking. Just then, Junies, who was standing to the side, suddenly collapsed onto Lena without warning, his face deathly pale. 087 Lord of Cannon. You should be alright in episode 87, right? Lena sat on the ground holding Junius, looking at his pale face with slight worry. The local female doctor in Cannon applied bright green herbs to Junius's injured arm. Orcs will poison their arrows, and if left untreated, the poison will take effect quickly. However, applying herbs and resting for a few days will cure it quickly. Orcs have been attacking our towns for years, and I have plenty of experience treating these kinds of injuries. The medic picked up the wooden crate and walked aside to begin bandaging the wounds of the other soldiers. Seeing this, Lena also joined the healing team. His hydrotherapy was more efficient than the female doctor's treatment, which drew repeated praise from the female doctor. You're really fast. You healed the soldier so quickly, without even needing stitches. Does this city have no magicians? The doctor shook his head and continued to bandage the soldier's wounds. Magicians? There aren't any magicians in our little town. Daisy and Ariana also returned, having disappeared somewhere, covered in dust and dirt. Ariana sat down next to Junies and then lay down on him. Hey, are you alright? It's alright, but I've used up a lot of magic. If I'm still not awake by tonight, don't forget to have Aunt Daisy feed me. Ariana curled up into a ball and then slowly closed her eyes. Martina, you and Daisy should take them back. It's too cold outside. Good. Martina carried one arm in each hand and walked towards home, with Daisy following far behind. Just as Lena was about to continue treating the soldiers' wounds, a group of half-armored cavalrymen carrying giant axes walked from the central street toward the city gate. They were covered in blood, clearly having been in a fight. The leader was a burly man wearing a bearskin coat and sporting a red beard. He wore an iron helmet that looked different from the other soldiers. He and Lena made eye contact, and Lena bowed and greeted him as Sir. This was probably a noble warrior from Barnet. Was it you who caused the explosion over there? Although Lena wanted to correct him, she held back. Yes, I saw a flag waving over there, so I fired a fireball tree at it. Oh, that power is truly astonishing. I think you must have killed the orc chieftain or priest, otherwise they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to retreat. Lena felt it was unlikely. These two units were at least mini-bosses. How could they be killed so easily? Maybe. The burly, rough-looking man sized him up. You must be from out of town, right? I'm an adventurer traveling around. What's your name? Lady Lena, and what about you? Edmund Kemp is the master of this city. You just did us a huge favor. Without you, our losses would have been even greater. Aiden raised his head, and a mounted squire immediately handed Lena a bag of coins. Then the group turned and left. Lena handed the money to Nora, who was standing nearby, and then continued to treat the soldier lying on the ground. Lena didn't finish her work until the afternoon, and she finally had time to open the money bag and take a look inside. It was filled with Barnet gold coins, about 30 in total. Lena's fatigue vanished instantly. The Lord is truly wealthy and powerful. He reached out and put his arm around the waist of the two bee-steered girls. Let's go to the tavern and see if they have anything good to eat. Let's treat ourselves to a nice meal today. Martina said boldly, Honey, I want to eat white bread and have you with me tonight. Although the white bread sold in Cannon was not as delicious as the white bread in Merrill, it was much larger and made with more substantial ingredients, which Martina liked quite a bit. Lena poked Nora's kidney. And you? What do you want to eat? She's always been like this. Even if she wants something, she won't ask unless Lena asks her directly. I like any kind of meat. After buying the food, the three of them returned home carrying a large number of bags. Daisy, who was cleaning, quickly turned around to greet them. Thanks for your hard work. Lena handed over what she was holding. Just then, the door to Juni's room opened. His face was pale, and he still looked very tired. Woke up. Juni's walked unsteadily, leaning against the wall. Yes, but my head is still dizzy, and I feel very uncomfortable. It's good that you're all right. Rest a little longer. The doctor here said the sword is poisoned. You should lie down for a while longer. Martina caught this scene, her eyes showing some concern. Then her inner thoughts drifted over. There's even a cunning and fickle Nora. Useless. Watch me today. He took off his armor, found some clothes, and went into the small cubicle. Never mind. I'll just go back to my room and lie down for a while longer. Go ahead. After Lena saw him off, she went upstairs and closed the door. The system's voice then appeared again. The mission is to assist local residents in repelling an attack by a tribe. The mission reward is 20 Barnet gold coins. The current status has been completed, and the reward has been issued. 20 gold coins appeared out of thin air on the bed. Lena carefully put them all away, gently shook the money bag, and listened to the crisp sound it made. She felt extremely satisfied. With this money, they could have a wonderful winter. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice sounded again. Quest updated. Kill a Tauren chieftain. Reward. A Thunder Magic book from an unknown era. The Bull Demon King activated, and the Thunder Magic book has finally arrived. If you manage to get your hands on this book, you'll be considered a magician who knows a little about every attribute. However, he felt he was still too weak. Tomorrow, after Ariana woke up, he would definitely find this elf to learn magic. As night fell, the door was quietly pushed open. Martina lurked behind the door, peeking at Lena. Come in and go to sleep, it's so cold outside. Martina chuckled and quickly slipped into the room. She was only wearing a linen coat, and her face was red from the cold. It's so cold, and you're wearing so little. What if you get sick? Is this convenient? After fidgeting for a while, he started to act coquettishly towards Lena. Honey, I'm so tired today. Could you give me a shoulder massage? I told you yesterday that I definitely wouldn't let you off easily today. It's still uncertain who will let whom off. No matter how strong this guy is, he's still just a defeated opponent of Lena. Martina's face fell, and she said with a hint of arrogance, You're my man, so you should be better than me, especially since you're not that much better than me. Enough talk. Let's start the one-on-one fight. Lena simply blew out the candle by the bed. 088 pretending to be Juni's husband. In the early morning of episode 88, a room full of people sat at the dining table eating breakfast. Ariana looked at the white bread on the plate, which was as big as her face, took a few bites, and then stopped. He didn't seem to have much of an appetite. After thinking for a moment, he said, Lena, I want to eat those little white breads. These aren't very tasty. This kid is quite picky. This kind of white bread is just a little rough and lacks a bit of milk flavor, but the difference isn't that big. Upon hearing this, Lena promptly took out the jam she had bought yesterday from the kitchen, scooped out a spoonful with a knife, and spread it on the bread. Ariana's eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. You didn't bring out such a good thing sooner? It smells so good. Here, have some more. Eliana took a small bite. The light in her eyes vanished instantly, and she said with a frown, it doesn't smell like it at all. It's so sour. Lena looked at Nora and Martina, who were enjoying their meal, and Junies and Daisy seemed to like it quite a bit as well. I think I saw some honey next to the bakery yesterday. Oh dear. I'll buy some when I have time, or maybe I can go to the local doctor to buy some sugar. That would be such a hassle. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside the door, followed by a knock. Nora's ears perked up, and she tilted her head back to sniff hard before saying, Yes, it's the Knights from last time. They've caught up with us. Junies was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized who Nora was talking about. Should you hide? Oh well, there's no escaping it. You repelled the orc attack yesterday, and now there are probably rumors about you all over the place. After asking around a bit, he found out I was there too. Junie shook his head and then ate the last bite of white bread. Okay then. Lena got up and opened the door. Sure enough, there was Bates standing outside. His plate armor was dirty and covered in mud, indicating that the long journey had taken a toll on him. The two bodyguards behind him, in stark contrast to his calm demeanor, wore expressions of barely concealed anger. One of the guards was covered in mud, and his hair was cut into chunks. Nora previously mentioned that someone was following her, and that person must be him. Lena, you really fooled us. If I hadn't suddenly realized something was wrong, we might have actually run off to the South Asia West Temple. It was because he was too slow to react. Most of the common people had a very positive opinion of Melid. So how could there be such a big difference when y'all came to find him in person? If you think about it carefully, you'll realize something's wrong. Lena took a half step back. It's cold outside. Would you like to come in and sit down? Neoair walked into the house without any ceremony and went straight to Junies, who was sitting at the dining table. Their eyes met. The brother and sister, who had been separated for so long, did not exchange warm greetings as Lena had imagined. Instead, they were both eerily calm. Yul spoke up, saying in a very ordinary tone, Come back with me. Without a second thought, Junie shook his head and refused to reply. If I go back now, I'll never be able to get out again. The family needs you now, so I can't go back. Lena sat back down at the table, eating while observing the expressions on the two men's faces. June's was the same as usual, except that his face was expressionless. Suddenly, he glanced at Lena, and a bad feeling welled up inside him. Junia suddenly took Lena's arm and said to Yul, This is my husband, Lena. He is knowledgeable and exceptionally talented. He will surely become the most famous magician on this continent in the future. Sure enough, but in order to cooperate with Junies, he still gritted his teeth and continued to act, pretending to be very affectionate with Junies and laughing. Two voices reached Lena almost simultaneously. She is indeed the master's woman, but she is different from other humans, so it is still acceptable. What? It's been submitted so quickly? I don't want another one. I don't want to only get my turn once every 3 days. Lena planned to explain to them later. This was just a lizard improvised by Junies. Yul's lips twitched slightly, and he said coldly, So you're starting to learn how to lie? You know I never lie or deceive people. Just then, Junie suddenly kissed him, but in an instant he pulled his body back. Martina lost her grip and dropped the white bread onto the plate. Kiss. Women are no good. They suddenly kissed each other in front of so many people. This time, Yul's eyes widened in surprise. This is no laughing matter. Junies has already acted out the whole thing. Lena couldn't resist playing along, so she said, I wouldn't say something like that carelessly. We love each other very much. Junies nodded. Yul closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he said, Let's change the location. It doesn't matter where we go. Unless I die, I won't go back with you. The toddler's face darkened. He looked out the window and said, You'd rather stay here in this place full of savages than come back with me? Of course, this is much more interesting than a dark and gloomy castle. The two looked at each other without saying a word and stood there in a silent standoff for a while. Finally, Yul suddenly got up and walked straight toward the door. 2 years, at most 2 years. If you still can't make a name for yourself here, then come back with me. 2 years have passed, and we've already had a child. Yell ignored him and left without looking back. Wow, your brother got swayed by you so easily. I knew I shouldn't have tried to stop him. Otherwise, do you think he could just take me back and I can escape halfway there? Then, the dining table fell silent. Nora and Martina ate large mouthfuls of white bread, pretending to be very busy. Lena squinted at Junies and asked in a serious tone, So for now on, you my wife too? Junies laughed and asked in a demi-human language, Where's Mandy? I won't agree. I didn't say anything. It doesn't matter if only Lena likes me, as long as you like each other. I can't beat you, and I accept that I can't beat you. 089 Reiner, who is not human. After Yul left in episode 89, everyone finished breakfast and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lena intended to lie in bed for a while and get up at noon, but Ariana came to Lena's room with her staff in tow. She seemed to have no guard against men, and when she saw Martina lying on the bed, she went straight to sit on Lena's bed. What are you doing? Teach me Balnet. I want to become a great adventurer too. Ariana said seriously, her eyes full of longing. It was clear that she really wanted to go on an adventure. Seeing that he had ruined her plans, Martina reached out and pulled Ariana away, then pinned her down and bullied her mercilessly. That wretched elf, ruining my plans. If you hadn't come, I could have had at least one more meal today. Eliana twitched her pointed ears and said with a grin, Ouch, ouch, it tickles. What are you looking for in me? I don't have white bread. The two couldn't communicate in the same language and were constantly trying to communicate across different channels. After Martina had bullied her enough, she huddled in the corner of the bed, glaring angrily at the two of them. Lana tidied his messy blue hair and said softly, You taught me something this morning, and I'll teach you something this afternoon. Ariana blinked. I'll teach you something? What can I teach? Lena pondered for a moment, recalling the defensive magic that Ariana had cast yesterday. He had personally witnessed the boulder crashing into it and turning into fine sand. It was the magic you used yesterday. Teacher Liana, please teach me. That defensive magic is just too powerful. If he can learn it, perhaps Nora won't need to protect him anymore. Ariana's face flushed slightly, and she shrank back into the corner. Oh, I can't teach you that. Only we elves can learn that. Nonsense. How do you know if you haven't even tried it? What type of magic is that? I think I should be able to learn it. Ariana gently nudged Lena's chest with her staff, then moved back and leaned against Martina. That's light magic. You humans have no way to absorb light elements. So even if you learn the spells, you can't use them. Light magic? That's right. Junies told me that magic only has 5 attributes, right? Ariana held her staff and raised her head with a touch of arrogance. Wrong. To be precise, humans can only learn 5 types of natural magic. Besides fire, water, rock, wind, and lightning, there are also light magic and dark magic, which are good at by elves, and black magic and blood magic, which are good at by beastmen and demons. In addition to these 9 types, there is also spatial magic unique to the ancient dragon race. Humans can only learn 5 basic elemental magics. Other magics are unique to other races. Do you understand? So, does that mean I'm terrible at being born as a human? That's not entirely true. The majority of people on this continent are humans, and strength comes from numbers. Eliana felt something soft pressing down on her. When she turned around, she found 2 lumps of jelly. Mr. Junies' teaching was not comprehensive. It's okay. Lena, you're already amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen a human who speaks so many languages. Lena sighed, thought for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, Why don't you let me give it a try? Are you still not giving up? Of course, I don't want to give up something so amazing. Sai, can you please let me awaken? The concept of awakening only applies to when you humans know nothing about natural magic. Light magic is a racial talent of us elves, and there's really no way you can awaken it. Why not give it a try? It won't take long anyway. Lena grabbed his arm and pleaded with him relentlessly. Eliana sighed deeply, feeling helpless. I really can't do anything with you, so I'll give it a try. He slowly took Na's hand, held it tightly, and began to chant a spell softly. Martina's thoughts also drifted in at the same time. What? You started holding hands? No. Lena turned to look at her, and the moment their eyes met, he pretended to be busy again. Ariana tapped Lena on the head with her staff, telling her to concentrate. Lena closed her eyes, carefully sensing the subtle changes coming from her hands. The magic crystal, located in the center of darkness and stretching as far as the eye can see, has been stained with all sorts of colors after absorbing various elements over this period of time. Just then, the system's voice sounded in his ear, indicating that other elements were being detected to awaken new elemental powers for the host. Just a few seconds later, the magic crystal, which was in complete darkness, was suddenly illuminated by a bright light. Then the light converged into a ball and entered the multicolored magic crystal. Here it comes. Okay, you can open your eyes now. He looked at Lena with a cute expression and patted her head comfortingly. So, you didn't see anything, right? It's okay. You're already pretty good. You should only need to know how to chant the incantation to use it, right? Even so, please tell me, let me give it a try. Okay, you're still not giving up. Fine, I'll tell you the spell, and you can try it yourself. He chanted the incantation softly, and Lana listened attentively, then pondered it on her own. With his exceptional talent, he quickly grasped the knack, and a faint burning sensation came from his palm. Ariana lay in Martina's arms, watching Lena with interest, and muttered, "Oh, Martina is so warm and comfortable. I'll sleep in her arms for a while, and you can scold me in the afternoon. Don't go to sleep yet. See, isn't this right?" Lena chanted a spell, and a magic circle quickly appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, a deep blue defensive formation unfolded, completely enveloping it. Ariana stared wide-eyed, rubbing her eyes several times to make sure she wasn't seeing things, before letting out a surprised exclamation. Is that how you talk?" Eliana remained silent for a long time, just staring blankly. Lena suddenly shivered. She felt as if she were being watched by something. After a while, Eliana finally spoke. "Lena, you're not human, are you?" 090, the Lord's brother. In episode 90, Reiner arrives at an open space outside the city and practices magic with Junies using the spells he has just learned. This magic's defensive effect is simply amazing. Junius's fireballs would explode instantly upon hitting the barrier, leaving Lena, who was hiding behind it, completely unharmed. However, this move is not without its drawbacks, namely that Holland is too fast. After using it only twice, Lena's light element was completely depleted. However, according to Ariana's description, this thing is everywhere during the day, and as long as she absorbs it properly for a while, she will be able to use it again soon. "Martina, if you're a true brother, come and fight me." "Are you sure?" Martina squinted at Lena, looking her over with a hint of reluctance. "Oh well, even though he's always womanizing, it's not worth stabbing him." "Oh well." Lena glanced at Ariana beside her and asked her to confirm. This can block whatever the user wants to block, but its strength depends on the amount of magic power. "But if you get hurt, don't blame me. He's so strong. I can't guarantee anything." Lena hesitated slightly, but then suddenly felt a strange confidence and patted her chest, saying, "Come on, try to cut me. I can withstand it." Martina didn't hesitate any longer and drew her greatsword from her back. She quickly assumed a fighting stance, gripping the sword hilt tightly with her 5 fingers, her arm muscles bulging rapidly, and with a battle roar, the sharp greatsword slashed down fiercely. Lena seemed to see her great-grandmother for a moment, and in a panic, she took a step back. He clearly saw Martina's sword slice through the barrier. Had he not taken a step back, he would have truly murdered his husband. "Maddie, when you idiot don't even know how to withstand this little bit of force." Then Nora angrily ran over and smacked him twice on the head. Martina held her head, looking somewhat innocent. "Did Lena tell me to cut it?" "We never hold back when we spar with others. You idiot." Lena breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Martina is too strong. The greatsword was also enchanted by Ariana, so it can't be treated as a regular target. Just be more careful next time. Lena put her hands on her hips and glanced at Nora. "Hey, why don't you give it a try?" "Yes." Nora pulled out a dagger and first gently stabbed at the barrier. Seeing that she couldn't pierce it with her current strength, she added a little more force. After stabbing several times, Nora began to gather her strength and then suddenly thrust out the dagger. They remained unmoved by the demand for protective shields. "I can't break through it with my current strength." The mithril dagger was exceptionally sharp, and Nora's strength was no different from that of a normal person. Even a punch from him couldn't pierce it, so it could indeed block most physical attacks. Overjoyed, Lena hugged and kissed Nora, then hugged and kissed Martina. Immediately afterward, she instinctively prepared to make a move on Junies, who was standing beside her, but fortunately, he stopped her in time. Junies narrowed his eyes, a meaningful smile on his face, and deliberately spoke in the demi-human language. "Lena, are you still not satisfied?" Upon hearing this, Martina, who was standing to the side, immediately widened her eyes. The thoughts of the two animal-eared girls also came at the same time. I expected it. After all, he's so outstanding, there's nothing I can do about it. He's been seduced by that woman. Oh well, it was just something he said on a whim. Junies chuckled a few times, reached out, and patted Lanlin's shoulder. "I already kissed you this morning, even if it was just on the cheek, but that's enough for now, isn't it?" Lena nodded, then looked at Ariana beside her, who was startled and immediately took a few steps back. "Hey, I don't want to. You guys can kiss." "I don't want to. Who said I was going to kiss you?" "I'm just curious. What have you been so focused on since just now?" "I just think you're not human. Although I know he didn't mean any harm. Why does it sound like he's insulting me?" "You're not human. I'm not even human. I am an elf, and I have never heard of a human being who can use the light magic of us elves. This can no longer be considered rare. If I told my mom or sister, they would definitely be shocked. Then please keep this a secret from me. I don't want too many people to know it." "Okay, Lena. Elf, could you tell me what this light magic is called?" "The Radiant Barrier is probably the defensive magic that we elves use the most. I've known this since I was little." Lena silently memorized the name. Although this magic is quite energy-consuming, it has the advantage of good defensive capabilities. After mastering it in the later stages, it can be cast without chanting, achieving an effect similar to instant casting. As for things like Holland, that's not a problem at all in Lana. All they need to do is absorb more light elements during the day. Just then, Lena caught a glimpse of a pair of warriors who had come out of the farm and were walking towards them. The leader, a red-haired man wearing a horned helmet, was carrying a heavy double-edged axe. He looked rather menacing and walked up to Lena, shouting, "You're Lena, aren't you?" The moment he opened his mouth, a strong smell of onions filled the air. "I am Lena, and who are you?" "Carrying McCampbell. You just met my older brother yesterday, and I witnessed your bravery firsthand." It turns out he was the Lord's younger brother. Lena glanced at the dozen or so warriors following behind him and asked, "What brings you here?" "We've located the Orc tribe. They'll pay for what they did yesterday. I lost dozens of my brothers." Connor pointed to the dozen or so warriors behind her carrying the giant palace and shouted, "These are the strongest warriors in Canon, but even with their support, I still need your help." Yesterday, there were at least 300 orcs in charge of attacking the town, but they only had a dozen or so people. Weren't they just sent to their deaths? "Sigh, sir. We are too few in number, and it's easy for our attempt to steal a chicken to fail. That's why I need your help. You cast a powerful spell on their tribe, and then we'll run away." "Ha ha ha." Lena fell into deep thought. To be honest, she wasn't short of money right now. With nearly 60 gold coins, at the current level of consumption, it would be enough for her family to live on for a year or two without buying equipment. But if she wanted to develop here long-term, she would definitely need the help of these nobles. She would just consider it doing them a favor and expanding her network. 091 attack on the Orc tribe. Why did you bring women and children along in episode 91? We don't need women and children to fight. They should stay in safer places. Kana glanced back at Junies and Ariana, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry, sir. They're all very powerful warriors." Lena turned to look at Ariana, who was as small as a potato, taking tiny steps closely behind her. Her short stature and childish face really made her look like a little kid. Since it was his first time on an adventure, he was happily humming a little tune and would inexplicably hop around a few times while walking. You really couldn't tell that he was 18 years old. He was obviously just a kid. Eliana looked up and met Lena's eyes. "Why are you staring at me?" She said, "You're as short as a potato." Eliana puffed out her cheeks and angrily poked Lena's waist with her staff. "You're the potato. You definitely said that yourself." Hey, he still figured it out. If he were as foolish as Martina, he might have believed it outright. "I suggest you drink more milk." "No, don't drink it. Drinking will make you grow taller and more feminine. So people won't call you a child anymore, really. Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? Starting the day after tomorrow, I will buy you a glass of milk every morning, but in exchange, you need to teach me the magic of the elves. This radiant barrier is incredibly useful. I suspect Ariana might be hiding some even more powerful magic. I must take advantage of her continued interest in the outside world and steal as much as possible from her. Just as Lena was lost in thought, Eliana suddenly stretched out her staff and gently poked his waist twice. Am I lacking in femininity? No doubt about it, not at all. Hee, what kind of femininity does your kid need? Come on. Enraged, Ariana raised her staff to strike him, while Lena quickened her pace slightly to keep up with Kanna. Sir, what are your plans? The plan, of course, is to harass the orc tribes and make them pay for what they did yesterday. More detailed steps? For example, where should we infiltrate from, and where should we retreat from after achieving our objective? What should you do if you encounter other situations along the way? There are no more details. If you're discovered, fight. If you can't win, retreat. Lena turned to look at Junies behind her, and both of them fell silent. Does Lord Aiden know about this? Of course, I told him about it yesterday, and he agreed. Lena fell into deep thought. Sir, could you let me take a look at the map? I'd like to know where the orc tribe is, or can I offer some better suggestions? Of course. Connor handed over a leather map, which Lena unfolded and examined carefully. This map centers on Cannon and marks out all the surrounding environment. The forest south of Cannon, which is Ariana's home, is marked as Elven territory, while the Great Forest to the north is marked as Orc territory. At the same time, the specific coordinates of the tribe were marked with small black dots. Hey, why are there so many Orc tribes in this forest? In recent years, it has become increasingly cold, and the orcs have started migrating south from Beijing. At first, there were only 1 or 2 orc tribes in this forest, but now there are at least a dozen. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. So which tribe should we seek revenge against? Kanna pointed to a black dot near the edge of the forest. This Black Wolf tribe is the ones who attacked our town. They're the largest orc tribe in this forest. Lena scratched her cheek. If an orc tribe could send out about 300 orc warriors in an attack, then the actual population of this orc tribe was probably around 3,000, while they only had about 20 people in total. So, do you have any good suggestions? Lena was somewhat speechless, but she still forced a reply that there was no problem. The difference in numbers was too great, and if they encountered orcs, they would probably have to retreat. If things went wrong, he would take his wives and run away first. Kanna nodded in agreement. They were currently only about 10 kilometers away from the orc tribe, which wasn't far. Lena returned the map. I'll go scout ahead. As soon as Lena opened her mouth, Kanna refused. No need. We have Zhaihao paving the way ahead. All right then. Since reconnaissance isn't a safe job anyway, it's best to avoid it if possible, and have someone else do it for you. The group followed silently behind. Lena addressed them one by one, telling them to be careful and to leave decisively if things went wrong. He nudged Ariana, especially you know. Of course, I'm not stupid. After walking a while longer, Lena saw a male orc corpse lying in the bushes. The wound on his shoulder was quite gruesome, almost as if it had been photoshopped in two, and the blood was still steaming slightly. Without a doubt, it was those scouts who did it. Scouts from other countries prefer lighter weapons like daggers, but the scouts of Barnet do the opposite, seemingly preferring heavy and powerful weapons, running wildly through the woods with double-edged axes on their shoulders. Lena exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." Martina, standing behind him, said dismissively, "What's so special about that? I can do it too. I can achieve the same effect." Lena was slightly taken aback. He had just spoken in Diestein. Could you understand me? I can understand a little bit. After all, we've lived together for so long. Every time I hear you and Johnny chatting away, after a while, I can understand the gist of it. This racehorse girl isn't completely stupid. That's good, keep it up. It would be a good thing to learn a new language. Lena gently pinched her ear and started playing with it. Put on your helmet. You might encounter danger ahead. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man who had been scouting ahead returned, covered in orc blood, and whispered something in Connor's ear. After a brief conversation, he immediately called the others to hide in the bushes on the left side of the path. 092, a successful attack. In episode 92, The group sneaked through the bushes for a long time and then killed many patrolling orc warriors along the way, who simply threw their corpses into the bushes. Lena also noticed that these Barnet warriors seemed to be different from normal people. Their movements were swift and powerful, and each of them seemed to be a warrior capable of standing alone. Upon seeing the patrolling orcs, they showed no fear and, without hesitation, would charge forward with a flying strike, often leaving the orc warriors beheaded before they could even react. Lena admitted that she had underestimated their fighting strength slightly. The soldiers she had seen in the city earlier took several men to kill one orc warrior, but these barbarian warriors in animal skin coats could easily kill a strong orc in a surprise attack. They're amazing, Kana said with great pride. Of course, they're the 15 strongest warriors in canon, so killing these orcs is naturally easy. After walking a while longer, Lana noticed that there were more and more orc warriors patrolling around her and fewer bushes to hide in. All she could see were logs left behind after the trees had been cut down. We've arrived. Connor straightened his horned hat, and his gaze toward the depths of the woods gradually sharpened. Lena followed his gaze and saw groups of orcs patrolling, and occasionally she could see burly female orcs carrying wooden buckets, transporting ice blocks to the tribe bit by bit. Behind them was a group of bunker-like houses, surrounded by Musai's houses. This tribe was quite large, and the wood they needed to build the treasure had led them to cut down almost all the surrounding trees. In the distance, a pair of strong male orcs were chopping down trees with sharp axes. The elves who love plants would probably go crazy if they saw this. Lena glanced back at Ariana, who, as expected, puffed out her cheeks. Building houses and using catapults, what do they think the forest is? Don't be angry. We'll help the tree get revenge later. Kanna lowered her body and glanced outside before saying, there are too many patrolling orcs. We'll probably be exposed soon. Just use your magic once inside and we'll run. Before Kanna could finish speaking, a roar of orcs came from behind her. Clearly, the corpses they had carelessly left on the ground had been discovered by the patrolling orc warriors. The orcs responded immediately, and soon the tribe was in an uproar. The patrolling soldiers nearby rushed toward the source of the sound. As one of the orcs passed by the bushes, he caught a glimpse of Liner and his group hiding there. Although Nora reacted quickly and threw a knife that pierced his throat, the other orcs still noticed the sound of him falling to the ground. All the humans are here. Everyone come and kill them. Don't let them escape. Kanna gripped the twin-headed mansion tightly, and the orcs swarmed towards her from all sides. Damn, it happened even faster than I expected. Lena, hurry up. We'll help you hold off the orcs. The Manchu warriors formed a circle, protecting Lena in the middle. Although their combat strength is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, they would probably have a hard time lasting more than 2 rounds against a large number of orc warriors. Nana raised her staff high, and a golden fireball gradually condensed at its tip. Junis and Martina also joined the battle. As Lena continued to compress her magic into the fireball, Ariana suddenly began chanting while holding her staff. In an instant, the surrounding pine trees seemed to come alive and began to sway incessantly. The bark on their bodies gradually cracked, and finally 2 slender arms grew out from it. Then, the roots transformed into thighs and were pulled out of the ground. With each step the towering tree spirits took, the ground trembled slightly. They paused for a moment, then launched an attack on the surrounding orcs. Their rough, hard arms could easily pierce through the bodies of orc warriors, then lift them up and throw them away. For a time, the pressure on the soldiers was greatly reduced. Kana looked up at the tree spirit and muttered to herself, "What is this thing?" Lena didn't have time to explain in detail. Looking at the fireball at the top of the staff, which had turned purple-blue, she shouted, "My lord, we should retreat." Immediately afterwards, he extended his staff and shot a fireball at the orc tribe. A loud bang was heard, and a heat wave swept in from afar. As everyone watched the swirling vortex of flame wreak havoc in the tribe, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The orcs felt the same way. Although it was winter and cold, they felt warm inside. About a quarter of the treasures had been completely taken away. They had succeeded. Time to retreat. Connor wielded his battle axe, and, with the help of Martina and the Dryad, carved a bloody path through the crowd. Lena looked around, and, seeing that her wife was still there, quickly grabbed them and started running away. Ariana directed the corset to cover their retreat, then grabbed her staff and ran after Lena. She was like a naughty child who had done something wrong, laughing excitedly nonstop. They ran for what seemed like an eternity before finally emerging from the forest teeming with orcs. I was terrified the whole way, afraid that I might accidentally leave any of my wives behind. Junius, clutching his staff and panting, said, "I thought I was going to die, but when I looked around, all I saw were familiar faces. It scared me to death." Nora and Martina, who were used to seeing all sorts of things, didn't even catch their breath. If I had been the one scouting, I would have hidden myself well after killing the orc, and I definitely wouldn't have been discovered so quickly. Even if I'm all alone, I can still break through with Lena. Lena wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She didn't want to take that risk again next time. Ariana stood to the side, her back straight, looking to be in a good mood. So, wasn't my answer incredibly helpful? Aren't these tree spirits incredibly powerful? That's really impressive. Leave it to me when we get back. You should learn the radiant barrier thoroughly first. I saw you fail to cast it several times just now. It was because you weren't familiar with it and the seller was in a hurry to escape, so you couldn't use it for a while. Fortunately, Martina knocked down the approaching orcs with a single stunt. Connor counted the number of people, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. He excitedly hugged Lena and shouted that not a single brother was left behind. This victory was truly unprecedented, even though the situation was so dangerous. Let's go to the tavern and have a good drink. It's on me today. 093 going for drinks with Connor. Episode 93 Roy. We're out of alcohol. Bring us 2 more barrels. Connor, standing on a chair and holding a tombstone, shouted at the tavern owner. The warriors were shouting and laughing in the tavern, sometimes singing in groups, sometimes wrestling, their joyful voices filling the air. The reserved Lena, sandwiched among them, seemed a little out of place, but to avoid spoiling the fun, she would occasionally join in with a few shouts and then raise her glass for a drink. This beer has a strong aroma, a slightly bitter and sweet taste, and occasionally you can taste impurities that resemble sawdust. For Lena, a college student who rarely drinks, the beer wasn't very tasty, and it had an unusually high alcohol content. After a few glasses, she felt dizzy and a bit feverish. This group of people are all drunkards. They drink without any snacks or drinks, and they just force the drinks down their throats. Junie swayed and hooked his arm around Lena's shoulder, then picked up a wine glass and shoved it into his face. "Lena, drink up. Why did you stop?" The beer here is really delicious." He was drunk, and it was obvious that he couldn't hold his liquor. "Drink less. You're already this drunk." Lena snatched his glass and placed it on the table. "This town isn't exactly safe either. They should always be on guard. He and Junies need to have one of them stay alert at all times." "It's okay, I still have you. Martina will carry me back later." Junies picked up his glass and took another big gulp. Lena sighed, ordered several servings of stewed beans, and had Martina and Nora eat them. Martina seems to be very interested in alcohol. "Lana, what is that yellowish liquid? It smells so good. It has a faint scent of wheat. It smells wonderful. Have you ever had beer before?" "No, may I try some?" "Not now, but I can buy a bucket another day and keep it at home so I can drink it when I'm bored." He was afraid Martina might go on a drunken rampage. With his large physique and strength, if he really went berserk, even 7 or 8 people might not be able to hold him down. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to let it go. Lena looked at the well-behaved Nora beside her and said, "If you're interested, you can try a bite." Nora took the glass, took a sip, and then smacked her lips, savoring the taste. Before Lena could even speak, Martina eagerly asked, "How is it?" It has a strange smell that I don't really like, but it does smell quite nice." Nora's answer was very reasonable. Martina became even more anxious when she heard him say that, and was so frightened that she only took a sip of the drink. Martina clung to Lena's arm and started to act coquettishly, her expression like that of a child wanting candy. Unable to refuse him, Lena had no choice but to hand him the wine glass. Martina glanced and sighed, then suddenly grinned mischievously. I'm going to drink it all." Seeing his adorable appearance, Lena could hear his inner thoughts, but she couldn't bear to stop him. She just watched him and smiled silently. Sure enough, Martina poured the wine straight into her mouth as soon as she touched the glass, showing no intention of stopping. After drinking all in one gulp, he let out a satisfied burp, muttering to himself, "So delicious, hee." Lena couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. If there weren't so many people around, he would definitely have hugged Martina and teased her for a while longer. This racehorse girl is so cute. But soon, Martina's face changed color, and her gaze became somewhat unfocused. Needless to say, he was definitely drunk. It's true that it's easy to get drunk the first time you drink, but his alcohol tolerance is really terrible, isn't it? Nora, keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him drink anymore. Yes. Just then, the tavern's waitresses brought over several wooden barrels filled with beer. After prying open the lids, the aroma of beer wafted out. Kana and the others picked up their cups and kept scooping wine into the barrel and drinking it. Martina licked her lips and was about to go up when Nora grabbed her tail. "You're not allowed to drink anymore, you idiot. If you like, I'll buy a barrel of liquor for you to drink tomorrow, but you have to hold back for now. Do you understand the principle that after hardship comes happiness? Be patient." Martina pouted and obediently lay down on the table. Just then, Kana walked over and handed Lena a wine glass. "Keep drinking, don't stop. Our Cannon beer is delicious. People in big cities can't get their hands on it." "Okay, then I'll have another one." Kana and Lena raised their glasses and drank together. The two then strolled around arm in arm, continuing until nightfall before the others gradually left. Junies was completely drunk. He was slumped over the table, fast asleep, occasionally muttering something under his breath. A drunken Kana clung to Lena, refusing to let him leave. "Don't go. I'll take you to a nice place to spend the night. I guarantee you'll like it." Sigh. Okay, I'll go wherever you go." Lena followed her out of the tavern and onto the cold street. Martina, carrying Junies and Nora, followed them out. Kana led the group into the narrow alley, and soon they arrived at a dimly lit back street. Although the street is narrow, it is very lively, with many men and women along the way. At first, he didn't understand where he was until he saw the women on both sides of the road, dressed in thick funeral clothes and heavily made up. He really had every style imaginable. "Our farm girls are all incredibly charming. Pick a few you like, and we'll go in and have some fun together." I don't particularly like this one." Looking at these middle-aged women, Lena had absolutely no appetite. "You're still young. You'll understand when you get to my age." "Well, women are like wine. The older they get, the dumber they become. Go ahead and say it." Kana slipped into one of the small shops, where a burly, rugged-looking woman came to greet her. "I thought the adults had forgotten about me, since they haven't come over for so long." Although this woman was as strong as a tank, she did have a certain allure in her eyes. His gaze quickly fell on Lena, startling everyone. Kana waved her hand dismissively, vaguely saying, "Take good care of it, and I'll give you plenty of money in the morning." Martina and Nora behind them simultaneously thought to themselves, "These kinds of women are not to be touched. Am I not as good as them? Don't you want your master to go in?" Lena turned to look at the two of them, and Nora said in a slightly disappointed tone, "Then Madara and I will go back first. Master, have fun. I never said I wanted to go in. They can't compare to my sweet and soft wife. These round women don't fit her aesthetic. Lord Connor, I'm heading back now. I'll come here with you again next time." "Okay, next time is fine too." Seeing that he had vomited all over the ground, Lena quickly took a few steps back, said a brief goodbye, and left the back street with the others. 094-8 Gentle Trap. Why do you walk so unsteadily in episode 94? Seeing Martina walking ahead unsteadily, Lena supported her shoulder. This guy's alcohol tolerance is really too low. He was like this after just one drink. Lena drank much more than him, but her head only felt slightly dizzy, and she could still walk in a straight line. When the wind blew, I felt like my body was floating. Seeing that he was about to fall, Lena quickly reached out and caught him. "Sigh, never mind, I'll carry Junies. Don't fall. Here you go." Lena took Junies and carried her on her back. Although this guy looks slim, he's actually quite heavy. Although she's never asked his weight, Lena estimated he weighs around 120 pounds based on this cup. Just then, Junies suddenly moved and slowly opened his eyes. "Yes, Lana, it's me." Junies' lips curled up slightly, followed by a very cute, goofy laugh. Haha, what are you laughing at? When Kana asked if we wanted to go to the pub for a drink, you said yes. You were so easygoing. I thought you could hold your liquor. Turns out you passed out after just 2 drinks. What if someone picks you up while you're drunk? Aren't you here? Lena could feel breath coming from the back of her neck. Junies quickly fell asleep again, resting his head on Lena's shoulder and murmuring softly in his sleep. Just then, Nora's thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. They're so close, they're practically glued together. Lena turned her head and met Nora's gaze. You carry Junies. I'm a little tired. Nora helped Martina move aside, keeping a distance from Lena. As long as the owner doesn't carry it, it's bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Nonsense. We're just friends. I bet Martina treated you like a friend before, but things ended up the same way. Nora sighed, seemingly understanding. After all, her master was a capable male, and she knew it all. You're talking nonsense. I didn't say that. Nora slowly approached, then suddenly elbowed him, and whispered, It shouldn't be long before there are more than 2. It's still far from over. You're talking nonsense again. Nora stopped talking, but his worries reached Lena's ears. He seemed somewhat afraid of being abandoned. Don't overthink it. You're my woman, and I'll never abandon you no matter what. I even want to have children with you, and spend my whole life with you. Lena stretched her neck and kissed Nora, who shyly flinched away before nodding gently. As soon as I got home, Ariana ran over and started punching Lena with her soft fists. You actually left me at home. I hate you. I'm never playing with you again. Adults are drinking. What are you doing getting involved? You little kid. I'm not a child. Ariana was furious. She grabbed the staff from the shelf and was about to smash it. If you say I'm just a kid, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that he seemed genuinely angry, Lena quickly shut her mouth, then carried Junies into the room, put him on the bed, took off his shoes, removed his outermost cloak, and finally carefully covered him with a blanket. After doing all this, Reiner was about to leave when he heard Junies mumbling something in a daze. He immediately squatted down by the bed and listened intently. What is Lana muttering to herself? I'm here. Junies, still half asleep, reached out and gently hugged Lena's neck. Don't go, stay with me. His brows furrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked somewhat uncomfortable. Lena held a fireball tree in one hand and a water ball tree in the other. She heated the water and poured it into the tombstone, feeding Junies little by little. If he felt unwell, she would drink some hot water to ease his discomfort. Like a little animal, Junies clung to the tombstone, curled up in Lena's arms, and whimpered every now and then. After a while, he seemed to feel much better and fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. But as soon as Lena turned around, he grabbed her clothes again. What are you doing? Oh dear, it's a man and a woman alone together. You're drunk, and so am I. Aren't you afraid I might do something bad to you? You're my husband. Are you drunk? Lena pried open his eyelids. The guy's eyes were rolling back, and he had clearly lost consciousness. Do you want to stop here? I didn't say anything this morning, but I've actually fallen for you. You have no idea how helpless I felt, all alone in the forest, and that's when you happened to appear. Lanlin, you're such a dense man. How could such a thing happen? Are you confessing your feelings while drunk? Lana poked her cheek. I wasn't planning on telling you this. Junius's voice grew softer and softer until Lena couldn't hear what he was saying at all. He suddenly struggled to sit up, grabbed Lena's shoulders tightly, and then launched a surprise attack, awkwardly kissing her. The smell of alcohol is so strong. Just as Lena was savoring his sweetness, she suddenly heard a strange sound, followed by a nauseating taste in her mouth. Yes, it's like a fountain constantly spraying out 8 treasure porridge. Nora and Martina rushed over and, upon seeing the scene before them, both screamed in unison. Oh, Junies, I hate you. After finishing breakfast, Junies, who was sitting at the table reading a book, said something. Holding his staff, he asked in confusion, What's wrong? Do you remember what happened last night? I don't remember. My head still hurts. I should have known better than to drink so much. Junies rubbed his forehead, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. I only remember that I was drinking, and then I don't remember anything else. Did you throw up? No wonder the blankets on the bed had been changed, and there was a faint sour smell in the room. I'm so sorry to bother you. I hope I didn't throw up on you. I will never forgive you. Just recalling this scene is painful. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where are the dirty clothes? Let me wash it for you. You didn't vomit on my clothes? Where did you vomit? In the mouth? 095 female orc. In episode 95, I have a question. How exactly did I spit into your mouth? Is he drunk and acting crazy? Did they pry your mouth open and spit in? Clearly, this question had been bothering him all morning. It seemed he really couldn't remember anything. What do you think? Lena glanced at the list of tasks on the notice board and replied casually, no longer wanting to recall yesterday's events. Seeing that he didn't answer, Junies then turned his attention to Martina and Nora. Do you know how I spat into his mouth? Nora shook her head, saying she didn't know. We didn't see it with our own eyes. When we came over, you were vomiting nonstop, and there was vomit all over the bed and your body. My mom took you to take a bath. Martina and I cleaned up for you, and then we went to sleep. Thank you so much for your help. I overestimated my alcohol tolerance. I had never drunk this kind of liquor before. At first, it tasted pretty good, so I drank a few more glasses. I didn't expect it to have such a strong after effect. Martina, who had been silent all along, suddenly voiced her opinion. It's so simple, why even guess? It must be a mouse. Lena sneaked some into your mouth, and then suddenly threw up? Huh. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nora elbowed him. Junies' reaction was quite indifferent, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. What they said is true. You wanted to take advantage of me while I was in a daze, so you got spat on. I think you've gone a bit too far astray. So tell me, what exactly happened? Junies nudged Lena's kidney with his staff. Lena whispered in her ear, recounting the whole story in detail. Junies initially had a smile on his face, but his expression became unpredictable, and finally his face turned completely red. So is that clear now? Junies lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly, and finally nudged Lena hard with his staff. You're talking nonsense. Those words must be made up by you. How could you say such shameful things? Look, he's getting anxious again. That's the right reaction. It seems those were truly his innermost thoughts. Despite being spat on, Lena was very pleased with Junies' reaction. Anyway, I don't admit it. I never said such a thing. Junies shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. Although Lena couldn't hear his thoughts, his slightly flushed cheeks betrayed his true feelings. All right. What I just said was all bragging. Let's set off. It's still that little village outside the city. There are slimes nearby that we need to clear out. The reward is 1 silver coin. Let's go. Junies puffed out his cheeks slightly and gave Lena a light kick. When the group arrived outside the city, Junies unleashed all his negative emotions on the slimes, blasting them to pieces with fireballs, leaving no trace of the Pandora's box. Be gentle. Without slimes, you can't exchange the magic box for money. Junies stood with his hands on his hips, looking somewhat sullen. Okay, you wretched Lena. Lena turned to look at the group, her gaze finally settling on Ariana. This guy is sitting on a wooden stake, fishing with his staff in his arms. As soon as Lena approached, he immediately became alert. What are you doing? He had half his face covered by a scarf, his large eyes fixed intently on Lena. I also want to rest for a bit. Could you go over there? Eliana shifted to the side, looking at Lena with considerable wariness. His expression was particularly amusing. Why are you staring at me like that when I don't owe you any money? If you dare to laugh at me for being short, I'll fight you to the death. Lena narrowed her eyes. The desperate potato biting incident. What are you laughing at? You're so annoying. I'm not playing with you anymore. No, I braved the cold to go to the market this morning to buy you fresh milk. I heated it up and added honey to it to give you nutrition. Shouldn't you keep your promise? Eliana gave a soft hum and punched Lena with her soft little fist. Tell me, what do you want to learn? The magic you used yesterday, the magic that turned the surrounding pine trees into tree spirits. Ariana's eyes changed, looking incredibly clear and lovely. Oh, you can't learn that. Ordinary tree spirits don't obey human commands. Really? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Come here, I'll demonstrate for you. Eliana walked up to the pine tree and began chanting a spell. Soon, the pine tree in front of her changed. With a tremor, the dark bark cracked and slender arms grew out. The tree spirit that had taken shape stood motionless in place. Ariana communicated with her in Elvish, extending her hand. I want to stand on it. She knelt on one knee with her waist cinched, placing her arm on the ground. As soon as Ariana stepped on it, she gently lifted her up. Lena imitated her and said in Elvish, I want to stand on it too. In an instant, the air fell silent. The tree spirit remained unmoved and didn't even acknowledge him. Hateful. So even if you learn it, it's useless. You might as well learn something else. You worked hard. Now you can go back to sleep. What else can you teach me? Ariana took small, quick steps to Lena's side. Do you want to learn light therapy? It's far more powerful than your hydrotherapy. Even if it's just a technique, as long as the treatment lasts long enough, it can be restored. Of course, according to the law of conservation, some seemingly powerful magic will also have corresponding weaknesses, such as long charging time or extremely high magic consumption. However, hydrotherapy has limited healing effects on injuries, and Lena urgently needs a more powerful healing spell. I'm really interested, Ms. Ariana. Please teach me. Let's start with that. Before Ariana could finish speaking, Nora's thoughts reached Lena's ears. It looks like something is hiding in the bushes. Wait a minute, something's come up. Lena ran to Nora's side. What's up? Have you discovered something again? 97 orcs were hiding in the bushes, seemingly observing which direction we were coming from. Just as Nora was about to speak, the bushes in the distance shook, and a female orc with delicate features and a human-like appearance emerged from them. Martina pointed her sword at his brow, lowered her body, and prepared to charge forward and strike. He raised his hands high and begged for mercy in broken Barnet. I mean no harm. Please don't attack me. 096, the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational force. In episode 96, when they saw that he could actually use Barnet, it was Reiner and Juni's turn to be surprised. Upon closer examination, orcs don't seem to be a simple-minded species. It's not impossible that they could learn the languages of other races. Nan decided to give him a chance. He patted Martina's hand, signaling him to put down the sword. Speak up. What do you want with us? Lena carefully examined the female orc. She seemed different from other orcs. Her limbs were long and slender, making her look exceptionally beautiful. The 2 lumps of fat on her chest were even more suffocating and even larger than Martina's. He was really hungry. He could tolerate looking at Zongnasees, but why was he even eyeing the orcs? Although this guy was indeed quite handsome. Lana glanced at Martina, and their eyes met. It's not what he thought. As we all know, the larger the mass of a sphere, the stronger its gravity, and it's quite normal for it to attract our gaze. Moreover, Lena only glanced at it a couple of times and didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. Although the slender woman in front of them had a great figure, she was slightly less attractive than Nora and Martina in terms of looks alone. With a perfect score of 100, Nora can get 90, Martina can get 85, but it can only get 80. If you change the skin to white and remove the 2 small fangs that are slightly protruding from the lower jaw, it should be able to improve to 85 points. 5, just as Lena was lost in thought, she slowly spoke. I am a priestess of the Mountain Rock clan. We are enemies of the Black Wolf clan. I saw your heroic performance in the battle yesterday. I hope to cooperate with you to defeat the Flying Wolf soldiers and drive them out of this forest. His Balidi was not fluent at all, and Lena needed a short time to understand him, while Tunis was in even more pain, needing even longer to comprehend his meaning. Are the orcs going to kill each other? I don't know. Let me see first. Seeing that they didn't react, the thin woman in front of them fell into self-doubt. He muttered to himself, don't they understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be the case. Just use Orcish. I can understand it. The orc woman in front of him was startled at first, then her eyes widened. You can speak Orcish? That's right, what's your name? Lake Funeza. I'm a half-orc. My father is an orc, and my mother is a human, so my appearance is different from most orcs, and I can speak human language. It turns out it's a hybrid. No wonder it looks different from those female beastmen. It's clearly more beautiful. My name is Lena. Lena introduced herself, then waved to him and said goodbye. Let your companions come out. Fiona paused for a moment, then said to those behind her, come out, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc warriors emerged one by one from the bushes, carrying short-handled axes and looking quite frightened. A slightly older orc spoke up, saying, Theo, let's go. Humans are treacherous and untrustworthy. Let me handle this. The tribe is at a critical juncture. If we don't seek help, death awaits us. The orcs fell silent. According to Eliana, orcs are mostly hostile to humans and elves, and they will never ask humans for help unless they are in dire straits. Fiona raised her hands and slowly walked towards Lena, finally stopping when they were about 3 meters apart. You just mentioned wanting to cooperate with us. How exactly would you like to cooperate? The Black Wolf clan is the largest clan in this forest. They are brutal and bloodthirsty, posing a great threat to both humans and beasts. I hope we can work together to drive them out of this forest. Besides that, what other benefits are there? If you agree, our mountain clan is willing to live obediently in this forest for the next 20 years and will no longer infringe upon your human territory. Lena looked at him, unsure of how to begin. There are only 5 of them, so they definitely can't be of much help. We need to go find Kana. He's probably lying in some woman's arms right now. Where's your tribe's chief? Perhaps we need to meet in person. Lena glanced at the orcs in front of her and slowly began to speak. Fiona sighed again, seemingly somewhat saddened. A week ago, I was killed in a battle with the Black Wolf clan. Now, I'm the only one left with the most prestige in the tribe. Without the chieftain, this orc tribe is likely to perish soon. Perhaps they will disband on their own and be absorbed by other orc tribes. Lena beckoned to Fiona and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to the person in charge." Fiona had just nodded when an orc dragged him back. Don't believe him. Going to their city is like courting death. Once they leave our protection, these humans might change their minds. They're the most cunning and treacherous of all. There are a total of 7 orcs, 6 of whom are guards. If I wanted to, I could kill you all in less than half a minute. Even if you try to run away, it won't help. We're not here to fight. I'm willing to go with you. Lena took off her black cloak and handed it to him, then covered her face. Most humans are not very friendly to orcs. Good. Fiona obediently put on the black cloak, then turned to the 6 orc guards and said, "You can go back now. I'll be fine." "High Priest, you must come back. You're all we have left." Fiona nodded and followed Lena away from the place. Throughout the journey, Martina and Nora flanked Fiona, seemingly ready to eliminate her at the slightest provocation. Fiona, however, did not seem afraid. "You're very brave. Not only did you dare to try to talk to us, but you also dared to follow us into the city to try. I admire you." Fiona lowered her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "This is my only option. I bear the future of the Mountain Rock clan on my shoulders, and I have to do this. Don't worry, I will do my best to ensure your safety." Junis elbowed Lena and asked in a low voice, "Is he reliable?" "I don't know. Let Lady Kana handle the negotiations. I'll just act as the translator." With the cover of the black cloak and the protection of Lena and the others, Fiona easily blended into the city. Lena found the back street from last night based on her memory. Kana got completely drunk and will most likely spend the night there. Just go find her. Lena asked the plump woman standing on the side of the street. "Lady Kana should still be with you, right? Take me to him. I have the key and the biscuit." 097 cooperation achieved. In episode 97, Lena, along with Fiona, followed the woman to a spacious and luxurious room. She pushed the door open, winked inside, and went in to find Kana lying in the middle of the bed, fast asleep with her arms outstretched. She was holding 2 naked women on each side, and it was clear that she also had 2 steel kidneys. It's almost noon now, and he still hasn't gotten up. He's clearly been working hard all night, fueled by alcohol. Nora and Martina looked at this with disdain. Perhaps hearing someone enter the room, he pulled his hand out, rubbed his sleepy eyes vigorously, then sat up slightly to look at him, and asked indistinctly, "What brings you here? Didn't you say you didn't like the women here?" I really don't know why you like skinny women so much. Women who can have children are the ones who bring you the most joy." Kana kneaded the woman beside her with her rough, large hands. Lena was speechless for a moment. Their aesthetic tastes were too different. She really didn't feel anything for this kind of middle-aged, obese woman. Moreover, Nora wasn't skin and bones. After several months of recuperation, he had gained some body fat. She's slim where she should be slim, and curvy where she should be curvy. That's the perfect look. Lena shook her head and said, "I have something important to tell the adults right now, rather than looking for women." The important thing is that Kana got serious. She forcefully pushed the 2 women on either side of her, signaling them to leave. After they left, he sat up in bed. "Go ahead and say it." Lena reached out and pulled down Fiona's hood, revealing her green skin. Fiona lowered her head slightly and said humbly and politely, "Greetings, sir. I am Fiona, the priestess of the mountain warriors. I have come here with a request. Kanna, who was still half asleep, instantly woke up. Without even putting on his clothes, he went straight to walk his bird, picked up the battle axe placed by the bed, leaned closer to examine Fiona, and then asked Lena, "Did you catch another orc? He can even speak our language?" Fiona took a few steps back in fear, instinctively hiding behind Lena. "We didn't catch him. He came to us willingly, saying he wanted to form an alliance with us. Tell us the details." Reiner repeated Fiona's words to Kanna, who seemed particularly interested in them. While getting dressed, she said, "Mountain Rock Ancestor, I remember that 20 years ago you were the most powerful orc tribe in the north. I didn't expect the royal family to be wiped out so quickly. How many people are left in your tribe now?" A hint of sadness flashed in Fiona's eyes. "They're getting fewer and fewer, which is why we're seeking cooperation. I need to discuss this with my older brother. The Black Wolf soldiers are indeed a major threat, but whether or not to cooperate is not up to me. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Try to contact Lena. If there's a result, I'll go find him." Fiona nodded. "Come to the tavern for drinks again tonight. It's on me." "Going again?" "Sai, no. I really can't drink anymore. You guys can drink. That's all I can handle." "Hey, that's such a waste." Lena told Fiona to pull up her hood and then followed Kanna away. The group eventually parted ways at the street corner. Lena escorted Fiona out of the city. As soon as they reached the grove north of the city, 6 orc guards emerged from the bushes one by one, their gazes towards Lena still filled with vigilance. "You can go back now. Regardless of whether there is any news or not, I will come back in 3 days." Lena slung the staff over her shoulder and then yawned listlessly. Fiona nodded, said a brief farewell, and led the orcs away. Watching his departing figure, Martina murmured to herself, "So it turns out orcs fight amongst themselves. That's really unexpected. This should be normal, right? Different clans have different traditions and beliefs, just like us humans. Wars occasionally break out between different countries, let alone these orcs." Judging from Kanna's reaction, the orcs of the Mountain Rock clan probably haven't attacked humans. If they could cooperate to eliminate the warlike Black Wolf clan, it would be a good thing. Junis nodded in agreement. Why did Lena nudge Eliana next to her? Has this orc soldier ever attacked her elves? Ariana fell into deep thought. After a brief moment of reflection, she shook her head. Well, basically only Black Wolf is left-handed. Apart from his mother, no one else dares to mess with us. Elf. Lena shrugged and continued killing slimes in the vicinity. After completing the quest, she led the group back to the city. 3 days later, there was a knock on Lena's door in the morning. Aiden and Kanna stood at the door on horseback, followed by a pair of Balnet warriors. Before Lena could even greet me, Aiden, expressionless, took the initiative to lead me to the orc. I wanted to talk to him. Although they were brothers, he gave off a completely different vibe from Kanna. His words were concise and powerful, yet always exuded a subtle air of authority. Connor, on the other hand, was much more approachable. It seemed that she could become friends with someone just by having a drink with them. "Sir, please wait a moment." Lana directed everyone in the room to put on their gear, then led the way, and they soon arrived at the meeting place agreed upon with Fiona. As they approached, several orcs, led by Fiona, emerged from the bushes. The warriors of Balnet instinctively raised their axes, and the orc guards also raised their weapons, only putting them down when Fiona stopped them. Aiden also said coldly, "Put down your weapons. Don't move without my order." He and Connor dismounted. Then he turned to look at Lena. "Come with me. Let's go somewhere where no one is around to talk." Lena went with them alone, acting as a translator for Fiona, who wasn't very fluent in Balnet. The conversation lasted about half an hour, and Fiona eventually promised that she would not covet human territory after dealing with the Black Wolf clan, and that she would only agree to form an alliance if they would provide a certain amount of food every month. From the conversation, we learned that they would be ambushed by the tribe inhabited by the Black Wolf clan in 2 days, with the intention of completely annihilating them. A detachment was dispatched to lead a frontal attack, while Fiona's task was to lead the team to ambush them from behind and cut off their escape routes. Aiden turned around and suddenly said, "Come on, we need your help. 098, I can do it." Is episode 98 really just about the few of us? Junis crouched down next to Lena and whispered something. It was the dead of night, and they were hiding in the bushes on the outskirts of the orc tribe under the cover of moonlight. Occasionally, patrolling orc warriors would pass by them, but the surrounding environment was too dark for them to notice anyone hiding in the bushes. They could give it a try. When Aiden launches his attack, the orc chieftain and priest will definitely come out to command the battle. We can hide here and wait for an opportunity to ambush them. If it's melee combat, Martina might actually have a chance to kill them. Aiden assigned them the task of beheading the orc commander during the battle between the two armies. I've been stuck on this quest to kill the Tauren chieftain for ages, and I wonder if the Black Wolf Clan chieftain is really a Tauren? With me here, everything will be fine. It's just a matter of teaching someone. I can kill one in one go. Martina was full of confidence. She held a great sword to her chest and seemed eager to try it out. Lena turned to look at Ariana and said with great concern, "When the fight starts, just keep summoning the waistband to cause trouble. And be careful to protect yourself, because we might not be able to take care of you when the fight begins." Adiana gives the impression of being a clueless child. To be honest, if she hadn't been crying and insisting on coming along, Lena would have preferred to leave her at home. I'm not a child, so don't overestimate me. Lena's gaze couldn't help but drift downwards, flat as a tabletop. They're just kids. Anyway, take care of yourself. While waiting, Lena's hand unconsciously reached for Nora's cattail, playing with it incessantly until Nora's plaintive voice reached him, at which point he withdrew his hand. Yeah, when my tail is being rubbed, I can't concentrate. Master, stop. Let's go back and play some more. After lying in ambush in the bushes for a long time, a noisy sound came from afar. The orc sentinels were howling loudly. Here we go again, you cunning humans. Wake up, everyone. Soon, the orc tribe gradually lit up with firelight. A disheveled orc came running out, carrying an axe. The surrounding darkness was dispelled by the torches, and Lena pressed herself even lower, while Martina lay directly on the ground. Many orcs headed towards Aiden, at least 400 of them. They were truly a nation of warriors. Junis' two heads suddenly opened wide, and then suddenly collapsed. Looters are coming. The raiders he was referring to were orcs riding black wolves. These guys are incredibly fast and always manage to launch surprise attacks. Lena squinted and peered out through the gaps in the leaves. Just then, a raider passed right in front of her. The wolf seemed to have spotted Lena and suddenly stopped in front of the bushes, sniffing around. Meanwhile, the orcs on its body kept urging it on. What was it doing? Now is not the time to dawdle. Hurry up. The black wolf beneath them suddenly bared its teeth, and before they could react, a glint of light flashed from the bushes, and a dagger pierced the throat of the orc-like creature. The blade then flipped and thrust towards the black wolf's head. He had barely let out a wail before he died, before he could even put up a fight. Nora dragged the bodies into the bushes, and Lena skillfully released a stream of water to cover them. The group continued to lie in ambush in the bushes. After a while, a bright green light flashed within the orc tribe. Lena remembered it clearly. It was the light of fell energy. Before long, a dozen orc warriors, glowing green and extremely excited, rushed out of the tribe and ran towards the south of the forest. They must have gone to cause trouble for Aiden. However, Aiden gathered 400 warriors who could participate in the battle for this night raid. Lena had witnessed the superhuman physiques of these guys before, and she didn't think that a dozen or so elite monsters would cause them any harm. It looks like something is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, Lena saw a masked orc, dressed in a black robe and emaciated, stagger out of the tribe. He held a tangible staff in his hand, and his exposed limbs were wrapped in milky white bandages. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a ritual performed for someone. Should I go for it? Martina lay on the ground, peeking out through Yi Feng's eyes. Let's wait a little longer. It's not time yet. Just then, the orc tribe sounded their rousing horns, followed by the thunderous beat of drums. The orc warriors surged out like a tidal wave, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. 4 burly minotaurs emerged from the tribe's gate, raising their horns high and playing them with great effort. A dozen seconds later, a giant minotaur appeared before them, his bright eyes seemingly burning with rage. His upper body muscles bulged, and a seemingly heavy bronze bone hung from his waist. Needless to say, this was definitely his mission objective for this trip. Kill the Minotaur chieftain, and you'll get a lightning magic book. Just as Lena was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a slight stinging pain in her eardrums. Thump, 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 thump. The Minotaur chieftain kept beating the drum, and with each heavy drumstick strike, Raynor's heart would pound. The thoughts of the two beast-eared girls also came at the same time. What kind of weird sound is that? It hurts my ears. Should we fight that guy? They both seemed very frightened. It appeared the drumming had a mental effect. Since Nora obtained the magic eye, his mental attribute has increased from D to B. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure such torment. Junies, Ariana, are you two alright? They are both mages, so their magic resistance should be higher than that of the beast-eared girl. They seemed to have no reaction after hearing the drum beats. The sound of the drums made me a little uneasy, but it had no other effect on me. I was uneasy but had no other effect. As they drew closer, Lena spoke up, saying that most of the orcs were on the front lines, and Martina and I would deal with the Tauren chieftain later. Nora, find a way to kill the orc priest. Junies and Eliana, you two can help out when the opportunity arises. If possible, help me hold off those 4 horn-blowing minotaurs. If Martina, Nora, and I finish our tasks, we'll come and help you as soon as possible. Okay. Lena glanced down at Martina, who was sweating profusely and seemed somewhat afraid of the Minotaur chieftain. Lena, as if coaxing a child, began to encourage him. Madina, you are the best warrior among us. The mere Tauren chieftain is nothing but an ant in your hands. You can definitely kill him. Even if you can't beat him, it doesn't matter. I'll always be behind you. The encouragement worked, and Martina's resolve grew stronger. She gritted her teeth and said, I can do it. 099 Eliminate the Tauren chieftain. In episode 99, Martina charged forward with her shield raised, knocking 2 minotaurs to the ground. He unleashed a battle cry and swung his great sword at the Tauren chieftain, but the chieftain nimbly dodged it. At the same time, the heavy iron hammer transformed into a powerful weapon, easily knocking Martina back from the digital realm with a single strike. Despite its enormous size, this creature is remarkably agile. Lena realized she had underestimated his strength and was careful not to give him an opening. Lena unleashed a fireball to try and suppress him, but the uncharged fireball was utterly insignificant to him, barely producing any smoke when it hit him. The chieftain extinguished the flames on his shoulder and mocked in Orcish, Is that all you've got? Martina roared as she charged forward. Although her attacks were swift and powerful, her speed was always a bit lacking, and the Minotaur chieftain was always able to easily parry them. He's strong, but still a bit weaker than me. The Minotaur chieftain raised his hammer and made a slight feint. Martina, nervous, gave herself away and was kicked away, rolling several times on the ground until she crashed into a pine tree and came to a steady stop. The Tauren chieftain wanted to attack again, but was briefly suppressed by the water sprite's shot by Junius. Annoying flies. He bent down, grabbed a clump of mud, and threw it precisely at Junius's face, interrupting his corpse magic. The surrounding pine trees came to life, and they moved their heavy bodies to attack the other 4 bull-headed guards who were carrying horns. Although the tree spirit was strong enough to overwhelm ordinary orc warriors, it was still slightly outmatched by this strong and powerful Minotaur warrior, and was knocked to the ground in 2 rounds. Fortunately, they were located in a forest, and Eliana was able to continuously awaken the tree spirits. I will help you with the ritual and begin chanting the incantation. A dazzling fireball formed at the tip of the staff. Just as he pointed the staff at Elia, a mithril dagger pierced his chest, and the fireball vanished in an instant. When the priest's eyes turned green, it seemed he still had a backup plan. Nora gave him no chance, stabbing him twice in the heart and once in the head. Even so, the priest did not die. His fallen body rose again in an extremely bizarre posture, only to be stabbed several times by Nora and die completely. Seeing that they were still in the lead for the time being, Lena focused all her attention on the Minotaur chieftain. Martina ran back, but she was on the defensive and her movements were much slower, perhaps because she had been injured in the previous attack. While Martina was engaged in combat with him, Lena continued to draw her blade and shot it at the chief. The blade, which would normally cut tree branches in 2, left only a wound on her leg that revealed the bone. The Minotaur chieftain staggered back a few steps, and a wound on his leg began to heal gradually. Great opportunity. Martina pressed her advantage and charged forward. Little did they know that this was a flaw deliberately revealed by the chief. Just as he lifted the ship, his right hand, which was holding the sword, was struck by an iron hammer. Martina stepped back to Lena's side, gently shaking her injured right hand, and switched to holding the sword in her left hand. I can't beat him. The Tauren chieftain's strength and speed are clearly far superior to his. Please help me buy some time. Lena changed tactics and began attacking the chief with water balloons, but the water balloons felt like tickles to his thick-skinned body. Junis understood Reiner's intention, and he temporarily abandoned the 1,000 Minotaurs and used the water ball spell. Concentrate fire. Tauren chieftain. Little Creek, Iriana shouted. Lena turned around and saw a Minotaur charging towards him. He raised his foot high and strained his arm muscles, but Lena blocked the heavy blow with her radiant barrier. These past few days, Lena has been busy at all. Whenever he has free time, he practices the radiant barrier taught by Eliana to speed up his release. As a result, it has come in handy so quickly. Taking advantage of the Minotaur's retreat, Lena briefly gathered her strength and used her blade to slice off his head. When she looked back at Martina, she found that the Minotaur chieftain had grabbed her arm, spun her around a few times, and thrown her into the depths of the forest. After a while, a pine tree in the distance fell down. Chief Madida the Minotaur set his sights on Lena. Take care of yourself first. The human system's voice also sounded a warning in my ear. You are being watched by the Tauren chieftain. The Minotaur chieftain, his legs bulging with veins, charged towards Liner like a flying arrow. At the critical moment, Lena used Earthquake Tree in his path of charge, instantly turning the waterlogged mud into a swamp, and the menacing Tauren chieftain was instantly trapped in it. The more he struggled, the deeper he seemed to sink. Realizing the situation had reversed, the Tauren chieftain hysterically roared that the despicable humans would resort to underhanded tactics. You're being long-winded. Lena let out a long sigh of relief, her heart still pounding. Seeing Nora approach, Lena glanced back and saw that the orc priest was dead, his head cut off, and the remaining 3 wounded Minotaurs were also lying on the ground. The battle should be over, but the Tauren chieftain, stuck in the quagmire, is still struggling and seems to have found a way to get out of the mire. Seeing this, Lena added water to the swamp while using Earthquake Tree, and the Tauren chieftain was eventually swallowed up by the mud. That's it. What a troublesome guy. Martina limped over, carrying her greatsword and looking around. When she couldn't find the Minotaur chieftain, she asked in exasperation, "Where's that bull?" Lena pointed to the swamp in front of her and buried her alive. Martina pouted, plopped down on the ground, and began to rest. Junis, Eliana, how are you two doing? Well, it's all right. Junis is washing the mud off his face. Me too. Ariana walked over, carrying her staff. Lena turned to look at the orc tribe in front of her, where a group of orcs with tan strips of cloth tied around their arms had already rushed in. They are orcs, the mountain warriors, and this area will soon become their territory. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Lena, you've already killed their chief. It was Kanna, followed by several warriors, all covered in orc blood, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. Well, it took a lot of effort. He's quite impressive. It's the first time he's seen Martina fall to the bottom in close combat. Haha, you still managed to take care of it. I've always believed in your abilities. Kanna nodded and burst into laughter. How are things over there? The casualties weren't too high, thanks to you holding off their chief. Without a commander, the orcs picked up their weapons without any strategy, relying solely on brute force to charge forward, and soon began to rout. The Black Wolf clan is now finished. All the men have died on the battlefield, leaving only a group of women and children in the tribe. I'll leave the rest to my older brother. Let's go have a drink. Just then, Martina's thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. I'm so weak, I can't even beat this guy. I have to find a way to become stronger. Lena turned to look at Martina, who was deep in thought. 100 Magic Tailor-Made for Martina. In episode 100, Lana opened her eyes only to find that the person lying next to her had changed. He clearly remembered that it was already late at night when he came back from drinking last night, and the person who should have been resting with him was Martina, but now the woman sleeping next to him was Nora. Oh well, it's all the same anyway. The kitten opened its big eyes and carefully observed Lena's face. Its inner thoughts slowly came to mind. My master is so handsome. The more I look at him, the more I like him. I want to bite him. Seeing Lena open her eyes, he closed his own and kissed her. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Good morning, Master. I'm feeling a little dizzy. What are you doing in the room? I was planning to wake you up, but you suddenly hugged me, so I slept in the blankets for a while too. Lena reached out and rubbed her lower abdomen. It's been 4 months since we bought Nora. Now she has a thin layer of fat on her stomach and is no longer skin and bones. I've gained weight. Nora was slightly taken aback, then said shyly that she had been eating too well and had never gone hungry since following her master, so she naturally gained weight. If my owner doesn't like it, I'll eat less from now on and lose weight again. No need, just stay healthy. It's more comfortable to hug someone if they're a little chubby. You can decide for yourself about this. No matter what, I love you. Nora responded softly, her face turning red again. Even though they've been together for so long, he still blushes with shyness whenever he says something slightly mushy. So cute. Where's Martina? Nora reached out to help Lena fix her hair, her tone very gentle. She got up earlier than me and seems a little unhappy. Master, would you like to go and see her? She's probably unhappy because she didn't win the fight against the Tauren chieftain last night, so she's upset about it. Last night, when I went to the bar with Connor to celebrate, he was sullen and unmoved even when his favorite beer was placed in front of him. I'll get up and go take a look. Lena got dressed, got up, and went outside, where she found Martina doing push-ups on the ground, while the petite Eliana sat on her to add weight. His right hand was still wrapped in bandages. What are you doing? Your hand is injured, and instead of resting properly, you're messing around with it. Martina looked directly at Lena and said very seriously that it didn't hurt as much anymore, so don't worry about me. No way, you're my woman. If I don't worry about you, who will? Lena wiped the sweat from her forehead, took her hand, and led her to the dining table. What wronged you? Tell me so I can be happy. He said he hadn't been wronged, but his true feelings honestly reached Lena's ears. I'm still too weak. Lena is so much better than me. I don't want to hold him back. Sure enough, it's the same old story. The Tauren chieftain stats are off the charts. If you could see his stats, this guy would probably have S-rank strength and stamina and A-rank agility. Martina is no match for him. Take a good rest these next few days, and I'll teach you something amazing later. Something powerful? A glimmer of hope flashed in Martina's eyes. Lena nodded. He figured the Minotaur chieftain was dead, and the rewards should be distributed by now. He would learn some powerful techniques from the Thunder Magic book and then pass them on to Martina. After all, would she be happy as long as she could improve her strength? After finishing breakfast, Lena returned to her room alone. She sat on the bed and coughed twice, frantically hinting to the system. You know what I mean? The task is done. Shouldn't we arrange some rewards? Soon, the system's voice rang in my ears. Mission accomplished. Slay a Tauren chieftain. Mission complete. Rewards have been issued. A brand new, dark purple book appeared on the bedside table. Lena picked it up and eagerly began to read it. This book is written in Dais script and does not appear to be particularly old. Note that this spellbook was written 5,000 years ago by an elven stargazer skilled in lightning magic. The original text was in Elvish, but for easier reading, this system has translated it into Dais for you. Snow, can I translate? Whether it's Elvish or not is irrelevant to me. You speak Elvish, but what about Macti? He wouldn't. Oh, I see. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. But Martina doesn't speak Dais Stellar either. This sentence completely shut down the system, and a lightning magic book in his hand disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, the text on it had changed to demi-human language. Lana's lips curled up slightly. Then she shook her head. Hee, is it possible that although he can speak demi-human language, he is illiterate? The system has silenced me again. Fine, I'll use demi-human language then. Thank you. He turned to the first page and began reading the table of contents, skimming through the magic spells before selecting a few that sounded incredibly powerful to study in detail. Soon, he found a lightning magic he liked. The lightning forging technique can draw lightning to the caster, strengthening their body and granting them superhuman strength, endurance, and speed. This magic can not only greatly increase physical strength, but also enhance the caster's resistance to physical and magical attacks. Furthermore, once this magic is cast, it lasts until the magic power is exhausted, without the need for additional casting in between. For Martina, This magic was practically tailor-made for her, because when he fights, all he knows is how to chop people down, and he completely forgets about magic. He learned how to use a blade, but he was never seen using it in actual combat. Lena carefully flipped through the pages and saw, in large, eye-catching words on the last line. While the lightning armor technique can strengthen the body, overuse can damage the caster's body, and the duration of its use must be strictly controlled. There are even side effects. Lena silently closed the book, suddenly feeling that this spell wasn't so suitable for Martina anymore. This guy gets easily angered, and if he gets carried away, he will never control the timing of his spells. But if he uses this move as his trump card, it might be worth a try. Before giving it to Martina, he had to learn the magic himself, and then try it out for her. He would only give it to Martina if the side effects were within his acceptable range. Lena opened the book again and began to read it carefully with her eyes wide open. 101. The Studious Martina. Episode 101. Lena, my hand is healed. You said you would teach me something amazing, so teach me now. Martina came looking for her excitedly. For the past 2 days, Lena has been studying magic in her room. She has already mastered the basics of lightning armor and has even completed the most basic experiments. He used it continuously for 3 hours and felt as if every inch of his skin was being pricked by needles with unbearable stinging pain. The longer it is used, the more serious the damage to the body becomes. He couldn't give the magic to Martina completely. After racking his brains for several hours, he came up with a censored version of the Lightning Nail book. Although the physical benefits are not half of the original, it is safer. At least after using the castrated version of the lightning injection, he did not feel any physical pain. Of course, I keep my promise. Hurry up and put on your gear. Once we're out of the city, I'll give you a quick demonstration. It's red. Martina was as happy as a child, cheering as she ran out of the room. Half an hour later, Lena led the group to a snowy area outside the city. Martina, carrying her greatsword, looked at him expectantly. Lena chanted a spell briefly, then gently turned her fingers. A thunderous sound rang in her ears, and her body was enveloped in purple. She could clearly feel the electricity coursing between her body and her armor. The 2 beast maidens instinctively stepped back, exclaiming in amazement and clapping for Lena. Martina's eyes lit up completely. She looked quite impressive. This is merely a stripped-down version. It only enhances the physical body and has no defensive capabilities. Originally, they would completely envelop their bodies in lightning, forming a lightning armor that could block attacks. But that wasn't all. Lena's slightly arched her body, suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, and then slammed her staff into the pine tree, smashing part of the trunk to pieces. If Lena hadn't used lightning armor, she could have only chipped off a piece of bark at most. Junius narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in amazement, "What incredible magic! It can increase speed so significantly." This magic not only increases speed, but also strength and stamina. And it can be used up in one cast until the lightning element is exhausted. I feel it's especially suitable for Martina. Before he could finish speaking, Martina ran over excitedly and shook Lena's shoulders vigorously. "Darling, I like this. I want to learn it. Teach me." Seeing his impatient look, Lena felt secretly pleased. He deliberately kept her in suspense and hummed, "Give me a kiss." Martina kissed her without thinking, and then licked Lena's lips. "Hey, you're drooling all over your face. Can you call me now?" However, this magic is a bit difficult to learn. Before you can learn it, you need to master 2 other types of magic. First, there's the simplest lightning strike spell, and then the slightly more complex incantation lightning spell. After learning these 2 spells, first use the lightning sequence spell, then use the lightning strike spell on yourself. The lightning will be stored in the caster's body in a special form, continuously stimulating the muscles and thus providing a strengthening effect. Actually, if you add a thunder tree, you can release the complete thunder armor, but the final step of discharging electricity will cause harm to the user's body. In short, the principle of this spell is to first use a lightning charge spell to turn the caster into a power bank, and then use a lightning strike spell to quickly recharge them. At this point, the leaked current can also be used to slightly enhance the body. The lightning technique, on the other hand, releases all the lightning within the body in a short period of time, thereby gaining a greater boost, but this discharge will shorten the lifespan of the power bank. Martina's mouth opened slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of wisdom, and then she nodded as if she understood. Do you understand? But it seems really impressive. Lena remained silent, figuring that teaching him the spell would suffice. Come over and memorize the spells. First learn the lightning strike spell, then learn the sequence lightning spell. When you need to use them, just reverse the order of these two spells. Good. Martina blinked hard. Lena told Martina the spell and let her figure it out herself. After a while, she asked again, "What's the name of this magic?" "Yes, it's called the lightning armor infusion technique. Full version." "What? Is there an incomplete version?" Martina blinked her big eyes hard. Her innocent look was truly endearing. Lena kissed him and continued to tease him. "Of course, I won't teach you anything incomplete or ineffective." "Okay, then I'll keep exploring." Martina tilted her head back and chanted incantations over the pine tree in front of her, while Lena sat down to rest with Ariana. She had been working on this magic for the past 2 days and had hardly rested at all. Now that she was relaxing, she felt sleepy. "Come on, don't always lean on me. You're so heavy. Don't be so stingy. I've been so busy lately, but I still insist on buying you milk every day. And you haven't even taught me how to chat yet. There's nothing else going on now, so I can teach you." "No, I'm so sleepy right now. I want to rest for a while. Let me lean on you." "No way." Lena suddenly felt a chill. He subconsciously looked at Nora, who was playing by herself and squatting in front of the snow, drawing with a twig. Lena looked around and was startled by Junie's behind her. "Oh my gosh, when did you get to my side?" Junie smiled without saying a word and sat down next to the two of them, instantly filling the already small tree stump. "What are you doing? Your smile is creepy." Junius patted Lena on the shoulder and teased. "You're such a womanizer. Are you planning to make a move on the elf?" "No, I wouldn't lay a hand on a child, would I? That's hard to say, and besides, isn't the little elf already an adult? Are you questioning my taste?" As soon as Lena finished speaking, the bushes in front of them trembled, and a green-skinned orc emerged from them. The group of people raised their weapons simultaneously. The orc was so frightened that he hid back, shouting in broken Belnet language, Okay, the orcs have come to pay tribute." Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the bushes. It was Fiona. She said softly, "Lady Lena, we're not here to fight. After forming an alliance, we will have to offer food to Lord Aiden every now and then. So please let us pass." Several orcs carrying wooden crates emerged from the bushes, waiting for Martina to make way for them. Lena stepped forward and pulled the racehorse girl aside, watching the beastmen carry food back and forth. 102 Conversation with Fiona. Episode 102. "Lord Reiner, I happen to need to speak with you. Could you come with me for a moment?" Fiona said respectfully. Lena nodded, greeted Nora and the others, and followed them. After walking a short distance, Fiona suddenly stopped and bowed to Lena. "Lady Lena, please allow me to thank you." "Why are you thanking me? I only took 1 round of tests. You're being too modest." The chieftain of the Black Wolf clan was very powerful. He killed many of his fellow members of the Mountain Rock clan. If you hadn't intervened and eliminated him, we would probably have faced an even more troublesome enemy. Lena remained silent, carefully observing Fiona's expression, unsure of what she was up to. When communicating with Nora Martina, he relied too much on overhearing her thoughts, to the point that whenever he saw Fiona, he would always try to eavesdrop on her thoughts as well. "You contacted me. Surely it wasn't just to say thank you, right?" Fiona nodded emphatically, and after hesitating several times, she said, "I would like to ask you for your help." "Yes, you're the most powerful human I have ever seen, and I hope to get your help. I want to unify the orc tribes in this forest. Now that we have absorbed members of the Black Wolf clan, our clan is stronger than ever before. I want to strike while the iron is hot and absorb the other clans one by one." Lena raised her head, signaling him to continue, saying that several of the chieftains of the soldiers were an obstacle to our progress, and that we needed to eliminate them so that the tribe could develop further. So they were hired to do the dirty work. With Nora's invisibility ability, assassinating an unsuspecting orc chieftain would not be difficult. Although Fiona's clan and Aiden are currently allied, they might break the alliance at any time, and helping him could potentially backfire. Although Lena didn't say a word, Fiona seemed to see through her thoughts, so she said softly, "Don't worry, at least for the next 40 years, We will not invade human territory. Lady Lena doesn't need to worry about becoming an accomplice of humans. I believe that peaceful development and trade among all races is the general trend, and it is in the common interest of both orcs and humans. If, unfortunately, a conflict arises with a foreign tribe, even if I have the advantage in strength, I would prefer to resolve the issue through peaceful, cooperative, and negotiated means. War is always the least efficient means of achieving a goal. No one is willing to shed blood and sacrifice. Words alone are not enough. I can't just believe your one-sided story, can I? How can I make you believe me, the human being? You've probably heard of a master-servant contract magic, or at least have a basic understanding of it. If a contract is signed, not only will the person's life be controlled, but they will also be unable to defy the caster's will. We've only met a handful of times. If you want me to trust you, you'll need to use magic of at least this level. Well, of course I won't restrict your freedom, but your behavior will need to be monitored by me. Although there's a risk that this will be manipulated by me, I will also help them from the beginning to the end. Want to gamble on the cost? The man lowered his head, struggled internally for a long time, and slowly said, "For the future of the tribe, I am willing to believe you, but to make sure you are not deceiving me, you need to do me a few favors first." Of course, no problem. So you really intend to hire me to assassinate them? If negotiations break down and no consensus can be reached, then this is the only option. The increasingly harsh living environment for us orcs in recent years is inextricably linked to those stubborn, conservative, and warlike chieftains who have passed away. Of course, Lady Lena, if you help me, I will not only sign a contract with you, but also give you corresponding rewards. As for payment, I heard that you teach people to be skilled in black magic and blood magic. Can you teach me those things? Ever since witnessing Ariana's magic, she has developed a strong interest in the magic of other races. Lady Lena, you are human. Even if you know the spell, you cannot use dark magic. Don't worry about that. I have a way. I'll just follow the example and have Fiona help him with his initial enlightenment. The system will definitely unlock a new magic for him. Alright, if Lady Lena can learn dark magic, it would be a miracle in a way, and I would be happy to be a witness to that miracle. After saying that, Fiona burst into laughter. She didn't take Lena's words seriously at all. I'm not joking. Want to bet that I can learn dark magic? I don't think I'll lose, since there's never been a precedent for this before. As a priest, I have basic knowledge of magic. So confident, huh? What if I actually learn it? Fiona shrugged dismissively. Then do as you please. Upon hearing these words, Lena looked her up and down. Honestly, this guy has a great physique. After thinking for a moment, Lena asked, "Do you have a man?" These words seemed to touch a raw nerve with Fiona. Her expression darkened slightly, and she shook her head with a wry smile. "I'm ugly. No male would be interested in me, and procreation is none of my business. I have an even more important mission, to think about the future of our gentry. What's wrong with it? Among orcs, your appearance is unique. They just don't know how to appreciate it. It's true, I've heard that humans don't like slender women either, but although my tribe members respect me, that's about it. Slim? Its fine branches and abundant fruit are of the highest quality. However, due to different aesthetic standards, her figure might not be considered popular here. Take Connor as an example. She likes women who are broad-shouldered and have a thick waist. If Fiona could remove the small fangs on either side of her mouth and turn her skin white, she would definitely be a beautiful woman. Lena said sincerely, "You're quite feminine." Hey, this is the first time in my life I've been praised like this. Lena, you don't need to say something so insincere just to save my dignity. I'm just telling the truth. Perhaps sensing that their conversation had veered off course, Fiona scratched her head and stopped revealing her true feelings. He turned to look away, seeing the orcish caravan carrying the tribute getting further and further away. He quickened his pace to catch up. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll come see you again in the next few days. Goodbye. Lena waved goodbye to him. After Fiona walked away, the bushes next to her suddenly stirred. Nora poked her head out with 2 golden leaves stuck in her hair. "How'd you get here?" "I need to ensure my owner's safety." He said that, but he didn't really mean it. The master can eat anything. Even a saint would be interested. However, that female orc was indeed quite beautiful. Junies, Ariana, and the female orc Nana knocked the leaves off his head and then vigorously rubbed his cat ears. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Nora suddenly opened her mouth and bit Lena's hand hard, then ran away in a flash. 103 Martina, almost blurry. Why hasn't Madina come to eat yet in episode 103? Normally, she would be the first to sit at the table whenever it was time to eat, but now even white bread couldn't tempt her. Nora picked up a chicken leg and put it in her mouth. This guy's been studying the lightning armor technique for several days now. During this time, he hasn't been eating or sleeping well, and he hasn't even taken a bath. He devoted all his energy to his studies, and it was clear that he had reached the point of neglecting sleep and meals in order to become stronger. Although Lena also loves magic, she doesn't reach his level. I'll go upstairs and calm down. Dai-Hope slowly got up. There was no need for him to think it over. It was rare for him to be so interested in something. As long as he didn't starve, that was fine. After lunch, seeing that Martina hadn't come down yet, Lena personally took 2 pieces of white bread upstairs. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard a series of mesmerizing laughs coming from inside the room. Ha! Lena knocked on the door and asked through the door, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly laughing so lewdly?" Martina opened the door, and azure lightning bolts continuously appeared on her body. Her hair stood on end like a hedgehog, and her movements were so fast that they left after images. Without a doubt, he had already mastered the nerve version of lightning forging technique, learning this slightly complex magic in just a few days. It's clear that compared to Nora, its comprehension is actually quite good, considering that Nora hasn't learned the fireball spell yet. I can clearly remember the incantation perfectly, but for some reason I just can't use it. Honey, I've learned it, and now I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. He took the white bread, took a big bite, and mumbled, "Quick, quick, let's go outside and spar." Lena wiped away her tears and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, You study magic so hard. Is it just so you can beat up your husband? A woman's hands are for conquering the world, not for beating men. He's so heartbroken. The worst part is, he probably can't beat this guy now. Before learning lightning armor, it might be possible to use Earthquake Tree to counter it and restrict its movement. But now, it's estimated that after a running start, it can jump more than 20 meters. The effect of Earthquake Tree on it is now unknown. Martina paused slightly, narrowing her eyes. It was just a friendly spar to test the effects. I must be stronger than anyone else so that I can protect you. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? In the afternoon, taking advantage of the bright sunshine outside, Lena led everyone out of the city, preparing to spar with Martina and test the strength of her newly acquired lightning forging technique. Martina kept giggling the whole way, and her thoughts kept reaching Lena's ears. She couldn't help but laugh at the thought of being able to torture Lena later. Lena glanced at him and couldn't help but tease him. "Do you really want to beat me up?" "No, I just wanted to have a friendly spar." But Xi and Sheng betrayed him directly. "We can give each other a good beating while we're sparring." Lena narrowed her eyes. Upon arriving at the destination, Martina planted her great sword in the ground and began warming up. He chanted a spell, then roared and unleashed the lightning armor. Junis exclaimed in surprise, pulled Eliana and Nora to sit on a nearby tree stump, and began to watch the battle with wide eyes. Nora took out half a piece of white bread from her pocket and began to eat it with relish. Then, as if remembering something, she instructed Madina, "Take it easy. Don't always hit so hard. Don't hurt your master." "I understand, I won't hold back." Martina retreated several dozen meters, creating distance between herself and Lena. "Step back a little further. Give me some time to react." Martina nodded and took a few steps back. The two were about 30 meters apart, and Lena felt that this distance should be enough for her to react to Martina's movements. Martina's smile vanished, and a chill instantly swept over her. Martina can be quite intimidating when she's serious, but unfortunately Lena already has a plan. Just thinking about what she's going to do makes her want to laugh. He was actually laughing. Could it be that he has some trump card that I don't know about? "You don't need lightning armor. I'm quite powerful now." Martina clenched her fists, striking a pose as if she were about to unleash her power. "This is unnecessary," he said to Junis, who was standing next to him. "You be the referee." "Okay." Lena silently recited the incantation in her mind, preparing to cast the spell. With Junis's command, he immediately cast an earthquake spell, while Martina vanished from the spot. Lena instinctively used her radiant barrier. The moment the barrier was activated, she took a solid punch, causing ripples to spread across its surface. She was almost punched right through by this guy's bare hands. Martina's movements were so fast, they were blurry. Lena's eyes could barely catch a glimpse of her. Steady progress. Fortunately, he was forced to take a few steps back. If he had gotten any closer, he wouldn't have had a chance to react. Moreover, Martina only used her fists. In a real battle, the radiant barrier would definitely not be able to stop his greatsword. The two have different physical strengths. Even when Lena used the lightning armor, she didn't reach such an amazing level. The difference is simply too obvious. Val, so fast. Nora was completely stunned when she witnessed Martina's speed. Martina pounded on the barrier with all her might, and seeing that she couldn't break through it with her bare hands, she shouted in frustration, "You coward!" Lena was almost hesitant to remove the barrier. "Can't I just admit defeat? I can't beat you," Martina said angrily. She's clearly unhappy. "You're running away without a fight. Of course I'm not going to let you be my punching bag, am I? We've only been together a short time, and you're already thinking of abusing me? You use this magic too, and we'll have a real, hard-fought spar. Sigh, then you should step back first. Don't attack me suddenly. You can only move when I'm ready. Don't beat me to death. We still have a contract." Martina nodded. Junies and Eliana covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to look anymore. The referee naturally turned to Nora, and Lena used lightning armor. Once everything was ready, Martina vanished again in an instant at Nora's command. Lena was able to see Martina's movements clearly this time, but she was a bit slower. A sword-wielding fist came straight at him, and he instinctively protected his head, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Martina dodge to his side like lightning. It was over. Lena closed her eyes and waited for a few seconds, but Martina's fist didn't come closer. Instead, something soft touched her cheek. Martina kissed her. 104 Fiona's request. In episode 104, Martina stands with her hands on her hips, looking at Lena with a smug expression. After a few seconds of hesitation, she smiled and said, "You're my man, I wouldn't have the heart to hit you." Lena removed her lightning armor, dusted off her clothes, and said, "That's for sure, you're human. Madina is so boring. She actually does such cheesy things. Before, she just touched my ear and laughed at me, but now she's even bolder than me. The past is the past. The present is the present." Junies and Eliana opened their eyes, and seeing that the two were getting along well, they asked, "It seems I missed something exciting." "Yes, he took a bite out of me, and I lost." Although he had anticipated that he would lose before he arrived, he did not expect to lose so badly. After learning the lightning forging technique, Martina's strength increased by an extremely terrifying amount. Now, she could probably wipe out an entire orc tribe by herself. Fortunately, the Tauren chieftain died early, otherwise he would definitely have questioned his existence if he encountered Martina. Martina opened her arms and hugged Lena. "I am your woman, and my strength is your strength." Lena squinted at her. This girl is getting more and more glib. "You bullied me just now, but when we rest tonight, it'll be my turn to bully you." Martina's lips curled up slightly, and she said nonchalantly, "Whatever, I've been holding it in for days anyway." Just as the two were flirting, Nora heard a voice in her mind saying that orcs were coming. Nora walked over and patted Lena on the shoulder. "Master, your orc friend is hiding in the bushes. Should I bring him over?" Lena looked in the direction she was pointing. Fiona suddenly appeared and asked in confusion, "Lady Lena, are you sparring?" "Yes, he learned a very powerful magic spell, and I'll practice with him. Just call me directly. There's no need to make it awkward for the adults to be listening in the background." Fiona nodded, but he didn't speak, as if he was preparing something. Lena observed him for a moment, then said softly, "Just say what you have to say. I've been trying to unite the orcs lately, often trying to persuade them to join forces. But last night, a warlike soldier launched a surprise attack on our tribe under cover of darkness, and we suffered heavy losses." Fiona lowered her head and slowly said, "Lena, help me with this, and I'm willing to sign a contract with you and be under your supervision from now on." Lena fiddled with her hair, which was ruffled by the cold wind, and then asked, "So, how do you need my help?" Fiona took out a map from her bosom, pointed to an area on the west side of the forest, and, after a moment of silence, said softly, "The Shur Zhao Shur tribe banner is a tan lion, and their tribe is quite powerful. According to my spies in the Shir tribe, the chief of the Shir tribe likes to go out hunting in the early morning, usually with 4 elite guards. With this kind of intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to ambush and kill him, right? Fiona shook her head and sighed softly. The men are very strong. If there are too many of them, they will be easily detected, and if there are too few of them, they will easily escape. Such an opportunity only comes once. A failed assassination attempt will alert him, making it more difficult for him to strike again in the future. How strong is it approximately? You should have met the chieftain of the Black Wolf clan. Who is stronger between the two of them? If the Black Wolf's fallen chieftain is much stronger than him, then there's no problem. Martina would probably find killing him easier than killing an ant. It's settled then. I'll help you get rid of the chieftain. Besides signing the contract and teaching you black magic, what other reward do you want from me? Haven't given up yet? I thought you were joking. Recently, the tribe's workers discovered a hidden, abandoned ancient gold mine. I am willing to offer gold as payment. When Lena heard the word gold, her eyes lit up. She coughed twice and slowly asked, "How much can you give me?" "I've seen your gold coins. If they were made in the same style, I could probably give you around 100. Lena swallowed hard. This was a great place to make money. She'd heard that humans like to wear gold jewelry. If you were interested, she could have a craftsman make you a set. Anything that doesn't offer any added benefits is, in Lena's eyes, just flashy but impractical. Moreover, wearing too much jewelry makes one an easy target for thieves, which is why Junies used to cover the gem at the top of his staff with a black cloth. Forget about the jewelry. Actually, I'll use the gold the size of a Mebalaya coin as payment for hiring you as my black magic mentor. Still not giving up? If you don't learn it, don't blame me. Humans learning black magic is unprecedented, and I'm actually quite busy, so I don't have that much time to teach you black magic. Let my father teach you how. He is a priest more skilled than me, and I prefer a beautiful woman as my teacher. The most important thing is that some of the people's ideas are very different from those of others. Lena feels exceptionally comfortable around Fiona, but not so much with other orcs. Fiona scratched her cheek awkwardly. Please stop teasing me. Let's leave it at that for now. You can go about your own business. In addition, if possible, I would prefer that he disappear quietly. Fiona gave a slight bow and then disappeared back into the bushes. Please, Lena. Lena yawned. It was too easy for her. Martina leaned closer and asked, puzzled, "What were you talking about just now? Is he planning to hire us to deal with his political enemies? Can we kill orcs again?" A flicker of excitement flashed in Martina's eyes. It was clear she couldn't wait to test the practical power of the lightning armor. "Let's go back and rest for a bit, and we'll start again tomorrow morning." Martina was somewhat disappointed. All right. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lena's shoulder, gazing at her intently. "What are you doing? Honey? If you're too promiscuous, Nora and I will feel uncomfortable." He was referring to Fiona. Martina continued, saying that Jones would definitely make him shy too, so he wouldn't say it out loud. "I admit Lena is excellent. Not only witty and humorous, but also very talented, but we were just acting at the time. You're just being stubborn. My intuition is sharp. You can't fool me." Martina walked up to Junies, opened her eyes wide, and looked him in the eye. Let me repeat what I just said." Junies opened his mouth slightly, but his gaze kept darting away guiltily. 105 Becoming a Capitalist in Another World. In episode 105, Reiner, along with Junies and Ariana, hid in the bushes. Before they could even settle in, Martina, covered in blood, returned with Nora. He couldn't stop smiling, clearly quite satisfied with his abilities. Lena looked at Nora and asked, "Is it resolved? There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Do all the features match? Don't worry, the owner can match it up and no one else will find out, right?" "Yes, I was on guard when Martina made her move. There were 6 guards around me, but no one else followed. Yes, as per the master's instructions, their bodies must never be discovered. Fiona specifically instructed that they should disappear as quietly as possible." "Where is it hidden?" "Yes, they dug a hole and buried Martina right there. They dug it deep and fast, and we've already taken care of it." Nora nodded slightly. Martina's greatsword was covered in dirt, and Reiner guessed that she had probably used it as a shovel. "How about it? Is the new magic any good?" Martina smiled without saying a word, and arrogantly raised one finger. Before Lena could even ask him what he meant, his thoughts came through, and I took only a moment to eliminate the 7 orcs. Lena wasn't surprised. After all, he had demonstrated a speed that was already at that level during their sparring session yesterday. Hey Martina, Nora, you guys are awesome. Although the 2 skinny women didn't say anything, they were secretly delighted. He washed away the bloodstains on Martina with water and then warmed her with fire. Seeing that the corners of his mouth couldn't stop turning up, Lena, even though she had already overheard his thoughts, still couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Martina said with a smile, "I'm so strong, and my deer is so skilled in magic, our offspring will surely be incredibly powerful." Norabu spoke in Mandarin, but her inner thoughts silently conveyed, "Yes, mine is definitely not bad either. It will surely be a very clever child." A cold wind blew, and Lena shivered. She touched their ears, not wanting to stay in this icy world for another second. The matter is settled. The next thing to do is to come to the outskirts of the city again in a couple of days and wait for Fiona to bring the gold coins. Let's go to the tavern and buy something to eat. We're almost out of white bread and meat. I saw that they were selling beef and mutton a few days ago, so I'll try something different today. Ariana spoke up from the side. Lena, we're out of honey at home. Let's buy some." Lena was slightly taken aback. She had just been speaking to Nora and Martina in demi-human language, yet he was able to understand her. "Can you understand duck language? You'll understand each other once you live together for a while. You often talk about white bread and jam at the dinner table, and over time, I've come to understand the meaning of some of those words. Then you just mentioned white bread and chicken. I saw that we were almost out of white bread in the kitchen today, so I can roughly guess what you meant. Although this little elf looks like a potato, there's no doubt that it's quite clever. As winter approaches, bees almost stop producing honey, causing the price of honey in pharmacies to rise. But considering that Eliana is also a kind of mentor, I should still buy her." "Okay," Lena patted his head. The group arrived at the tavern. Junies took Nora and the others to buy things, while Lena went to the notice board in the corner. The tasks assigned to them kept increasing, and they were all stacks of yellow paper. Lena flipped through several pages and found that many of the assigned tasks had expired. When Lena first arrived in Cannon, she thought it was because of the season that no adventurers were accepting quests. After making inquiries from various sources, it was discovered that the reason for the large number of missions was simply due to the scarcity of local adventurers, resulting in a constant supply shortage. If Lena had been in Cannon when she traveled through time, she probably could have made a lot of money through missions. Just as he was reviewing the commissions, the bald man next to him handed him a commission form. "This is Lena. First, look at the price." The reward for this commission gradually increased from 5 silver coins to 1 gold coin, but still no one was willing to take it. The clients were a group of merchants from the market, and their destination was Meladin Diest. They had been waiting there for almost a week, and if no adventurer requested a request from them, they would have to go to the Lord for help. "Go to Melroyd? I've traveled that road before. It's quite dangerous. You not only have to cross a complex forest, but you also occasionally encounter bandits who try to stop you." Lena took the order form and shook it gently. Was it because the task was too difficult that no one was willing to take it? There are reasons for all of them, but the main reason is that we have very few adventurers. There are only about a dozen in total. I've been to Diest, and they have far more adventurers than we do here. Lana scratched her chin, lost in thought, when she suddenly thought of a good way to make money, the capitalist model. He hadn't spent much money since arriving there, and he still had 55 Barnet coins left. Once Fiona brought the money over, he would have another huge sum of money. He wanted to use the money to buy slaves, train them briefly, and then send them on commission missions. He wanted to invest a little money to test the waters. "I'll take this task." Lena rolled the commission into a ball and put it in her bosom. The bald man nodded. This was a good thing. Junies finished buying the food and was walking towards Lena. Still looking at the task, Lena leaned closer and whispered mysteriously in his ear, "I've discovered a business opportunity. A business opportunity. You're about to start making money." Of course, who would complain about not having enough money in their pocket? Suggestion. The 2 beast maidens beside them were playing around. Lena told them, "Let's go take a look around the slave market later." Nora and Martina both agreed. Ever since they bought Desi, they had realized that once Belena was acquired, the future would be completely transformed. Putting everything else aside, at least we won't go hungry anymore. In this cruel world for demi-humans, this is a hard-won good thing. Lana's expression was serious as she said earnestly, "Furthermore, I hope you understand one thing. I will only buy those with good talent and effort, not just any effort. I won't invest too much emotion in them, and I won't treat them the way I treat you." The two beast-eared girls were slightly taken aback. Nora asked, "Will they be able to get enough to eat?" "Having enough to eat and wear, and a place to sleep are basic needs, and I will definitely meet them." Nora and Martina exchanged a smile and said in unison, "This is already very good." "Thank you, Master." 106. Sign a contract with Fiona. In episode 106, Reiner and a few others stood in a corner of the slave market. In less than half a minute, he had the idea of leaving. The slave market was small, and there were only a handful of slaves for sale. Most of them were human, followed by beastmen and demi-humans, totaling only a few. It was very cold, but they were dressed very lightly. The slave traders were afraid they would freeze to death, so they made them all sit around the campfire to keep warm. Lena really didn't want to buy other types of slaves, since that would render his slave identification system and newborn eavesdropping system useless. He would only buy high-quality demi-human slaves. Lena stepped forward and asked if these were the only few demi-human slaves. The slave trader turned to Lena, exhaled a breath of hot air, and said, "We don't have any demi-humans here. Demi-humans basically only live in the southern part of the continent, and we can't catch them here." Lena was slightly taken aback, as this touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. "And what about these humans? How do they become slaves? Some were bandits, and others were prisoners of war captured during battle." The dealer pointed to a woman sitting in a corner, saying that she was sold because she was unable to repay her debts. Lena sighed. It seemed that the only way to select slaves was to head south. She had just accepted a commission to escort merchants, and she was determined to bring back as many demi-human slaves as possible when she returned to Melot. Lena looked down at the listless demi-human slaves, used her appraisal skills, and found that they were all inferior slaves, basically useless to buy, and far from meeting the standards. Nora gently nudged Lena's shoulder and asked expectantly, "Do you want to buy it? Owner?" "No, there's nothing particularly powerful about them." "Okay," Nora said somewhat dejectedly. Lana led the group home, and the next day he came to the outskirts of the city again. Wanted to see if Fiona would appear, because tomorrow was the day to escort the caravan to Melot, and the next time he returned to Canaan might be more than half a month later. After waiting for a short while, Fiona emerged from the bushes. "Lena, you're really quick." Her expression was complex, a mixture of gratitude and worry. An orc placed a heavy bag in front of Lena. When she opened it, she found it was full of gleaming gold coins, each coin adorned with ancient tree patterns. Judging from their appearance alone, they were clearly Barnet coins. "Where did this money come from?" "We built it ourselves. After saying goodbye to you the day before yesterday, I asked Lord Aiden for a mold for minting gold coins. From this moment forward, our tribe has officially integrated with humanity." After saying that, he turned to look at the orc guards responsible for protecting him. "You guys go back now. I'll come back by myself later." The orc guard glanced at Lena, then turned and disappeared back into the bushes. After they had walked away, Fiona glanced at Lana cautiously and whispered, "Let's go. I'll keep my promise and use the contract with you. I hope we can cooperate more in the future." Lena nodded, picked up the money bag, and handed it to Martina behind her. "The sacrifices you've made for the tribe are truly significant. It's all right. It's just me sacrificing myself. As long as our beast race can become strong, I'm willing to do it all." To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Lena draped her black cloak over Fiona. "In fact, as long as the soldiers guarding the city see that the orc coming is me, they basically won't stop me." Lord Aiden greeted them. "I don't like attracting attention, so I'll just pretend. As far as I know, although you have formed an alliance, the common people here still have some degree of prejudice against you." "That's right. I'll listen to you." After entering the city, the group headed straight for the slave market. After Lena caught a slave trader, she briefly explained the situation and then took him to a small room. "Sir, where should I put your seal?" "It's fine on your arm." Lana unbuttoned her thick wool sweater and stretched out her arms. 3 mystical seals have already been stamped on it, belonging to Nora, Martina, and Desi respectively, and now a 4th one is to be added. After the slave trader finished building, He looked down and sized up Fiona. Where shall this seal be placed on your slave? Lena pondered for a moment, then reached out her hand to him, asking him to leave for a moment, saying she would be right back. The slave trader looked puzzled, but still handed the seal to Lena, and then turned and left the small room. Lena asked him where he wanted to put the cover. Choose an inconspicuous place, otherwise it might cause quite a bit of trouble if your tribesmen find out. Places that are not easily discovered. Fiona thought for a moment, then her face flushed slightly. Don't overthink it. Can you let your woman help me cover up? It's not very convenient for you to come, so please feel free to do so. Lena handed the stamp to the most reliable Nora, gave her a few instructions, and then turned to look elsewhere. After waiting a while, Lena heard Fiona scream. When she turned around, he had become limp and powerless, while Nora was helping him straighten his clothes. Eliana, holding her staff, came closer and kept staring at Lena's muscles. What, are you interested in me? No, I'm just curious what kind of aura pattern is on your arm. Each time a slave was bought, a new building had to be constructed. It was a system for controlling slaves. Ariana stretched out her cold fingers and poked the energy patterns on Lena's arm. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears, indicating that other elements were being detected to awaken new elemental powers for the host. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the right to use an element. Nana hummed happily a few times, adding one more magical attribute to her repertoire. Ariana, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Sure enough, it was just a rudimentary form of control magic, storing the magic within a seal for human use. You guys are really smart, so you actually know how to do this too. The price of a Maradnagai rune is usually around 1 silver coin. If you can learn to control magic, you can save some money. Of course, and the incantation is quite simple. It's just a pity you can't use the massage method. A cold wind blew, and Lena shivered. He wrapped his clothes tighter around himself and said dismissively, anything is possible. Just teach me. You're not trying to say you can even use massage techniques, are you? It's rare to find a stargazer like me who can awaken both light and dark attributes at the same time. It's already beyond the norm for a human like you to awaken the light element. If you want to awaken the dark attribute, you just need to teach me, and I'll handle the rest. 107. Try to control Fiona. In episode 107, Lena chanted a spell and felt a burning sensation in her palm. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black pattern appear on her phone. The pattern would constantly change shape depending on what he was thinking, sometimes turning into an animal and sometimes into a plant. Eliana stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, muttering to herself, Hey, you're not human, are you? You're insulting me again. You're not human. I just have a little talent. Eliana squinted and carefully observed Lena for a moment, then said, You can use the 5 natural spells of wind, water, lightning, rock, and fire, and you can also use the light and dark spells that are unique to us elves. These are all coincidences, right? Then, looking at the energy patterns on his hand, he said to Eliana, Why don't you let me control it, and we can experiment with it? Eliana's face fell, and she raised her staff to strike, but her heavy blow was easily blocked by Lena's barrier. You're bullying me. I'll tell my mom, and you're finished. Just like a child, always bringing up his mother for no reason. Ariana was furious. He cursed Lena a few times, slammed the door, and left. Lena quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Don't go. I was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Eliana gave a soft hum and went back to her room to sit on the bed. How exactly do I use this domination spell? Teacher Eliana, please teach me. Formulate the rules and conditions in your mind. Apply them to yourself first, and then apply them to your target. Compared to that slave trader seal, the control magic I'm teaching you is more flexible, versatile, and convenient. How can I terminate the current contract? Well, let's take Nora as an example. Use dark elements to cleanse your own aura. As the master in the contract, you only need to unilaterally terminate the contract, and the contract on Nora will also become invalid. Then you can just replace it with a new one. It's that simple. Could you be more specific? What does rinsing mean? Since you can use control magic, you should also be able to feel the dark element flowing within your body, right? Of course, by gathering the flowing dark elements under the aura patterns you want to eliminate, you can quickly burn away the aura patterns on your body. Well, you can practice on Nora. If you fail, it won't have any negative consequences, right? The command is ineffective, but otherwise it has no other impact. Lena pondered for a moment, then abandoned the idea. But it's okay to practice with Fiona. You can go out now. If Fiona wakes up, please call her up for me. I can't speak, just call my name. Okay. Ariana slowly walked downstairs, and after a few minutes, she shouted loudly that he was awake. Lena switched to speaking and shouted at the top of her lungs, Fiona, come up here quickly, I need to talk to you. Before long, he pushed open the door and stood respectfully in front of Lena. Is investing in a source of revenue better? Much better. I can walk on my own now. After resting for a while, I'll be completely fine. See? Fiona sat down obediently, looking at Lena with somewhat tired eyes. Lena first erased the aura patterns on her body, and then created a fong-shaped pattern in her palm. Following the method taught by Eliana, he first pressed it on his own body, and then said to her, I'm going to make you a new temperature reading. See where it will be most suitable to print it. Fiona paused slightly, seemingly hesitant. After thinking for a long time, she slowly untied the strip of cloth wrapped around her waist, and then slightly lifted one leg of her thick wool sweater. Whatever. I'm not a likable female anyway. Fiona sighed and turned her face to one side. Lena, since you're not interested in me, there's no need for me to be wary of you anymore. Wow, those legs are so long. He was completely different from those burly and robust beastwoman women. He possessed not only Nora's slender softness, but also Martina's voluptuous figure, making him quite perfect. If Lena had encountered this situation 6 months ago, she would definitely have had a nosebleed. But Martina and Nora's repeated training during this time had turned her into a determined woman, and she didn't even blink at such temptations. Lena said sincerely, You are as beautiful and charming as an emerald. Fiona blushed. It's clear she's not immune to cheesy pickup lines. Her gaze darted away, and her tone was somewhat displeased. Don't joke around. If my people heard this, they would laugh their heads off. I'm not kidding. You might not even realize your own charm. Lena leaned closer, glanced at the aura patterns imprinted on her body, and then said, I'm going to test the effects of the new aura patterns now. You try it. Lena's heart skipped a beat. Upon receiving the instruction, Fiona trembled slightly. Then her body went limp, and she collapsed onto the bed. She wanted to see just how strong her control over magic was, so she pretended to have ill intentions and slowly approached him. Lana, what are you going to do? You guess? Fiona opened her mouth slightly, looking at Lena pitifully, and pulled her clothes even tighter. I didn't agree to sign the contract for something so trivial. Please don't do this. Lana moved closer and gently pinched her cheek. Since it was already signed, the final interpretation was in my hands. Fiona lay on the bed as if she had been resigned to her fate, muttering to herself, Fine, if it's Lady Lena, then I'll be willing. Hey, why don't you try to resist? I'm testing you. I've tried, and I can't resist. My dark magic won't work anymore. Come on. Seeing that things were not going well, Lena released the control, and Fiona returned to normal. She clutched her chest, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. As expected, no one has the ambition to like me, and they won't even touch me if I don't move. After a moment's thought, Lena replied, You are very beautiful. Others just don't know how to appreciate it, but as a gourmet, I can see your charm at a glance. Fiona moved aside and whispered, Lena, you're teasing me again. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 somewhat familiar dry coughs sounded behind him. He slowly turned his head and saw 4 people peeking through the door. 108, I've always considered you my closest person. In episode 108, the group, along with the caravan, has already embarked on their journey to Melid. The 6 of them rode at the front on horseback, while the caravan's wagons followed closely behind. The dense forest was not suitable for the carriage to travel through, so the group wandered around until they finally found a main road suitable for the carriage to pass through. There were almost no monsters in the forest. The only threats were wild beasts like tigers, wolves, and bears, so the group was quite relaxed. Throughout the journey, Junies and Martina kept teasing Lena about what she had done the day before. Martina said expressionlessly, Darling, if you keep messing around like this, I'm going to get really angry with you. Junie said with a smile, Lena not only possesses extraordinary magical abilities, but her speed in finding women is also astonishing. She set her sights on an orc priestess in just a few days. To be honest, She's the most beautiful female orc I've ever seen. Martina crossed her arms, unimpressed. I am better than you. You each have your own strengths. Lena scratched her cheek, trying to argue. I just wanted to tease him. I didn't intend to go any further. Martina curled her lip and said sarcastically, Who knows? By the time we came up, you might have already finished. That's pure slander. 10 minutes isn't enough time for him to finish the fight. How dare you question your man's strength? I admit you're better at that kind of thing than I am, but if you want to finish quickly, it's not impossible. Lena narrowed her eyes. His intelligence was being used on all sorts of random things. Don't overthink it. I'll apologize to you another day. Martina gave a soft hum, casually broke off a branch, and gently tossed it at Nora, who was walking at the front of the group. Why don't you offer your opinion? Nora turned to look at the group and said seriously, I need to concentrate on my reconnaissance. I've heard what you're saying, but I don't really care. I just hope my master is happy. It doesn't matter at all. In that case, we won't even have to save the teacher once every 10 days or half a month. It's okay to do this kind of thing. Once every 2 weeks is enough. Doing it too much is bad for your health, and you'll easily get tired the next day. Since that's the case, you can give Lena to me from now on, since you don't need her anyway. Martina squinted, her cheeks flushing. You can handle it, but I can't stand it if Lena doesn't hold me. I can't sleep without her. Nora smiled. Though she didn't say anything, she was thinking to herself. It doesn't even know who was laughing at me back then, but now it seems like a completely different person, having thrown all the previous words to the back of its mind. I won't give it to you. Confirmed, it's a vengeful kitten. No, it's too cold in winter. I want to sleep snuggled up with my owner. That summer, I'll have it. No way, Magina, you're so annoying. Nora waved her hand, refusing to continue the conversation. Lena stole a glance at the two of them, a slight smile playing on her lips. Just then, he felt the arms around his waist loosen. Lena caught Eliana with her left hand as she was about to fall. Didn't you get enough rest yesterday? How could you fall asleep like this? Ariana covered half her face with a scarf, her eyes squinting, looking sleepy. Mom, I just get sleepy easily when I have free time. His listless appearance was quite adorable. You've been following me around for so long, and now that we're passing through the forest, should I take you home? Ariana shook her head and hugged Lena tightly. No, I haven't had enough time yet. I don't want to go back. The outside world is so interesting. I love going on adventures with you all. Don't you miss your mother? I kind of want to. Then go back and see her. This must be your first time away from home. She's probably very worried about you. Ariana narrowed her eyes, carefully observed Lena for a moment, and then slowly said, Do you think I eat too much, so you want to get rid of me? If my mom misses me, she'll come back to see me, don't worry. Lena scratched her cheek and stopped trying to persuade her. The group rode through the forest for 5 days. As darkness fell, Lena led the caravan to a secluded spot to rest, preparing to continue their journey early the next morning. And this open space happens to be the place where Reiner found June. He gathered some twigs and stones, made a firefly, and the group sat around it, munching on white bread. Junies looked around thoughtfully. Lena glanced at him, puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? Do you remember this place? Lena nodded and brushed a layer of honey onto the bread. Of course, an old tree spirit gave me directions, and that's how I found you here. You're really stubborn. You didn't even turn back after being robbed. I thought that by hunting along the way I could make it to Cannon, but I overestimated my abilities. When I tried to turn back, I was already in a dilemma, and I could only eat some wild grass to stave off hunger each day. Luckily you came to find me, otherwise I might have starved to death in the forest. Junies lowered his head and ate his white bread, then asked, So why did you come looking for me back then? You asked me this question before. Didn't you believe me when I said I was worried about you? Junies put down the white bread and stared straight into Lena's eyes. So you're really worried? It's impossible not to worry. After all, we're friends, and besides, you're my magic mentor. Wow, making more friends is definitely a good thing. But time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. He seems to have a painting within a painting. After he finished eating, it was completely dark. Martina snuggled into Lena's arms, coaxing, Darling, let's sleep together. You guys go to sleep. You'll have to come and switch shifts with me in the middle of the night. Thanks for your hard work. Lena leaned against the tree, gently stroking Martina's ear as the snoring of the group rose, and fell. Just then, Junie sneaked up to Lena's side. Aren't you going to sleep? Aren't you sleepy? I'll keep you company and stay up all night. He sat down beside her, hugging his knees, and slowly began to speak as he looked at the sleeping Martina. He looks very happy. He's simple-minded. He'll be happy as long as he has food and fun. Lena, what exactly is our relationship? It's clear that he had been pondering these words for a long time. What a strange question. Our relationship is sometimes close and sometimes distant. Sometimes she's very affectionate towards me, and sometimes she's distant. I don't want to keep guessing. I want the answer. That's your misconception. Junies was taken aback at first, then smiled bitterly and said, That's right, Lena, you treat them the same way. I was just being presumptuous. What I mean is, I've always considered you my closest person. 109, and June should try it. A few days after episode 109, the group arrived in Melord. The nearly 10-day journey had left Lena exhausted, and all she wanted to do was go home and get some rest. Although escort missions are well paid, they are really exhausting. Hisba was almost ruined from all the jostling. After bidding farewell to the caravan, he led everyone into Melord. Eliana looked around and exclaimed, Wow, this city is so beautiful. I love it. Melord is indeed more prosperous than Canaan. At least its continent is paved with gravel, which is much more aesthetically pleasing than muddy roads. Seeing Ariana's eyes light up, she suddenly became curious about what the place where the elves lived looked like. By the way, do you elves have towns in the forest? This question stumped Ariana. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. If I told you that we elves all live in trees, and there are no towns, would you believe me? Living in a tree? How will we find accommodation? Should we dig a hole in a tree and crawl inside, or perch on a branch like a bird? His imagination is too limited. He doesn't know how people could live in a tree. If you build a house on a tree branch, it will probably collapse in the wind, but if it's a tree hollow, the interior space will be very cramped. Ariana punched Lena a few times with her weak little fists, cursing, You're the bird. Just then, the patrolling soldiers saw Lena and greeted her warmly. In Canaan, although many people knew him, he never received such treatment when entering or leaving the city. You seem to be quite famous here. It's all right. The reason is that there are so few magicians here. After taking on a few commissions and making my presence known, I've gained a little fame. I want to be like you in the future, a respected adventurer. Ariana pulled a piece of white bread from her bosom and took small bites. Her still ambitious look was particularly adorable. Lena ruffled her long blue hair. Grow up quickly. Go ahead and say it. Lena rode her horse toward home. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at their doorstep. The house was exactly the same as when they left. They led the horses into the stable one by one, but the stable, which was converted from the backyard, could only hold 3 horses at a time, which posed a challenge for Junies. Lena pointed to the wooden fence and said that the horse could be tied up next to it. There are some unused blankets in the room. We'll take one out and put it on him later. Let's make do for now. I'll expand Ma Pung a bit more tomorrow. Okay, thanks for your help. A cold wind blew, and Lana shivered. He hurried in the house and saw Daisy cleaning with a rag. It had been a month since they'd lived there, and many places were covered in dust, while Eliana, that potato, was acting like a curious child. Dong Xiao looked around and then walked to her side, gently tugging at Lena's sleeve. Where am I going to stay tonight? Lena looked at the storage room, which was filled with all sorts of scrap metal. She said, I'll tidy up the storage room later. You can stay there for now. She continued, I'll go tidy it up now. Eliana placed her staff in the corner and went into the storeroom. Lena nodded and began to help with the cleaning. He used ink wash to clean the tombstone on the table, then poured hot water over it. Just then, Junie suddenly stood up and said, Then I won't bother you any longer. See you tomorrow. Where are you going? Lena quickly got up and blocked his way. Let's go to the hotel to rest. I'm tired after all that traveling these past few days. The hotel is in terrible condition. Why don't you stay with us? Junies turned around and counted them, then asked in confusion, Living together? You only have 4 rooms here, don't you? Isn't that easy to handle? Noragandi will sleep, Martina will sleep with me, and the little elf will sleep by himself. That way, we'll have a room freed up. Is it convenient? Of course, we usually leave 1 room empty. After cleaning up the storage room, we'll have 2 empty rooms, just like when we're harvesting crops. With you and the elf, it's not a big problem. Junie scratched his head, then turned to Martina, who was removing her armor, and asked, "Are you sleeping with Lena tonight?" Martina scratched her face and asked, "What do you mean? Should I give you the blue pouch?" After these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Junies laughed awkwardly a few times. "What nonsense are you talking about? Lena and I are just friends." As soon as he finished speaking, Junies glanced at Lena and then added that they were, to be precise, very close friends. "It doesn't matter. The meaning is the same anyway. I guess it won't be long before you become his woman." His words were so blunt that Junies was speechless, but his silence earned him Martina's pursuit. "I'm not wrong, am I? The way you look at Reiner is full of trust, dependence, and affection, just like Nora's. You're overthinking it. Hey, you're even more stubborn than me." Martina placed her armor into the wooden box. Seeing that Junies' face was extremely red, Lena quickly sent Martina away. "Go and help Nora clean her room. This kid doesn't even know how to save face for others. How could she expose him to his face? He has his own plans for where he is." After Martina left, Junes turned to leave, but Lena grabbed her again without hesitation. "Are there any empty rooms? Where are you going next?" "Martina misunderstood us. I think I'll move out." Girls are especially prone to getting conflicted at times like this, and Junies is no exception. Lena paused for a few seconds, then brazenly said, "Actually, it's not exactly a misunderstanding. I do have those kinds of feelings for you." The two looked into each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Junies finally spoke. "Lana, let me confirm one more time. Do you like me?" "Yes. I'd like to take our friendship to a new level. What do you think?" Junies' face turned completely red, and his gaze became somewhat evasive. "You already have Nora and Martina. If I treat them as friends, they'll be unhappy. Perhaps we should try it for a while first, and then I'll have a serious talk with them." After saying that, he turned and went into Martina's room. He glanced at Lena and then locked the door tightly. After a long while, he finally came out of the room. "How about it?" Lena asked impatiently. Junius put down his staff, lowered his head, and replied softly that he could try it first. 110 White Fox. The morning after episode 110, Lena ate some simple white bread and then led everyone out. The snow on the streets is beginning to melt, and winter is coming to an end. He first went to the tavern to find the currency merchant, and then exchanged nearly 50 Barnet gold coins for Dice gold coins. Barnet's gold coins are indeed more valuable than Dice gold coins, with an exchange rate of approximately 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. However, the money merchant took a large cut, leaving Lena with only 120 Dice gold coins. Lena tossed the heavy money bag aside and handed it to Nora for safekeeping. With the money, the group immediately went to the slave market. Junie stayed close to Lena, gently sneezing and telling her to wear more clothes if she felt cold, so she wouldn't get sick. Junius wanted to take Lena's hand, but seeing Martina observing from the side, he decisively gave up the idea. Although the two had temporarily established a relationship, he still felt guilty. He used to be able to chat with Lena openly and honestly, but now he's even embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Lena took Junius' hand. Martina deliberately made strange noises, mocking their cheeky behavior, and said she had to control him properly tonight. Upon arriving at the slave market, as the ice and snow melted, the number of customers gradually increased, with many nobles, servants, and adventurers selecting slaves. Martina and Nora stood silently to the side. They didn't like this place, especially Martina. She was very empathetic and felt very sad to see her fellow human beings suffering, even though she didn't say it. The next time Lena visits the slave market, she leaves them at home to prevent them from feeling distressed by seeing their fellow human beings being sold. What can you do with your own wife? Spoil them. I'm starting to pick people. Why don't you find a place to rest? Junies understood immediately, grabbed their hands, and left. We'll lead them out of the market and wait for you at the entrance. The little elf looked back at Junies, then resolutely ran towards Lena. He tugged at Lena's sleeve. Why did you two break up? There's no need to let them in. They won't be picky anyway. All right then, I'll go in with you and take a look. Ariana followed closely behind him. Lena's current criteria for buying slaves are twofold. Those with rare talents and those with special skills can be bought on an exception, such as those with keen senses or high mental level. Intelligence can be a little lower, as being too smart is sometimes not a good thing. Secondly, He should try to be a human with a human ear, since the achievement bonus from the system can make it easy for him to gain the favor of beast-eared girls. After all, the difference between male and female beast-eared girls is not particularly significant. Lena walked around the cheapest slave line several times, inspecting each one to see if any had slipped through the net. After fiddling around for about 10 minutes, he actually found a rare talent that had slipped through the net. His name is Rock Mountain. He is a snake-like demi-human with a slender and thin build and some mild malnutrition. He noticed Lena and stuck out his long, forked tongue. In addition, his limbs were covered with brown snake scales, which looked somewhat eerie. Judging from his talent attributes, his perception is at level A and his agility is at level B, making him a similar player to Nora, suitable as a scout. He scrutinized Lena with his cold, tree-child-like eyes, and then a thought floated over. This person's scent is very pleasant. Lena realized that the achievement system might be working, so she decisively bought Roxanne and handed the money to the slave trader. You don't need to smell it. Having said that, he directly used his control magic on Roxanne. Follow me and don't try to run away. I've already cast a spell on you. Luke Shane nodded, and the thought crossed his mind again. Actually understand our language? Lena glanced back at him, deciding to talk to him after she finished shopping. Ariana poked Lena in the waist with her staff and said with a laugh, the magic I taught you a while ago is coming in handy now. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. Covering the air vent also costs money. If I don't cover it, I can save some money. After finishing feeding the low-level slaves, Lena went to check on the middle-level slave group. As the price increased, the variety of slaves also increased. After wandering around for a while, he saw 5 rare-level demi-human female slaves, and Lena bought them all for 20 gold coins. When the slave traders saw that a big customer had arrived, they rushed forward to sell their slaves. It's good that you're working so hard, but is she pretty or ugly? This guy is as strong as an ox, eats little but is very strong, and only requires 4 gold coins, sir. Nana nodded perfunctorily. He examined each of the slaves being sold by the traffickers. These guys seem perfectly fine on the surface, but they've been diagnosed with a whole host of hidden ailments, from infectious diseases to limpnesses. What a bunch of shrewd businessmen. Although there seem to be a lot of customers, I guess they're all just browsing and not really going to buy anything, which is why they're resorting to such unscrupulous sales tactics. As Lena strolled around, she came across a group of high-ranking slaves. These slaves were mostly female and few male. They were outstanding in appearance and in good spirits, clearly a group of high-quality animals that had been raised and trained. Each one was worth more than 10 gold coins. The slave traders wrote their respective specialties and strengths on signs and wore them around their necks. Many of the demi-human slaves even knew Daist language. The identification is complete. There are a total of 34 slaves, including 2 inferior ones, 9 common ones, 19 rare ones, 3 epic ones, and legendary ones with stage names. Lena was slightly taken aback, then quickly looked down and counted the money in the bag. There were still more than 90 gold coins left, enough to buy the epic and legendary items. As for the rare ones, he decided to skip them, as the cost-effectiveness of 10 gold coins was too low and he wouldn't consider them for the time being. Lena picked out the 4 demi-humans, and she was lucky. All 4 were female. The 3 Shishia are of different races, bull, wolf, and fish, each with its own unique attributes. The bull breed possesses immense strength, reaching the S level, while the wolf breed excels in average strength, agility, and endurance, all reaching the A level. The demi-human with gills on both sides of his neck had mediocre strength and stamina, but his perception and spirit were both at A level. He should be able to use water magic to reach the end. Lena carefully observed him in front of the legendary mute slave. This guy was a white fox, and his smile looked quite charming. 111, the white fox who is two-faced. In episode 111, Reiner leaned closer to examine the tag hanging around his neck. Tiger-type demi-human, fluent in Daist language, skilled in fire magic, virgin. Identification complete. Name, Peggy Devil. Age, 21. Gender, female. Race, mute tiger. Current status, healthy. Talent details, strength. D, endurance. C, agility. B, perception. B, spirit. S, governance. S. Dimensions 814990. Spirit and intelligence are both S. Having identified so many demi-humans, this was the first time he had seen such a high-quality demi-human besides Daisy. Peppa let out a cute laugh, revealing two sharp little fangs, while her fluffy tail swayed gently behind her. Judging by his appearance alone, he seems like a naive and innocent girl. Lena was infected by his smile, and her lips slightly parted. Ariana poked Lena in the waist with her staff and complained, "Hey, you can't even walk anymore. Don't you think this guy is exceptionally beautiful? You're not even worth a potato." As soon as she finished speaking, Lena was violently beaten by Ariana with her staff. Just then, Peggy's inner voice drifted over. What language is this? With blue hair and pointed ears, he looks somewhat like an elf. This man looks wealthy. He picked up so many subhumans at once, and his manners are quite proper. He should be a good stepping stone. With a little effort, I might be able to use him for my own purposes. Lena was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this guy was quite cunning. However, no matter how smart he was, it was useless in front of Lena, who could eavesdrop on the new students. No matter how clever his schemes were, they were all in vain. Paige spoke first, saying in a somewhat obsequious tone and bias, "Can you be my master? I really like you, and want to go home with you. By me, you hapless human. I'll make you fall head over heels for me in no time." Lena narrowed her eyes and gave a wicked, malicious smile. Just then, the slave trader walked over, held up 3 fingertips, and said with a smile that this demi-human slave was a high-quality item and would cost at least 30 gold coins. If adults know anything about demi-humans, they will definitely have heard of the ancient demi-humans. They are born with special abilities and know how to please men. Buying one will definitely not make you regret it. Before she could finish speaking, Peggy's thoughts were already conveyed. Damn slave traders, pandering to men? Once I've deactivated Cowen, the first thing I'll do is come back and kill you. He wagged his tail and said without changing his expression, "Master, please buy me back. I can do many, many things for you." Lena's lips curled up slightly. This guy actually had 2 faces. It was quite interesting. Let Martina off the hook for now. She needs to control this wicked fox. Just then, the slave trader approached Lord Reiner and said, "If you're going to buy it, then I have a duty to warn you that this fellow is actually incredibly cunning, so don't take his words at face value." I don't have any of those ulterior motives. I'm sincere, you're dead. Back in the forest, he single-handedly outmaneuvered us. I had 50 demi-human guards with me, but he managed to kill half of them. If we hadn't used his sister as bait, we might never have been able to catch him. Despicable humans will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Such disgusting people must be killed. To be able to kill one's own compatriots without hesitation is to be a ruthless person. Lena spoke in a demi-human language. You are even more ruthless than the slave trader for being able to so decisively kill your own kind. Paige was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lena to speak demi-human language. He replied in the same language. How could this be? I'm just a cute little fox. Being in the hands of humans is worse than death. I'm exploited during the day and used for their pleasure at night. Death is a relief for them. How could a human possibly understand? Peggy is particularly good at hiding his true self. His mind is full of murder, but when facing Lena and the slave traders, he can still manage to put on a gentle and lovely smile. If someone hates humanity to this extent, there's little chance of reforming them. The only way to get them to work for you is to exploit their weaknesses and control them. Lena asked the slave trader, "He has a sister too?" "Yes, but he escaped and was never caught." Lena smiled knowingly and tossed out some money to buy the several animal-eared girls. Now he only has about 30 Dice gold coins left. Come with me. I'll help you cover the air patterns. Especially this tiger-like duck man. We need to build several more of them. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Peggy's face. Foolish. I've already cracked this simple thing pretty much. I'll be able to break free of its restraints in a month at most. No need. I know a little bit about it. Lena reached out and patted Paige's arm, imprinting the chi pattern onto it, setting the conditions to be unyielding to will and connected by fate. Once home, he imprinted the Dominion contract on everyone in the house, preventing them from harming any of Belina. After using the domination spell, Paige quickly realized something was wrong. He scratched the air patterns on his shoulder, his brows furrowing slightly. The air patterns were strange. They were complex and solid, but the slave trader hadn't used the same trick. He looked at Lena without saying a word, but his mind was in an uproar. How'd he do that? I can't figure it out? Lena smiled knowingly. This was a modified control magic of the elves, which could only be broken by the caster or an elf, and no matter how much he tried, it would be in vain. Despite his inner panic, he remained calm and said, Master is so amazing. You could do everything. Flattery won't work. Come home with me, and I'll give you 100 free draws right away. Peppa Pig didn't seem to care and slapped me. If you're annoyed, there's no man in this world I can't charm. I only need to pay a small price to have them completely under my thumb. Lena smiled slightly. If it weren't for her ability to eavesdrop on freshmen, a truly overwhelming skill, she might have actually been tricked by this stinky woman. Moreover, this guy's rebellious by nature and needs to be taught a lesson. What's your name? Peppa's owner, what about you? Its tail wagged very happily. My name is Lena. Furthermore, I advise you not to try anything funny with me. You may think you're very smart, but when it comes to me, Lena patted Paige on the shoulder and whispered in her ear with a smile. Kid, you still have to practice. 112 Martina's Declaration of Independence. After leaving the slave market in episode 112, the first thing Lena did was take 10 demi-human girls to the market to buy blankets and clothes. Although winter is almost over, they are still dressed very lightly, and they shiver when a cold wind blows. Nora and Martina were in a great mood to see that Lena had brought back so many demi-humans. Their heartfelt wishes drifted over. They would no longer have to suffer, and at least they would be able to eat their fill and stay warm. Anna must have spent a lot of money on many people. They were lucky to be chosen. Most of the newly purchased demi-human slaves were very obedient. They had been warned by the slave traders and given a detailed explanation of the uses of the chi script, so they knew that no matter how far they ran away, Reiner's heart skipped a beat, and he decided to obediently return. Before being marked with the mark of domination, they had already lost the desire to escape. Only the fox spirit, Paige, stayed at the back of the group like a thief, looking around furtively. His current behavior was exactly the same as when he first bought Nora. Lena whispered in Nora's ear, keep an eye on that white fox at the back. If it does anything strange, report it to me. If he tries to attack you, you can kill him. This guy is very good at disguising himself. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. Although Lena can hear his thoughts and know what he's thinking at any time, she needs double insurance to put his mind at ease. Nora nodded, then slowed her pace and walked naturally to Paige's side. When Peggy saw Nora coming over, she said enthusiastically, your eyes are so beautiful, so lovely. Nora simply replied coldly and didn't say anything more. Your armor looks great. Did your master buy it for you? Nora, who wasn't good with words, glanced at him expressionlessly, as if to say, don't try to get close to me. Lena paused slightly, then thought, it's safe. Leaving it to Nora is the right thing to do. Paige feigned grievance and slowly lowered his head. If Lena hadn't been able to hear his inner thoughts, she might have actually been fooled by him. You lackey of the gods, I really don't know what kind of favors he gave you to make you so loyal. If you had the chance, you would be finished. Lena suddenly remembered something, turned around and walked to Nora's side, covering him with a control aura. Now he was able to control the machine. The master did this just in case. This aura can control foxes. Also, if he kills you, he will die too. Paige got a little anxious. He grabbed Lena's hem and shook it affectionately. I just want my master to be my master. Why are humans so wary of me? I've already gone to such lengths to please him. No one has ever done that before. His little scheme was incredibly clever. The function of eavesdropping on new students was just too useful. Lena smiled slightly and gently shook her head. Poor Peppa. I'm so sorry. I'm sure I'm not the only owner you have these days. Try to adjust. Go ahead and say it. Lena clapped her hands. Back at the front of the group, Peggy cursed under her breath, but dared not lash out, only able to glare at Lena secretly. You are very lucky. Lena is a well-known philanthropist in this generation. She is especially kind to us demi-humans. You may not believe it now, but I guarantee that in time you will all be willing to pledge your allegiance to him. Martina was comforting Aaron's companions. It must be said that his social skills were better than Nora's. The seemingly foolish demi-human slaves seemed quite willing to talk to him. Epic Cow cautiously asked him, can I eat every day? Of course, you can eat 3 meals a day and at least 2 pieces of black bread bigger than your face at each meal. Epic Rain also asked if she would be abused. I've heard that people who are bought by humans rarely have a good ending. Martina recalled for a few seconds, her cheeks slightly flushed. No, Lena is the gentlest man I've ever met. He always patiently teaches me all sorts of things, and he never abandoned me, even when we were in danger. As long as you don't do anything excessive, he won't mistreat you. Roxanne flicked her tongue, her thick, long brown tail swaying gently behind her. He probably wouldn't. I can smell people's scents. Most people smell bad, but he smells sweet. Although the metaphor felt a little strange to Lena, it was still a positive metaphor nonetheless. Just when Rena thought she had it all figured out, Epic Lang spoke up from the side. Will they do anything strange to us? It was clear that he had thought about this question for a long time before asking it. Upon hearing this, the chattering demi-humans immediately fell silent, all pricking up their ears to listen to Martina's reply. Epic Bull covered his proud chest, afraid that Lena might have some bad thoughts about it. Vice Minister Schur waved his hand forcefully, saying, I was just asking casually, I didn't mean anything by it. Martina gave a soft hum. Did you hear that? Having food, drink, and shelter is already a good thing. Why would you want to find a man to be comfortable with? After saying that, he suddenly turned around and walked to the middle of the line, raised his hands and shouted, All eyes are on me. I have an announcement to make. It's not just about demi-human slaves. Although the pedestrians on the street could not understand the demi-human language, they were all attracted to him. Lena and her group became the focus of attention on the street. That a bit embarrassing. Martina continued to shout, Lena, she's mine. Anyone who wants to become her woman has to get past me. A woman I can't even beat doesn't deserve her. Putting aside her intellectual talents, Martina always gave him the impression of being wise beyond her years. His muttering of that completely blocked his path to advancement. But it doesn't matter anymore. He's content now. Too many women aren't a good thing either. They'll cause trouble. After Martina finished speaking, she returned to Lena's side and pointed at several demi-human slaves, warning them that Martina valued 2 things most in her life, food and Lena. If you dare to covet her, don't blame me for beating you up. Hearing that she was equated with food in Martina's mind, Lena felt a mix of emotions, a sense of relief mixed with sadness. Upon hearing his words, the slaves all obediently nodded. Generally speaking, without special care, Aaron wouldn't be interested in humans, and Lena wouldn't be interested in any of them either, since they're just tools for making money. Loving Nora, Martina, and Junies is enough. Upon arriving at the market, Reiner selected clothes and bedding for the animal-eared girls one by one, and then had Nora and Martina distribute the items to them. Just then, Peppa's inner voice floated in again. How strange that she would buy us such a thing. Let's observe further. Perhaps it's the same shell. 113 Demas's Commission. In episode 113, after buying clothes at the market, Lena was tightly clutched by the weak demi-human slaves. This one action made them vaguely feel that Lena might not be as bad as Martina had said. After buying the clothes, Grandma took them to rent a house. Now he has more and more beast-eared girls under his command, totaling 16, including himself. The small house can only accommodate a maximum of 6 people. After all, it's not very convenient to have too many people. He can't let 10 beast-eared girls sleep on the floor in the living room. Empty houses near the east side of the city? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any, but there are quite a few vacant rooms in the west of the city. Would you like to consider it? The tavern owner wiped the wooden table in front of him with a rag. Forget it, he said. The west side of the city is too far from where I live, so it's not even in my consideration. On second thought, he didn't know how long he would stay in Mellold. He might have to go back to Cannon after a while. Although it was relatively backward, it might offer more opportunities than Mellold, and was a good place for development. Lena sighed, then thought about it carefully. The house he lived in was in the east corner of the city. The houses in that area weren't very densely packed. Between the backyard and the corner of the wall, there was a nearly 10-meter-long, overgrown open space. If Lena wanted, she could easily build a staff dormitory there using the grinding method. However, Almost every inch of land in the city belonged to the Lord, and these local rulers valued land ownership extremely highly. Building houses without permission was easily seen as a provocation, and one would have to ask Demas first. Junies, you take him home first. I need to go find Demas. Then come back soon. Nora and Martina also want to go with Lena. I'm giving you a task. Keep an eye on these slaves, especially that white fox. Make sure you keep a close watch on it. Nora nodded and obediently returned to June's side, her eyes fixed on Paige. The cat and the fox stared at each other like that. Martina pouted slightly and said angrily, "You want to get rid of us so badly. Are you planning to go out and find other women?" Lena grabbed Ariana and said, "If I really go out to find a woman, I can't possibly bring a burden along, can I?" The little elf couldn't understand their conversation, and he scratched his head in confusion. Martina squinted, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, reluctantly believing you. "Come back soon. Don't make me miss you." Lena parted ways with them and then walked straight out of the tavern. About 10 minutes later, Lena arrived at the city gate. From a distance, you can see Demas, dressed in full plate armor, standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Judging from his back view, he seemed to have gotten a bit stronger in the month I hadn't seen him. Lord Demas heard Lena's voice and turned around. The two looked at each other and wanted to exchange a few pleasantries first, but this time the taciturn Demas spoke first. "Rena, I heard you're back, and I was just about to come find you." His tone carried a hint of joy. Demas noticed the blue-haired potato beside him. This was the elf from the Dawn Forest, where there was an unnamed great forest to the north. Demas the elf walked down the city wall along the corpse and stood in front of Ariana, carefully examining her. "This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Apart from the color of their hair, they look no different from humans. Yes, there really isn't much difference." Eliana, like a shy little girl, clung to Lena's clothes and hid behind her, confirming that she was indeed a socially anxious girl. "So you've been staying in that forest all this time?" "No, I've been in Cannon Barnet for a while now. You just crossed that unnamed forest to get to Cannon, which is quite a distance from here." Lena nodded. "It's over 300 kilometers, and with the rugged and difficult roads in the forest, it would take more than 10 days just to get here." Ariana gently swayed Lena's arm, revealing her shyness. Despite being a socially awkward elf, she loved traveling and adventuring. "Let's get down to business. You just said you wanted to see me. Is there something you need?" Demas straightened his back, his tone gradually becoming serious. "Slave traders claim that a red dragon has appeared near the Dawn Forest, and several hunters have gone missing there. I would like to ask you to investigate whether this is true. If traces of something resembling a dragon are indeed found, I will immediately organize an army to subdue it. I may need your help at that time." Red Dragon Lena subconsciously looked at the red dragon's breath in her hand. These two might even be related. If there's a chance, I might be able to help you resolve this directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lena heard the system's voice message. "Quest update. Head to the Dawn Forest and find out more. The mission reward is 5 bottles of healing water. Come on." Although the running missions were tedious and boring, the reward of 5 bottles of holy water that could cure all diseases made Lena grin from ear to ear. Its hydrotherapy can heal large wounds, while Iriana's light therapy can precisely repair small wounds. Although both of these healing techniques are excellent, their healing power is still limited, and they're completely powerless against some more severe wounds. It's best to have holy water as insurance, in case you suddenly need it someday. Just as he was lost in thought, Eliana tapped his kidney with her staff. "Hey, Lena, what are you grinning about? They're asking you a question." Lena suddenly looked up and found Demas staring at her with a puzzled expression. "How embarrassing." "Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else and got a little distracted." "What did you say?" Demas shook his head and repeated himself. The creatures inside the skull are no ordinary monsters. Each one is incredibly difficult to deal with. Although you are quite capable, I don't want you to take this risk. If it is indeed very dangerous, I will run away." Demas nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Well, you must have something to say to me, right?" "Huh? There's a vacant lot in my backyard that is overgrown with weeds. Can I rent that lot? I just went to the slave market and bought a lot of demi-humans to build them a house they can live in." "How big is that piece of land?" Lena thought for a moment and realized that 10 meters by 10 meters would be about 1,000 square feet. Less than 1,000 feet. Take it and use it. If there are any issues with the soldiers, just say that I gave them permission. Sure enough, going directly to Demas would have saved 20 years of detours. Lena nodded, said goodbye to Demas, and then walked straight towards home. 114. Begin interrogating the fox. In episode 114, Reiner first used flames to clear away the weeds in the backyard, then touched the ground with both hands, and 4 rock pillars rose up from the ground. The bee-steered girls, clutching their blankets, watched as Reiner used the grinding method to build the house, and they all gasped in amazement. Clearly, these demi-human slaves had little experience with magic. Martina said with great pride, "Don't be surprised, Lena. She knows a lot of magic, and she's my man." Just then, a discordant voice drifted over. "Fire and flame attribute? That's interesting, but might not be as good as me. My fire magic is among the best in my race, so I still have a chance of winning if it's a sneak attack." It was that traitorous scoundrel again. After the house was finished, Lena would definitely teach him a lesson. Then he continued building the house. Architecture was completely outside Lena's knowledge. She simply applied what she learned from a block game. First build a square frame, and then fix thin stone slabs on top of it. Before long, a spacious matchbox was built. He reached out and tapped the outer wall. It felt quite sturdy, but the wall was too thin, so he guessed it wouldn't be very effective at keeping warm. "But I probably won't be staying here for long, so I'll just make do with this for now." He walked into the room, looked around, and felt that something was missing. After a few seconds of thought, he decisively raised his hand and retrieved the rocks, and light shone into the room through the circular opening. That's how the window was made. Lenore made 10 more beds, which were a bit stiff, but they were usable after being padded with blankets. Today's situation is just an emergency measure. Their living conditions can be improved gradually. If you want others to work for you willingly and psychologically, you definitely need to have the most basic things. Reiner looked around and then erected 2 more stone walls inside the house to separate the room for rest from the living room, leaving a small partition for them to use as a bathroom and toilet. This staff dormitory is basically fully equipped. We just need to buy a few more doors. He walked to the door and waved to show her and the women, "Come in and take a look. This is where you've been staying for a while." The skinny women looked at each other, huddled together for warmth like a group of small animals. None of them had made it. Lena's kind smile vanished, and she emphasized, "Come here." Upon hearing this, the demi-humans rushed over, but only Paige followed at the very back with a smile. He put his hand on Lena's shoulder and whispered, "Master is really amazing. He's practically my idol. I love Master the most." Although that's what they said, what they really thought was completely different. All male bears are the same. They'll be happy if a pretty woman compliments them. Before long, he'll be completely smitten with me. Seeing Lena touching his hand, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Unexpectedly, the conversation took a sudden turn, and the machine was firmly pressed to the ground. Wait, Master. It hurts so much. Why are you doing this to me?" He looked at Lena pitifully, his captivating eyes welling up with tears. The fluffy white tail then deftly wrapped around Lena's arm. With his whining and whining, if Lena hadn't been able to hear his inner thoughts, she might have actually been fooled. Reiner said seriously, "Don't touch me without permission." Before Peggy could answer, Martina jumped out. "Okay, Lena, you're amazing. You're truly my man." His hoarse ears were twitching wildly, showing that he was very pleased with Lena's actions. Just then, Peggy's inner voice came through. "This man is crazy. His clothes are made of gold, and he won't even let me touch them. This woman too. None of them are normal people." Although that's what she thought in her heart, she still begged him for forgiveness without uttering a single word. "Director, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me." Snort. Seeing that the slave's attention had been drawn to him, Lena slowly released her hand, allowing him to stand up. Paige dusted herself off and pouted slightly. "You're such a good actress. You're finished. How dare you lay a hand on me? Wait till I get my hands on you later. Then you won't need to go in anymore. You'll sleep with us." Paige paused for a moment, then deliberately raised her voice and said, "Master, didn't you promise us you wouldn't do that kind of thing? I've always considered you the man I respect most. So why are you so eager to have sex with me tonight?" No. You must have misunderstood something. We sleep in the bedroom, but you can only sleep in the living room. We only let you share a room with us because we think you're not honest and need to be monitored. Also, you have a faint smell of urine on you, and I don't like women with strong body odor. The computer was overheated, but still smiled and replied that it was a pity the owner didn't like it. But I haven't been disobedient. I'm willing to be loyal to my master. What smell do I have? This person is really going too far. Just wait until I get my chance, and you're finished. Lena knew perfectly well that she didn't smell, but she just thought he was being annoying and casually cursed him out. Stop talking and come with me. Lena waved, and Peggy quietly followed her back to her room. He pointed to a corner near the kitchen and said, "You'll sleep on this blanket tonight, on the floor. I'll get you another blanket later." Okay. The owner obediently squatted on the ground to spread out the quilt, then took off his straw sandals and sat on the quilt. He rolled around playfully, clutching the blanket and muttering softly, "It's so warm." Master is awful, disgusting, but men fall for that. You're smart and cute, but you still have to work on me. Paige paused for a moment, her gaze shifting slightly downwards, lingering for a brief second. Is there something wrong with him? Even I couldn't be charmed? I will try my best to become the kind of person my master likes. I like women whose thoughts are written all over their faces. Your scheming is too deep and not likable. Lena shook her head, pulled over a stool, sat down in front of Paige, and looked serious. I heard you have a sister. Where is she? I don't know. It's still winter and very cold outside. Are you sure you want him to survive alone in the wild? I really don't know where he is. Master, please believe me. But Lena's words caused her some unease. Nif is not young anymore. Even if I leave, I can survive on my own. This guy's trying to scare me. Nifrina's lips curled into a slight smile. She had just gotten the information. 115, The Cunning White Fox. Episode 115. Confess honestly, where is your sister? Lena continued the interrogation with her legs crossed. He has the ability to eavesdrop on new students, and it's incredibly easy to get information out of him. With just a little prompting, he'll unconsciously make connections, and Lena can take the opportunity to eavesdrop on the information. Peggy shook her head, stretched out her slender fingers, and pried open Lena's knees in a fawning manner. I really don't know where he went. She is my sister, and I am worried about her safety. I just want to find her faster than you can. Okay, then I'll grant your wish. To be honest, there aren't many places to hide around the city. You either have to go to the open fields around the city, or hide in the woods of the small village to the east of the city. Paige lowered her head, pretending to be thinking, but in reality, she had already come up with a plan. Pretend not to tell him first, listen to his boasting for a while, pretend to believe him, then tell him a fake place. After a while, he won't be able to find the person and will most likely give up. Lena narrowed her eyes. This system ability was becoming more and more enjoyable to use. Watching him act was especially interesting. Even someone with ankles like Peggy's is like a blank sheet of paper in front of Lena. Master, she is my sister. You would never understand the bond between us sisters. Lena nodded and continued to try to get information out of her. After a long while, Paige feigned submission and murmured softly, Master, why do you insist on finding him? Isn't that simple? Because I am a member of the Ijin Protection Association, I have dedicated my life to protecting Ijin. Paige clasped her hands together in front of her chest, looking at Lena with adoration in her eyes. Churan, you're too great. Nobody believes that. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. All that sugar-coated bullets, building houses for us to live in, are just ways to win people's hearts. Before we demi-humans were persecuted by humans, we lived a much happier life in the forest than this. It's not easy to influence such a clever person, and Lena didn't have time to argue with her. She just caught her sister red-handed, and she was sure to behave herself. Although it's somewhat despicable, it's definitely the best way to control her right now. So you can tell me now, you have to promise that after you save my sister, you will treat her well, I promise. Alright, he's actually hiding in that small forest east of the city. The location he's referring to is the small village where I lived when I first arrived here. The forest next to the village is home not only to all sorts of monsters, but also to many bandits hiding there. Lena could tell a mute man was talking nonsense without even hearing his thoughts. I see, but I feel there should be a better hiding place. You're a clever fox. There's no way you wouldn't have thought of that. The open fields west of the city, right? Peggy remained silent, as if he had been solemnly accepted. The acting was so realistic, just like the real thing. I have remained silent and refused to communicate. He might think he guessed the location correctly. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a denial. Something's off about this person. But it is precisely at times like these that we must not reveal any weaknesses. As long as I don't speak, even if he guesses the location, he can't verify its authenticity, so it's useless. Peggy remained expressionless and closed her white chin. Dana named several places he thought were suitable for hiding. Peggy would sometimes remain silent, and sometimes nod, releasing a smokescreen. It's really hard to tell the difference between what's real and what's fake. Until Lena mentioned a place called Dawn Forest. Calm down, calm down. I've already admitted it several times already. If I continue to admit it openly, it will only mislead him further. Lena confirmed that her sister was hiding in the Dawn Forest, but that place was not only haunted by Arm Lin, but according to Demas, it might also be home to a terrifying red dragon, so it wasn't very safe. It's great that we can do both tasks at the same time. Peggy smiled and slowly said, "You guessed it after all. My sister lives in the West Forest. I'm so smart. Let's head to the West Forest tomorrow." Lena quickly got up, put the stool back, and then went into the kitchen. The toxic artist was completely dumbfounded. Lena went to the kitchen and got 2 pieces of white bread and 1 piece of black bread, handing the black bread to the still bewildered Peggy. "I need to stay calm. Staying calm is the best thing to do right now. If she rushes to explain, he'll easily see through her act. She's definitely not an ordinary man." Lena squatted down in front of her, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Why are you unhappy? Is your sister not in the Dawn Forest? No matter what I say, my master won't believe me. Let's just pretend it's there then." He took small bites of the black bread, clearly not in the mood to eat, but still pretended to have a big appetite. They're always acting. It's a real shame they're not actors. Aren't you tired? They're acting all the time. Peggy smiled, pretending not to understand Lena's meaning, and glanced back at him. "Don't you understand? Your tricks won't work on me. You need to practice for a few more years." "What kind of trick is this? I don't understand. Who exactly is this man? I pretended to be perfect from beginning to end, but he was able to see through my disguise with ease. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. In the past, the men I met were just easy prey for me, but he always seemed to be able to perfectly guess what I was thinking. What exactly is this Tu Jing Kajing about? Could it be mind reading? Is this kind of magic only found in legends? He's unlikely to, but he gives me such a strange feeling." Lena gasped. He was the first to vaguely realize that he was being eavesdropped on. It was definitely not a good thing that the beast ear girl was too smart. Trying to act cute? I'm a very cute little fox. Paige smiled gently, broke off a piece of black bread from her hand, and casually handed it to Lena. "Master, you must be hungry too. Have some food." Paige is really good at this. Even though I know he's acting, there's still a risk of being charmed by him. He suddenly understands King Zhou. Just then, Lena was tapped by Martina. He pouted and looked a little angry. Lena didn't know when he had arrived. He hadn't made a sound as he walked. Startled, Lena complained, "What's wrong with you? I was just asking you a question, and suddenly you hit me. What do you think?" With her eyes practically bulging out, Martina puffed out her cheeks and suddenly grabbed Paige's collar. "You want to steal my man?" Paige smiled and said somewhat obsequiously that it was normal for a woman to be attracted to her master, who was so outstanding. He said that, but he didn't really mean it. There's no shortage of men in this world, and I'm not interested in him at all. You can keep him for yourself and play with him slowly. Your flattery won't help. We'll set off to find your sister tomorrow." Before Lena could finish speaking, she was dragged into the room by a somewhat excited Martina. 116 heading to the Forest of Dawn. The White Fox stops pretending. The following morning, in episode 116, Lena led everyone out and rode horses to the Forest of Dawn. They arrived at their destination in about 2 hours. Looking at the forest before her, Lena smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased with herself. Peggy, sitting behind Lena, had the exact opposite mood, feeling anxious and somewhat uneasy. He was quite calm and composed when he first stepped out, but when he saw that Lena seemed to be serious, he finally panicked. Along the way, Peggy kept anxiously chewing her fingers. Nana turned to look at Peggy, only to be glared at by a somewhat vulnerable Peggy. "Why are you glaring at me? It's too dangerous to leave this little girl in the forest. There are arm-shaped trees in this forest, and occasionally there are slave traders. Besides, I've heard that there have been red dragons appearing recently. Just to be safe, we must find your sister." Paige didn't believe Lena would have such good intentions at all. He said expressionlessly, "I'm not stupid. I know what you're thinking." He stopped pretending altogether. His eyes became sharper, and his naive and innocent demeanor disappeared, as if he had become a completely different person. Lena glanced back at him and said, "This is the real you. You don't need to be so obsequious to me. I still prefer your rebellious self. I admit I can't beat you. What do you want from me?" "Of course it's the body." Paige clutched her chest, her disgust undisguised. "You beast, I'd rather die than let you get away with this." Just then, Martina coughed twice as a way of warning Lena. "What I mean is, I need you to make money for me, and once I've made enough, I can let you go." "Humph, no one in their right mind would believe you. Someone once said something similar to you, and later he didn't want to leave." Lena crossed her arms and reminisced about the past. When she first met Martina, she vehemently disagreed and was extremely wary of Lena. But now, he seems like a completely different person. Whenever he has time, he snuggles in Anna's arms and acts all cute and affectionate. Martina blinked, puzzled, and asked, "Who is it?" "Is it Nora?" Nora glanced back at him, smiling without saying a word. Peggy said expressionlessly, "Don't compare me to him. I don't buy it." Lena shrugged dismissively. "Whatever. The temperature's already set. I'll just find his weakness, and he won't be able to resist." Just then, Junie spoke up. "Lena is a very kind man. I know you have prejudices against humans right now, but after spending time with him, you will discover his shining qualities. I don't believe anything humans say." Lena yawned. She didn't want to talk to Peggy anymore, so she spoke to Nora instead. "Now that most of the snow has melted, you should be able to track the scents, right?" Nora nodded. He closed his eyes, raised his head, and sensed it for a moment before speaking. "It should be okay. Can you help me find his sister? Since they are sisters, their scents shouldn't be too different. I can give it a try." Nora dismounted and walked to Paige's side, sniffing her scent. "You lackey of humanity. How dare you help humans harm your own kind? You demi-human traitor." Nora looked him up and down and coldly replied, "You'll thank me later." After saying that, he walked ahead alone to scout the way for the others. Watching his thin back, Lena pulled Paige aside, dismounted, and walked towards Nora. "There might be red dragons around here. I'll go with you, just to be careful." He pushed the machine to Martina and gave her instructions. "Keep an eye on this guy. If he tries to escape, use temperature control." Just then, Iriana dismounted and ran over. "Lena, I'll join you. I've fought Longley before and have some experience that I can offer you. Have you ever fought with dragons?" "I've fought Red Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Pteranodon. Don't let my small size fool you. I'm actually quite powerful." "Are they good?" "Approximately how big is it?" "It's definitely powerful. Even my dad, a warrior of such strength, could barely kill an earth dragon. As for size, pterosaurs had no wings and were about 10 to 20 meters tall. If you don't count the tail, they were about 60 meters long. As for the Crimson Dragon, those things are huge, ranging from tens of meters to hundreds of meters in length. The gale created by an adult red dragon flapping its wings can sweep through an entire lush forest, and the flames it spews can ignite a square mile of trees in an instant." Lena's mouth was slightly open, and she fell silent. It's all the fault of the Crimson Dragon's breath. Seeing how dull the staff usually looked, Lena habitually assumed that the real red dragon probably wasn't that powerful. Now, according to Ariana's description, if the red dragon is discovered, the most appropriate thing for her to do is to go back and get reinforcements as soon as possible. No, based on his performance on previous missions with Demas, he didn't believe that Melod had anyone capable of killing the Crimson Dragon. Sending more ordinary people would only make the Crimson Dragon eat more. If they don't come, don't worry. Red dragons need to live for at least 100 years to be considered adults, and the numbers are not many. If they're just small red dragons, they are still easy to deal with. "So your dad killed a small earth dragon? How could that be? He's definitely an adult. How many Martinas could your dad beat?" "It's hard to say. For what I've observed, my dad's strength and speed are probably faster than Martina's, even after using that blue glowing magic. Moreover, my dad is also skilled in light magic, making him significantly stronger than Martina, probably equivalent to 3 or 4 times her strength. And what about your mother? There's no need to compare. My mother is the pride of our elves. She is the strongest stargazer. Thousands of years ago, when the ancient empire still existed, my mother was already one of the most powerful magicians on this continent. If it really comes down to it, even hundreds of Martinas wouldn't stand chance. Lena narrowed her eyes. It seemed she had to get on Martina's good side. Huh? Why do you smile so evilly? What do you want to do? Ariana tapped Lena's knee with her staff and said, I don't like humans, so don't even think about me. Who will want potatoes? Even if you're interested, you should be interested in less mature women, like Lena, who was attacked relentlessly by Elijah before she could even finish speaking. 117. Found Peggy's sister. In episode 117, Nora squatted down and sniffed around. Suddenly, she turned around and said, Master, I can smell his scent. He's not far from us. The group had been searching all morning, but they hadn't encountered either the guitar-playing sister, Nefer, or the rumored dragon. Ariana yawned and leaned sleepily against Lena. I finally found them. If I hadn't found them, I was even planning to ask the little elf to help me find them. Can you help me find the location of the red dragon? Lena patted his head. I always ask them. They're going to find me annoying. Ariana complained softly, then tapped Lena's knee twice with her staff. Please help me out. I'll buy you something delicious on my way back. Lena would use this method to coax him whenever he didn't want to do something. You try to bribe me with food again. I just can't do anything with you. Okay, let's keep walking. I'll hold your hand. They continued following Nora, walking for half a day through the dense forest, when Martina suddenly called them to a stop. Lena, the trees are getting denser and the horse can't get through. Looking back, you see a horse stuck between 2 trees, unable to move. We can't tie the weight properly. Before long, Martina and Junies caught up quickly, while Peggy's face was gloomy as she pondered a plan. This area was so safe, and after walking for so long, she hadn't seen a single monster. This human was definitely bluffing her. She absolutely couldn't let him find an Ifu. But now I can't suddenly ambush them since they don't have weapons, and it will take time for Inchon to make a sound. That idiot was keeping a close eye on me. He could subdue me in an instant if he wanted to. Lena glanced back at him and saw that he was deep in thought, so she deliberately asked, Why are you still trying to trick me? Peiji was slightly taken aback. His fierce and terrifying eyes softened little by little. He put his beast ears on his head and said in a low voice, Master, I promise you anything. Please don't hurt my sister. She is a very innocent and kind girl. Please. He said this through gritted teeth. I never said I would hurt your sister. I only hope you can help me make money. Other than that, I have no interest in you demi-humans. Paige nodded, but still didn't believe it. Lena didn't say anything more. After all, he was a smart man, and he would eventually understand after observing for a while. Suddenly, a chill swept over them, and they all shivered involuntarily. Junies moved closer to Reiner, feeling like something was watching them. As soon as she finished speaking, Ariana stopped in her tracks, grabbing Lena and Junies' clothes like a heavy anchor. The little elves said that there was indeed a young red dragon nearby, but it wasn't very big, only about 20 meters long. Nora, who was walking ahead, waved to them and then pointed to a deep pit in the snow, behind which was a series of faint paw prints leading into the depths of the forest. These claw marks were made not long ago. The red dragon may have just left from here. Lena leaned closer and gestured with her hand. The claw mark was almost half the size of her body. Ariana glanced at it and said very carefully and definitively, There's no mistake. These are the claw marks of the Crimson Dragon. I've seen them a few times before. Peggy walked over to the group and glanced at the paw prints. She was shocked. What huge footprints! He wasn't lying. There really were buildings in this forest. This would put Nea in danger. He nudged Lena's shoulder and pleaded, Chu-Ran, help me find my sister. She's my only family left. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her white, fluffy tail drooped. Lena glanced at him and said she wouldn't help him look. She would try her best. Nora walked forward, peered around for a while, then turned to the others and said, The paw prints followed the scent. Should we follow them? Let's see if we can find his sister first. As soon as she finished speaking, Lena heard the system's voice in her ear. Go to Dawn 3 and find out what's going on. The current status has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Lena felt her pouch become heavier and reached inside to find 5 neatly arranged bottles of holy water. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Based on past experience, it was unlikely that the system would give him useless items for no reason. Nora, Martina, Junies, Eliana, and Peggy. That's exactly 5 people. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Bucket, what are you up to? It's just a randomly assigned reward. You're overthinking it. The mission reward for rescuing Peppa's sister has been updated. The frenzied breath of the red dragon can transform it into human form. Lena looked at the staff in her hand. Was this thing turning into a human form? They're all words that I can understand, but why do they feel so unfamiliar when put together? Forget it. Let's finish the task first. Be prepared, a fight might break out soon. He turned to the crowd and said. Then, as if remembering something, he asked Ariana, Red Dragon shouldn't possess abilities like magic detection, right? You don't have that ability. Just treat them like wild animals. Martina used lightning to forge a fake beforehand. All right. Martina began chanting the spell, like a deflated lighter. It took her several tries to cast the spell. As laser light appeared on his body, he slowly put on his helmet. The group huddled together, following the claw marks for a distance, when the claw marks suddenly disappeared into thin air. Lena's heart raced a little. She lowered her voice and asked, Can you still smell the scent of the Minja people? Yes, he's probably hiding around here. Nora slowly closed her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings, then opened them and looked at a thick, withered tree in the distance. I found it. Paige looked around and, seeing that there seemed to be no danger, decisively headed towards Nefer's hiding place. Don't worry, Nora and I will go with you. The red dragon might be hiding nearby, so it's always better to be careful. Reiner turned to look at Martina, Eliana, and the others. Be careful. Stay alert at all times. I'll listen to you. Peggy reached out and grabbed Lena's clothes, and the 3 of them quickly ran to the dead tree. Upon arriving at the destination, Nora first tapped the bamboo pole with her hand. It was hollow inside. A moment later, an uneasy sound came from it. Hearing the familiar voice, Paige turned around and glanced at Lena, then whispered, Mr. and Mrs., it's me. 118, save my sister first. In episode 118, a small crack appeared on the tree trunk, and with a muffled thud, a dark tree hole was revealed to everyone. A short-haired, white-eared fox girl peeked out from among them. He was initially happy to hear Peppa's voice, but upon seeing Lena, he timidly hid back inside. Was shy little guy. Paige glanced back at Lena, then slowly lowered her head. This is my sister, Nifo. He's very wary of humans. Let him come out, and let's get out of this forest quickly. According to Eliana's description, the Crimson Dragon is quite dangerous. Peggy nodded, her inner thoughts echoing at that moment. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to trust him. He tapped on the tree trunk and whispered, Come out quickly. He's different from other humans. He's a good person. Only after Paige's assurance did Neve cautiously step out. He hugged Paige's waist, hiding behind him, and occasionally stole glances at Lena. The little guy looks to be only a teenager and not very bright, but his eyes are bright and he doesn't look malnourished. He probably hasn't been starving lately. Lena glanced into the tree hole and saw that it was filled with fallen leaves, with many berries piled in the corner and a half-eaten rabbit. Just then, Nefer slowly spoke up, explaining that the area was unsafe, with monsters frequently flying around in the sky. He suggested they follow him and leave the area. Paige stroked his tiger bait and soothed him gently. Just then, a flock of startled birds flew out of the woods. Nora pricked up her ears, looked up into the depths of the woods, and drew the dagger from her waist. Master, something is coming from the sky. Lena followed his gaze and saw a red shadow soaring into the sky, letting out a piercing roar. Nora covered her ears, looking somewhat nervous and uneasy. Peggy and Nefer hugged each other tightly. Lana looked closely and realized that it didn't resemble a dragon at all. Rather, it looked more like a giant red lizard with wings. After circling in the air a few times, the red dragon swooped down towards them, its chest and throat glowing with a very conspicuous red light. Shao Xin, it's coming for us. Nana raised his staff, instantly conjuring a tree of fireballs, which he then shot towards him. The fireball exploded in midair, hitting the red dragon precisely. But this guy was completely unaffected, bursting out of the flames and continuing to attack them. Lena muttered to herself, "Fire magic doesn't seem to have any effect on him." "Wait, Peggy, don't run away." Out of fear, Paige pulled Nefer to the side. Nora reacted quickly and grabbed him, but Nefer still ran far away. Peggy frowned and struggled as she shouted, "Are we just going to stay here and wait to die?" Lena didn't have time to explain. She just shouted to the little fox who was still running wildly, "Nifo, come back quickly." Nora called out, "Master," again. Lena understood immediately and quickly deployed a radiant barrier to block the flames spewed from the sky by the red dragon. But Nefer, who went further away, wasn't so lucky. Seeing that the flames had no effect on Lena and the others, the red dragon turned its attention to Nivelle. Lena reacted quickly, shooting a large water balloon at the fleeing Nivlu, completely soaking his clothes. The next second, flames lashed out and engulfed him, completely setting the trees around him ablaze. Lena could vaguely see that Nefer was still engulfed in flames and was rolling around on the ground. Nivlaj shouted anxiously. He had finally managed to break free from Nora, but Lena grabbed him and told him not to go out yet. My sister is a smart person, but the danger to her loved ones made her lose her composure. Okay, calm down a bit. Lana fired another water balloon, extinguishing the fire on Nefer's body. In the distance, Junius raised his staff and chanted a spell. Soon, several dark clouds appeared in the sky, and icy rain fell from the sky, gradually extinguishing the flames burning all around. The red dragon circled in the air and spotted Junius casting the spell. It charged at him, spewing flames, but Ariana blocked it with a radiant barrier. Lena conjured a blade at the tip of her staff. Seeing him fly into the sky again, she prepared to use the same trick, diving down and spewing fire. Without hesitation, she fired the blade, slicing his wings. The red dragon, struck, lost its balance, and fell from the sky. It rolled over, flapped its sword a few times, but couldn't fly. So it opened its blood-red maw and charged at Lena and the others. Martina, crackling with lightning, was even faster. She charged forward sluggishly and crashed into the red dragon, but the two were not even in the same league. The red dragon, nearly 2 stories tall, remained unmoved, while Martina herself was bounced back. Seeing the red dragon getting closer and closer, Lena hurriedly used Earthquake Tree. The red dragon's speed was reduced slightly, but it quickly flapped its wings again and flew unsteadily toward Lena. Lena decisively used her blade to create a large hole in its fragile, demonic wings, rendering it completely unable to fly. Sword! The red dragon crashed to the ground, and Martina leaped high into the air, slashing at his neck. Base! Martina's greatsword, which could cut through iron like mud, did not sever his dragon head. It only caused Hong Lin to lose a few pieces. His skin is so hard. Martina complained while rambling on about the red dragon. Suddenly, the red dragon gripped the ground, its upper limb muscles trembling slightly. Then it swung its body, and its thick, powerful tail lashed out at Martina like a whip. She wasn't fast enough, and Martina easily dodged. After creating some distance, the red dragon spat out a breath of dragon flame at the group, then suddenly turned and quickly crawled towards the fallen Nivelle. Martina dropped her shield and charged forward, clinging tightly to the red dragon's tail in an attempt to stop him, but was ultimately thrown off. Nora saw Martina flying towards them and grabbed Lena to the side to dodge. Paige, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit and sent flying several meters by Martina, howling in pain. Lena touched the ground with both hands, and several barriers instantly rose up in front of the red dragon. The top 10 shouted, "Naifu, run!" Naifu was disoriented and struggled to his feet a few seconds later. The stone wall was as thin as paper in front of the dragon, and it shattered with the slightest touch. The helpless nun was grabbed by the red dragon. Just as she was about to be swallowed by the dragon, a white light suddenly appeared. A dazzling white light pierced through the red dragon's head, and his massive body fell to the ground. Lena turned around and saw that it was Ariana who had unleashed the attack. "I'll ask him for advice when I get back. He has more urgent things to do right now." Lena ran up to Peggy and asked, "How are you?" Peggy lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his mouth covered in blood, his long white hair stained red with blood. He was clearly badly injured, and he said intermittently, "Master, please save my sister, please." Before he could finish speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lena took out a bottle of holy water, unscrewed the cork, put it to his lips, and he drank the medicine. 119, Mischievous Little Elf. After feeding Peggy the healing holy water in episode 119, Lena headed straight for the Nya mansion. Junies and Eliana were kneeling on the ground with worried expressions, and Healy was helping him heal his wounds. Nibble's eyebrows were burned by dragon fire, part of his hair was burned off, and he was coughing up blood incessantly. Nora offered her vacuum cleaner to comfort him, asking how he was doing. After asking that question, Lena noticed a bloody hole in Nefern's abdomen, through which she could vaguely see organs gently wriggling. Lena reached in her pouch and took out 2 bottles of holy water. Junie shook his head and said in Balnet that the burns had been treated, but the wound on his stomach was too large, and he was coughing up blood, so he might have internal injuries and was probably not going to make it. Just then, Peggy walked over quickly, and, seeing Nefer's miserable state, tears welled up in his eyes. Peggy had been injured and hadn't uttered a sound, but when he saw his last loved one fall in front of him, he couldn't hold back his tears. He turned to look at Lena, reached out and grabbed her trouser leg as if it were a lifeline. "Owner." Lena nodded, unscrewed a bottle of holy water, and fed it to Enai Fu, whose breathing became much calmer. Seeing that the wound on her stomach was slowly healing, Lena also used light therapy to help her. Before long, the wound on her abdomen had completely healed. To rule out any hidden injuries, Lena examined him, and the examination was completed. The current slave's quality is rare. Name, Nefeldwell. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, demi-human. Current status, weak. Talent details, strength, B. Endurance, C. Agility, A. Perception, B. Spirit, C. Governance, E. There shouldn't be any problems. His condition is just weak. He just needs to rest for a while. In addition, his intelligence seems a bit off. He and Pecan are clearly sisters, but there is a significant difference in their intelligence. He's all better now. Pack up and get ready to go home. Thanks. Paige gently hugged Naifu and softly wiped away her tears. Lena glanced at Junies instinctively, and their eyes met. He seemed puzzled, probably thinking about the healing holy water. Meanwhile, Ariana asked Lena directly, "What did you feed her?" It was so miraculous that it brought people back from the brink of death. A mature woman, no matter how much she wants to know something, will not ask it. "Ariana, are you a mature woman?" Ariana pouted and nudged Lena twice with her staff. "Here we go again. Tell me now, or I'll beat you up." Lena shook her head, choosing to keep it a secret once again. Just then, a pair of strong shoulders hugged Lena tightly from behind. "It's Martina." She made a cute whimpering sound. "What's wrong, Lana?" "My body hurts too. It hurts everywhere." The moment she finished speaking, her inner thoughts reached Lena's ears. "I was just thrown out like that, and no one even cared about me. I have to act all weak and helpless. How annoying." Lena was speechless for a moment. What could she do with her own wife? Spoil her. You almost killed the computer after being thrown around. I think you're more itchy than in pain. I'll have a good chat with you when we get back. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. The size difference was more than 10 times, but he still dared to grab the red dragon's tail. Thinking of this, Lena glanced back at the Crimson Dragon's corpse and suddenly noticed that the Crimson Dragon's breath was standing next to the corpse, while the huge fire magic stone was absorbing white smoke from the corpse. Lena had seen adventurers being pulled back and knew that the white thing was a soul. After absorbing the soul, the Crimson Dragon shook the fire demon stone vigorously, then hopped back to Lena's side. "What were you doing just now?" The Crimson Dragon's breath remained motionless. Logically, it should be able to transform by now. Lena bent down and placed it on the ground, then mumbled a few spells. "Mealy, mealy, 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 coo. Turn me into a young woman, mature woman, or lowly." The staff didn't react at all, as if it were dead. Let nature take its course. Maybe it will come out on its own someday. Just then, Ariana came over, poked the red dragon's corpse with her staff, and then a slight smile appeared on her lips. "How do we get it? Was it right of you to choose to bring me along?" Looking at the neat, large hole on the red dragon's head. Lena exclaimed in amazement at its power. What kind of magic is this? You should have used it sooner. If Ariana had acted sooner, we might not have had to waste 2 bottles of healing holy water. The Crimson Spear is the most powerful regular spell used by our elven race, but it comes at a price. It requires not only a large amount of magic power, but also a long time to charge up. Do you think I don't want to use it? When I saw you in danger, I was very anxious. I was searching for an opportunity to strike and kill you. Teach me that a mature man, even if extremely curious about a spell, will not ask about it. Lena, are you a mature man? A man dies as a boy, so I'm not a mature man. We won't teach that, because it's a secret. You promised me you'd come out on an adventure, and you'd teach me magic. I'll call you again when I'm in a better mood. Eliana glared at Lena angrily, then poked the red dragon's corpse. You should make good use of this corpse. Dragons are treasures from head to toe. Their scales can be made into armor, their claws and horns can be polished into weapons, and their bones and flesh can be used as medicine. Lena pushed hard against the red dragon's corpse, which was as big as a small mountain. She didn't know its exact weight, but it was very heavy, probably weighing at least tens of tons. Martina came over and tried, but even with all her might, she could only move the fake tree a little bit with her lightning forge power. They definitely couldn't take such a large corpse with them. Ariana put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, Hey, then sell it to us elves, and we'll give you half the money. Yes, I told my parents through the little elf that they have a way to get rid of the red dragon's corpse, and then we'll split the money in half. Strictly speaking, the dragon actually belongs to Eliana, and the others are just support characters. It feels so good to have a powerful figure guiding you. Okay, but you have to leave me 1 dragon claw. I need to report back. No problem. Ariana closed her eyes and began to communicate with the fairies. After giving Martina a few instructions, she began to dismantle the claws with great force. The heavy greatsword slashed at the red dragon's claws, but the dragon's claws were too hard, and she couldn't cut them at all. The blade of this greatsword was full of nicks and chips, and the blade itself had several deep scratches. The hilt had also disappeared without a trace. Clearly, this sword has reached the end of its lifespan. Lena promptly asked, How are the weapons you elves forge? 120. Who exactly are you? In episode 120, Martina, carrying a giant dragon claw, walks excitedly at the front of the group. The soldiers guarding the city were whispering among themselves as they watched the dragon claw. Demas stared at the dragon claw for a moment, then looked at Lena again and said incredulously, You really killed that red dragon? Lena didn't want to take all the credit, so she pointed to Ariana beside her. To be precise, it was this elf who killed me. She only played a supporting role. Ariana's dream is to become a wandering adventurer, so accumulating reputation is very important to her. Demas looked him over carefully and nodded in approval. So it's Miss Elf. After saying that, he took out a money bag and handed it to Lena. This was the reward for the investigation. Although the bounty for this red dragon had not yet been announced, since you killed him, you should be given the reward money. Demas then found another money bag, opened it, glanced inside, and then looked slightly embarrassed. When asked, he said he didn't have enough money. Do you know what I mean? Demas turned and left, shouting to the knight on the city wall. Adony, do you have any money on you? Save some. This is all the money I have. Demas caught the money bag that Adony threw to him, counted it, and then continued to borrow money from other knights. How much is the reward? These monster bounties are usually around 100 gold coins, and I can collect them quickly. Lena fell into deep thought, and then a new idea came to her. Demas, can you sell me the vacant lot behind my house? I want to start my own business. Lena plans to buy this house tomorrow as well. If we're going to develop businesses like escorting caravans, we definitely need a rest stop for transit. Otherwise, it would be too hard for the beast-eared girls to work for over 10 days and then not even have a place to stay when they arrive in Mellet. Lena, as a member of the Animal Girl Protection Association, absolutely cannot allow this to happen. After a moment of contemplation, Demas replied that if it was just borrowing or renting, that was fine. But if it was selling the land, he couldn't make the decision. He would have to ask his father. But given your prestige here and the many contributions you've made, I think he won't refuse. Then there's no need to rush for the money. If the Lord is unwilling to sell the land to me, then I can give the money to him when I have time. Okay. Seeing that the two had run out of things to say, Lena decisively said goodbye to Demas. I'm going back now. I'm tired after a long day and want to get some rest. What are you planning to do with the dragon claws and the dragon's carcass? That is also a fortune. Wait a minute, let me ask him. After all, he's the one who killed the dragon. Demas shrugged indifferently. Lena asked Eliana in Elvish, what should we do? Should we sell it or keep it for ourselves? If you trust it, then sell it. Huh? Isn't this something very rare? I have no use for it myself. Logically speaking, having been here for over a year, I haven't heard of dragons more than a few times, so this thing should be very rare, at least something that is priceless and unavailable. Dragon meat can be used as medicine, but it's probably of little use to you. Ariana scratched her blue hair with her staff, then said, although dragons are rare, they're not something you encounter only once in 100 years. We elves meet them quite often. If you need one, I can buy it for you. I'll listen to you. If we want to establish a firm foothold here, we'll definitely need Demas's help in the future. Getting him to deal with this dragon claw is just a way of doing him a favor. The elves took the red dragon's corpse, and all I have left is this dragon claw. Could you help me dispose of it? I believe you, I'll help you. Do you mean exchanging chips for gold coins? Honestly, I guess I got a bargain here. It's okay, you can handle it. I'll head out now. See you another day. Demas nodded, and the two said their goodbyes. When they got home, Reiner slumped down on a stool and collapsed, while Martina remained as lively as ever. This guy carried the dragon claw, which weighs several hundred pounds, all the way back without even breaking a sweat. Where are my weapons? Little elf? My weapon? Eliana looked at him, puzzled. You asked again? How many times have I asked this along the way? Weapon forging takes time, so please don't ask again for at least half a month. Would I tell you if the weapons arrived? Martina pouted and punched Lena. Go take a shower first. I want to rest for a while. Okay. Martina removed her armor as she walked towards the room. Ariana yawned, deliberately bumped into Lena, and then swayed back to her room. Oh, me too. Call me for dinner. When Daisy brought over a cup of hot water, Lena asked if the Nizius slave was all right. Since he wasn't home, Daisy was in charge of looking after them. It's nothing. They're just a little unaccustomed to the unusual calm today. They'll be starting work soon, so let them enjoy this period of leisure. Uh-huh. Nora walked to Lena's side and gently pressed herself against her. What's wrong? It's okay, Noragon. Lena pressed her face against his. This was his way of making amends. This kitten never says what it's thinking. It only expresses itself through body language. He meant that he wanted to get closer to Lena. When they first became a couple, Lena had to eavesdrop on his thoughts to understand his intentions. But now, even without listening to his thoughts, a simple gesture was enough for Lena to understand his meaning. Okay, it's rare for you to take the initiative like this. Lena rubbed her fluffy cat ears. Nora's cheeks flushed slightly, and he suddenly opened his mouth and bit Lena a few times, leaving a row of neat teeth marks on her arm. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll go tidy up the room a bit. Nora happily walked back to her room. Lena had just closed her eyes when she heard a new voice. They probably have that kind of relationship. Most cat breeds are aloof, so the fact that he likes them so much probably isn't forced. He sat up abruptly and looked at the two white foxes sitting in the corner. Peggy was staring straight at him, while Nefer was curled up in his arms. Take a rest. You all rest together tonight. We'll buy your sister's blanket tomorrow. I'm tired and want to rest. Paige nodded, then slowly asked, Who exactly are you? 121, Loyal Peggy. Episode 121. I'm just an ordinary person who has been practicing for 2.5 years. Lena shook her head and lay back down on the table. When he heard that Paige had changed her way of addressing him to you, his lips involuntarily curled up slightly. Paige continued expressionlessly. You used a total of 4 types of magic: fire, wind, water, and rock, as well as some magic I don't recognize. I've never heard of anyone being able to use so many different types of magic. Furthermore, I have observed you carefully when you cast spells. You almost never chant. You simply raise your staff and unleash a variety of spells. Moreover, your magic seems inexhaustible. I could probably run out of that kind of fire magic after just a few uses. Once you realize that fire magic is ineffective against the inner dragon, you immediately use other elemental magic to attack it, and you can continuously use other elemental magic to maintain a high level of attack. In addition, I noticed that you know at least 4 languages, and you seem to be younger than me. Moreover, Your medicine is amazing. I felt like I was going to die, but you just fed me a mouthful of the medicine, and I quickly regained my strength. Paige spoke at length, and it must be said that his observations were quite meticulous. To correct you, I'm actually 2 years older than you. I've never told you my age. How did you know? Well, there are just too many bizarre things happening, so this makes it seem less strange to me. Stop calling me all the time. I don't like it. Just call me directly. I'll remember that. Seeing his respectful demeanor, Lena could hardly help but laugh. Although only one day had passed, he was completely different from before. I still prefer your rebellious side. Paige slowly got up, walked to Lena, and asked in confusion, I just don't understand why you chose to save me and my sister. I saved you because you can help me make money. It would be a shame if you were killed by Martina. As for your sister, she's just there to better control you. Those 2 vials of medicine should be worth far more than we are, right? You're smarter than me. You wouldn't do a business that loses money. Reiner didn't think it was smarter than Peggy. It was just eavesdropping on the newcomer's dimensional reduction attack. And if you had to say, that was indeed the case. Just consider my reluctance to watch you 2 die. After all, you're quite pretty. I like fluffy little animals like you. When he was a child, he wanted to raise cats, dogs, and foxes. Although he never raised any real animals, he could at least be considered half a kimono me, animal-eared girl. Lana was very pleased and then nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Peppa Pig said from the side, You want to sleep with me? No, you have cotton stuffed in your ears. I said I like small animals. Please don't misinterpret my meaning. That's right. Someone with that ability wouldn't lack women at all. I was just too dense. Lena lay on the table, squinting at him. After a few seconds of pause, Peggy continued, I admit I hate and despise humans, but I can't deny that you saved my sister. So from now on, you are my benefactor. Can you call me your benefactor? Benefactor? Peggy's expression was somewhat complicated. He wondered if the word had any special meaning. In some stories from my hometown, a fox that has been rescued will call out to its rescuer, My benefactor. I happen to think it sounds really good too. How do they usually repay kindness? There are all sorts of methods, but the most common one is that I understand. If there's a chance, let's put this topic aside. I'm already very content with the present and don't need you to do anything reckless. Paige didn't say anything. He just stood quietly in front of Lena. Lena overheard his thoughts and knew what he was planning to do next. Just say what you want to say. If it's reasonable, I'll agree. Paige suddenly switched to Diestein and spoke in a trembling voice. Sir, could you please not give my sister the hard bowl? She's very important to me, and I swear I would never do anything to harm you because of her. Lena glanced at Nefer, who was huddled in the corner. The little girl didn't like to talk and had very few thoughts. You could only occasionally hear her inner thoughts. Is he a little slow? Is it humans who are to blame? No, he contracted the plague when he was a child, and after surviving it, he became like this. However, he can still take care of himself. It's just that he sometimes has a mental lapse. G. Lily is even dumber than Martina, a complete idiot. You'll have to take care of him for the rest of your life. Yes, he is my only family in this world, and I would give anything for him. After saying that, he walked over to Naifu and gently patted his forehead. You idiot. You see a monster in the sky. Why don't you run away to somewhere else? What if you get eaten? Nefer blinked and replied, If I leave, my sister won't be able to find me, so we won't do the test. But I'm warning you, don't take advantage of my kindness for any ulterior motives. Absolutely not. If my benefactor discovers that I have done such a thing, just kill me. Lena gave an okay sign. Now that you've said everything, let me rest for a while. Feeling a bit sleepy, Lena yawned and rested her head on the table. When it was time for dinner, Junies woke him up. Lena was still wearing a wool coat. Lena, why don't you go back to your room to sleep? Sigh, I'll just take a short nap and then have dinner. I'm too lazy to walk back and forth. He looked at the guy sitting in the corner who was resting with his sister in his arms. Daisy brought the heated white bread to the table, then handed Paige and Nefer the black bread stuck to it, and the two of them started munching on the large pieces. Sister, this tastes better than nuts. Naifa blinked her big eyes and said, It looks kind of cute. Lena took out a piece of white bread, brushed it with some honey, and handed it to Nif. Kids, eat this. Nefer stared at Lena warily, hesitating to take the white bread. Niver, he is one of the few good people in the world. Take this piece of bread, and from now on, If your sister isn't around, treat her like your brother. And Fu blinked and tentatively called out brother. 122 The time has come to take the initiative. The morning after episode 122, after having breakfast, Lena led a group of beast-eared girls to the blacksmith shop to choose weapons. They formed a long line, closely following Lena. Many passers-by witnessed this scene and would even walk up to Lena to greet her, as if the news of slaying the red dragon had already spread throughout the city. Junis turned to look at Lena beside him and muttered to himself, I really envy you. I've been struggling in Melod for months, and I'm still just an unknown magician. You're more capable than me. You just haven't found your opportunity yet. Your attempt to comfort me was way too obvious. Junis gave a wry smile and patted Lena on the shoulder twice. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith saw that Lena had brought a group of demi-humans. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything for Lena's sake. Come on, let them go into the blacksmith shop in groups of 3 to choose weapons. First up are the Epic Wolf, Epic Bull, and Epic Fish, who each choose a one-handed sword, a double-headed hammer, and a dagger, respectively. The Epic Bull swung its hammer with great delight, quite satisfied with its weapon. His name is Eudora, and he has many similarities with Martina. He loves vegetarian food, is strong, not very smart, and has an incredibly imposing physique. That's why Martina seemed to enjoy playing with her, and so she handed over her greatsword. What's so good about a hammer? It's too short and not practical in real combat. Use a greatsword like me. Ordinary enemies have no choice but to beg for mercy when they encounter me. Eudora tried swinging the greatsword, shook her head, and returned it. A hammer is more convenient to use. I don't like hammers at all. They're things for women. Would a real female like me enjoy using a greatsword that can cut through iron like mud? The ox and horse duo were arguing incessantly, trying to persuade each other again. Lena sighed and shook her head helplessly. Sure Shiyu, standing to the side, stared at the dagger in a daze. I don't like it, master. Actually, I know a little bit of magic, so I usually don't need to use this weapon. That's easy to say. A staff will be delivered in a while. You can use this dagger for self-defense. Thank you, master. In order to better understand the strengths of her slaves and thus decide on their future team assignments, Lena has been observing them for the past few days. Sure Shiyu's name is Pasha. She has a rather aloof personality and is well suited to team up with the outgoing Eudora. Then add the well-rounded and calm Epic Lang, and the 3-person team is complete. The Beast Girls continued to select weapons, and after they finished buying the weapons, Lena led them to choose armor. Because funds are not very abundant, slaves of epic rank or higher can be equipped with half-plate armor similar to Nora and Martina, while rare slaves can only be equipped with a set of chainmail and a simple helmet. The apprentice in the shop was taking measurements of the demi-humans with a worried expression. He couldn't communicate with them, so he had to ask Junis to take the measurements for him. Ariana's expression was even more troubled than his. Looking at the swords, spears, and clubs in the demi-human's hands, she pouted slightly and complained, Hey, you don't expect me to coat every piece of equipment with a protective film, do you? Oh dear, the lovely elf lady is indeed a prophet. Chainmail alone is still too weak in terms of defense, but with your enchantment, its defensive capabilities will undergo a qualitative leap. With a long face, Ariana nudged Lena's waist a few times with her staff and said sadly, I feel like I'm being severely exploited. But what can I do when our Ariana is so outstanding? You're the only one who can enchant equipment. That's amazing. You can enchant when you have some free time. If you're tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. Eliana tapped Lena on the head and squatted angrily in front of the armor shop. Just then, Peggy walked over, staring at Lena expressionlessly without saying a word. Peggy found him increasingly amusing. Let's observe for a while longer. Why are you staring at me? You must have spent a lot of money buying these things, right? It's all right. Arming you guys cost about 100 gold coins, which is within budget. He still has 70 Barnet gold coins, which he needs to exchange for money sometime. It's not a small amount, is it? I increasingly fail to understand why you would do this. These equipment should be worth more than us, right? Lena thought about it and realized it was true. Buying them only cost 70 Deister gold coins, which was indeed cheaper than the equipment. It was definitely impossible to recoup the cost in a short time, but based on the number of commissions from Canon, The 3 demi-human mercenary teams, plus the money from selling the spoils, should be enough to earn half a gold coin a day. Adding in daily expenses, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would probably be barely enough to break even a year. After incurring losses, it becomes pure profit. This is still small scale, just a trial operation. What if it can actually make money? Expand the scale after a while. If you can't make money, then give up the idea decisively. There's nothing you can do about it, even if it's expensive. Being a mercenary is dangerous. Without armor, you can easily be killed by bandits, monsters, or wild beasts. My mother has told me since I was little that I should love and protect small animals, so I should have all the necessary things. Peppa was speechless. This human was both terrifying and adorable, and she found it increasingly interesting. She decided to tease her. Paige glanced at Lena, then nimbly slipped past Lana with her hands behind her back, her fluffy fox tail brushing lightly against the back of his hand. If it were before, Lena would definitely have been completely captivated by the cunning fox. Unfortunately, after being trained by Nora and Martina, she has become a mature and composed woman and would never be swayed. Finally the torment is over. To be honest, food is a real hassle, especially that snake-like imposter named Rock Mountain. Its tail is always twitching and it's impossible to measure. A group of animal-eared girls followed behind Junies, who appear to have already had their measurements taken. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go home. Lena casually put her arm around Junies' waist, and his body suddenly trembled before freezing. The two looked into each other's eyes. Lena's reaction was purely conditioned reflex. She was used to being cold to Nora, and seeing Junes beside her, she didn't think much and just went for it. Junies tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered, "Go ahead and hug me. You haven't really paid attention to me these past few days. I almost forgot about you. You've just been a little busy these past few days. Now that he's done most of what he needed to do, he's had a lot of free time before returning to canon. It's time for him to take the initiative." 123 after a few rounds of drinks. In episode 123, on her way home, Lena stops at a pub and buys a keg of beer, intending to strengthen her relationship with June. Yay, we get to drink. Martina carried the wine barrel and skipped and hopped toward home. As soon as he got home, he knocked open the lid and used the tombstone on the table to scoop out the wine and drink it. After taking a sip, he smacked his lips and said, "This wine tastes a bit weak, but it's still pretty good." You started sipping your wine. Put the cap back on and drink it again with dinner. Daizin Lena said she was hungry and wanted to eat earlier than planned. You're such a dog. Lena tapped Martina on the head, and he laughed without taking it seriously. A moment later, Daisy came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of steaming white bread, followed by honey and smoked chicken. Lena invited everyone to eat together, and when she turned around, she saw Martina happily feasting on a large barrel of wine. She only gave each person half a glass of wine. Fortunately, Lena had the reputation of being a fairy swordswoman. While he went to change his clothes, she secretly filled 2 glasses of wine and hid them. "You idiot, leave some for others too." Yunora jumped onto his head, and the 2 animal-eared girls started fighting over it. After dinner, everyone returned to their own rooms. After settling the drunken Martina down, Lena knocked on Junies' door, holding 2 glasses of beer in her hand. A faint floral fragrance filled Junies' room, a very pleasant scent. Obviously, he had already finished showering and was lying on the bed reading a magic book. Seeing Lena come in, he closed the book and then casually asked, "What's wrong? Would you like some beer?" I was surprised to see Martina drinking from a bucket. I thought she had already finished. I had the foresight to drink 2 glasses of wine before dinner and hide them. If I get drunk, it will be troublesome, and I'll have to trouble you again. It's okay to have a little. I can tell you seem to enjoy beer too, though you get drunk easily. Let's chat while we're at it. Okay. Junies readily agreed, then picked up his glass, took a small sip of his wine, and complained to Lena, "You're always so mysterious. We've known each other for so long, but I still know nothing about you." That's normal. Everyone has their own secrets. They chatted happily, and before they knew it, they were both tipsy. Especially Junies, who couldn't hold his liquor, had started to sway unsteadily, and his words became somewhat bolder. Ms. Lana asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" Junies' eyes flickered, and his breathing became heavy. Bathed in candlelight, her golden curls looked both noble and beautiful. If she were dressed in a gorgeous gown, She would be no different from a princess in a fairy tale, beautiful inside and out, and impeccable. How does it compare to your mother? Is she prettier or am I prettier? Lena swallowed hard. She really didn't dare answer, lest Nora be eavesdropping from next door. Nora is shy and proud. While you are intelligent and beautiful, you each have your own strengths. Junie chuckled softly, her tone becoming somewhat delicate. Her reply, quite tactful. Cunning Lena, trying to hide her embarrassment, lowered her head and took a sip of her drink, then asked with concern, "Are you drunk? Why are you asking this? Do you want to get me drunk? This glass of wine isn't enough, you wretched Martina." After saying that, Junie narrowed his eyes, leaned against the headboard, and his expression changed subtly. Clearly, the effects of the alcohol were kicking in. To be honest, this guy has a really low alcohol tolerance. 9 times the courage of a coward, and Junie's courage has also clearly increased. "Lena, we haven't officially kissed yet, have we? Want a kiss?" She beckoned with her slender fingers, her eyes alluring. "You won't spit it in my mouth like you did last time, will you?" "Of course not. That must have been an accident. I'm not that bad." Seeing that Rainer hadn't come over for a long time, Junie took the initiative to approach him and, fueled by alcohol, poured out his displeasure. "Back when we were in Cannon, you invited me to stay with you, and I thought you'd finally seen the light." Lena pinched Junie's little face, closed her eyes, and kissed him. "The smell of alcohol is very strong." Junie grunted a few times, then grabbed Lena's shoulders tightly, and after a long while, the two slowly separated. "Wow, delicious. To be honest, have you been thinking about me for a long time?" "Yes. When you don't reveal any of your secrets to me, I don't dare to speak up either, and this relationship has become sour." Junie grabbed Lena's earlobe and tugged it gently. "When you came to find me, I was pretty sure. When my brother came looking for me, I took the opportunity to test you a bit. Although you agreed to it at the time, you didn't follow up, which actually made me quite sad." Junie's eyes held a hint of resentment. "Are you drunk or not? How could you speak so clearly?" 8. Halfway through, little one, Junie yawned listlessly, then pulled the blanket tighter around her. "It's getting late. We've finished kissing. You should go now, right? Is this also a test from you?" Junie was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized and retorted somewhat hastily, "Ah, what am I saying? I'm not that kind of woman." Lena took a deep breath and gently sat down on the edge of the bed. Men need to be thick-skinned. Taking the initiative makes it easy to fall into a trap, but not taking the initiative makes it easy to miss a good opportunity. Martina and Nora were both asleep. I didn't want to wake them. "Kind Mr. Junie, please let me stay for the night." Junie's face was as red as a kettle. He nudged Lamlin's shoulder, still trying to maintain his composure. "Shaylin, although our relationship is special, this is still too early, and it's my first time, so I'm not mentally prepared. It's all right. You're my mentor in magic, but in this matter, I'm your mentor. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Speak." Lena blew out the candle, plunging the entire room into darkness. "Wait a minute. Lena, you're making me angry." Lena used a fireball to illuminate the room. "The lit candles aren't the point. Junie pulled the blanket over myself tighter." Lena took Junie's hand, looked into his beautiful eyes, and said tenderly, "Be my woman." "Junie, I'm serious." The room fell silent. Junie's eyes darted around. He was completely panicked. "What should I do if I accidentally get pregnant?" "Then I will become a good father." Junie closed his eyes and said nothing more. After a long while, a pair of slender hands tightly embraced Lena. Junie said in a weak voice, "Please remember what you just said. 124 were already together." In the early morning of episode 124, Lena opened her sleepy eyes and saw Junie still fast asleep. She reached out and pinched his soft cheek, then leaned closer to observe him. As expected, a noble lady. Her skin is so smooth and delicate. She's really beautiful. Suddenly, Junie's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she turned over with a whimper. Nan thought he was still asleep, but the next second, Junie reached behind her and touched him. After touching the object, he suddenly turned around and looked at Lena. The two looked at each other, and seeing the surprise in his eyes, Lena spoke first and said, "Good morning. What are you doing in my room?" Junie lifted a corner of the blanket slightly, glanced inside, then covered himself tightly with the blanket again, blushing as he asked, "Lena, what did you do to me? You lost your memory after just one beer?" Junies rubbed his forehead and quickly recalled everything. Sorry, I was feeling a little dizzy just now. That's when I remembered." After saying that, he sneezed. The weather is still a bit cold, and it wouldn't be good for him to catch a cold. Lena wrapped her arms around her waist and held her tightly in her embrace. Junies curled up shyly, not daring to move. "Are you all right? Just take a rest." Lena nodded, greedily inhaling his fragrance, and then whispered in his ear, "Darling, you smell so good." "You smell good too. I've always really liked your scent. Besides, the man's chest is so strong and his body is so warm. No wonder Nora always likes to lean on you." "Huh?" Nana was a little puzzled. She was a rough, uncouth man. She probably only smelled bad. But considering that Nora and Martina had said similar things, Lena reluctantly accepted the statement. She hugged Junies tightly and said, "You are my woman now. Nana, you're so good at this. Yesterday, you really made my mind go completely blank. I will keep my promise and be a good husband, but I can't let this precious time go to waste." "Lena, why are you so active so early in the morning?" Like a frightened little animal, Junies struggled briefly, then, realizing he was outmatched, gave up resisting. "Honestly, I don't want to have children so early, so I probably won't be that lucky, right? Nora and Martina are both fine. The physical constitutions of humans and demi-humans cannot be generalized." Junie shook her head vigorously and said shyly, "Come on, I won't upset you, but after this is over, let's both behave ourselves." Lena sighed. Not having a silencer was a real hassle. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the room one after the other. Nora and Martina sat at the table, silently watching Lena, while Paige sat in the corner, hugging his knees, watching the group with interest. His thoughts reached Lena's ears. "This is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how he'll handle this." Junie sensed something was wrong and walked toward the cubicle with his head down. I'm going to wash up." Lena walked toward Martina, touched her hoarse ears, and asked knowingly, "What's wrong, baby? Is something bothering you?" If I knew it. "So that's why you suddenly bought me alcohol. You were planning to get me drunk so you could carry out your plan, weren't you?" Nora is an idiot too. Her own man ran off with another woman, and she didn't even try to stop him. "Didn't you say Junies didn't care?" Nora retorted angrily. "I don't care. You were wrong not to stop Lena." Just then, Junies returned from the next room. He felt it wasn't right to leave Lena alone in the living room. So he walked up to Martina, blushing, and said, "I also like Lena very much. I hope we can get along well in the future. I'm willing to be behind you in line. You're kind of kind." Martina swallowed back what she was about to say. "No, Nora is in front of me. If we arrange them like this, won't I become number two?" "Never mind. Since you like Lena too, it means your taste is just as good as mine. I, Martina, am not a narrow-minded person." Nora snorted and then punched him on the head with her little fist. Just then, Lena heard the sound of horses' hooves, and soon there was a knock on the door. When Lena opened the door, she saw a very familiar figure. It's Demas. He handed Lena 2 rolled-up land deeds, smiled, and said, "So these 2 plots of land are yours?" "Huh. Why are there 2 pieces? I took the liberty of buying this house for you from another nobleman at half price, 20 gold coins. If you don't need it for the time being, I can take it back." Lena remembered the white-haired old man saying that the house would cost at least 40 gold coins, which saved her half the money. "Thank you so much. You've really gone to so much trouble. There are 160 gold coins here, 140 of which are the rewards you get after dealing with the Dragon Claw. So many. After all, it is a very rare high-level monster, and almost every part of it has value. I'm off to train the militia outside the city now, so I'll take my leave now. You two can catch up." Reminiscing? Lena looked in the direction Demas had come from and saw a familiar figure again. I haven't seen Anna in a long time. She's still the same as ever, like an NPC who never changes her clothes, always wearing that revealing animal skin outfit. He dismounted, tied the horse up, and walked up to Lena. "Lena, it's been a long time. You've become even more handsome and charming. It must have been a month and a half since we last met, right?" "More than. Did you and Junie's back?" He tiptoed and peered into the house, where he saw Junie's sitting at the dining table. He stepped into the house and ran quickly to June. "You're really back. That's great." After exchanging pleasantries, Anna began to vividly try to bring the two together. You have no idea how desperate you were to come to the Nami Celestial after you left Mellet. To protect you, he lowered himself and lured you to another place. Junie smiled and waved his hand, saying softly, Lena has already told me these things herself. When Anna smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. She glanced at Lena, then bent down next to Junie's and said something, making him burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Hurry up, even I can see it, can't you? Junie shook his head, picked up the tombstone, took a sip of water, and then calmly replied that they were already together. 125 Martina's new weapon. In episode 125, Junie's is taken away by Anna to be rescued. This was a time for women to be alone, and although Lena really wanted to go with them, she felt it wasn't quite right. With the house of Juning Temple gone, it became quiet. Lena, Nora, and Martina sat at the dining table, looking at each other. Why are you all staring at me? Martina squinted at Lena and muttered, Humph, cunning girl, deliberately got me drunk, and then went after Jonas. I'll never drink another drop of alcohol again. Lena scratched her face. Didn't Junie's already discuss this with us? You didn't object at the time. Although, Martina stared at Lena, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. She looked down and picked at her nails, then said, But I always feel like Lena's butt is crooked. Some people stopped liking us after June. After all, she was so beautiful, and none of us were as pretty as her. Lena moved her stool and sat down next to Martina, grabbing her hand tightly. Oh dear, so they were jealous of each other. Our lovely racehorse girl would actually worry about something that could never happen, right? Yes, I apologize for worrying you, because you are my only family in this world. Absolutely not. Lena shook her head, deciding to dedicate more time to spending with him in the future. Just then, Nora spoke slowly from the side. Master, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you really think June's is that much prettier than me? Lena broke out in a cold sweat. How terrifying. Nora was indeed eavesdropping by the wall last night. How could you be eavesdropping on our conversation? That wretched kitten. Martina's snoring was like thunder, keeping me awake. I tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, so I listened for a while and wished her dead. After I cried, I stopped listening to it. Before he could finish speaking, Paige, who was sitting in the corner, interrupted. Nora, you're so useless. You'd rather eavesdrop against the wall than stop them. Do you have some strange fetish? It doesn't matter. Actually, I think Junie's is quite good. If it were him, I wouldn't object. Let's get a new one. Lana, you belong to me. Actually, I think what you're doing is wrong. What's wrong? I believe that any woman who likes him has the right to pursue him. You can't selfishly keep him by your side. Lena belongs to everyone. Paige said in a serious tone, her thoughts drifting into Lena's ears. If I observe him for a while, and he seems suitable, I should try to pursue him. A man this capable is someone you can't afford to miss, no matter what. But what kind of woman does this guy actually like? She doesn't seem very interested in me. Lena glanced at Peggy at the demi-human wall, her mind in turmoil. She had previously said that she would rather die than let Lena take advantage of her. But now, in just a few days, she had completely changed her mind. Why should she disagree with Peggy's pursuit? Lena had to beat her in a one-on-one fight. She couldn't beat Peggy, so she said. He took a comb and used it to comb the hair of the nun in his arms. Just as the group was chatting, Ariana came out of the room. She sat at the table, picked up a piece of white bread, dipped it in honey, and put it in her mouth. This guy seems a little sleepy. Martina reached out and poked Ariana's shoulder. Is the little fairy weapon not finished yet? It's been many days already. The two couldn't communicate, and Ariana didn't understand what she was saying. I'm sorry, Martina, I can't give you this piece of bread. I haven't had breakfast yet. She asked when the weapons would be finished. Well, I don't know, but it should be soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Nora, who was standing next to him, perked up her fluffy cat ears. After listening for a moment, she slowly said, someone is coming. Immediately afterwards, there was a knock on the door. Lena went to open the door, but no one was there. Just as he was about to go out to take a look, a blurry figure suddenly appeared, and a blue-haired elf materialized before him. If I remember correctly, this elf should be Serena, Ariana's mother. Lady Serena, you can just call me Selena or Miss Selena. Eliana has been under your care lately. I haven't taken care of him much. He's been quite easy to manage. Upon hearing the sound, Ariana came over with a white bread, saying, "Mom, I missed you." After saying that, she threw herself into Serena's arms and began to whine and act coquettishly. Eliana, no matter how you look at her, is clearly a child. Serena smiled and gently stroked Ariana's soft, long hair. So, is the outside world interesting? It's much more fun than the forest. There are lots of interesting people there. I love adventure. It's cold outside. Let's go inside and chat. Selena walked into the living room, glanced at everyone, and then waved his hand lightly, causing dozens of weapons to appear behind him, most of which were ebony staffs commonly used by elves. Take this. These are the things you need, and they're definitely worth the money. In the center of the tent, there is a very conspicuous light green greatsword. The sword changes color depending on the angle, but it is green most of the time. Martina suddenly stood up and walked towards the greatsword without thinking. She shouted like a child, "This greatsword is so cool. Was it made for me?" "Of course. Pick it up and try it out to see if you like it." Martina snatched the greatsword without hesitation and then lightly swung it at the wall. "Call out." The sound of it cutting through the air is exceptionally pleasant. It feels good in the hand, and the weight is comfortable for me to handle. That's awesome. If I had had that weapon back then, I might have been able to kill that red dragon with ease. If you like it, that's fine. Martina spoke in fluent demi-human language, saying that her name was Swylph's Wrath, forged entirely from mithril, and possessed a wonderful fragrance from the wind element, and that only the most elite torturers among us elves were qualified to use it. Martina's eyes lit up. He ignored Serena and instead took Lena's hand. "Darling, please come with me to try out this sword outside the city." 126 The Crimson Dragon's Breath That Sneaked In. In episode 126, the mother and daughter of Nanda meet. Selena and Eliana have gone somewhere and did not come to the city with them. Lena, along with Nora, Martina, and 4 beast-eared girls with magical talents, are preparing to distribute magic staffs to them. They are respectively the one who first used the magic staff on Pasha, the rare sheep, and the rare bird. Of the 10 beast-eared girls purchased so far, only 4 of them have decent magical talent. The others have either A, D, or E in spirit, and basically have no talent for learning magic. Seeing Nora and Martina searching for something to test their swords, he also focused his gaze on the ebony staff in his hand. The staff had a colorless and transparent gem at the top, which looked quite beautiful, but he didn't know how effective it would be. Lena unleashed 5 different elemental spells in succession, attacking the distant rock. Soon, the boulder shattered into pieces, leaving only fragments. This staff is pretty good. It provides decent buffs to all 5 types of magic, reducing the cost by about half and doubling the power. While not as powerful as the Crimson Dragon's Breath, its quality is roughly equivalent to Junius's staff, making it a top-tier item. Lena turned around and saw that the Beast Girls were all stunned. It could actually use 5 kinds of magic. How amazing! The Master doesn't even need to chant incantations. What is this? That looks amazing. Peiji was clearly even more shocked. His brows furrowed slightly as he began to doubt this world. It could even use lightning magic, meaning it could now use 5 different types of magic. There were so many bizarre things about him that I wasn't surprised at all. Stop standing there. Line up and come get your staffs. These will be your weapons from now on, so be sure to take good care of them. The 4 demi-humans quickly lined up and came one by one to receive the staff. They were quite polite. They even thanked Lena after receiving their things. Especially the machine. After it has finished unloading, it will deliberately brush past Lena's hand with its tail. The little fox is not behaving properly. I have other things to do now. I'll teach him a lesson another day. Of the 4 of you, is there anyone who doesn't know magic? Although Lena discovered through the assessment that they possessed magical talent, it is possible that for various reasons, they ultimately failed to awaken their magic. It's safer to ask first. As expected, the 4 beast-eared girls looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally, the sheep-type and bird-type demi-humans raised their hands in unison. Lena sighed, and, mimicking how Junies had done it, began to educate them. In a moment, when you see a crystal and various colored mists, tell me the size of the crystal and the color of the mists. The 2 demi-humans nodded and closed their eyes to sense it. Suddenly, the sheep-like demi-human whispered, "I see a crystal." It's like a round stone that you can barely hug with your arms outstretched. As for the fog, all I saw was a yellowish-brown color. The bird-like demi-human was also cautious. Just like me, I saw a crystal slightly larger than my body, with green mist surrounding it. Yes, you guys are great. The lamb awakens color element magic, and the bird awakens wind element magic. They nodded blankly. Later, when there's time, Lena plans to teach them magic of their respective attributes. Lena asked Pasha, "What kind of magic do you know?" "I only know the most basic water balloon counting. I'll teach you how to do hydrotherapy later." Before Lena could speak, Peggy leaned over and said, "My benefactor, I know the fireball tree, the fire tornado tree, and the fire storage tree. Is there anything you would like to teach me?" "You know more than I do." Although Lena didn't know these magical spells, he felt there was no need to learn them. By continuously increasing the pressure on the flames within the fireball spell, a fire tornado can naturally rise up once a certain level is reached. Firewall is even worse. It offers almost no defense against physical attacks and is not very effective against other spells either. It can only be used to block attacks from magic of the same attribute and to hinder the enemy's advance. Most importantly, this thing isn't a release technique. It does have some use, but overall it's too useless. If Lena hadn't learned Radiant Barrier, she would definitely have pondered this thing so much, but now she has something better that hasn't been replaced yet. Is it true or false? "My benefactor, you must be joking with me, right? I feel like there's nothing in this world that you can't do." He was deliberately getting closer and closer to the machine. Every move he made revealed his cunning. If it had been a few months earlier, he would have been completely captivated by this white fox. "You overestimate me. I'm just an ordinary person, but I do have a fire magic book. Diest, do you understand this language? If you know about it, I can lend it to you to take a look, but you must protect the book well. My benefactor, it seems I will have to trouble you to personally teach me. I don't know how to read." He said that, but what he really meant was that this way he could spend more time with me, and it would definitely be good to improve our relationship. "Peggy, do you like being lied to?" "Of course I don't like it, and I don't like being lied to. When you talk to me, remember to tone down your cleverness. It will only annoy me. I like sincere people." Page's forehead was covered in a fine sweat, and he quickly apologized to Lena. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was just joking. It's so intimidating. He doesn't seem interested in me at all." That's inexplicable. Lena was just talking to him very seriously. "I will change this bad habit. There's no need to change it. You can wear a mask of pretense when dealing with strangers, but there's no need to do that with me." After saying that, he took out the fire magic book he always carried and handed it to Peggy, repeatedly telling her that this book was a gift given her by the blonde, blue-eyed male and female magicians before they left, and that it was very important to her. He warned her that if she didn't take good care of it when she borrowed it, and he caught her, she would be in trouble. Paige covered her mouth and asked cautiously, "So what? Tie them up and get 100 free draws? Don't worry, Mr. N. I will definitely cherish this book." He continued toying with the ebony staff, then casually cast a few spells. Just then, Nora walked up to Lena, patted him on the shoulder, and pointed to a tree in the distance. The Crimson Dragon's breath followed closely behind, peeking out from behind a tree with a massive fire magic stone. That's it. 127 Dragon Girl. Episode 127. Let me explain, it's not what you see. Ignoring Lena's excuses, the Crimson Dragon took off and disappeared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving no trace. When he went out, it was too much trouble for Reinhard to carry so many staffs, so he left the Crimson Dragon's breath at home. I never expected this guy to secretly bring out a staff, and he even got jealous. Is this still a staff? Nora looked up at the horizon and couldn't help but marvel at how fast he was flying. When did he arrive? After a while, I saw him sneaking around behind the tree, spying on you. I don't know what he was doing. Why didn't you tell me? Well, because of the staff, he sometimes peeks at you. In the morning, before you're awake, he'll sneak into your bed, and when you're about to wake up, he'll leave on his own. Wow, these are getting more and more bizarre. Lena stayed outside the city for a while before leading the demi-humans home. She wanted to see if the Crimson Dragon Zixi had returned home, but as soon as they arrived at the door, they found Daisy standing outside in a monastic robe, glancing into the house every now and then. Seeing Lena return was like grasping at a straw for him. "Lena, you're finally back." Something strange broke into the house. It was biting your pillow and trying to attack me and Nifo. Lena immediately thought of the Crimson Dragon's breath. Are you all right? No. Lena, you should go in and check on him. I'm afraid he'll eat all the white bread. Martina volunteered to take the first step, saying, I dare to eat white bread. Let me do it. I was just worried about not having anything to practice on. Lightning crackled around him, and his right arm, gripping the greatsword, seemed ready to spring into action. Hey, don't mess around. Stay here at the door. You can only come in when I call you. Martina was dejected. Nora listened intently and then whispered to her, That guy's in our room right now, Master. Be careful. Do you need me to stay with you? No need, thank you. Lena strode into the house and saw that her bedroom door was ajar, so she slowly pushed it open. A girl with fair skin, long fiery red hair, horns on her head, and hands and feet covered by a red dragon face was sitting on the bed, desperately tearing at Lena's poor white pillow, where the pure white and soft velvet was scattered everywhere. Judging from its appearance and behavior, this guy is definitely a female version of the Crimson Dragon Breath. His staff lay quietly under the bed, and the large red fire magic stone had completely lost its former luster. He was still tearing at the pillow, completely oblivious to Lena at the door. So Lena tentatively called out to him, Are you the breath of the Crimson Dragon? Just to be on the safe side, Lena used her appraisal skill. Identification complete. The current companion's quality is legendary. Name, Berserk Crimson Dragon's Breath. Age, unknown. Gender, unknown. Race, unknown. Quest reward. The identification system that was malfunctioning in Eliana is actually effective for Crimson Dragon's Breath. Just then, the system's voice appeared in my ear. This is a reward for you. You have the right to know the detailed data. Isn't it because he's a demi-human? There are no dragon-type demi-humans in this world. Now that their identities have been confirmed, we can begin our strategy. He slowly took a step closer and softly praised her. Don't move. Let me touch your cuteness. Along looked up at him, but didn't answer. He continued to gnaw on the pillow with great effort, getting his mouth full of white fur. Seeing this, he took 2 more steps forward. As the Crimson Dragon's Breath saw Lena getting closer, it grabbed a pillow and threw it at him hard, its face full of grievance. Lena couldn't understand its babbling. The translation function hadn't worked. This shouldn't be a language. Do you not know how to speak properly? Lena asked cautiously. He took a few more steps forward, and although he liked to bark, he never attacked Lena. Okay, let me explain. I was just testing the staff at the time, and I definitely didn't have any strange thoughts about them. Please forgive me this time. I will never touch any other staff except yours again. Just as Kakalina reached out to touch his head, the Crimson Dragon's Breath opened its blood-red maw and bit down. Fortunately, Lena pulled her hand back in time and was not bitten. This guy has sharp teeth and claws. If you get bitten, you'll probably lose a chunk of flesh. Lena mustered her courage and reached out her hand again. Don't be angry. After a brief attempt, she finally touched the Crimson Dragon's Breath's long red hair. Although her hair was beautiful, it was very stiff like stubble and didn't feel good to the touch. Good. Just then, Martina poked her head out of the window and showed me what was going on. Lena was touching the strange woman's head when he stared at her with puzzled eyes and said, No, I just didn't look at her for a moment. Where did you find this wild woman? She's my magic staff. For some reason, it suddenly took on a human form. Martina remained silent, stroking her chin as she fell into deep thought. My staff is special. Okay, let Nora and the others in. There shouldn't be any danger now. After saying that, he continued to stroke the suffocating hair of the red dragon. How about I give you a name? But before that, let's make sure you can understand me. If you can, go and call out GAA. Very good, very good. From now on, I will call you Falon, okay? If you agree, shout it once. If you disagree, shout it twice. The two reached an agreement. Lena noticed that her arms and waist were connected by a layer of tough, transparent skin. If she remembered correctly, these should be the magical wings that the red dragon used to fly. It also had a thick, powerful tail growing from its rear end, which would gently sway on the bed whenever Lena stroked her hair. Just then, Falon grunted twice, then suddenly opened his arms and hugged him tightly. That Kakagai can actually act cute. In addition, his skin is a bit hot, so Nora would definitely like a hand warmer like this. Just as he was hugging her tightly, he heard footsteps behind him. Lana, I'm back. Anna gave us her magic book as a gift. You pick it up. Junius and Fran exchange glances, wondering who this woman was. You might not believe it, but somehow my staff turned into a woman, and now she just keeps sticking to me. The next second, Leonard Beverland tackled him hard. 128. What kind of woman do you like? Episode 128 is unbelievable. When I went out this morning, he was clearly still holding his staff. How did he suddenly turn into a person? Junies carefully examined Franlina, who was being bullied by Martina, and briefly recounted what had happened to her. Of course, he still had some reservations about the system part. You mean he got jealous, so he turned into a human? Yes. I initially found it quite strange, but when I considered that this happened to you, it suddenly made perfect sense. Junius didn't press further. He handed over a magic book, saying, "This is for you, Anna. Also, didn't you say before that if you want to do business like escorting caravans, Melod needs to build a transit station for rest and repair? If that's the case, then someone definitely needs to run it. What do you think of Anna?" Lena was slightly taken aback and began to think carefully. He hadn't spent much time with Anna, but Lena felt that he was a man of strong emotions. When Lena told Junies' brother Yoel where he was going, Anna's angry expression didn't seem like she was acting. She's a great friend, but whether she'd be a good business partner is another question. From childhood to adulthood, Lena had witnessed many friends and relatives turn against each other because of business dealings, and he was actually somewhat averse to this. His initial idea was to keep an eye on the two people switching sides in Melod's business, but considering the social status of demi-humans, it might not be easy for them to find buyers even when they go to the market. It might be a little more convenient to have someone else fill that position. I don't know him well enough to draw any conclusions. This matter mainly depends on you, since you're more familiar with him. Yes, he's a trustworthy person, so let's do as you say. Okay, also, I plan to go back to Cannon in the next day or the day after. With all this back and forth, almost a month has passed. Go pack your things. If there's anything you need to buy, I'll go to the market with you later. I see. Lena turned her gaze back to Fran, who was riding on his back and playfully fighting with him. Don't bully them. They're our pets. It's all right. He's very strong. Look at his hands. They're completely covered in dragon scales. I couldn't even hold him down when he picked them up. To be honest, Lena hadn't looked at his stats carefully yet, and he used the appraisal skill again. Name, Fran, stage, subadult, body, sticky, gender, mother, race, system, creation, current status, energetic and healthy, talent details, strength, S, endurance, S, agility, A, perception, S, spirit, B, intelligence, D, 3D, 605176. If these attributes were converted to a demi-human, the quality would be at least legendary. With a little training, he could become a powerful warrior, but it is unknown to what extent he can improve his strength. As for the last three-dimensional figure, most of its body was covered by dragon scales, and only blurry curves could be seen. Judging from its shape, it was probably only the size of small steamed bun, but since Lena only kept it as a pet, its size didn't matter. Fran, pinned down by Martina, complained reluctantly. With a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from Martina's grasp, sprang to his feet, and pounced on Lena. He was as hard as stone. Bumping into him felt like being elbowed by Martina. On the other hand, Nora the kitten was soft and cuddly, and snuggling into his arms felt very comfortable. Sigh. Gonhalana poked his nose and said, "What are you babbling about?" Frambus. He opened his mouth and gently bit Lena's neck, leaving many pitted teeth marks on it. "Hey, don't bite. Your teeth are too sharp. It hurts." He yanked open Lena's clothes and pointed to another bruised tooth mark on Lena's shoulder, as if protesting his injustice. "This is where Junies bit me yesterday." Martina also came over for a look and said, "I want to bite too. It's my turn today." His expression made it seem as if he would suffer a great loss if he didn't learn from others who did it this way. "If you like it, that's fine. Keep playing with Fran. Remember to tidy up the room later. I'm going to check on Nora." Martina snorted and started playing with Fran's tail, which was covered in dragon scales. As Lana passed through the living room, just as she was about to go to Nora's room, her pants leg was grabbed by the guy sitting in the corner. He pointed to the Fire Python book and asked his benefactor, "There are a few words I don't understand. Can you teach me?" Lena squatted down, and Jiang Shu took the book and began to read it. "How should this and this be pronounced. Lena patiently explained it to him and recited the spell to him several times. Throughout the journey, Paige kept sneaking up on Lena, deliberately making physical contact with her, occasionally pretending to touch her hand, and even leaning close to Lena and sniffing her from time to time. I never noticed before, but he has a very peculiar fragrance about him. It smells so good, etc. Paige glanced up at Lena, and their eyes met. What are you doing? Sorry, I was a little distracted, but I've memorized everything. Thank you, benefactor. Lena slowly got up to leave, but Nefer grabbed her trouser leg tightly. His eyes filled with a serious look. Brother, play with me. Let your sister play with you first. I need to pack my things now. We're going on a long trip tomorrow or the day after. Fufu let go, and looking at the somewhat simple-minded Naifu, Reiner spoke in Diestein. Or you could cover your sister's mouth with a mask. Paige shook her head vigorously, took Lena's hand, and pleaded, My benefactor promised me. I'm willing to do anything. My benefactor, please keep your promise. I'm worried he might get caught by slave traders, because you know he's a bit slow-wit, and I'll give you control over him. If I were to die by accident, wouldn't he die too? This is called control magic. It can be set according to one's will, and the decision to remove this setting is yours. Personally, I feel that although staying at home is safe, the world is full of hidden dangers. Is it better to be prepared? Paige fell in a deep thought. If he wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Then I'll have to trouble you, my benefactor. Lena nodded and imprinted aura patterns on the two white foxes. She got up and was about to leave when Peggy grabbed her pants. What's wrong now? My benefactor? What kind of woman do you like best? 129 is not very stable. In episode 129, Reiner went to the market and bought 2 strong horses and a trailer for moving goods. The following morning, he led the demi-human slaves onto the carriage and then followed the caravan to Canaan. The little elf Eliana was returned by Serena yesterday at noon. He disappeared for a whole day without explanation. It was clear that although he had a lot of fun, he was also very tired. As soon as he got home, he went straight to his room to sleep, sleeping from noon until the next morning. He wouldn't have wanted to get out of bed if it weren't for the fact that we were about to leave. Even his clothes were packed for him by Martina and Daisy. Lena, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll rest first. Ariana yawned, and to avoid falling off his horse, he took out a rope and tied himself securely to Lena. Okay, wake me up when it's time to eat. Being wrapped around the waist was a bit uncomfortable, and Lena said very reluctantly, Why don't you go sleep in the carriage? Let the soft, feminine girls take turns hugging you. Ariana closed her eyes, her voice growing softer and softer. Never mind, she thought. That demi-human sister named Roxanne looks terrifying, like a snake. I don't like being near her. Nonsense, she is a snake-type demi-human, and she is actually quite beautiful. Apart from being a bit cold, she has almost no flaws. I don't want to. I want to stay with you. Stop making me spend money. Just then, Martina rode up on her horse. Honey, who are you saying is pretty this time? Lena glanced at him. This guy could actually understand a little Elvish, so he coaxed, Of course it's you, my dear baby. Martina was easily swayed by this. She raised her head, hummed twice, and then stopped asking questions. Where did that stupid dragon go? Martina looked around and suddenly noticed that Fran had disappeared. Lena tapped the magic stone at the top of her staff, which had regained its shine, and replied that she was going back to rest her staff, probably because she was tired of playing with him. This morning, right in front of him, Fran transformed into a dazzling red light and entered the staff. Martina squinted and brought her face close to the fire demon stone to examine it. How could she possibly squeeze into such a small stone? This is magic, so don't make wild guesses. Anna lit a flame in her hand and heated Martina's water. The weather is getting warmer, the snow on the roadside is getting thinner, and large areas of black soil are being exposed. Along the way, Lena had already made plans. In between traveling, she would teach the demi-people the Barnet language. Although some of them understood Diestein, they would be staying in Canaan for a long time, so they would need to continue learning. Among them, Paige was not only quick-wit, but also learned things exceptionally fast. He could memorize hundreds of words written on paper in just over 10 minutes, which even Junies admired. In contrast, the other demi-humans learned much slower than him. At this rate, it would probably take them about 3 or 4 months to master the Barnet language. This guy's amazing. If I had his learning ability, I might have learned Barnet from you in just a few days. He's so smart. Here's what happened. Lena reached out and pinched Juni's soft cheek, then glanced at Paige, and the two of them made eye contact. Was he spying on me? No, I was clearly the one spying on him. Lena noticed the change in the little fox's heart. Of the 800 schemes this guy had, 700 were directed at Lena. One thing at a time, Lana didn't hold back her praise for Peggy. We did a great job. Keep it up. You were praised? Peppa's eyes lit up. Lena smiled, rode her horse to the front of the group, and chatted with Nora. 2 days later, Lena found herself in a nameless forest north of the Dawn Forest. He looked around, then quickened his pace to the carriage where the caravan owner was sitting and told him that the forest was not safe and he needed to take a longer route. The caravan owner was a thin, dark-skinned old man. He stroked his white beard and replied without hesitation, "Oh, Lady Lena, you are more familiar with this place, so you shall make the decision." Lena led them around, taking a long detour, and finally stopped in front of an open space. They set up camp there to rest and wait to continue their journey the next day. If I remember correctly, it was around here. Lena followed Ariana to a pine tree, touched it, and patted its sturdy trunk. The old tree spirit stood motionless in place, showing no reaction whatsoever when touched. "Grandpa Tree, wake up. Lena's here to play with you." After saying that, he tapped the sturdy tree trunk with his staff, and after fiddling with it for a while, there was still no reaction. Lena clearly remembered that the old tree spirit was right here. Could it be that we've come to the wrong place? After all, this forest is so vast, and there are similar places but not many landmarks. I don't think there are any. I kind of visit Grandpa Tree every few years. He told me through the elves that there were humans here who could speak Elvish, so I came here. I would never mistake this place. Just then, a voice came from not far away. "Oh, child, the location is right, but the tree is wrong." "I'm here." Lena looked towards the source of life and saw that all the trees were exactly the same pine trees. She couldn't tell which one was the old tree spirit. He led Eliana over and began searching one by one, and soon found the old tree spirit with a human face. More than a month has passed, and he hasn't changed at all. His nose, which was broken by Martina's punch, has healed. "You guys actually came to chat with me? Oh, I'm so glad to see Ariana here too. I'm so glad to see you two get along so well. Have you found the blonde woman you mentioned? Not long after you left, I fell into a deep sleep again. Found it. Thank you for pointing it in the right direction. Go ahead and tell me." Lena called Juni's over and then put her arm around his shoulder. Upon seeing the old tree trunk, he greeted it in broken Elvish. Hello. Oh, it seems like you two have a special relationship. Whether it was her imagination or not, Lena felt that there was something more to her words. "Yes, she's become my woman." Lena translated this sentence to Juni's, which made him blush. "Oh, it's so nice to have such energetic young people." The old tree spirit stretched out its two withered arms and moved them around. However, things have been getting increasingly chaotic in the north of the forest lately, so young people should be careful. Lena perked up her little ears. She vaguely sensed the impending mission. She had been longing for a few days of peace and quiet. What does not to mean? Old Tree out-chuckled. "You'll understand once you leave the forest." 130 The Demon of the North. In episode 130, after nearly 10 days of trekking, Lena finally led the caravan out of the forest. Upon seeing the rubble of the city wall in the distance, the first thing Lena did was to tuck her clothes in tightly. The cold air, which should have continued southward, was blocked by the vast forest behind it. Spring is almost here in Melid, but the snow in Cannon hasn't even started to melt yet. The beast-eared girls are shivering from the cold and are all huddled around the fire near their companion, who can use fire magic. Especially Roxanne's motionless posture, as if she were about to hibernate. This place is really cold, completely different from Melord. The boss of Shangbei's teeth were chattering. Lena nodded and pointed to the city not far away. That was Cannon. "Let's part ways outside the city. I wish you great wealth." He glanced at Cannon a few more times, feeling that the city seemed to have become dilapidated again after a month's absence, with many workers repairing the rubble walls. "Oh, thank you, Lady Lena. This is the payment." The caravan owner rubbed his hands together, then handed over 2 diced gold coins before leading the caravan onward toward the city. Watching the caravan depart, Reiner pondered for a moment, then turned to Junies and said, "My dear, you and the Demi people should rent a house nearby and settle down for the time being. I need to go to the forest north of the city to find Fiona first. A lot must have happened to them in the past month or so. Okay, come back soon. Martina, you and Junies have built Norapke. Come with me." "No. Why didn't you take me with you?" "Junies is a girl, and you're a strong female. Women in Barnet have a relatively low social status, making it unsafe for her to lead so many demi-humans. With you there, I feel a little more at ease. In short, this is a very difficult task, and you are the woman I value most, so I can only entrust this task to you. I really can't do anything with you. Sometimes being too capable is also a kind of trouble. Ha ha ha. Nora, keep a close eye on Lena and don't let her get involved with other women. Understand?" Nora raised an eyebrow and gently took Lena's hand. "You don't need to tell me that. Go about your business." Seeing that the group had split into two, Ariana decisively followed Lena. "You're going on another adventure, and you didn't even take me with you. If you want to come along, go ahead. If you feel cold, you can go back and rest. I'll definitely come with you then. This little bit of cold won't stop my adventurous shoes." During their conversation, Lena had already reached the entrance to the forest. Nora listened intently for a few seconds before speaking. "There are 3 orcs in the bushes." No sooner had he finished speaking than a green-skinned orc poked its head out. "You must be Lady Lena. Oh, I've finally waited for you to come back." When Paige saw the orc suddenly appear, she hid behind Lena. "These are orcs?" Just as ugly as described in the book, it looked like a monster. Nora and Eliana were already used to this. "What happened during the month I was away? There have been too many things that have happened to explain, so we've gone to find the chief. He'll explain it to you in detail." The orc seemed to sense Paige's massive wings and instinctively took a few steps back. "Chief, several tribes elected Lady Fiona, the former priestess and chieftain, as the Alliance chieftain. Lena was ashamed. He's even hooked up with the Alliance chieftain. This guy's pretty impressive." After waiting for a while, Lena heard a rapid, rustling sound. Then, Fiona, wearing a black cloak and several leaves, emerged from it. Upon seeing Lena, she smiled with relief. "You may all go back. I need to speak with Lord Reiner alone." The orc turned and disappeared back into the bushes, leaving the area. Seeing them walk away, Fiona couldn't wait to run towards Lena, but she tripped over her own black cloak after only a few steps and fell into the white, short snow. Peggy chuckled, and her thoughts echoed through the air. "This female orc is quite beautiful, and her breasts are huge, but she seems a bit dull. It's obvious you haven't been having a good time lately. While you were away, I formed an orc alliance, but now this alliance is beset by internal and external troubles and is on the verge of collapse." Lena felt that he was quite bold and resourceful, but he ended up in such a miserable state. "I remember when I left, you had already formed an alliance with Kanna and the others, hadn't you? And did they absorb the remnants of the Black Wolf clan and unite with other orc tribes? How did the situation suddenly take such a turn for the worse?" The Serpent clan in the north of the forest made a deal with the demons, selling their souls in exchange for unparalleled power. 3 days ago, he launched a surprise attack on Cannon and our tribe, causing heavy casualties, and Lord Aiden was also injured in the attack. Today, 2 tribes have broken away from the alliance out of fear of demons, and the situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for us. Lena scratched her face. No wonder Cannon looked like he'd been through a disaster. He'd been attacked again. He turned to Eliana beside him and asked, "Demon, is this thing powerful? My mom says the demons are SOSO, but they were sealed away in the coldest part of the northernmost part of the continent thousands of years ago. You asked me this question because a demon broke the seal and escaped." I asked Lena again and relayed his words to Fiona. "Has a demon escaped?" "Yes, they escaped many years ago. To avoid being harmed by demons, we orcs have been forced to migrate south for a long time and finally escaped here. But to my surprise, just as I had settled down, the group of demons came after me. The southern part of the continent is all human territory, so we may have to migrate westward." "How many demons were unearthed? Approximately how many are there?" "I don't know the exact number. I've only heard of 4 demons in total. The demon traded with the urban aristocracy is named Satoros of Flames. He is a demon who wields fire skillfully is violent, loves killing, and is very powerful. Sartoris the Flame? Have you heard of this guy? Fiona said he was very strong. Ariana lowered her head and thought for a moment, realizing she had never heard of it before. Lena stroked her chin, deciding to find a day to conduct an evaluation. Where's the Serpent Clan's tribe located? Show me the map. I'll go explore it tomorrow. Fiona tossed a map from her bosom and pointed to a small circle to the north of the forest, roughly in this area. Lord Reiner, you must be careful. If you unfortunately encounter the fiery Sartoris, do not hesitate. Run away immediately. 131 Build a new home. In episode 131, Lena stares at the half-collapsed house in front of her, lost in thought. For some reason, a huge rock smashes through the house, smashing through the second bedroom on the second floor and Juni's room on the first floor. Meanwhile, the demi-humans are busy carrying the rubble out of the house. Standing to the side, Juni's explained that 4 days ago, a group of orcs raided the town at night, and their house did not appear to have been hit by stones. Looking around, all that could be seen were dilapidated houses, and piles of rubble that had been cleared out were stacked on both sides of the road. He only has half left, and that's not even the worst case. Some houses were completely destroyed when they were touched by the ground. Martina was also helping to move the stones. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered, "Luckily the kitchen is okay. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to eat, and we'd be missing our room. Looks like I'll have to squeeze in with my sweetheart today." Lena, who was initially somewhat helpless, was inexplicably amused by his words. Looking at the houses that were no longer habitable, Lena fell into deep thought. This house is entirely built of stone, unlike the stone and wood structure of Melod. It might not be difficult to drastically modify it using stone magic. Darling, Humph, I'm afraid things won't go as you wish. You really won't be able to eat? I see there's nothing wrong with the kitchen, so this shouldn't affect heating the bread. Lena remained silent, which suggested that in Martina's heart, white bread indeed held a higher position than her. She walked to the edge of the house and called for the mute people to come out. "Okay, everyone step back. I need to fix the house." The people put down the stones they were holding and retreated to the side of the road. Lena placed her hands on the wall, briefly conceived a plan in her mind, and then slowly poured magic into it. A few seconds later, the broken stone wall gradually grew out of the wall, finally filling in the gap in the first floor of the house and thickening the stone wall. He hadn't studied anything about architecture, but he felt that the first floor needed to bear weight, so he made it a little sturdier and thicker. Soon, the stone walls on the second floor were also repaired. After reinforcing the wall slightly, he continued building the third layer. The beast-eared girls exclaimed in unison as they watched the houses being built higher and higher. Wow, Lena stopped building the third floor like stacking building blocks. Although the house was perfectly fitted together, with all the stones fused together, he was afraid that the arrows were too high and the house would collapse if the wind blew it down. After all, due to the limitations of the era, there was no reinforced concrete foundation. Lena went into the house, looked around, and seeing that there was nothing wrong, went upstairs to observe. The second floor is fine, and the second bedroom has also been repaired. He cut a hole in the ceiling and built a staircase leading to the third floor. The house he built was like a pyramid, with each floor smaller than the last. The third floor isn't very big, only about 50 square meters, but can definitely fit 9 beast girls. As for Peggy and Nefer, they can just live with them on the second floor, since he's been behaving himself for now. With that in mind, he built a stone wall and enclosed a small 3-by-3 room in the corner for Peggy and the others to rest in, since it wasn't good for them to always sleep on the floor. After the construction was completed, Lena poked her head out from the second floor and called to the demi-humans downstairs. "Come on up. I'll assign you places to live." Then she made up her bedding, saying, "You'll probably be living here for a long time to come." The mute people rushed up and quickly squeezed onto the second floor. While they were making the bed, Lena found Ariana helping Juni's tidy up the room. "All right, moving stones is something the child doesn't need to do. I have something more important to ask you." Ariana put the stone down from her staff and unceremoniously lashed out at Lena. "If you say I'm just a kid again, I'll beat you to death. Do you have any methods to make a house more sturdy? I heard from Fiona that the orcs are now attacking towns at night, and our house won't be able to withstand their attacks. Lena, what exactly are you trying to say? Can you enchant a house?" Since you have a way to make weapons sturdy, don't you also have a way to deal with slingshots? Ariana remained silent for a long time before falling silent again. Lena squatted down in front of him and poked the tip of his nose with her finger. Why aren't you saying anything? This house has 3 floors and is over 20 feet high. You want me to give the house to my parents? Are you trying to kill me with work? Sigh. It seems it still can't work. I thought the all-powerful teacher Eliana would definitely have a solution, but it seems I was overthinking it. Your praise won't help. I need to call my mom over. Go ahead and say it. Ariana closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and stood still. Lena thanked him and then bent down to help Junies clear away the rubble. Friend popped out again, gesturing wildly, then pointed expectantly at Junies' bed. Lena probably understood what she meant. She touched the dragon hornstone on his head and then said, You usually sleep inside your staff, so why do you need a bed? Lana and Junies looked at each other, completely bewildered. He probably wanted to sleep in a bed like they did. After observing for the past few days, I've noticed that Fran seems to really enjoy learning from our every move, especially madness. He's picked up all her habits, good and bad. That's easy. I'll put a bed next to the door for you. And you can sleep right next to the door, okay? That's a great place, haha gaga gaga. Falon nodded and smiled happily. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from outside. Before he could reach the door, he heard a rough and powerful voice. Lena, are you there? Lena opened the door and saw Kana. It had been a month since I last saw her, and she looked rather haggard. Her left arm was broken, and it was wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Behind her were several other warriors who were just as badly injured as her. Upon seeing Lena, Kana shook her head with a wry smile. Lady Kana, your arm was severed by the orcs in the attack 4 days ago. Those beasts have completely transformed into monsters. He shook his head, remained silent for a moment, and then said, The Yuan army of the Dao family is already on its way and will launch a surprise attack on the orcs in 2 days. I hope you can join us. We will pay you accordingly. Connor said expressionlessly, as if she had become a completely different person. I heard from Fiona that Lord Aiden was injured in a surprise attack. How is his injury? Kana shook her head, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. His injuries were too severe. He might not make it through the day. 132 Reiner, rejected by Junies. In episode 132, Lena returned to the house, picked up her staff, and called upstairs, Nora, come with me. A series of hurried footsteps approached, and Nora rushed downstairs to stand beside Lena. Friend was playing around with Eliana, chasing and frolicking around the table in the living room. Hearing Lena's voice, he ran over and spread his arms, showing off the magical wings connected to his arms. Hey, what are you doing? I can't take you with me. Fran ignored all that nonsense and decisively crawled back into his staff. The little elf, Eliana, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He ran over with his staff and asked, Are you going out to explore again? Take me with you. There's no time to spare for that. I'm just helping people treat their illnesses. Stay home and wait patiently. I'll be right back. Lena took Nora's hand and walked towards the door, then mounted her horse. The little elf chased after them and spread his arms to stop the horse. Take me with you. I want to go and see, to treat people's illnesses. Lena couldn't refuse Eliana, so she lifted her onto the horse. If all else fails, letting her do some work is fine too. Kanna's eyes widened, and she asked incredulously, Can you really cure Aiden? I'm not sure, but let me give it a try. I know a little about healing magic. In fact, as long as a person is still breathing, Lena can try to bring him back from the brink of death. She can use water healing and light healing spells in turn. If that doesn't work, she can give him a bottle of holy water as a favor to Aiden. In a world where honor is valued more than life itself, saving a lord's life is no small matter. After following Kanna for a long time, they were finally taken to a low, dilapidated stone castle in the center of the city. Lena knew that canon was backward, but she didn't expect it to be this backward, that the Lord would live in such a place. On the other hand, the castle where Melodimas lived, although it could not be called luxurious, was at the highest point in the city, backed by the city walls and facing the entire town. One could see the general situation of the whole city at a glance. But Lena thought about it carefully and realized that every country has its own architectural style, and Bounty might be one of them. Wow, this house is really interesting. Ariana looked up at the stone treasure and exclaimed in amazement. Kana glanced back at him. What was the elf saying? He said that the place where you live looks interesting. To be honest, it's no different from a dungeon. I would prefer to live somewhere else, but since you're interested, I'll show you around later. After losing an arm, even dismounting was extremely difficult for Kana. She handed the reins to the groom, then spoke to the guard in front of the stone gate, and the thick wooden door slowly opened inward. Come. Lena led Nora and Eliana into Food Treasure. Although it was cold and dry inside, there was a faint musty smell. In the hot summer, the smell would definitely be even more unbearable. Lena followed Kana through the narrow passage and finally arrived at a room somewhere in the stone castle. Two burly maids stood at the door. The brothers' tastes were surprisingly similar. As the maid pushed open the door, Lena followed Kana into the room and immediately saw Aiden lying on the bed. He was covered in light yellow bandages, and his left shoulder was stained red with blood, indicating that he was seriously injured. Kana asked the doctor who was by her bedside how he was. The burns are too severe. He might not survive the night. Kana sighed, pointed to Aiden lying unconscious on the bed, and turned to Lena to speak. He was not only slashed, but his body was also burned by flames. But he has survived until now thanks to his strong will. Do you really have a way to save him? Lena set her staff aside, then rubbed her hands together, eager to give it a try. He unwrapped Aiden's bandages, revealing his charred, thickened skin. Given the world's medical standards, to survive for 4 days after being burned like that is truly a rare miracle. Lena released a water sphere that enveloped most of his body. While hydrotherapy is remarkably effective in treating burns, Aiden's burns had been left untreated for far too long, and his skin was practically cooked. Little elf, come help. Please help heal the cut on his shoulder. Here it comes. Again. Under the continuous output of the hydrotherapy, his charred skin was peeling off little by little, and the agricultural products were also diluted by the water. After an unknown amount of time, under the dual treatment of light and water, Aiden's skin miraculously regenerated pink flesh, and Aiden's weak breathing gradually returned to normal. Lord Aiden should be all right now. That's unbelievable. Amazing. I must reward you. It's no trouble at all, sir. I'll also treat your severed arm as a favor. Sometimes this kind of thing is more useful than money. It was late at night when Lena and her companions left Food Treasure. They returned home under the escort of 2 warriors. After a long day of travel, Eliana and Nora were exhausted and decided to go back to their room to rest. As soon as Lena entered, she went into Juni's room and saw him lying on the bed reading a water magic book. She lay down on him and gently hugged him. Honey, I'm home. Just then, the system's voice rang in my ears. The quest update rewards 5 bottles of superior water, which can be used to enhance the attributes of demi-human talents by defeating the demon flames, Satorus. Lena fell into deep thought, silently asking the system whether it was a specified attribute or a random attribute. If using a specific attribute on one screen can increase a level by 1, then this thing is a good thing. For example, Nora, although her agility and perception are both at the S level, her strength and endurance are just barely at the Earth level. If her strength could be forcibly raised to S level through the system's potion, then the customs official would be drooling just thinking about it. What are you grinning about? Juni's pinched Lena's cheeks and gently tugged them a few times. You're always so mysterious. Lena snapped out of her daze, slowly approached her, and then gently hugged her waist. Juni's face flushed instantly. She gently pushed Lena's cheek and refused, saying, No, we agreed not to have children for the time being. I have my own clever plan. Lena raised an eyebrow and kissed his neck. Juni struggled slightly. No, it really won't work. Once it starts, even if you can hold back, I might not be able to. Juni shook his head vigorously, curled up in the corner, and continued apologetically. I'm sorry, Elena. We're already together, but I've made you hold back. If we let Martina come, she would be very happy to do so. Lena sighed. He suddenly felt that the system's reward was not as substantial as 5 boxes of silencers, which were fragrant and soft. Juni's was right in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Oh, I'm so heartbroken. Juni's gently touched Lena's cheek in a comforting gesture and said softly, I'll try to be patient a little longer. Tina seems to need you more than I do. Lena sighed. Since she insisted so much, It would have to be either Nora or Martina today. 133 Fiona's Urgent Report. The following morning, in episode 133, Reiner led a group of men to the assembly point at the city gate. There were quite a few soldiers gathered there. As far as the eye could see, there were densely packed people, at least around 300. Half of the soldiers were from Cannon, and they wore thick fur coats, carried double-edged axes, and wore light half-armor. The other half of the soldiers were reinforcements from who knows where. They were fully armed, wearing many layers of thick chainmail and full helmets with only 2 dark holes showing, which looked rather frightening at first glance. They also used different weapons, including scimitars, spears, and war hammers, unlike the soldiers in Cannon who basically only used double-edged axes. Moreover, these soldiers were lined up neatly, each standing in place properly. From the aura they exuded, one could sense that these soldiers must be very strong. Compared to the soldiers in Cannon, they were simply a disorganized rabble. Compared to the elite troops, he saw Aiden on horseback directing the soldiers. His original red hair and eyebrows had been burned off, leaving only a thin beard. He did not look very well. Lena quickly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Lord Aiden. Aiden looked at him, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I heard from Kanna that you saved me, and I am very grateful for that. So what reward do you want? It was just a small favor. Oh, that won't do. I never like owing favors. If you need anything, just ask. I can help you within my capabilities. Ha! Thank you, Lord Aiden, but I really don't need anything right now. Lena answered softly, then changed the subject. Lord Aiden, what is the objective of our mission this time? Team up with Fiona to completely wipe out the Orcs' Venomous Tongue clan, and if conditions permit, also kill the demons who cooperate with them. Have you ever seen the demon named Sartorus? Aiden was lost in a brief recollection and shook his head. At first his tone was calm, but it gradually became more urgent. I've heard Fiona talk about it, but I've never seen a demon in person. That night, the Orcs who attacked the town were engulfed in terrifying green flames, like demons crawling out of hell. Cool, mate. Lena noticed cold sweat on her forehead. Aiden realized his lapse in composure, quickly composed himself, and said, However, even so, we will definitely achieve final victory. After saying this, Aiden rode away to continue talking with the other warriors. Lena glanced back at the group. Martina was arguing with Nora, Junies and Ariana were standing there in a daze, and Peggy was using a fireball to warm her frozen little hands. I thought he was some kind of demi-human, like a snow fox, because he was covered in white fur. But when I asked him yesterday, I found out that he actually came from the southern part of the continent, which is why he is so afraid of the cold. Lena spoke to them in a demi-human language, saying that things might be dangerous later and that everyone should be careful, stick together, and not stray too far from each other. No way, I haven't even used my thunderclap fake much yet. I'm gonna have a good time killing. Martina raised her great sword and continued. And this super powerful weapon, I haven't had a chance to really try it out yet. The enemies I've encountered along the way have all been too weak. This time, the enemies are different, so it's best to be cautious. Nora punched Martina and said irritably, I told you to listen, so just listen. Why are you saying so much? Lena patted the heads of the 2 beast maidens, then walked to Nora's side and lit a fireball to warm his hands. Nora stole a glance at Lena, then, mustering her courage, tiptoed and kissed Lena with lightning speed. Ah, women of Jawa, I want to kiss you. Martina also kissed her. She always had to compete with Nora in everything. A kiss on the cheek wasn't enough. She wanted a kiss on the lips too. You're just like a little kid. Just then, Peggy also came over, a knowing smile on his face. As he approached, Martina instinctively stepped in front of him, then stared at him expressionlessly. I have to keep an eye on this woman. She's too alluring. I absolutely cannot let her get close to my man. Paige moved 1 step to the left, and he moved 1 step to the left as well, completely blocking him. After a while, Peppa finally couldn't hold back anymore. She frowned slightly and asked, Why do you keep stopping me? What do you want to do to my man? I'm not as bored as you, spending every day trying to find ways to torment him. I only have admiration for Lena. That's easy for you to say. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have already clung to me, right? They mock me verbally, but they secretly wish they could be like me. Lena covered her head, looking at Martina in disbelief. She couldn't believe such words would come out of Martina's mouth. It was astonishing. Just to be on the safe side, Lena had him assess the condition, only to find that it was still classified as a prefecture-level city. This guy is really troublesome. I wish Lena had bought him sooner. It's too late to interfere now. Think what you want, but I won't be like you. After saying that, he went around in a big circle and walked behind Lena. After an unknown amount of time, the loosely organized group, at Aiden's command, began to advance into the woods north of the city. Looking at the pine forest covered in snow, Lena felt a vague unease. He put on his helmet and then patted Martina on the shoulder. "Put your helmet on." Martina responded softly, then obediently put on the helmet, while Nora beside her also perked up her ears. Just then, Ariana poked Lena in the waist with her staff and muttered, "Wow, Lena, I suddenly have a bad feeling." "How so? What did you find?" "I just have a feeling we're going to get beaten up pretty badly." As soon as he finished speaking, the bushes not far away trembled, and the soldiers raised their weapons. Immediately afterwards, Fiona ran out from among them with several orc guards. He ran straight to Aiden, and they began to talk. Judging from his expression, it must be something very urgent. After a while, Aiden ordered them to continue. Fiona tiptoed and looked around the group, finally locking onto Lena. She then ran towards her, panting and her chest heaving. "Hey, come on, my lady, please follow me." 134 Encounter with Cerberus. In episode 134, Reiner and a few others broke away from the group and followed Fiona to the orc army. Looking around, there were probably several hundred orc warriors crouching and hiding in the snow. Most of the orc warriors were injured to varying degrees. Some had bandages wrapped around their arms, while others had half their faces wrapped, and their injuries looked similar to those suffered by Aiden. Occasionally, you can see a few orc corpses, almost burned to a crisp, lying obediently in the middle of the snow. The moment they appeared, they became the center of attention, and the beastmen all cast curious glances at them. Fiona waved her hand and said softly, "Lady Lena, I often mention you to them, so they are quite curious about you. Please don't mind. More than that, I'm interested in the summoning ritual that the Serpent Clan orcs were currently performing, as you just mentioned. Tell me more about it." Fiona had already led them several kilometers through the forest. They had been rushing and hadn't had time to ask him anything. He had only given a brief explanation, which sounded rather vague. Fiona moved through the dense forest, occasionally parting the pine branches with her hand. Our orcish black magic is a terrifying magic associated with darkness and death. Some extremely ancient black magic uses life as a sacrifice to summon extremely terrifying dark monsters. After saying that, he squatted down in front of the bushes, gently beckoned Lena over. Fiona gently parted a clump of trees, revealing a large, withered pine forest. The forest was devoid of any life. Animal skeletons were scattered everywhere, and an eerie green mist emanated from the cracked earth. There's no mistake. This area is filled with evil energy. Ileana said angrily. They destroyed the forest. Lena's eyes widened as she saw many orc limbs hanging from the pine trees. Blackened blood dripped into the deep red skull altar, while the magic circle beneath the altar shimmered with a greenish light. A cold wind blew by, and Lena couldn't help but shiver. Fiona whispered from the side that these were all summoning offerings, and the vast majority of them were prisoners they had captured a few days ago. As soon as she finished speaking, Lena saw some limbs that did not belong to the orc's body. The vast majority of the sacrifices also included orcs from their clan. The more tedious the black magic, the darker and more tainted it becomes. 10 years ago, when my father was still the high priest of our mountain tribe, he would occasionally make a sound when offering sacrifices to his own people. It wasn't until I became a priest that this practice was forbidden and wild beasts were used as sacrifices instead. Lena almost lost interest in learning black magic. Think carefully about the goblin priest he encountered before. When he was in dire straits, he also directly extracted the lives of hundreds of his people and injected them all into the half-dead tyrant. This is most likely a very powerful form of black magic. Ariana was trembling, clinging tightly to Lena's arm, and muttering softly, "How cruel!" The terrifying Martina poked Lena's butt. "What's the little elf muttering?" She felt that the orcs were cruel, and she was very scared. Whatever. I'll take action. Speak." He instinctively tried to stand up, striking a cocky pose, but within 2 seconds he was punched by Nora, relying an ambush on them. "If you cause us to be discovered, I'll—" Before Nora could finish speaking, a strange noise came from ahead, and the group held their breath. Deep within the withered forest, 3 orcs engulfed in green flames led a group of orcs to the altar. Their skin was constantly being burned and healed by the flames, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Although it looked terrible, they walked unsteadily, seemingly in great pain. What's wrong with them? In exchange for immense power, they sold their souls to the fiery Satoros. While this granted them extremely strong bodies, it also subjected the warriors to the excruciating pain of being burned by flames. Fina pointed to the charred corpses. "We paid a heavy price to deal with these guys." Lena glanced back at the orc corpse and then asked, "How does it compare to the previous Tauren chieftain? In a one-on-one fight, who would be stronger?" "That's naturally the Minotaur chieftain, but there are many of these guys, and when they gather in groups of 3 or 5, they can cause quite a bit of trouble. What I'm most worried about are the monsters they summon and the demons that have never appeared." Lena pointed deep into the dead forest and asked if the Serpent Warriors tribe was located there. "You should be able to see it after driving about 2 or 3 kilometers. In about 2 hours, Lord Iden's soldiers will engage them, and we will need to coordinate with their attack." "Do demons possess abilities similar to magical probes?" "I've never fought them, but I've heard that demons are extremely sensitive to magic." Lena relayed her words to Ariana, who agreed with her. "My mother said something similar, but I don't know the specific scope of her investigation. Since that's the case, there's no way to stay in one place and cast Fireball for another 2 hours." While the group was talking, the 3 orcs, their bodies engulfed in flames, instantly slaughtered their people and channeled their blood into the altar. In an instant, the summoning array beneath their feet brightened even more. "I feel like something's not right." Lena nodded as well, because she saw the orc corpses around her instantly shrivel up. The summoning circles around the altar turned into silver-white mirrors. These things seemed to be passageways connecting to another world, and from time to time, things could be seen peeking out from them, creating ripples. A few seconds later, a huge, dark black dog head emerged from it, followed by a second and a third. Lena recognized it at a glance. Cerberus leaped out of the teleportation array as if it had come from hell. This guy's body was exceptionally strong and sturdy, like a mighty giant elephant. After the 3-headed dog emerged from the magic circle, it sniffed the water a few times, then its lava-like eyes swept around and finally locked onto the bushes where Lena was hiding. The group immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lena shouted, "His target is us!" Before the words were even finished, flames spewed from the Cerberus's mouth toward the group. In an instant, towering flames swept over them, turning the entire forest into a sea of fire. 135 Satorus appears. In episode 135, as the thick smoke dissipated, Lena still stood amidst the flames. The moment she was locked onto by the 3-headed fist, she used a barrier to protect the people around her. The orcs who were not protected by the barrier suffered the consequences, being set ablaze one by one and rolling in the snow, howling as they tried to extinguish the flames. Junius raised a staff high and began chanting a spell to extinguish the surrounding flames with a sudden rain of water. Then he slammed his staff into the ground, and several walls of water rose up around him to block the flames. Martina let out a battle cry and charged forward, crackling with lightning. The flames spewed by the 3-headed dog were deflected by Martina's enchanted armor, igniting the forest on both sides. Seeing this, Martina laughed even more triumphantly. He leaped high into the air and slashed at one of the 3-headed dog's heads with his sword. His powerful punch cleaved the dog's head off, and the resulting blade split a withered tree in 2. The 3-headed dog's piercing howl echoed through the woods, causing the ground to tremble. Martina stepped back a short distance and covered her eardrums, which were stinging. "Ugh, this guy is giving me a headache." Nora's mental level is now vastly different from before. His cat ears are pressed tightly against his scalp, seemingly unaffected. Fiona shouted passionately, directing the orc warriors to launch wave after wave of attacks. More and more fire orcs rushed out of the dead forest. Liner used his blade to help Martina clear out the mobs, but when that didn't work, he used the fiery spear technique he learned from Eliana each strike killing a burning orc. "Honey!" Martina turned around and shouted, and the severed head of the three-headed dog quickly grew back into a smaller body, becoming a hellhound. Although its attack power was greatly weakened, it became more agile. He had no intention of paying any attention to the orc warriors, because their attacks posed no real threat. Only Martina's greatsword, forged from mithril, could pose any danger to him. The orc warriors were quite sensible. Knowing they were outmatched, they left the three-headed dog with Lena and went to deal with the attacking burning orcs. Fiona said to Lena, "We might have to retreat. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. We can't defeat them head-on. Let's kill Cerberus first. Otherwise we'll be caught no matter how far we run." The Hellhound was charging towards them, and Reiner's Crimson Spear was fully charged, aimed at its head, and released. The Hellhound that had leaped into the air was knocked down, a large hole ripped into his head by Lena. He lay motionless on the ground, but his skin and skull were still regenerating rapidly, meaning he was still alive. Lena had a sudden inspiration. She created a stone in her hand and stabbed it directly into the Hell Spring. The gap in its head simply stopped regeneration. If she made a hole in its head and stuffed something in it, it shouldn't be so easy for it to revive. As soon as Lena finished speaking, she noticed that the two-headed dog seemed to be getting stronger. At first, he couldn't keep up with Martina's speed and was completely overwhelmed by her. But now they were able to fight back and forth. What a troublesome guy. "Help me." When they fought, they were like two shadows, and Lena couldn't aim accurately at all, prioritizing her attacks on his legs. "You guys are too fast." Martina slammed her fist into the head of the double-headed man, and while one of the heads was momentarily stunned, she chopped off his left forelimb with her sword. The two-headed dog slowed to a point where Reiner could aim, and a blazing longsword pierced its right forelimb and quickly embedded a stone tenon. With the two working together, Martina swiftly severed the head of the double-headed fist, splitting one of its heads open with a single sword stroke, and then inserting the shield inside. Lena split the other head open and then stabbed it with a stone tenon. But for some reason, the three-headed dog was still alive. Its chest was still pounding violently. Reiner is using earthquake trees to bury his massive body deep in the swamp. Fiona's orc warriors have suffered countless casualties in their efforts to hold off the burning orcs. "The problem is solved. We can retreat now." Fiona raised her arm and shouted, "Retreat." Reiner called Martina back, and then led the others to escape. Although this guy has immense strength, it will eventually run out, and he can't afford to fight a war of attrition with so many burning orcs. But just then, a chill swept over her, and Lena suddenly had a bad feeling. Master from heaven. Without even looking, Lena grabbed the group and then deployed a barrier. Large swaths of green flames poured down, and even through the barrier, Lena could feel the scorching heat. The surrounding orcs, under such intense heat, didn't even have a chance to cry out before being burned to ashes. This time it should be Satoru's who has come. Oh my God! Seeing her people reduced to ashes, Fiona collapsed to the ground in despair. Junie shot out water droplets, but the droplets evaporated instantly as soon as they left the barrier. He hugged his staff, looked at Lena with a pitiful expression, and said helplessly, "My water element is exhausted. You've worked hard." He had been holding back the burning orcs, and it was only a matter of time before his magic ran out. Martina looked at the green flames outside, seemingly eager to try them out. "Don't be silly, don't go out. Didn't the fairy help me coat my armor? Do you think I'm afraid of fire? This flame is different from ordinary flames. The fairy's enchantment may not work. Don't take the risk unless you are absolutely sure." Reiner had Paige, who was standing nearby, grab him. A few minutes later, the green flames finally dissipated, and the surrounding area became scorched earth. A humanoid horned demon, its body wreathed in green flames, was hovering in the air. Its single green eye was constantly turning, making it look extremely eerie. Martina asked impatiently, "I can go out now. Let's see how things go." Peggy couldn't help but ask, "What? You don't even know how strong the other side is. When you're called out to fight and told to move, Lena will say something." Martina pouted slightly and muttered softly, "Instead of finding food, I've come to you, you stupid fox, to lecture me." "Am I stupid?" Peggy was so angry she laughed. Satoru's slowly landed in front of them, his single eye looking directly at them. In that instant, he sensed something was wrong and whispered, "Don't look into his eyes." The group obediently lowered their heads and closed their eyes. The next second, Lena felt a slight headache, a sign that her mind was being eroded. Satras was expressionless, truly formidable. His face had only one eye and mouth, lacking even a nose and ears, making him extremely ugly. "You must be Flame Satoru's, right? You're really powerful." Upon hearing this, Satoru's narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat shocked. "You actually know our language? Impressive. Who taught you? Who was your master? If I knew you, I might spare your life." 136 died from talking too much. After saying this in episode 136, Satoru's quickly changed his mind and said, "No, I have to kill you here." "Why?" "Although I don't know what happened, your magic power is too amazing. I have never seen such a terrifying amount of magic power. It is like a huge sandstorm that burns the sky with colors. It is no exaggeration to say that you are a more terrifying guy than Wang Hai. To be honest, you really scared me before you released my pet, but after trying it out, I realize you're all show and no substance. Although you have plenty of magic, you're clumsy like a little kid when it comes to applying magic." Lena sighed. All told, he had only been in this world for a year and a half, and he had only learned magic 4 or 5 months ago. If he had a few more years, it was hard to say who would be torturing whom. Satoru's punched Lena's barrier, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Such a powerful defensive spell must have consumed a lot of energy, but considering your magic power, it should last at least 4 or 5 days, right? "You're so capable. You saw right through me. But it doesn't matter. I can wait." Lena just hopes the dispatch team will arrive slowly. No matter how many arrive now, they're all going to die. After Fiona was attacked by the 3-headed dog, she sent out scouts to report the incident. "Aiden is probably on his way." Lena licked her lips. "Brother, you smell so good. Don't bother. I won't try to distract myself." So, when that fiery spear came straight at him, Satoru's dodged it by tilting his head. His reaction speed was incredibly fast, at least on par with Cerberus, or even far superior. Uninitiated spellcasting is indeed not enough to keep you alive, but with an attack of this strength, just walk away and dodge. Getting hit won't do anything. Do demons have magic immunity? No, it's just that you didn't build up your power, so the power is insufficient. How long do I need to charge up my power to break through defense? Please tell me, this dying man. Based on my observation of you, your control over magic isn't very good. It might take about 30 or 40 seconds. Satoru's suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if he had noticed something. "I don't need to wait any longer. Everyone cover your ears." Before he could finish speaking, Sarvaz opened his gaping maw and a piercing voice swept over the crowd. Martina covered her ears in time, but the sharp sound was very penetrating, and she was still hit. She fell to her knees with a thud and hugged her head tightly. Junies whispered to Madina, "Hang in there." Martina remained silent, then rose and pointed her sword at Lena. Lena tried to control it, but the domination magic had no effect on targets in a frenzied state, just like Nora's situation. But Martina's will did not completely give in. His trembling hands showed that his faith was being tested. Ariana hid behind Lena and asked with a mournful face, Aren't we friends? Don't do that." To everyone's surprise, Martina became even more agitated upon hearing this. "Who wants to take my white bread?" Paige stepped forward and said coldly, "Madina, do you know who you're pointing your sword at? Lena is your man and your only family. He has done everything he could to give you warmth and love, and this is how you repay him? It's heartbreaking." Martina dropped the great sword from her hand, clutched her head in anguish, knelt on the ground, and repeatedly begged Lena for forgiveness. Fran hugged Martina, trying to stop her from doing anything reckless. Fran transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly emerging from the staff and tightly embracing Martina, who was kneeling on the ground. Satoru squinted again. What was this? How could it possibly appear from staff? "You've revealed more and more things about me than I ever imagined, which makes it even more necessary to kill you." Lena picked up the great sword from the ground and threw it at Satoru's outside. Sure enough, Satoru's quickly moved aside. Lena complained seriously. "How stingy. It only hit you. It shouldn't cause any harm, right? I'm about to die, and they won't even let me smash anything. You should know that we hate Mithril. right? Could this possibly hurt you? Are you just wasting my patience by spouting nonsense? No, we were just chatting. Nana raised his staff and began to continue. Brilliant. I already told you your attacks can't hit me. Of course I know that. I'm signaling to the others not to come and die. They're going to die sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. Aren't you worried I'll suddenly shoot you? Satoru's eyes were fixed on the tip of Lena's staff. I'm very focused. Lena made a few feints, scaring Satoru's into dodging around. You're toying with me. I promise I'll make you suffer to death. Lena brandished her staff again, and Satoru's, as if throwing a tantrum, didn't flinch. Human, don't even think about toying with me. Wait until your magic is exhausted. Before the words were finished, a mithril dagger pierced Satoru's throat. With Nora's help, Reiner fired the Crimson Sun Spear, which struck Satoru's and shattered his upper body in an instant. This demon seemed quite powerful, but it died in Thailand due to honesty and a lack of information. Nora then casually emerged from behind a tree. Even before Satoru's was setting the fire, Peggy had already started discussing countermeasures with Nora. After the fire was stopped, Nora slipped out of the barrier. He had already noticed Nora's abnormality, and in this critical moment, he easily tricked Nora into revealing her invisibility. What a terrifying woman, so clever that it's chilling. Seeing that Satoru's 2 remaining legs had disappeared, Lena patted everyone on the shoulder. All right, you can open your eyes and ears now. Junies and Fiona were unaware of what had happened. The demon had been vanquished. Yes, we're safe, but just to be safe, let's run. The burning orcs are probably on their way. I feel they should be dead. Their masters are all dead, and the power that came from their masters will naturally disappear as well. Lena, I'm going to find my people now. The Viper tribe should be just an empty shell now. I need to take advantage of this opportunity to attack and break in. I'll come back to thank you in person in a while. Lena responded, then turned to look at the smiling Page, giving him a look that left him to figure it out. Looks like I'll have to invite him to my room for a lecture today. Just then, Martina slowly stood up, took off her helmet, and asked in a silly manner what had happened. 137 Reward Nora. In episode 137, Lena encountered Aiden's group on her way back. After briefly explaining the situation, she went straight home. As soon as he got home, he brought the computer into the room and then squinted to observe it. Pikey sat down on the bed, then grabbed the blanket in a coquettish manner and said in a whimpering voice, "Duke Hung, you're bad." Lena grabbed her white tiger bait and gently lifted her up. Paige then feigned pain and pitifully begged for mercy, asking him to be gentler. As expected of a fox, it's quite adept at generating fevers, having allocated its talent points to some strange place. Let's get straight to the point about Nora today, and you're not allowed to say a single word about it. Paige covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. Then she asked, "If I tell anyone, how do you plan to punish me, my benefactor? Isn't that simple? Tie him directly to the bed and get 100 free draws." Peppa pouted, and after a moment she muttered resentfully, "You tie me up just to beat me? My benefactor, you're not impotent, are you?" No. If it weren't possible, Martina certainly wouldn't be so obsessed. Generally speaking, any human who has seen me will covet my beauty. If I weren't so intelligent and brave, I would probably have been bullied long ago. But you don't seem like someone who has no desires or wants. Paige stroked her chin, seemingly deep in thought. Don't overthink it, because I don't like you at all. You cunning fox. What happened? I didn't hurt anyone. I contributed to killing that demon, didn't I? Paige clapped her hands and suddenly realized, oh, so you like Martina, that kind of silly but broad-minded woman. She glanced down slightly, shook her head gently, and said helplessly, my size is not as good as its, but it's still normal. As for scheming, that's my survival strategy after living for more than 20 years, but I've been honest enough with my benefactor now. All right, enough of this nonsense. Just remember to keep it secret. Got it. Paige suddenly stood up and deliberately rubbed her fluffy tail against Lena's waist. After dinner, Lena had just entered her room when Martina quickly caught up with her. She blinked, gently took Lena's hand, and said with a hint of grievance, Darling, I was wrong. I had forgotten what happened back then. Nora told me about it just now after she finished eating. Go ahead and say it. He turned around and wagged his horse's tail. I heard Nora say that to apologize, you have to show your tail, but thinking about it, it seems like you've been doing that quite often. Reiner reached out and patted his head. How could I blame you? That demon was so powerful, right? His ears were warm, and Lena couldn't help but tug at them a couple more times. If he hadn't barked those times, I might have been able to beat him in a one-on-one fight. What a treacherous demon. He's so stupid. How can he be considered treacherous? Although you are indeed fast and your weapon can hurt him, there's no guarantee he doesn't have some other trump cards up his sleeve. In the future, when you encounter an enemy, do not act rashly. Learn to think things through. Understand? Martina nodded emphatically, then snuggled into Lena's arms, giving a frantic suggestion. Let's take a break. No, I need to poop today. He did a great job, but I've only praised him a few times so far. That's a bit of neglect for him. I need to give him a proper compliment and reward him a bit. Martina pouted, reluctant, but considering her actions during the day, she agreed. Okay, then it's my turn tomorrow. Lena nodded, and then they walked out of the room together, heading towards the toilet. After knocking on the door, Lena saw Nora and Daisy sitting on the bed. He was touching his lower abdomen and looked somewhat worried. Martina sat on the bed and patted Nora on the shoulder. You're going to Lena's room today. I'm sleeping with Aunt Daisy. Nora blinked, looked at Lena for confirmation, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he kicked his legs and jumped into Lena's arms. On her way back to her room, Lena encountered the computer builder coming down from the third floor. He glanced at him with some concern, then sighed and said, I really envy Nora. I wish the guild treated me like this when I was promoted. I envy that Nora wasn't bought by my benefactor sooner. But you just kept staring at him. After entering the room and closing the door tightly, he finally spoke. I don't know when my ability to sharpen eyes was discovered by the machine. Should we get rid of him? No need, I already told him. Besides, he didn't know about your ability to dazzle people before. He just saw that you were acting a little strange during the fight, so he tried to provoke you, and then you fell into his trap. He schemed against me. I sensed something was wrong at the time, and although I was a little surprised by what he said, I didn't think much of it. I never expected that he was trying to trick me into revealing information. He's such a cunning fox. It's all right. We were indeed in danger at the time. If you had gone into stealth later, Satoru's might have noticed you, and it might not have been so easy for you to succeed. Nana stroked her soft black hair and then asked what reward she wanted. Go ahead and say it. Nora pondered for a moment, then placed her small hand on Lana's chest. A dagger had been melted by its master's magic. What a pity. There was nothing we could do. The situation was critical, and the opening could only be revealed for a split second. If we didn't seize it, we might all die. This isn't a reward, it's just a necessity. Let me tell you another one. I want to have a child with my master, but why haven't I gotten pregnant after so long? My mom said that since you were human, it might be a little difficult for you, and told me not to worry too much and just let things take their course. Look, even that idiot Martina doesn't have any, does she? Take your time. Lena gently pressed down on her little hand and gave her a push. What more reward do you want? Nora's cheeks flushed, and his breathing became rapid. He clutched his clothes tightly and slowly said, This is already a reward. I'm already very satisfied with my master and me. I don't need any other rewards. Lena poked her soft belly with her finger and then began to slowly draw circles. Do you like it? Nora looked away and snuggled against Lena, murmuring softly, I can't say it, but Master will understand. 138, The Blurred Kitten. In the early morning of episode 138, Lena woke up, rubbed Nora's furry ears, and then kissed her. I want to sleep a little longer. Nora spoke softly and coquettishly, then grabbed Lena's hand and gently bit it, leaving a row of clear teeth marks. I had a strange dream last night. This little cat with sharp teeth loves to bite people. Whenever the two rested together, Lena would always have many clearly visible teeth marks on her body the next day. Oh, tell me in detail. It's so cold. Let me hug you a little longer. I'll get up soon and tell my owner to go to sleep then. That won't do. Have you forgotten our agreement from yesterday? Nora suddenly came to his senses. He touched his stomach, smiled at Lena, and then pulled up the blanket to cover them both tightly. After a long while, the two finally emerged from the room. Nora's face was flushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Peggy stood at the door of her small room, looking at Lena with a strange expression. Is it really that addictive to do this so early in the morning? Nora looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. You filthy fox! How dare you scheme against me? Peppa was taken aback at first. Then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she glared at me again. I have already pledged my allegiance to the Palace of Grace. You don't need to keep an eye on me every day. Who knows what you're thinking, you cunning fox? Peggy shrugged, then turned and went back to her room to play with Nefer. After breakfast, Reiner took Martina and Nora outside the city. He hid behind a tree, then coughed a few times. You know what I mean? Don't make me rush you. Here it comes. Let me slay the demon flame. Satoru's current state is complete, and the reward has been issued. As soon as the system finished speaking, several bottles of holy water appeared out of thin air in his hand. This holy water was different from the crystal clear, healing holy water. It was colorful, like a rainbow, contained in a bottle. Is this thing only for pressing people down? Can I use it myself? It can only be used to help demi-humans. Each use can increase one attribute by 1 level, but the current system recommends Nirmatina as the demi-human to be improved. Lena nodded, placed the holy water, and then stepped out from behind the tree. In the snow, Nora was riding on Martina's head and playing with her. When she saw Lena come out, she quickly jumped down and stood upright in front of her. Honey, I have a child. Haven't we been trying to have one? Why hasn't it happened yet? Can you hurry up? Lana was a little confused. Could you have a child so quickly? Never mind all that nonsense. I'll show you something even more amazing. How should we assign the attributes later? Lena already had her own ideas. To be honest, Martina and Nora are both quite good. They complement each other very well. One is responsible for attacking, and the other for scouting. Nora can also use her stealth ability to achieve surprise victories. One has insane stats, and the other has a sneaky mechanic. Their only weakness is their lack of mental strength. Martina's spirit is C, making her relatively easy to corrupt, as seen in her fight against Satoru's. Nora's spirit is B3, so the howl of the headhound has almost no effect on her. When she ambushes Sadoroth, she is only slightly affected, not even enough to make him reveal his invisibility. They're already capable of standing on their own, and their only fear is mental attacks. If they were to be controlled by someone else one day, it would be really difficult to deal with. Lena took out 2 bottles of holy water, 1 for Nora. 3 bottles of Martina. You should drink these. Martina said with a hint of smugness when she saw that Nora only had 2 bottles. It seems the owner loves me a little more. My love for you is the same for all of you. The reason I gave you an extra bottle is because your shortcomings are more obvious. You're talking nonsense. Your shortcomings are obvious, but your strengths are equally obvious. Everyone has their own strengths. Nora jumped up and tapped Martina on the head. Enough with the nonsense. Drink up. The 2 beast-eared girls drank the holy water in 1 gulp, and then 2 game stat allocation panels appeared in front of them. Lena narrowed her eyes, surprised that even the 3 dimensions could be improved, but she wasn't going to waste the remaining water on such a boring place. Nora and Martina are already perfect enough. They are both stunning beauties. Lena reached out and clicked on their mental levels a few times, then raised both of their mental attributes to S rank. After allocating the attributes, the void panel naturally disappeared. He prayed silently that using up the precious holy water was the right choice. Honey, what are you poking at randomly? Nora also cast a strange look at her. They couldn't see the system panel. It's nothing important. Nan waved her hand and asked, have you noticed any changes in your bodies? Change. I don't feel anything. I feel like my mind has become clearer, but if you put it that way, I do feel a little clearer. I feel great right now. Then try unleashing your own lightning strike. It should be stronger now. Let Nora and I go back and talk. Lena took Nora's hand and walked to the side, disappearing into the woods. Master, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Flooding should be something that can improve my strength, right? Thank you for treating me this way. You are my woman. Such trivial matters are not worth mentioning. More than that, I'm curious about what you dreamed about last night. I dream again of the goddess who gave me the demon eye. What did she say to you? He didn't say anything, just touched my ear, and then left. So is this just a dream? Nora shook his head and covered his golden eyes with his hand. When he lowered his hand again, Lena saw that the color of his eyes had changed from golden yellow to a strange dark green. The color changed? Master, I just discovered it while fighting with Martina. Watch closely. She gently pressed her hand against Lena's chest, and after a moment, her entire body passed right through her and walked behind her. Lena turned and reached out to touch him, but grabbed nothing. He was like a phantom, visible but untouchable. Isn't this just a criminal's disguise? 139. To continue becoming stronger. In episode 139, Nora's ethereal transformation was incredibly insidious. Not only was she immune to all physical damage, but magical damage was also ineffective against her. Fireballs, blades, and blazing spears would all pass right through her body upon contact, causing absolutely no harm. However, attacks using sound or sight are still effective against Nora. Reiner used the dazzling light magic spell he learned from Eliana on Nora. Generally, it can cause some dizziness to the enemy, but perhaps because his mental level has increased, apart from being a little dazzling, he did not feel any discomfort. Furthermore, he can extend his abilities while illusory, so even if someone walks past him, they won't notice because they can't touch his physical form at all. He's like an invisible ghost, which is truly incredible. Nora chuckled, then walked over to Lena with her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, and gently nuzzled Lena's chin with her head. I'm getting better and better, and I'll definitely be able to help my master even more in the future. Nora is awesome. Just then, a burst of laughter came from outside, interrupting Lena's words. Martina's laughter was so mesmerizing that Lena couldn't help but peek out. What's wrong with him now? The lightning on this thing is more conspicuous than before, and its speed and strength seem to have increased as well. It must have become stronger. Just then, Martina gripped her greatsword tightly and swung it fiercely at the pine tree directly in front of her. A whooshing sound came, and the nearly 30-meter tall pine tree slowly tilted to one side before crashing to the ground. Lena subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, don't cut down trees randomly. It'll be troublesome if you attract the elves." Martina used her hand as a guide, forcefully piercing the tree seed, and then suddenly exerted force to prop the tree back onto the smooth, flat stump. Lena stepped forward and used light and water magic to heal the injured squirrel, then wrapped a 10 trillion band around its wound to immobilize it. If the little elf were here, he'd probably scold you. He's so stingy, he won't even cut down a tree. We used to practice using trees as targets all the time. Martina muttered to herself as she ran around at breakneck speed, like an energetic but unreleased husky. Lena could only see a blurry shadow moving around, leaving behind many uneven footprints in the snow. Martina suddenly stopped, beckoned to Lena with her finger, and said arrogantly, "Darling, if you hit me even once, you win." Conventional tactics definitely won't work, but Lena has a trump card against Martina. What a little rascal. With a thought, Martina stood still. Lena reached out and pinched Martina's cheek before releasing her from control. "You've already achieved that, but you're cheating. Controlling me like this is pointless. I was just teasing you. I can't beat you anymore. I couldn't hit you before, and you definitely can't hit me now either. I admit defeat. It's okay. I'll stay still and let you call me tonight." Nora walked over and circled Martina. So the contract on him was still there. "I heard you say before that you had broken our contracts, but left your mark." "Yes, but Martina begged me to bring her back. She must have some issues. She likes to be controlled by me." Upon hearing this, Martina's face turned as red as a kettle. He quickly reached out and covered Lena's mouth, saying, "Darling, you talk too much. You don't need to say it out loud." Nora looked at the two of them meaningfully, then smiled softly at Martina, and then asked Lena, "Master, do you like to control others?" "I just don't like it. Who would want to control someone else for no reason?" If Martina hadn't insisted on begging me, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. I see. The three of them headed towards home. Lena watched Martina jumping around and fell in a deep thought. Although his magic is enough to deal with most enemies, there are occasionally 1 or 2 monsters with excessively high stats that leave him helpless, such as Satoros. If Nora hadn't seized the opportunity to ambush him, giving Reiner a fleeting chance, they would probably have all perished here. The red spear taught by Ariana is powerful enough, but its reaction speed is too slow, making it difficult to hit enemies moving at high speed. Lena fell into deep thought. Just then, Martina poked Lena's face. "What's wrong, darling? Are you spacing out again?" Compared to you guys, I'm too weak right now. That makes it clear that I'm too amazing, and Norda probably isn't as amazing as you, right? Martina walked behind Lena and began to massage her shoulders. No, little Yanara, she's actually very capable. Yeah? How come I don't see it? Martina moved closer to Nora and examined him closely. Nora glared at him, then with lightning speed, poked his eyes with 2 fingers. Oh no, I'm going blind. Martina covered her eyes and ran blindly ahead, drawing puzzled glances from the surrounding residents. Nora was speechless for a moment, and after a long while she finally cursed. You're sick. I just poked you lightly. Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Martina returned to the 2 of them and suddenly hugged Lena, saying, It's okay. Darling, I'll protect you from now on. Her eyes widened. You could tell she was serious. Ha! You were pointing a sword at your master back then. If Peppa hadn't brought you back to your senses, who knows what terrible things you might have done. Martina's cheeks flushed red. Nora's words had broken her defenses again. I'll say it again, it was just an accident. I would never hurt Lena. As soon as he finished speaking, his merciless iron hand reached for Nora, but she easily dodged it. Enraged, he began chanting a spell, preparing to unleash his lightning armor and fight Nora to the death. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight again, Lena reached out and hugged them. Okay, even though you are both very strong, what kind of woman protects a man? You are my wives. I should become stronger to protect you. Nora remained silent, but snuggled closer to Lena. Darling, you're already a powerful male. It doesn't matter whether you continue to grow stronger or not. The most important thing is that I love you. 140 Fiona's another request. A few days after episode 140, Lena brought her whole family outside the city. She specifically asked Martina to come over, but no, you win if you just touch me once. During this time, Lena practically wore out the books of sealing and lightning magic, and found 3 spells that could assist him at this stage. The Sealing Magic Flight Technique. Sealing Domain is an extremely important support skill that allows the user to leave the ground and fly into the sky, while enemies on the ground can only watch helplessly as they are attacked. Another skill, Peak Domain, grants the user extremely powerful perception. After casting the skill, the user can detect the movement trajectory of objects within the casting range. Furthermore, as magic power is injected, the range of perception increases, with a maximum distance of approximately 200 meters. In this way, it won't have to rely so much on Nora's reconnaissance. While the last magical laser speed offers negligible benefits to the physical body, its advantage lies in significantly increasing the user's reaction speed. It is now fully confident of hitting Martina, who is moving at high speed. Cuculina wants me to elbow her again? Let's talk when you can elbow me. Lena chanted a spell, and amidst the gasps of the beast-eared girls, her feet gradually lifted into the air. Then, he gradually accelerated and soared into the sky in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Lena had reached a height of 100 meters. The cold wind, there was like a series of bone-scraping knives, making her cheeks sting. Looking down at the creatures on the ground, they appeared as tiny dots of various colors in Lena's eyes. Suddenly, lightning crackled around Martina's body. She bent slightly, and then leaped with all her might. Unfortunately, it fell down after reaching about 50 meters, creating a deep crater in the snow. The moment he landed, he angrily shouted, "You tricked me!" Nora and Paige each grabbed one of its legs and pulled it out like pulling up a radish. Nana landed beside him and forcefully pulled him out of the snow. "Are you all right?" Martina grabbed Lena's arm, her eyes wide, and a slight smile played on her lips. "I won." Lena touched her warm horse ears and said affectionately, Yes, you win." Winning or losing doesn't matter to him. His wife's happiness is the most important thing. Nora punched Martina on the head. "How boring. I thought you fell to your death and was about to be happy, but it was all for nothing. Even if I die, I will not give Lena to you. You vixen, you deserve to be single forever. I'm nowhere near your level. Men are something that doesn't really matter whether you have them or not." Paige narrowed her eyes, stole a glance at Lena, and then said, "Of course there is. It's definitely better than nothing." Lena gave each of them a whack on the head. "Okay, stop arguing. Martina, run. Move as fast as you can and see if I can hit you." Martina nodded, then turned and ran wildly through the woods at an incredible speed. With the help of lightning speed, Lena can now see his movements clearly. He abandoned his concentration, turned his hair to the blazing sun, and his spear struck Martina precisely in the shoulder, burning a small dent into her armor. Martina ran back and looked at her shoulder, looking surprised. "You actually hit me?" Junies also came over and patted the blood off Lana's body. "Have you been hiding in your room these past few days researching this?" "Well, after fighting Satoru's, I realized I'm still too weak. I need to become stronger to protect my woman. It hasn't been that long, and you've gone from knowing absolutely nothing about magic to becoming a magician hundreds of times more powerful than me." You seem a little frustrated, picked up a twig, and squatted down to draw circles. "How can the differences between people be so great? Just 6 months ago, I was still your magic mentor, but now Anna crouched down and hugged Junies tightly from behind. It's okay. You're already very capable. No matter what, you'll always be my teacher." Junies turned to look at him, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "But getting better and better at winning over girls. When I first met you, you were like a block of wood. Your wives have taught you well." Junies reached out and tapped him on the head. Just then, Eliana finally spoke up. "Humans are so mushy. I've never seen my parents be so affectionate. They're so ordinary and simple, unlike you guys who are always kissing and hugging. Then come things that will pollute your eyes and ears. Stop complaining. I have a question for you. Why did Satoru's tell me before that I have weak control over magic? What does this mean?" In short, it means your control over magic is not precise or meticulous enough. If you and Junies cast the same spell with the same amount of magic power, Junies' casting speed and power should be stronger than yours. However, you usually rely on a large total amount of magic power to support it, so you can't see any difference. In other words, I've been increasing my magic output to compensate for my lack of precision, right? Yes, that's right. So you must consume more magic power than Junies. If you had his level of control over magic power, the power would definitely be several levels higher. So how do you improve your control over magic? It's a very vague concept, but my mother always tells me to control the magic power I release and try to do more with very little magic power. And that's all I need to do. At first you will feel very uncomfortable, but before long you will feel like you have become stronger. Simply put, it's weight training. Ariana nodded. Just then, Lena suddenly sensed a group of orcs intruding into her domain. A moment later, Fiona emerged from the bushes, wearing a thick white robe. The moment he saw Lena, his face was filled with indescribable joy. "Lady Lena, what a coincidence. I was just about to come looking for you. What's up?" Is he planning to personally visit and express his gratitude? After saying that, Lena's gaze involuntarily fell elsewhere. As expected, he was elbowed twice by Martina. Fiona was slightly taken aback, then clutched her chest. "No, I didn't come to see Lord Reiner. I came to ask for help. I plan to visit and thank you in a few days." 141 Exorcising Demons, Layers of Desire. In episode 141, Lena created several stone blocks on the snow, used sealing magic to sweep away the snow on them, and gestured for the people around her to sit down. Seeing Fiona sit down gently, Lena asked, "How have you been these past few days?" "Thankfully, thank you, Lady Lena. With your help, I have completely unified the orc tribes in this forest. However, there are still some problems that I cannot solve, so I can only ask for your help again." "Go ahead and say it." Lena raised an eyebrow at him. It's likely that what Fiona was talking about is still closely related to demons, since the tribes have been unified and there are very few places left where they can be used. After a moment of contemplation, Fiona slowly spoke. "Since you killed Satoru's, another demon has recently become active. His name is Lilus of Desire. This demon is very skilled at seduction and frequently attacks our tribe. To date, dozens of male orcs have left the tribe due to his bewitching influence, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The orcs were clearly limited in their abilities, and Fiona probably didn't have the ability to deal with them either. No wonder they encountered demons, and their only option was to migrate south. However, this new demon somehow managed to entice Lena to reveal a mysterious smile. Why did he have to wait until Satoru's died before he came out? Why don't they act together? Demons are not good at cooperating. They mostly fight their own battles, only joining forces when it comes to life and death. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, when the demons were driven to the cold Beijing by various races of the continent, They joined forces to resist, but the effect was not good. Back then, we orcs and humans were interdependent allies. Lena understood. All the demons were the sixth among them, each wanting to reap the benefits. In other words, after killing this demon, only 2 demons would remain active in the area. I'm not sure. Perhaps there are even more demons, but they haven't been discovered yet. Does Relis have a specific location? Upon hearing this, Fiona coughed awkwardly twice, then slowly said, No. I only know that he is often active in the north of the forest. Now, as soon as I spot him, he will report to you. Sigh, if we don't have it, then we don't need to. Let's go find its trail now, and once we find it, I'll destroy it. This is a good opportunity to test my combat skills and see if these magical combinations can pose a real threat to demons. Wait, Lord Aiden and I should first gather the troops to search for and subdue them. There's no need for such a pointless sacrifice. To be honest, judging from Sartoros's actual combat performance, ordinary people definitely cannot intervene in the battle against demons. After all, he can turn nearly 100 orc warriors to ashes with just a few fires. Only they can handle a battle of this intensity. Lena raised an eyebrow slightly, giving a frantic hint. There will be compensation, but we don't know yet. Lord Reiner, what do you need? Is gold okay? These things are hard currency everywhere, so naturally the more the better. Yes, is 400 Barnet coins okay? Should I take care of it for you? The dishonest chieftain has 70 gold coins to deal with. Sartoros, I didn't ask you for money. It's only 400 a deal with another demon for you. Beads of sweat appeared on Fiona's forehead. She was clearly startled. Just as she was about to raise the price, Lena covered her mouth with her hand. Oh well, 400 it is. But next time, don't give so little. Fiona nodded emphatically. Just then, the system's voice rang in her ears. Main quest updated. The reward for the Expelling Demonic Desires quest is the Appraisal module. The newborn module has been enhanced and can now be used on characters with a certain level of affinity. What is a certain level of favorability? Fatty, you're not explaining yourself clearly. He was tired of systematic guessing, such as Junies, Arya, Nafana, Fran. This stuff is great. Lena was tired of trying to decipher the meaning behind Fran's words every day. This guy can't talk, he just keeps making ka-ka-ka-ka-ka noises all day long. Their communication relied entirely on guesswork. After the new module is enhanced, he won't have to guess every day anymore. In addition, he was also a little curious about Junies and the other stats. The system answered smugly. Of course, when have we ever treated you unfairly? After saying this, the system's voice completely disappeared without a trace. When Lena came to her senses, she found Martina right in front of her, staring at her with wide eyes. I think I'm back. Don't get so close, or other people won't be able to see anything. What's wrong with you guys? You were spacing out again. You were just laughing like an idiot, which scared Fiona. So what are we going to do now? After quickly packing up, I'll head into the forest to find the demon. Lena turned to look at the group, her gaze finally settling on Junies, Eliana, and Peggy. You 3 go back and rest. We'll be back soon. Paige shrugged and didn't react. Junie seemed a little sad and sighed softly. Okay, I understand you. Be careful and come back soon. Ariana glanced back and forth. Their gazes finally settled on Lena. What does that mean? They went on an adventure without me. See this big staff? It's going to hit your butt in a minute. Are you going to go again? It'll scare you so much you'll cry. You're talking nonsense. I've never cried. Ariana narrowed her eyes, reached out and grabbed Lena's pants, and said in an uncompromising tone, Take me with you. I promise I can help. Lena sighed, beckoned to the group, and said, Come on over, but remember, no matter what happens, stay close to me. Although Junius didn't say anything, a barely perceptible hint of joy flashed across his face, showing that he really wanted to help Lena. Standing to the side, Fiona said softly, Lady Lena, in that case, I'll go back and wait for your good news. There have been many things going on in the tribe lately, but I will definitely visit them in person to express my gratitude in a few days. Lena nodded, then led her entire family into the woods. 142, we'll meet again. In episode 142, Reiner maximizes the range of his wind domain perception and, with Nora's help, searches back and forth in the forest. Along the way, he encountered many patrolling orcs. They didn't see who it was at first, and observed it from the spot for a while before daring to move forward. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was indeed them. "Come here, gentlemen. Do you recognize me?" They consisted of 3 members, 2 men and 1 woman, led by an orc warrior who was over 2 meters tall and looked exceptionally strong. The leading orc warrior nodded. "No, Chief Fiona told us that you have been kind to us and are our benefactor. Which soldiers are you from?" "He and our soldiers on the mountain." The orc warrior pointed to another, slightly thinner orc warrior. "He was a teacher and a soldier." Lena nodded, then waved her hand, letting them go about their business. It's clear that Fiona has done a good job unifying the orc tribes in this region. Given a few more years, they will surely become stronger under Fiona's rule. After the orc warrior left, Martina started acting up. She clung to Lena's arm and began to whine. "Darling, can you teach me 3 spells too? My senses aren't sharp enough, my reaction time isn't fast enough, and more importantly, I want to learn to fly." Nora grabbed its tail and pulled it back a few times. "Don't disturb your master. We can talk about it when we get back. You like your master having this habit, but you can't learn to fly, or you might crash." "Huh? What does that mean?" "Yeah, it's nothing, I was just kidding. I'll teach you when we get back. Anyway, you won't be able to learn it in a short time. Once you learn it, you must be careful. Falling from a height hurts a lot. Even if you're very strong, you can't take it." "Okay." The group conducted a thorough search of the forest. Finally, Nora followed the scent and led them out of the woods. After walking for a long time, they finally saw a blurry figure standing in the wind and snow. His appearance was very different from Satoru's. He looked like a stunningly beautiful woman with long, flowing purple hair that reached his waist. He had 2 curved brown goat horns on his forehead, hairy goat hooves below his calves, a pair of black wings, and a very flexible black tenon-shaped tail. It was clear that this guy was a demon. However, it was unexpected that the difference between male and female demons was so obvious. Satoru's was as ugly as an alien, while Relis was so beautiful and alluring, the embodiment of desire, especially his deep, dark eyes. Just looking at them for a few more moments would make one feel hot all over. This guy was too tempting for Relis. She had to go back and play with Nora. Looking back at the others, their condition wasn't much better, especially Juni's, who had collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Lena, his rosy lips opening and closing. Even a usually serious elf's eyes were gradually becoming strange. Lena felt bloated. It seemed she had to finish quickly. Lena raised her staff, unfurled the barrier, and asked, "Are you the one with desire, Relis? You can speak our language? You killed Satoru's, didn't you?" That flexible tail swayed from side to side from time to time. "Yes, that's right. I could see your terrifying magic from miles away. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a magic king of this scale. None of them are as good as you. It was entirely within my expectations that Satoru's lost to you. I almost died." Lilas frowned slightly, narrowed his eyes, and looked Lena over again. "Honestly, with that much magic power, I can't imagine what it would be like for you to lose. Let's get straight to the point. I heard you bewitched quite a few orcs. Where are they? Dead? These guys have too little magic. It's not even enough to fill my teeth. Let me make it clear beforehand that I didn't provoke them myself. They attacked me as soon as they saw me, which is why I killed them. Those guys have no self-awareness whatsoever. They won't live long anyway. I might as well send them on their way." Lena didn't answer. She just listened silently. He felt that all the demons had the same tone and personality, with basically no difference. Satoru's, like Relis, loved to chat. After a moment of silence, Lilas continued, "You really want to kill me, don't you?" "Ha, why did you know that?" "I can feel the aura emanating from you. The cat and horse subhuman next to you must be very strong, right? Their presence is no less powerful than yours." A slight smile appeared on Lilas's lips, and with a wave of her slender hand, a green chair appeared out of thin air. "Do you want to talk to me? What should we talk about?" "I am far more powerful than Satoru's. I am probably the most powerful demon you will encounter for a very long time to come. You're unlikely to gain any advantage fighting me, and besides, I don't enjoy fighting. If I could, I would prefer to play. What is there to talk about? I have a feeling that one day in the future, our king will definitely be bound by you. Before that, I want to pledge my loyalty to you. Don't be surprised. Not all demons fight for the Demon King. There are quite a few like me who fight for themselves. Hell is too boring. The outside world is much more interesting. Keeping a demon by my side. Am I just asking for trouble? After saying that, he began to gather a ball of light at the tip of his staff. Lila smiled without saying a word, standing motionless. How come you're so much stronger than Satoru's? You all saw me charging up. Why aren't you running? Relis shrugged, sprawled on the void throne, and answered lazily because there was absolutely no need for it. Lena thought he was showing off, so she prolonged the conversation for a while. When she saw that he still wasn't running away, she decisively fired the Crimson Sun spear. Lyres took the blow without a sound. Most of his body was shattered into pieces, and his head rolled to Lena's feet. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he weakly said, "We'll meet again. Don't treat me like this then." As soon as he finished speaking, his head turned to dust and was blown away by the wind, disappearing completely. Her voice sounded quite seductive, making Lena feel a little hot inside. Ariana leaned closer for a look and then said, "Use the clone technique to let him escape." Lena shrugged, figuring that Relis wouldn't be coming anytime soon, since she had already completed the system's task. 143 Juni's special state. After returning home in episode 143, Reiner took Nora's hand and tried to lead her to her room, but she gently refused. "No need, Master, I'm fine now." Nora, with her hand behind her back, glanced back at Lena and said slyly, "If Master doesn't recover, I can help. Let's talk about it tonight, I'm fine now." Martina, standing to the side, was drooling with envy. She blinked her eyes and kept bothering Lena with her hand. "I haven't recovered yet. Honey, please help me." He swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on Lena. The Master said, "Our mental resistance is about the same. I'm fine now, so you're probably fine too, right?" Martina glared at him fiercely. Then her inner voice drifted over and said, "Nora, you don't want it, but I do. This is such a good opportunity. We have to seize it." Lena was speechless. This guy really didn't miss a single second. You might as well take a straw sandal and pat yourself down. You could be biased and unfair, but I can't be. Martina threw a tantrum on the bed, making a mess of the pillows and blankets. Seeing him crying so hard, Lena patted his shoulder and comforted him. Okay, I'll reward you tonight, all right? You didn't cry when you broke your hand or leg before, but you're crying over something like this. I don't know what to say. What else can you do with your own wife? Spoil her. Suddenly, I missed the way Martina looked when I first brought her back. Back then, she was a respectable person, with a face that screamed, "Keep away, I'll never submit." Only a few months later, it's turned into this mess. Martina grumbled a few times, feeling wronged. "Who told you to be so biased? You promised to treat us fairly, but Nora has been monopolizing everything for us lately." Lena hugged him and gently stroked his hair, saying, Okay. After a while, Lena was finally able to get away and go downstairs to get her computer set up. She stood against the wall at the top of the stairs and chuckled a few times. "Oh dear, the backyard is on fire. How are you? Are you all right?" "I didn't feel anything at all." Paige smiled slyly, slipped past Lena, and deliberately rubbed her furry fox tail against his hand. Lena looked towards the living room. The little elf was sitting at the dining table, having drunk several glasses of cold water. The blush on her face had faded, and she seemed to have returned to normal. However, Juni's was nowhere to be found. He was more severely affected. Although he could still walk, according to him, his mind was full of random thoughts, and he couldn't concentrate at all. Hey, where is everyone? He drank several glasses of cold water and still hadn't recovered before crawling into the room. This guy's gone astray now, often making some inexplicable expressions. Lena walked to Juni's door and knocked gently. "Honey, do you need my help?" The sound of a blanket being pulled up came from inside the room, and Juni's answered hesitantly. "No need, I'll be fine soon." Lena shrugged. He could probably guess what Juni's was doing. He looked around the living room, and finally his gaze fell on Eliana, which immediately put him on alert. "If you have nothing better to do, go find Martina. Stop thinking about me all the time. I'm not hungry right now, and I don't want to eat potatoes." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was chased by the elves and forced to hide in the small cubicle used for washing up. Seeing that Ariana wasn't chasing after them anymore, Lena decisively questioned the system. "Where are my mission rewards? Why hasn't it taken effect yet? You meant deportation before, right? Although I didn't kill him, I guess you could say I drove him away." Oh dear, here it comes. I can't even get a peaceful sleep. The current state of let me banish demonic desires has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Reiner's vision was covered by a series of blue gibberish consisting of numbers and letters, but the gibberish quickly disappeared one by one. He swaggered into the living room, then looked at Ariana with a wicked grin. Name, Ariana. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, elf. Current status, healthy. Talent details, strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, A. Perception, A. Spirit, S. Governance, A. Overall quality, legendary. Current affection, 85%. No wonder his staff hit so hard. It turns out this guy's strength has its drawbacks. But his intelligence seems off. He doesn't usually act that smart, but he's quite knowledgeable, knowing a little bit about almost everything. Ariana pouted and questioned, Why are you laughing? At the same time, his inner thoughts drifted over. You naughty Lena, you're definitely trying to play a trick on me again. I'll beat you to a pulp when the time comes. Lena shrugged, glancing at the staff beside her. Fran, hurry up and get out of there. A beam of red light flew out from the fire demon stone and quickly transformed into a human form. Click! Fran displayed his demonic wings, and the scales on his cheeks were rapidly disappearing, revealing his fair skin. Fran, current favorability rating 95%, would be a good match for this king. Reiner looked him up and down, and seeing that he hadn't changed much, waved his staff to signal him to go back. That's all, you can go back now. There is nothing wrong with calling me out. You were just deliberately making things difficult for me. Fran bit Reiner's shoulder before burrowing back into his staff. This ability to eavesdrop on new students is really useful. Just then, the door to Juni's room finally opened, and he came out, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and his gaze toward Lena was somewhat evasive. Lena reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, teasing him with a smile. Why didn't you invite me in to help? Jennison laughed and punched Lena, then turned sideways to try and slip past her. They're pretty much the same. I can handle it myself, so I won't trouble you. After walking a distance, he bit his lower lip and looked back at Lena, who seized the opportunity to use her appraisal. Name, Juni's Poiputri Lidta. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, human. Current status, healthy. Pregnant. Talent details, strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, C. Perception, B. Spirit, A. Governance, A3. Age, 84 to 85, 17 to 90. Overall quality, epic. Current affection, 99%. I can understand everything else, but the word pregnant on the status bar is 144. Uma Musume girl also wants it. In episode 144, at this moment, Juni's inner voice drifted over. It's strange. It's been almost a month since he last came. I'm usually very stable. Could it be such a coincidence? Lena and I only had that one time. It turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Juni's had previously told his brother that they might have a child in 2 years, and it really did happen on the first try. Lena suddenly felt a little lost, but thinking of the promise he had made to Juni's, he took a deep breath. He was a man and had to take responsibility for his actions. Lana walked over to Juni's, gently took her hand, and said softly, Is there something you want to tell me? What can I possibly want to say to you? Don't you really have anything to say to me? Well, if June doesn't want to talk, Reiner can't force him. However, the system's verification should be absolutely true, since there has never been a mistake so far. Just then, Juni's inner voice came through. Should I tell him? But what if I guessed wrong? Wouldn't that be awkward? Juni's bit his lower lip again, then glanced at Eliana. Before finally fixing his gaze on Lena, he was hesitant about whether to speak. Lena raised an eyebrow and gently nudged her arm. I'm your husband. There shouldn't be anything you can't tell me, right? Junius's light blue eyes trembled slightly. He reached out and grabbed Lena's sleeve, then suddenly fell silent. The first time I met him was on the way to the Forest of Dawn to defeat Armlin. At that time, he was poised and elegant, and his speech was very pleasant. He was not at all unnatural and exuded a faint aristocratic lady's aura. And now he's acting all coy, looking like a child who's done something wrong. After waiting for a while, Juni's let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had made up his mind. Lana, wait outside for a bit. We'll go inside and talk later. Go ahead and say it. She went into the room and started tidying up. Lena peeked inside, but Juni's, blushing, pushed her out. His bed was quite messy. Lena stood at the door like a robot for a while until Junies reopened the door and reached out to pull him inside. Junie sat on the edge of the bed, looking both serious and nervous. He remained silent for a long time, unsure of how Leonard would react. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "No matter what you hear later, don't be too surprised. I'm not sure about this either, but I feel it's possible. Go ahead and say it." Junie scratched his cheek, glanced away, and cautiously said, I might be pregnant." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly glanced at Lena before looking away. Lena looked in her eyes, then sat down beside her and slowly reached out to hug her. "That's great. It looks like our family is about to welcome a new member." Junies raised his little fist and punched Lena twice on the shoulder. "Aren't you going to ask me how I knew? I'm not really sure. It's just a possibility. Women experience discomfort for a few days each month, and my period is usually very regular, but this month it's inexplicably delayed. I roughly calculated the time, and it matched exactly the night we were supposed to meet, so I finally said it. It's okay. I will take responsibility and do my best to take care of you and the baby." Lena stroked her long golden hair and gently comforted her, saying, "It might not be certain yet, so don't get too excited. I didn't want to have a child so young, but I still got pregnant by accident. It was supposed to be just once, but was it really just once? Ugh. Okay, stop fooling around. Let me touch you now." Lena reached out and touched her lower abdomen, which still felt soft and yielding. It had only been a month, and there had been no change. "What are you touching?" "Of course, they're my future children. You really are different from the others." When my mother was pregnant with my sister, my father just glanced at her and left without saying anything. "Lena, the luckiest thing in my life has been meeting you. You also have a younger sister." "Yes, I have several brothers and sisters." Junies nodded, then slowly stood up. Should he tell Nora and the others? After all, they were also part of this family. He would go and tell them now. At this point, Lena suddenly paused, wondering if Nora and Martina were just too oblivious to notice. With that thought, she hurriedly left the room. Upstairs, Martina and Nora were playing around in their room. Lena opened the door and used a fertility test on them. Unfortunately, neither Martina nor Nora was pregnant. "What's wrong?" "The master has some good news for you, too." Martina's eyes lit up as she stood up and walked over to Lena, her face full of anticipation. "There's something delicious to eat tonight." "Yes, it's Junie's. She's pregnant. He's so lucky. If I remember correctly, that was the only time you two had anything going on, right? However, it took you a long time that time, which is normal. If I were human, that would be great. Maybe I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to have children." Lena patted Nora's head, then turned to look at Martina beside her. These few simple words caused him to explode with anger. His ears perked up suddenly, but quickly drooped back down, clearly indicating that he wasn't very happy about it. "Oh no, June is so beautiful, with a great figure and personality, and now she even has a child. He's overtaken her. I reckon it won't be long before Lena stops talking to me. Don't overthink it. You are my woman, and I will always love you." Lena pinched her ear, then pulled her into her arms. Nina was secretly giving her special treatment, not because she was being eaten. "Oh, you've already got a bit of a daze?" "My mom said that it's very difficult for family members and humans to have children, but if we keep going like this, we'll definitely have them eventually." Martina hugged Lena with a pitiful expression and muttered softly, "I want some too right now." 145 Fiona's Visit. Episode 145. Ever since Martina learned that Junies was pregnant, she has become a different person. She would go to Junies' side and eavesdrop on his belly whenever she had the chance. "What's the matter? It's only been a month. There won't be any noise yet." Junies patted his head and said softly, "Could you give me this child?" Junies paused slightly, looking at him with a hint of embarrassment. He said tactfully, "You are also his mother, or you and Lena could try to have one together. You can definitely do it. I'm not envious of you guys. Just bear with it. If I were human, I'd definitely give birth to a whole litter for Lena. Let's go back to our room now. It's so early in the morning, we can talk about it tonight." Lena stood behind them, holding the tombstone in her hand, and took a sip of water. Martina got up and hugged Lena, starting to whine and act coquettishly. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and the whole family looked towards the door at the same time. Nora, who was sitting to the side, twitched her ears like a radar, and then slowly spoke. Yes, that female orc is here. Lena opened the door. Fiona stood in the doorway, dressed in a white robe, completely covered up, her eyes curiously observing his house. His gaze returned to Lena only when she opened the door. I'm a little nervous. Lena always gives off an unpredictable vibe, and hopefully this payment will satisfy her. Lady Lena, your house seems to have changed quite a bit. It didn't look like this when I came last time. This house was destroyed by slingshots when Satoru's sent men to raid the town. I reinforced it again. What brings you here? He looked behind Fiona and saw two orcs, also bundled up, carrying boxes. They put down the heavy boxes and stepped back a few paces, waiting for Fiona's instructions. Thank you for your help, Lady Lena. This is the reward for defeating the demon Laris. I hope you will accept it. I'm so sorry that I haven't had time to thank you in person for all the help you've given me. I didn't kill Relis. I let him escape. You don't actually need to give me this reward. Although I am greedy, I know in my heart whether I can take some money or not. Satoru's share is included in this. It was my fault for not thanking you properly before. People on the street all turned their heads to look at him. With so many people around, it wasn't good for him to stay outside any longer. Lena lifted the linen cloth on top and looked down, discovering that it was full of glittering gold nuggets. He tried to lift the suitcase into the room with one hand, but the suitcase only moved slightly. It's too heavy. This box of gold must weigh at least 100 or 200 kilograms. Lena's heart skipped a beat. She used a sealing spell to drag him up and then slowly walked into the house. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Fiona nodded and took small steps into the house. Upon seeing the people in the living room, he nodded respectfully. Seeing this, Junie slowly stood up, patted Martina on the shoulder, and called to Pasha, Yudala, Rockhill, and the others. In a while, they'll have learned enough Barnet language. Let's go to the tavern today and see if there are any requests we can take care of. It's time to earn some living expenses for myself. Why does it have to be today? Can't I go with you tomorrow? If you need to talk to him, we won't stay here and bother you. Don't worry, leave your man here. Junie's expression suddenly turned serious, and he turned and walked towards the room. Come here for a second, Lena said, hopping along happily. As the door closed, Junie slowly spoke. Lena, I'm your wife, aren't I? Of course, since that's the case, there are some things I should make clear to you. If you give the staff to a demi-human, I won't care how much mischief the elves and demons do, as long as it's safe to do so. But a human can only have one piece. Yes, I understand. You will be my only human chess piece. Anyway, he didn't have any feelings for any woman other than June. Junie's breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the reply, patted Lena on the shoulder, and said, Then there's no problem. Take good care of the guests. Fiona is very capable. It will be beneficial for you to maintain a good relationship with her. Heeding his wife's advice, Junie smiled and walked away from him. The two walked out of the room, where Nora and Martina had already gathered the demi-humans to line up at the door. Martina, hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks. Darling, I want to stay home with you. You go with Junie's and protect him. Master, please be careful while I'm not by your side. Okay, the little elf is keeping me company at home. You all need to be careful too. Lena kissed her cheek. After saying goodbye, Lena stood at the door and watched them leave. After they left, Lena turned around and looked at Fiona standing to the side, and their eyes met. The first thing he did was to conduct an appraisal. Name, Fiona, Fox, age, 22, gender, female, race, orc, current status. Healthy, talent details, strength, A, endurance, B, agility, C, perception, B, spirit, S, intelligence. A 3, totaling 104, 67, 99. This companion's overall quality is legendary, current affection, 80%. Lena narrowed her eyes and looked him over carefully once more. It's absolutely huge. It is said that the larger the mass of a sphere, the stronger its gravity. Lena tried her best, but her eyes were still firmly held in place for several seconds. Fiona noticed Lena's gaze and instinctively shrank to the side, but quickly straightened her back. Oh well, let them look. It won't hurt me. They'll just treat me like a woman from that time on. Thinking of this, he straightened his back. Lena was only slightly surprised, but not actually very interested. This gold represents a month's worth of mining output from the Inner Waste gold mine. Lady Lena, Please accept it. Lena raised an eyebrow and looked at the gold in the box. Although this was quite a lot, a gold mine had only mined this much in a month. He bent down, picked out the largest piece, and took the flag away. The situation in your tribe is not yet fully stable. Right now, you need these precious metals for trade. As for the rest, you can take them back. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. 146 Explore the Orc Tribe. In episode 146, Fiona stood there, staring blankly at Lena, her expression showing a hint of confusion. What does this mean? Are you not planning to help me anymore? He seemed a little anxious, looked at him with sincere eyes, and then asked, Lord Reiner, is it too little? No, I've already made it very clear that you need this gold more than I do. Besides, a large part of the reason I helped you was simply because I wanted to be your friend. At this point, Lena's gaze involuntarily drifted downwards a few degrees, accidentally glancing at something she shouldn't have. But she quickly looked away. However, Fiona still caught this obvious little movement. His cheeks flushed slightly, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he asked, Lady Lena, our tribe has lost many males in the war. Now we have more males than females. If you're really interested, I can help you find a few beautiful females of similar age. Lena quickly waved her hand. She couldn't handle the kind of big, fat female orc. Nora was much more to her liking. Fiona seemed to understand her thoughts and said seriously, There are beautiful women. Please trust my aesthetic sense. Chiron and Hidajiti are both top-notch beauties. Grandma will definitely like them. Yeah? Then I'd love to try the salted bag. Although Lena didn't have much hope at all, she could take this opportunity to visit their orc tribe, experience their customs and culture, and treat it as a trip. Fiona leaned close to Lena and said with a smile, If you find someone you like later, just tell me quietly. Although I can't order her to become your wife, I can secretly try to match you two up. Okay. You're making me sound like a pervert. Lena smiled wryly. He was a perfectly respectable person who had been misunderstood. A moment later, Fiona walked to his side and asked softly, Shall we set off now? Sure, I'd love to come back soon. If he doesn't come back before Nora does, the little cat will probably be worried again. He said a few words to the two orcs standing at the door, and they carried the boxes back one after the other. Hearing the noise, Eliana opened the door and ran out, grabbing Lena's clothes tightly to prevent her from leaving. Lena, I want to go on an adventure too. I'm going to the orc tribe, and you have to come with me. Wherever you go, I'll go. Sigh. All right then, you can hold me. I'm planning to fly over there later. Okay. Ariana stretched out her arms, jumped a few times, and finally hooked her arms around Lena's neck. Then she wrapped her legs around Lena's waist like a little child. I'm all better now, aren't you scared? A couple of days ago, out of curiosity, Lena took Nora for a flight. Once they reached high altitude, he lost his usual composure and kept yelling and screaming. Lena had to soothe him for a while before he could adjust to the high altitude. Even so, Nora did not dare to let go, keeping her arms tightly around her waist. What's there to be afraid of? My mom can fly too. When I was little, she often carried me around in her arms. After saying that, she hugged Lena tightly and stopped talking. Lena turned to look at Fiona and beckoned to him with her finger. I can fly. Come aboard with me. How should I access it? Lena gave a wicked smile, then suddenly bent down and slowly picked him up. Startled, Fiona cried out a few times, then curled up in her arms like a kitten, covering her chest with her hands. To be fair, her legs were quite slender, and she wasn't as heavy as I'd imagined. The two rabbits, tightly wrapped in her white robe, would sway slightly with her movements, and her expression was rather cute. Lena picked me up. How embarrassing. Wait, I've been staring at him for too long. Fiona hurriedly looked away and gazed at the pedestrians on the street. His expression was like that of a girl who had never been in a relationship. Lena clapped her hands with her fingers, hooked her arm around my neck, and said, Let's take off. Fiona hugged Lena's neck tightly, then squinted her eyes in fear. A few seconds later, Lena took off, carrying the two of them into the sky. The surrounding houses grew smaller and smaller until finally all that came into view was an endless forest. Fiona kept her eyes tightly closed, and after a while she cautiously opened one eye. Seeing that he was high in the air, he was mentally prepared, but his body still trembled violently, and he hugged Lena even tighter. This guy is quite strong, He's almost suffocating, and you can't fall down. Don't be too nervous. I'm a seasoned driver. Fiona nodded, her eyes widening in amazement at the sight before her. So this is what the world looks like through a bird's eyes. It's so beautiful. However, the wind made me a little cold. Fiona's gaze returned to Lena, now softened with tenderness. Lena is quite an interesting man. He's not bad from this perspective. No wonder some of the female warriors in the tribe had a good impression of her. It seems it wasn't entirely because of her strength. I wish Lena would like me. Shaw, I'm daydreaming again. I'm going to dedicate my life to the tribe. I don't have time for romance. But if it's just for a short while? Lena was sweating profusely. Being remembered by Fiona is fine. After all, she has very few distinctive features and is indeed a beauty, but being defended by other female orcs is another matter. Because Lena was carrying 2 people, its flying speed was naturally slowed down considerably. After several minutes, he finally arrived near the Shanyan clan's village. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, he chose to land slowly in the forest. Okay, you can get down now. Feynock touched the ground with her toes, but her legs went weak, and she sat down directly on the snow. He seemed to be still in shock. Lena gently helped him up, patted the blood off his body, and then asked with concern if he was all right. Eliana swung her staff at me. How come she's getting the upper hand? That wretched Lena. She's the best at seducing young girls. Fiona couldn't understand their conversation and didn't pay much attention to it. Lena brushed the snow off her, straightened her clothes, and turned back to the 2 of them with a smile, saying, "Come with me." 147, is this the man you found outside? Episode 147. Is this the beauty you're talking about? Lena crossed her arms and stared at a burly female orc skinning dead road in the distance, lost in thought. His face had enormous fangs, and the muscles on his arms were thicker than Lena's thighs, like those of a bison. Apart from the slightly protruding, unidentified object on her chest, Lena saw no other female characteristics whatsoever. Her name is Kailong Grizzly Bear. She is the most beautiful and powerful female warrior in our Mountain Rock clan. She once fought 3 other warriors single-handedly and killed them. At the same time, he was also my childhood playmate. Despite her perpetually furrowed brows and seemingly fierce appearance, she is actually a very gentle woman. As she continued talking, Lena fell into deep thought once again. After a long silence, she turned to Eliana, who was looking around, and asked, "Do you think that female orc is pretty?" Female orc? Where are the female orcs? I didn't see it. What are you looking at? It's the one that's giving the recording skin. Ariana looked closely and seemed somewhat speechless. Honestly, if you hadn't told me, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell she was a woman. These arms are almost thicker than my waist. As for their looks, they don't fit my aesthetic standards at all. His answer was already quite tactful. As for the other women, is this the same level of beauty you're talking about? Yes, they are all top-notch beauties. Forget it then. I don't really like it either. Is it not to my taste? Yes, our aesthetic standards are somewhat different. I prefer women who are thinner. Of course, the fangs should be raised where they should be raised, and large where they should be large, and the smaller the fangs, the better. It's best if they only stick out a little bit like you. Fiona blushed again, and with a silly grin, she replied, "Oh, that's definitely different. I think the bigger the teeth and the stronger the body, the prettier they are. However, it seems that Lady Kana also likes women with strong bodies. So forget it. Our tastes are different. In my eyes, yours is a rare and delicious delicacy." Fina's heart skipped a beat, and she blushed as she replied to Lady Lena, "You're teasing me again. Is this what humans call being moved? It's definitely a very strange feeling." Although Lena was just comforting me, if I could become Lena's woman, perhaps. I detected that Fiona's affection level is rapidly increasing, currently at 85%. Fiona suddenly pinched herself hard and shook her head vigorously. What nonsense was she thinking? My life's work is dedicated to the prosperity of the tribe. The people have entrusted their future to me. Just then, Fiona's best friend, Chiron, walked over, reeking of blood. He glanced at Lena first, and then his gaze fell on Fiona. Fiona, who had just returned, nodded. Chiron looked at Lena again, scrutinizing her from head to toe with a sharp gaze, and then slowly said, "She should be the Lena you mentioned earlier, right? Hearing the rumors about him, I thought he would be a strong man, but I didn't expect him to be so thin." Lena considers himself a muscular hunk. Although he's been a little less active since learning magic from Junies, he has still been an adventurer for a year and is all muscle. Don't say that. Lady Lena is considered strong among humans. With his arms crossed, Chiron suddenly asked, "Want to have a spar?" Fiona quickly stepped between the two and said softly, "Save your breath, Chiron. Although you are very strong, there is still a bottomless chasm between you and Lady Lena." He killed the flame Satorus with his own hands. Chiron remained silent and went back to skinning the deer. "Don't mind, I'll take you to see other places." The two strolled around the tribe, and along the way, many orcs bowed to Fiona, showing that she was highly respected in the tribe. Occasionally, orcs would greet Lena, showing that Fiona often promoted her to them. After wandering around the tribe for a while, Fiona stopped in front of a large, round wooden house. Lena looked around and found that the house was located in the very center of the tribe and was connected by several dirt roads, which was obviously not an ordinary dwelling. "This is my father's house. Would you like to come in and rest for a while? In my hometown, it's customary for a man and woman to meet each other's parents in this way only when they decide to spend their lives together." Upon hearing this, Fiona froze, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. Let's go look around somewhere else." "Ah, this is so embarrassing. Oh well, since we're already here, let's go in and have a seat. Lead the way." "Good." Fiona closed her eyes, patted her cheeks, then walked up the steps and lifted the curtain. Lena saw a tall, thin orc priest sitting on a rug in the center of the hall, holding a ram's head staff, his green eyes fixed on Lena. Beside him sat a woman dressed in a white robe and wearing a white veil. The cold wind blowing into the room slightly lifted her veil, allowing Lena to catch a glimpse of her true face. What a beautiful woman. The word stunning is not enough to describe her beauty. Lena rubbed her eyes hard, and as she tried to take a closer look, the white veil was already covering her face again, and only the outline of her face could be vaguely seen. No wonder Fiona, a half-orc, is so beautiful. A large part of it comes from her mother and father. "Mother." Fiona lowered her head and spoke respectfully, then turned and pointed to Lena behind her. "This is Lady Lena, whom I often mention to you. She has been providing assistance to our tribe." The orc priest simply nodded without speaking, revealing that he was not a talkative person. The human woman, sitting to the side, slowly stood up and poured a glass of white liquid for the three of them. "This is white beast milk. Have a taste." Lena downed it in one gulp, and it tasted like raw milk, but with a stronger fishy smell, while the texture was closer to yogurt. Eliana took a bite, and her expression immediately turned ferocious. It was clear she didn't like it. Just then, the old priest who had been observing Liner slowly spoke up. "Is this the man you found outside?" 148, The Forgiving Nora. In episode 148, Fiona's hand was shaking so hard it was almost blurry, and she vehemently denied it, saying they were just friends. "It's so embarrassing. I should never have brought Lena here." Upon hearing this, the old priest frowned, seemingly somewhat angry with Neri, who had already given birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters when she was your age. Fiona seemed to respect her greatly and dared not go against her wishes in the slightest. She only dared to cautiously defend herself by saying that she wanted to wait until the situation in the tribe was more stable before searching. "Oh, busy as you are, don't neglect things like having good offspring. With your prestige, finding a suitable male in the tribe shouldn't be difficult. You should hurry." Lena never expected that a highly respected chieftain like Fiona would also be troubled by being pressured to get married. While he was being nagged, Lena dragged Ariana away and quietly slipped away to tour the spacious house. He would sometimes observe the strange runes on the pillar, and sometimes steal glances at the stunningly beautiful aunt sitting quietly to the side. Eliana found a small notebook somewhere and started recording the rune patterns on the pillar. Just as she passed by the window, she inadvertently noticed a pair of very familiar cat ears that had inexplicably grown out of the windowsill. Just as Lena was about to reach out and touch it, Nora suddenly poked her head out. He blinked, his ears twitched twice, and he sniffled hard, trying to clear his runny nose. Lena reached out and touched his cat ears, asking in confusion, "Why are you here? Isn't he accompanying Junies to complete a commission task?" Nora glanced into the house. Although she didn't speak, Her thoughts were clear. She was worried about him. He usually wouldn't say such things aloud. He would just keep them to himself. Lena bent down slightly, grabbed her arm, and carried her in through the window. Why aren't you saying anything? After Junies finished assigning tasks to them, there was nothing for me to do, so I came to find you. Are those groupings still reasonable? It was a 3-person team formed according to the owner's wishes, with 2 who could fight and 1 who could support, making it very well balanced. He gently took Lena's hand and put it to his mouth, breathing softly to warm it up. His earnest expression was quite adorable. Did Martina insist on coming along? Of course there is, but I told her that Junies needs someone to protect her. After she cursed at me a few times, she was forced to stay. That's pretty smart. Lena rubbed her cat ears and praised Martina for being quite obedient lately, saying she needed to find an opportunity to reward her handsomely. Just then, Nora turned to look at Fiona, who was being scolded, and wondered what was wrong with her. Is your family pressuring you to find a man? Lena shrugged, feeling sorry for her again. She had experience being pressured to find a girlfriend before she transmigrated. Wasn't the master her man? Hey, you can't just say things like that. Although he is indeed a little interested in Fiona, he needs to think about it carefully. He hopes that their relationship can develop in a positive direction as friends. Nora gently bit Lena, then shrugged dismissively after pulling away. This was what Junies had said. He said that there would only be more and more sisters among us, and that we must love each other and not form cliques or exclude one another. At this point, Nora suddenly put her hands behind her back, bent down, and raised her eyebrows to look at Lena. So she really felt a little guilty for a moment when he questioned her like that. But the understanding Nora spoke first. Anyway, I feel that what she said makes some sense. This female orc is not ugly, and as the leader of the orcs, she will definitely be useful in the future. It is beneficial to have a good relationship with her, but as for how to have a good relationship, that depends on the master. Lena felt an urge to hug him tightly. Master, hurry over and help him out of this predicament. I'll watch the little elf for you. Lena nodded and walked back to Fiona's side. Her expression grew increasingly bitter, and she kept nodding in response. Yes, that's right. I'll keep a close eye out and look for opportunities whenever I have them. At the same time, his inner thoughts slowly emerged. I should have known better than to bring them here for the visit. I don't know how long I would have been scolded. Lena's lips curled slightly as she exchanged a glance with Fiona. At first he didn't understand what this meant, until Lena started operating the priestess. Allow me to interrupt your conversation for a moment. Fiona, she doesn't need to look for another man, because I am her man. Upon hearing this, the chattering group fell silent, especially Fiona, whose big eyes widened in surprise. What is Lena doing? The old priest took a sip of the beast's milk, squinted at it, and then questioned why it was different from what he had just said. Because of different customs, in my hometown, only couples who are certain they want to commit to each other for life will openly acknowledge their relationship. However, after seeing you keep criticizing Fiona, I have decided to tell you the truth after careful consideration. Old G.I.'s squinted at Fiona, as if seeking confirmation from her. Fiona, feeling forced into the role, sighed and chose to play along with Lena. He's right. We have indeed been secretly together, and we were planning to tell you after a while. The old priest's lips curled slightly, and he said nothing more. I'll take him on the tour first, and we'll come back in the evening. The aunt beside her nodded, poured a bowl of animal milk for the old priest, and whispered, come back soon. Lena beckoned to Nora and Eliana beside her, then followed Fiona out of the house. As soon as she stepped outside, Fiona couldn't wait to ask Lady Lena. This misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. It's just a pretense, so you won't have to be pressured by your family to find a man for a while. If you need it, I can keep up the act. Fiona nodded, then poked Lena's mouth with 2 fingers, signaling her not to speak for the time being. I understand the logic, but we orcs also have our own customs. If you tell them that we need to have sex at night, it means they're going to have sex with each other. 149, sleeping together. In episode 149, Reiner and Eliana sit back to back in a corner. Nora has gone back to report the news and may not return to the tribe until late at night. Just then, Fiona hurriedly brought the 2 of them a light yellow barley porridge. Come, sir, have something to eat. I was going to make your birthday feast difficult, but this winter has been too long and our food reserves are running low, so it's all right, a simple meal will do. I don't like these kinds of ostentatious banquets. Lena wasn't picky about food. She took the bowl and started eating heartily. Ariana, on the other hand, was an exceptionally picky eater. After a few bites, she began to mutter, "Lena, this doesn't taste good." "Okay, you can finish it for me." Lena glanced at the almost untouched barley porridge and replied without hesitation, "No, if you can't finish it, let me eat it. There's your saliva in this bowl. I'm only a little disgusted. We're such good friends, so don't worry about it. Mom said we shouldn't waste food. Please, we should have had Nora take you back earlier. There's nothing to eat tonight." "It's okay. I took half a piece of white bread with me when I went out. If I get hungry tonight, I'll just sneak a bite." As the two were chatting, Fiona's thoughts drifted into Lena's ears. What should I do tonight? Lena looked up at Fiona, who had been sitting quietly beside her the whole time. "Aren't you going to eat something?" "I go to bed early at night and usually don't eat dinner." After saying that, he turned to look at the old priest sitting in the center of the hall eating. Seeing that he was not being noticed, he carefully moved closer to Lena and then muttered in Balnet language, "Maybe we should just tell the truth." After much thought, I decided that I shouldn't lie. First, it would damage my reputation. 2. Acting too realistically will cause trouble, while acting too fake will easily be exposed. What am I afraid of being a man? How could getting a wife affect my reputation? As for acting, don't worry. I majored in acting in college. What kind of acting is that? Hey, stop talking. I'll go all the way and be a good Samaritan. If you're going to act, then go all the way. Just keep pretending for now, and you'll definitely be fine for a year or two. Fina slowly lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. "What should we do tonight?" "Just do what needs to be done. It seems I must experience the local customs and culture of your land." Fiona blushed again. She couldn't stand even the slightest teasing and felt a little too embarrassed. "I haven't showered in a while. Lena seems to be very hygienic. I need to go to the stream, break off some ice, and wash myself properly. The nearest stream is several hundred meters away, and they work quite hard, usually staying at home. Lena, Junies, Epic Fish, and Pasha can all act as water taps to provide water for everyone, so there's basically no need to go out to fetch water. They can take a bath every day, even in the dead of winter, if they wish. Nora and Junie shower almost every day, while Martina only showers at night when she needs to rest with Lena. You can eat slowly. I have something to do now, and we'll be back later." "Where are you going?" "If you can't say it, people will look down on you." Fiona thought for a moment and felt that no answer would be appropriate, so she honestly replied that she needed to fetch water and asked where the water storage was. "Let me help with this little thing." Fiona scratched her head awkwardly, led Lena to the kitchen, and then pointed to several empty wooden barrels placed in the corner. Lana raised her hand and released a stream of water, filling the wooden buckets. As they left the kitchen, they noticed Fiona's mother looking back at them. She was wearing a veil, so their expression was obscured. Just then, she beckoned to Fiona, calling him over. "Lady Lena, Spee, my mother's calling me soon." "Okay, go ahead." The masked woman whispered a few words in Fiona's ear, then led her into the kitchen to whisper to her. After a long while, Fiona came out of the kitchen, carrying a bucket of water, and plunged into another small room. Then, his mother went straight to the wooden box in the corner, pulled out 2 thick blankets, and walked towards Lena. He asked in fluent Balnet where you would like to sleep. "Orcs don't have beds. They all sleep on the floor." Lena shrugged. He didn't care. Anyway, their beds were all stone beds, so it wasn't much different from sleeping directly on the floor. They could just use a mat to support the stone and put it there. "Thank you, madam. It's all right. Please be good to my daughter. She's a kind woman." After she laid out Alana's blanket, she laid out another blanket about 5 meters away, in a place that should belong to Alana. Then he brought 2 thick bear skins, folded them, placed them on the blanket, and returned to his original spot. After waiting for a while and seeing that Fiona still hadn't come out, Lena lay down on the blanket, covered herself with the animal's skin, and continued to wait. Although the bearskin felt a bit strange, it was still quite warm and cozy. In just a few minutes, Lena had warmed up the bed. Ariana followed suit, lying down on the Mautai table, turning over a few times before falling silent. After waiting for an unknown amount of time until all the candles in the room went out, Fiona finally came out of the small room. He groped his way in the dark, sat down next to Lena, and said, "My husband and I should be asleep. Lady Lena, you should sleep too. I'll just do this for one night, and come back in to pretend to be asleep again near morning. No, it's so cold outside. Come inside. Fei Na scratched his face, carefully slipped his legs under the covers, and lay down next to him, but there was still a large gap between them. Lady Lana, I've finished my bath. This bearskin blanket is too small. It's just right for one person, but a bit cramped for two. Fiona's body was still mostly outside. If that's the case, why are you so far away from me? Come closer. Lena reached out and grabbed her waist, forcefully pulling her towards her. Fina gasped in surprise, then covered her mouth. There's nothing to be nervous about. It's just a one-night show. One night? Lena turned over and lay back to back, starting to sleep peacefully. Just then, a corner of the blanket was lifted, and an uninvited guest, cold and icy, snuggled into his arms. Judging from the feel of her, she was probably Nora, who had just returned from outside. 150 Fiona's visit. In episode 150, Lena didn't sleep well all night. This wasn't Nora's fault, nor Fiona's fault, but entirely the fault of the old priest. His snoring was like thunder, always waking Lena from her sleep. Fiona seemed to have gotten used to it. He not only slept soundly, but also hugged Lena's waist tightly, his two fat and thin rabbits pressing against her back. Hello, Lady Lena. Fiona also likes to talk in her sleep. She mumbled several times throughout the night, and most of the content was related to Lena. It was clear that she had a good dream. Just then, Nora, who was in Lena's arms, twitched her ears, raised her head and kissed Lena, then whispered, "Good morning, master." Go ahead and say it. He stretched his neck to kiss Lena, and only reluctantly parted after a long while, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Nora, whose hearing is excellent, was also disturbed by the snoring last night and couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in his arms. Good morning. Let's go back and catch up on some sleep later. I can't sleep here. Lena rubbed her fluffy cat ears, then leaned in and took a deep breath, savoring the unique scent of a kitten. Just then, Nora's ears twitched. He gently nudged Lena's shoulder. The old priest was about to wake up. He should hurry up and pretend to wake up. As soon as she finished speaking, Nora, like a big black rat, darted into Eliana's bed. Since he's going to pretend to be a couple with Fiona, he can't overlook these kinds of details. She quickly turned around, hugged Fiona around the waist, and then held her tightly. The old priest's snoring stopped abruptly. He rolled over, slowly sat up, glanced at Lana, then swayed as he walked towards the door, where he stood and opened the floodgates. But at that moment, Fiona started moving around again, trying to burrow into Lena's arms, her legs tightly gripping Lena's. Despite her thin arms and legs, Lena was surprisingly strong. Lena suddenly felt something was wrong with the touch. She looked down into the blanket and realized that Fiona had been dressed so lightly last night that her breasts were practically jumping out. She was wearing only 2 pieces of clothing, a leather bodice and a slit nightgown. No wonder she was so nervous last night. It turns out she was really preparing to make a big splash. To be honest, his family was sleeping nearby, so Lena didn't feel comfortable making a move, since she was too embarrassed to do so. If Nora hadn't returned in a bright and quiet environment last night, he might have really been unable to restrain himself. After all, Fiona's figure is just too voluptuous. After the old priest finished urinating, he went back to sleep. Nora quickly scurried back into bed. He poked Lena's lower back with his finger and asked jealously, "Master, was the hug comfortable?" Lena quickly released her hand. To be honest, it was all right. Nora narrowed her eyes and suddenly nibbled at Lena's shoulder. Although she was wearing a thick cotton coat, Nora's sharp teeth still managed to pierce through it. Just then, Fiona's eyelashes fluttered twice, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She and Lena locked eyes. The first thing Fiona did after waking up was to turn around and look at the old priest. Seeing that he was still sleeping, Fiona breathed a sigh of relief and then greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Lady Lena." She gently covered her chest with her hand. "Good morning," Fiona said, closing her eyes and stretching. Nolana's fair and delicate hands slipped under Lena's armpits and brazenly kneaded her body a few times. Fiona screamed, then suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lena, her face changing color rapidly. Although he was taken advantage of, he didn't say a word, but his thoughts reached Lena's ears. Lena, actually? Oh well, that might be my only redeeming quality. Whatever. If it weren't for his help, Our soldiers wouldn't be able to stand firm in this forest like we do now. Anyway, getting touched a couple of times won't hurt us. I'm being misunderstood as a pervert again. Lena asked, knowing the answer. Why are you looking at me like that? He then pointed to Nora behind him, only to find that the kitten had vanished in a thin air. It definitely used both abstraction and metaphor together. He hid after playing a prank. He's a despicable guy. Even if he begs for mercy tonight, it won't make a difference. Feline stared at Lena, then swallowed hard, straightened her back, and adopted a do-as-you-please attitude. What a generous benefactor. She was speechless and unable to defend herself, and Fiona misunderstood her. Lady Lena, why don't we hurry up and get up now and go out? There will be even more messy and vulgar things going on. Leaving early will save us from all that trouble. Is it okay to leave you here alone? It's okay, and most will get a few comments. Anyway, we already finished the most important customs last night, so there's no need for the rest, and I doubt you'd like them anyway. Okay, I'll head back now. I didn't sleep well last night. Wait for me. Let me change my clothes and see you off. Fiona crawled out of bed, and a breeze blew in through the crack in the door, lifting a corner of her short skirt. Lena, the sniper, widened her eyes in surprise. She saw something incredible. This guy was actually... Fiona didn't notice Lena's gaze at all. She ran into the room and started getting dressed. Fiona escorted Reiner and the other two to the village gate, her eyes remaining fixed on Nora. The kitten is grooming its black fur with its paws. When did he come in? I remember he went back before lunch yesterday afternoon. Huh? I came back last night, and you were snoring while holding me, so it's normal that you didn't know. Such a simple sentence made Fiona blush. Am I really such a restless sleeper? I clearly remember that we were back to back before we fell asleep. Well, I guess I'm really attracted to Lena. How wonderful it would be to win her favor. Fiona snapped out of her daze and slapped herself. You're daydreaming again. Instead of indulging in such fantasies, you should do something practical. The people are waiting for my leadership. What are you doing? No, it's nothing. There were mosquitoes just now. I'm going back now. Goodbye, Lady Lena, goodbye. After the three had walked away, Fiona quickly caught up and blocked Lana's path with her arms outstretched. After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to say what had been buried deep in her heart. Lady Lana, may I come to see you often from now on? 151 8-hour workday. In episode 151, when Reiner brought Nora and Eliana home, he found the family sitting around the table having breakfast. Junies turned to look at Lena, who was standing behind the door, changing her shoes. Before Daisy could react, she put down the white bread and walked towards him, taking the staff from him and helping him take off his outermost wool sweater. He smiled and said, You seem very tired. Would you like to eat something first, or go back to your room to rest? At the same time, his thoughts reached out to Sio and Nana. We've been fighting all night, so this is probably the best we can do. Why is Nora also listless? Could it be that Junies suddenly narrowed his eyes upon thinking of this? Lena quickly waved her hand and explained, Oh, there's still some orcs. They all slept in the hall. Fiona's father snored too loudly, so I didn't sleep much. Junies' lips curled up slightly, teasingly saying, Oh, I see. I thought you were tired from other things. Huh? No, it was just a play. Nothing really happened. As they approached the dining table, Daisy handed him 2 warm pieces of white bread, then said to Nora behind her, Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? I didn't expect you to be back so early in the morning. The bread wasn't heated enough. I'll go heat up some more bread now, so you don't have to bother. Lena waved her hand, handed 2 pieces of heated white bread to Nora and Eliana behind her, then went to the kitchen to get a piece of frozen white bread and sat down at the table to eat it. Lena noticed Martina sitting at the corner of the table, her head down, nibbling on white bread, her hoarse ears drooping, looking somewhat sullen. He would usually be showing off his white bread with gusto, and he would be unusually energetic. Most importantly, he hasn't spoken to Lena since he came back. Just as Lena was about to ask what was going on, Martina slurped down her milk, then picked up her white bread and headed upstairs. Her inner voice drifted over. I think I'll go back to sleep. Seeing this, Junies frowned slightly and whispered in his ear that he had behaved exceptionally well yesterday and kept telling him on the way back that he wanted to ask him for a reward that night, but he didn't come back yesterday, and then he was a little sad. I heard from Dai Hope that he, like you, didn't sleep all night. Oh, I see. Sigh. I thought he was sick because he seemed so downcast. Turns out he was just sad. Lena quickened her eating pace, finishing a large piece of white bread in half a minute. Then, without lingering, she went upstairs, pushed open the bedroom door, and saw him lying on the bed facing the wall with his back to the door. Upon hearing the sound, he slowly turned around and glanced at it. Seeing Slena enter, he went back to sleep, while a thought floated into his mind. Lana no longer loves me. There were even tear stains on her face. She looked truly heartbroken. Lena sat down on the edge of the bed, thought for a moment, then lay down and hugged his waist tightly. He then asked, knowing the answer, "Wife, why are you crying?" Martina wiped away her tears and remained silent. It seemed she had no choice but to use her ultimate move. Lena got up, locked the door and windows. This sudden action did indeed rouse Martina slightly. He wiped away his tears, and his expression became serious. In the afternoon, the two woke up one after another. Martina had already returned to her usual self with a happy smile on her face. She kissed Lena several times in a row, and her horse ears were twitching from time to time. Darling, let's get up. I'll tidy up the bed. Let's lie down for a while. I didn't get much rest last night. Martina nodded, snuggling closer to Lena. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. Darling, don't leave me again. Even though Nora is with you, I still can't help but worry about you. I'm afraid you'll leave me. Oh, don't talk nonsense. I would never abandon you, I promise. Martina nodded and nudged Lena's chin with her head like a bull. The two lay there for a while longer, then tidied up the room. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and Junies came in. He glanced at the sheets piled in the corner, a slight smile playing on his lips, and asked in a slightly teasing tone, "It's over. Is it convenient now? Let me report on yesterday's income." Martina leaned closer, gently poked Junies' stomach twice, then pressed her ear against it, saying, "Listen carefully to what you have to say. There's nothing inconvenient about it." Junies nodded, took out a Barnet gold coin and several silver coins from his pouch, and handed them to Lena. "This is the total income of 12 demi-humans, including myself and Martina yesterday." Lena was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected there to be so many. Her initial idea was that these 3 demi-human teams could earn half a gold coin a day and break even in about a year. Judging from the current situation, he will probably be able to earn back the money he spent on buying slaves and equipment in less than 6 months. The rest of the time will be pure profit. How can there be so many? I led them from morning till night to accepting commissions, and each of the 4 teams completed an average of 3 commissions. Selling the spoils brings in a lot of money. The earning efficiency is quite good. Now that you're pregnant, you shouldn't push yourself so hard. You can come back after helping them complete the quest at the tavern. It's okay. While I can still move around, I'll make more money. I won't go out when I'm 6 or 7 months pregnant. You'll have to take care of me for the next few months, okay? After all, it's your child in my belly. I can take care of you now. No, that won't do. It's too early now. Let's wait until my belly gets bigger. Lena couldn't persuade her otherwise. Junies was actually quite stubborn. I'll rest today and take them tomorrow. By the way, how long did you work yesterday? You leave home in the morning and don't get back until late at night. Are you still out there making money by doing commissions, even when it's dark? Well, Peggy and I can use fire magic to illuminate Rock Mountain while they carry torches. Based on his description, they must have worked for about 14 hours yesterday. He's the real capitalist. Lena sighed. Well then, from now on, they should go home as soon as it gets dark, keep their working hours to around 8 hours, and then let them rest for 2 days after working for 5 days. 152, Let Fran Be Your Friend. Episode 152, Lena, you are indeed kind. In my hometown, people work hard, but there is no such thing as rest. As long as they have food and drink, they are already treated well. But you not only do not make them work for long periods of time, but you also give them rest days. After saying that, he gently took Lena's hand, looked at her with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure, and 2 days off per week. That's already the limit. If you work more than 10 hours a day, your body will break down in the long run. This is done so that they can work for a longer period of time. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. Getting too tired is definitely not a good idea. I'll go upstairs and inform them. Wait a minute, they shouldn't be injured, right? Roxanne suffered a minor leg injury from a wolf bite, but I treated it with hydrotherapy and she's now able to get out of bed and walk. Lena was slightly taken aback. Logically speaking, with close coordination, the three-person team should have been able to easily wipe out the wolf pack. In addition, they were well equipped, so there shouldn't have been any casualties. Seeing that Reiner was thinking, Junie scratched his face. Well, his situation was a little complicated. Actually, I was just about to discuss with you whether we could switch him to another team, but I forgot. At this point, he fell into deep thought, and after a few seconds slowly said that changing teams was only a temporary solution. Lena, who has the ability to eavesdrop on new students, immediately understood what he meant. He was a loner. Okay, I'll go check on him then. Caring for employees is also essential. It would be troublesome if Roxanne developed a mental illness as a result. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw various animal-eared girls from different races sitting on the bed chatting. They went upstairs first, reminding each other, and then said in unison, "Hello, master, good afternoon." Without a doubt, the computer was set up like this for them. This guy just loves to mess around with all sorts of random things. Lena scanned her surroundings and, sure enough, didn't find Luke Mountain. She went into the room closest to the stairs and finally saw him huddled in the corner. He looked particularly pitiful with his eyes closed and motionless. This guy seems to be isolated. Roxanne swayed, startled awake, and opened her eyes to look at Lena, saying, "Hello, master." He flicked his tongue. The tip of his slender tail curled up slightly, then quickly lowered again. To be honest, Roxanne's expressionless face was indeed a bit scary. Her cold eyes could send chills down your spine just by looking into them. How'd he get here? I guess they're here to blame me. How have you been doing these past few days, getting used to life here? Roxanne paused slightly, then gently wagged her tail again, continuing expressionlessly, "I'm used to it. Being able to eat my fill and stay warm is already very good." He hugged his knees, and his toes twitched slightly. Huh, how did you get your leg injured? Roxanne pulled back the blanket, revealing her smooth calves, except that her legs had 2 rows of small, pitted holes, and there was a faint tearing sound next to the holes. Was this caused by a wolf bite? Fortunately, with the water magic treatment, it's almost healed, and the scar should disappear soon. Roxanne blinked, gently touching the scar on her calf with her finger, looking quite serious about being bitten by a wolf. Of course, I know you were bitten by wolves, but you were the scout in the team. In principle, you should stay in the back during combat. Have you forgotten the basic training I gave you? Roxanne didn't speak. She just silently lowered her head. It was clear that he was actually feeling somewhat wronged. That was true at first, but once the fight started, they couldn't care less about me, and besides, they didn't like me either. From his expression alone, Reiner couldn't discern any change in his emotions. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, and Roxanne, as a snake subhuman, has a low body temperature and has also inherited some of the habits of snakes. The demi-humans here don't seem to like snakes, especially Martina's playmate, the epic bull Yutara, who is often seen chasing away Roxanne when she's at home. Lena didn't pay much attention at first, but now it seems that even such minor issues need to be taken seriously. Lena called out to Fran, and a sound came from downstairs. Fran ran upstairs with a slightly burnt piece of white bread in her mouth. He was covered in black soot, clearly having just crawled out of the fireplace. It is not afraid of high temperatures at all, and can even sleep in a burning fireplace, making it perfect for a picture book. Lena touched his farm and saw that the temperature wasn't too high, so she said to him, "Take care of Luke Mountain for the next few days. He's a snake-type demi-human and is particularly afraid of the cold. If you have time, you can breathe some fire on him to warm him up, but be careful not to set anything on fire." Click, 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 no. I want to play. Lena grabbed her chin and shook it from side to side. "Be good. I'll buy you a delicious roast chicken in a couple of days." Fran scratched her head, then called out twice more. "I reluctantly grant your request." After saying that, he peeked at Roxanne behind Reiner and then walked towards her. Seeing this, Roxanne shrank back into the corner. She seemed very afraid of Fran. I, Wei Ji, am perfectly normal. Don't let his eccentric behavior fool you. He's actually very friendly. Just treat him like our pet. Won't he bite? He might bite if you provoke him, but if you play with him seriously, he'll be fine. A quiet, socially awkward girl like Roxanne should be played with by a silly, slightly neurotic, but enthusiastic guy like Fran. Otherwise, she'll always be isolated by the other demi-humans, and her abnormal behavior could easily lead to mental problems. Roxanne reached out and carefully poked the dragon scales on Fran's arm, then whispered, "You have scales just like me, but yours are warm. Ah-G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A. What are you babbling about?" I couldn't understand a single word. Fran threw herself into Roxanne's arms and then started wrestling with her. It's uncertain whether they'll get along. We'll need to observe them for a while longer. Lena walked out of the room and said to Junies, "Keep an eye on Luke Mountain for me when you have time. He doesn't get along well with the other demi-humans. Make sure he's not bullied. Let him follow you around from now on." 153 Fiona calls for help again. Episode 153. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lena has been living in Cannon, and her life has been peaceful. She usually takes the Beast girls to the tavern to accept commissions, and on weekends, she takes them out for a stroll and team building activities. She's been living a very leisurely life. Martina stood in front of the simple calendar Lena had made, carefully gesturing at it for a couple of moments, then suddenly turned around, squinting at Lena. "Today is a holiday. Darling, wait for me. I can't rest for even a second." Lena took a bite of white bread, then waved her hand and said, "What you're saying makes it clear that you're the one who always fails first." Upon hearing this, Martina's face turned as red as a boiling kettle, and she loudly retorted, "Nonsense. I'm just tired." Lena didn't want to argue with him. He already knew Martina's limits perfectly well. But actually, it didn't matter to Martina whether she had a day off or not. It was just that if she had a day off, he would harass Lena in all sorts of ways during the day, wishing he could stay with her 24 hours a day. In contrast, Nora is quite sensible and often helps Lena out of trouble. When resting at night, unless Lena invites her, she usually just obediently cuddles and sleeps. Lena glanced down at Junies' abdomen. His stomach hadn't changed at all. Thinking of this, he used his appraisal skill on Nora and Martina. Neither of the two Beast-ear girls had any strange entries in their status bars, so it seemed there was still a long way to go. Just then, Nora's ears started spinning like radar, and she pointed towards the door and said, "Master, the female saint has arrived." After saying that, he took another bite of white bread. Martina puffed out her cheeks, gave a soft snort, punched Lena, and then stormed upstairs. Ever since Martina was hurt by the Lyasu tribe, he has harbored a deep grudge against Fiona. Whenever he is mentioned, Martina will say a few bad things about him. Lena got up, opened the door, and peeked out onto the street, where she met the gaze of Fiona, who was walking towards her. It was almost springtime, and Cannon was wearing fewer clothes. Although he was still bundled up, he no longer looked bulky. Fiona also saw Lena and waved to her. Lady Lana, Feyna's been visiting him quite often lately, whether he has something to do or not. He liked to share what was happening in the tribe with Lena, often talking on and on for 2 or 3 hours before leaving. In fact, he was very busy in the tribe, dealing with a lot of things every day, but whenever he had a little time, he would walk several kilometers to find Lena. Occasionally, Lena would go to the orc tribe to make herself known, and then deliberately put on an act in front of the orcs. Nan felt that he probably didn't come here to play this time, because Fiona's expression was unusually solemn. Something big must have happened, otherwise she would never have shown such an expression. Just as Lena was making wild guesses, her inner thoughts came through the next second. How should I bring it up? Are we going to need Lena's help again? He walked quickly to Lena and said with some sadness, "Lady Lena, a demon has appeared again in the north of the forest. Last night, he attacked the weakened Serpent clan and slaughtered nearly 1,000 orcs in one night. How many demons are there in total? Do you recognize them? What special abilities do they each possess?" The clever Nora noticed the seriousness in their tone and realized that things were definitely not simple, so she began to put on her armor. Martina peeked at the two of them from around the corner of the stairs. As Nora was putting on her armor, he hurriedly ran down and put on his gear as well. Fiona looked troubled and gently shook her head. According to survivors, there appear to be 2 demons. One of the demons should be Maurice the Scythe. According to my father, he is very skilled at manipulating the undead and is exceptionally powerful. As for the other demon, I'm sorry, I don't have any information from the intern, but I speculate that it should be Sepphoris of the Shadow Realm, because it is one of the 4 demons active in this forest. is extremely fast, powerful, and particularly troublesome. It could also be Laris of Desire, but I feel the probability is low, because if it were her, she would be recognized immediately. Lana frowned slightly. 2 demons. This was a bit tricky, although Lana wanted to test the results of her training. Having 2 at once was too dangerous. For the past month, whenever Lena cast spells, she would use the method Ariana had described to control the amount of magic output for weight training. At first, he couldn't control his magic output, and his Crimson Sun Spear couldn't even kill a grizzly bear. But now, his control over magic is much more precise than before, and its power and charging speed are much stronger than before. Okay, let's set off now. You lead the way. Lena looked up and shouted, Fran. Then the house shook, and he stumbled down the stairs, rubbing his head in a disheveled manner before looking at Lena. Wah, what's the harm in replacing me? My people still need my help to keep warm. As it turned out, he got along quite well with Croshan. They would spend time together whenever they had time, and they would even sleep together at night. To warm up Mount Crook. Stop clattering and hurry up and build the staff. We need to set off. Fran bit Lana, then crawled into the staff on the shelf and floated into Lana's hand. Nora and Martina were already dressed in their armor and stood at the door with Ariana, while Junies was still running back and forth between the room and the living room, seemingly planning to follow them. Seeing this, Lena quickly reached out to stop them. The 4 of us can go over there. You can stay home and rest during your pregnancy. I'll stay with you. What's the matter? Do you think I'm weak? Peiji's lips curled up slightly. Taking the opportunity to stir things up from the side, he said, it would be a burden if we went over there. The jungler wouldn't be able to hit the target, and the demon could only hide inside the barrier to watch the battle. It would also affect Lena and the others' performance. This stinky fox. Although his words were unpleasant, they were indeed true. Junies glanced back at him, somewhat disappointed, and put down his staff. Then he said softly, Actually, I was just a little worried about you. I didn't think I could be of any help. Lena reached out and touched her head, then got up and walked outside. I'm Fina. Even if I can't win, I can run away. Don't worry about me. All right, I'll stay home and study water magic then, so I won't bother you guys. Be careful and come back quickly. 154. Laris makes a comeback. In episode 154, Reiner follows Fiona deeper into the woods, with Nora by his side, and the 2 cautiously explore the path ahead. After walking for a while, his expression became serious again. What's wrong? As Lena asked the question, she used her staff to push aside the pine branches blocking her way. I sent several people out for breakfast this morning, but I haven't seen a single person yet. I have a bad feeling about this. Sigh. I told them to turn back as soon as they saw the target, but it seems none of them managed to escape. Lena stared straight ahead. In the distance, withered trees were beginning to appear. This area has not recovered since it was corrupted by Saturuz's fell energy. Arriving in this area means you're not far from the Serpent Clan's tribe. Just then, Nora, who was walking at the front, grabbed Fiona and turned around to say, Master, there's something going on ahead. The group of people hunched over and followed Nora furtively. Before long, they saw an orc wandering around, or more accurately, a dead orc. His left arm was severed, and his chest was ripped open, revealing his mangled internal organs. Even so, he did not fall down, but wandered around the area. Looking into his eyes, which were gleaming with green light, Fiona lowered her voice and said, This is one of the scouts I sent out. He is dead, but his body is still being controlled by Maurice the Scythe. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his ears. Quest update. Help Fiona clear out the hostile demons in the north of the forest. Quest reward. 5 bottles of holy water that can be used to enhance talent attributes. This task is great. It'll be a good opportunity to boost Junies' attributes. There was another reason why she didn't dare bring him along. His mental level was only A. Lena was afraid that he would be controlled by a demon. The first thing she did after completing the mission and obtaining the holy water was to raise his mental and perception levels. Sigh, let him rest in peace. Lena quietly extended her staff. No, he's currently under Morris's control. Killing him would alert Maurice, so it's best to just walk past him and not disturb him. Lena scratched her head. According to Satoru's description, the demons could see the enormous magical power emanating from him. The 2 demons should have already sensed his arrival, but whether or not they exorcised the orc didn't matter. as he posed no threat to them anyway. The five-person team continued to explore deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the more withered the surrounding trees became, and a green, evil energy appeared. This thing was like a mist surrounding them, and it was getting thicker and thicker. If the team members hadn't had high mental levels and strong resistance, they probably would have been corrupted as soon as they entered. After walking a while longer, they found another body that had been scouted. The lower half of his body was missing, but he was still crawling with difficulty on his hands in the mud. Just then, Nora nudged Lena's shoulder and looked at him. He pointed to the end of the creeping path, where a square symbol was visible in the damp black mud. He seemed to be trying to convey some message. But Lena squatted there and looked at it for a few seconds without recognizing what it was. It was clearly not her script. Fiona leaned closer for a look and then said, "The other demon is not Sepphoris of the Shadow Realm. It's a demon we've never seen before. When I sent them out, I gave them temporary markings, triangle for Sepphoris, circle for Lilith, and square for the unknown demon. A new demon has appeared. I have a bad feeling. Lady Lena, let's go back. This time it was a bit too dangerous. I need to gather more information for you." Before he finished speaking, Nora's ears perked up. At the same time, Lena sensed something intruding into the area. He instinctively deployed a barrier, and Nora pulled Fiona inside as well. A drumstick struck the barrier, instantly shattering it into powder. A minotaur with purple skin charged towards them, clenching its iron fist and slamming it down on Lena's barrier with all its might. The barrier was fine, but his hand was broken. Lena recognized the man as the Tauren chieftain of the Black Wolf clan, even though she had clearly buried him permanently in the swamp, only to have him dug out now. His eyes, like those of the controlled orc scouts, gleamed with an ominous green light. Martina recognized the guy and immediately used her laser armor and laser speed, brandishing her greatsword within the barrier, eager to try her luck. "Once I meet him, darling, I'm going to challenge her to a duel. She bullied me so badly before. Now I'm going to fight back." Martina's strength is now vastly different from before. Even unarmed, she could probably easily defeat this Minotaur chieftain. Lena raised her hand slightly and said softly, "Don't be impulsive. Look again. Something else is coming." One by one, the controlled undead orcs walked from afar. At the same time, three figures appeared in the sky, with feet growing from their heads and a pair of black wings behind them. They were probably the targets of this mission. Lena spotted Relis huddled at the very back. He was still as alluring as ever, and after their eyes met, he let out a giggle. "Long time no see. Have you missed me?" At the forefront, the ugly demon draped in a black robe and wielding a giant scythe slowly descended in front of Lena. She carefully observed the barrier he had erected, muttering to herself that it was actually elven magic, and the sheer amount of magical power was terrifying. "Laris is right. That's quite interesting." Lena spoke slowly and deliberately. "You must be Maurice the Scythe, right? It's more interesting to be able to speak our language." "You're right. I am Maurice of the Scythe. If your existence didn't pose a threat to us, I probably wouldn't be in such a hurry to kill you." Lena spoke to the demon in front of Lilith, which was tightly wrapped in rocks and burning continuously. "What about the one above?" The delayed demon suddenly fell, causing the earth to tremble violently. He walked step by step toward Lena, his voice low and his speech slow. Martina Yanway was even more excited. He tugged at Lena's sleeve and said, "Darling, I'm going to fight this big guy. Leave it to me later." Visser turned his head slightly toward Martina, his tone tinged with displeasure. President Gua, Lilith, also landed in front of Lena. She crossed her arms and squinted her eyes, looking somewhat languid. "Ah, Lana, you don't even answer me when I talk to you. How rude of you." 155, The Fleeing Demon. In episode 155, Lena sets her sights on Relis. This guy's dark eyes seem to possess an unusual magic, always making Lena want to look at them a few more times. Its original sheep hooves have become a pair of jailers, treading on the black mud. At first glance, apart from its pair of long, pointed goat horns on its head, its black wings, and its long, flexible, tendon-shaped tail, it seems no different from human. Although he was complaining, there was no displeasure on his face. He always maintained an expression of great interest in Lena. Lena looked her up and down and said in a serious tone, "It's been a while since I've seen you." You become even more beautiful. You're a beauty from every angle. Lilas covered his mouth and laughed so hard he was shaking. Sigh, I've heard this kind of talk countless times, but it sounds different coming from you. Morris turned and glared at Relis, his green, venomous eyes bloodshot. Lilas shrugged and slowly walked away into the distance, seemingly having no intention of making a move. Just then, another tall, slender, bluish-green figure suddenly appeared beside Raris. It appeared almost instantly, another demon. Just as Lena thought it could use teleportation, a gust of wind blew through the surrounding withered forest, making a rustling sound, and the undead orcs around it also lost their footing slightly. Lilas laughed and said to him, "If you're coming, then come. Why make such a big fuss?" The blue demon stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing and not even glancing at him directly. Fiona, standing to the side, spoke up, Sephiroth of the Shadow. For demons appear together. Don't demons dislike cooperation? How did they all end up together? I don't know either. This is what my father told me. Maybe there's some special reason. The situation with Elio was bad, so he clutched his staff tightly and shrank behind Lena. They outnumbered each other and bullied the few. Morris noticed Ariana and narrowed her one eye. What method did this elf use to enable humans to use elf magic? That's interesting and has great research value. What are they saying? He said you're like a potato, and he'll eat you up in a bit. Ariana's face turned bright red with anger. She waved her staff and yelled at Morris. How dare you insult me? Once I call my mother, none of you will be able to escape. No need to bother Annie for now. I'll try to solve it myself first. He raised an eyebrow at Maurice and Visser standing in front of him, and then asked, how come you two suddenly started cooperating? You're in too much danger. This immense magical power is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's safer to cooperate with others in times like this. This compliment pleased Lena greatly, as she felt that, apart from Leers, these demons seemed to be relatively well-behaved. Are you planning to keep doing this until my magic runs out? Morris nodded, stroking the sharp scythe with his withered, thin fingers. Of course, no one can save you. Even if you abandon them and run away, Sephiroth will catch up with you. You're a peculiar fellow. After you die, I'll definitely make good use of your corpse and do something big. Lena shrugged. Since that was the case, he had no desire to continue the conversation. Lena focused, raised her staff, and began to gather her power, while Nora and the others also prepared for battle. Seeing this, Morris quickly flew backward, allowing a swarm of Orc Kings to approach and completely surround the barrier. Weather, however, stood firm like a mountain, motionless, seemingly unafraid of Lena's crimson spear. Lena gently shook her staff and asked Weather, aren't you even going to dodge? Mercer slightly opened his mouth, and a few pebbles fell out. There was no need for that. Since that's the case, let's start with him. The blazing spear shattered his head, and the burning rock turned into dust, but his massive body did not fall. He remained standing. Lena noticed that the stone at her feet was trembling slightly, and small stones around her were moving toward Wesser's feet and climbing up her legs, eventually melting into the earth rock and forming a burning skull. No wonder they didn't try to hide. Now I understand. Lena released water and poured it directly onto Weather's head. A plume of water vapor rose up. Seeing that the flames on his body had been extinguished, Weather clenched his fists, and scorching flames spewed out from the cracks in the rocks, but this seemed to have no effect on him. Darling, try cutting him with a sharp blade, and see if you can hurt him. Little Sprite, shoot him with the red spear, try to aim for his head, he won't dodge anyway. Under Lena's command, the two began chanting incantations, and Lena also began to gather her strength. Weather seemed to realize what Lena was trying to do, and suddenly leaped into the air, but even so, he was still hit by the red spear and had one of his legs broken. He behaved himself after that. Seeing her target disappear, Martina simply unleashed the blade she had gathered on her greatsword at the Minotaur chieftain in front of her, easily cleaving him in two at the waist. Silver's wrath enhances the power of wind magic, and with his increased mental level, his strength has greatly increased. He smiled, clearly very happy. Lord Lana, what should we do next? Should we retreat first? No need. They're a problem we'll have to deal with sooner or later. I plan to take action here. Lena turned to look at the little elf. In a moment, you can set up the barrier, and stay where you are with Fiona." I always thought Ariana nodded and started chanting a spell. Lena closed her eyes. As its control over magic improved, the range of its wind domain perception gradually expanded, from the initial 200 meters to now being able to slowly spread beyond 300 meters. Although his view was blocked by the group of tall orc kings in front of him, he could still sense the location of these demons. For demons were circling around the area, dodging Lena's attacks. Since the demons could see the flowing magic, they could probably see the domain that Lena had created. However, instead of leaving the domain, they used their speed to dodge. It was clear that they were very confident in their speed. In the past, Lena would have been helpless against this, but now she had learned to increase her reaction speed with laser speed. He chanted a spell in his mind, and the instant the lightning took effect, he shot the Crimson Sun Spear at one of the demons. 156 Legendary Backstab, Queen Laris. In episode 156, the surrounding orc undead instantly collapsed like puppets with broken strings. The demon named Morris was hit in a vital spot, and half of his body turned to ashes. The fairy unfolds a barrier. "Martina, stay with him. Nora, come up here." Nora jumped on Alina's back, and the two of them took off and chased after them, killing one at a time. Lena decided to target the demon named Visser. He was enormous and not very fast, and Lena caught up with him in just a few seconds. "Come on, Nora." Lena used a sealing spell to push Nora, which shot out like a bullet, striking Weather's fleeing silver dagger and piercing his waist. After being hit, Weather lost his balance and fell from the sky, creating a deep crater on the ground. Reiner first cracked open his head with the Crimson Sun Spear, then water poured down from the sky, extinguishing the flames on his body and scattering the rubble that was trying to regroup. At the same time, a blue-green phantom rushed straight at Nora, the rows of sharp, blade-like spikes on its arm instantly slicing across Nora's neck without causing any harm. Safaris couldn't believe it. How could this be? After a brief moment of shock, he looked at Nolana's unusual eyes and instantly realized that it was actually eye irritation, which was truly unexpected. Lena was gathering power in her other hand, just about to launch a sneak attack on Sephiroth when he noticed her and vanished from his spot in an instant. Lena refocused her attention on Weather, who was lying on the ground. The guy was really tough. Lena unleashed a torrent of water while simultaneously shattering large chunks of rock from his body with her Crimson Spear. 2 or 3 minutes later, Weather stopped moving. He turned around and looked at Sephiri and Realus. The two of them were still standing there. "It was a bit disrespectful of me that you didn't run away." Having said that, he launched another attack. Sephiri glanced slightly, easily predicting Lena's Crimson Spear. Not only was its movement speed fast, but its reaction speed was also exceptional. Even Lena, whose reaction speed was enhanced by laser speed, found it difficult to keep up with its speed and make appropriate adjustments. The two sides are now in a situation where I can't hit you, and you can't kill me. This Seraphis is much more troublesome than the demons he has encountered before, so it's not too late to run away now. You are a terrible god. Come on, I have to tell you about this. Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly pierced through Sephiroth's chest. Lilas clutched his still beating heart, which shimmered with a bluish-green light, tightly in his hand. He turned to look at Lilas, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Why did you, Huvinden, betray us?" Lin Lizzie yawned lazily and continued, "Don't put it so harshly. What does betrayal mean? Beating? I never truly pledged allegiance to the Demon King. That guy was too stupid. He had brute strength, but no brains. He wasn't a qualified king. If I weren't weaker than him, I wouldn't even bother with him. If this continues, our fate will be exactly the same as it was 1,000 years ago." A smile still lingered on Lyres' blood-stained face, a smile that grew increasingly chilling the more one looked at it. Lena watched the battle from the sidelines, quite shocked. The legendary king of the Backs had never expected that Lilas would actually attack one of her own kind. Martina cheered from afar. "Great. They're fighting amongst themselves without us even having to lift a finger." A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Cephalis' mouth, and the wound on his chest grew larger and larger. Just when he thought the situation was over, Cephalis, who was in dire straits, suddenly sprang up and pierced his neck with the spikes on his arm. Lena felt that these two demons were so entertaining that she couldn't help but want to applaud. Lilas threw her away, clutching his bleeding neck in agony, his chest heaving violently. Sephirus laughed, then knelt on the ground and roared, "You won't leave here alive either." The pain on Lilas's face disappeared, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "I was just teasing you, and you actually took it seriously. Speak." Cracks appeared on his body, which gradually dissipated. Another clone. He's such a bastard, what a beast. Sephirus's features contorted as he looked around before finally fixing his gaze on Lena. Lena had been gathering her strength for 2 minutes. Sephirus's first instinct was to run away. He plunged into the woods, but his injuries prevented him from running fast. Lena's crimson spear pierced his chest in an instant, and he dissipated like smoke. The problem is temporarily solved, but we don't know where that old man, Realus, is. Nolan's radar-like ears twitched twice. Then she patted Lamlin on the shoulder and pointed into the depths of the dead forest. Before long, Lai also noticed something had entered the area. Leary's suddenly peeked out from behind the tree. Lena pointed her staff at him and said, "You still don't trust me? I helped you get rid of 3 demons, and you still want to attack me? How can you repay kindness with enmity?" Lilas emerged from behind the tree, her face full of helplessness. Lena laid her staff flat, looked at his face, and slowly said, "You know I can kill you, yet you didn't even run away. This body is fake, isn't it?" Lilas smiled, slowly walked towards Lena, then gently waved his hand, creating a green, ethereal recliner with his shoe, and then lazily laid down in front of them. "You're not stupid. This isn't fun at all. I can't come to see you in my true form right now, because you'll probably kill me. Many people died in the orc tribe north of the forest yesterday. You must have been involved, right?" Melis pointed to herself, and then waved her hand vigorously. "What good would it do me to make enemies everywhere? You've wronged me. That was entirely the work of Maurice and Weather. I'm just sitting on a tree branch watching the battle. It's probably okay if I don't intervene to help the orcs, right? Anyway, I have no connection with them, so I have no reason to help them. They're both dead. Whatever you say is just your side of the story." He sighed, feigning sadness, and slowly said, "Alas, is there no trust at all between humans and demons? I know you don't trust me, but I still want to tell you that I keep my word." Lena narrowed her eyes, unsure whether the guy was telling the truth or not. His favorability rating wasn't high enough, so the ability to assess and eavesdrop on his thoughts was useless against him. "Sigh, it's always been men who try to please me, but now it's my turn to try to please men. Do you want to sign a contract with me? There are so many benefits. The price you paid was not even a price for you." "What does that mean? You're eyeing my kidneys?" 157, The Devil's Contract. Episode 157 brought this up, and I became more interested in your magic. Lears floated in front of Lena, his body almost pressed against the barrier. He closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the moment for a long time, and said with a touch of rapture, "Ah, this magic is truly profound. Remove the barrier, and I won't do anything to you." Martina shouted loudly from distance, "Honey, what are you doing? Hit him." Ariana was leading them jogging towards them, and Nora asked her master worriedly, "Are you all right?" Lana reached out and touched Nora's fluffy cat ears, replying softly that she was perfectly sober. "How have you decided? You need to explain what the cost is before I will consider it. You have 1% of the total magic power. Is that too much to ask of you? If you agree, you will gain a loyal and powerful servant." Lena glanced instinctively at the spot where Sephirus had died. He had vanished so completely that not even a trace could be seen. Having a legendary king by her side was like having a time bomb inside her. She might hug him whenever she was in a bad mood. Relis noticed his gaze, and with a slight flick of her hand, the remaining recliner formed from fell energy quickly dissipated. The languidness on his face vanished, replaced by a seriousness that didn't suit his temperament. "We can sign a contract that neither party can violate. I only need one of 2 conditions. Obtain 1% of your total magic power. 2, I yearn for freedom. Every few months, I need a break, and during that time, I will not obey your orders. You can propose any other conditions, as long as they are not too unreasonable, and you can propose as many as you like, provided that I agree. I can't be sure if what you're saying is true or false, and you're very strong. You might break free from your constraints someday." Lena squinted to observe his expression. Although he always gave off a frivolous feeling, he looked believable when he was serious. But this guy seems even more cunning than Paige. You can only believe half of what he says. This is a demonic contract, almost the strongest contract in the world. Unlike the domination magic of elves, demonic contracts require a lifespan as a price, and once signed, neither party can back out. Let me put it this way. If the Demon King voluntarily signs a contract with you, he has to obediently abide by the agreement until you die, at which point the contract will be terminated. Talk is cheap. Even if you say that, I can't believe you. We are very trustworthy. Look at Sartoris. Those orcs sold their souls to him, and he truly gave those orcs power. Lena always felt that his words were unreliable. As things stood, his power was sufficient, and there was no need to keep a ticking time bomb by her side. Lila suddenly shook his head and slowly said, "Your strength is not enough, at least not in the short term. You need my help. The seal on the other side of the door has loosened, and the Demon King can come out at any time if he wants." Whether it was Sartorius, Maurice, or Vice-Philes, they were all just lowly minions responsible for scouting ahead. Next, more powerful beings will come looking for trouble. Of course, you humans also have some formidable individuals. At most, only about a quarter of this continent will be occupied, but the final outcome will be the same as thousands of years ago. They will be driven back to that dark and desolate place and imprisoned for another 1,000 years until the barrier loosens again. Last time I chose the wrong side, the wrong camp. This time, I will never choose the wrong side again, no matter what. In other words, you've lived for thousands of years, so you must be very strong, right? Lilas covered her mouth and chuckled, then replied softly, "I'm still a little girl. As for strength, I told you when we first met that I am the strongest demon you will encounter in this period of time. There are very few guys stronger than me. Those 3 guys just now probably couldn't beat you either, right? Them? If I get serious, they wouldn't even be a match for my clones." Lilas glanced at her sharp nails. Hiding herself, deceiving the enemy. That's the secret to my longevity. So you're just telling me that? There's no need to hide anything from you. You're probably my future master. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Relis's hand, like a sharp knife, pierced through Lena's barrier in an instant and stopped in front of him. Besides fear, Lena was mostly surprised. His proud defense had been so easily broken through by Lilas. Lena grabbed Nora, who was gripping a dagger, and he was clearly shocked. Eliana, who had already walked to the side, was also dumbfounded. He pulled Martina and Fiona and quickly slipped into Lena's barrier, then hid behind him. "Since you're already so strong, why don't you just use your real form to talk to me? Because you do have the ability to kill me. I'm not as fast as Cyphers, and I can't dodge you. I can only come out after we reach an agreement." So, killing Cephras was just your way of showing loyalty? If I don't show some sincerity, you won't even bother with me. Lilas breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. "But it seems you're willing to talk to me." Lena had some doubts, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to ask him why he chose her. "According to what you're saying, there must be someone even more capable than me, right? Why did you contact me?" "Because I'm not stupid. I know you will definitely become the strongest magician in the future. Jojo's enormous magical power is truly amazing." Lena closed the barrier and looked at him expressionlessly. "Why did you turn off the barrier? It is dangerous. If you wanted to kill us, we would probably already be dead. In this situation, it doesn't matter whether it's turned on or off." Lana turned around and said, then asked him in 2 languages, "Have you ever heard of a demonic contract?" "Yes. Guys who crave power will sign these contracts with demons, but how exactly they're signed depends mainly on my uncle. Beware of being tricked, devil." Just then, the system appeared. "It's all right, host. I'll keep my eyes wide open and look carefully. If it's an unequal treaty, I'll give you a heads up." Since the system had given her a guarantee, Lena had no more worries. She looked at Lilas and asked how long her lifespan would be consumed by signing the demon contract. 80 years. Lena is already 23 years old. Even if she lives to 100, she will only have 77 years left to live, which is not enough. Do we have to ask the King of Hell for credit? I know I won't live that long, so I'll cover the cost for you. You just need to come for a couple of days as a token gesture. 2 days is too much. Just give me 2 minutes to give you a brief overview. Now bring your true form here. 158. Recruit Laris into your ranks. In episode 158, after waiting for a few minutes, Relis flew in from a distance and landed steadily in front of Lena like a dragonfly, skimming the water. He was about to speak when his body suddenly trembled, his smile vanished, and he became serious. His sharp gaze swept over every face before him, only to exclude them one by one. Lena noticed a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. "What's wrong?" I sensed a murderous intent, but it was probably just my imagination. Lilas seemed very nervous. "Unleash the defensive spell you just used. Everything I told you was the truth. I absolutely had no intention of harming or deceiving you. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. The more he did, the worse it seemed." Lilas suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and regained his composure. "No need. Everything's fine now. Let's sign the contract." He took a step forward, but Martina stopped him with her greatsword. "Damn you, stay away from my man." The greatsword, reflecting an eerie light, made Raylis stop in his tracks. He said with a smile, "I hate Mian. Tell him to stop." Lena gently pushed aside the greatsword that was blocking her way, turned around and winked at Martina, signaling him not to worry. Lyres moved closer and closer until they were almost entangled. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression seemed somewhat intoxicated. At the same time, the nimble black sword-shaped tail behind him gently wrapped around Lena's calf. Lena, unable to hear his thoughts, was sweating profusely. She had no idea what this guy was up to. "Can you be serious for once and stay a little further away from me?" Lena used her staff to stand between the two of them. "You have a scent I love. It feels wonderful. I take back what I just said. Besides magic, I have other things that interest me now, and our contract will have to be updated with another condition." Lena's neck was quickly licked by Lilas, whose long, thin tongue looked rather creepy. Nora pushed him away, saying coldly, "You're too close, making my master uncomfortable." Relis's gaze fell on Nora, and she smiled with pleasure. "Oh dear, she's jealous." The two could not understand each other's language and could only look at each other. Nora's face grew increasingly red, and she finally looked away. Immediately afterward, Lena heard his thoughts. She couldn't look him in the eye. Suddenly, she felt so hot and uncomfortable. "My master is pretty good. He can look me in the eye for so long. What did you do to my woman?" "I only amplified his desires. Let him suffer for now. This is just a lesson. Take it back." "Oh dear, the contract hasn't even been signed yet, and you're already making me run around. I just can't do anything with you." A wisp of pink mist flew out from Nora's body and entered Raylis's palm. "Enough with the small talk. Let's sign the contract." "What should I do?" It was very simple. Raylis began to chant a spell in a low voice. A complex purple magic circle appeared out of thin air beneath its feet, with the outermost ring covered in dense runes. Raylis's eyes flashed with a purple light, and dark cracks appeared on his skin. After a while, he suddenly spoke. "I am Raylis, who has not yet developed demonic desires. My conditions are, first, to obtain 1% of the total magic power of human Reiner. Second, I need to rest for 1 month every 3 months, during which time I do not need to obey humans." At Lena's command, he used his sharp nails to cut open a blood vessel and dripped the purplish blood into the magic circle beneath his feet. In an instant, a strong wind swept through the area. "Lena, what are your conditions?" Lena had already drafted the conditions in her mind. She said, "First, they must be at my command and obey my orders unconditionally. Second, you must not harm me or my women and their offspring, including but not limited to Nora Martina Junis. Third, if I suddenly die, you'll not be able to live either. Fourth, no innocent person shall be killed without my permission. Fifth, you are forbidden from having any improper thoughts about me." That's roughly 5 points. There shouldn't be anything else to add. Lilas waved his hand and said, "I deleted the 5th clause. It's redundant. Now, make a cut and drip your blood onto the magic circle, and the contract will take effect." As soon as he finished speaking, a pop-up window from the system suddenly appeared in front of Lena. The following is the content of the contract established by the desire of Raylis. Raylis's condition 1. He will receive 12% of your total magic power and take a 1-month vacation every 3 months. During that time, he will not need to obey your orders and can move freely. 3. You should become her man and provide special assistance when necessary. Conditions 1 and 3 have pitfalls. The host conditions have not been changed, and he will fulfill his obligations as agreed. Relis signed a contract that would consume 80 years of his lifespan. Signing a contract with the host consumes 2 minutes of lifespan. They actually created a dual contract system. They've done a great job. Lena frowned slightly, staring intently into his eyes, the look in them revealing something different. Isn't it 1% of magic power? How did it become 10%? And you've added another condition. What does 3 mean? Lian Lizzie, you're not being sincere. I hate it when people deceive me about contracts, so I'm not signing. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lilas's face vanished, replaced by confusion. How did you know? That's not important. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Lilas stopped asking questions and gently waved his hand, causing the symbols on a magic circle to suddenly disappear. I removed the second and third misalignment compensation conditions. The total amount of magic power in condition 1 has been changed to 1%. Lena carefully checked with the system to make sure everything was correct, then used Lenora's dagger to make a small cut on her finger. The moment the blood dripped into the magic circle, Lena felt a special power surge into her body. At the same time, she felt a portion of her magic being stripped away. Relis's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and its body underwent changes. The 7 elements appeared on its body, sometimes igniting flames, sometimes surrounded by lightning. At first he seemed to be enjoying it, but soon his expression turned painful and the elements on his body began to dissipate in all directions. Seeing that his expression had softened, Lena asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Mary's tried to grasp the elusive magic, but it all slipped through his fingers. He muttered to himself, "Your total magic power? I can only absorb half of it. I can't even hold on to 1%. You wanted to hold on to 10% before. Do you know what boiled water is called? What kind of trash are you calling me?" 159 Bringing Laris home. After signing the demon contract in episode 159, Lena felt temporarily at ease about Relis. He leaned lazily against Lena and started sprinkling glue on her. "Oh dear, now I should call you Master." Martina, standing to the side, frowned, her teeth itching with anger. "Humph, darling, keep him away from you." Seeing this, Lena reached out and pushed him aside. He noticed that Relis's skin was cold and slippery like an eel. Fiona asked Lena, puzzled, "Won't this demon attack us now?" "What did you do?" Lena explained it in various languages one by one. "We've made a demonic pact with him, so he won't harm us for now. You can't trust demons. In my opinion, it's best to find a chance to kill them. Look at the withered lotus trees all around. This guy must have done it. Everything has 2 sides. This guy's not weak. If we use him well, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks for us." Lena looked at Relis, who was giggling beside her, and said to him, "Can you restore this forest to its original state? My fairy companion is unhappy." Lilas glanced down at Elia's copy, his gaze finally settling on his tablet. He turned to look at Lena and teased her. "Oh my, the owner really has a wide range of tastes. He eats everything, big and small, and isn't picky at all. The human we met earlier, was she also your woman? Demi-human? Humans? Orcs, elves? There's so many kinds. Since that's the case, you certainly won't let the demon go either, right? Master." He pressed himself against her again, his long, tendon-like tail wrapping around Lena's legs again and again. "If you don't answer my question, I'm going to take control of you. They threaten me all the time. It's awful." Lilas became serious, looked around, and then spoke. "After being underestimated by evil forces, it will take decades or even a century to recover. I wouldn't have tried to restore the forest before, so I don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, the thick, fog-like evil energy around him gradually gathered in his hand and was eventually absorbed by him, and everyone's vision gradually became clear. Although the green mist has disappeared, the withered trees and cracked earth remain unchanged. This forest has become a barren wasteland, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. That's the best I can do. I have no other options. You are definitely the most wanted criminal in the eyes of the elves. I didn't do this. It was Satoru's and Morris who released it. I sucked the Shu energy back in, and the elves didn't even need to clean it up. They should thank me. Whether he's telling the truth or not, there's no way to verify it now that he's dead. He's just trying to pin all sorts of accusations on other demons." After saying that, Raris walked up to Nora, bent down to examine the magic eye, and smiled without saying a word. Nora was smarter this time. She still didn't give him a friendly look, but she no longer looked him in the eye. Lena hugged the cat girl closer to her, then warned Laylis not to have any impure thoughts about him. What can I possibly do to him after hearing that? The contract is already signed. If I don't behave myself, you'll kill me. I haven't lived enough yet. Go ahead and say it. His gaze returned to the petite and charming Nora. He envied her. If it were him, Lena looked up at the sky. It was getting dark and evening. He remembered that someone was waiting for him at home. So he interrupted her and said, "Don't say anything more. I need to hurry back. Do you want to stay here or what?" Laylis wrapped her long tail around Lena's thigh and then said coquettishly, "I want to live with my master." To be honest, Lena didn't want to live with him. After all, this guy was a demon. It would be troublesome if he hurt the other beast-eared girls in the house. Laylis seemed to sense Lena's concerns, and he raised his hand in response. "Don't worry. I won't harm anyone for no reason. I'll just tease them a bit. I hope you will keep your promise. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." Laylis nodded with a smile, and the group headed towards home. When passing through the orc tribe, Fiona bid farewell to Lena. She left in a hurry, and it was clear that she was planning to gather the orcs to rebuild the Poison Tongue Clan's tribe. When they left the forest, it was completely dark. The lights of the cannons flickered in the distance. Lena turned to look at Realis, who was following behind her, and said, "Disguise yourself. You don't even look human." Because of the last attack, the residents here are generally hostile to demons. Even when Fiona comes to see Lena, she usually wears thick clothes to cover herself up completely to avoid attracting the attention of other residents. Although Aiden has announced an alliance with the Orcish Horde, many people still hold prejudices against orcs. This is all thanks to the Black Wolf clan, who wreaked havoc in this area and tarnished the reputation of the orcs. It's not something that can be repaired overnight. Laylis's lips curled up slightly, and the ram's horns on his head and the wings and tail behind him disappeared instantly. At this moment, he was a woman with purple hair and a fiery temper. What does your true form look like? Is it like that Sephiroth, resembling a praying mantis, relying heavily on speed, hence its long, slender limbs? Since I rely on my good looks, my actual appearance is naturally not particularly bad. I'll let you take a look when I have time. Once inside the city, Rarus didn't seem particularly curious about anything around him. In his words, he had secretly visited this city countless times. When Lena arrived at her doorstep, she saw a familiar figure. Junies and Paige were standing at their front door when they saw Lena returning in the direction the group was heading. He ran up to Lena and then quickly stopped. "I thought something had happened to you guys since you came back so late." "Thank goodness. They came back safe and sound." "Ah, really?" Peggy also came over. He immediately saw Riley following behind Reiner, but did not say anything. The new woman is quite pretty. Lena has so many beautiful women around her, and now she's turned into a man. "It's okay. I killed 3 demons and then made a pact with one." "Contract?" A hint of doubt flashed in Junies' eyes, and he also noticed Riley behind Reiner. 160, The Devil's Loyalty. In episode 160, Shanice was restless in his room, glancing at the door every now and then. Was it really all right for Lena to leave him here? That's a demon, and it's so close to us. There's a contract. If you're really scared, I'll stay with you tonight. You're not going to win any prizes. I'm serious. He should be very safe. My contract with him includes a clause that he must not harm you or our offspring. He gently stroked Junies' smooth, long golden hair. I'll keep you company tonight. What should Nora and Mantina do if they're also scared? Junies sighed, glanced at the door again, and then closed it tightly. Lena agreed without hesitation. Sure enough, he was brutally attacked by Junies. Don't worry, this guy won't do anything outrageous. I hope so. Just then, the system's voice appeared in Reiner's ears with a mission. Help Fiona clear out the hostile demons in the north of the forest. The current status has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Lena felt her fanny pack become much heavier. The system's reward had arrived. He looked tenderly at the somewhat uneasy Junies, and their eyes met. What's wrong? Lena took out 3 bottles of holy water from her pouch, handed them back, drank them, and intended to leave the remaining 2 bottles for Nora. Junius stared at the colorful holy water in his hand, lost in thought. He picked up one of the bottles and gently shook it. What is this? It's so beautiful, like a rainbow. Can I drink it? Drink it. It's good for you. Junius was completely unsuspecting of Lena. He pulled the cork off the holy water and drank it one by one. In Lana's line of sight, an attribute point panel appeared. He raised Junius's mental level from A to S and his perception level from B to A. It originally intended to add the last attribute to perception, but after much deliberation, it decided to add it to endurance, raising it from D grade to C grade. Junius is pregnant, and childbirth is very physically demanding, so improving her stamina would be beneficial for her. After Lena clicked to confirm, Junius's eyes suddenly lit up. He instinctively opened his palms, chanted briefly, and a ball of water rose up. It has really become stronger, both in terms of the intensity and output of magic. Junius closed his eyes and carefully sensed it, then excitedly said, "My magic crystal has also grown bigger. My goodness, it has doubled in size." Seeing how happy he was, Lena's mood improved as well, and she couldn't help but smile. "Has anything else changed?" Junius blinked, looked around the room, and slowly spoke, his vision becoming clearer and his hearing improving. He raised his hand and waved it back and forth in front of Lena. I could feel the wind flowing past me, and my senses became more acute. Lena's lips curled up slightly, and she poked her waist with her finger. Junius screamed, then opened her mouth and bit Lena. Has she become sensitive? What amazing stuff did you feed me? It's so powerful that it can even increase the size of the magic mirror. You have so many secrets. Lena smiled without saying a word, then secretly kissed him. Just then, the system's voice sounded again, activating the achievement bonus effect of Lord of the Demon Relics, making it easier to gain its favor and dependence, and allowing you to see its attribute panel and hear its thoughts. What you lack, you get. This is quite an achievement. Lena touched Junius's cheek and said softly, "Then I'll go first. I'll come and keep you company tonight." Junius looked away shyly and gave a soft reply. Reiner walked outside and searched the house for Rarus. He asked Ariana, who was sitting at the dining table, "Where did that thing go?" "Upstairs. It should be on the 3rd floor." The little fairy pointed to the ceiling, and Lena headed straight upstairs. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, he saw the beast women huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, while Lilas lay languidly on his empty recliner. Why is this guy bullying Yin Zumin as soon as he arrives? Did you bully them? These little animals are so cute. I want to play with them, but they seem afraid of me. Nonsense. You don't look like a good person at all. Stop playing around and come here for a second. I need to talk to you. Lilas responded lazily and reluctantly drifted towards the stairwell. His thoughts echoed in Lena's ears. I'm being bossed around again. Life under a contract is no fun, but it's still better than being in hell. Humans only live for 100 years. Once he's gone, I'll be free. Then I can get a better identity and find a nice place to live in seclusion. Then, the moment Lilas slowly opened his eyes and saw Lena, his beautiful eyes trembled slightly. He suddenly stopped. What are you standing there for? Come here. Relis's inner thoughts drifted over. What happened? This thing suddenly tastes even better. Lena noticed him swallow hard, and then Relis seemed to step on the gas and rushed over, then followed Lena steadily behind. The two arrived at the room on the 2nd floor. Nora was making the bed, then glanced back at them before decisively leaving the room. Master, call me if you need any help. I'll keep an eye on this stinking devil, and he won't dare to do anything under my nose. As soon as the door closed, before Lena could even begin the examination, he knelt down with a thud, then ripped out his bloody heart and handed it to Lena. Looking at the bright red, still beating heart, Lena felt a little nauseous. Master, please accept my loyalty. From this day forward, your enemies will be my enemies. I am willing to stay by your side forever and become the sharpest sword in your hand. Is this a bonus from achievements? This guy's like he's been shot by a general. He suddenly became so loyal, and he's always offering his heart. I don't want to put this thing back in. Yes. Without hesitation, Rarus put the bloodied heart back in. Lena performed an assessment on him, and rows of data unfolded before his eyes. Name, Desire of Lilas age, 4913 gender, female race, unknown current status, healthy absolute loyalty, fanatical worship talent details, strength, S endurance, B agility, A perception, S spirit, S intelligence, S dimensions. 946797. This companion's overall quality is legendary, and current affinity is 100%. 161 will definitely be able to defeat it. In the early morning of episode 161, as soon as Reiner opened the door, he saw Realus standing upright in the doorway, looking exactly the same as he did the night before. Junis glanced at him and continued to hide behind Lena. "What are you doing standing there?" Lilas answered in a very serious manner. "Humans tend to let their guard down when they're focused on doing something, and I need to be there to guard the door during these crucial moments." Lena scratched her head, feeling a little strange. This place should be quite safe. Next time, you don't need to guard the door. Go and do your own thing. Although Lilas verbally agreed, he still followed Lena closely, to the point that when Lena went to the toilet, he would stand outside to record her toilet time and then analyze Lena's physical condition. His loyalty was almost obsessive. Lena glanced at him when she came out, then washed her hands and went to the dining table. Today's breakfast was a bowl of stew, half a slice of white bread, and milk. Nora ate with relish, while Martina, sitting next to her, had no appetite and kept stealing glances at Lelis. Ugh, that annoying guy. He's even better looking than June. It's really worrying. Lena drank the milk in one gulp, then pushed half a bowl of stew to Martina. "I can't finish it. Can you eat some for me?" Martina nodded and began to enthusiastically show off the food. Taking advantage of the time he was under strict control, Lena walked up to Lilas and looked him over carefully. Their eyes met, but he didn't show any emotion on his face, not even a smile. After staring at him for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Master? Don't you need to eat?" Lena asked while munching on white bread. "In the outside world, I only need to ingest the ubiquitous elements to survive. I don't need to deliberately eat or drink. In other words, you can eat." Lilas nodded. Lena turned and went into the kitchen, found a piece of black bread, and handed it to him, wanting to see him perform. As a result, Realus opened his mouth and bit off a corner of the black bread in one bite, finishing it off in no time, even faster than Martina. Lena glanced back at everyone, then said to him, "Let's go upstairs." Lyres obediently followed him upstairs, then stood quietly by the door, his eyes fixed on Lena. Even so, he still gives people a slightly feeling. Does maintaining a human form consume extra magic power? Yes, but not much. Let me see what your true form looks like. Rarus's skin changed first, gradually turning from fair to light pink. Then, the horns and pointed ears on his head appeared, and his pupils changed from round copper to horizontal tubes similar to those of a goat. Next, wings and a tail grew from his back, and then a pair of jailers turned into goat hooves. Lena narrowed her eyes and looked her over. Indeed, even in her demon form, this girl was still very beautiful. At home, you can maintain the same mindset as yesterday afternoon. In a human city, maintain the mindset of all humanity. In a deserted place, just do whatever makes you happy. Relis responded with a single sentence and quickly transformed into her half-human, half-demon form. His long, thin tail swayed from side to side, looking exceptionally lively, and soon it wrapped tightly around Lena's leg, just like yesterday. Rarus glanced down and said without any attempt to hide it, "I can't completely control my tail's actions. I can't completely follow my instincts. My master is the perfect person in my heart. Although I can control my feelings of love, my tail cannot." As he spoke, his long, thin tail kept wriggling on Lena's legs, and when he got serious, it was a little scary. "You're more interesting the way you used to be, lazy and a little frivolous. You don't always have such a serious face. That's too disrespectful to your master. There are many ways to express respect. It doesn't have to be this formal. Just do what you like. I won't ask too much of you in this regard." As soon as he finished speaking, Lyres' lips curled up slightly. He lay down on the bed without any hesitation and then greedily sniffed the scent like a pervert, muttering to himself, "Ah, it smells so good. Master's scent is not bad. From now on, I will wash all of Master's clothes." Lena was sweating profusely. This guy is at two extremes. He's either too serious or too neurotic, but the latter is better than the former no matter what. "Actually, I have proof that I called you up here." Lyres narrowed his eyes, a hint of anticipation in them, and wrapped his tail even tighter around Lena. "Master, is there anything I can do to help you? Make me some strange requests. Please, Master." If you're the salesperson, I'll do anything. That's right. You demons are very sensitive to magic. You saw it when I fought Mollis. As soon as I used magic, they would immediately run far away. Is there any way to hide one's own magic? Of course there are. I'm good at using that method to hide my magic, thus making the enemy underestimate me. However, that method is related to the control of the opponent's magic, and improving the control of magic requires years of practice. I can release my own magic and suppress the level of an ordinary human, and it took me about 2,000 years to achieve this effect. Lena sighed, suddenly feeling a little lost. Now, these demons run away at the sight of him, and it's difficult for him to kill them anymore, except for the foolish or overly curious ones. After all, these things can fly, and most of them fly very fast. If it's simply a matter of speed, they will escape the detection range of the peak field, and it's easy to lose them with the naked eye. So how long have you lived? By your human concept of time, it should be about 5,000 years. I don't know the exact number, and I don't care about that. Shuren, you don't think I'm that young, do you? I'm so sorry. I'm a little older than them. Lena nodded and did try a little. So how long can you live? Does it last longer than a fine and agile creature? Elves can live for about 2,000 to 3,000 years. We demons are divided into ranks. Lower-ranking demons have a lifespan of several decades to 1,000 years. Middle-ranking demons have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, but less than 10,000 years. And upper-ranking demons, which is my rank, have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Above me are only a few, the level of the Demon King. Their lifespan is close to eternal, and they can be resurrected even after death. Their strength is unbelievably powerful. As he said this, he looked down again, his gaze filled with fervent admiration. And you, my master, you will surely defeat him in the future. 162 Martina tried her best, but couldn't win. In episode 162, Reiner wasn't interested in defeating the Demon King at all, since that was a long way off. All he wants to know now is how to kill the demons that might appear sooner or later more efficiently. What's wrong, master? What's troubling you? Tell me, and I might be able to help. Lena smiled slightly and slowly reached out her hand to him. The magic that allowed me to control the flow of my own magic taught me that it wasn't magic at all, but simply a way to improve my control over my magic. If you really want to use it, I have a way to help you enhance your control over magic, but the effect will only last for a short time, about 5 days. It sounds similar to Iriana's enchantment. 5 days should be enough, as long as you keep Realis with you at all times. Then show us your skills. Lilas patted the bed and said with a smile, Master, lie down. Lena sat down as he instructed. As soon as she lay down, Lilas came over and placed her hand on her chest. Then she said somewhat seriously, You don't mind touching me, do you? Let me make it clear beforehand. Don't worry that I'll harm you. I'm more loyal than you think. Its tail was wrapped tightly around Lena's thigh, as if it didn't want to be separated from Lena for even a moment. If you don't mind, that's good. Lilas slowly closed his eyes, when suddenly a thought came to him. This person is very worried about his master, and he's even eavesdropping. Nora is so cute. I must go downstairs and praise him later. Just then, a loud crash was heard. Martina punched the lock off the door, then pushed the door open, glaring fiercely at Realis, the demon. What do you want to do? This is my man. It turns out that the demi-human that Reese was eavesdropping on was Martina. Lena quickly explained, Oh, you've misunderstood. Relis was just giving it to me. He was speechless for a moment. Huh? What am I supposed to do with this? Parents? In short, you're helping me. Can't I help you with this kind of favor? Why do we need his help? Martina pointed to his tail, which was tightly wrapped around Lena's leg, and said, Look at it, look at it. It's burned to a crisp. Nora Jones, our man, is about to be stolen. He grabbed Relis's wrist in a fit of rage and yanked him up. Let's go out and fight one-on-one. Lena heard Lilas's thoughts. What was he saying? This kind of person is so annoying. If it weren't for Chu Ren's sake, he would have been dead long ago. Lena quickly grabbed Martina, saying, You've misunderstood. He was just teaching me magic. What kind of magic? Is this really the way to teach it? Darling, teach me this magic too. If you do, I'll believe in you. That racehorse girl is really cunning. I'll teach you that night. Lena grabbed its tail and shook it from side to side. Make a deal. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. But I still want to fight this demon one-on-one. Although I don't want to discourage Martina, She's not on the same level as Relis at all, and will most likely get humiliated. Listen to me. We won't fight her one-on-one. Honey, what's wrong? It's like I'm going to lose terribly. Lena was speechless. Ever since he learned how to create a fake tree with lightning and acquired Silver's wrath, this guy seems to have forgotten the saying that there are always people more capable than you, and that there's always something beyond your understanding. Just then, Realist replied in a broken and grammatically incorrect demi-human language. Sure, I'd love to spar with you, but sparring alone is too boring. We'll add some stakes. Not only Martina, but Lena was also stunned. So you can speak human language. To be precise, it's an ancient Asian language. After thousands of years of evolution, it's changed in many ways, but I can still understand some of it. Martina clenched her fists and flexed her muscles in front of her. Good that you understand. Let's go outside and have a one-on-one fight. If you lose, stay far away from my man from now on. Realize tightened his grip on Realize's tail and asked with a smile, "What if I win?" Martina was speechless. She looked Realize up and down and wondered to herself, this guy has never really made a move before. Why is he asking me this? Is he really that powerful? With those skinny arms and legs, I feel like I could take on 10 of them. Well, just to be on the safe side, let's not make the bet too big. If I win, you will not be allowed to interfere with whatever I do to my master from now on. Lena heard the abacus beads clearly. Seeing Martina deep in thought, he provoked her with a question. How about it? You're not afraid, are you? Who says I dare not? I agree. Let's go out and challenge Chili to a one-on-one fight. Martina was completely manipulated by Realize. In just one day, he mastered the correct way to use it, just like that stinky Fox page. Nana grabbed Realize and squinted at him. Sparring is fine, but don't get serious. Don't worry, this contract includes a clause stating that I won't hurt him. After saying that, the two of them turned and left the room. Seeing this, Lena hurriedly chased after them. Nora and Eliana were originally going to come along, but Martina had a save face, so she didn't bring either of them. Once outside the city, Martina cracked her knuckles, while Realize chuckled beside her. What are you laughing at? It's really annoying. Are you ready? He asked angrily. Lilas neatly tied up her long purple hair and replied calmly, It's up to you. Once you're ready, go ahead and do it. Martina puffed out her cheeks, slammed her great sword into the ground, and began chanting a spell. He unleashed his laser armor and laser wind domain in succession, and then let out a battle cry. Lilas stood there and smiled, then took the opportunity to wink at Lana, which angered Martina, who instantly vanished from her spot. A muffled thud followed, and Lilas caught Martina's fist with one hand, then slid back a few steps with his knees slightly bent. Then, the jailer transformed into a goat's hoof, and his slender fingers into strong claws. He flung Martina away towards an open space not far away. It's clear he held back. If he had crashed it directly into the tree, the racehorse girl would have been in serious trouble. Lelis soared into the air and attacked Martina directly, punching him so hard that he crashed his plane just as he used his flight technique. Lena couldn't bear to watch anymore. The difference between the two was too obvious. Martina was almost completely suppressed the entire time. If it were a real fight, he would have been dead long ago. Most importantly, Raris was making progress the whole time, and Lena couldn't stand it anymore, so she stopped the sparring match. 163, The Devil's Blessing. Episode 163 is enough. Stop fighting. Raris's fist stopped in front of Martina. He transformed back into human form, reached out to Martina, and praised her with great certainty. You are indeed an excellent warrior. Among all the enemies I have encountered, in terms of close combat alone, there are no more than 3 who are stronger than you. His inner thoughts also drifted over at this moment. He was strong, but his speed and endurance were still a little lacking. In another 10 years or so, he would definitely be a tough fighter. Logically speaking, Martina's strength is S, her stamina is A, and her agility is B, while Raylis' strength is also S, the same as Martina's, but her stamina is B, slightly weaker than Martina's. However, their performance in actual combat is completely different. Lena felt that she shouldn't be too superstitious about talent. The basic stats of each race should be slightly different. Even if a demi-human's strength talent reaches S level, it's probably only barely on par with a demon's A level. Martina took Relis's hand, stood up with some difficulty, and then patted the dirt off her clothes. You won. He walked over to Lena and stopped talking. You shouldn't be injured, right? Martina shook her head. Although she didn't speak, her thoughts drifted over. She's incredibly skilled, but even when she held back, she's still so much faster than me. It must be because I haven't been working hard enough. I've been eating too much white bread lately. Starting tomorrow, I will continue to grow stronger until I can defeat this demon and maintain my strength. Although I really want to have a child with Lena, we'll have to put that on hold for now. It's hard to believe that he actually locked himself up. Lena wiped the dirt off his face and gently praised him, saying that he was already very good. She added that he was still young and that they should take it one step at a time and not rush things. Martina nodded and said earnestly, "Darling, when we get back, teach me the art of chanting poetry. I'm sure I can learn it now." Okay. Lilas walked towards the two of them. He looked at Lena and asked cautiously if I had gone a little too far. No, this is the intensity of a normal sparring match. If he had obviously held back, Martina would have felt even more uncomfortable. When the three returned home, Junies, seeing that they had come back so quickly, immediately surrounded them. He first glanced at Lena, and seeing that she was unharmed and had all her limbs intact, he then turned his attention to Martina. Seeing the racehorse girl looking disheveled, one could probably guess the outcome even without asking. "Sweetie, go take a shower and rest." Martina nodded, got up, and went upstairs. Lena watched his retreating figure and subconsciously touched the 2 bottles of holy water in her waist pouch. Let Nora and Martina share this holy water. It's not good to be too biased, as Martina's love for her isn't any less than Nora's. Lena beckoned Nora, who was standing to the side, over, and together they caught up with Martina, pulled her into the room, and gave each of them a bottle of holy water. Martina knew about the drug's miraculous effects, and her mood improved somewhat. Having just suffered a setback, she was now trying to find ways to become stronger. Nora twitched her ears, blinked, and asked, "Yes, master, is this for us to drink?" Of course, you two drank it. Without hesitation, the 2 beast maidens drank the potion, and their attribute panels immediately appeared in front of Lena. Martina's weaknesses now are almost entirely her perception and intelligence, with agility being a minor one. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. He doesn't need to be the scout in the team, and he has a special area of expertise that can make up for his lack of perception. As for devising strategies, that's mostly Lena's job, so it doesn't matter whether he's intelligent or not. During his sparring session with Lilas, even when he used the lightning armor technique, he was still half a beat slower than Lilas. Since that's the case, let's increase his speed. Lena upgraded his agility from B to A. Have I become stronger again? Martina sensed a subtle change. This potion should have increased your speed. Next up is Nora. To be honest, it is almost everything it needs. Although his endurance and strength are somewhat lacking, both being at the earth level, he can always play a crucial role at critical moments by using extension and abstraction. After a moment's thought, Lena still added the attribute to his stamina, for reasons similar to Junies's. If you accidentally get pregnant one day, childbirth is not an easy task. To cope with unexpected situations, we need to increase our stamina, since we don't know how many times the system will give us this holy water. Nora clenched her fist and said seriously, "Master, I feel like I've become stronger." Lena reached out and rubbed her lower abdomen, finding it still soft and yielding, with no apparent change. Martina thanked her, then nudged Lena like a bull before preparing to leave the room. Just as he took a step forward, Lena reached out and pulled him back, comforting him. "You're already very good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Take it slow. You'll definitely get stronger." Martina's eyes welled up with tears as she thought of her mother, who always encouraged and patiently taught her. After Martina left, Nora tiptoed and kissed Lena, his cat ears twitching. Then his inner voice came through. "Master, you understand me. You must understand me." Thinking of this, he hugged Lena tightly, his eyes full of anticipation. Nora is gradually changing. She's starting to take initiative now. Lena's lips curled up slightly, and she suddenly wanted to tease him mischievously, so she asked him knowingly, "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Nora paused slightly, her cat ears drooping. Master, you're being mean? You're teasing me on purpose. I really didn't know." Nora pursed her lips, then stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lena's ear. I was thinking about it today. After saying this, his face turned even redder. Too shy to do anything, he took a bite, then turned on his blurring ability and ran away. Not long after Nora left, Realus entered the room, and as soon as he approached, his long, thin, and powerful tail wrapped tightly around her. Master, now that no one should bother us, let's continue what we were doing. I'll help you improve your control over magic. Is this really the only way? Well, I'd like to temporarily pass on the skills I've accumulated over the years to you. We need something, and it's best to hold on tightly like this for each generation. Lena squinted at her. Really? Why are you always arching your leg towards me? This is a gift from the devil, and there will always be some price to pay. It's just a hug, so it's probably nothing to the master. 164 The Shame of Laris. In episode 164, after receiving the robes from Realus, Reiner headed straight for the forest where the orc tribe was located the next morning, hoping to encounter a lone demon. He was accompanied only by Nora, Realus, and Eliana, while Junies continued to make money with the other demi-humans. Reiner entrusted the responsibility of protecting him to Fran, who was with him. Although this silly dragon looks foolish, is quite strong and can definitely protect Junies' safety. Martina didn't come along either. He handed Lenatov over to Noraha and then stayed in his room, training and studying ways to become stronger on his own. Lilas's lips curled up slightly as he asked Lena with a smile, "Was it because I went too far yesterday?" "It has little to do with you." He would just realize that he seemed to be holding everyone back, and then he would become withdrawn for a while, and then he would try to find ways to become stronger. The last time I saw him so upset was because he failed to defeat the Torn Chieftain. Melis chuckled twice, then walked over to Nora, swayed her hips obsequiously, and said in the awkward ancient language, "Your name is Nora, right? Can I touch your ears?" Nora looked at her, her ears twitched slightly, and then her thoughts came through. "Touch my ear? Why are you touching my ears? What's the meaning? Don't like this guy?" After a brief moment of thought, Nora looked at Lena beside her, seeking her advice. Although Realus is a demon, he does like furry things. He didn't mean any harm when he said that. He didn't want to touch it. Okay, then just be direct. If you don't like him, then reject him. The decision is yours. Nora looked at Realus again and answered tactfully. "I need to focus on my investigation now. Rubbing my ear will distract me." Lilas shrugged, his gaze falling on Ariana. The two, one tall and one short, locked eyes. The little elf clutched the staff tightly to his chest, his eyes wary. "What are you looking at, you filthy devil?" Lilas couldn't understand Elvish. He looked at Eliana with interest, then asked Lena, "Red elves are so cute. What is he saying?" "I'm just saying you're pretty, right?" That expression doesn't look like it at all. Like teasing a dog, Relis flicked Ariana's chin with her finger. "What adorable little elves." The little elf instantly bristled, his blue hair standing on end, and he raised his staff to hit Lilas, but he easily dodged the blow. Just then, Realus suddenly shivered, then stood still, looking around as Eliana continued to hit him. "I always feel like there's something terrifying watching me. What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It must be my imagination." Lena suddenly thought of something and asked, "Come on, what if the Demon King has planted a hidden trap for you? You should be wary of a powerful demon like you, right?" Lilas shook his head, stating firmly that it was impossible. If such a thing truly existed, he would certainly know about it. The four of them quickly left the orc forest and looked north towards the main road. What came into view was a desolate plain, and further on, rugged hills. Lena stepped on the ground and found that the land had become barren after leaving the forest. The orcs' original living conditions were really harsh. "We've come this far and haven't encountered any other demons yet, so there's nowhere to test the effects of this blessing. Master, your magic power is simply too immense. Even though I try my best to control its outward projection, the amount of magic power I observe is still about the same as that of Satoru's. However, if someone who is not afraid of death comes over to take a look, he might. Let's take another stroll." After wandering around the woods for most of the day, he hadn't seen a single living creature, let alone a demon. This place was just too desolate. "Well, let's go back. It'll probably be evening by the time we get home. If we go back too late, Junies will worry." Nora nodded and followed closely behind him. Lilas walked in front, his slender tail swaying gently with his waist. This guy can't even walk properly. Just as Lena was lost in thought, Lilas suddenly turned around with a smile. Oh dear, my master has finally taken an interest in me, but there's nothing I can do about it. What are you looking at? Lilas wrapped her long, thin tail around Lena's thigh. Master, I am a demon who can sense human emotions. Nothing in your heart can escape my eyes. His dark, deep eyes exuded a captivating charm at all times, and staring into his eyes for even a few seconds would give rise to some extremely strange thoughts. Speaking of which, you must have been with quite a few men, right? No, such things are useless to me. A high-ranking demon wouldn't be interested in such boring things. Lena had wanted to ask some more private questions, but she swallowed them back. A sly glint flashed in Lilas's eyes. He smiled and said to Chu-Run, "Ask me whatever you want. I won't hold anything back from you. Since you put it that way, it would seem rather unromantic if I didn't ask you properly. What about that kind of thing? Have you ever done it?" Lilas understood what Reiner meant in an instant. He leaned close to Reiner's ear and whispered, "Never. Don't be fooled by my long life. I actually spend a significant portion of my time sleeping or refining and honing myself. Even if I were interested, I wouldn't have a chance. Besides, I'm not interested at all. Moreover, my charm has nothing to do with the body. It's a spiritual erosion, not the kind of thing you imagine." Immediately afterwards, his inner thoughts drifted over. Of course, if the object were the owner, I would also be willing to try it. Since it smells so good, it must be delicious. From what I've observed, humans and demons can probably fight, but they can't generate a counterattack. In other words, your actual combat record is 0. This kind of thing is meaningless. We are born from the malice of all things in the world, and we don't have the same courage as you humans. Instead of doing something so pointless, you might as well find a place to rest for a while. Of course, if you're interested in me, I would be happy to answer all your questions and do anything for you. Please don't hesitate to ask." After saying that, he raised an eyebrow and then gave me a flirtatious wink. Lena looked him up and down and said meaningfully, "Alas, you are a disgrace to succubi." 165 The Visit of the Elves. Episode 165. A month has passed, and the demon attacks have become more frequent. At first, new demons would appear every few days, but now Fiona comes to him for help almost every day. Lena simply built 2 3-story huts among the mountain soldiers and temporarily resided in their tribe. Fiona would often send over sifted flour, as well as some strange game and spices, and Daisy, who was skilled at cooking, would always make the food delicious. Lila sat at the dining table, taking small bites of Daisy's pea stew, and touched his face with satisfaction. Eating is so interesting. I'm liking this feeling more and more. Its flexible tail wiggled behind it, making it look very happy. This woman is indeed very smart. Her learning ability is on par with that of computer components. She can memorize almost anything after reading it only once. In just 1 month, he used his spare time to learn modern demi-human language, Balnet language, Beastman language, and Elvish language. The teacher said that Lena was somewhat envious of his learning ability. Eliana, who was sitting directly opposite Relis, would occasionally squint and peek at him. It was clear that the little elf really didn't like him at all, while Relis always liked to tease him. "What's wrong, little one? Do you want me to feed you something? Damn you, what are you laughing at? Are you underestimating me? I think you're cute. Come here, I'll feed you. I don't need the devil's scent, just say it." His gaze fell on Lyres in front of him, and he suddenly became even angrier. What great evil! It was exhausting to behold. "It's okay, little one. I have a way to make you mature, but it will come at a very small price." "It's true, I was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously?" Eliana was so angry that she ran to his side and punched him several times. That guy Relis is so shameless. In the past month, he's tricked almost everyone in the family, except for Paige. Nora glanced at the 2 people beside her, then lowered her head and scooped up some meat with a slice of white bread, slowly putting it into her mouth. Footsteps sounded from the stairwell. Martina rushed downstairs, went to her seat, ate the stew in her bowl in 1 gulp, grabbed 2 slices of white bread, and ran upstairs. These days, he's been studying how to improve the lightning casting fake. Although Lena doesn't have high expectations for his intelligence, she is still worried that he might accidentally figure out the complete version. Nora muttered to herself, "Honestly, They're not even eating properly anymore. Lena nodded and called out, "Come back. I'll teach you some other magic. You've really gone crazy lately. All you do is stay in your room, exercising all day, except eat and sleep. I need to study this for a few more days. I've already figured out the trick." Lena was sweating profusely, worried that Martina might misuse the complete version and harm herself. Just then, Junies had changed his clothes and was calling the two Beast girls to line up and prepare to head to the tavern in Cannon to pick up some commissions. He's a workaholic. Even with a slightly protruding belly, he can't stay still. But thanks to their hard work, more and more people are willing to post requests at the tavern during this period, and some people even bypass the tavern and go directly to Lena's house in Cannon for help. Lena spread her arms to block her way. "All right, you shouldn't go out for a while. You're all pregnant now, and you're still jumping around with them all day long." Several of the demi-humans, including Paige, have already learned the Balnet language. Letting them take on tasks independently is perfectly fine. Standing to the side, Peggy nodded and answered affirmatively. "Yes, I'm already familiar with the process. Even if I'm the only one in charge, I can complete the mission perfectly. I think I'll go with them." The residents here are not as polite as those in Mellet. They often insult women, not to mention that Paige and the others are demi-humans. "With me here, at least they won't make a move. Don't worry, madam. I have the ability to avoid conflicts with those simple-minded people." Junius, clutching his staff, looked down with a pitiful expression. It was clear he really wanted to get out. Lena gently hugged her, then walked to the dining table and comforted her, saying, "It's only for a while. Why don't you stay home and read some magic books, okay?" As he spoke, he also took the time to wink at Peggy, signaling him to hurry up and leave, because the longer it dragged on, the more Junies would covet it. After Peggy and the animal-eared girls walked away, he lightly punched her twice and complained, "Yeah, it's all your fault. I wasn't planning on having children before I turned 30. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to score on the first try. Make sure he is settled in for the time being." Lena stepped out of her room and saw Fiona, who came to visit every day. Fiona was smiling and walking towards her, and seemed to be in a good mood. "What's the matter? Why are you smiling so happily today? Will no demons bother us today?" "Not entirely." I laughed because something even better happened. Earlier, I sent Red Queen to the north of the forest, where they discovered traces of elves who had hunted down an unknown demon elf skilled in water magic. Lena didn't have a good impression of any elves except for Little Potato and Potato Mom. Hearing that elves had appeared in the vicinity, she was happy that her burden had been lightened, but she was also worried that they would cause trouble. The orcs' houses are mostly built of wood, and the trees around their tribe have been almost completely cut down. I guess these elves will come and accuse the orcs sooner or later. Fiona was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing that Lena looked unhappy, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Huh? It's all right. You can accumulate more points in the meantime. I see that the area around the tribe is almost completely cleared out, and I estimate that the elves will be coming to cause trouble for you soon." Fiona blinked and responded softly. Just then, a strange noise came from outside, and many orcs looked up at the sky. Lena slipped past them sideways, then stepped out the door and looked up at the sky. He immediately spotted two elves hovering above the tribe, a man and a woman. The blonde male elf was holding a scimitar, while the blue-haired female elf was holding a staff. Looking at them, Lena suddenly had a bad feeling. 166 The Lesson of Laris. In episode 166, Realus walked up to Lena and picked his teeth with his sharp fingernails. He made eye contact with two elves in the sky. The next second, the male elf wielding a scimitar swooped down and suddenly attacked Lilas. Lena quickly deployed a barrier to protect the three people standing at the door. The blade struck the barrier with a dull thud. Lilas took a half-step back, covered his mouth, and looked at him with feigned surprise. Hearing the noise, Ariana ran out of the living room. When she saw the unfamiliar elf, she was surprised at first, but seeing that something was wrong, she asked anxiously what had happened. "Who are you? Why are you bullying Lena?" The elf wielding the scimitar glanced at him and pronounced his name accurately. "Ariana, the Observer, daughter of Selena. Why are you here?" He didn't know. In fact, the invisible Nora had already pressed a dagger against his neck, and killing him would only take a moment. Martina, carrying her greatsword, sat at the second-floor window, peering at the group ready to fight at any moment. Seeing this, many orc warriors from the tribe also gathered around, axes in hand. I came out on an adventure. Lena is my good friend. She's a good person. Ariana stepped in front of Lena, and the male elf took a half step back, coldly saying that he was the one who could speak our language. Come on, but no matter what, you should never collude with the devil. Lena felt that these elves were making trouble for no reason, so she pulled the limp Ariana behind her and asked in a tough tone, "What do you mean by colluding with demons? How did I end up colluding with the devil? Your statement is somewhat ambiguous, isn't it?" "Oh dear, I haven't done anything bad lately, and I don't remember ever provoking you elves." The Smurf looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing between his brows. "You can actually speak our language." He glared fiercely at Lena with sharp eyes and said angrily, "As a human, you not only collude with demons, but also teach our sacred language to demons. Your sins are unforgivable. Isn't that just baffling? Although this guy is a demon, he hasn't done anything really bad to you, right? Moreover, language cannot be spread outside the home. It is a tool for communication, and at most it has only practicality. So how can there be a distinction between high and low, noble and base?" "Yes, that's right. My mom speaks many languages too. I asked her something similar before, and that's the same answer she gave me. Moreover, this demon hasn't done anything bad so far. Although he's a bit cheeky, we can't just decide to kill him because of that." Over the past month, Lena has interrogated Relis in detail about all the bad things he had done since escaping the seal. Although Relis is vengeful, he doesn't like to attack other creatures. He did kill more than a dozen orcs who attacked him in self-defense, but that had nothing to do with the elves. Just then, the southern elf holding the scimitar spoke up. "A demon is the embodiment of evil. Just because he doesn't kill now, doesn't mean he won't kill in the future. Before that, we must remove and eliminate the threat. No need. I've already signed a contract with him, so he won't kill people randomly now. They actually made a pact with the devil. No wonder they're speaking up for him. You've all been bewitched by him." Lena looked him up and down. "Don't make me curse you. I've killed almost 30 demons in the past few months. Why didn't you guys come to eliminate demons before? Now that there's finally a demon willing to help, you guys have to meddle." The female elf flying through the air was gathering her strength. A shimmering light emanated from the tip of her staff. "Two-dimensional, stop wasting your breath on them. Step back and let me handle this. At worst, I'll just kill this human too. You mustn't do this. Lena and this demon have never done anything wrong. I can vouch for them. If you dare to kill innocent people indiscriminately, I will tell my mother." Lilas raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at the elf in the air, and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. "You want to kill my master?" Before he finished speaking, his dark eyes gradually turned purple. The sprite in the air plummeted instantly, struggling for a while before finally getting up from the ground. His eyes turned a pale purple, and he stared at the group without any expression. The elf named Alvi turned around and asked Sheeta, "Are you all right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the blue-haired female elf named Sheeta threw away her staff, then pulled a dagger from her waist and held it to her neck. "How dare you?" Lilas suddenly made a move, instantly grabbing Airway's neck and lifting him up with ease. "How dare you question my loyalty to my master? Look at your companions. That's what people who are bewitched are like." Fiona, standing to the side, widened her eyes in shock at the speed of Relis's attack. Lena quickly said, "Oh, just teach them a lesson. Don't kill them. We shouldn't antagonize the spirits. Let's be grateful we were spared. With your feeble magic, if my master didn't forbid me from killing people indiscriminately, I could kill you as easily as crushing ants." Two-Dimensional's face turned red, and it looked as if it was about to breathe its last. Eliana grabbed his clothes and shook him gently. They already knew they were wrong. Realists, no. Lilas put him down, then clapped his hands and went back to Lena's side. The female elf named Cedar came to her senses and stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Two-Dimensional picked up the scimitar from the ground, turned around, and said to him, "Zyda, let's go." The two elves slunk away like that. Ariana sighed softly, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Thankfully, no conflict had broken out. They're really meddling in other people's business. Some little elf must have told them about Relis. I need to tell the little sprites in the neighborhood, lest we attract even weirder creatures. The same thing happened when I encountered 2 elves last time. It's like me worrying about things that don't concern me. I'm so sorry, I made you all laugh. Some old-fashioned guys are like that. They won't change no matter how much you scold them. They're almost ruining our reputation. If you ask me, we should teach them a lesson. If you break one of their arms or legs, they'll behave. Hey, stop it. You're practically overflowing with evil. Just then, an elf with short blue hair flew in from the sky. Judging from his figure, he seemed to be male. 167. Potato Dad gets a blow from his daughter for saying the wrong thing. In episode 167, Lana thought the visitors were up to no good again, so she decisively deployed the barrier. The blue-haired male elf landed steadily in front of everyone. He looked like a young, aloof, and handsome man with light blue eyes that matched his hair color. She also carried 2 heavy-looking, silver-blue curved swords on her back, which always made a crisp sound when the blades clashed. Before Lena could even ask, Ariana, who was standing next to Lena, skipped over and excitedly called out, "Daddy, you've come to see me." "Where's Mom?" Lena rubbed her eyes. Was this Ariana's father? Honestly, he looks younger than Lena. You'd never guess his age just by looking at him. Potato Dad gave him a cold look and replied, "No, you're not here. Now tell me." His gaze fell on Lena, and then he introduced himself, saying, "You must be Cheese. Ileana often mentions you to the fairies, and I often hear Ileana mention you too. She says you are a very powerful, toughened warrior. How should I address you?" Potato Dad is staring at me. I'll answer softly, just call me Aldec. "Hello, Lord Erdek." "You don't need to call me Lord, just call me by my name. Actually, I came here because I have more important things to discuss with you. Should I contact you or the chief who recruits people?" Erdek's gaze shifted back and forth between Liner, Fiona, and Lilas. After a moment, he spoke, saying, "Let's find the orc chieftain first, and then I'll talk to you about Eliana and this demon later." "Do you need me to translate?" "No need, I know how to teach others." Having spoken with Fiona a few times before, Lena retreated into the house and invited them in. Aldec and Fiona didn't mind the location and started talking right at the dining table, while Lana and Realis sat to the side listening. In short, demons are appearing more and more frequently in the surrounding area, and some demons are even bypassing canon and directly entering the great forest where the elves live to wreak havoc. The Elven Council of Elders hopes to cooperate with the orcs to establish multiple outposts in Beijing, with the orcs responsible for reconnaissance and the elves for combat, to keep the ever-growing number of demons out of this forest. Lena has hated meetings since she was a child. If it weren't for the fact that this is Ariana's father, she would already be lying in bed reading a magic book. "You evil demon, you are not allowed to touch me. Not anywhere. I hate you." Little Potato is playfully fighting with Relis right now. "You look so cute and lovable when you're angry." "Oof, you're the complete opposite." Eliana puffed out her cheeks and tapped her twice with her staff. Lena yawned, waved to Nora, then lined up the stools and fell down, resting her head on his lap. Nora's slender fingers gently circled Lena's hair. The scent emanating from him always made people feel at ease. He grew increasingly sleepy, and before he knew how long he had slept, Lena was gently woken up by Nora. "Master, the elf's father is calling you." Lena quickly got up, rubbed her eyes, and looked towards the door. It was still daytime when he suddenly felt something soft and squishy in his arms. Looking down, he saw that it was Eliana, fast asleep. Whether out of guilt or something else, Lena subconsciously looked at Aldec, and their eyes met almost instantly. In that instant, he was sweating profusely. "Potato, wake up. How did you end up sleeping on me?" Ariana started to act coquettishly. She hugged Lena's waist tightly, seemingly unwilling to get up. Lilas, who was sitting next to you, spoke up. Seeing you sleeping, she also felt sleepy. At first, she just lay on her side next to you, but she was afraid of falling off after falling asleep, so she climbed on top of you. Nora lifted him off Lena by supporting him under his armpits with both hands. This child is very withdrawn. It's rare to see him so attached to someone. Lena nodded and replied like a robot. "Haha, he only clings to me occasionally. He's not like that usually." As soon as he said it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, this isn't some chat software where you can recall a message within 2 minutes. Aldec didn't say anything more, but instead turned his gaze to Relis. Lilas was also looking at him expressionlessly, while his inner thoughts drifted over. This guy seems pretty strong. After a moment of silence, Aldec asked Lena, "This demon is no longer a threat, is it?" Lena looked at Relis, who was squinting at Nora. He was thinking about the cat girl. "It shouldn't be a problem for now. I can control her. And look at her. She's completely different from those bloodthirsty demons." Lilas looked at the two of them, then got up and walked to Lena's side. She gently pressed her hands on his shoulders and said, "I will obey my master's orders. I will not harm a life without reason. I believe in you and hope you will not betray my trust. Otherwise, I will never disturb you. Whatever, I actually prefer playing with my cat at home to pointless killing." After saying that, he squinted at Nora. Not to be outdone, the cat girl pointed to the mithril dagger at her waist. "Oh my, she's so cute, even when she's being fierce. I like her even more now." Just then, Ariana woke up. She stretched, left Nora's lap, walked to Lena's side, and gently tugged at her clothes. "Lena, I'm a little hungry. Where did you put the honey? I'm going to eat some by myself at the usual place. You need to wash up after eating sweets, otherwise your teeth will rot." "Okay." Ariana staggered toward the kitchen. While he was fiddling around in the kitchen, Aldec, sitting across the table, shook his head and said, "We elves have always been monogamous. To be honest, I don't really approve of your relationship." Before Lena could explain, Ariana poked her head out from the kitchen and grumbled, "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? Lena and I are just ordinary friends." He ran out of the kitchen with a piece of white bread in his hand and delivered a powerful blow to his head. Aldec's face was full of shock, followed by a hint of grievance. He first glanced at Eliana, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, then his gaze fell on Lena again. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. "I'm not a pleasant person to talk to. I'm going back now." 168 expanding its business. In episode 168, the orcs and elves decide to establish an outpost in the north of the forest to jointly defend against the demon's attack. For the time being, Lena and the others are no longer needed. After a month of trial operation, Lena discovered that it was feasible to buy demi-human slaves and make money for him. He planned to take advantage of his free time to go to Melid to buy some demi-human slaves and then arm them for his own use. The story of the demi-human adventurer team has spread throughout canon, and the number of quests they are accepting has skyrocketed. Leonard planned to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and further expand the company. How much money do we have now? He hadn't kept a close eye on the accounts during this period, and his wife had basically managed all the money. Junies and Ariana were squatting on the ground, sorting stacks of currency according to their type. Nora scratched his head, looking at the thick ledger in his hand, seemingly a little annoyed. Although he had prepared the multiplication tables, he was not very proficient in using them and often got stuck. Meanwhile, the technician who could flexibly use the formula table stood by anxiously, his inner thoughts occasionally escaping his lips. "I really don't understand. What's so difficult about this? It's just that after deducting the expenses during this period, there's still 643 Barnet gold coins left. It seems that managing the accounts should be left to someone with a quick mind." "Come on." Reiner raised an eyebrow at Peggy. "You come on. You seem really eager to say something." Nora handed the ledger to Peggy, who breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a strong sense of frustration welled up inside him. Paige glanced at him and answered with certainty that there were currently 643 gold coins. After deducting travel expenses, if calculated according to the exchange rate of the Kingdom of Diast, there would be approximately 1607 gold coins. After deducting travel expenses, if the previous expenses were used to purchase and arm slaves, it would be possible to purchase about 100 slaves. Seeing how confident and intelligent Paige was, Nora was slightly taken aback. He drooped his cat ears and muttered to Lena, "I'm sorry, Master. I'm stupid too. You're already very good. Everyone has their own expertise. Even though you're not very good at math, you're a great fighter, right?" He kissed Nora, then held her in his arms and began to think. This time, they didn't need to buy so many weapons and equipment. Their ways of making money weren't limited to being adventurers. Farming and mining were also viable options. The abandoned gold mine controlled by the soldiers of Shanyan granted us certain mining rights. 2 months have passed since the discovery, and they have not yet fully explored the reserves within the abandoned gold mine. However, when I was bored last time, I went inside to take a look and also discovered quite a bit of silver and copper ore. Silver ore may not be as valuable as gold, but it is still relatively precious. Paige nodded and began making notes in the ledger with a quill pen. Junie slowly got up, came to Lena's side, and gently frowned at Lena. Forget about the Murad Mayan slaves. I have a better suggestion. Just go to my hometown and buy them. The kingdom of Rosno is located in the southern part of the continent, the homeland of the demi-humans. Even though it is just a small city on the border, its slave market is more than 10 times the size of the one in Melit. The Narjants are not only all strong and healthy, but also cheap and inexpensive. The exchange rate between Barnet and Rosno is approximately 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. After mentally calculating for a second, Peggy slowly said that it was about 964 gold coins, but he didn't know the exact purchasing power. Don't worry, it's definitely better than Dias currency. Reiner unfolded the map and looked at it. Although Rosno was a neighboring country of Dias, to get there, one had to cross Dias territory, a total distance of about 700 kilometers. Moreover, the road conditions were unknown. Not counting the time to buy slaves, a round trip would probably take about 2 months. Lena glanced instinctively at her slightly protruding belly, but Junie's easily noticed her gaze. Haha, what's wrong? Worried about me? Don't worry, it'll be fine, at least nothing will happen. Why don't you stay in Cannon? I'll have Martina keep you company. Anyway, he doesn't like going out anymore, and he's not even keen on sleeping anymore. Before Lena could speak, Martina, who was sitting cross-legged to the side, objected. No, I'm with you too. Let's keep things separate. If I don't see you for 2 months, I'll miss you. Hearing Martina say this, Junie's also unlocked a new idea. She pretended to be weak and leaned into Lena's arms, then said in a pitiful voice, Darling, are you really going to abandon your pregnant wife and go to a foreign country for a month? Lena fell into deep thought. Just then, Rara stepped forward to help, saying, It's all right. I can take care of you in place of my master. Although I really want to stay by my master's side, it's only for 2 months, and I can endure that time. Junie's waved his hand in refusal. No demons. Lena sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, Well, in that case, let's wait until you give birth before we set off. In these 7 months, we could do other things. Junie's panicked and grabbed Lena's shoulders, shaking her violently. It's all right, Lena. Look at this farmer. Even with his big belly, he still goes to work. Please, Lena, take me with you. I haven't been home in so long. I miss my hometown. You're bragging again. I've never heard you say you miss home before, but suddenly you're saying you miss home. That's what I'm thinking. I'll just obediently follow behind you when the time comes, and nothing will happen. Paige walked up to Lena and said, Take me with you when you come. My hometown is in the south of the continent. That's where I escaped from. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Let's take Pasha and Eudora with us. We'll travel along the trade route and let them get familiar with it too. They should come in handy in the future. Lena nodded. Since that was the case, she had no choice but to bring them all. He couldn't leave his helpless employees here. After all, if he wasn't there, there wouldn't be anyone who could manage things, and if something went wrong, everything would be over. Buying 2 carriages and bringing them along wouldn't cost much, and it wouldn't matter if we brought them along. Lena looked around at the group and said, Okay, let's all go pack our luggage. We'll probably leave the day after tomorrow and return here in about 2.5 months. Everyone returned to their rooms to tidy up, and he took the opportunity to slip out and head towards Fiona's house. 169 Fiona's plan was interrupted. In episode 169, Fiona doesn't actually live with her family. It's said that once orcs reach adulthood, regardless of gender, they have to move out and live on their own. They only return to their own little house for one night when they find a mate. Reiner arrives at Fiona's house and knocks on the wooden door, but no one answers. Potato Dad left, and not long after, he also left, and no one knows where he went. Lena then stopped a passing patrolling orc and asked Fiona about her whereabouts. She asked several orcs, but none of them knew where she had gone. Until Lena saw a familiar figure, Chiron, Fiona's best friend, who was said to be the most powerful female warrior of the Mountain Rock clan. Lena quickly called out to her. Huh? Do you know where Fiona went? What do you want with her? Chiron was very wary, and her gaze gradually moved downwards, landing on a strange place. Oh, you two are going on a date? However, he is quite busy right now, having a meeting with the chiefs of other tribes in the Beast Valley Hall. You can wait for him there. Chiron suddenly leaned in and whispered. He's a bit shy, so don't be too forceful when you're on a date, or he'll get scared. Lena left the place with an embarrassed expression. He inquired around about the location of Fiona's meeting and finally found a council hall supported by the huge skeleton of some unknown creature and tightly surrounded by wooden planks. Dozens of guards with animal feet stood on both sides of the gate. Their clothes varied, suggesting they came from different noble families. Lana looked around, leaned against a sturdy pine tree, and waited. I thought their talk would only last 10 minutes or so, but it took 2 hours. It wasn't until evening that unfamiliar orc chieftains started to emerge. Cursing and swearing, it didn't seem like the talk was going particularly well. Fiona emerged looking exhausted only after the lights inside were finally turned off. He didn't notice Lena under the tree. After greeting the guards at the door, he headed towards home. Lena quickly caught up with him, patted him on the shoulder, and their eyes met. Lana, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you under the tree for ages. It seems your talks didn't go well. Yes, the various clans aren't very united. They all have their own agendas. Even in something as important as assisting the elves in defending against demons coming from the north, they're worried about losing out. Fiona lowered her head and then murmured to herself, I have been compromising so that the tribes can be united. More and more people in the tribe now think I am weak, and the tribe has fallen into turmoil again. He was currently thinking of a solution, his mind never stopping, so much so that when he reached his front door, he seemed to remember something, turned back to look at Lena, and began to speak. You must have something to say to me, right? I'm here to ask you out on a date. Afina gasped, her face turning completely red. She instinctively looked around. Just kidding. I'm here to say goodbye. I'll be leaving for about 2 months. During this time, I'll have 2 clones of Lilas stay here to assist me. If you have any urgent matters, you could talk to Lilas. Fiona pulled Lena into the house and asked her if she was safe. If she's safe, I'll let her live with me. Lena looked around and found that Fiona's house was still as simple and unadorned as ever. The living room only had a bed and a wooden dining table. The small compartment at the back of the table was the kitchen for cooking. There wasn't even a wooden floor. The ground was all yellow dirt. He was safe and could be used without worry. Oh, Fiona nodded, then awkwardly pulled out a chair from in front of the dining table. Lena, please sit down. You haven't eaten anything yet, have you? I'll get you something to eat. After saying that, he went into the kitchen and got busy. Okay. Lena didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table to wait, intending to leave after finishing her meal. Why did Fiona peek at him and then walk toward the door? Actually, there's not much food left at home, so I need to go ask Kailong to borrow some meat. You, the united chieftain of the tribe, commanding at least 20,000 to 30,000 orcs, how come you're so miserable that you have to borrow meat from others? Fiona stood there, scratching her head, somewhat at a loss. Stewed beans it is. I'm not a picky eater. All right then, Fiona went back into the kitchen and started tinkering. After about 10 minutes, he brought over a bowl of green, curved stuff with a faint smell of peas. This looks a bit like food from India. Lena thanked her, then scooped a spoonful into her mouth and savored it. Honestly, although it looks unappetizing, it's actually quite delicious. After dinner, Lena noticed that Fiona was rubbing her shoulders, and the two made eye contact again. My shoulders are a little sore. Please don't worry about it, Lady Lena. If only those 2 lumps of flesh were smaller. It's so tiring to carry them on your shoulders all the time. Let me massage your shoulders for you. Lena offered the suggestion, then suddenly stood up and walked behind her. But there are no buts, just close your eyes. Fiona had her eyes closed, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking so gentle. The 2 remained silent, and seeing the awkward atmosphere, he took the initiative to break the silence. Actually, I really hope you stay. Besides you, I don't have anyone else I can completely rely on. He is not usually a proactive person. Lena asked meaningfully, Do you want me to stay tonight? Fiona blushed even more and muttered to herself, Lena, please stop teasing me. I'll get shy. Her ears started to turn red, and Lena increased the pressure with her hands, continuing to massage her shoulders. You'll only need to relax for 2 months. Realis's clone is also very powerful. She will do her best to assist you. I hope so. The two fell silent again. Seeing that it was getting late, Lena gently patted his shoulder and said softly, "Then I'll head back first. I need to get up early tomorrow to go to Cannon to buy 2 carriages. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. I'll see you off then." His thoughts were conveyed. "Stop talking nonsense. Fiona, there's nothing to be shy about. Be bolder. Luckily, I took a shower yesterday. Father, Mother, grant me courage." The next second, Fiona mustered her courage, grabbed Lena's clothes, and said loudly, "It's getting late. Lady Lena, why don't you rest here with me?" After saying that, he didn't give Lena a chance to refuse and pulled her by the hand to the bedside. Although this guy is tall and slender with thin arms and legs, he is just as strong as a man. "Lady Lena, please sit here and rest for a while. I like kitchenware." He spoke unclearly, and it was clear that he was very nervous, afraid that his request would be rejected. It's a pity he made the wrong choice this time. At that moment, Nora was leaning against the windowsill, squinting as she met Lena's gaze. 170 may its master live forever. That night in episode 170, because of Nora, Fiona was so shy that she wanted to disappear into the ground, which meant that Lena didn't get to eat a single cat hair. The next morning, he set off with his team. After more than 20 days of arduous travel, the group is currently located in the southern part of Diest, only 100 or 2 kilometers away from the Kingdom of Rosno. Looking at the bumpy, muddy road in front of them, if the road before crossing the border is this difficult, then they will probably need to travel for another 10 days or so. Just then, rain began to fall from the sky, dripping onto Lena's cheeks. He and Junies each deployed 2 water shields to protect the team from the wind and rain. The further south they went, the hotter the weather became, and they mostly changed into cooler short-sleeved shirts. As Lilas flew alongside Lena, he reached out and touched the raindrops, gazing around at the lush vegetation. He exclaimed, "Ah, this is the southern part of the continent. I love it here. Is this your first time here?" "Yes, before I was sealed away, I had hardly been anywhere. I lived in the northernmost polar region of the continent, where there were only rugged hills and endless white snow." As he said this, he closed his eyes, his fine, thick eyelashes trembling slightly. Martina, standing to the side, stared blankly. He was still pondering how to make himself stronger. What would happen if I released all the lightning? How about trying it tonight? After nearly 2 months of hard work, he has almost figured out the complete version of a lightning armor. Not only that, he also invented many strange skills, such as being able to release lightning strikes in front of him when he throws a punch, or instantly release large-scale lightning strikes to attack nearby enemies. Although Lena was proud of him, she couldn't help but worry that he might misuse the magic and damage his body. Lena reached out and touched her fluffy horse ears and said softly, "You must be good, okay? Safety should always come first, no matter what. Don't keep messing around with those weird and strange magic tricks. I'll be very worried if you get hurt." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lena would believe it if anyone said it, but coming from the horse girl herself, it just sounds ridiculous. As Lilas listened to their conversation, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Seeing him smirking, Lena casually asked how Fiona was doing. "Is it still safe? This guy's clone is exceptionally useful, with 0 latency between it and the main body. No matter what happens on Fiona's side, he can know immediately, just like a wireless surveillance system. As usual, although there is some instability, his safety is not threatened. If you ask me, we should just kill those disobedient chiefs to avoid any unforeseen problems. They'd be constantly thinking about when they might rebel, and I can't stand just watching them." "Stop it. Your wickedness is overflowing again." The orc soldiers were a diverse group, and the cultures of the various clans were also different, making them not very convenient to manage. If killing all the other chieftains would lead to unification, then we would have unified long ago. Moreover, hatred is passed down. If this is done, the rebels will grow back like weeds, one crop after another. Then kill them all, until they stop growing. While we could indeed wipe out his rival tribes, without losing a single soldier, that would be too wasteful. Population is a resource, so why not try negotiating first, and only resort to killing if all else fails? Oh dear, that's such a tiring life. You're always thinking about this and that. You have such a useful brain, but you only use it to tease Nora. They're really wasting it. It's tiring. Even using my brain is tiring. Lilas fell behind Lena, and the horse, startled, turned around and glanced back, involuntarily quickening its pace. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, saying that Fiona was starting to space out now. She would do this whenever she had free time, and then she would exude a sense of longing. I think she's thinking about me. Every time he comes to see you, he smells like he wants to sleep with you. His way of putting it was quite tactful. When he first arrived, whenever Nora Griner acted coquettishly, he would utter some very vulgar words. Although Nora couldn't understand the demon language, she still gave the two of them a strange look after hearing Fiona's name. She muttered to herself, "Master, are you discussing what happened that night?" Nora lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Looks like I should have been 2 hours later." Lilas narrowed his eyes and asked with a curious look, "Which night were you 2 hours late? What are you talking about?" His eyes darted around, and he immediately guessed what had happened, but he didn't say it aloud. It probably stumbled upon its master's affair with that beastman, but given its exceptional perception, it was likely done on purpose. That's fine too. Doing that kind of thing all the time is bad for your health. You should pay attention to it. Being too indulgent can lead to an early death. Lena squinted at him, realizing that this guy understood everything. Rharis glanced at Lena, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Master, wouldn't you like to gain a lifespan of several thousand years, so you can live much longer?" "I don't have that plan for now. I think it's good to let things take their natural course. Besides, is there such a thing as magic?" I asked an old tree spirit that had lived for thousands of years, and it didn't know either. He just didn't know. Not that he didn't know. Could it be that they're turning me into some kind of mindless monster? Of course not. What attracts me to my master isn't just magic. If my master were to become a walking corpse, then there would be no point in being here. Lilas gently hugged Lena's waist, her voice lowering. "The thought that my master will die after 100 years makes me a little sad." "Can demons feel sad?" "The way you're talking makes it sound like I'm going to die tomorrow. If I don't get sick, I think I can live for at least another 50 years, right? 50 years is but a fleeting moment to me. You might not believe it, but I'd love to live with you. Go ahead and say it." He hugged her even tighter. "During this time, I experienced many things I had never seen before. Can you make my wives live for thousands of years too? If I can ascend to the throne, I will have that near-eternal lifespan." 171 Crossing the Border. Episode 171. Another week has passed, and the border between Diest and the Kingdom of Rosno is in sight. As the group crossed the stream that marked the boundary, and as passing caravans slowly made their way into the wide plains, Lena spotted the city in the distance. Wow, this looks pretty good. The city in the distance looked magnificent and vast, with many red and yellow woolen carpets used for decoration on its towering white walls, and a high-speed rail station in the center of the city that resembled a magnificent palace. The building is brand new and bustling with merchants. It certainly looks impressive from the outside. So far, this is the most bustling city he has encountered on the road. Junis rode up to Lena and said with a smile, "The city is called Visridge, a border town between Rosno and Diest. The Kingdom of Rosno is the most powerful kingdom on this continent, stronger than Diester and Balnet." After saying that, he stopped smiling, and his expression became somewhat sad. That's what everyone says to outsiders. But in reality, this kingdom is utterly corrupt and terminally ill. Any war could drag it into the abyss. The prosperity you see is just a facade. The number of swindlers, thieves, robbers, and beggars here is no less than in Menor. Lena glanced at the caravan passing by. Although she didn't know the specifics of the city, she figured it must be quite prosperous in terms of commerce. If he could, he would also like to bury a few magic books to study later. Just then, the group suddenly became restless. Sher Shalang and his companions watched the rows of slaves passing by and began to whisper among themselves. They seemed eager to rescue their compatriots. "Paige, emphasize our discipline to them." Paige at least walked towards the back. The crowd quickly quieted down, but they couldn't help feeling sad as they watched their compatriots, dressed in tattered clothes, pass by. Junis frowned slightly at Lena a few times and whispered, "How many Mina people are you planning to buy this time?" "We'll see. If possible, I'll buy as much as possible. Even though it's just them making money from me, it's still better than being slaves." On another note, don't you ever go back to your hometown for a visit? A few days ago, Lena asked him if he wanted to go back to his hometown, Relidta, which is located north of Rosno, since their destination was the capital and they would be passing through there. If she didn't want to go back, Lena planned to go around there to avoid unnecessary trouble. Junie said he would think about it, and so far he has not given him an answer. The two slowed their pace. After thinking for a long time, Junie said slowly, "Let's just pass by outside the city. No need for authentication. I just want to take a look from afar. After all, it's my hometown." "Okay, I understand." Lena looked back at the group. The long journey had left everyone exhausted, especially the little elf Ariana, who was looking at Lena listlessly, as if she might fall off her horse at any moment. "What's wrong? Potato? I feel uncomfortable. I really want to sleep. That stinky devil kept bothering me last night, preventing me from getting a good night's sleep." Lena glanced at Realist beside her, but he looked away guiltily. You're really bored out of your mind. Why did you have to disturb the little elf's sleep? Children still need to grow. Then I won't bother him tonight. Speak." The creature flew to Eliana's horse, and then gently embraced the little fairy. "What are you doing? Are you trying to lull me to sleep by using your extreme likes and dislikes? I know you don't believe me, but actually I love children the most." Relis reached out and pinched Eliana's soft cheek. "You eat children? No, you're the child." Ariana tapped him on the head with her staff. "We demons can survive without eating." Melis rubbed her long blue hair. Seeing that the two of them were having a pleasant conversation, Lena turned her attention to the animal-eared girl. "That's all for today. Let's set up camp by the roadside." The young women left the carriage, carrying their luggage, and walked to the roadside. They then began to set up a rain shelter, preparing to spend the night there. Paige rummaged through the carriage to make sure the food supplies were sufficient. "My benefactor, we're almost out of food. Is there enough for today?" "Yes, it should last until noon tomorrow." Lena raised an eyebrow at Junie's beside her. "Honey, come with me into town to buy some things. This is, after all, your country. You should know a thing or two about the local currency. Local merchants can rip you off. I'll come with you and help you keep an eye on things." Lena called out to Nora and Martina. Nora obediently followed, while Martina, intending to take advantage of the time to continue exercising, had already started doing push-ups on the lawn. The little fairy had no intention of following, as she had already curled up asleep in Realist's arms. I wonder what Serena's attitude is towards demons, and what she will think when she sees Ariana like this now. Lena patted Nora and June on the shoulder, and the three of them headed toward the city in the distance. As soon as Lena arrived at the Grand City Gate, she saw people entering the city, handing over their weapons to the soldiers guarding the gate for safekeeping. The shelves were filled with all sorts of weapons, most of which were common. "What are you trying to do?" Nora tried to hide her dagger and throwing knife inside her clothes, hoping to get away with it. Junie's glanced at him and said with a smile that weapons such as long swords, long-handled axes, and long-handled hammers should be left here, but short weapons for self-defense, such as daggers, can be brought in. We are magicians. Staffs are expensive items, and to be on the safe side, soldiers usually don't require us to store them. In fact, this rule applies to most cities, especially larger ones, in any country. However, it is more relaxed in smaller border towns like Merrill and Cannon, where no one enforces it. "I see. It's good to travel around. You learn a lot." He reached out and ruffled Nora's cat ears, chuckled softly, and said, "Take it out. They won't take your weapon. Short weapons can be carried on one's person for self-defense." Is this underestimating my weapon? For an untrained person, a dagger is certainly no match for these long weapons. Lena whispered in his ear, "But you are an exception. You can both extrapolate and create illusions, and you can play whatever you want." Nora smiled slightly, then mustered her courage and kissed Lena. Junie's watched the two's intimate actions from behind and fell into deep thought. 172. Harvesting a new Asian person. In episode 172, Reiner discovers that the slave market here is indeed more prosperous than most cities in Diest. The largest slave market is located deep within the city, and outside the market, numerous scatter vendors can be seen selling cheap, low-class slaves. He roughly estimated that there were probably tens of thousands of demi-human slaves outside the market alone, and the number of slaves inside the market was no less than that. At first glance, it's clear that this is indeed a nation that produces demi-humans. Even on the outskirts of the market, there are almost countless epic-quality demi-humans, and even several legendary quality ones. The slave market in Melord was nothing compared to this. Approximately how many people live in this city? Lena pinched Junice's cheek and asked softly. Woolrich, if I remember correctly, it should be around 20,000, right? In other words, there are actually more demi-human slaves in this city than its residents. That's right, the southern part of the mainland is rich in subhumans, and they are more common the further south you go. In the southernmost fields, you can hardly see any farmers working the land. They're mostly subhumans. I thought that with all this catching every day, the subhumans would become extinct, but that's not the case. The three stood on the street. Rows of demi-humans walked past them, and slave traders shouted from the side. Watching their compatriots being treated as commodities and sold at will, standing in the streets in tattered clothes, utterly devoid of dignity. Nora clenched his fists angrily. Lena pulled him into her arms. Let's go. We'll go to the market to buy some food for the road, and then go back. We still have to travel tomorrow. Enola lowered his head and stopped looking. Although he was heartbroken, he did not lose his mind. Just as they were passing by the slave caravan, a gaunt, powerful man pushed his daughter out from the pile of rubbish and presented her to Lena. Sir, please buy my daughter. She's a very clever and bright girl. Please. The eyes of the subhuman Quan were filled with tears. It was clear that although she was reluctant, she had no choice. These slave children are basically unable to do any work, and no respectable people would buy them. The vast majority of them die from hunger or serious illness at the hands of slave traders, or are bought by shady people and live a life worse than death. The little girl stared longingly at Lina, glancing back at her mother every now and then, her eyes filled with unease. Mom, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. It's clear that he'd rather stay with his mother than starve to death here. Get out of here and listen to me. Quan Zhongyaran comforted him while introducing himself. Don't underestimate my daughter, Beastie. She'll definitely grow up to be a powerful warrior. Why don't you buy her, sir? Nora watched from the side, her heart filled with mixed feelings, but she didn't say a word. The peddler came up from behind and raised his hand to slap him. The body of the subhuman had many whip marks, indicating that this was not the first time he had done this. Reiner raised his hand to stop the slave trader. These two powerful subhumans, one big and one small, are both legendary. The big one is intelligent and quick-wit, with S-level perception and intelligence. The small one is a natural warrior with S-level strength and agility. With a little training, they will be quite good when they grow up. How much would it cost to buy them both? Nora, who was standing to the side, was slightly taken aback. He said to Lena in her arms, Master, don't worry about my thoughts. Don't let me influence your judgment. No, I just think they can buy it. Don't overthink it. Lie. The slave trader's anger vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning smile, and he rubbed his hands together like a fly. Cheap. These are all second-rate goods. The older one has given birth and isn't worth much, and the younger one is equally worthless. The two coins, one big and one small, together make up one gold coin. Reiner calculated that one Rosno gold coin was approximately equal to 1.5 dice gold coins. If you calculate it that way, although they considered them second-class slaves, it was indeed cheaper than what Melod sold for. Lena took a gold coin from the bag and handed it over. Gonzuka Ajin was slightly stunned, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He knelt in front of Lena and thanked her repeatedly, putting on a fawning appearance. Anyway, can we be together? I hope this human will treat me well. The slave trader said with a smile, Sir, this way, I'll cover your aura patterns. No need, that won't do. It's dangerous not to help the demi-humans build up their aura. Don't be fooled by their current smugness. They might be plotting to kill you when they get the chance. The slave trader handed the gold coins back. If you don't build it, then I won't sell it. If something happens to you, it might affect my reputation. There's no need for that trouble. Lena reached out and touched the shoulders of the two fist-shaped figures, instantly revealing a pair of moon-shaped black marks. I can build it myself. The slave trader stared at Lena's hands, wondering how she had managed to do that. But then he suddenly realized he shouldn't have asked so many questions, so he went on to recommend other efforts. Sir, would you like to take another look? These are all inferior products. There are also much prettier, superior products available. Buying two to warm your bed would be so comfortable. Lena declined, saying that her bed at home was already too warm to sleep in all the time. She left the slave market, bought some food at a bakery on the street, and then handed a steaming white bread to the little fist-type demi-human following behind her. "Eat up. You must have been hungry for a long time." The little Asian man looked up at Lena, his eyes filled with longing, but in the end he hid behind his mother in fear, his little tail wagging from side to side. The great Dogajan called out from the side, "Good boy, you should accept what your master gives you with both hands, and then kneel down to thank your master." Little Yaman obediently took the white bread, sniffed it gently, and then his eyes lit up. He didn't eat it first, but broke the bread in half and handed one half to his mother. The Asian man didn't answer. He was watching Lena's expression. "Eat up. No need to kneel down and thank me. My name is Lena. What are your names?" "My name is Yudi Yang, and she is my daughter." Barbara Idia held half a steaming piece of white bread, secretly rejoicing. "Goddess, please bless her. She must be a good master. I must do everything I can to please her, for my daughter's sake." 173 The Demon Clan's Ambush. Episode 173 features Such a Cute Little Girl. Come here. Barbara is very popular. Almost every animal-eared girl adores her and loves to touch her fluffy ears. Every time he lay in Nora's arms, blinking his eyes, Lena found him adorable. They are now on their way to the capital of Rosno, and only a few kilometers away from Junius's hometown, Lyra Tower. He can already see the towering city walls in the distance. Just then, Idia ran to Lena's side and whispered, "Master, if we go any further south, the trade route will become dangerous. There's a blood demon group active in this area. They like to rob passing caravans and travelers, so it's very dangerous. I encountered them before when I was being transported by slave traders. These guys are elusive and killed many of the guards. A few days have passed since Belena was bought. Her tattered linen clothes have been replaced with brand new ones, and her mental state has improved a lot, although she is still thin. Do demons frequent this area? They should be further south, right?" It was indeed in the south several years ago. Lena listened to their conversation, completely bewildered. It looks like the monster encyclopedia will need to be updated again. He asked the two of them, "So what exactly is the demon race?" The white tiger bait on Paige's head trembled slightly. After thinking for a moment, she said, "They're a race in the southern part of the continent, similar to beastmen, but they are more brutal, more bloodthirsty, and also more powerful. Both demi-humans and humans are afraid of them." He suddenly looked at Realis, who was standing there in a daze, and continued, "These guys are descendants of demons." Lilas was slightly taken aback, turned around and looked at the group, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Have you ever heard of the Blood Demon Clan? I've never been to the south of mainland China, but I've never heard of it. However, I had heard that some traders remained in the human world, but I don't remember them. Humans, and we can reproduce? I don't understand, but if you catch one and show it to me, I'll probably understand." Ariana rubbed her eyes and rode her horse over to them. What are you guys talking about? Do you know the origins of the Blood Demon Clan? This is said to be a human left behind by demons, corrupted and eroded by evil energy. They can use a strange magic that is neither strong nor weak. I don't like them." Lilas landed behind him, gently kneading her soft cheeks with both hands, and praised her. "This adorable little elf knows so much. It's truly endearing. You filthy devil, get away from me. You're teasing me again." Just as Lena was watching the two bickering, she was getting closer and closer to Lilydita. Junius gazed at the city, lost in thought. Nothing had changed at all. "I don't know what it was like when I left, and it's still the same when I came back. I also don't know how the teacher is doing." Lena moved closer to him and poked his slightly protruding belly with her hand. "Why don't you stay here for a few days and get some rest? You're pregnant now, so you shouldn't overexert yourself." "No, I'll just take a quick look from afar. I'm too easily recognized. Let's start taking a detour." Oh dear, being too beautiful and easily recognizable can also be a problem. Lena teased from the side. Junie smiled wryly as the caravan left the trade route and instead ventured into a secluded side path. After walking for a short while, Lena, who was on the opposing side, stopped. She sensed something strange entering her territory. There were about 40 humanoid units lying in ambush in the woods directly ahead. Melis sensed the anomaly ahead. He quickly transformed into human form, dismounted, and walked to Lena's side. "Let me go," he said. "Their magic is weak. I can easily deal with them. Sai, let's figure out what's going on first. If they really have ill intentions, then it's not too late to kill them. Master, I'll go take a look for you." "Okay, be careful." Nora drew her dagger and plunged into the woods. To avoid alerting the enemy, the group slowed down and continued forward. The other demi-humans in the group also sensed something was wrong. They picked up their weapons and sat on the carriage, ready for battle. Only Fran, who loved to play around with Krashan, hadn't noticed anything amiss and continued to chatter incessantly. Martina rode over from the group and asked abruptly, "What happened?" "There are people lying in ambush ahead. We may have to fight. We need to prepare in advance." Martina put on her helmet, drew her greatsword from behind her, and said, "Let me do it. I was just worried about not having anything to practice on, so this is a good opportunity for them to try out the new technique I just figured out. We'll see what happens later." A few minutes later, Nora returned, removed the leaves from the cat's ears, and then spoke. "This is something I've never seen before. They were bright red, with feet on their heads, just like how Relis looked when she turned into a demon, except they had no wings or tails, and they hid in the trees watching us. This hat won't work either." The plane answered with absolute certainty that the demons were lying in ambush on this road. "Are they strong?" "I think he's pretty strong, but I definitely can't beat that guy." As he said this, his gaze fell on Relis, who was standing to the side. Nora paused for a moment before continuing. "Not far from those demons, there was a pair of humans observing them. I recognize one of them. He's Juni's brother, that Juvenile." Juni's corrected, then sighed softly. "There's no escaping him. We all give way, but we still run into him." Lena shrugged. Actually, Juni's really wanted to go back and visit, and he wouldn't mind staying here for a few days. He reached out and patted Martina on the shoulders. "You go ahead. If they launch an attack later, you can practice your skills. Just let me know if you need any help." "Okay." Martina dismounted, twirling her greatsword in one hand, and walked at the head of the group while chanting a spell. With a loud clap of thunder, the horse beneath Liner was startled and dared not move forward. It's no use not telling him the complete version of lightning armor. This guy's already figured it out on his own and added some things he discovered himself. Martina's armor was surrounded by lightning. Her eyes flashed with a terrifying purple light, and then the lightning on her body gradually turned into a strange pale purple. At the same time, the electrical system reacted to the surrounding peak field, and the hum of surging currents rang in everyone's ears. Lena wondered if the modules secretly observing from the shadows would still choose to attack Martina after seeing her in such a terrifying state. 174. Your mother misses you very much. In episode 174, the group slowly entered the forest, where demons hidden in the trees launched an attack. Several red figures attacked Martina, who was positioned opposite him. He slightly turned his body to dodge the attacks, then looked up and glanced into the depths of the woods, seemingly with some disdain. The demons used a red spear that resembled a crystal to attack. When the attack was dodged, the crystal spear instantly turned into a long streak of blood and quickly flew back to the tree. Martina seized the opportunity to unleash lightning, which, following the flow of blood, struck the attacker hiding in the tree with pinpoint accuracy. A loud explosion rang out, and the entire tree burst into flames. A charred corpse fell to the ground, while several other demons who had been set ablaze rolled on the ground. More demons attacked Martina. He found that the bloody hairs couldn't even penetrate his armor, so he didn't dodge. Instead, he gathered his strength on the spot and slashed out with his blade, neatly slicing off the canopies of more than a dozen trees. Lena sensed that many demons had died from this attack. They were killed by an incomprehensible force. Ariana wailed nearby. Azarina looked at the corpses on the ground. They did indeed bear some resemblance to Raylis in his demon form. Martina stood still, took off her helmet, ate some white bread she had somehow gotten her hands on, and then said in a serious tone, "Run away as much as you want before I finish this piece of white bread." The remaining demons had almost lost the battle. They jumped down from the trees and fled in disarray. Nora yelled from behind, "He's having another episode. Can't you hurry up and fix this? We still have a long way to go." Lena tapped her on the bottom with her staff. "All right, stop showing off. They can't understand what you're saying anyway. Just try to take care of them and capture at least one of them alive. Martina handed the unfinished bread to Lena, bent slightly, and suddenly rushed out. Several loud bangs were heard. The ground trembled slightly, and lightning bolts fell from the sky from time to time. Martina created such a huge stir that it was clearly done on purpose. Standing to the side, the naive and inexperienced Idia muttered to herself, "He's amazing. Master, can he be Barbara's teacher?" Lena stood by, not daring to utter a sound. Making him a teacher would be a disaster for this adorable little girl. We'll see, he's too unreliable. A few minutes later, Martina returned, dragging an unconscious demon with her. This thing was covered with a piece of linen, had a light reddish skin, a pair of goat horns on its head, and was all muscle. Other than that, it was not much different from a human. Did you manage to electrocute him? I don't think so. Should I help him wake up? Don't kill him. Martina nodded, and then lightning surged in her palm. She suddenly cushioned the demon's chest, and the demon immediately cried out and sat up straight. He was panting heavily, staring at everyone with terrified eyes, especially Lilas. The moment their eyes met, he screamed and tried to run away. Lilas looked at everyone innocently and asked in confusion, "Does what look scary?" He flew toward the demon who was trying to escape, grabbed him, and asked him the same question again. However, the two did not speak the same language, and neither could understand the other. What is he chattering about? I feel like I can understand a little bit, but it's like I can't understand anything at all. It's normal. You've been sealed away for thousands of years. Since they existed before you were sealed away, their language must have evolved over thousands of years as well. It's the same as the language of demi-humans, so it's normal that you can't understand it. The system's built-in translation function allows him to understand the language of these demons. These guys are just humans corrupted by evil energy. Apart from their skin color, they're almost no different from others. So-called blood magic is just a small branch of our black magic, and it doesn't seem to be anything special. Lena raised an eyebrow at the demon in front of her and then asked, "What's your name? Why did they attack us?" The demon was stunned. He was clearly very surprised. The Chu Man was indeed a knowledgeable human, even able to understand their language. This was not unexpected. My benefactor is a versatile and all-around talent. Lena was speechless. Claiming he was omniscient and omnipotent was an exaggeration. At most, he just had a translation software. The demon, still terrified, sat on the ground with his eyes wide open, repeatedly begging for mercy, saying, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was just too hungry and was looking for something to eat." Just then, a group of soldiers led by two knights emerged from the woods. Lena immediately recognized the man in the lead as Yul, Juni's brother. He held a knight's sword, and his attention was entirely focused on Martina. Presumably, he had seen everything the racehorse girl did when she passed through the demon realm. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Juni's out of the corner of his eye, and the air froze instantly until Juni's greeted him with a, "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I'm ambushing this group of mods. They've been wreaking havoc in this area lately, and I finally managed to find their trail." Yul glanced at the knight beside him, then looked back at him and asked, "And you? Why are you back? I told you I could give you 2 years, but nothing has changed after all. It's exactly the same as before, and I feel uncomfortable at all." He cradled his slightly protruding belly, his face expressionless. "Don't misunderstand. We're only here to buy more demi-human slaves, and I'm very happy right now. Our child will be born in about 6 months." Yul's pupils trembled slightly. He looked at Juni's in surprise. Then his gaze fell on Lena beside him. He seemed not to have expected this to happen. Of course, Lena didn't expect that either. "What? You really think I was acting back then?" "Lena and I love each other very much, and I feel a warmth I've never felt before from her. You are a noble lady. You should not associate with commoners." Junius frowned slightly and replied angrily, "To tell you the truth, Lena is an outstanding magician. Before long, she will become the object of the clamor of the powerful and wealthy to curry favor with. Remember what I said. If you don't believe me, you can check back in 3 years." The child carefully examined the place. Then his gaze briefly fell on the demon prisoner before he slowly said, "Go back, mother. She misses you very much." 175. Settle the beast-eared girls in. In episode 175, Reiner and his group followed Yul into the city of Rild Tower. which seemed even more prosperous than this ridge. Every inch of the street was filled with smooth gravel. The storefronts on both sides looked very exquisite and orderly, and there were ordinary people dressed in fine clothes everywhere. They all had kind smiles on their faces, and it seemed that life here was quite affluent. This city is pretty nice, Lena whispered in Junie's ear. Lilydita is already one of the most famous and bustling cities in Rosno, and he is anxious about possibly seeing his father and mother later. Of course, he wasn't worried about what would happen to him, but rather about Lena being made things difficult for him. Why are you looking so gloomy? Are you unhappy? If my parents say something unpleasant, then we should just ignore them and leave. Okay, I understand. I'll do whatever my wife decides. Junie's brow relaxed, and he quickly walked over to Yul, said a few words to him, and then turned back. He had his hands behind his back, looking hesitant, as if he had something to say to Lena. Although she had heard what she was thinking, Lena pretended not to know and asked, "What's wrong?" Let Martina and the others stay at the hotel. Although there were places for servants to live in the castle, the conditions were not particularly good. Therefore, Junie's was worried that her parents would say some extremely hurtful things later, which would anger Martina and the others. After all, demi-humans in this world do not even have the most basic human rights. Lena glanced back at them, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, what's wrong? Honey? We'll rest in this city for a day. I'm going to see June's parents later. I'm only taking Nora and Realist with me. You guys rest well at the hotel. Martina put her hands on her hips and said in front of everyone, "No way. I've broken the seal. We haven't slept together for the past 2 months. Today I'm going to have a big fight with you. Let's try tomorrow then. Today is definitely not an option." Junie's took his arm and whispered a few words in his ear. Martina pouted, scratched the back of her head, and muttered, "Fine, I won't follow. Nora, I need to protect our man, and especially keep a close eye on that demon." Lila shrugged with a smile. Nora glanced at him and replied with feigned impatience, "I know." Eliana rode over on her horse, blinked her big eyes, and asked innocently, "What are you two secretly discussing?" "I'm going to see June's parents later. You and I are going too. Don't even think about leaving me to go on this risky trip." Eliana waved her staff and gently poked Lena's arm. "I'm seeing my father-in-law. Why are you following me? Should I be a third wheel or a burden? Oh, please take me with you. I'll be a good girl and stay with you. I won't go anywhere else." Lena looked at Junie's beside her, seeking his opinion. After a brief exchange of glances, they still chose to reject Eliana. Lena found a decent-looking 3-story hotel by the roadside and booked 4 adjacent rooms on the same floor for her dozen or so companions to stay in. The environment here is worlds apart from the hotels in Melina. The sheets are clean and white. The blankets are snow white. There is no odor in the room. It looks very tidy, and the lighting is quite good. The price of 4 rooms per night is 1 gold coin, which would have been unaffordable in the past, but things are different now. Lena and the others have been camping most of the way, so this is a good opportunity for them to get some rest. They should not leave their rooms unless necessary, and their weapons should be put away safely. The soldiers guarding the city didn't confiscate your weapons because of Junius's brother. Do you hear me? If anything happens, just find Peggy first. If he's not there, find Relis. Although he's a demon, he won't hurt you. Lena wouldn't feel at ease if it weren't for the fact that Realis could be in 2 places at the hotel to leave them alone. Don't worry, darling. I'll take good care of them for you. Don't say anything more. I'm worried about you. Don't run around, okay? Lena rubbed her horse ears, then turned and left. Relis split into 2 identical bodies in front of them, and then one of them followed Lena, which made him somewhat puzzled. You're always splitting yourself up. Is there a limit to the number of clones you can have? How much of your strength do these clones represent? The Orc tribe has 2 clones, and this is 1, so it's probably only about a quarter of my strength. Through his inner thoughts, Lena knew he wasn't lying. Since he declared his loyalty, he has been completely open with Lena, answering her every question truthfully. In other words, the more you divide it, the weaker each individual becomes, but there is no upper limit, right? There's an upper limit. I can probably split into 10 bodies. What the main body is killed. Master, these are both my clones and my original self. You can understand it as each of my clones being me, which means that even if you were killed right now, you wouldn't actually die, right? Lilas wrapped her tail around Lena's leg and happily answered yes. Nora glanced at him, then stepped between the two to separate them, while quickly kissing Lena. Junies captured this scene once again. He took Nora's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, "Nora, I want to discuss something with you." "Well, after we go out later, could you please play the role of my maid and not have any close contact with Lena? My family is a little special. Of course, once you leave here, it won't matter how much you pester Lena. I know this request is unreasonable, but it's okay. I'll grant it." "Thank you. Then I'll also play the role of the master's maid." Junies looked at him, feeling slightly uneasy. "That's right, but please don't do anything out of line. I'm begging you." Lilas smiled slightly, without saying a word. 176. He was determined to vent his wife's anger. In episode 176, as soon as Lena left the hotel, she saw Uair waiting at the door. He was still as aloof and taciturn as before. When their eyes met, they nodded to each other. The group walked along the wide street toward the castle, which was located on the highest point of the town. Every now and then, Junies would chat with Yull about how his parents were doing. "How are they doing lately?" "My mother is doing well, but she keeps saying she misses you." "My father is still the same as always. He is still trying to find a way to move the unsightly hill in the northwest of the town." Following Junies' gaze, Nana looked behind her. On the plain outside the city, there was a slag heap nearly 100 meters high that looked quite abrupt. The barren landscape was indeed not a good sight, suggesting that the person there was not good at socializing. During the rest of the conversation, he didn't say anything, and he and Nora just followed behind and listened quietly. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the castle gate of the city. When the guards saw Uair, they opened two thick wooden doors, and the dark castle hall came into view. Even with torches for lighting, it still felt somewhat gloomy. Several simply dressed demi-human maids stood on both sides. "Your father and mother are waiting for you in the lobby on the second floor." Junies responded, then took Lena's hand and led her up the stone stairs on the left side of the hall. On the first and second floors, Lena saw two elegantly dressed men and women sitting at a long table waiting for them. The male lord looked very much like Yull, but was older and more arrogant, while the lord's wife was very beautiful, almost a more mature version of Junies, the only difference being that his eyes were deep black. They prepared a feast for the two of them, but it was actually quite simple, with only a small amount of food that could not be considered lavish. Lena could tell they weren't welcoming, and everything she was doing was happening in the living room. Junies led Lena to them and stood up straight. "Father, sir? Mother, sir?" The lord gave Junius a cold look, then asked, "You're back?" His gaze made Lena very uncomfortable. It's clear that Junes isn't actually favored at home. Junies' expression was somewhat grim, but he still introduced Lena as father, mother, and this is my husband, Lena. She is a renowned adventurer, as well as the Goblin King Slayer, the Necromancer's Destroyer, the Ruins Conqueror, the Farmer's Guardian, the Friend of the Elves, the Leader of the Northern Orcs, the Dragon Slayer, the Lord of the Dragons, the Lord of the Demonic Desires, and the Demon Hunter. As expected of Junies, he turned almost everything Reiner had done since transmigrating into a boastful title. After finishing his explanation, he went to his parents and began to introduce them in a serious manner. "This is my father, Earl Harold Pertilidah. This is my mother, Lisa Belper, Mrs. Turi Lidtafrotate." Lena's brain went blank. Of all the names in the long list, she could only remember that her father was Harold and her mother was Isabel Junies. After the introduction, I looked at Lena nervously. "Oh no, I haven't taught Lena the etiquette of nobles yet." "Oh well, there's no need for that. They'll probably cause trouble for Lena anyway. They miss her when she's not back, but they'll hate her when she's back. I'll take Lena away in a bit." Lena looked at Junius. Although he hadn't really taught her much, Lena had some knowledge of certain films and television shows before she transmigrated, so she knew the most basic etiquette. However, she usually didn't want to bother with it. In her eyes, these were just meaningless formalities. However, considering Junies' special family background, Lena bent her waist at nearly 90 degrees, placed her right hand on her chest, kept her head down, and bowed. At the same time, she slowly said, "Your Excellency, the Countess is quite proper. Aina has indeed received aristocratic etiquette education, but she is just too lazy to use it in her daily life." Meanwhile, seeing Liner bow, Realis's evil intentions were overflowing. He was plotting to kill everyone in the castle. Nora, on the other hand, stood obediently to the side, secretly observing the positions of the guards around her. Harold spoke in a casual tone. "Look up, just as I expected. This arrogant attitude is really annoying." Lena looked up at the two people in front of her. Were they? His condescending expression only made people more disgusted. Indeed, being too humble when you haven't demonstrated your own value will not only fail to earn you respect, but will also invite contempt. In short, it's giving you too much face. You're bowing down, I'll give you a big bow. Those titles were, after all, spoken by Junies, and since he hadn't seen them with his own eyes, they seemed somewhat pale and powerless. Lena turned to look at the windowsill, pointed to the small hill that Yull had mentioned in the distance, and said, "Count, I heard from Junies' brother that you have found that small hill to be an eyesore for the past few years. Is that right?" Harold was taken aback. He seemed not to have expected Lena to speak to him first. "Yes, this is a plain, and that hill is too abrupt." Junies couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Lena's hand and walked outside, then yelled at Harold with a dark face. "That's enough. I shouldn't have come back to see your face. This place is absolutely awful." "It's okay. Wait a bit before you go." Lena soothed him gently, then spoke to Realis in demi-human language. "Could you check if there are any commoners near that hill? I'd like to perform a little acrobatic act for the Earl." Lilas spread her wings and flew away under the horrified gazes of the hall guards and her father-in-law. Lena slightly raised her staff and began to build up the most basic and unadorned fireball spell. The fireball at the top gradually changed from red to blue-white, and the temperature inside the hall continued to rise. Seeing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were hiding some distance away, he turned around and asked, "Aren't you coming to take a look?" "Never mind. It's the same whether I come or not." As Realis returned to her side, and after confirming that there was nothing around the small hill, Lena launched the fireball, which was now in plasma state. In an instant, blinding white light flashed across the sky, and the whole world seemed to be reduced to black and white. What followed was a terrifying and scorching wave of air that overturned the unsecured shelf in the corner of the hall. Inside the castle, frightened war horses neighed mournfully, and occasionally the pitiful cries of domestic fowl could be heard. A moment later, the world returned to calm. The small hill on the vast plain had vanished without a trace, replaced by a ditch tens of meters deep. Harold, helped up from the ground by the guards, looked out the window at the disappearing hill, then at Lena, but only glanced at her, not daring to look directly at her. "My goddess, what have you done?" "Your Excellency, didn't you dislike that hill? So I present it to you, my beloved goddess. To me, this city is simply the hometown of my wife, June, nothing more. I have great respect for you and your wife, but from now on, I also hope that you will respect me and Junies, especially Junies. Your daughter is my magic mentor. She is no less capable than anyone else. 177 Father-in-law. I've already behaved myself. Please let me go." In episode 177, Earl Harold was incredibly hospitable. He hosted a grand banquet, and although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, he invited most of the prominent nobles of Lyriddle and solemnly introduced Lena. However, the climate in southern China is indeed quite hot. During the dinner, Lena noticed that Harold kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and would quickly look away when their eyes met. The nobles who came to the banquet were somewhat distracted, discussing the explosion that had occurred outside the city that afternoon. After the banquet, Layli, who played Lena's personal maid, led her to the bathroom to bathe and change. That lord's attitude changed so quickly. If you ask me, he should have done a long time ago. The explosion should have occurred in the center of the city. "Master, you are so kind." Following Lena's orders, Relis stood to the side, facing the wall, in contemplation. Although she couldn't peek, she could still perceive Lena's every move with her powerful senses. Evil is overflowing again. The residents are innocent. I'm not insane. How could I possibly kill people indiscriminately? Moving mountain for the Lord is already considered doing a good deed. Lena wrapped herself in a cashmere towel, dried herself off, and then put on a full-length bathrobe before heading outside. When they returned to their room in the main building, they found that Junies had already finished showering and was sitting properly on the edge of the bed waiting for Lena. The strong aromatherapy scent in the room was a bit overpowering. Lena squinted and waved her hand, saying, "The smell is so strong." It's actually quite humid here. If you don't use aromatherapy, there's a faint musty smell. I've come over to talk to you about something. By eavesdropping on her thoughts, Lena had a general idea of what Junes wanted to say, but he still asked knowingly, "What's wrong, wife?" "Well, although I know you're standing up for me, it wouldn't be good if it accidentally affected civilians passing by, since the distance to the upper limit is only 500 or 600 meters. Although he said that, he was actually even more excited than Lena. "Sigh, I didn't know it would be so powerful. Realis's blessing can enhance my control over magic. Although I was a little angry at the time, I didn't think much of it." Nora suddenly poked her head out from under the covers, blinked at Lena, and said, "Madina must have learned it from you, Director. You can't sleep in the same bed with two different kinds of people." After saying that, he carefully snuggled into Lena's arms and started to wriggle. Junes snuggled closer and into his arms, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Thank you for coming. No one else would ever do this for me." Lena stroked her slightly protruding belly. "You who attempted suicide are my woman. Of course, I won't let others look down on you." Junes wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and slowly closed them. Just then, Realis's voice came. "Interesting. Is this the punishment for being a demon? Am I really going to be the third wheel for the three of you? To be honest, I'm a little jealous. Can I join too?" He was squatting by the bed, craning his neck to peek. "Go find somewhere to sleep and don't bother us." Lilas sat down at the foot of the bed and muttered to herself, "We demons don't need to sleep. I'll just sit here." I don't know how much time passed, but the atmosphere became a little awkward. "Are you planning to stay here tomorrow?" "Yes, I came back this time to see my mother. She loved me very much when I was little. We talked for a long time while I was showering. Although I wanted to see my teacher and introduce you to him, I heard that he left here recently. So let's go. We need to get rid of Fiona on our way, so you probably can't be away for too long. Even though he has Realis's clone to help him, he really wants to rely on you." Lena patted their heads, then lay down on the bed. "Let's rest for now. We'll set off tomorrow morning. We're not far from the capital." "Yes, I'll listen to you, Lana. I love you." Nora squirmed in her arms and spoke up as well. "I love my master too, just like you. So please don't follow suit. Please come to the homepage tonight. We'll rest now." Maris got up, walked to the small window, and gazed at the view of the city. The next morning, before dawn, Lena and the others got up. The demi-human maid was already waiting outside the door with breakfast in hand. Lena glanced at the plate that had been brought to her. The food was varied and complex. Slices of white bread were used as plates, and meat prepared in various ways were arranged on the plates. The purple grapes were carved with delicate patterns, showing that a lot of thought had been put into them. "Could you please bring me two more simpler ones?" Nora and Realis haven't eaten yet. Arin's maid nodded, and a little while later, she brought two more breakfasts. Junie smiled, a little bitterly, and said, "In the past, if I ate breakfast in my room, would people say it was impolite? But now my father actually has them bring the food over on their own initiative. I think it's okay to be a little more relaxed at home." As Lana spoke, she handed her portion to Nora, while she and Realis ate the regular portion. Nora was reluctant to eat the exquisite food on the plate, so she picked up a piece and fed it to Lena. After finishing breakfast, Lena tidied her clothes, put on her armor, and headed downstairs. Harold, Yull, and several other family members that Lena didn't recognize were sitting around a long table enjoying breakfast. When they saw Reiner come down, they all looked up at him almost simultaneously and then stood up and bowed. This sudden change is a little disorienting. Harold took the initiative to speak, offering a somewhat awkward greeting. "Lady Lena, you've lived most of your life. You probably rarely do this." Lena nodded, then gave up her seat. "Father, Mother, we're leaving now. Goodbye." Harold nodded slightly. Isabel rose and went to Junie's side and slowly said, "Your father has prepared some travel expenses for you, and I hope you will find them useful. Although your father is very harsh on you, he has never denied that you are his daughter. I hope you can forgive him." Nana picked at her ear, and after they finished talking, she accompanied Junie's downstairs. He noticed a rather luxurious-looking cargo wagon parked at the castle gate, but the wagon was empty inside, with only a heavy wooden crate in the large space. 178, The Interrogation of the Demons. In episode 178, Lena looks at the box behind her and can roughly sense what's inside. She first went to the inn to pick up B's second sister, planning to take a closer look once they were outside the city. Martina became excited and babbled incoherently as soon as she saw Lena, saying, "Darling, you probably don't know what happened yesterday afternoon, but while I was sleeping, I was suddenly woken up by a loud thud." Then the two skinny women hugged each other, looking somewhat uneasy, clearly having not slept well the night before. Nora raised her hand and covered his mouth. "Yes, that was the noise made by Master. Don't worry." "Huh? What's the meaning? Was he bombed?" "Forget it. I can't explain it to you." Nora sighed, gave up on explaining, and then walked over to Daisy and threw herself into his arms. Peggy's white tiger bait trembled slightly, revealing that Raylis, who was merging with his clone, was complaining that the Demon King had attacked from Beijing and that the explosion was caused by a falling meteorite. "He told us to write our wills." Lena looked at him, speechless for a moment. Sometimes Raylis's pranks can really leave you speechless. He reached out and grabbed the demon's horns, shaking his head violently. "It seems I need to take better control of you." After leaving Lilith Tower, the group continued south, heading towards the capital of the Kingdom of Rosno. During the midday break, Lena led Junies to the back of the carriage and gently opened the wooden box. A box of gleaming Rosno gold coins was presented to Lena, with a layer of gold ingots at the bottom. Lina tried to move the box, but despite his best efforts, he could only move it a little bit. This thing must have at least several hundred guards. No wonder it takes 4 horses to pull it. Is this a dowry or protection money? What is a dowry? What is protection money? Nana, sometimes I don't understand what you're saying. After all, this is another world, and different customs are understandable. Lena explained it to him in detail. "Ah, then I feel it might be the latter. After what you did yesterday, my father has become less talkative. Forget it. I'll just consider it a temporary loan. I'll return these things when I have the chance, so they don't see through me." I didn't dare to look at him clearly. I guess my father won't be able to sleep soundly for a long time. He even blew up the mountain. Magicians who can achieve this level are extremely rare, even in the grand scheme of history. Nana beckoned Paige over, and while he counted the gold coins, he led Junies to sit down on the lawn to rest. Just as he was about to take a short rest, he caught a glimpse of a burlap sack slowly wriggling in the distance. Suddenly remembering that he had captured a demon yesterday, he decisively stepped forward and untied the sack. The demon, bound hand and foot like a caterpillar, crawled out of the sack, took a deep breath, and looked at Lena with some fear. Nora also came over, her nimble fingers toying with a sharp mithril dagger. The demon looked at the glittering silver and shrank back in fear, then said, "Don't hurt me. I'll be obedient." Lena suddenly wanted to conduct an experiment. She borrowed Nora's dagger and gently pressed the blade against the demon's arm in front of her. A wisp of green smoke rose, and the demon howled in agony. A patch on his arm was burned by the secret scorch, and there were faint signs of his collapse. Demons seemed to belong to the category of evil spirits as well. Lena used hydrotherapy to treat his burns, and after some effort, she finally managed to heal the burns on his arm. Lena brought over a piece of black bread, waved it in front of her, and reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." The demon's eyes were fixed on the piece of black bread, never looking away for a moment. His craving for food almost made him forget the pain he had just experienced. Lena called Martina over and asked, "Didn't you feed him yesterday?" "Feeding? What should I feed them? Didn't you explain that?" "I tied it up, tossed it into a corner, and went to play with the little elves. Luckily, we got back early. If we had stayed in the castle for several days, the demon would probably have starved to death. You should go and rest. We still have to travel this afternoon." Martina shook her head and hugged Lena tightly. "No, I want to stick to you." Reiner was already used to this. He conjured a water droplet in his hand, then beckoned to the demon with his finger, indicating that he should drink from it. The demon licked its chapped lips with its long, thin tongue, and cautiously leaned in to take a sip. This guy is similar to Relis in many ways, except that he's not as handsome. After you finished drinking the water, Lena continued to ask if you had a name. The module nodded, its eyes fixed on the black bread in front of it, and spoke somewhat hastily. "My name is Velisa." Lena handed him the black bread. After Salvi took the bread, he began to devour it. Watching him wolf it down, Lena couldn't help but think of the first time she met Nora. "Have you never had enough to eat? How many of your kind are around here?" In the language of Vilisub, it simply means just dry rice. Lila strode over, snatched the black bread away, slapped him, and asked expressionlessly, "My master is asking you a question. Didn't you hear me?" Only obedient guys get to fill their stomachs. After being hit like that, Verisa covered her face and knelt on the ground, unable to stand up. He had to sing the white-faced role, so Lena could only sing the red-faced role. He deliberately spoke in the demon language, saying, "Let's talk this out. Why are you hitting me?" Then she asked Martina for half a piece of white bread and handed it to him. "No rush. Eat slowly. No one will take it from you." Verisa carefully took the bread and put it in her mouth little by little. Lena reached out to touch her hair, but she closed her eyes in fear. "It's okay. I won't bully you. Tell me while you eat. I won't betray them. They're my family." Lena gasped. This guy, despite begging for mercy, still had some backbone. "Go ahead and say it. I promise I won't hurt them, provided they don't lay a hand on me. I'm just very interested in you guys. The magic you possess is terrifying. If you back out, you're doomed. Can you still see magic? Your magic is only slightly weaker than that purple-haired monster, but it's still terrifying." Lena's outward-spreading magic power has been largely concealed by Raylis, and is now almost equivalent to it. The skill of sensing magic is quite useful most of the time. This demon is interesting. Lyres crossed his arms and said coldly, "Chu Ran, there's no need to waste words with him. Let me interrogate him." 179 Martina wants to have a sparring match. In episode 179, Vilasa only made eye contact with Relis for half a second before he confessed everything he knew, revealing that his ability to resist mental corruption was virtually zero. Almost instantly, her eyes became clear, and she didn't even forget that she thought Lena was a handsome man. "What did you do to me?" Verisa huddled under the tree, covering her mouth as she asked Relis. He seemed somewhat overwhelmed, feeling as if he had met a long-lost friend and had revealed everything he knew. Melis crossed her arms and stared coldly at Verisa in front of her. "I didn't do anything special. It's just that everyone likes to tell me the truth." Reiner learned that these blood membranes came from the southernmost tip of the continent. There was indeed another hideout of them nearby, with about 20 or 30 blood membranes left behind, mostly elderly people and children. Marilyn humbly knelt down at Lena's feet and hugged her tightly. Please let them go. Let me bear all the blame. They didn't attack you. They are innocent." Lena looked down at him, then narrowed her eyes slightly. "But you must have killed quite a few people, right? Passing caravans, patrolling soldiers, villages outside the city. I heard from Ewer that you've committed many evils." Melissa stopped talking and just kept crying. "However, I can give you a chance." Hope ignited in Verisa's eyes. She wiped away her tears, suddenly looked up, and stared intently at Lena. "From now on, you will be at my service, and of course, I will not let you work for nothing. You will definitely have enough to eat, and I can also give you a piece of land to cultivate. Although it is somewhat barren, at least you will no longer have to kill for food. These blood demons can transform their blood into all sorts of weapons, and they are incredibly agile when moving through the forest. With a little training, they would definitely be a formidable group of warriors." Just as Velisa was lost in thought, Realis used his claws to lift his chin, sneering and threatening. "Aren't you going to agree? Do you have any other choice? Can you understand what we're saying? To me, it's just a dialect." With a little understanding, it became clear quickly. Verisa swallowed hard, her eyes filled with pleading. He asked in a humble tone, "Could you let me talk to them later? It won't be long. It's possible. Since that's the case, then it's settled. After you finish resting this afternoon, you will take us there." Verisa nodded, then curled up, hugging her knees. Lena knelt down in front of him and imprinted a pattern of energy on his arm. "Now you're mine. Don't try to run away, and don't try to attack me or anyone else, understand?" Verisa responded heavily, remaining motionless in place, as if only by leaning against the big tree could she feel safe. Lena nodded in satisfaction and led the group back to rest. But after only a few steps, Martina started yelling. She grabbed Raylis' wrist and pointed to an open space to go out and have a one-on-one fight. The air seemed to freeze upon hearing this. Lilas looked at him and said with a smile, "You've already lost before, so even if you win now, it won't change anything. The two clones are still in the tribe. This body only has half of its power. If they simply spar with him, there is absolutely no chance of defeating him. I know, I only enjoy fighting strong opponents. Do you also have a right to sleep there? Hey, it's no use if you just agree unilaterally. My owner won't even let me peek when he's taking a bath. Hey, that means you're not capable at all. You just have a pretty face. You're not as charming as me. Lilas's lips twitched slightly, and at the same time, his thoughts drifted over. What does a simple-minded guy know? If I wanted to make a move, from then on, the master would only favor me and would never give you a second glance. You should be glad about that, right? They actually dared to compare their charm with mine? How ridiculous. Clearly, Martina's words had stirred his competitive spirit. Although he was unhappy, his expression remained unchanged, and he gently replied, Okay, Martina is right. Little Martina is the cutest. Go play somewhere else. Unfortunately, his advice had no effect. Martina continued to pester him relentlessly. Just one fight, not even once. Melis looked at Lena with some difficulty, hoping to get his help. After thinking for a moment, Lena said that the other party only has half of their strength right now, so let's talk about it when we get back. No, this is becoming a major worry for me. Then he can use magic. Wouldn't that be fair? Are you really sure I can use magic? Even though I only have half my strength left, I'm still very strong. Although this guy is currently much faster than me, if I can use magic, the advantage will still be mine. Martina shrugged and began chanting a spell as she removed her armor. Seeing this, Lilas also began to change his form, transforming into a demon. Lena watched the two men, who were on the verge of exchanging blows, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He frowned and whispered that it should be kept to a minimum, and that no one should take the opportunity to settle personal scores. No. The two answered in unison, their eyes fixed intently on each other. At referee Nora's signal, the two, who were going all out, disappeared from their original positions and collided violently. As soon as the sparring began, Lilas was at a disadvantage. A blinding purple lightning bolt exploded, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away by Martina's shaft, rolling several times on the ground. Realis doesn't seem to know much about chopping trees. Although he possesses some of Lena's magic, he only releases initial elements, such as burning Martina with flames or blowing her away with strong winds, but such attacks are almost ineffective against Martina. Watching the two after images constantly attacking each other on the plane, Nora sighed. This idiot's skills are getting better and better. Even I can hardly see his movements. Lena was sweating profusely because even with his lightning-fast reflexes enhanced, he still couldn't pinpoint Martina's location with his eyes. This guy is practically reckless when he uses lightning armor. As Realis was struck by a bolt of lightning, it spun and plummeted from the sky. 180 is already in hell difficulty even before birth. Episode 180. Hey, are you alright? Sleeping is not allowed here. Lena picked up a small twig and gently poked Raris's thigh. He was like a carrot, his upper body planted in the ground, not moving at all. If it weren't for the fact that his body hadn't started to dissipate yet, Lena would have definitely thought he had fallen to his death. Martina arrived late, and her movements seemed somewhat clumsy. She staggered a few steps when she landed. He grabbed Relis's two big white legs and pulled them out of the ground like radishes, then asked with concern if she was all right. I was in pain just now, otherwise I definitely could have caught you. Lelis was covered in mud, and her expression towards Martina was somewhat resentful. This was the first time she had shown displeasure towards Martina. Her inner thoughts kept reaching Lena's ears. Damn, this guy is really dirty. It's clear he's really angry. They agreed to stop short of a fight, but he ended up getting a shock from the Thunder Goddess Martina. Am I sorry? I thought criticizing you would cause me trouble. Martina patted the dirt off her hair, then hugged her tightly and pleaded, if that doesn't work, just spank me a few times to vent your anger and ask for my forgiveness. His original straightforward personality has changed a lot, and now he occasionally shows a feminine side. He is also very good at acting cute. Lilas squinted at him, watching the usually silly Lilas acting coy and awkward. This amusing contrast dispelled most of his dissatisfaction. He smiled again and said to Martina, since that's the case, let me touch your ears as punishment for your rough handling. What's so great about touching ears? Raris squinted and rubbed the furry thing a couple of times without any hesitation, clearly showing his interest in it. Just as the two were talking, Lena, who was standing to the side, asked, Are you all right? I noticed you were swaying a bit earlier. The lightning armor infusion technique must have affected your body, right? Martina blinked, moved her arms, and said innocently, I don't know, but my body aches every time I use lightning armor. Nonsense. How could it not hurt if you patted yourself every day? It's fine once or twice, but over time it will only harm your health. Are you only planning to live to 40? He had previously used laser casting, and after about 3 hours of use, he would experience unbearable stinging pain all over his body. Although Martina's physical abilities far surpassed his, this guy released lightning elemental energy many times faster than him. The faster he released it, the stronger the power he gained, but the greater the damage to his body would also be. He was just harming his own body in exchange for a brief moment of unimaginable power. To be honest, he regretted teaching him the lightning armor. If he had known that this genius could figure out the complete version on his own and even come up with some moves that were extremely harmful to the body, he would never have told him. 40 years old? That's been over 20 years. Every day you spend doing that is a bonus. Martina said seriously, her eyes softening with tenderness. If it weren't for my dear, I would have died in that forest long ago. One thing at a time, I want you to live longer, at least to 70 or 80 years old, right? If we have children in the future, wouldn't you want to watch them grow up? My life doesn't matter. If I die young, darling, you'll raise them, won't you? Does that mean I don't have a mother anymore? Oh dear, forget about all that nonsense. Besides, Nora and Junies can be mothers too. My child will never lack a mother. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? And she's not pregnant yet, is she? Let's talk about it after I get pregnant. Lena was speechless for a moment. People can laugh when they're speechless. That child is suffering too much. It's being electrocuted while still in the womb. It's like it's been chosen for hell before it even started. The difficulty is so high. It should be able to survive, right? Martina looked at Realist beside her, somewhat uncertainly. Probably. Look, he got criticized and nothing happened. How can a child compare to him? In short, just listen to me, teacher. Use what I teach you normally. Only when you encounter an insurmountable enemy, when it's a matter of life and death, can you use what you've figured out on your own. Even if you don't use that specific move, you're already very strong. Just keep exercising regularly. Then I'll listen to you. I'll only use it against particularly formidable enemies, not normally. However, I will continue to study magic. It's much more powerful than physical exercise. Please, I'm begging you, stop thinking about all that nonsense. That won't do. You're the only family I have left. I will never stop getting stronger because I want to protect you. Yes, I admire you for that. Lena was tired. If it's just for research purposes, that's not a bad idea, is it? Nora walked over and spoke from the side. My owner told me to just control it directly, since this idiot can't understand human language and it's too much trouble to explain. You're the one who can understand human language. In high spirits, Relis reached out her hand to him and said with a smile. The kitten curled its ears, and Nora gently twisted them away from his hand. After their lunch break, Lena and her wives followed Verisa out of the camp and headed towards the distant woods. After walking for about an hour, the group stopped in front of the woods. Lena sensed something hidden in the tree ahead. Before he could speak, a red spear grazed Verisa's cheek and shot toward him, but was easily blocked by the barrier. Verisa quickly turned around and explained, Master, please forgive them. Go over this morning and explain your purpose. How dare they attack my master? This is extremely disrespectful. They should all be killed. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Just then, the female demon with long white hair emerged from the forest, glaring fiercely at the Velisa gods. What benefits did the Velisa gods give you that made you betray your people? Where's the leader? He looked very thin, with sunken cheeks. Lena stepped forward and said in a friendly tone, I'm not here to fight. I want to talk to you. 181. Bring the demons under his command. In episode 181, the demons were somewhat surprised that the gods could speak our language, but they quickly said that it would make communication much easier. So, where's our leader? Is he still alive? I don't know, maybe he's dead. The demons who attacked us along with Verisa were all killed. They were all very skilled warriors, but they were unlucky and chose the strongest target to attack. In fact, the battle was completely one-sided. Reiner didn't see how the demons made their moves. He only saw them flee quickly, but Martina still managed to kill the last one. He thought the demon in front of him would be angry, but he asked with unusual calm, "You killed them all by yourself?" Lena pointed to Martina, who was scratching her ear behind her. "To be precise, it was my wife who killed them all by herself. She didn't seem to have as much magic as you. Having more and being stronger are two different things. I'm not even sure I can beat him." Lena stared at the module in front of her, paused for a moment, and then asked, "What's your name?" "I can only tell you your name after you beat me." As soon as he finished speaking, blood gushed from the wound on his wrist and gradually solidified into a double-edged axe in his hand. Nora tiptoed and whispered in Lena's ear, "Master, he's stalling for time. The other demons have fled from behind the forest. I heard them with the sound of the wind. Relis, Madina, you two take Paige and the little elf and fly to the back of the forest to intercept them. Try not to kill them. Capture them alive. Ideally, they should each carry one and fly away into the distance." The white-haired demon couldn't contain himself when he saw them flying overhead. He shouted and charged at Lena, but after only a few steps, he was hit by two large water balls from Junies. Then, Belena used the earthquake tree to create a swamp, making it very difficult for him to escape. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. This immediately enraged him, causing him to curse the treacherous and cunning human race. "Okay, you've already lost. Now, just tell me your name." A sharp spike suddenly sprouted from the demon clan's blood palace, heading straight for Lena, but was once again blocked by the barrier. It must be said that with such attack speed, an average human warrior would probably be hit before even having time to react. "It's really strong and very fast. You're awesome. Come at me if you have a problem." Most of them were women and children, and even we would not kill vulnerable women and children. The white-haired demon, mired in the mud, gritted his teeth and shouted, his hair covered in mud and water. "What are you saying? Isn't my wife Martina a woman?" I don't think they held back at all when they launched their sneak attack. Lena walked up to her, slowly squatted down, and looked down at her, who was almost unable to move. "And as I said, I'm not here to fight." Just then, Lyres flew back, stood up straight, and solemnly replied to his master, "We have brought the situation under control. Not a single blood demon escaped, and no one was injured." "Thanks a lot." Verissa knelt beside Lena, pleading for the demons trapped in the swamp. "Master, I beg you to spare him. I'm willing to do anything for you." To his surprise, his expression turned even more disgusted upon hearing this. "Master, Verissa, you traitor, you lackey of the human race, you are the eternal disgrace of the blood demon." Verissa lowered her head in silence. Lilas said with a smile, "He didn't betray you. It's just that everyone likes to tell me the truth. You'll see." The moment their eyes met, the demon trapped in the swamp lost his luster and was immediately controlled. Lilas chuckled and scoffed softly. "It's not even as good as the wine that Verissa insisted on. May I have your name?" "Hermifris?" Lilas narrowed his eyes, a lewd expression creeping onto his face. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued, "Have you fallen out with several different men?" Nifris fell into deep thought, then spoke 4 times. Lena reached out and tapped Lilas's head. "Don't ask these nonsense questions. I'm not interested. Isn't this for the master's sake? He's been with 4 men, so he's already a substandard product. Master, don't let him talk nonsense again, or I'll have to control you. Let's break free from his control." Melis nodded. Nivorous, who was in the swamp, instantly regained his senses. He still had a complete memory of what had just happened, so he blushed and cursed at Relis, saying, "Shameless! You two are the same. There isn't a single good one among the gods." Relis crouched down in front of him, her purple eyes fixed on Nefris, and slowly began to speak. "It was fine to curse me, but to curse my master, look at the wings behind me. Am I human?" Lena had no idea what was happening. She saw Nefris's forehead beaded with sweat, his pupils dilated rapidly, and his heart pounding wildly, as if he had seen something terrifying. "That's enough." Lilas snorted softly, and Nefris returned to normal, breathing heavily and greedily, no longer daring to look Lilas in the eye. "Breathe in your own breath. This is just a small lesson. If it happens again, you'll be begging me for forgiveness." Lena extended her staff, and after Nefris grabbed it, she forcefully pulled him out of the mud claws. This guy had trouble even standing up. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. "Now that your leader is dead, who will be in charge next?" Nephraeus said cautiously. I am the leader's sister. He can barely speak properly now, but Lena still likes his unruly nature. I'm giving you two choices. First, from now on, follow me and serve me. I will provide you with food, land, and do my best to ensure your safety. Secondly, I will not kill you. I will leave this place and leave you to struggle for survival on your own. As for how long you can live, that will depend on your abilities. Lena stared at the emaciated Niphorus. If what he said was true, and the vast majority of the remaining members of their tribe were the old, weak, sick, and disabled, then keeping them around wouldn't pose much of a threat to the nearby cities. They would starve to death soon, which could be considered a tacit agreement to Verisaw's request. Niphorus remained silent, glancing at Relis beside him, when a thought reached Lena's ears. If you dare to choose option 2, you're doomed. I advise you to have some self-awareness. Lilas was glaring at him fiercely. 182 The Loyalty of the Demon Clan. In episode 182, Niphorus swallowed hard and resolutely replied, From now on, I am willing to lead my people to follow you. Please do not harm them. It's clear that he said that entirely because he was under the influence of Relis's tyranny. If Relis isn't around, choose option 2 for Nephris. Lena placed a wisp of energy on his arm, then patted him on the shoulder. From now on, we're companions. From then on, that life of hunger and deprivation came to an end. Niphorus nodded reluctantly. It was clear he didn't believe what Lena said. Lilas said coldly from the side, Don't look so gloomy thinking you're finished. You should be secretly happy to have been chosen by my master. Serving him is 100 times better than you living in the open here. You'll be grateful to me later. Stop talking and lead the way. I want to see where they live. Led by Relis, Lena entered the woods. Even after reaching the center of the forest, Lena only saw a few fireflies and no place to rest, like a tent. Where do they live? Lilas looked up at the tall, straight trees and answered softly. As expected, they should be hanging in the tree like monkeys. After saying that, he asked Nephris, Am I right? Yes, we usually live in trees, so we are less likely to be discovered by humans and can also avoid attacks from some monsters. The group continued walking, passing through a slightly dense grove of trees, where Lena saw Martina, who was waving vigorously. The captured demons stood in rows, their faces expressionless, clearly under the control of Lilas. Reiner roughly counted about 80 demons, and, as Niphorus said, most of them were old, weak, sick, or disabled. The proportion of the old and disabled was not high. Most were children, wounded warriors, or women who were not very good at fighting. Nephris asked head bowed, I have pledged my allegiance to you. Them? Lena gave Relis a wink, and the group of controlled demons returned to normal. Their first reaction was to hide next to Nephris, huddling together like small animals, staring in terror at Relis behind Lena. It's clear that Niphris is highly trusted by them. After all, someone willing to risk his life to cover the retreat of his people can't be too bad. Where is your food? Verisaw took off a bag and showed it to Lena. It was filled with all sorts of stolen food, including game and poultry, but mostly cheap black bread and green peas. It was estimated that this food was only enough for one meal at most. This is our food for today and tomorrow. We have to eat one bite of food over 2 days. No wonder we're so hungry. Let them pack up, everyone come with me. Watching the modules packing up their belongings and going their separate ways, Lena was overjoyed. She hadn't expected such a huge haul. However, with a larger team, more problems will inevitably arise, and the return trip will likely be delayed. But Fiona has Lyres' clone, so the problem shouldn't be too serious. After returning to the camp with swarms of blood membranes, a small number of demi-humans became hostile towards them. In the southern part of the continent, the two races are rivals, and many of their demi-human relatives and friends have died at the hands of the Blood Demon. After Lena imprinted the Blood Demon with the aura, she had to emphasize team discipline again and again. I don't expect you to eliminate your prejudices, but at least don't fight each other. If you have any complaints, please let me know and I will try my best to resolve them. The demi-humans nodded in unison, while the Blood Demons didn't dare to utter sound. They quietly huddled together, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. They should be fine after a while. Reiner ordered the demi-humans to bring 2 boxes of black bread to eat. Look at how pale and thin you all are. There's plenty of black bread for you today. The demons looked at each other, none daring to step forward and take the black bread, as if Lyres would kill them if they did. Lena said to Velisa and Nephris, "You two come over and give them bread, 1 piece each." While Nephris was still hesitating, Verissa quickly stepped forward, took several pieces of bread, and began distributing them to the other modules. A few seconds later, Nephraeus was also inspired and joined in distributing bread to everyone. The demons who received the bread dared not eat it and remained warily watching their surroundings. Just then, Lena felt her control over her magic gradually weakening, and the suppressed magic was leaking out continuously. He then remembered that it had been a week since he last prayed for Relis, and the time was almost up. He had to seek him out again tonight for the blessing. Lyres looked up at the sky and exclaimed with some delight, "The amount of magic power my master possesses is astonishing every time I see it. Such a massive amount of magic power is simply beyond reason. Master, look, the entire sky has been dyed into a rainbow, and the magic is even more powerful than when I first saw it." Lena looked in the direction he was pointing, and in his eyes, the sky was still blue. "I didn't see anything and can't understand what you're saying. Jun, what does the world look like in your eyes?" Just then, Martina glanced at her waist and winked to the side. The demons around her stared blankly at Lena. Nephris, who was in the lead, suddenly knelt down at Lena's feet, followed by Varys. "What's going on here now?" The little fairy Ariana hid behind Lena, watching the group of demons who seemed rather strange with great vigilance. More and more demons put down the food they had obtained and began to kneel before Lena. Their postures were perfectly synchronized, like devout believers praying to a god. "I guess they were terrified after seeing your true magic. I was shocked when I first saw it too. Tell me." He started whipping the corpses of those dead demons again. "I really don't know what kind of mentality Satoru's had when he came to you. He was so stupid, it's no wonder he died." As soon as he finished speaking, Lilas couldn't help but kneel down in front of Lena and swore once again, "Master, I am willing to stay by your side forever and become the sharpest sword in your hand." Idia, standing to the side, said, "I heard my grandfather say that demons can see flowing magic power, and they will elect the companion with the strongest magic power as their leader." "Master, is your magic also very powerful?" "It's all right." Lena bent down and helped Nephris up from the ground. Okay, get up, everyone. He's so embarrassed he's about to have an attack." Nephris's eyes were glazed over, and his hand was slightly raised, as if he wanted to grasp something ethereal. "You must be the legendary god who can lead us." 183. Head to the royal capital to purchase demi-humans. In episode 183, Reiner went to a nearby town and bought many Alma cloaks, which he draped over the bodies of the demons to disguise them. After all, bringing a group of demons to this place would be far too conspicuous. Sometimes encountering caravans would cause unnecessary disturbances, and as the caravans grew larger, their movement became slower. This flat terrain is where horses can take advantage of their speed, but Lena needs to take care of the demons who are not riding horses, so she slows down slightly. Because of her immense magical power, Lena often attracts groups of modules that travel from afar just to witness the source of her magic, only to be taken in by Lena, whom the demons revere as a goddess. In just a few days, the number of demons in the team had grown from the initial 80 to around 100. They could easily reinforce the team just by wandering around. Lena was really growing to like this place more and more. Just then, Junius rode up to him and asked, "We're almost at the capital. Shall we set up camp here? With demons by your side, it's difficult to even get close to the city, let alone enter it. There are many patrolling soldiers near the capital, which can easily lead to misunderstandings." The group was now very close to Doragi, the capital of the kingdom of Rosno, and there were more and more caravans nearby. Going any further would probably be more troublesome. Lena looked at the plain on one side of the road, then looked up at the blazing sun overhead, and then stopped her horse. "Let's set up camp here. I'll go into the capital to buy some demi-humans and try to get back before dark. After a night's rest, we'll head back to Cannon." Junies nodded, then told everyone to rest where they were. "Nora Relis, you two come with me. Remember to leave a clone here for communication." Martina immediately wilted, and she said pitifully, "You didn't even take me with you." Junies decisively came to Lena's rescue. Montina, who was pretending to be weak, said, "I am pregnant now, weak, pitiful, and helpless. I need a strong female warrior to protect me, so that I can feel a little safe." Yes, oh dear, who is the most suitable candidate? It's so hard to guess. Even someone as naive as Martina knew that the two were targeting her. She pouted and crossed her arms. Fine, then I'll stay with Jones. Is this what a good child should be like? Just then, Ariana's staff began attacking Lena's waist again, and she squinted and asked, "What about me? You're just a potato. You don't take up much space anyway. If you want to come along, just put it in your pocket. If you don't want to come along, just bury it in the ground." Ariana nudged Lena twice with her staff, then slowly climbed onto her. After the Marilys split, she licked her lips with her long, thin tongue, stared at Nora's ears, and said somewhat lewdly, "So, can I sit behind the kitten now? I can touch his ears later." Nora shrugged, dismounted, walked to Eliana's side, and patted her thigh. "You're riding in the carriage with the demon and managing the money box. I want to sit behind my master. Sister Nora, I can't. I can't hold the carriage back. You can't hold it back, but I think you want to hug my man." Upon hearing this, Ariana, in order to prove her innocence, decisively left Lena and boarded the cargo wagon. However, her thoughts still reached Lena's ears. Nora still found out. The little elf has grown up, and she's starting to think about all sorts of nonsense. Nora nimbly leaped onto the horse, wrapped her arms tightly around Lena's waist, and then tilted her head to bite his neck. Junies whispered a reminder to be careful. Martina glanced at him and said defiantly, "Go back and forth, you two, be careful." The four immediately headed towards Dol Ragi in the distance. They hadn't gone far when they encountered soldiers patrolling on horseback. The soldiers were dressed in light armor, carrying flag spears, and scrutinizing Eliana and Relis, whose hair was strangely colored, with sharp eyes. These two, a man and a woman, were indeed too conspicuous. Just to be on the safe side, Lena asked, "You elves shouldn't have any enmity with humans, right?" "Probably not. We love peace, and it's unlikely we'd have a feud with humans." Ariana thought for a moment, then said in a serious tone, "You can only say that you love peace. As for the other elves, humph, I can't agree. Perhaps I should ask the little elves here." Having said that, he handed the reins to Relis behind him. "Hey you stinky devil, hold on to the rope. I need to ask the other little sprites some questions." After the handover was completed, he just kept his eyes closed and stared blankly into space. Lena continued riding, galloping towards the distant city, where she could already see the red and yellow tapestries hanging on the towering city walls. Meanwhile, as more and more caravans appeared around them, their pace gradually slowed down. Passing merchants seized the opportunity to promote their products. "Friend, would you like to take a look at the mithril dagger? These are weapons crafted by dwarves. When evil spirits encounter these things, they groan and run away clutching their butts. There's a special offer right now. For just 1 gold coin, you can get this exquisite mithril dagger. Let me see it." Lena took the mithril dagger and swung it a few times. Judging from its weight alone, she could tell it was a fake. Mithril is very light. Nora's dagger is as light as a feather, but this thing is heavy. Lena rubbed the back of the dagger against Lyres' arm, and when he didn't react, she returned it. "Your dagger is SOSO. You're not afraid of demons at all? How is that possible? I once used this dagger to easily slit the throat of a demon." Lena was speechless. To sell the product, he had gone to such lengths to exaggerate his abilities. Lila smiled without saying a word, observing the merchant in front of her with great interest, and then played along with his boasting. "You're really amazing. It must have been very dangerous back then, right? When I was little, my mother often told me stories about demons, which scare me so much that I couldn't sleep. Hey, it's just a demon, nothing serious." With this dagger, the carriage ahead sped up, and before he could finish his boast, Lena quickened her pace to catch up. Relis was reminiscing about the conversation he had just had, and he laughed heartily. "Come to think of it, I don't recall ever seeing you use a weapon. My body is strong enough to endure. I don't need that kind of thing. Of course, if my master is willing to give me a weapon, I will cherish it and treat it as a token of our love. It's so noisy and incessant. Stop messing around." Before he could finish speaking, he was elbowed by the sprite. 184 Stalkers. In episode 184, Lena was thinking about giving Realis a weapon. Although demons could hardly use weapons made of mithril, weapons made of other materials were not impossible. He had seen Lilas play with his crystal staff. Perhaps the crystals wouldn't have any effect on the demons. Although this thing wasn't as light as mithril, it was definitely tough enough. The proof was the staff in his hand. It had accompanied him on his adventures for so long, yet it was still brand new, without even the slightest scratch. He really didn't know how the genuine Crimson Dragon's breath had broken. Just then, Realis's inner voice reached his ears. My master looks so cute in his days. I really want to eat him up. I envy Nora's every day. Lena glanced at him, and their eyes met. Lilas narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, showing no intention of looking away. Well, putting everything else aside, the owner is indeed handsome. No wonder Nora always blushes. Is this what it feels like to fall in love? I didn't understand it before, but now I do. Lena noticed her blushing and couldn't help but tease her. You call yourself a succubus? Is this all the theorem you know? Lilas looked away, gave a stiff laugh, and didn't refute anything. I need to get along well with the three of them. Even if it's not my turn now, it doesn't mean I won't have a chance in the future. After a long time, the four of them finally arrived at the city gate of Doragi. From the outside, it doesn't look much different from Ridge or Riddell. The most obvious difference between these cities is probably their size. Rosnoando appears to be about 4 times the size of Lilita. In comparison, Journey's hometown seems like a small place, and Melord even more so. As for Cannon, well, Lena couldn't find a more fitting adjective for the moment. The guards of the caravan at the front had their weapons confiscated by the city guards. Lena and her companions, who were not carrying long weapons, thought they could pass through smoothly, but they were also stopped by the guards at the city gate. What's wrong? Lena had already taken out the purse from her waist, preparing to pull him aside to bribe him. This is the method Juni's taught him. Within the kingdom of Rosno, if a guard stops you for some strange reason, just drag him to a secluded spot and slip him a few silver coins. If they still disagree, then add more money and slip them a gold coin. He said, although this kingdom appears glamorous on the outside, it is actually rotten to the core and could collapse at any moment. Such things happen all the time. Soldiers often try every means to line their own pockets. If they won't even part with a single gold coin, then there's probably trouble ahead. Fortunately, the soldier at the gate only asked him what country he was from. What are you here for? Lena thought for a moment, intending to say Diest, but after considering it for a while, she chose to say that she was a slave trader from Cannonsna and Barnet, who was coming to the capital to buy some good quality and cheap slaves to take back and resell. The soldier scrutinized Lena with sharp eyes, seemingly deep in thought. You can look at the map. That city is located in the northernmost primeval forest of the continent. Of course I know. The soldier answered expressionlessly. Then his gaze fell on the 3 women accompanying him. Their cat-like demi-human is my slave, and the purple-haired and blue-haired ones are my elf friends. He boasts without any hesitation or embellishment. However, Eliana and Realis do have some similarities, such as having pointed ears. The difference is that elves have larger ears, while demons have smaller ears. Seeing that Lena had a smile on her face and showed no sign of guilt, the guards simply asked a few questions and then released them from their torture. With your hoods up and your hair colors different, you're too eye-catching. The 2 men moved in perfect unison, putting on their hats almost simultaneously. Lena randomly asked passers-by for directions to the slave market and then rode there on horseback. After walking only a few steps, Nora poked Lena's key with her finger and whispered, "Master, there's a woman watching us from our left rear side." Although his face looked kind, it gave me a particularly dangerous feeling. His magical power is immense, comparable to that of Satoru's and the others. He was probably coming for me. Could you tell? Yes, I could feel his malice towards me. He wanted to kill me. Lena pretended to look around and glanced at him with her jade rod. He was an elderly magician with gray hair, wearing a gray cloak and holding a withered wooden staff. For some reason, Lena felt a strange sense of familiarity with this person. He probably won't make a move in the city, but you should still be a little careful and not stray too far from me. No need. Although I only have 1/4 of my current strength, he shouldn't be able to beat me in a one-on-one fight. With his words, Lena felt relieved. In any case, let's pick the slaves first. Once we're out of the city, He'll probably come looking for us himself. As Lena headed towards a slave market, Nora asked softly from behind, "Is it really okay to ignore him?" "No need, because he's already gone, and I've activated laser speed and domain. If he intends to make a move, I'll deploy a barrier immediately. If he continues to follow us, that's one thing. If not, then so be it." Nora responded softly and hugged Lena even tighter. Upon arriving at the bustling slave market, Lena left the carriage at the entrance and used sealing magic to lift the chest full of gold coins before leading everyone into the slave market. The slave market, teeming with people, then conducted its assessment. The system was still processing the data, possibly due to the large number of cases. Lena stood there for quite a while before the system responded. "The identification is complete. There are a total of 13,700 demi-human slaves in the host field of vision. You only need to tell me about the epic and legendary level slaves. There are 121 epic level slaves and 13 legendary level slaves." Indeed, buying slaves in big cities was the right decision. The tens of thousands of slaves identified are just the tip of the iceberg in the market. If it could fly into the sky, it could identify even more slaves at the same time. Xi Jinping's major department. Based on this dangerous idea, the daily efforts of the main city are worth at least tens of thousands. Being steadfast is exhausting. Does the system's fate simply not accept its own destiny? "Oh, good girl, be good. It'll only be for a little while." Lena smiled slightly, then found a small elephant that no one was paying attention to and hugged Nora tightly. He squinted at the little elf, pondered for a moment, and then asked Eliana, "Next, I'm going to show you something magical. Can I trust you?" "Of course, we're companions. What's the matter? Do you have some little secret?" "That's good." Lena pinched Nora's waist, and after he twisted sensitively twice, he took Lena into stealth mode. 185, the demi-human homeland, located in the north. In episode 185, Lenaganora cranes his neck to look down at the entire slave market from high above. The dense crowds appear as tiny dots to him. Nora felt a little sad, never expecting to see so many of her kind for the first time in a human city. Lena stroked its fluffy cat ears, unsure how to comfort it. The only thing she could do now was buy more cats to take back with her, so that at least they wouldn't have to worry about starving or being abused. After the appraisal, and after a long wait, the system's voice finally appeared in Lena's ears. He answered breathlessly and dejectedly, "Appraisal complete. Suju has a total of 31,481 demi-human slaves in his field of vision, of which 307 are remembered as epics, and those he has worked hard for, and 35 are remembered as legends, and those he has worked hard for." At the same time, all the demi-humans in his field of vision were highlighted. Epic level ones were purple, and legendary level ones were gold. With a thought, he could bring up all their attribute panels. The drop rate was too high. It was like getting gold so easily. You worked hard. If the system wasn't not in front of him, he would have to give him a shoulder massage. I must be a born beast of burden. The two landed in the alley and then quickly came to the foreground. Eliana and Relis were playfully fighting. He puffed out his cheeks and looked angry. "What's wrong with you two? That filthy devil just made that puppy-teasing noise to insult me again. I'm going to beat him to death." Relis stood still, letting him tap her head with his staff. What an adorable little thing. Although this guy is evil, he's quite gentle with his own people, especially the fairies and Nora. He doesn't have a temper at all. After Eliana finished venting his dissatisfaction, his eyes sharpened and he thought, "What's wrong with that? Why are you glaring at me?" Nora has a magical prophecy, and you actually kept it for me? Don't you trust me?" After saying that, he pointed at the grinning Lilas, and suddenly felt even more aggrieved. Even he knows, but I don't? I was here first. Lilas crouched down and hugged her. Although she was comforting her, her smile remained bright. Don't cry. The little elf is the cutest and best. Let me correct you on one point. I didn't tell him this. He discovered it himself during his fight with Sephiroth." "Really?" Ariana wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes, then pouted. "So you still don't trust me? You're so silly. What if you accidentally let someone else trick you out of your knowledge one day? You mustn't tell your parents about this either. It's our little secret." "Am I stupid? Even I'm considered stupid? What is Martina?" "It doesn't matter to her. I will embrace her with love. Just as he was about to lead the group out of the alley, Ariana used her staff to hook his trousers and belt. His expression was serious, and he seemed to brook no refusal. When you get back, tell me in detail. I enchant your equipment every day, and you're still wary of me. It's so disheartening. The fairy only let go of him and let him leave after he agreed. Lena walked out of the alley and led them to select the demi-humans in the market. The system also thoughtfully created a map in his field of vision, marking the identified epic and legendary demi-humans with small purple and gold dots. Before long, a long line of demi-humans formed behind the four of them. But as Nora looked at her fellow countrymen everywhere, she felt increasingly uneasy. He cautiously poked Lena's shoulder and asked, "Master, can I help them my own way?" Lena was haggling with a slave trader when she took a break and replied with a question. Nora avoided the slave traders and said in a low voice, "I want to spread the word to them that if they have the opportunity to come to the orc tribes in Beijing, mainland China, they will be protected as long as they are willing to work for you. Is this okay?" He was oversimplifying things. Del Raggi is more than 1,000 kilometers from Cannon, and the road conditions are very complicated. They traveled for over a month, even with horse-drawn carriages, let alone the demi-humans on foot. Along the way, they encountered no shortage of dangers, including ferocious bandits, terrifying monsters, and hungry beasts. The reason they were able to leave so easily was because they had many top-notch fighters protecting them. If scattered groups of demi-humans were to choose to travel from here to Cannon and Beijing, the mortality rate on the journey alone would be estimated to be around 50%. Secondly, spreading such information so widely might ruin the slave traders' livelihoods. If they were targeted before their businesses were stable, it would be troublesome. I'm not afraid of people being open about things, but I'm afraid of them using underhanded tricks everywhere. Lena caught a glimpse of Raylis grinning to the side, and then thought, even if he were to use underhanded tricks, how underhanded could they be? Could he be more cunning than a demon? If you want to grow bigger and stronger, you will eventually have to go through this step. No problem, but I suggest you think it through carefully because it is too far from where we live. Master, in the face of hope, the fear of death is nothing. Even dying on the road is better than living a life of ignominy and hiding for the rest of your life. Lena looked at him and pondered for a moment. Then you can secretly tell them that near the primeval forest in the north of the continent, there is a kingdom composed of various races, which will be the future home of the demi-humans, and they will be protected once they arrive there. Nora's ears perked up, her blue eyes sparkling with hope, and she nodded solemnly. Lena was buying slaves ahead, while Nora was furtively whispering to passing slaves about it. After a busy afternoon, Lena turned around and looked at the group of people following behind her. He bought 35 legendary level and 265 epic level, totaling 300 demi-human slaves. The gold coins in the chest were almost gone, and he could easily lift it with one hand. Lena looked up at the darkening sky and realized it was getting late. With these 300 slaves, their food should last for another day or two. As for clothes and other necessities, we'll buy them on the way back. These 300 slaves were clearly well trained, and even though they were uneasy, the ranks did not fall into disarray. Meanwhile, their innermost thoughts were bombarding Lena's ears. Left with no other choice, he temporarily shut down his mental functions. He was about to say something to comfort her when Nora poked his kidney. The woman the master saw at noon has come again. 186. Junies is my wife. Episode 186. It's completely dark now. The accompanying caravan can either hurry into the city or find a safe place to camp for the night. Lena walked at the front of the group, holding a fireball to provide light, and then casually asked, "Guess what he's going to do next?" At this moment, the mage who was tracking Lena had entered the peak realm. He was lying in ambush in the roadside bushes 300 meters away. I guess he would launch a direct attack on Lilas. I have a feeling that he will continue to follow us and observe for a while before deciding whether to attack or not. After saying that, Ariana hid in the carriage, concealing herself completely. I need to find a place to hide so I don't get accidentally hit when I'm fighting the stinky demon later. Don't worry, I will deploy the barrier. Lena raised an eyebrow at Raylis beside her and asked, "What do you think?" Without much thought, Raylis replied, I think he will slowly come out and block our way when we get close." Although she had already heard his thoughts, Lena still subconsciously asked why he said that. It's very simple. To possess magical power almost on par with that of an ordinary demon, one must be an outstanding individual among humans. Having this ability can easily make people feel superior and create a misconception of being extraordinary. A person who believes they can completely overwhelm their enemy usually won't launch a sneak attack, let alone such an arrogant top human mage. The admiration and awe of others can easily fuel his arrogance. Perhaps I can deflate its arrogance, you know what I mean? Of course, I had seen some very powerful humans before I was sealed away. I was lucky enough to escape with my life, and ever since then I have stopped showing off because I know there are many people more powerful than me, such as my master. With such terrifying talent, I estimate that in another 10 years, in another 5 years, he should be able to easily bully me. Then I'll take your kind words as a blessing. After walking for about a few minutes, the group was very close to the old magician. Just as Lena was wondering, he really did emerge from the bushes on the side of the road, just as Lilas had said, his eyes shining brightly in the firelight. Lena stopped her horse and asked softly, "What's wrong? What's up?" Ariana cautiously peeked out of the carriage, also watching him. The gray-robed mage pointed at Lilas with his withered fingers. His voice was hoarse, and Lena had to strain her ears to hear each syllable. "This guy is surrounded by fell energy. He can't be human, right? The guard said you told him it was an elf, but I've seen elves before and I know they don't look like this. It looks more like a demon." Lilas slowly dismounted, revealing his round figure, with his little tail wagging excitedly behind him. He replied in Rosno language, "How interesting humans are, they can even see the fell energy around me." Seeing this, the gray-robed mage said nothing more and began chanting the incantation. Lena tapped Realis on the head, then turned to the gray-robed mage in front of her and asked, "Can we not fight? This is a good demon. There's no need to attack him." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 streaks of water hair attacked Lilas. The force was so great that they almost pierced through the barrier that Lena had just released. According to Ariana and Relis, being able to master the gentle water element to this extent means that their control over magic is definitely not weak. The gray-robed mage squinted at Lena and said with some surprise, "If I remember correctly, this should be elven magic. You are not human." Lena had lost count of how many times she had been questioned about whether she was human. She had long since become accustomed to it. "Is it human? Can't you just let me finish what I have to say? I have no interest in fighting you." The gray-robed mage shrugged and then began chanting a lengthy incantation. Immediately afterwards, the ruby at the top of the staff began to gleam with an unusual light. Lacey volunteered to take the first step. "Or should I take care of it?" "No need, just stay where you are." Before he finished speaking, a massive stream of water emerged around the gray-robed mage, transforming into tiny water droplets that shot towards the barrier one by one. The sword proved ineffective, so it changed tactics, condensing the surrounding water into a nearly transparent water gun, which it then thrust fiercely at the barrier. Lena's barrier had become quite solid after accumulating power, and this attack didn't even cause a ripple, but he noticed that water droplets seemed to be slowly seeping into the barrier. The next second, the seeping water droplets transformed into water frames, instantly striking Lena's chest. Just as she was about to stab him, Lena used her other hand to create a small barrier, blocking it. That was a pretty sneaky move. If Lena hadn't activated her laser speed and domain, which allowed her to see almost everything happening around her, she might have fallen for it. "My turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed monk Shizi-jo instantly raised tree roots, and the stone pillar formed a solid stone dragon, which Shizi-jo could not dodge in time and was trapped inside. Lena conjured a fireball in her palm, fainting briefly, which tricked the gray-robed mage into hastily releasing a stream of water to form a water shield in front of him. She then enveloped herself in the water, attempting to self-destruct. An electric current surged at the tip of Liner's staff, rapidly striking the water shield in front of him. The gray-robed mage screamed a few times after being attacked, and a water sphere inside the stone dragon quickly dissipated. Lena put down her staff and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you know 4 different types of magic?" The gray-robed mage gasped for breath, supporting the stone dragon, seemingly struggling even to maintain his balance. Do you know a little bit about both? Lena walked up to him, and after making sure he could stand firmly, she dismantled the thin stone pillars around him that were used to restrict his movement. The gray-robed mage was still staring intently into Lena's eyes, wondering if she had the power to collude with demons. Stop. Don't rush to scold me. I'll explain later. Do you know Junies? Falter Rita? The gray-robed mage's expression darkened, as if he were deep in thought. Seeing his reaction, Lena was almost certain that the guy in front of her was Junius's magic mentor, because their staffs were almost identical, and even the robes he was wearing now were ones that Lena had seen Junius wear before. When Lena first met Junius, she asked him about the origin of the equipment. He said that the staff was custom-made by a craftsman, and the ruby on top was particularly valuable. That's why he always wrapped it in a black cloth. Most importantly, Lena had seen Junius use the same spell he had just cast, but Junius's use of water magic was far less skillful than his. Finally, Junius once said that his mentor was currently on business in the capital. The gray-robed mage asked somewhat warily, "Are you my disciple?" "Of course, Junius is my wife." 187. 1 year without seeing each other. In episode 187, the gray-robed mage remained silent, his gaze towards Rel's still carrying a hint of hostility. Lena glanced back and continued, "Don't worry, he's safe. I signed a demon contract with him." Relis stood with his hands on his hips, a friendly smile on his face, but his tone was threatening. "Honestly, if I really wanted to kill you, you would have been dead 5 minutes ago when you were hiding in the bushes. Your strength is enough to deal with ordinary mid-level demons, but you can forget about dealing with a high-level demon like me." The gray-robed mage remained silent, his eyes fixed on Reiner and Relis. "Why don't you believe me? Although I have seen demons who lived incognito in the kingdom of gods since ancient times, that guy was a 1 in a million exception. This guy looks different from him, which makes it hard to believe." The gray-robed mage wiped the water droplets from his cheeks and replied, "What's that guy's name? I might even know him." Lilas slowly approached and kindly lit a fire to dry his damp robe. The gray-robed mage warily dodged to the side. "Bloodbringer Miraz, I know him. He's the #1 traitor among us demons. In that great war thousands of years ago, he willingly became a lackey of humanity in order to stay here, revealing a great deal of intelligence. Otherwise, your allied forces would not have been able to defeat us so easily. For the first 2,000 years before being sealed away, I kept cursing that guy, but later I realized that rather than fighting a war with almost no chance of winning and then being sealed away in the inferior realm for thousands of years, it would have been better to come and seek refuge with humans from the beginning." The gray-robed mage squinted at Lilas and fell silent. "I still don't know your name. Can you tell me your name?" "At Frida's house." "So, Miss Frida, come with me. Junius really wants to meet you." When he returned to Relidda, he was heartbroken for a long time because he didn't see you. Lena moved aside to make way for him. Eliana thought he was also going to get into the carriage, so she quickly pulled the curtain shut and hid inside. Felda said expressionlessly, "My horse is in the woods over there. Wait for me a moment." When Lena returned to the camp, it was already night. From afar, she saw Junie standing by the roadside holding a staff for lighting, waiting for Lena to dismount. Junie's complained with some concern that he was back so late. He reached out to tidy Lena's slightly messy hair, his eyes full of tenderness. Martina, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole scene. "Ah, Shunies is really good at this. I've learned another trick." Lena walked over to her and touched her protruding belly. "Well, something came up and it took a little while." Junies responded with a sound of agreement, then suddenly said, "Oh, I see. Realist told me you went to the tavern to play with other women." Lena grabbed 2 of Realis's clones and slammed them together, cursing all the while. "Humph, this guy's a liar. Don't bother with him." Junie smiled and hummed happily twice. He glanced sideways at the back of the carriage and saw a long line of people behind him, their eyes gleaming with various colors in the firelight. Frida stood to the side on horseback, while Junies did not see her at all. "Haha, I bought quite a lot, a total of 300. These are all carefully selected by me. 300 demi-humans. If I really wanted to select them carefully, it would have taken me at least a day or 2, right? I bet you bought it randomly." This is indeed the case for ordinary people. But Lena cheated. She could just fly into the sky and do the identification directly, leaving only the system to suffer. He summoned his assistant and instructed him to take the demi-humans behind him back to the camp for safekeeping. Just as Junius was about to sigh at the long queue, he heard someone calling his name, Junius. He paused for a moment, looked towards the source of students, and then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could you have forgotten me after just 2 years? Foley dismounted sideways, a smile appearing on his face. It seemed he was quite gentle with his disciple. Junius practically pounced on him, shouting joyfully, "Teacher, to be precise, it's been 2.5 years." But he soon discovered the anomaly. "Why are your clothes all wet?" "That's a long story, but I brought a change of clothes." "Then don't stay here. Change into dry clothes. It's been so long, I have so much to say to you." Lena watched their retreating figures as she walked towards the camp. As Zhengyu caught up, Martina reached out and grabbed her pants. "What's the matter?" She mimicked Junius's manner, putting on a gentle expression and saying, "Darling, your braces are getting loose. Let me help you straighten them." Nora walked past him and reached out a tug at his horse's tail. Reiner said seriously that he would talk about it tonight. Martina's ears drooped, she pulled her hands back, and followed Lena with her cheeks puffed out. Lena returned to the camp and found the demi-humans distributing food to their newly purchased companions. Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. It's safe from now on. Our owner is a very kind person, and we no longer have to worry about going hungry. You're all lucky people. Even the reclusive Rockhill found his kind. He was talking to a slow-moving, turtle-like demi-human and then introducing the lively Fran to him. The atmosphere of mutual help was quite good, and they should integrate into the group soon. The demons, sitting in a circle, also cast curious glances at them. Demi-humans and demons are enemies, so they need to emphasize discipline to them later. Lena's ideal team dynamic is that, regardless of the past, now that they're teammates, they should put aside past grievances and unite against external threats. However, implementation will certainly not be so simple. After all, the two races have a long history of grudges, and it is impossible to achieve harmonious coexistence with just a few words. We'll have to find a way. Lena walked alone to the carriage, opened a chest to check the remaining money. He had spent all of the more than 1,000 gold coins in one afternoon, and now there was only a layer of gold ingots left in the chest. Junius had said that these would be worth about 500 Rosno gold coins. It was definitely impossible to provide each of them with a set of armor, but they could buy cheap weapons. Just as he was pondering this, Junius approached him and said softly, "Lena Frida, your mentor needs to speak with you. Why don't you come over and have a chat with him?" 188 More suitable candidates. In episode 188, Frida is sitting by the firefly, roasting half a salted fish. He is changed into a dry white robe, and his messy white hair has been neatly combed. Lena and Junie sat opposite him, unsure of what to say, so they carefully examined him. Looking at her now, Frida must be 70 or 80 years old. Her skin is covered with wrinkles, her slender fingers are like withered wood, and her long hair has turned silver white. But she is elegant and exudes an indescribable beauty. Lena felt that she might have been very beautiful when she was young, perhaps even more so than June. Just as she was lost in thought, Frida suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Lena, I just had a brief chat with Junies about you. Actually, there are many things about you that surprised me. May I ask you a few questions?" "Ask away. How many types of magic do you know?" Lena really didn't know whether she should say it or not, but considering that she had cast spells in front of many people, even if she kept a secret now, strange rumors about him would eventually spread. Just to be on the safe side, Reiner looked at Junies, who understood and nodded slightly. "Teacher Fulida is a trustworthy person. He won't spread this information. I could learn the light and dark attributes of the 5 natural elemental spirits and the dark magic of the orcs if I wanted to, but there's no need for that right now. I happen to like it that much too. I don't like human sacrifices." Foley opened his mouth slightly in surprise. This answer seemed to be far beyond his expectations. In other words, you can use magic of about 8 different attributes. That's right, my magic crystal can contain a variety of elements, and I've learned quite a bit about them, so I'm usually quite proficient in them. Fire magic, magic research, and light magic. Fire magic is mainly used for dealing area of effect damage. Research magic is a control skill and can also be used for infrastructure construction. Light magic is responsible for defense and precise single-target kills. As for other attributes, it is mainly used for support, or will only be used when there's a counter relationship. Frida muttered to herself, her gaze seemingly filled with a hint of confusion. A mage with dual attributes is already extremely rare, and a mage with 3 attributes is even more unprecedented. Familiar? Lena didn't know what to say, so she just kept nodding like a machine. The cheat code provided by the user is just too useful. Frida continued. Also, I noticed earlier that you didn't seem to chant when you cast the spell. This is something Lena figured out on her own. Chanting without chanting can almost make spells cast instantly. I tried to learn from her for a while, but so far I can only shorten the chanting. After saying this, he chanted briefly, and a burning fireball appeared in his hand, while Lena demonstrated a form of poetry without chanting. Frida raised her staff, her eyes wide, as if she were learning to unleash a spell without chanting. Unfortunately, nothing happened after all that effort. This requires a lot of practice, but it's very difficult to reach Lena's level. I once envisioned a method of poetry without chanting, but after trying various methods for a period of time without success, I gave up. I believe that the longer one studies magic, the more difficult it becomes to learn spells without chanting. One's mindset becomes rigid, and it's not so easy to correct it. But if it's Teacher Fulita, well, I'm getting old. This era belongs to you. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Lilas in the distance. This demon is truly safe. Yes, he has been living with us for 2 months. So far, apart from his usual teasing, he hasn't done anything out of line, so he should be safe. Moreover, Reiner had signed a contract with him, so the demon should keep his promise. Frida shifted her gaze from Eliana and Realis to the module sitting around the fireflies, praying to Lena. What's going on with them? In short, due to various coincidences, these demons now regard Lena as a goddess, and they pray to her every day after waking up, before eating, and before going to bed. That's amazing. The demons are no pushovers, yet we can actually coexist peacefully with them. A slight smile appeared on Juni's lips as he gently embraced Lena beside him. Of course, Lena is an excellent man. Indeed, escaping back then was the right thing to do. Frida looked at Juni's slightly protruding belly and then asked, "Are you pregnant?" Juni's cheeks immediately turned red, and she readily admitted, "Yes, it's been 4 months. You found someone you like, and I'm so happy for you." Foley smiled gently. Although he was old-fashioned in some ways, he was indeed a respectable magician. After the 3 chatted for a while, Frida suddenly picked up her staff and said that she had come to the capital on the king's behalf. To the south of Doragi lies a mountain range where a powerful earth dragon has appeared, threatening the safety of the capital. I'm here to meet up with 5 other archmages, and then in 10 days we'll begin a mission to find and destroy the earth dragon. But now it seems I found a better candidate. Frida's gaze fell on Lena as she said this. Teacher DeLong said he was very interested in this rare resource. It is said that dragon scales and dragon skin can be used to craft equipment, so it's time to upgrade his wife's equipment. Nora was still wearing the plate armor she had initially purchased, while Martina's equipment was a gift from Demas before their conquest of the ruins. As for Junius, he never seemed to wear armor. His only protection was the long robe he wore. If I kill the earth dragon, its corpse should belong to me, right? Frida and Juni's exchanged a glance and then smiled. Your first reaction wasn't even worrying about whether you could win. You really are a very powerful magician. Lena glanced at Martina, who was playing around with the epic bull Eudora, and then at Realis, who was teasing the little elves in the distance. If the earth dragon isn't too big and doesn't have any troublesome skills, then their combat power should be sufficient. Take Martina, for example. If she were to encounter the same red dragon she faced back then, she would probably finish the battle in 5 seconds. The spoils would definitely be distributed according to merit, with whoever killed the Emperor Dragon taking the lion's share. I'll be happy to take on this task. Then we can set off tomorrow morning. Let me watch you fight from the sidelines. 189. Lure out the Earth Dragon. The following morning, in episode 189, Reiner rode his horse around Oraji and headed straight for the large mountain range south of the capital. Just to be on the safe side, Reiner brought Martina and Nora with him to stay at the camp with Juni's. Nora had almost no way to deal with the thick-skinned dragons. This kind of opponent is best dealt with by Martina, who has brute strength. Gazing at the distant mountain peaks, stretching for hundreds of miles, Lai fell into deep thought. Such a large mountain range has many hidden corners and nooks, so if the Earth Dragon intends to hide, it will probably not be easy to find. Melis, fly over and take a look. If you find a target, come back and tell me it's him. He handed the reins to Ariana in front of him, then spread his wings and flew into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Frida exclaimed, "Wow, it's so fast." It's an agile demon with a movement speed that's almost the fastest among us, and you'd almost never find one faster than it. Lena nodded and turned to look at Martina, who was sulking. When this guy is fully equipped with lightning armor, he is indeed faster than Raylis, but that only applies to ground flight speed. He is slightly slower than Raylis and cannot maintain flight for long periods of time. Their eyes met, and he pouted slightly. That wretched Lena. She didn't rest with me again yesterday. I washed her so thoroughly yesterday. All for nothing. Lena sighed, mainly because Juni's teacher was sleeping nearby, and there was nothing to hide from them. Although Martina didn't care about being a field soldier, Lena really didn't dare to draw her sword in this environment, because she felt that many eyes were watching her all the time. Who knew if some demon would stay up all night and hide in a corner to observe her every day? Just thinking about it made her lose all interest. Tonight, we might use the grinding method to build a temporary hut, then treat him to a good meal, and take some time to dismantle it when it gets light. Okay, don't be angry anymore. Lena beckoned to him with her finger, gesturing for him to come closer. Tonight, Martina instantly became full of energy, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. By noon, Reiner and his group had reached the mountain range. Relis landed in front of them and gently shook his head. "Master, I didn't find anything. I flew about 50 miles along the mountain peaks." Lena relayed the drawing to Frida, who was standing nearby. After a moment's thought, he spoke up, making some noise in the hopes of attracting Frida's attention. "Mr. Lena." Frida looked at Lena without saying a word, which was a hint that he knew what to do. Lena gripped her staff tightly with both hands, then gently touched the ground. Its rock element returned to the earth and rapidly spread throughout the entire mountain range. The little elf yawned listlessly to the side, then leaned against Martina and started fishing. Lena glanced at him and then asked, "You said before that your father, Aldec, killed an earth dragon. Is that thing powerful? Didn't you ask that before?" Earth dragons are wingless turtles that burrow underground. They have thick skin and are more dangerous the larger they are. The one my dad killed was only 60 meters long, but to be honest, I didn't think it was that impressive. By the way, you can use the grinding method on earthworms. That's the only thing you need to be careful about. Ariana suddenly took a few steps toward Lena, then squinted her eyes, opened her arms, and said listlessly, "Come on, can you hug me? I didn't sleep well again last night, and now I don't want to walk. Why were you insisting on coming along this morning? You stinky potato, I'll bury you in the ground." Lena reached out and tugged at her long ears, threateningly. Ariana chuckled twice, then became shy and awkward. "Hee, I was just worried about you." The gunner released him, ignoring him and focusing all his attention on the impending earthquake tree. A regular earthquake tree definitely won't work. In such a large area, the salt elements in its magic mirror are definitely not enough. The intensity and frequency must be reduced. Its goal was simply to lure out the earth dragon, and at this moment its magic had already permeated the entire mountain range. "Lilas, continue your investigation. Report to me immediately if you find anything." Martina nudged Lena with her butt and said seriously, "Darling, I'll fly up to the sky too. If anything happens, I'll go help the demon. No need, just stay by my side. The thing can't fly. It's practically no threat to him. Let's lure that guy out first, then we'll attack together. That's the safest way." "All right." Martina took off her helmet, walked to Lena's side, and gently hugged her. The little elf is like a hamburger patty sandwiched between two slices of bread. Frida kept casting curious glances at the two of them. Judging from his expression, he'd probably tell Juni's when they got back. Lena gripped her staff tightly, and the rock elemental energy that filled the mountains instantly stirred. A moment later, The distant mountains began to tremble slightly, and the startled birds flew to the mountaintops before scattering in all directions. The dust kicked up was spreading down the mountainside, followed by several muffled thuds, and the earth trembled violently. Lena's vision was obscured by the morning mist, but she guessed that it was the sound of the mountains splitting open and giant rocks falling. Foley looked at the slightly pulsating stones on the grass, then looked up at the distant mountains and exclaimed, "Your total amount of magic is terrifying. How much salt element do you have left? Can they sustain the fight?" Lena roughly sensed the elements within the magic mirror, then said dismissively, "I reduced the intensity and frequency of the earthquakes. They're still half. But it doesn't matter, I don't usually rely on salt for combat. I have plenty of other elements." Frida remained silent for several seconds before speaking, saying that even so, the magic was so immense that it was terrifying. "Of all the grinding mages I know, none have a greater total magical power than you." Lena put her hands on her hips and thanked the system again for the cheat code it provided. Just then, Realus flew back from a distance, his expression seemingly excited. "Churan, I saw that earth dragon. It's about 40 meters long. It's a huge creature." "Okay, lead the way. Martina, and I will talk to you later." Lena looked back at Frida and asked, "Do you want to come with us?" "You go your way. I'll ride over on horseback. I should catch up soon." "Okay, then be careful." Lena lifted Eliana with one arm, and then her body was lifted by an invisible wind, catching up with Martina, who was chanting a spell. Amidst the swirling dust, Lena could vaguely make out a round, chubby shadow. 190 Earth Dragon's Weakness. Episode 190. This is the Earth Dragon. Lena used a strong wind to disperse the morning mist, and looked at the Earth Dragon that looked like a turtle, which was searching for its target. She said that the thing was short, with short and thick limbs covered with yellowish-brown rock slabs. Its tail looked strong and powerful, and at the end was a round stone hammer covered with spikes. What is most striking is the neatly painted robe on his back, resembling the scales of a tortoise shell. Seeing that he moved slowly and looked honest and simple, Lena couldn't help but ask Ariana, who was being carried by him, "Is this the Earth Dragon? Why does it look like a turtle?" "Huh? What else?" "Your tone is so presumptuous. If the Earth Dragon could understand you, it would probably be furious. This thing is amazing. We've been flying in the sky for quite a while, and it hasn't even noticed us." Emperor Dragon looked around for a while, and seeing that it did not find any major threat, it twisted its large body and clumsily burrowed into the valley. "Huh, will this thing really attack the city? Why does she look just like Martina?" Martina, who was in the distance, thought Lena was calling her and looked at her with curiosity. Of course, this guy eats everything, rocks, trees, and even living things. He goes berserk as soon as he senses a threat. The Dragon Guardian is a land dragon without any camellias, and its temper is second only to the red dragon. It is extremely fierce. All right, then I'll get started. Let's get started. Earth dragons have terrifying regenerative abilities and tenacious vitality. Even if you cut off their heads, they won't die. Instead, they'll just wander around like headless flies. It has 3 hearts and 5 lungs. To kill it completely, you must destroy all 3 of its hearts at the same time. Otherwise, it will regenerate rapidly. Although it poses less of a threat than the red dragon, it is exceptionally troublesome. Lena, you need to be careful. Did the method you used to deal with the regional dog work on it? It didn't work. If the heart is obstructed by food, it will regenerate rapidly nearby. So, roughly where is his heart located in the chest cavity? Ariana scratched her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. "Oh, well, I'm not really sure about that. I remember there was supposed to be a piece of debris in his stomach too. What kind of anti-human structure is that?" He suddenly regretted not bringing Nora along. If the kitten were here, he could have used his invisibility and stealth abilities to sneak into the Earth Dragon's belly and find its weakness. "So you said your father, Aldec, single-handedly killed a 60-meter-long Earth Dragon. How'd he do that?" Eliana scratched her frizzy blue hair with her staff. "Oh, my mom says it seems pretty simple. The earthworm couldn't regenerate as fast as my dad could chop it up with his knife, and it died after being minced into meat." Lena was sweating profusely. From his description, it seemed that although Aldec looked like a doting father, he was actually stronger than Martina, who was giving it her all. Just then, Realis and Martina flew back to her side. Master, the Earth Dragon is about to burrow back in. How so? A surge of electricity coursed through Martina's arm. She seemed unusually excited. Darling, this guy looks so strong. It's time for me to give it my all again. Lena reached out and punched him on the head. Listen to me. Just use what I taught you. Anything you figure out on your own can only be your trump card. Otherwise, I won't play with you tonight. Martina puffed out her cheeks and stopped talking. Lena raised her staff and began to gather power. Judging from Eliana's description, it's unlikely that a fireball could kill him. I'd like to try and blow up this mountain. If I can kill him, that would be great. If I can't kill him, I'll think of other ways. Well, with Lena's magic, she could definitely give it a try. Anyway, there aren't any trees on this mountain, just some flowers and plants. Lena nodded, and the fireball at the top of the staff underwent a dramatic change, eventually turning into a blue-white color resembling lightning, while continuing to emit a chilling, buzzing sound. Lilas looked at the fireball with great interest, his eyes full of admiration. Yes, such pure and rich fire element. It's so beautiful. It's just a fireball, nothing special. Martina stood with her hands on her hips, unimpressed. It's normal that you can't see the magic or appreciate it. After Lena finished charging up, she glanced in the direction of Folida. Folida was still far away and appeared as a small, constantly moving dot in her vision, so it shouldn't be affected. If you think it's too noisy, you can cover your ears now. Martina obediently covered the horse's ears on her head. According to him, he was woken up by an explosion while sleeping last time, so it's normal for him to be a little scared. But when he glanced at Lena beside him, he realized he didn't have any extra hands to cover his ears. After thinking for a moment, he flew to Lena's side and plugged her ears. I don't need it. Human hearing is not as developed as your subhuman abilities. No, that won't do. Anyway, I feel that I need to protect you. Lana turned to look at him and suddenly felt an urge to kiss him. We'll build him a room at the camp tonight. We have to treat him to a good meal. Just then, the Earth Dragon hidden in the valley seemed to sense something, poked its long head out and looked out, its eyes meeting Lena's. The next second, a blue and white compressed fireball shot towards him. Lena simultaneously deployed a barrier to protect everyone. In an instant, a bright light flashed, and everyone instinctively squinted. Immediately afterwards, a deafening sound came, and even with Martina helping to cover her ears, Lena still felt a sharp pain in her eardrums. Finally, raging flames arrived, but were completely blocked by the barrier. As the thick smoke dissipated, a fire crater approximately 200 meters in diameter was revealed in the mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles. The Earth Dragon did not die. Its scales were burned red and were falling off piece by piece. It writhed and howled in agony in the deep pit. Lena looked towards Frida in the distance, who was struggling to get up from the ground, having been thrown off his feet by the blast wave. Wow, it can actually move. The mountain was blasted flat, and the Earth Dragon only lost a few scales. Martina, Melis, you two get ready. I'm about to unleash the blazing sun spear repeatedly, slicing through his body. You all observe carefully for me and see where his 3 beating hearts are. Lyres responded, but Martina was still staring blankly at the rolling Earth Dragon until Lena glanced at him twice. He then belatedly came to his senses and shouted at the top of his lungs, Darling, your voice is so soft. Why don't you speak louder? Lena was sweating profusely. This had effectively rendered Martina deaf. Lena briefly healed her hoarse ears with light magic, and seeing that she reacted, she repeated what she had just said. Meanwhile, Lilas seemed to have noticed something. He pointed at Emperor Dragon and said, There's no need for all that trouble. I see the magic power on his body is gathering towards 3 dots, which should be where his heart is located. Master, come with me. 191 Reiner's Gift. In episode 191, Reiner was being carried by Realis around the waist as they flew rapidly toward the Earth Dragon. Before they even got close, he noticed several whirlpools of rubble on the ground. Then, sharp stones flew out from them and hurtled toward the 2 of them. Resilience reacted quickly, twisting with Lena to nimbly dodge Sure Sun's attack. But Lena wasn't having an easy time. The high-speed Realis spun her around 108 times in a second, making her see stars. Let me go, I can't aim like this. As soon as she finished speaking, Lilas released her grip, and the two hid behind the barrier. Stalagmites crashed onto the barrier, only creating ripples. This earth dragon probably can't break through the barrier. I want to find a suitable angle so you can use light magic to pierce through both of its hearts at the same time. It's a pity I used up too much of my power, otherwise I could have killed this dragon by myself. Let's take it slow. As it stands, he doesn't pose much of a threat to us. We have plenty of time to wear him down. Let me test his defenses first. Lena clenched her fists, and several stone pillars instantly sprang up from the mountains to restrict the earth dragon's movements. However, with a swift sweep of its thick, powerful tail, which resembled a stone hammer, the surrounding stone pillars were easily shattered. Lena changed tactics, raised her staff, and began to chant the rain spell, which she was not very familiar with. In an instant, thick dark clouds gathered above the valley, and large raindrops pounded on the barrier. The red-hot scales of the earth dragon emitted a puff of white smoke, followed by a crisp sound. Lena blew away the thick steam in front of her and discovered that the scales on the earth dragon's back had cracked, revealing pink flesh. Tiny, milky white scales, like stalagmites breaking through the ground, were slowly emerging from the flesh. Seizing the opportunity, she briefly gathered her strength and unleashed her blazing sun spear, piercing the earth dragon's flesh, but not completely penetrating it. The earth dragon screamed repeatedly, twisting its not-so-flexible body in an attempt to escape. This guy's indeed tough and resilient. The little elf flew over riding on Martina's shoulder, and he shouted impatiently, "Don't let him escape. Dragons hold grudges. You've done such a terrible thing to him. He'll definitely take revenge on the nearby towns." Lena knew, of course, that she couldn't let him leave. She slammed her staff into the ground and then cast an earthquake spell. The earth dragon instantly sank into a swamp and struggled to its feet. However, this creature is enormous, and a small patch of mud can only temporarily restrict its movement. It is far from being able to be fully controlled. Martina, help me create an opportunity. Melis, let's go find its weaknesses. What about me? Iriana, clutching her staff, stood pitifully in place, seeking a safe spot to hide, gathering her strength, and awaiting instructions to attack alongside us, while simultaneously destroying the earth dragon's 3 hearts. Oh, why can't I do this? Because the little sprite needs time to charge up, it can only kill in 1 hit and cannot continuously cover us. Lena patted him on the shoulders solemnly, saying that the task of providing cover must be entrusted to a strong female. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing I can do about it then. Ariana muttered to herself. But I don't know where his heart is. Okay, I'll figure out how to mark it then. Don't put it in too early or too late. Listen carefully to the instructions. Good. Eliana, clutching her staff, ran off into the distance. Raylis held Lena around the waist, flapped his wings forcefully, and carried her into the air, arriving above the earth dragon in almost an instant. We need to mark Eliana with an easy-to-target heart. Lyres nodded, and his left hand transformed into a sharp claw, tearing a piece off the earth dragon's body. The farmer's heart is about 10 meters down from here. Lena shot a hole with a red sun spear, and then inserted a stone tenon as a marker. The earth dragon writhed in agony, and just as it swung a claw at them, Martina, who was there to protect them, chopped off 2 of its claws. However, the dirty mud still splashed all 3 of them. Now you can gather your strength, Master. I'm going to take you to find a more suitable angle. Lilas hugged Lena's waist and weaved back and forth between the earth dragon's bodies, finally stopping in front of his right shoulder. He grabbed Lena's staff to help adjust the angle. This is it, potatoes, get to work. Almost simultaneously, 2 beams of white light pierced through the emperor dragon's body. After twitching a few times, the enormous creature collapsed helplessly into the swamp. After the battle, Lena stroked the heads of her 3 good friends and softly praised them. Just then, Frida strode over. Although he was old, his steps were still steady. However, he had just been knocked to the ground and now looked disheveled. It was truly terrifying magic. Mr. Lena, do you possess the strength to contend with small nations? I dare not accept such praise. I'm not yet proficient enough in manipulating magic. There are probably many magicians on this continent who are more powerful than me. Frida's expression was complicated. After a wry smile, he continued, But if we're talking about the total amount of magic power, I'm afraid no god can compare to you. According to Junies, you have been exposed to magic for less than a year, but in that short time, your control over magic is already excellent. While Junius's control over magic is slightly better than yours, it took him nearly 10 years to reach this level. Your magical talent is terrifying. Lena was speechless for a moment. Frida had already praised her to this extent. To be more modest would seem a bit too Versailles-like. I will continue to work hard. After saying that, Lena turned to look at the dead Earth Dragon and fell into deep thought. This guy's scales are still pretty intact. I wonder if I could make a set of dragon scale armor from them. Eliana, teacher, please get rid of this thing for me. I want to get some new equipment. The little elf squinted its eyes and muttered angrily, when you don't need me, I'm just a potato. When you do need me, I become a teacher. Lana, you're such a fickle and awful man. Lena, shamelessly, patted the elf on the shoulder and said, let's not stand on ceremony. We're buddies, so let's talk. He pulled Ariana aside and whispered to her. After a long while, the little elf exclaimed, wow, you're so thoughtful. What about mine? Is there? We've known each other longer, haven't we? He has it, and I probably will too, right? Lena had actually already bought him a gift, but she was still serious just to tease him. You're an elf princess. You don't lack that kind of thing. 192, The Lord's Welcome. In episode B192, before the elves took away the Earth Dragon's corpse, Lena had Martina cut off one of the Earth Dragon's horns, which was taller than a person. It is said that weapons made from this thing can enhance the power of Earth elemental magic, and dragon horn artifacts are considered symbols of power. He planned to give the foot to his father-in-law. Although he was a bit of a snob, he was, after all, a renowned count in the kingdom of Rosno and the lord of Lilita. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future, so it was never wrong to try to maintain a good relationship. Besides, Junies is his wife, so he has to save face. Song Jin, a dragon horn of unparalleled beauty, will give my father-in-law something to brag about to the elites, who care a lot about their reputation. Having learned from her previous experience, Junes wasn't worried at all about going home this time. On the contrary, she was quite relaxed and happy, chatting and laughing with Nora the whole way, and seemed very cheerful. When Harold, the father-in-law, heard that the man was passing through, he immediately dispatched a squad of fully armed knights to greet him, including Junius's brother Yul. As soon as the group approached the town, the ceremonial team on the city wall began to play music, and as expected, the common people stopped and watched from both sides of the road. Frida looked around and whispered to Lena, it seems Lord Harold values your relationship quite a bit. This is the kind of pomp and circumstance reserved for welcoming distinguished guests from the royal family. Junies nodded, then smiled and whispered in Felda's ear, Teacher, have you noticed that the small hill at the city gate has disappeared? Lena helped my father move that small hill that had been bothering him for so long. Foley was slightly taken aback, glanced back, and found that the mountain in the distance had indeed disappeared. No wonder I felt something was different. I can probably guess how that hill was moved. Nora and Martina, who were closely following behind Reiner, seemed a little uncomfortable being treated like honored guests. They were extra vigilant the whole way, fearing that someone might take the opportunity to attack them. Martina lowered her voice and said, So we're that popular? Did he become a hero of the human race because he killed the Emperor Dragon? Idiot, they're welcoming their host. We're just Feuden University students. Don't overthink it. Martina muttered a few more words under her breath, then followed even closer. Upon arriving at the castle, Lena saw Harold standing at the entrance to greet the group. Although the weather wasn't that hot, his forehead was inexplicably covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Reiner gently placed the Earth Dragon horn, which had been lifted by the sealed magic, in front of Harold. But even so, the ground still trembled violently when the heavy dragon horn touched the ground. The sound of the tree harp, which had been emanating from the castle, abruptly ceased as the knights escorting Lena were being escorted, only to resume a moment later. Harold looked up at the Earth Dragon horn, which was 2 heads taller than him, his eyes filled with shock. His voice trembled slightly. Goddess, what is this thing? The dragon horn, the one I hunted a week ago in the mountains south of the capital Doragi, was a gift I gave to Earl Harold. Everything I am now is inseparable from Junies' teachings back then. Thank you and your wife for raising such an outstanding daughter. Harold wiped the sweat from his brow. This is too precious. Please accept it. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Lena then used sealing magic to bring the dragon horns into the castle and place them in the most prominent corner of the hall. Harold hosted a banquet for the guests, inviting almost all the nobles of the city. The castle was bustling with activity. At the same time, he formally and solemnly announced that Rainer was his son-in-law and Junie's his husband. Seeing this, many nobles took the initiative to approach Lena and start a conversation. However, Lena wasn't good at chatting, so she left everything to Junie's while she sat to the side feeding Nora, Martina, and Relis. Master, aren't you going to go and talk to them yourself? This might be seen as a symbol of weakness in your human culture. Relis raised an eyebrow slightly at Harold, who was chatting with other nobles. Junius's father hosted the entire banquet, while his wife sat quietly to the side, rarely participating. I believe that cultivating relationships with nobles will be beneficial for you. Lena shook her head. When a person has little ability, no matter how much they talk, they will not be taken seriously by others. And what about when a person has the ability? Even if you just sit to the side and don't say anything, you won't be looked down upon. For example, nowadays, when his father-in-law is chatting, he will steal glances at Lena a few times to observe her expression. It doesn't matter. I'm not naturally good at this kind of thing. I don't like socializing. All I do is try to make Junes happy. I love him. Relis propped his chin on his hand, his gaze falling on Nora and Martina again. He said with some distress, sigh, I really envy them. Just then, the elf poked Lena in the waist with his staff and ran over with a bunch of purple grapes. What is this? It's delicious. Grapes are a fruit from the south. They're generally hard to find in your hometown. Lena stroked her long blue hair and asked softly, didn't you like the food at the dinner party? Why aren't you going to eat? As an elf, you are also their honored guest. Ariana put a grape in her mouth, but her eyelids were drooping. Yeah, I saw you weren't eating, so I came over. I'm a little sleepy. After the dinner, Lena slept in the same room as last time, but Nora, Martina, and the others were moved to a different room. But when I returned to my room after showering, I found it was packed with people. Martina was wearing a bathrobe, and she had obviously taken a shower. She was bouncing around on the bed. Upon seeing Lena enter, she promptly laid down in the middle of the bed. Darling, this bed is so soft and comfortable. Of course, this can't compare to the bed at home. Now that things are better, let's switch beds when we get back. Lena looked at Relis and Ariana, who were sleeping in the corner. I can understand them coming over, but don't you two have your own rooms too? I prefer to stay with my owner. I don't like sleeping alone in unfamiliar environments, so I wanted to come to your room. That won't do. My sweetheart and I are going to rent a place tonight. Lena quickly covered her mouth. This girl really dares to say anything. Junius and Nora blushed together. The little elf looked puzzled, but quickly understood what he meant. Immediately afterwards, the staff struck Lana on the head, and he walked away, his face flushed. 193, a gift for everyone. The following morning, in episode 193, Rainer and his group officially embarked on their journey back to Beijing. Martina stretched languidly, full of energy, and in a flash, she stretched her neck and gave him a kiss, then rode off to find the epic bull to play with. Seeing this, Junes and Nora looked at each other, their faces turning red in unison. The little elf, like a resentful woman, rode past him on horseback and forcefully poked his kidney with her staff. Just as she was about to run away, Lena used a sealing spell to pull her off the horse and place her behind her. Ariana crossed her arms and said angrily, "You bad man, I'm never talking to you again." Lena reached behind her and gently pinched her soft cheek, saying with a smile, "Look at what you're saying. You'll experience this when you grow up too." I'm not as big as you." Lena pulled him from behind to the front, pinched his cheeks with both hands, and then asked in a low voice, "How's that equipment you asked your family to make coming along? Has it still not been finished after a week?" "I don't know. Anyway, there's no place for me in there." "Oh dear, tell me quickly." Teacher Ariana is the gentlest and kindest. Lena massaged his pointed ears. The feel of elf ears is similar to that of human ears, but because they are relatively thin and long, they have a unique charm when held. Ariana sighed, somewhat sadly, and said, "Oh, My mother said she's already on her way and should be able to deliver it to you today. You wretched Lana, you have to tell me 2 hours of bedtime stories tonight before I can forgive you. Around noon, during the midday break, the little elf's mother, Slina, appeared in the middle of the camp like a ghost. Upon seeing this, the surrounding blood membranes immediately stood up and entered battle mode. Lena waved her hand and quickly stopped them. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. Serena only glanced at the blood demon, and they were trembling with fear. Lena suddenly became curious. What kind of magic did Potato Mom possess in Raylus's eyes? Just as she was lost in thought, several pieces of equipment gradually appeared around Serena, including weapons, armor, and even some khaki-colored clothing. The most eye-catching item was a crimson Beijing Tianjin spear. This is the weapon that Lena gave to Raylus. After killing the Earth Dragon near the capital, Reiner took Raylus to the best weapon shop to choose weapons in order to find out what the guy liked. After wandering around for a while, he tried out almost all the weapons, but eventually found that he was only interested in spears. The best weapons in this weapon shop are all made of mithril, which Raylus can't use at all. Things like Beijing and Tianjin are incredibly valuable. Even in the capital of Rissnos, they wouldn't be openly sold. So, we had no choice but to ask Eliana for help. Lena raised her hand, and the spear flew into his hand on its own. After thinking for a moment, he held the gun in both hands and waved it around haphazardly a couple of times, finally concluding that he didn't know how to use a gun at all. Serena explained from his side. This gun is called the Cliff of Salamander. It has a very pleasant aroma with the fire element. Among us elves, only the most powerful blade wielders are worthy of it. Generally, this gun is forged from mithril, but Ariana specifically emphasized to me that it should be made from crystal. Lena nodded and winked at Raylus, who was hiding in the distance. Lady Serena, this gun is a gift to him. He can't touch mithril, so he can only use weapons made in Jingjin. You've really gone to a lot of trouble. This is nothing compared to how you've taken care of Ariana. Lena chatted with her for a few minutes, then started fiddling with other equipment. He picked up the light yellow Earth Dragon scale armor, activated the lightning armor forging, and swung his staff fiercely at it. When the Jingjin staff struck the dragon scales, it produced only a muffled thud and did not cause any substantial damage. It is indeed quite hard, but is also quite heavy. However, its defensive performance is definitely better than the ordinary plate armor that Martina is currently wearing. With his strength, he certainly wouldn't care about such a minor change. Martina, come here, Lena called out as she turned around. The racehorse girl strode over, a fresh flower she'd picked from who knows where, tucked into her hair. She raised her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. Darling, is this the new equipment you're giving me? Of course, try them on. In full view of everyone. Martina hugged Lena and kissed her gently before beginning to remove the heavy plate armor from her body, layer by layer. Lena then called over Nora, Junis, and Peggy. Their equipment consisted of a cloak made of earthworm leather. According to Eliana, this cloak is slip-resistant and puncture-resistant and has excellent heat insulation properties. Most importantly, it can provide immunity to many magical attacks and enhance mental defense. Nora and Junis, having received the gift, put on cloaks and then, imitating Martina, kissed him from both sides. Peggy's story is even more telling. She gently swayed the white tail hidden behind her back, then deliberately walked past him and rubbed her fluffy tail against his hand. Thank you, my benefactor. I will always remember your kindness. He tiptoed slightly, leaned close to Lena's ear, and said softly, My benefactor, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything I can do for you. You're very charming, aren't you? Well, there are just so many demi-humans. It's troublesome to manage them all. I'll have to trouble you with your efforts when we get back. Yes, my benefactor. Although Peggy said that, his inner thoughts drifted over, and he seemed somewhat helpless. Oh dear, that's not what I meant. How am I supposed to pursue this guy? Just then, Serena, who was standing to the side, glanced at Raylus in the distance and said softly, Now that I've delivered the things, I should leave too. Please take care of Helena. Huh? Aren't you going to stay and keep him company? You haven't seen each other for several months, have you? Serena's body gradually dissipated in the wind. No need. She's all grown up now. Potato Mom just left like that, without even seeing Ariana one last time. Lena turned to look at Lilas, who was still hiding some distance away, so she shouted at the top of her lungs, "What are you still doing there? Come here quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, Relis flew to Lena's side, looking around. "Lena, why are you asking me this when you already know the answer?" "Master, that elf was terrifying. Luckily, it wasn't an enemy." Let's put this topic aside for now. Here, take this. It's a gift I picked out for you. I hope you'll get used to it." Lena handed over the crimson Jingyan spear. Lilas was slightly taken aback, pointed to himself, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "This is for me." 194, The Grateful Little Elf. In episode 194, Realus received the salamander cliff with both hands, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. His tail involuntarily wrapped around Lena's thigh. "This is the first time someone has given me a gift since I was born. Master, thank you." Lena reached out and tapped him on the head. "All right, you're getting addicted to acting, aren't you? You're so smart. How could you not guess that I wanted to give you a gift?" Melis stuck out her long, thin tongue and immediately held back her tears. "Oh dear," the owner saw through me again. She leaned lazily against Lena and said in a seductive tone, "But I'm not lying. No one has ever given me a gift before, Master. I'm really happy, but I'm actually rather aloof, so I wanted to appear even happier." "No need, just be yourself." Lena stroked her long, smooth purple hair, then raised an eyebrow. "Try it. Actually, I don't know what you like, but you seem pretty cool with guns, so I'll give you this." Lilas shook his head, his purple eyes flashing at Lena. "Actually, the only person I like is my master. I like anything my master gives me." To facilitate communication, he now speaks almost entirely in a demi-human language. Martina stood there dumbfounded. What he had just said was tantamount to a direct attack at the enemy's face. But since she hadn't won the one-on-one fight before, she couldn't say much and could only stand by and observe the two of them. Okay, give it a try." Melis held the gun in one hand, turning it with great agility. Then, she suddenly exerted force, thrusting out several shots in quick succession, the air whistling as the gun tip rubbed against the air. Mary's closed his eyes, and the salamander cliff in his hand instantly burst into flames. The muscles on his arms bulged, and he hurled the spear. With that terrifying speed, the spear produced a sonic boom, startling the birds in the forest in a scattering in all directions, and the spear itself vanished without a trace. Martina finally found an opportunity and began to nitpick with righteous indignation. "Even if you don't like it, don't throw it away. I'll learn his kindness. The devil is so evil." Relis glanced at him, his lips curving upwards again. He beckoned with his hand, and Salamander, with a grimace, flew back from afar. Lena was somewhat shocked that he was able to remotely control the weapon to fly back. Martina blinked, her expression instantly changing as she moved closer to Lilas, then pouted and muttered something under her breath. "How did you do that? Teach me." Before each battle, Martina would use a thin iron chain to firmly bind the hilt of her sword to her wrist in order to prevent her weapon from slipping out of her hand. If he learns this trick, he won't have to go through all this trouble anymore. Realus raised an eyebrow and immediately started playing dirty tricks. Martina hugged him and once again used her coquettish charm. "Can you teach me?" Learies ignored him and instead began to comment to Lena that the gun felt good to use and the quantity was just right. It was a rare gem, but unfortunately, progress wasn't my forte. At this point, Relis subconsciously looked at Reiner and began to explain. "Of course, I don't mean I dislike this weapon." Lena scratched her head. He hadn't thought it through. Perhaps he should have given him some accessories that could enhance the power of magic. "However, since my master has given me a spear, I will now hone my combat skills and strive to become a magic warrior like Madna." "Go ahead and say it." Her gaze suddenly turned to the distance. Eliana returned from the forest, carrying a basket filled with mushrooms covered in mud. He said it had been raining for the past 2 days, and mushrooms might grow in the forest. So he took a few friends he knew and went in. Now they're finally back. Ariana glanced at them and realized that Lena was giving them gifts. She then sat down in front of the firefly with a touch of melancholy, put down the mushroom, picked up a piece of white bread, and started toasting it. Seeing this, Lena left Realus's side, found a small box in the carriage, and walked over to the elf, saying in a cheeky tone, "What's wrong, little potato?" Eliana looked up at him, hugged her knees, and said it was nothing. Then he broke off half of the hot white bread and handed it to Lena, asking, "Are you hungry? Would you like to have some too?" At that moment, the little elf looked like an angel. Lena took the white bread and placed it on the tablecloth beside her. He then took out the small box containing the gift from his person. Ariana's eyes lit up immediately. He jumped up and pounced on Lena, reaching out to grab the gift box. "I knew you would buy me a gift too. Lana, you're so good to me. I'm starting to like you." Lena, in a dramatic mood, paused for a moment before asking Eliana what gift she wanted. At the same time, he opened the small box, inside which was a brand new silver knife. "I just wanted to cut some white bread." A hint of disappointment flashed in Eliana's eyes. She sat back down by the firefly, started baking bread, and gradually regained her composure. Realizing that Lena might not have prepared a gift for her, she fell silent, feeling a pang of sadness and her nose stinging. "Potato, what's that on your neck?" Ariana looked down. Before anyone knew it, a silver necklace appeared on her slender, fair neck, and the metal necklace shimmered with a peculiar light as the light changed. Eliana stared at the large, angular sapphire of the Resnos Railway Bureau in the center of the necklace and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. This gemstone is the finishing touch to the necklace. It's like a blue star hanging around your neck." Ariana looks great in this necklace. Although her face is still very young, the necklace makes her appear much more mature. This was a jewelry store in the royal capital that I carefully selected for him after we killed the Earth Dragon. My intuition told me that the little elf would definitely like it. The jeweler said that because it can increase the power of magic, the elves in this area love this kind of gem, so I bought it for you. Do you like it? Ariana nodded emphatically, threw herself into Lena's arms, and hugged her tightly. I love it so much. I love everything Lena gives me, and I will never forget it." He burst into tears as soon as he finished speaking. Lena patted his back gently and comforted him softly, saying, don't cry. It's okay as long as you like him." Just then, he suddenly sensed something intruding into his territory. Looking up, he saw an elf with long blue hair standing in the woods next to the camp, who looked very familiar. Serena didn't rush to leave. She looked at Lena and nodded in satisfaction. 195 returned to canon. Episode 195. Lena breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Kanan standing in the distance. After a month and a half of arduous travel, he finally returned to Kanan in Beijing with nearly 500 demi-humans and modules. While traversing the primeval forest, they nearly caused trouble due to the hostile relationship between the demons and elves, but with Eliana's help, they all made it out of the forest unharmed. A cold wind blew, and Lena shivered. Peggy directed the magical demi-humans to cast fireballs to warm the team, while Lena also wrapped her cloak tighter around her armor. It was already summer in Rosno, but it was still chilly. I stretched out my hand to feel the outside temperature, which was only about 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. It seems that Beijing is cold all year round, even in summer. I guess it will snow again in another 2 months. Lena turned around and called for Nephris and Velisa, the 2 blood demons, to run up from the back of the group. They stood up straight and puffed out their chests. "Master, are your people able to adapt to the climate here?" Nephris, the temporary leader of the demon race, answered solemnly. "Report, the climate here isn't too cold yet. We can overcome this difficulty." Lena was speechless for a moment. Rares had really gotten them a little obsessed. These demons are now like fanatical religious believers. Every time they talk to Liner, they either speak in a serious tone or kneel down directly. They also come to worship every morning and evening. "Just tell me what you need, Reiner. You don't need to be stubborn. Go and do your own thing." Yes, if I hadn't gone to the south, I would have thought all places were as cold as this. Sitting behind him, Lilas gently hugged him, and the two started playfully fighting again. Lena led the group forward, intending to bypass Kanan and return directly to the Orc tribe in the north. After all, they had to support more than 500 people, and the most pressing issue was finding them a place to live. Fiona's tribe was a good location. They could simply find an open space and use the grinding method to build large numbers of houses for them, thus solving the housing problem. The second step is to put them into production positions so that they can support themselves. Just then, Peggy walked up to him with her staff in her arms and said in a serious tone, "Master, let me take a group of people to explore the city and familiarize them with the commission process, so it will be easier later." "Okay, Remember to come back soon. Paige nodded and then rubbed her tail against Lena's arm. He brought about 50 demi-humans into the town, including the exceptionally intelligent Idia, who was almost as smart as Peggy. The two canine demi-humans got along quite well. Junius also rode up and followed. I'm not comfortable letting him go alone, so I'll go with him. Lena glanced at his nearly 6-month-old belly and quickly shook her head. Hey, no. You can't even fit into your clothes anymore. Just stay here and rest. In TV dramas, women at this time are usually very cautious, staying indoors and not venturing out. But Juni's is the complete opposite. During this period, she was jumping around and not stopping at all, and she didn't have any abnormal reactions. She didn't restrict her diet at all and ate with gusto, just like before she was pregnant. It's all right. Look at those farmers in the fields. They're doing heavy work even with their bellies sticking out. Compared to them, I'm much more relaxed, and with Realist by my side, I'm fine. After saying that, he waved in that direction. Lila spoke again, and his clone quickly walked to Juni's side. Lana sighed and said helplessly, All right, be careful then. If you run into any trouble, be sure to tell Relis. I'll fly over as soon as possible. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Juni's walked to Lena's side, and when she bent down, he stood on tiptoe and kissed her, only separating after a long time. I'm leaving the house cleaning in your hands. Watching Juni's departing figure, Lena sighed softly. Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Juni's. In addition, I informed Fiona to prepare a welcoming ceremony for him, and that a feast will be held for you when you return to the tribe. Stop with all this fancy stuff. Keep it simple. I don't want this to cause a huge uproar. Fiona's position as chieftain of the United Orcs is not yet secure, so she should keep a low profile for the time being. In addition, the resources of the tribe are not very abundant, and acting recklessly would easily make other orcs criticize her, which would also put Fiona in a difficult position. Well, Master, you really aren't flashy at all. Indeed, men with low-key behavior are more charming. You stinky devil, you really know how to flatter. Even if you fart, you can't just say it smells good, can you? Don't ask me anything you don't understand in the future. In the Master's words, you're like someone who picks up the bowl and chopsticks to eat, and then puts them down to curse. Shoo. Lena continued leading the group toward the tribe, encountering many orc scouts along the way. The demi-humans and demons accompanying them had never seen these green-skinned creatures with fangs before, and their eyes were full of novelty and doubt. Orcs are found in the north of the continent, while they are all southern species. If Lena hadn't brought them here, they might never have encountered any familiar faces in their entire lives. My lord, the chief is waiting for you up ahead. The scouts greeted him warmly and were also curious about the modules following behind. Lena sighed, hoping that the two races could coexist peacefully in the future. After walking through the woods for a long time, Lena finally saw the mountain tribe in the distance. It was still the same as before she left. The tall Fiona stood under the wooden wall, wearing a thick white robe with a few leaves hanging on her, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Relis's two clones stood on either side of him, and he jogged over before Lena and her team could get close. Ariana stared at her voluptuous figure and muttered under her breath, What a wicked thing. Lila smiled and said bluntly, You're just jealous. I'm not jealous at all. Ariana rolled her eyes at him. Then her gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, and she added, You two are about the same age. Both of you are evil guys. Lilas didn't refute, but simply puffed out her chest and deliberately nudged the person sitting in front of her. 196 is still being pressured to get married. Episode 196. Lord Reiner, you're finally back. Fiona stood by the horse, looking up at Lena. She hadn't seen him for nearly 3 months, and he seemed to have become even more haggard. Lena, whose voice sounded weak, also noticed a thin, long white hair on his head. If she remembered correctly, he was only 22 years old this year. I brought them back, and I also brought back so many demi-humans and southern modules. Does your tribe have a place for us to settle them? Fiona glanced to the side to get a rough idea of the number of people, then replied that if it was Lady Lena, there would definitely be room, and even if they expanded, it wouldn't take much time. That's good, let's go in. Lena entered the tribe and headed straight for her dwelling, then chatted with Fiona beside her. Upon arrival, Martina and Nora gave him orders, instructing the demons and demi-humans to set up camp on the spot. The arrival of these uninvited guests attracted a large crowd of onlookers. The demons huddled together in this unfamiliar environment, with only a few young warriors stepping forward to spontaneously become their protectors. Lena then called Nephris and Velisa over, telling them to relax, that it was safe here, and that they could move in once she finished building a house. Nephris glanced at Relis beside him and said timidly, "Master, these guys look so ugly. Won't they hurt us? Your two races, one red and one green, are neither as good-looking as the other. Don't worry. I'm here to protect you. I won't hurt you." "Okay, then I'll step aside." Nephris nodded, pulled Velisa back to the camp, and then began his speech. Watching their retreating figures, Fiona cautiously asked Lady Lena, "Are these devilish guys safe?" "Safety is relatively stable when food is plentiful. I feel their temperaments are similar to yours, so that's good." Nora, along with Daisy and Martina, passed by Lena, accompanied by the Epic Bull and Dora and the others. "Master, let's go clean the house first. You can go for a walk outside. Call me if you need anything." Lyres dismounted and lifted Ariana down with him, saying with a smile, "Oh dear, now that I'm back, I'd like to go out for a stroll too." Before he could finish speaking, Nora grabbed his tail. "You're not allowed to leave. Clean your own room, but if you want to sleep in a dusty bed tonight, then never mind." "Oh my, Nora is really strict. She really has the demeanor of a legal wife." Nora blushed upon hearing this. She stole a glance at Lena, then glared angrily at Relis, her little mouth practically venomous. "Go to hell, just say it." He led Daisy and Martina into the house, while Lyres chuckled to himself. "Little Cat is like a stepmother. Even when she's angry, it's so funny. I like you too because you deserve to be scolded. You're both so annoying." Lena led them peacefully into the house and began to look around. Their home was located on the edge of the tribe, next to a large open space, with a wooden wall separating them from the outside world in the distance. Building 20 or so three-story houses would not be a problem at all. The southward expedition yielded nearly 500 demons and demi-humans. If each three-story building can house about 20 people, then only 25 such buildings need to be constructed. Lena walked to the wide, open space, used her staff to draw the construction area for each house in turn, and then clapped her hands together to start building the houses. As a thick rock pillar rose from the ground, the surrounding demi-humans and demons exclaimed in amazement, but Lena was already used to it. Although some of these guys could also use the grinding method, their total amount of magic power didn't allow them to build houses like that, which is why they were surprised. Fiona came over and stayed by Lena's side the whole time. "So, has the tribe stabilized now?" He is currently focused on stabilizing the foundation and does not need to concentrate too much on it for the time being. "Well, Lady Lilizi used some methods, and things are alright for now." The defensive line established by the elves in the north of the forest was also very solid. While blocking the demon attacks, it caused almost no casualties in 3 months. The strength of the elves is still very strong and reliable. At this point, Fiona asked with some doubt, "Didn't Lady Lelis report these things?" "I report to her about what happened that day, every night before I go to bed." Lena was speechless for a moment. So Fiona gives a daily report. Every time he asked Lilas, he would solemnly reply that it was nothing important and that he didn't need to worry, Master. He only told Lena about it when Fiona asked him to let Relis' mind control 2 disobedient chieftains. He basically didn't tell me much. I'll control him tonight. Actually, these are all trivial matters. Lord Lana, please don't be angry. In short, nothing major happened during the 3 months I was away. How is the order dispatch going? What about the cost? After a moment of contemplation, he gave an answer without reservation. Not good. I have heard that war has broken out on the western border of the Kingdom of Barnick, and the situation is now tense. King Barnick has demanded that Lord Aiden provide more soldiers and pay more taxes to support the kingdom, and now a conflict has broken out between them. A month ago, Lord Dan organized an army and rushed to the battlefield, and Cannon is now temporarily under the administration of Lady Kana. Lena shrugged. That's just how it is these days. Friction often breaks out between nations, and war is the norm. Are these the only 3 things? Well, apart from that, it's all trivial stuff. After saying that, he suddenly paused then looked around furtively. What's the matter? Just say what you mean. Lady Lanlin, my father is urging me again. If it's convenient, could you come home with me for dinner tonight? Just go through the motions. There's no need to stay overnight. You orcs have weddings too? Fiona shook her head heavily, feeling a lump in her throat, unable to utter a word. Reiner overheard his thoughts and was speechless for a moment. But after a moment of preparation, he still asked a question he already knew the answer to and made his thoughts a little clearer. Lena scratched her face and looked away. After thinking for a moment, he said with great embarrassment, My father is urging me to have a child with you. The goal of 197 was to establish a nation. In episode 197, Lana worked until evening, and of the planned 25 three-story buildings, 15 had been completed. She was exhausted. Although building a house doesn't consume a lot of salt, it is mentally taxing. If you're not careful, the structure can go wrong, which could affect the residents' future living conditions. After the house was built, Lena was taken home by Fiona for a meal. Neither he nor the old priest were good at chatting, but they still chatted casually. Fiona, who was sitting next to her, noticed Lena's fatigue. After the meal, she took the opportunity to quickly leave with Lena. I'm so sorry, Lady Lena. You just got back from your trip and haven't had much rest. You've been busy all afternoon, and now you have to help me deal with my family's little matters, like having a meal and talking to them? Should we go all the way with the good deed and play the part completely? The two walked and talked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Fiona's cabin. At the same time, discordant sounds reached Lena's ears. After a moment, Fiona mustered her courage, took Lena's hand, and then slowly said, Lady Lena, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you stay here with me tonight? Laris left me a wooden bed. I can sleep on it after tidying it up. Her gaze was intense, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Although Lena has a strong back, the long journey still left him exhausted. He's too lazy to even move now. Fiona seemed to see through his thoughts at a glance, blushing as she said, You can just lie down. I'll massage your shoulders to relieve your fatigue. A woman's mouth is a deceitful devil. Didn't you say you were just going to eat a meal? Fiona's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Finding a man is so hard, so hard, so hard. Snort. Okay, I'll come to you first next time. Hope rekindled in Fiona's eyes, but she quickly looked away and muttered under her breath, You're teasing me again. Snort. All right, you should go back now. Look at you, you've gotten so many gray hairs lately. Take care of yourself, and don't overwork yourself. Fiona opened the door, stepped one leg across the threshold, and then turned to look at Lena. Well then, Lady Lena, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Fiona, Lena went straight home. After entering, Nora walked towards him, sniffed around, and then helped Lena take off the cloak she was wearing. June has returned and is currently slicing white bread while chatting with Paige. Then I'll just have to earn a little less from now on. What's wrong? What do you mean by earning less? Isn't there a tax deduction before you receive payment for completing a commission? During the 3 months we were away, the tax rate for commission tasks kept increasing. Previously, the tax we had to pay for our work was only a few copper coins at most. Today, after all that trouble, we were only charged about 2 silver coins in taxes. So how much did we earn today? Yes, 50 people, a total of 4 Barnet coins. Today's main purpose is to familiarize them with the process so that they can complete commissions much faster in the future. Lena did a quick mental calculation and realized that the tax had almost doubled. I wonder what the other industries in Canada are like. If they were all like adventurers, there would probably have been a huge uproar by now. I heard from Fiona that Barnet is currently at war, and the king is demanding that Aiden pay more land taxes, so this will definitely affect us as well. I've also heard some rumors that the Heroes Network intends to reclaim the land of Canaan and redistribute it to generals who have distinguished themselves in the war. Since Lord Aiden's family has lived in 3 border cities, including Canaan, for generations, he has clashed with the Heroes Network. Lena stroked her chin, reclaimed the territory, and then distributed it to other generals, which would adjust their favorability. Junie suddenly leaned close to Lena's ear and said in a low voice, When I was on a mission, I passed through that primeval forest in the south of the city. Guess what I saw? No need to be so mysterious. There are no outsiders in this house, so what did you see? I saw Lady Kana training soldiers in the forest. There were probably 400 or 500 of them. I guess it won't be long before they break away from Barnet and head south to Diest. Although there is no war between their two countries at present, Diest may suddenly be assassinated and then open up a battlefield behind Barnet's lines. As far as I know, Diest is a small country, and their king certainly wouldn't risk antagonizing the third largest power on the continent for a pittance. I believe it will align itself with other powers. Martina sat at the table, taking small bites of white bread and other food. Who is it? Lilas laughed heartily. Who is it? It's so hard to guess. Apart from Martina, everyone looked at Lena without prior arrangement. My benefactor. Although we are small in number, we are not weak. With further development, we can definitely rival those third-rate small countries. The demon, Martina, Nora, and any one of you would be a formidable opponent, not just Ona's tribe. All the aristocratic families combined had a population of at least 30,000, and the number of capable warriors was around 6,000 to 7,000. This is also a considerable force. If used properly, we can easily cripple or annihilate Barnet's main army. Generally speaking, the main forces of these countries usually consist of several thousand to 10,000 people, and a war may involve 3 or 4 main forces. If Fiona were willing to lend him a hand, they could indeed quickly arm a legion. But in reality, with just a few people working together well, they already possess the strength to rival an entire legion. Nora can cause enemy generals to die randomly, and there is almost no way to counter her without intelligence. Martina and Realis are virtually invincible on the front lines, while Lena can spot the most enemies from the air and target them directly. Of course, all of the above assumptions are based on the premise that the enemy legion does not have high-end combat power. The vast Barnet is bound to have powerful figures, and the real battlefield is definitely 100 times more complex than he imagined. Peggy whispered from the side, "My benefactor, may I hear your thoughts? If you wish, I will do my best to assist you." After a moment of contemplation, Lena sighed and slowly said, "I want to establish a nation in Beijing." 198, share Lord Reiner with me. The morning after episode 198, Lena chose to observe the situation and wait for the right opportunity to pair up with a machine. She led some of the demi-humans and demons to the town to take on commissions and earn money, while the remaining demi-humans and demons were also assigned jobs by Lena. At this moment, Lena was continuing to build the house next to her home, Nora was catching a butterfly bowl next to her, and Lelis was squatting next to Lena, holding the fong of salamander, and yawning sleepily. Ever since Lena gave him the spear, he has never let it out of his sight, and he even sleeps with it in his arms. "Master, you should rest for a while. That purebred horse didn't let you sleep well last night, and now you have to build houses for them in the morning. The human body can't withstand this kind of torment. If you ask me, we should just let them stay camped like this and not build them any houses. Tell me." He slammed the gun into the ground, then got up and started massaging Lena's shoulders. "Sigh, don't worry, this won't kill me. A few years ago, I used to stay up all night playing games." Lena quickly conceived a plan in her mind, and then a square stone pillar rose from the ground. "But if only I had a clone like you." "Oh dear, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that, like charm, it's a skill that belongs entirely to me, an innate ability. Even if I wanted to teach you, I wouldn't be able to." Reiner pondered for a moment, then gently grasped his hand, attempting to have the system replicate his abilities. A few seconds later, the system's somewhat resentful voice finally reached Lena's ears. "System busy. Try again later." Lena had previously had a sudden idea to copy Nora's eye ability, but the system was always busy. This leads to the conclusion that while the system can copy magical attributes, it cannot copy this special skill. Lilas covered his mouth and said with a smile, "Oh my gosh, my owner actually held my hand. Is my skin smooth? Are your fingers long, slender, and beautiful?" Those nails were so long, they looked like cricket claws. Lilas remained silent, pondered for a moment, and then put her hand in her mouth and began to gnaw on it. "What are you doing? Doesn't the owner dislike long nails?" "I bit it off." "Oh, I'll keep it. I was just saying it offhand." A slight smile appeared on Lilas's lips as he happily pounced on Lena, his long, slender tail wrapping tightly around her waist. This guy deliberately took advantage of the situation by stuffing tofu into people's mouths. "Tui, tui, tui. Get out of here and stop bothering me." Lilas's lips curled up, and he stuck out his long, thin tongue to lick Lena's neck. Oh dear, don't be so stingy. Go and rest for a while. I'll give you a shoulder massage and a back rub. Just then, Nora walked over with a butterfly in her hand. She looked at the butterfly in her hand, then at Lena, who was being held by Realis, and decisively released the butterfly. Lena also wisely let go of her hand. Nora muttered, I was just catching bug for a while. How come you're all hugging each other? His gaze first fell on Lena, but quickly shifted to the grinning Relis. What a strict first wife. Upon hearing this, Nora immediately gave Lena a sly look, then blushed and glared at Lilas, threatening, If you keep talking nonsense, don't ask me for anything in the future. Normally, Reese would have continued to tease him, but today he wisely kept quiet and didn't make fun of him. Nora gave a soft hum, then walked over to Lena's side with cat-like steps, silently protecting him. Lena looked down at the newly laid foundation and couldn't help but say, You two don't need to stand on either side of me to guard me. I'm very safe here. Anyway, I'm just idling around in the house. I don't know how to do anything except sleep, so I might as well stay by my owner's side. Maybe I can find some fun there. Nora glanced at him, then ruthlessly exposed that he was after him. After being tricked by Realis several times, Nora completely regarded him as an enemy and would seize any opportunity to finish him off. But unlike Nora, Relis openly and frankly admitted that of course he missed his master. Who wouldn't like such a good man? Having said that, he pointed to the salamander cliff stuck in the ground and said in a serious tone, Before my master, no one has ever given me a gift. Nora pursed her lips, took Lena's arm, and stopped talking. After building houses all morning, Lena counted them and found that there were only 4.5 houses left before the project was completed. Her stomach was empty. When I got home, Daihope had already prepared lunch. Lena had barely sat down, not even had her bottom warm, when Martina ran back. She was covered in mud, and her footprints were everywhere she went. This guy seemed pretty happy, with a lewd smile on his face. Nora glanced at him and couldn't help but complain, What's so fun about a dog covered in mud? You're such a little kid. How'd you get so dirty? Were you rolling around in the mud? Martina pointed to the full bag behind her. No, Parsha Vitasa, and I caught a lot of fish in the river. Darling, let's dig a pond outside and shake the clouds. Lena carried the bowl to the door, bent down slightly, dug a hole using the grinding method, and then poured water into it. Martina emptied the bag, and all the live fish fell into the pit. These fish are not small. Some are about the thickness of a wrist. I wonder if fish can survive in this magical water. Martina blinked and replied wisely, I think it should work. After saying that, he ran back into the house to take a shower, while Lena went back to the dining table to continue eating. During his absence, Realis seemed to be discussing some unspeakable secret with Nora. As soon as Lida returned, the two of them shut up and started eating in silence. After a while, Realis suddenly spoke up, Master, after you finish eating, come to my room with Nora. I have something I want to tell you. Lena nodded. After dinner, Rares led Nora and Lena to the room and then gestured for Nora to sit down. Just say what you need to say. There's no need to be so mysterious. Madina is still eating downstairs. Nora said in a serious tone, crossing her legs and leaning gently on Lena's shoulder. Lena had already heard her thoughts, so she subconsciously scratched her head. Rares dropped his nonchalant attitude and became serious. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he knelt down and prostrated himself at Nora's feet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Nora was startled and shrank into Lena's arms. Rares suddenly spread his wings and shouted, Please share your master with me. 199, Completely Subdue the Demon. Episode 199, Why do you always think about me? After lunch, Nora agreed to his request. At this moment, Lilas was tightly hugging Lena's waist, rubbing his face against her body from side to side, and occasionally taking a deep sniff. His long, thin tail was wrapped tightly around Lena's thigh, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Lena grabbed Realis's goat horns, trying to push him away, but the guy was so strong that she couldn't budge him. I don't know, but my owner's every move deeply attracts me, and even when he scolds me, it makes me happy. Junies, I asked him yesterday, and he agreed. Now there are no obstacles between me and my master. He gazed at Lena with his purple eyes, exuding a unique charm, and that strange, burning sensation returned. We should wait until tonight to talk about it. What do you want to do in the middle of the day? I'm going to continue building houses this afternoon. Lilas quickly stood up and kissed Lena on the ear. Okay, then I'll come back to see the master tonight. Anyway, I've already talked to Junies, and he'll definitely give you the master tonight. He left the room happily. Lena breathed a sigh of relief and was about to close her eyes for a nap when Nora walked straight into the room. He sat down on Lena's stomach and then pressed his hands hard against Lena's face. Master, you're always coveted by other women. Lena gently grabbed Nora's waist and pressed her down beneath her. Bully? If you disagree, that's fine. I'll listen to you. Never mind. I'm not particularly concerned about it. Although Lin Salai is a bit of a liar, I can tell he's absolutely loyal to you. In Junies' words, it's in our best interest to maintain a good relationship with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he wriggled in her arms, his fluffy cat tail gently rubbing against Lena's thigh. Take a nap, master. I want to sleep in your arms. Lena stroked its fluffy cat ears with a sense of satisfaction. After dinner, Lena returned to her bedroom and looked out the window at the rows of brightly lit houses. It's not too late yet. The demi-humans and demons who have finished work are chatting downstairs. After nearly 2 months of getting along, they have basically been able to live in harmony, but occasionally some fights still occur. Hearing the sound of the wooden door opening, Lena instinctively turned around and saw it was Lilas. He had changed into a white silk nightgown he had bought from the capital of Rosnell. He walked to Lena's side with a smile and said softly, I'm here. I've already discussed it with everyone, and no one will disturb us today. Before Lena could speak, he gently pushed her down and pressed her down with his body. I'm about to begin. Lena couldn't help but tease her, seeing how impatient she was. It's not even dark yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yes, I'm so anxious. The master opened his eyes wide, and Realist suddenly leaned in, his purple eyes seeming to see into his inner world through Lena's eyes. Before long, Lena became drowsy and entered a strange dream. The background around her was an endless expanse of white clouds. Suddenly, the clouds dispersed, and a bed appeared out of thin air in the clouds. Lelis was lying on the bed, looking at Lena with a charming expression. It's really difficult for the master to invade the mental world. Even I spent quite a bit of time on it. Was it a dream? Lena looked down and clenched her fist, discovering that the sensation was completely real. That's one way to understand it. But what's happening here will also have a reflection in the real world. Suddenly, Realist split into dozens of clones, which then transformed into Realists in different styles. These clones include young girls, lowlies, mature women, and young wives. You're having too much fun? Lena swallowed hard, while the Lelis and the others smiled with satisfaction. They reached out their hands to Lena and said softly, Churin, let's forget all our troubles. She didn't know how much time had passed when Lena woke up from her dream. She lay in bed, while Realist sat on the edge of the bed looking out the window. Lena realized it was still evening. How long did I sleep? 5 minutes, I guess. How about it? It should be pretty good, right? Lena lifted the covers and glanced at the scene. So this is what it means in the real world. She needs to wash her pants? Is there any difference between this and dreaming? It's completely meaningless and feels so empty. What does the master want? How about another real, high-stakes match? Lilas covered his mouth and laughed, then waved his hand in refusal. Let's forget it, master. I need to think about your health. Too much of this isn't good. I'll come back to you when I see you're feeling better. Go ahead and say it. He slowly opened his arms. Come on, you haven't been idle all day, so try to get some rest early. Hold me while you sleep. Lena lowered her gaze and couldn't help but swallow. No, that won't do. It's only evening, and I can't sleep. Besides, I've already sharpened the knife. It's impossible not to do it. Lie down. Lilas was slightly taken aback, then sighed and obediently lay flat on the bed. Then do as your owner pleases, but only once. It's not good for your health if you do it too often. He remained completely emotionless throughout. Although he seemed somewhat interested, he showed no signs of nervousness or excitement, unlike Nora and the others. You're not shy at all. Because I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. I feel it's less interesting in the spiritual realm than in the real world. In the realm of the mind, I could do whatever I want, change however I want. How interesting is that? How do you know I've been watching you guys if you haven't even tried it yourself? It feels pretty boring. Maybe I, as a demon, will never understand. Go ahead and say it. He created 3 more identical clones, who stood respectfully to the side, gesturing towards Lena to get down to business. Director, try to get some rest as soon as possible. Humans can live longer if they maintain a good sleep schedule. Lena felt a little creeped out looking at the 4 identical Relis. Sigh, you should just put the clone back. Is it something that makes people feel weird and don't like it? That's 4 times the happiness. He recalled all his clones, then waved to Lena. Let's do it this way. The real me is different from the one in my dream, so please don't be disgusted. No, it won't. Lena grabbed the angle of Relis with one hand and then gently pressed it down. After an unknown amount of time, Lilas, who had initially been expressionless, gradually gripped the sheets tightly and even made strange noises involuntarily. 200 returned to canon. In episode 200, when Lena opens her eyes in the morning, she sees Relis sitting in front of her, his brows furrowed, looking very annoyed. Why are you unhappy? You seemed quite happy yesterday. Lena recalled last night, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Is this your demon's sage mode? What? Is it Relis of desire? Actually, it's nothing special. At those times, he's not much different from a normal woman, and sometimes his reaction is even stronger than a kitten's. Or perhaps it was a demon born of desire, which ultimately succumbed to its own desires. It was clearly intended to consider its owner's health, but in the end, it turned out to be just a useless piece of trash. I have lived for 5,000 years, 2,000 of which I spent honing my mental strength. Yet in the end, I couldn't even control this most basic desire. It's okay. For some reason, you've been holding in for 5,000 years. Don't blame yourself. Actually, Martina is usually just like you yesterday. He shook his head vigorously, and his long, thin tail stopped trying to entangle him. From now on, I will restrain my desires. No need for that. Just be happy and don't torture yourself. A moment later, he whispered the devil's whisper in Relis's ear. One last time, looking at Lena's muscular chest, Lilas subconsciously swallowed. His beliefs are being tested. After a long internal struggle, he tied up his long purple hair, stole a glance at Lena, and then said in a trembling voice, "This is really the last time. After this is over, I will immediately restrain myself. You said that at least 7 times last night. If you can't hold it in anymore, just say it." Lena grabbed Relis's foot again. An hour later, Lilas curled up in bed, seemingly withdrawn, and the reason for her withdrawal was obvious. Okay, it's not something to blame yourself for. Are your legs still weak? If you don't soften, come downstairs for dinner. Churan, you are the real succubus. No wonder Tina, the useless girl, couldn't extricate herself from it. Now I can understand it. Also, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I've become stronger. After saying that, he opened his palm, and a small ball formed by the convergence of 5 natural elements spun continuously in his hand. Just then, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Lina's ear. The host of the East and West activates the Conqueror bonus effect of the achievement Relis. As the number of dates increases, Relis's strength will gradually increase, with each date increasing his base value by 0.1%. Another strange achievement like this. Although the conditions are somewhat demanding, it's a good thing that it can enhance one's strength. Most importantly, it was given away for free. Lena gently hugged Relis, bit his pointed ear, and then whispered, "Be my woman, Relis." Without even thinking, Lilas shook her head and refused. This would put the master in a difficult position, since even though Norma verbally agreed, he would definitely feel somewhat resentful inside. Needless to say, Martina is a complete idiot. If he doesn't get what he wants for a while, he'll definitely be unhappy. Although I really like my owner. I'd rather be a toy than my master's woman. Looking at his resolute expression, he must have thought this way a long time ago. Lena respected his unusual ideas. Master, hurry up and change your clothes. Not eating breakfast for too long is bad for your health. I already hurt your body last night, and you absolutely cannot do that again now. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lena picked up the clothes beside her and put them on. With her strong back, she spoke with particular firmness. Master, you're being stubborn. It's not good for your health. If you overwork yourself and Martina keeps bothering you, I'll help you out. Lena was speechless for a moment. Yesterday, it was clearly Lilas who begged for mercy, but now it had inexplicably become him putting on a brave face. After getting dressed, Reiner took Relis downstairs. Nora and Martina sat upright at the dining table, their expressions somewhat intriguing. Ariana got up and walked to Lena's side, puffing out her cheeks and gripping her staff tightly, as if she was about to punch Lena in the butt at any moment. Lilas reached out and touched the little elf's long blue hair, knowing full well what she was doing standing here. Ariana glanced at him, then decisively swung her staff and punched the stinky demon. I hate you the most. I'm never talking to you again. Lilas didn't seem to care and continued to smile kindly. Hey, it'll be your turn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Don't rush it. This simple sentence made Eliana blush. No way. Switch to a demon. D. After saying this, the demon grabbed his staff and ran quickly back to his room. A smile spread across Lyres' face. He didn't linger, picked up the white bread, and went upstairs. The three people were left alone in the living room, staring at each other in bewilderment. Lena broke the silence first. Where did Junes go? Just like yesterday, I went out very early this morning. He got up and sat in Lena's lap, sniffed around a few times, and then pouted. Martina lightly kicked Lena on the table, saying jealously, Darling, I'm coming today too. He knew he couldn't escape this fate, and sharing his affections was essential. He couldn't neglect anyone. It was his promise, and there was no problem with it. Just then, Nora looked towards the door. A few seconds later, a sound came from the direction of the door. It was the machine parts supplier returning. He jogged into the house. Lord Hung, I have something important to report to you. Please come with me. He spoke hastily, pretending to be in a hurry. Little did he know that Lena had already heard his thoughts. After putting down the white bread, Lena followed him upstairs. As soon as they stepped off the stairs, Papa went up to Lena and casually nuzzled her arm with her fluffy tail. What exactly are you trying to say? Paige looked around, then suddenly hugged Lena tightly, pressing the furry tiger bait against his nose. It smelled of the small animal. What are you doing? Come forth that righteous and awe-inspiring aura. Peggy remained silent for a while before slowly speaking. My benefactor, if even that demon can do it, can't I? I'm quite confident in my looks, so you probably won't dislike me, right?